In the winter of 2025, Guo Chunhai, over 60 years old, took his last breath in a small wooden cabin deep in the forest. A forest ranger of the Greater Khingan Mountains, disfigured by a bear hunt and destined to die alone, he never imagined he would be reborn back to that fateful morning in 1983, standing right before the hollow tree where a black bear hibernated, flanked by Zhang Dabao and Erneng, who were about to use him as bait. In his previous life, that bear hunt left him scarred for life and earned him only 2 yuan. This time, he tossed in a string of firecrackers to startle the bear, then turned and ran, leaving his 2 enemies face to face with the enraged beast. Back at the ruined temple in Sanjiao village, watching his foolish but beloved brother Er Lengzi, alive, well, and full of energy, Guo Chunhai clenched his fists. This life, armed with 40 years of hard-earned hunting experience, he would start from trapping gray hares and climb step by step to become the fiercest hunter in the Greater Khingan. When Zhang Difu came smashing down the temple door, demanding medical compensation. When fresh bear claw marks reappeared outside the rocky cave. And when he uncovered the Zhang family's secret to their past wealth inside an abandoned Japanese wartime warehouse. Guo Chunhai knew the hunter's revenge had only just begun. Chapter 1. Rebirth in the Forest. Snow-laced wind lashed against Guo Chunhai's deeply wrinkled face. Curled up in a creaking wooden chair, he clutched a half-empty bottle of cheap liquor. His cloudy eyes stared through the frost-rimmed window at the endless white expanse of the Greater Khingan Mountains. He muttered to himself, throat bobbing as he swallowed another burning gulp. Living like a crippled old dog. In the corner of the shack lay several rusted animal traps, tools from his youth. Now, like him, they were hollow shells corroded by time. Guo Chunhai raised his calloused hand and trembled as it traced the scar running from his right eye socket all the way down to his jaw. A mark left 43 winters ago. Zhang Dabao, Erneng. He ground out their names through clenched teeth, hatred flaring in his dull eyes. It was that bear hunt that made him their bait, ruined his face, and condemned him to a lifetime of shame. While those 2 beasts sold the bear gallbladder for a fortune and tossed him just 2 yuan for medical expenses. Outside, the blizzard raged harder. Guo Chunhai took another swig, but the liquor warmed neither his body nor his frozen heart. In his haze, he remembered Er Lengzi, that simple-hearted brother who'd cared for him after his disfigurement, nearly falling into an ice hole just to scrounge him a meal. Er Lengzi, tears rolled down the old man's scarred cheek. Brother sorry, the bottle slipped from his fingers. His body slid slowly off the chair. Wind and snow howled through the cracks, gradually blanketing his hunched form. Then, searing pain replaced the cold. Guo Chunhai's eyes snapped open. Blinding sunlight stabbed his pupils. Instinctively, he raised a hand to shield his eyes and froze. This wasn't his gnarled, withered hand. It was young, strong, though chapped with frostbite. "Hi Z, what are you spacing out for?" A familiar yet distant voice boomed beside him. "The bear den's right in front of you. Hurry up. Go on." Guo Chunhai jolted. Turning, he saw a young, arrogant face. Zhang Dabao, early 20s, wrapped in a brand new sheepskin coat. Zhang Dabao glared impatiently. Beside him stood the equally youthful Erneng, gripping a double-barreled shotgun, its muzzle glinting coldly in the sun. This is..." Guo Chunhai looked down at his patched cotton jacket, then touched his face. No horrifying scar. Smooth skin. Firm muscle beneath. Trembling, he pulled a cracked pocket mirror from his chest. Reflected back was a 20-year-old face, clear-eyed, untouched by decades of bitterness. October 10th, 1983. Lightning flashed through his mind. This was the day his life changed forever. On his past life's timeline, today was when Zhang Dabao and Erneng tricked him into being bear bait, and he'd been mauled, half his face torn off. "What are you dawdling for?" Zhang Dabao snatched the mirror and smashed it into the snow. "Get moving. Stick to the plan. You lure the bear out, and Erneng and I ambush from the sides." He patted the shiny Type 54 pistol at his waist. "One shot, clean kill. We'll split 2 yuan your way." The exact same words. Guo Chunhai's heart hammered. He'd been reborn, back to the fateful morning that sealed his fate. Wind whipped snow through the trees. Ahead, a massive dead pine leaned across the slope, its hollow trunk clearly visible, the winter den of a black bear. Last time he'd been forced to shout, bang sticks on the trunk, and enrage the hibernating beast. "Hi Z, you chicken out?" Erneng sneered. "With your poverty, if you don't earn this, you'll starve this winter." Guo Chunhai drew a deep breath. The crisp forest air filled his lungs, so real it sent shivers down his spine. He narrowed his eyes at the dark den, scanned the terrain. It matched his memory perfectly. Last life, he'd been a fool and played bait. This life, all right, I'll go. Guo Chunhai suddenly grinned and pulled out a string of firecrackers. But I've got a better idea. Zhang Dabao and Erneng froze. He traded a wild rabbit at the supply store for these firecrackers earlier, thinking they might come in handy during a hunt. Never imagined they'd be used so soon. What were you doing? Erneng asked warily. Without answering, Guo Chunhai swiftly tied the firecrackers to a long pole, then pulled out matches. You two get in position. I'll light these and shove them into the den. The noise will scare the bear more than shouting ever could. Zhang Dabao's eyes gleamed. This was smarter. Fine. Just be careful. Guo Chunhai smirked inwardly, but kept his face neutral. He approached the den, every step calculated with 40 years of hunting instinct. Close enough to observe, far enough to escape. 2 paces from the entrance, he stopped. Striking a match, he lit the fuse. As sparks hissed, he thrust the pole deep into the den. Pop, 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 boom. The firecrackers exploded inside the confined space, echoes thundering through the forest. Instantly, a deafening roar erupted from within. Roar. Guo Chunhai had already dropped the pole and sprinted. By the time the bear burst out, 300 pounds of fury, eyes bloodshot, foam dripping from its jaws. He was 20 meters away, hidden behind a thick Korean pine. Shoot! Zhang Dabao screamed from the left. Bang! Erneng fired, but the enraged bear moved too fast. The bullet grazed its hind leg, only fueling its rage. It pivoted and charged toward the gunshot. Mama! Erneng fumbled desperately to reload. Zhang Dabao leapt from cover, firing wildly with his pistol, but panic made him miss every shot. Guo Chunhai watched coldly, silently retreating farther. Last time, he'd been pinned under those claws, screaming as his face was shredded. Guo Chunhai, you bastard, help us! Zhang Dabao shrieked, his pistol jammed, trigger clicking uselessly. The bear slammed into Erneng, sweeping him aside with one paw. The shotgun flew into the snow. Zhang Dabao turned to flee, but tripped over a root. The bear reared up, casting a monstrous shadow over his pale, terrified face. Guo Chunhai was already far down the mountain trail, the screams and roars fading behind him. Peace settled in his chest. What they owed him. He'd start collecting today. As he walked, snow crunching underfoot, he organized his thoughts. It was 1983. State-run forestry stations were beginning reforms. Hunters' lives were about to improve. Zhang Dabao's father was the village accountant, used his minor authority to bully ordinary hunters. And his dear brother Er Lengzi still lived in the abandoned temple at the mountain's base, surviving on firewood and wild herbs. At that thought, Guo Chunhai veered off the main path toward a hazelnut grove. Thanks to past life memory, he knew exactly where rabbits frequented. His greatest advantage wasn't foresight. It was 40 years of hard-won hunting skill. Fresh droppings and tracks led him to the perfect ambush spot. From his belt, he uncoiled fine steel wire and deftly crafted snares, camouflaging them with twigs and snow. Then, leaning against a wind-sheltered boulder, he pulled out half a corn cake and chewed slowly. An hour later, he checked his traps. 3 plump snow hares thrashed in the loops. He snapped their necks with practiced ease, bound them with bark rope, and slung them from his waist. Good haul. These would trade well at the village co-op. By sunset, Guo Chunhai returned to Sanjia village. A modest hamlet nestled in the valley, smoke curling from chimneys. Children spun tops on the frozen river, rushing over when they spotted his rabbits. Brother Haizi, caught more rabbits? Asked a snotty-nosed boy, eyes wide. Guo Chunhai ruffled his hair, then remembered the 2 fruit candies in his pocket, extras from the firecracker trade. He handed them out. Watching their joy, warmth flickered in his chest. Last life, children fled at the sight of his scars. They called him Blind Bear behind his back. He never married. Even the cheapest brothel girls refused him, too ugly to serve. The village co-op, only one of 2 brick houses, bore a faded slogan: develop the economy, guarantee supply. Inside, plump Zhang Shufan, Zhang Dabao's cousin, sat behind the counter. Oh, it's you, Haizi? She glanced at his rabbits and sneered. Not much a catch today. Guo Chunhai ignored her tone, tossing 2 rabbits onto the counter. 1 gene of salt, 15 gene of cornmeal, and some fruit candies. Just 2 rabbits for all that. She rolled her eyes. Cornmeal's gone up. 13 gene max, unless you trade all 3. Guo Chunhai snorted, grabbed the rabbits, and turned to leave. I'll go to old Zhao's. Heard he's got wheat flour. Wait. Zhang Shufan hurried to stop him. Though the co-op was the only official shop, barter among hunters was common. Fine, 15 gene. Salt and candy as requested. After the trade, Guo Chunhai noted the price of liquor on the shelf. Last life, he drowned his sorrows in alcohol. This life, he shook his head, banishing the thought. Night fell as he left the co-op. He didn't return to his assigned hovel next to the livestock pen, where he'd lived alone last life. Instead, he headed straight for the ruined temple. His brother Er Lengzi should still be there, barely scraping by. The path to the temple was buried in deep snow. With each step, his heartbeat quickened. Last time he'd seen Er Lengzi, his body had been bloated, pulled from an ice hole. The temple's silhouette emerged in the dusk, a collapsed roof shrine to the mountain god. But faint firelight seeped through the door crack, and smoke curled from the chimney. Guo Chunhai took a steadying breath and pushed open the creaking door. "Who's there?" A rough voice came from the hearth. By the dim kerosene lamp stood a burly youth, axe in hand. Square face, broad mouth, kind eyes above a patched cotton jacket. 16-year-old Er Lengzi. Guo Chunhai's throat tightened. Tears threatened to fall. "Me. Hai-zi," he managed, voice trembling. Er Lengzi lowered the axe, grinning. "Brother Hai-zi, you're here? Heard you went bear hunting with Zhang Dabao." Guo Chunhai stepped inside, placing the salt, cornmeal, and remaining hare on the wobbly table. "Done with that. Came to see you." He paused. "Thought, maybe I could move in with you? Your place is roomier." Er Lengzi blinked, then beamed. "Sure thing. It's lonely here alone." He eagerly took the supplies. "I've got porridge. Let's eat together." Guo Chunhai surveyed the humble home. Firewood piled in the corner, tattered quilts on the kong, steam rising from the iron pot. Just as he remembered, young Er Lengzi was poor, but full of life. He slipped the last fruit candy into Er Lengzi's bowl while his back was turned. "Hai-zi-ji." Er Lengzi handed him a bowl of porridge. Did Zhang Dabao get the bear?" Guo Chunhai took the bowl, watching Er Lengzi's delighted surprise at finding the candy. Softly, he said, "Who knows? Maybe they're hurting each other right now." Chapter 2. Brothers in the Ruined Temple. Moonlight filtered through the temple's broken roof, casting patchy shadows on the floor. Guo Chunhai lay on the kong, listening to Er Lengzi's steady snores, but sleep wouldn't come. His fingers brushed the old hunting knife tucked in his coat, the most valuable thing he owned. Outside, gongs clanged through the village. He knew Zhang Dabao and Lu Erneng were being carried back. Last life, he'd been the one bleeding in his hovel while they toasted with bear gall money. "Hai-zi-ji, why is it so noisy?" Er Lengzi mumbled, sitting up. Guo Chunhai rose and opened the temple door. Snow and wind at his face. Torchlight flickered in the distance, crowds gathering. "Let's go see," he said, pulling his coat tighter. Er Lengzi grabbed his sheepskin coat without a word and followed. They trudged through knee-deep snow to the village square. Two makeshift stretchers lay in the torchlight, Zhang Dabao and Lu Erneng. Zhang Dabao was worse. Face mangled, left arm twisted unnaturally, his new sheepskin coat shredded, raw flesh exposed. Lu Erneng fared slightly better, but head and leg wounds bled through his trousers. "My son," wailed Wang Fengji, Zhang Dabao's mother and wife of village accountant Zhang Yud, collapsing over her boy. Guo Chunhai watched coldly. Last life, this woman had mocked him as Scarface High and Blind Bear. "What happened?" demanded Party Secretary Zhao Weigua, pushing through the crowd. Lu Erneng struggled upright, voice weak but venomous. "It's Guo Chunhai's fault. We agreed to hunt together, but he ran off, left us to die." Dozens of eyes turned to Guo Chunhai and Er Lengzi. "Bullshit." Er Lengzi flushed, fists clenched. "Hai-zi-ji came back at noon. He wasn't even with you." Guo Chunhai placed a calming hand on Er Lengzi's shoulder and stepped forward. Firelight danced on his young face, revealing eyes unervingly calm. "I did go up the mountain with them," he said evenly. "I lit the firecrackers to draw out the bear, then retreated to my safe position, as planned. After that, I was too far to see clearly." "You liar." Lu Erneng tried to stand, but collapsed again. "You ran before we could shoot." Unfazed, Guo Chunhai pulled out the half-used firecracker string. The fuse burns 20 seconds, plenty of time for the bear to charge out. A bait's job ends once the beast appears. The rest is on the shooters. He paused, scanning Zhang Dabao's wounds. "But your injuries..." Zhang Dabao seems to have both claw marks and gunshot wounds. Silence fell. Old hunter Wang Paosho knelt, examining closely. His brow furrowed. "Hai-zi's right. These wounds, some are from claws, others from lead shot." Lu Erneng turned deathly pale. "So perhaps," Guo Chunhai added quietly, "you should ask each other what really happened." Just then, a cold voice cut through the crowd. "Guo Chunhai, you dare show your face after crippling my son?" People parted as Zhang Yud strode in, four-pocket cadre uniform, hair slicked back, every wrinkle radiating cunning. Guo Chunhai stood tall. "Comrade Zhang, Bear hunting is dangerous. Your son chose to go. But if his wounds include bullets, perhaps they shot each other in panic. Zhang Yud's eyes flashed. Without warning, he slapped Guo Chunhai hard across the face. Crack! Blood trickled from Guo Chunhai's lip, but he didn't flinch. Father, it's him. Zhang Dabao groaned, regaining consciousness. He ran early, left us. Zhang had signaled 2 burly men. Take my son to the commune clinic. Bring this bastard to my house. I'll interrogate him myself. As they seized Guo Chunhai, Er Lengzi roared and charged, only to be elbowed in the gut, doubling over in pain. Er Lengzi, don't fight, Guo Chunhai shouted. Go back to the temple. I'll be fine. Neither of you leaves. Zhang had snarled. Take the idiot too. They were shoved through the village to the Zhang family's grand brick house, one of only 2 in the hamlet. Gleaming windows, strings of dried peppers, and corn hanging proudly. Inside, Guo Chunhai was kicked to his knees in the main hall. Zhang had unbuckled his belt. Close the door, Fengji. No witnesses. Comrade Zhang. Guo Chunhai met his gaze steadily. Everyone saw me return by mid-afternoon. I even traded at the co-op. If you... Shut up. The belt cracked across his back, splitting his jacket. My son says you did it. You did it. If he dies, you'll pay with your life. Pain seared, but Guo Chunhai stayed silent. Last life, he'd endured worse. Once crawled 5 li through -30 snow just to survive. Suddenly, Er Lengzi broke free and threw himself over Guo Chunhai. Don't hit Zg. Hit me instead. Zhang Yud laughed cruelly, raising the belt again. What loyal brothers. I'll beat you both. The belt whistled down, once, twice, thrice, cotton flying, blood soaking through Er Lengzi's jacket. Guo Chunhai burned with rage, but reason held him back. This was the 1980s. In these mountains, only power and fists mattered. He clutched Er Lengzi's trembling body. Comrade Zhang, he called out sharply. If you cripple us, who'll fetch fresh bear gall for your son tomorrow? Old Wang just said it might be needed for medicine. The belt froze midair. Zhang had narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? I know that mountain, Guo Chunhai pressed. The bear scared but still nearby. Wait too long, and it'll vanish, or another hunter will claim it. Zhang had exchanged a glance with his wife. Indeed, bear gall was worth a fortune, and besides Guo Chunhai, few in the village had the skill or guts to hunt a wounded bear. Fine, Zhang had finally dropped the belt. I'll take Dabao to the clinic. Tomorrow at dawn, you hunt that bear. If you don't bring back the gall within 3 days. He smiled thinly. I'll charge you with destroying collective property and send you to prison. Guo Chunhai helped Er Lengzi up. I'll try, but bear hunting isn't a one-man job. I need Er Lengzi with me. Whatever. Zhang Yud waved dismissively. Go. I want that gall before sunset tomorrow. Outside, Er Lengzi stumbled. Guo Chunhai caught him, moonlight revealing blood-soaked fabric stuck to his back. You fool, why take the blows for me? Guo Chunhai's voice cracked. Er Lengzi grinned weakly. I'm tough. Zg, are we really hunting a bear? Yes. Guo Chunhai supported him toward the temple. But not for the Zhangs. For ourselves. And not recklessly. We'll use smarter ways. Back at the temple, Guo Chunhai lit the lamp and laid Er Lengzi on the Kong. He melted snow into water, gently cleaned the wounds, then tore cloth for bandages. Pinching wood ash from the stove, a hunter's folk remedy, he pressed it onto the gashes to stop bleeding. Er Lengzi sweated but didn't cry out. Guo Chunhai's heart ached. Last life, this same man had cared for him without complaint. Zg, Er Lengzi whispered. Why does Comrade Zhang hate you so much? Because he knows his son lied, Guo Chunhai murmured. Those gunshot wounds. I think they shot each other in panic. Er Lengzi's eyes widened. Then they... Shoo! Guo Chunhai gestured for silence. We keep this to ourselves. Tomorrow, before we go, I'll visit Old Wang. After dressing the wounds, Guo Chunhai fetched half a bottle of sweet potato liquor from his hut, bartered from Old Li at the village edge, meant for New Year's. Now, he gave Er Lengzi a sip for pain, took a small swallow himself. Warmth spread through his chest. He boiled the remaining cornmeal in a thin porridge. No oil, just salt, but they ate hungrily. The rabbit would make breakfast for Er Lengzi tomorrow. Zg, Er Lengzi cradled his bowl. Can we really catch a bear? Guo Chunhai fed the fire. Flames danced on his young face. Eventually, but we'll use special methods. He recalled secrets learned from old Orkin hunters. Sleep now. We prepare at dawn. He blew out the lamp. In the dark, Er Lengzi's snores soon filled the room. Guo Chunhai lay awake, listening to the wind whistle through the roof, planning tomorrow's hunt. Outside, the Greater Khingan night stretched deep and silent. Distant wolf howls rose, then vanished into the storm. Chapter 3. The wisdom of Orion as dawn's gentle light began to filter through the sky. Guo Chunhai roused the slumbering Er Lengzi, who lay curled amidst the haystack. The bruises from last night's altercation appeared even more grotesque in the morning light. A dark purple hue marred the corner of Er Lengzi's left eye, and a scab adorned the corner of his mouth. Brother Hai, why are we not heading up the mountain to hunt bears? Why must we visit Wang the marksman's home? Er Lengzi asked, rubbing his eyes, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Guo Chunhai paused in his task of cleansing his wounds with snow melt and responded, What? You fear hunting bears, yet dread visiting Wang the marksman's home? It's not that, Er Lengzi muttered, lowering his gaze and unconsciously tugging at the hay. Grandpa Wang and his wife do not favor me. A pang of unease gripped Guo Chunhai's heart. In his previous life, he had known that Wang the marksman's spouse held a disdain for the villagers, but time had dulled that memory. This time is different, he declared, tightening the belt of his tattered cotton coat. If she dares to show you disdain, we shall simply walk away. Er Lengzi looked up, astonished, his eyes wide with disbelief. But you mentioned borrowing Grandpa Wang's gun. Is the gun more important than you? Guo Chunhai retorted, casually retrieving the wild rabbit meat he had buried in the stove the previous night. The aroma wafted through the air, igniting their hunger. The two shared the rabbit, carefully packing the remaining valuables with straps to take along. Guo Chunhai meticulously rolled the rabbit skin, for it was a valuable currency, tradable for salt and gunpowder. Before they departed, Er Lengzi surprisingly extracted the last remnants of his modest wealth from a crevice in the offering table, 3 crumpled 1 yuan notes and a handful of coins, which he tucked into his clothing. In his past life, Guo Chunhai had been utterly destitute at this hour. Now, seeing Er Lengzi's money, he felt a flicker of confidence. Morning mist enveloped the village of Sanjiaten, as wisps of smoke curled up from the chimneys of each home. A few early rising women gathered by the well, whispering to one another upon spotting the two boys. Guo Chunhai didn't need to overhear their conversation. The news of last night's conflict had surely spread throughout the village. Wang the marksman's residence lay at the eastern edge of the village, a rare structure of half brick and half earth, surrounded by a neatly arranged oak fence. The courtyard displayed an array of herbs and animal hides, revealing the owner's dual identity as both hunter and local healer. As Guo Chunhai pushed open the fence gate, a large yellow dog bounded out, offering no bark but circling around Er Lengzi, its tail wagging furiously like a windmill. The big yellow dog remembers you, Guo Chunhai remarked with surprise. Er Lengzi squatted to stroke the dog's head. Last winter, I saved it from falling into an ice hole in the woods. Just then, the door creaked open, and Wang the marksman emerged, pipe in mouth, wearing his customary sheepskin coat, but today adorned with a dog fur hat. You two are early. The old man squinted at their injuries. You're both strapping lads, nothing serious, just superficial wounds. As Guo Chunhai prepared to speak, a small, wiry old woman emerged from within, her graying hair twisted into a bun at the back of her head, her eyes sharp as knives as they scrutinized Er Lengzi. Breakfast is ready, but there's none prepared for guests, she announced in a high-pitched voice directed at Wang the marksman, yet her gaze remained fixed on Er Lengzi. An awkward tension filled the air. Wang, the artilleryman, cleared his throat and remarked, My dear, we need 2 more pairs of chopsticks. The rice jar is empty. What should we replenish it with? The elderly lady placed her hands on her hips and retorted, Moreover, that foolish boy consumed 5 pancakes during his last visit. Can our household withstand such extravagance? Er Lengzi's face flushed crimson, and he awkwardly sought refuge behind Guo Chunhai. A familiar wave of indignation surged within Guo Chunhai. In his past life, he had endured far more humiliating remarks, merely for the sake of sustenance. However, the present circumstances were different. Grandfather Wang, Guo Chunhai straightened his posture, his voice calm, yet resolute. He suddenly declared, We have already dined. We came here at your invitation last night to assist you. Rest assured, once we have fulfilled our duty, we shall depart and not impede your mealtime. Wang glanced at his spouse and then at the 2 young men, sighing deeply, Come inside. Let us discuss this further in the back room. The elderly lady, relentless, huffed in discontent and turned to the kitchen, where she began to clatter pots and pans noisily. Guo Chunhai followed Wang into the inner chamber, while Er Lengzi hesitated at the doorway until Guo Chunhai beckoned him to enter. After witnessing the earlier scene, Guo Chunhai had abandoned his intention of borrowing a firearm. He sought a simple excuse to take his leave. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, Wang had already grasped his unspoken desires. In the inner room, there lay a long wooden box atop the Kong. Wang unlocked it and lifted the lid. Guo Chunhai's eyes widened as he beheld a well-maintained Mosin-Nagant rifle resting on the red cloth within the box. The wooden stock glimmered from years of handling, and the metal components gleamed with a subtle sheen of gun oil. What a splendid weapon! He could not suppress a gulp of saliva. It's a Soviet relic, Wang noted, recognizing the gleam of admiration in Guo Chunhai's eyes. He lovingly caressed the rifle, saying, "This gun has accompanied me for over 30 years. Though it has recently developed some firing issues. Let me take a look at it. I have a modicum of knowledge about this," Guo Chunhai replied, taking the rifle in his hands, its weight sending a thrill through him. In his previous life, he had only touched such fine firearms upon nearing 30. Now, he had the chance to handle it a decade earlier. He skillfully examined the various components, ultimately focusing on the firing pin. The spring is fatigued. It needs replacing. Wang raised an eyebrow. "You truly know how to repair firearms?" "I learned a bit from a mountain man." Guo Chunhai fabricated a story. In truth, he had spent 3 months working for a veteran from a logging camp to acquire such knowledge. "The toolbox is beneath the Kong cabinet," Wang gestured. "See if you can fix it. If not, that's quite all right." Guo Chunhai retrieved the toolbox and began to disassemble the mechanism. Er Lengzi, curious, leaned closer but was met with a stern glare from Wang, prompting him to retreat to a corner. The aroma of food wafted from the kitchen, and the elderly lady announced loudly, "The pancakes are ready." Guo Chunhai, undistracted, remained focused on repairing the mechanism. After reshaping a spare spring with a file and reassembling it, the firing sound rang out crisp and clear. "It's done." Guo Chunhai handed the repaired gun to Wang the gunner. The elderly man accepted the weapon, scrutinizing it closely. A flicker of surprise in his eyes, not bad craftsmanship. He paused for a moment, lowering his voice. "I hear you've managed to outwit Zhang Dabao and his crew this time. Aren't you afraid of Zhang yet?" Guo Chunhai's movements faltered. "Grandpa Wang. They were the ones trying to deceive me. Using Zhangzi as bait was a dangerous gamble. They didn't even prepare a backup plan for me." Wang the gunner gazed at him for several seconds before suddenly chuckling. "You've become quite clever, young lad." He rummaged through a cabinet and produced an oiled paper bundle. "Here, take this." Upon opening it, Guo Chunhai discovered 2 blocks of gunpowder and a small pouch of lead pellets. "I can't," he stammered. Wang the gunner brusquely interrupted. "I'm lending you the gun. Return it in spring." Guo Chunhai looked up in shock, meeting the shrewd gaze of the older man. "Do you know we have nowhere else to go? There's a cave in the back mountain. Dry and sheltered from the wind," Wang the gunner replied nonchalantly. "Last year, I stored some hay and firewood there." Just then, the old lady lifted the curtain and entered. Upon seeing the gun in Guo Chunhai's hands, she immediately shrieked, "You've lost your mind, old man. Lending a gun to someone? I'm willing." Wang the gunner suddenly raised his voice. "This gun belongs to me. I'll lend it to whomever I choose." The old lady was rendered speechless. Her face flushed with anger as she stormed out. Wang the gunner winked at Guo Chunhai. "When the wife is in charge, the house is bound to collapse." Guo Chunhai could not help but chuckle, but soon composed himself. "Grandpa Wang, the information about the cave is invaluable to us. I appreciate your kindness, but we cannot accept the gun." "Why not?" Guo Chunhai glanced at the corner where Er Lengzi was cowering. "Your wife does not take kindly to me and my brother. We wouldn't want to impose." Wang the gunner followed his gaze, noticing Er Lengzi squatting there, looking as forlorn as a child who had misbehaved. The old man sighed and pulled a cloth package from beneath the bedding, pressing it into Guo Chunhai's hands. "Well, you must take this. It's some gold wound medicine I prepared myself." This time, Guo Chunhai did not refuse and solemnly expressed his gratitude. "Grandpa Wang, you mentioned last night that you wanted us to help with something." "Silly child, no need for that. I was merely hoping that Zhang would show me some consideration," he replied. "Thank you, Grandpa Wang. We shall take our leave now." Guo Chunhai understood, his eyes brimming with emotion. Just as they were about to depart, Wang the gunner suddenly called out, "Wait a moment." He swiftly entered the kitchen and returned shortly with a cloth bag. "Take this. Eat on your way." Inside were 6 hot cornmeal pancakes, still steaming. Remarkably, the kitchen was devoid of the usual scolding sounds. Guo Chunhai felt a lump in his throat. In his past life, he had sacrificed all dignity for a meal, yet now someone was offering it to him willingly. "Thank you, Grandpa Wang," Er Lengzi murmured, his eyes glistening. As they stepped out of Wang's courtyard, Guo Chunhai exhaled a long sigh. "Brother Hai, where do we go now?" Er Lengzi asked, clutching the bag of pancakes tightly. "To the cave in the back mountain." Guo Chunhai slung his gun diagonally across his shoulder. "Didn't Grandpa Wang mention that there was hay over there? We can't stay in the dilapidated temple any longer. I fear Zhang Yud might come looking for trouble. Let us settle down first," he said. The 2 men veered away from the main road of the village, following a narrow hunter's path toward the back mountain. Along the way, they passed through a grove of birch trees, where Guo Chunhai paused to peel off several large sheets of birch bark. "What do you need that for?" Er Lengzi inquired, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. "It can serve as a bowl and also as bedding," Guo Chunhai replied. skillfully rolling the birch bark into a cylindrical shape and binding it with vines. Having lived in even harsher conditions in a past life, he knew how to utilize every resource the forest provided. After climbing for about half an hour, a cave partially concealed by shrubs came into view. The entrance was modest, yet the interior was surprisingly spacious, dry, and well-ventilated. Indeed, as Wang the artilleryman had described, neat piles of hay and firewood were stacked in the corners. "This place is quite nice," Er Lengzi exclaimed as he eagerly scurried inside, akin to a dog that had just discovered a new den. "Much better than the shabby temple." Guo Chunhai inspected the cave with care, nodding in satisfaction. Deeper within the cave, there was a small offshoot suitable for storing food. Most importantly, the entrance was discreet, yet offered a splendid view, allowing them to oversee the entire Sanjiatan. The two men began to arrange their new abode. Guo Chunhai laid a makeshift bed using the birch bark in the dry area and covered it with hay. Er Lengzi constructed a simple hearth from stones and gathered dry branches to kindle a fire. "Brother Hai, are we truly not going back to the temple?" Er Lengzi asked as he roasted pancakes. Guo Chunhai shook his head. "The Zhang family will undoubtedly cause more trouble. This place is safe. This afternoon, I'll teach you how to set traps. If we do it right, we might catch some game and have meat to eat." Er Lengzi's eyes lit up. "Meat. Wonderful. I've always known that following Brother Hai means having meat to eat." At noon, the two shared 2 pancakes, with Guo Chunhai intentionally breaking off a large portion of his for Er Lengzi, feigning that he wasn't hungry. In truth, his own stomach was aflame with hunger. But witnessing Er Lengzi devour his food brought him greater satisfaction than being full himself. In the afternoon, Guo Chunhai took Er Lengzi to set traps. Lacking basic tools like shovels, they had to rely on materials from the forest to construct a traditional automatic hunting device. He chose a path frequented by wild boars and set up several traps at strategic locations. "Pay attention," Guo Chunhai instructed while demonstrating. "The wooden gun mechanism is fixed at this angle, and the tripwire should be this high off the ground to trigger the mechanism when the boar passes." Er Lengzi squatted nearby, his eyes wide with fascination. "Brother Hai, how do you know so much?" "I read it in books," Guo Chunhai replied dismissively, though the truth was that he had learned from an elderly hunter of the Oricon in his previous life, nearly losing 2 toes to frostbite in the process. After setting up the traps and mechanisms, they fashioned a few snares nearby. On their way back to the cave, Guo Chunhai gathered some edible wild vegetables and herbs from the snowy ground, while Er Lengzi collected a bundle of firewood. As evening approached, a dull thud echoed from a distance. Guo Chunhai suddenly stood up, exclaiming, "We've caught something." As the two individuals neglected the task of cooking, they seized their sticks and ropes and hastened towards the trap. Upon arrival, they discovered a small wild boar, weighing around 40 to 50 pounds, struggling within the confines of the trap. With precision, the wooden spear penetrated its body. "It's a hit! It's a hit!" They cheered, their spirits soaring like children. Bouncing with joy, Guo Chunhai approached cautiously, prodding the boar with another long stick to confirm its demise. Although the creature was not particularly large, it would suffice to sustain them for 2 days, and its hide could be exchanged for essential goods. "Come, I shall teach you how to process it," Guo Chunhai said as he drew out a worn-out kitchen knife, expertly slicing into the boar's throat to commence the bleeding and skinning. The other, eager to assist, gasped in amazement from the sidelines. Seizing the opportunity, Guo Chunhai elucidated the nuances of each step. When skinning, one must follow the muscle fibers. Be cautious not to rupture the gallbladder. If it were a larger boar, this loin would be the most tender. By the time they finished processing the wild boar, dusk had settled. They carried the meat back to their cave, with Guo Chunhai deliberately reserving the hind legs to present to Wang Paoshu the following day, as a gesture of gratitude for the 6 pancakes he had provided. Upon their return, the other could hardly contain his excitement and quickly cut several pieces of boar meat to roast. The fat dripped into the flames, hissing and crackling, as the delightful aroma filled the cave. "Brother Hai, you eat first," he offered, handing the largest piece to Guo Chunhai. However, Guo Chunhai accepted the meat only to divide it in 2, returning the larger portion to his companion. "Let us eat together." The two gathered around the fire, indulging in the succulent wild boar meat. Though slightly lacking in salt, their hunger from the day made the feast immensely satisfying. With grease glistening on his face, the other squinted his eyes in bliss, proclaiming, "Brother Hai, this is the most delicious meat I have ever tasted." Guo Chunhai chuckled and shook his head. As the night deepened, the fire dwindled to embers. The other curled up on the straw bedding and soon began to snore. Yet Guo Chunhai found himself restless, gently stepping out of the cave to gaze at the scattered lights of Sanjia village in the distance. He recalled the words of Wang Paoshu from earlier in the day. "You've grown wise, kid." Indeed, Reborn, He was no longer the naive boy who could be easily bullied. He had scores to settle with Zhang Dabao and Erneng, and he needed to save the other's life. All of this began in this modest cave. The night breeze rustled through the treetops, producing a soft whisper. Guo Chunhai inhaled the pine-scented mountain air deeply before turning back into the cave. Tomorrow, he would embark on a true plan. Chapter 4. The slingshot and the gray dog. Morning light filtered through the gaps in the bushes at the cave's entrance, casting mottled shadows on the stone walls. Guo Chunhai opened his eyes to find that the other was no longer on the straw bedding. A gentle plume of blue smoke wafted from the fire pit, where a birch bark pot simmered, producing a bubbling sound. Guo Chunhai stretched languidly, his muscles sore from the labor of the previous day. He crawled out of the cave to find the others squatting by the stream, washing the wild boar's intestines. The early winter waters had already formed a layer of ice, and the other, using a stone to break the surface, had reddened fingers that struggled against the cold as he diligently scrubbed. "Why are you up so early?" Guo Chunhai approached and crouched beside him. Er Lengzi looked up, grinning widely, his nose reddened by the cold. "Brother Hai, are you awake? I've prepared wild boar offal soup and roasted tenderloin." He proudly held up the cleaned intestines. "I'll cure this with salt. It can last for quite some time." A warmth enveloped Guo Chunhai's heart. In his previous life, Er Lengzi was just the same, always rising earlier than him to tidy everything up. Back then, after his disfigurement, he had a volatile temper and often lashed out for no reason. Yet Er Lengzi never held a grudge, continuously concocting new dishes for him every day. "Your hands are frozen." Guo Chunhai took Er Lengzi's hands and rubbed them vigorously. "Let us go back inside to warm up." Once inside the cave, Er Lengzi eagerly served a bowl of offal soup to Guo Chunhai. The broth was imbued with wild onions and unidentifiable wild greens. Although only a pinch of salt was added, it was exceptionally flavorful. The roasted tenderloin was crispy on the outside and tender within, oozing with juices upon the first bite. "Is it delicious?" Er Lengzi watched Guo Chunhai eagerly, like a child awaiting praise. "Delicious." Guo Chunhai gave a thumbs up, witnessing the radiant smile blossom on Er Lengzi's face, and he silently vowed to ensure that this foolish brother would have a good life. If circumstances permitted, he would find him a woman who knew how to care for him tenderly. After the meal, Guo Chunhai retrieved the wild boar hide he had peeled yesterday, scraping away the residual fat with his hunting knife. Once properly prepared, this hide could be fashioned into a snowboard, immensely useful during winter hunts. Er Lengzi curiously leaned in. "How do you prepare the hide? Can I learn?" Of course, Guo Chunhai patiently demonstrated, including the techniques for curing the hide. First, scrape it clean. Then soak it in a lye solution for 3 days. Just as he spoke, a rustling sound echoed from outside the cave. The two men looked up alertly to see a plump gray squirrel leaping from a nearby red pine, its bushy tail waving like a banner. "Meat." Er Lengzi's eyes sparkled. Guo Chunhai squinted, gauging the distance. "Watch me." He picked up a small stone, flicked his wrist, and the stone flew swiftly, striking the tree trunk beside the squirrel with precision. The startled creature scurried up to a higher perch. "What a pity," Er Lengzi sighed. Guo Chunhai chuckled. "That was intentional. Squirrels have poor memories. It will return shortly." He stood up. "Let us take this opportunity to make a slingshot." "A slingshot?" Er Lengzi scratched his head. "Can that really hit a squirrel?" "It depends on who wields it," Guo Chunhai replied with a mysterious wink. In his past life, as a forest ranger, he had mastered the art of slingshot usage, capable of extinguishing candle flames from 30 paces away. They found a small oak tree nearby, where Guo Chunhai selected a Y-shaped branch, cutting it down and shaping it with his small hunting knife. "The key to a good slingshot is the rubber band," he explained while working. "Fortunately, I have an old blood pressure cuff I acquired from the clinic." In less than an hour, a sturdy slingshot was completed. Guo Chunhai tested the feel of the slingshot, nodding in satisfaction. At that moment, the gray dog returned to its original position, indulging in a pine cone. Guo Chunhai picked up a stone the size of a soybean, tucked it into his pocket, and slowly drew back the slingshot. He held his breath, his arm steady as a rock. Er Lengzi, beside him, was so tense that he dared not make a sound. With a swift whoosh, the stone flew through the air, striking the gray dog squarely on the head. The little creature fell to the ground, twitching a few times before lying still. "Incredible," Er Lengzi cheered, rushing over to retrieve the prey. "Hai Ge, you're amazing. Every shot hits the mark." Guo Chunhai smiled and replied, "Practice makes perfect. I'll teach you later." In the following hours, the two set up additional traps around the cave. Drawing from his past life experiences, Guo Chunhai selected paths frequented by wild beasts for the snares. He dug deep pits in the soft ground by the stream, sharpening wooden stakes at the bottom and cleverly covering them with branches and fallen leaves. He also positioned several pressure-triggered traps at key locations. This spot is often visited by wild boars for water. Guo Chunhai pointed to a set of hoof prints in the mud. We should set the trap in this narrow passage between two trees. Wild boars are stubborn and prefer not to take detours. Er Lengzi listened intently, occasionally posing questions. Guo Chunhai answered patiently, feeling a wave of emotions as he realized that in his previous life, it was Er Lengzi who looked after him. And now it was his turn to guide this foolish brother. By midday, they had already caught 5 gray dogs and 2 pine martens. Guo Chunhai taught Er Lengzi the technique of skinning a squirrel. Insert the knife from the inside of the hind leg. Gently glide along the flesh between the skin and meat, and avoid using brute force. Er Lengzi's hands were clumsy, and his first attempt resulted in a ragged mess. But by the 5th squirrel, he had begun to master the skill. Guo Chunhai cleaned the entrails of the prey and skewered them on a branch to roast over the fire. The fat dripped into the flames, sizzling and releasing an enticing aroma. How do you know so much? Er Lengzi mumbled, gnawing on a roasted squirrel leg. I've never seen you hunt so well before. Guo Chunhai had anticipated this question. My father taught me when he was alive. I just never had the opportunity to apply it. He shifted the topic. This afternoon, let us head downstream. There might be otters over there. After their meal, the two set off with their slingshot and hunting knife. They walked along the stream for about 2 miles when Guo Chunhai suddenly halted, crouching down to examine the ground. What's wrong? Er Lengzi asked, leaning in closer. Guo Chunhai pointed to a massive paw print in the mud. A bare paw print, fresh. The print was twice the size of an adult man's hand, with distinctly defined fingers and deep claw marks at the front. A chill ran down Guo Chunhai's spine as painful memories of disfigurement from his past life flooded back. Goodness, this bear looks quite formidable, Er Lengzi exclaimed with excitement. If we could get it, just one hide, and the bear bile could fetch us a fortune. Guo Chunhai forced himself to remain calm. Don't get your hopes up. With just the 2 of us and our equipment, encountering a bear would be tantamount to seeking our own demise. He carefully observed the direction of the paw prints. They headed north, and it was best to avoid that path for now. Although Er Lengzi felt a twinge of disappointment, he obediently nodded. The duo continued along the creek, with Guo Chunhai vigilantly attentive to the surrounding sounds. He understood that winter had arrived, and bears, needing to store fat for hibernation, would be particularly aggressive. On their return journey, they used their slingshot to catch a few gray squirrels. Er Lengzi made remarkable progress, managing to hit stationary targets within 10 paces. Each time he struck one, he danced with joy, resembling a child. Brother Hai, I've never felt this exhilarated in my life. Er Lengzi exclaimed, holding a string of squirrels, his face radiating pure delight. With meat to eat, a place to sleep, and no one scolding me for being foolish. Guo Chunhai felt a pang in his heart and patted Er Lengzi's shoulder with vigor. Good days are yet to come. By the time they returned to the cave, the sun was already dipping low. They busied themselves skinning and roasting the meat, and Guo Chunhai prepared a pot of squirrel offal soup, garnished with wild scallions and mountain pepper, its aroma wafting enticingly. Brother Hai, you eat first. Er Lengzi dutifully offered the largest piece of meat to Guo Chunhai. Accepting it, Guo Chunhai divided the meat in 2, returning the larger half to Er Lengzi. Let us share it. Er Lengzi shook his head. You taught me to hunt. Using your brain, you need to eat more. They insisted back and forth for quite some time, until Guo Chunhai feigned annoyance, prompting Er Lengzi to reluctantly accept the meat. Yet he still secretly reserved the juicier portion for Guo Chunhai. As night fell, the chilly wind howled outside, while the cave remained warm and spring-like due to the fire. Guo Chunhai, under the flickering light, repaired his slingshot, while Er Lengzi, with a scrap of cloth, attempted to sew gloves. His clumsy fingers pricked several times. Yet he persevered with joy. Brother Hai, what shall we do tomorrow? Er Lengzi yawned. Let us explore the oak forest to the east, Guo Chunhai replied without looking up. There may be some flying dragons, hazel grouse, there. In truth, he remembered that the eastern oak forest concealed an abandoned hunter's cabin, likely still holding some useful items. He had discovered it only years later in his past life, by which time the cabin had already collapsed significantly. Er Lengzi, struggling against sleep, insisted on keeping watch. Brother Hai, you sleep first, I'll tend to the fire. Before he could finish his sentence, his head began to droop. Guo Chunhai chuckled and gently helped him lie down, adding a few more sticks to the fire. As the night deepened, Guo Chunhai sat alone at the cave's entrance, gazing at the scattered lights of the distant Sanjiaten. He recalled the bear paw prints from earlier that day, and the vengeful thoughts of Zhang Yude's family swirling in his mind, yet he knew the time for that was not yet ripe. From the depths of the cave came Er Lengzi's steady snores. Guo Chunhai glanced back at the big fool, feeling a sense of reassurance. In this life, not only did he seek vengeance, but he also aimed to protect this foolish brother well. The night breeze rustled through the treetops, whispering the ancient secrets of the mountains. Guo Chunhai inhaled a deep breath of the pine-scented cold air, gripping his slingshot tightly. Tomorrow would herald a new day. Chapter 5. The Gray Fox and the Fruit Candy. As dawn broke, Guo Chunhai was roused from his slumber by the sound of a sharp crack outside the cave. Cautiously, he emerged, only to find Er Lengzi squatting by the stream, sharpening his well-worn hunting knife, the frosty breath forming a delicate frost upon his stubble. "Why are you up so early?" Guo Chunhai inquired, rubbing his hands together for warmth. In mid-October, the Xing'anling Mountains were already cold enough to penetrate one's bones. Er Lengzi looked up, his nose reddened from the chill. "Brother Hai, I was thinking of hunting a few more gray foxes today to trade for some money in town." He raised the gleaming knife. A sharp blade is essential for skinning. Guo Chunhai felt a warmth in his heart. In his previous life, Er Lengzi had always been diligent in his preparations. He crouched down, picked up a stone, and joined Er Lengzi in honing the blade. As they sharpened, Guo Chunhai explained, the tip should be honed to a finer edge. When skinning, gently lift the skin from the inner thigh, being careful not to cut too deep, as a tear will diminish its value. Er Lengzi nodded earnestly, his rough hands mimicking the motions. The morning light filtered through the treetops, illuminating his face, while his small eyes sparkled with an unusual focus. After perfecting the knife, the two shared a simple meal of leftover roasted squirrel meat before setting off with a slingshot in hand. The oak forest to the east was a paradise for gray foxes, bustling with activity as they busily gathered nuts for the winter. "Look over there," Er Lengzi suddenly whispered, pointing at a red pine not far away. A plump gray fox was indulging in a pine cone, its bushy tail flicking playfully. Guo Chunhai gestured for Er Lengzi to come closer. Nervously swallowing, Er Lengzi slowly drew back the slingshot. Whoosh! The stone whizzed past the fox's ear, startling the creature, which swiftly leapt to the treetops. "I'm so clumsy," Er Lengzi lamented, his head hanging low. "Steady your hands and hold your breath," Guo Chunhai encouraged. Patting his shoulder, "Try again." The two wove through the woods, specifically targeting areas dense with pines. By midday, they had successfully hunted 4 gray foxes. Er Lengzi's skills had improved remarkably, with the last 2 falling at the first strike. "Brother Hai, I hit it. I hit it." With each successful shot, Er Lengzi leapt about like a child, his smile radiating warmth akin to the winter sun. Guo Chunhai patiently instructed him on skinning. "Start from the back leg. Slice along the line, ensuring the skin comes off intact without any holes." Er Lengzi learned diligently, now resembling a seasoned hunter. Guo Chunhai spread the freshly skinned pelts with branches to prevent shrinking. "Do the gray fox pelts sell at the cooperative?" Er Lengzi asked cautiously as he folded the skins. "They do, and each one fetches quite a sum." Guo Chunhai recalled vividly from his past life. For pelts could buy 50 pounds of flour. Er Lengzi's eyes widened in astonishment. "Is it really that valuable? Then we must gather more." For the next 3 days, the two embarked on early morning hunts, tirelessly pursuing gray foxes. Drawing from his previous experiences, Guo Chunhai always knew where to find the greatest abundance of these elusive creatures. By the evening of the 4th day, they had amassed 25 complete skins of gray fur, securely bundled in birch bark. "Tomorrow, we shall go to town," declared Guo Chunhai, "to exchange for some winter supplies." Er Lengzi, filled with excitement, could hardly sleep that night. Before dawn, he arose to inspect the furs once more and washed his face and hands with snow water, a luxury he seldom indulged in. "There's no need to be so meticulous," Guo Chunhai chuckled. "We are heading to town," Er Lengzi replied bashfully, rubbing his hands together. "I fear I might embarrass Brother Hai." Guo Chunhai felt a tightening in his throat, recalling a time in a previous life when he had taken Er Lengzi to the county for medical treatment. The big fool had similarly refrained from voicing his agony, fearing to bring shame upon him. As dawn broke, the two set off. The town lay over 20 miles of mountainous terrain from Sanjiaden, requiring a good half-day's trek. Er Lengzi carried the furs while Guo Chunhai held several pieces of smoked squirrel meat. They passed through a grove of white birch, where the golden leaves shimmered in the morning sun. Suddenly, Er Lengzi halted, pointing at the ground. "Brother Hai, look." Guo Chunhai crouched down, his heart sinking as he beheld several fresh, enormous paw prints in the snow, unmistakably from a bear. Judging by the stride, this bear was not smaller than the one they had encountered the previous day. "Bears have been quite active lately. We must remain cautious," Guo Chunhai warned, standing up and scanning the surroundings warily. The scar from his past life seemed to throb faintly. However, Er Lengzi remained unfazed, exclaiming, "Once we sell the furs and save enough money for a gun, we shall have nothing to fear." Guo Chunhai said nothing, merely quickening his pace. He recalled that during this time in his previous life, a one-eyed old bear had been roaming nearby, injuring several hunters. By midday, they finally reached the town. Compared to Sanjiaten, the town was bustling with activity, with people bustling about and several donkey carts parked in front of the supply cooperative. Er Lengzi nervously tugged at Guo Chunhai's sleeve, his eyes darting around, taking in the sights. "Stay close to me," Guo Chunhai instructed quietly, leading Er Lengzi into the cooperative. Inside, the light was dim, and various daily necessities lined the shelves. Behind the counter sat old Wang's son, Xiao Wang, diligently calculating on an abacus. Upon noticing their entrance, he lifted his gaze. "What do you want to buy?" "We have gray fur to sell," Guo Chunhai replied, placing the birch bark bundle on the counter. Xiao Wang's interest peaked as he unwrapped the parcel to examine each skin carefully. "Good quality, no holes," he noted, manipulating the abacus. 6 yuan per piece. 150 for all 25. Guo Chunhai's heart leaped with joy, as this was slightly higher than he had anticipated. However, he maintained a composed demeanor, nodding. "All right. We shall buy some additional items." Er Lengzi, beside him, was so excited he couldn't help but rub his hands together, his eyes wide as saucers. 150 yuan. To him, this was an astronomical sum. Guo Chunhai began selecting necessities. A steel cooking pot priced at 7 yuan and 50 cents. 2 enamel jars at 1 yuan and 20 cents each, an axe for 15 yuan, a new knife for 20 yuan, 2 cotton blankets at 30 yuan, and 2 sets of cotton clothing for 30 yuan. He also requested 5 jin of salt, 2 packs of matches, and half a jin of white sugar. Furthermore, he pointed to the glass jar on the top shelf and asked for a jin of fruit candy. Xiao Wang looked at him in surprise. "Fruit candy? That's rather expensive, 3 yuan and 20 cents per jin." "I want a jin," Guo Chunhai insisted, catching a glimpse of Er Lengzi's astonished expression. Altogether, the total came to exactly 129 yuan and 80 cents. Guo Chunhai used the remaining 2 jiao to buy Er Lengzi a candied hawthorn, making the big fellow nearly leap with joy. "Brother Hai, this is just 2. Er Lengzi stammered, clutching the bag of fruit candy with trembling hands. "Let us go eat," Guo Chunhai said, securing the newly purchased blankets on his back as he led Er Lengzi to the state-run restaurant in town. The aroma of stewed meat wafted through the air, and a few individuals clad in cadre uniforms sat at wooden tables. Guo Chunhai ordered 2 dishes. 2 bowls of pork stewed with vermicelli, and 5 large buns, spending 1 yuan and 6 jiao since he had no grain coupons. Er Lengzi was drenched in sweat as he devoured every morsel, leaving not a drop of soup behind. "Brother Hai, I've never tasted such delicious food," Er Lengzi said, caressing his round belly with blissful squinted eyes. After their meal, the 2 men headed back with their purchases. As they passed the post office, Guo Chunhai paused, spending 5 cents to buy a stamp and some stationery, and used the counter to write a letter. "Who are you writing to?" Er Lengzi inquired curiously. "The County Forestry Bureau," Guo Chunhai replied succinctly, offering no further explanation. Unbeknownst to him at the time, Zhang Yud and the head of the logging team had long been reported for timber trafficking, but the matter had been suppressed. This time, he intended to lay the groundwork in advance. On their return journey, Er Lengzi cradled the bag of fruit candy as if it were a treasure, occasionally taking it out to smell, but reluctant to eat it. Guo Chunhai found it both amusing and poignant when Er Lengzi was not looking. He unwrapped a piece and popped it into his mouth. "Is it sweet?" Guo Chunhai asked nonchalantly. With the candy in his mouth, Er Lengzi's eyes suddenly welled with tears. "It's truly sweet," he said, wiping his face and smiling bashfully. "When my mother was alive, she bought me one, just one." Guo Chunhai felt a surge of emotion, quickening his pace to distance himself. In his previous life, Er Lengzi had clutched half a piece of candy in his pocket until his dying day, claiming it was to nourish his body. As the sun dipped low in the west, the 2 returned to the vicinity of Sanjiaten to avoid the villagers. They took a detour along a back mountain path. Upon reaching a thicket, Guo Chunhai suddenly halted, signaling Er Lengzi to remain silent. In the snow ahead, a distinct trail of bear paw prints led in the direction of their cave. The deep prints indicated a bear of considerable weight. The wide stride suggested it was moving swiftly. This was a bear in an active state, likely the very one they had encountered a few days prior. "Brother Hai, what should we do?" Er Lengzi whispered, his hand already reaching for the newly purchased knife. Guo Chunhai gestured for him to retreat. "Let us not return to the cave just yet. The bear may still be nearby." The 2 quietly withdrew to a high ground, observing the cave from a distance. The entrance appeared undamaged, yet the surrounding bushes showed clear signs of being trampled. "You wait here. I will go take a look," Guo Chunhai said, fastening his newly purchased axe to his waist and gripping his hunting knife in hand. Er Lengzi seized him. "No, it's too dangerous." Guo Chunhai shook his head. "I need to confirm whether the bear has left. Otherwise, I want he sleeps soundly tonight." He crouched low and cautiously approached the cave, each step deliberate. As he neared the entrance, an overwhelming stench assaulted him. Guo Chunhai's heart raced. This was the unmistakable odor of a bear. Scattered on the snowy ground at the cave's mouth were several strands of black fur, alongside a patch of frozen droppings. Holding his breath, he strained to listen. The cave was eerily silent, seemingly devoid of life. He slowly retreated and shook his head at the waiting Er Lengzi. The bear has been here, but should have left. We cannot stay here tonight. It's too perilous. Then where shall we go? Er Lengzi, clutching his newly bought quilt, looked bewildered. Guo Chunhai pondered for a moment. Let us head to the abandoned charcoal kiln to the east. We shall make do for one night. Tomorrow, I will devise a plan to deal with this bear. Er Lengzi's eyes suddenly brightened. Brother Hai, can we hunt the bear? The hide is worth a fortune. Guo Chunhai smiled wryly. He had once thought the same in a past life and had nearly lost his life. However, the circumstances were different now. He possessed experience, preparation, and the capable assistance of Er Lengzi. Let us assess the situation first, he replied cautiously. We must leave this place. Nightfall approaches. The two stealthily departed the vicinity of the cave, making their way toward the old charcoal kiln. The setting sun elongated their shadows, casting a cold gleam upon the newly acquired axe and hunting knife in the twilight. Chapter 6. The Elk of the First Ridge at Dawn. Guo Chunhai heard Er Lengzi outside the cave, panting with exertion. He emerged from the charcoal kiln, their temporary refuge, to find Er Lengzi swinging the newly bought axe to chop firewood, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead in the morning light. Why are you up so early again? Guo Chunhai rubbed his numbed hands. In October, the Khingan Mountains were cold enough in the morning to turn breath into frost. Er Lengzi wiped his brow and grinned. Brother Hai, I was thinking you should set more traps today. The hares are becoming increasingly elusive. Guo Chunhai nodded. Indeed, in recent days, the squirrels had noticeably dwindled. Sometimes it took an entire day to catch just one or two. Let us eat first, he said, turning back to the kiln, clearing the ashes from the stove, and stoking the fire to boil some porridge. Their current lodging was a dilapidated charcoal kiln, more rudimentary than the previous cave. Yet it offered some shelter from the wind and snow. Following the discovery of the black bear's activities near the cave, the two had relocated here. The porridge was ready, a mixture of cornmeal and leftover wild boar meat from the previous day. The simpleton devoured 3 large bowls of food voraciously, then eagerly grabbed the rope and hunting knife. Brother Hai, I am going to check the snares by the creek. Wait, let's go together. Guo Chunhai quickly tidied up the bowls and chopsticks, slinging his axe and hunting knife over his shoulder to follow. The two of them ventured along the frozen creek to inspect the snares they had set a few days prior. The first 3 snares were empty, but the fourth held a gaunt greyhound. So small, the simpleton lamented as he removed the catch. This hide will sell for no more than 4 yuan. Guo Chunhai remained silent, continuing forward. Suddenly, he halted and gestured for the simpleton to be quiet. From 50 meters ahead, the underbrush crackled, as if something was gnawing on tree bark. The two crouched low and crept closer, parting the bushes to reveal a half-grown wild boar engrossed in gnawing at the roots of an oak tree. The boar weighed around 70 to 80 pounds. Its tusks just beginning to protrude, showing little sign of aggression. Guo Chunhai gently tapped the simpleton's shoulder, pointed to his eyes, and then to the wild boar, indicating, "You keep watch, I'll take care of it." He slowly unslung his axe and stealthily approached. It must be said that Guo Chunhai was in excellent physical condition, and with a swift swing of the axe, the boar collapsed, its legs twitching briefly before lying still. "We got it," the simpleton cheered, rushing forward and nearly slipping on the ice. Guo Chunhai examined their catch. The axe had cleanly severed the boar's neck, delivering a swift death. They processed the boar on the spot, ensuring the hide remained intact, and divided the meat into several large pieces wrapped in birch bark. On their return to the charcoal kiln, the simpleton was as excited as a child. "Brother Hai, how much can we sell this wild boar for? Let's see if the supply and marketing cooperative will buy it. If sold whole, 60 yuan should be reasonable." Guo Chunhai calculated. That will buy us quite a bit. The simpleton counted on his fingers. "We've got enough food. No need to buy more. Let us save up for a gun. And can we also buy some fruit candies?" Unable to suppress a laugh, Guo Chunhai replied, "Sure, I'll buy you 2 Jean." Upon returning to the kiln, the two had a simple lunch before dragging the wild boar towards town. This time, they avoided the main road and took a shortcut over a hill. The boar was bound to a makeshift sled, and although the simpleton was sweating profusely from the effort, he remained undeterred. Upon reaching the cooperative, Old Wang personally came out to inspect the goods, squinting as he turned the wild boar over several times. "A fine yellow-haired specimen, very tender and fresh. I'll give you 65 for the whole thing. How does that sound?" Guo Chunhai felt a surge of joy at the higher-than-expected offer. Though he maintained a composed demeanor, simply nodding, "All right, whatever you say." Guo Chunhai strategically purchased a bottle of liquor not for drinking, but for treating wounds. As they were about to leave, he indeed bought the simpleton 2 gene of fruit candies, much to the delight of the simpleton who rubbed his hands together in glee. That lad from the Guo family. Just as they were about to depart, a rough voice called out to them. Guo Chunhai turned around to see a robust man with a full beard standing at the entrance of the supply cooperative, clad in a bearskin vest and bearing a hunting knife at his waist. It was Zhao, the renowned old hunter from the nearby Sanjiaten. "Uncle Zhao," Guo Chunhai greeted politely. Zhao approached, his gaze fixed on the supplies they had just acquired. "I hear you've been hunting quite a few gray rabbits lately?" "Not bad, just making a living," Guo Chunhai replied cautiously. Zhao suddenly lowered his voice. "There's a sizable elk over by the first ridge. If you have the courage, you might try your luck." He patted Guo Chunhai on the shoulder. "Deer antlers are quite valuable now. One can trade for a radio." With that, he ambled away, leaving Guo Chunhai and Er Lengzi exchanging glances. "Brother Hai, what's an elk?" Er Lengzi inquired curiously. "It's a large deer. One elk is worth 3 or 4 wild boars like the ones we see today," Guo Chunhai explained, already formulating a plan in his mind. In his previous life, he had only hunted his first elk in his 30s, and that experience was unforgettable. On their way back to the coal mine, the two excitedly discussed the elk. Upon learning that an elk could sell for 200 to 300 yuan, Er Lengzi's eyes widened. "Does that mean we would strike it rich?" "It's not that simple." Guo Chunhai tempered his enthusiasm. "Elks are very alert. They vanish at the slightest disturbance. Moreover, the terrain at First Ridge is complex, and there are bears roaming about this season. But we have axes and hunting knives." Er Lengzi confidently patted his back, emboldened. Guo Chunhai chose not to elaborate further. Yet a plan was already forming in his mind. If they managed to hunt an elk, not only would they secure provisions for the winter, but they could also save enough to purchase a second-hand rifle. The following morning, they set off towards the first ridge with ropes, axes, hunting knives, and their trusty knives. The first ridge was several miles from the coal mine, and it took them half a day to arrive. The area was elevated, with sparse trees and exposed rocks. A favored feeding ground for elks. "Look for hoof prints and droppings," Guo Chunhai instructed in a hushed tone. Elk prints are larger than those of roe deer and more widely split. Er Lengzi took this to heart, and soon discovered clear hoof prints in a patch of soft earth. "Brother Hai, is this one?" Guo Chunhai crouched to examine the prints, his heart leaping with joy indeed. "And it's a male. Judging by the depth, it's quite large." He pointed to the broken bushes nearby. "This is where it has fed. Fresh, not more than a day old." Following the tracks, they soon encountered more signs: chewed branches, scattered droppings, and fur caught on a tree. From these clues, Guo Chunhai deduced that there were likely 3 to 4 elks nearby, at least one being an adult male. "Look over there," Er Lengzi suddenly whispered, pointing towards a distant slope. Guo Chunhai squinted and saw, 300 meters away at the edge of the tree line, several brown-gray figures moving. Even from such a distance, their size was unmistakably larger than the common roe deer. "It's an elk." Guo Chunhai's heart raced as he whispered, "Stay quiet," and move slowly. The two men crouched low, utilizing the cover of shrubs and rocks to advance. When they were approximately 200 meters away, Guo Chunhai signaled to halt. He scrutinized the herd of deer, noting 3 does and a magnificent buck. The buck was robust, its antlers resembling 2 small trees with at least 1 fork. "We must devise a way to bring down that stag," Guo Chunhai murmured. "The antlers are valuable." He gradually rose, formulating a plan, and began to stealthily approach the majestic creature. Just as he was about to close the distance, a sharp whistle echoed in the distance. The herd immediately lifted their heads in alarm and, before Guo Chunhai could react, darted into the woods like lightning. "Damn it," Guo Chunhai cursed. "Someone has startled the deer." Er Lengzi looked around in confusion. "Who?" "I don't see anyone." Guo Chunhai remained silent and hastened in the direction the deer had vanished. They pursued for about half an hour, only discovering a few fresh tracks, while the deer had long disappeared. "Forget it. No luck today," Guo Chunhai remarked, glancing at the sky. "Let us find a place to spend the night and continue the search tomorrow." The two men set up a rudimentary campsite in a sheltered spot, constructing a makeshift shelter from branches and tarpaulin. Guo Chunhai kindled a fire, while Er Lengzi used a newly purchased steel pot to prepare a pot of noodle soup, seasoning it with a touch of salt and wild onions, filling the air with a delightful aroma. While they were enjoying their meal, snowflakes began to drift down from the sky. Initially sparse, they quickly transformed into a heavy snowfall, accompanied by howling northern winds. "This is bad." Guo Chunhai frowned at the intensifying snow. "It won't stop anytime soon." Er Lengzi, however, was unfazed. "We have a shelter, so we're fine. Guo Chunhai shook his head. It's not about the shelter. The heavy snow will cover all traces, and we won't be able to find the deer tomorrow. As predicted, after a night of wind and snow, the next day the entire world had turned white. The snow was deep enough to reach their ankles, completely obliterating any signs of wildlife. They wandered nearby all morning, but yielded no results. Brother Hai, shall we continue searching? Er Lengzi asked, stamping his feet against the cold, his nose turning red. Guo Chunhai glanced at the overcast sky. Let us head back. In this weather, the deer want to be active. The return journey proved far more arduous than the outward trek. The snow concealed the familiar path, forcing them to take a longer route. Halfway through, Er Lengzi suddenly stumbled, plunging into a snowdrift. Are you all right? Guo Chunhai quickly pulled him out. I think I twisted my ankle. Er Lengzi grimaced, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Without hesitation, Guo Chunhai slung both their packs onto his back and supported Er Lengzi as they moved slowly onward. The snowfall intensified, visibility diminished, and the two men trudged through the storm like two moving snowmen. Brother Hai, I'm a burden to you, Er Lengzi said, feeling guilty. Be quiet. Conserve your strength for the journey. Guo Chunhai tightened his grip on him. In a previous life, Er Lengzi had carried him for dozens of miles through the snow to seek medical attention in town. This difficulty was but a small obstacle in comparison. Before darkness descended, the two men finally glimpsed the silhouette of the charcoal kiln. Er Lengzi's ankle had swollen to the size of a steamed bun, each step eliciting sharp gasps of pain. Upon entering the kiln, Guo Chunhai immediately kindled a fire for warmth and then examined Er Lengzi's injury. The ankle glistened from swelling, yet it seemed the bone was intact. Bear with it, Guo Chunhai instructed, pouring some liquor into his palm and vigorously massaging Er Lengzi's ankle. Despite the excruciating pain that made him break out in cold sweat, Er Lengzi remained silent. After the massage, Guo Chunhai soaked a cloth in snowmelt to apply a cold compress. Did you give me your padded coat? Er Lengzi suddenly noticed that Guo Chunhai was only wearing a thin sweater. I'm not cold, Guo Chunhai replied, not lifting his head as he continued to tend to the injury. Outside the kiln, the wind howled and snow swirled, with temperatures plummeting. Due to his foot injury, Er Lengzi fell asleep early, while Guo Chunhai dared not close his eyes, occasionally adding wood to the fire. In the latter half of the night, he noticed Er Lengzi shivering in his sleep and quietly draped his padded coat and blanket over him. When dawn broke, the snow had ceased, but the temperatures were even lower. Er Lengzi's foot had improved enough for him to walk with difficulty. The two decided to return to the cave they had left several days prior to check if the bear had returned. Approaching the cave, Guo Chunhai suddenly halted Er Lengzi, pointing to the snow near the entrance where several fresh, enormous paw prints were embedded, larger than those they had seen before. That damned bear has indeed been here, Er Lengzi whispered, unconsciously touching the hunting knife at his waist. Guo Chunhai signaled him to remain quiet and cautiously advanced towards the cave, gripping his knife. The snow near the cave entrance had been scraped away, revealing several strands of black fur and a pungent, bloody odor. What alarmed Guo Chunhai most was the deep claw marks on the tree trunk at the entrance, soaring over 2 meters high, indicating that the bear, when standing, was taller than him and weighed at least 400 pounds. Are we going in? Er Lengzi asked nervously. Guo Chunhai shook his head. Too dangerous. This bear has claimed this territory and may return at any moment. The two retreated to a safe distance. Guo Chunhai's brow furrowed. Memories of his previous life's disfigurement resurfaced. Yet this time he felt no fear. Rebirth had granted him a second chance, along with the possibility of vengeance. Er Lengzi, he suddenly said, do you want to undertake something grand? What do you mean? Hunting the bear. Guo Chunhai fixed his gaze on the paw prints, his voice icy. It's either it dies, or we perish. Chapter 7. The bear dominates the cave. Er Lengzi's eyes widened in disbelief, his throat bobbing. Hunt the bear? Just the two of us? Guo Chunhai remained silent, bending down to pick up a strand of black bear fur, twisting it between his fingers. The fur was coarse and stiff, with flakes of skin at the root, evidently left behind as the bear had rubbed against the tree. This creature weighs no less than 400 pounds. He squinted as he assessed the height of the claw marks on the trunk. In its prime, ferocious. Er Lengzi swallowed hard, instinctively touching his newly purchased knife. Brother Hai, I'll follow your lead. If you say to do it, we shall. Guo Chunhai felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Let us first return to the charcoal kiln and strategize. Guo Chunhai patted Er Lengzi on the shoulder, stating that hunting bears was no trivial matter and required thorough preparation. The two retraced their steps, leaving a pair of deep and shallow footprints in the snow. Er Lengzi, still nursing an injury, struggled to keep pace but remained silent. Observing this, Guo Chunhai deliberately slowed his stride. Upon returning to the charcoal kiln, Guo Chunhai immediately kindled a fire to boil water and tended to Er Lengzi's injured foot. Brother Hai, are you truly planning to hunt a bear? Er Lengzi inquired curiously. Wincing in pain, Guo Chunhai, using a cloth soaked in liquor, gently wiped Er Lengzi's swollen ankle. Indeed, that creature has fixated on our cave. It appears intent on making it its lair. If we do not eliminate it, we will struggle to survive the winter. I worry that this charcoal kiln may not withstand a fierce blizzard. He paused, continuing, moreover, bear skins and gallbladders are exceedingly valuable. They could furnish us with ample provisions. Er Lengzi's eyes brightened. Can we buy a gun? If we succeed, we might be able to purchase two, Guo Chunhai replied with a grin. There may even be enough left over for you to find a wife. Er Lengzi's face flushed crimson, leaving him speechless. Guo Chunhai ceased his teasing and focused intently on devising a bear hunting strategy. In his previous life, he had hunted bears, but only with a rifle at his disposal. Now, armed solely with an axe, a hunting knife, and a dagger, the task was significantly more daunting. However, it was not entirely impossible. Seasoned hunters had often used traps and spears to capture bears. Er Lengzi, tomorrow I will make another trip to the supply cooperative in town, Guo Chunhai remarked suddenly. I intend to purchase several dozen meters of sturdy hemp rope and some chili powder. Chili powder? Er Lengzi asked, bewildered. For stewing bear meat? Guo Chunhai smiled mysteriously. You will understand in due time. The following morning, Guo Chunhai set out for town. By noon, he returned, not only with the rope and chili powder, but also with a piece of smoked horse meat. Where did this come from? Er Lengzi asked, astonished. Guo Chunhai grinned proudly. I bought it especially for you. This horse meat is hearty. It will give you strength and expedite the healing of your leg. A wave of emotion washed over Er Lengzi, realizing that aside from his mother, this was the first time someone had gone out of their way to buy meat for him to help restore his health. He fished a piece of fruit candy from his pocket, insisting on giving it to Guo Chunhai. You foolish brother, Guo Chunhai ruffled Er Lengzi's hair. Save the candy for yourself. But Er Lengzi insisted earnestly. Brother Hai teaches me to hunt and bought me a new cotton jacket. I must repay you. Feeling a lump in his throat, Guo Chunhai quickly turned to fiddle with the wooden stakes, concealing his emotions. After lunch, Guo Chunhai remained at the charcoal kiln, crafting several pointed wooden stakes with his hunting knife, each as thick as an arm and over a meter long, with one end sharpened to a deadly point. He also gathered some resilient vines to weave into ropes. These techniques were learned from an old hunter of the Awakens tribe in his past life, specifically for dealing with large beasts. In the days that followed, both men dedicated themselves wholly to preparing for the bear hunt. Guo Chunhai crafted several large lasso traps using hemp ropes and wooden stakes, meticulously arranging them around the cave. He also fashioned a rudimentary catapult from vines, capable of launching fist-sized stones. Most crucially, he prepared a special bundle of chili bombs, wrapped in tree bark and encased in cloth soaked in resin, which, when ignited, would produce a pungent smoke. The bear's sense of smell is acute. This will disorient it, Guo Chunhai explained while working. Er Lengzi listened intently, occasionally sharing his own ideas. Although many were impractical, some were insightful. For instance, his suggestion to scatter honey near the traps was indeed adopted by Guo Chunhai. On the third morning, all preparations were complete. Both men were fully equipped. Guo Chunhai carried an axe and a hunting knife at his waist, while Er Lengzi bore the catapult on his shoulder, gripping a sharp wooden stake. Their new cotton jackets were stuffed with straw, providing warmth and protection against scratches. Remember the plan, Guo Chunhai reiterated before they set off. I will lure the bear out. You hide behind the trap. As soon as it appears, strike its head with the catapult. If it chases you, run towards the trap. Er Lengzi nodded earnestly, a rare glint of sharpness in his small eyes. Brother Hai, you can count on me. I won't let you down. The two approached the cave stealthily, catching a whiff of a foul odor from within. The bear was still inside. Guo Chunhai signaled for Er Lengzi to take cover at the designated spot while he edged closer to the cave entrance. With each step, memories of past bear attacks flooded his mind, and the old scar on his right cheek seemed to throb anew. Yet, he pressed on, bolstered by his preparations, experience, and the steadfast presence of Er Lengzi. Stopping 20 meters from the cave entrance, Guo Chunhai retrieved the specially crafted chili bomb from his pocket, igniting the fuse with a match. Once the cloth began to burn, he hurled it into the cave. Roar! Simultaneously, a thunderous growl erupted from within, reverberating through the rock walls. Guo Chunhai quickly retreated behind a large tree, gripping his axe tightly. Bang! Er Lengzi's catapult released a fist-sized stone that struck the rock face above the cave entrance, sending debris flying. This was not part of the plan. The bear had yet to emerge. Just as Guo Chunhai was about to call out to stop him, a colossal shadow burst forth from the cave. It was an astonishingly large black bear, standing nearly 2 meters tall, with a distinct white crescent-shaped marking on its chest. Its blood-red eyes and frothing mouth revealed its furious state, aggravated by the chili bomb smoke. That crescent, Guo Chunhai gasped. This beast had already injured 4 or 5 hunters. Known for its ferocity. Brother Hai, it's out. Er Lengzi shouted in excitement, completely oblivious to the need for concealment. The black bear immediately pivoted towards the source of the noise, rearing up and unleashing a deafening roar before charging at Er Lengzi with astonishing speed. Run. Stick to the plan. Guo Chunhai shouted, darting out from behind the tree, swinging his axe to divert the bear's attention. Er Lengzi turned to flee, but his foot injury hampered his speed. As the black bear closed in, Guo Chunhai, in a moment of desperation, swung his arm and hurled the axe. The axe whirled through the air, slicing into the bear's hind leg. The bear let out a pained growl and turned to pounce on Guo Chunhai. Anticipating this, Guo Chunhai sprinted towards the designated trap area. The bear pursued relentlessly, its massive weight causing the ground to tremble beneath it. Just 10 meters from the trap, Guo Chunhai abruptly veered to the side, and the bear, driven by its own momentum, charged past him. With a thunderous crash, its colossal body plunged into the cleverly concealed pit, sharp wooden stakes piercing its abdomen. The bear let out a tormented roar, struggling to escape. Seizing the opportunity, Guo Chunhai retrieved the axe and circled to the opposite side of the trap. Er Lengzi, the rope, he shouted. Er Lengzi immediately tossed the prepared lasso. Guo Chunhai deftly caught it, ensnaring one of the bear's forelegs, and swiftly secured the rope around a sturdy tree. Pull. Er Lengzi exerted all his strength, tightening the rope to secure the bear's limb. The bear thrashed wildly, its other paw clawing at the air, the sharp claws grazing Guo Chunhai's face several times. Lasso its other leg, Guo Chunhai yelled, swinging the axe to divert the bear's attention. Er Lengzi threw another lasso, this time ensnaring the bear's other foreleg. Together, they tightened their hold, temporarily restraining the 400-pound beast within the trap. Now what? Er Lengzi gasped, sweat and snow mingling on his face. Guo Chunhai wiped the blood from his face, unaware of when the bear's claws had broken his skin. We outlasted, he replied tersely, drawing a dagger from his waist. The stake has already injured its insides. It will bleed out. Yet the bear's vitality exceeded their expectations. Despite the wound in its abdomen, it continued to thrash furiously, even snapping a rope tied to the tree. Not good, Guo Chunhai exclaimed as he saw one of the securing ropes about to break, rushing forward to deliver a blow. In that critical moment, the bear suddenly surged, breaking free from all restraints and swiping at Guo Chunhai. Just in time, Er Lengzi lunged forward, pushing Guo Chunhai aside. But he was struck by the bear's paw on his shoulder, his cotton jacket torn open, blood gushing forth. Er Lengzi. Guo Chunhai's eyes widened with fury as he raised the axe to strike the bear's head. The bear deftly dodged, the axe merely grazing its ear. The injured creature became even more ferocious, turning to lunge at Guo Chunhai. With no time to evade, he was struck in the chest by the bear's paw, propelled several meters back, crashing heavily onto the snow. He felt a couple of ribs crack, his breath becoming labored. The bear rose on its hind legs, poised to deliver a fatal blow. In that life-and-death moment, Er Lengzi, appearing from nowhere, brandished a sharp wooden stake and plunged it fiercely into the bear's flank. The bear emitted a piercing wail, turning to swat Er Lengzi away. He flew through the air like a rag doll, landing motionless in the snow. Er Lengzi. Guo Chunhai struggled to rise, disregarding the excruciating pain in his chest, and seized the fallen dagger, charging towards the black bear. The bear, having lost considerable blood, moved sluggishly. Yet its dying retaliation posed a greater peril. Guo Chunhai adeptly maneuvered to the creature's flank, taking advantage of its moment of vulnerability, and plunged the knife into the bear's armpit, the location of its heart. The bear emitted a final mournful cry before crashing to the ground, convulsing a few times before lying still. With little time to assess his quarry, Guo Chunhai staggered over to Er Lengzi, who lay pale and bloodied, his shoulder a gruesome sight, yet still breathing. Fool, why did you shield me? Guo Chunhai's voice trembled as he cautiously lifted Er Lengzi onto his back and made his way towards the cave. The stench of bear lingered heavily within, but there was no time to dwell on it. He kindled a fire, using liquor to cleanse Er Lengzi's wounds before applying ointment and binding them with clean cloth strips. After completing these tasks, fatigue engulfed him, and the pain in his chest intensified. However, he dared not rest. Forcing himself to the cave entrance to conceal the black bear's carcass beneath the snow, lest the scent attract other predators. Upon returning, Er Lengzi had regained consciousness. Weakly smiling at him. Brother Hai, is the bear dead? Yes, Guo Chunhai replied, kneeling beside him, his voice hoarse. "How are you?" "I'm fine, just a bit of pain." Er Lengzi attempted to sit up, but grimaced in agony. Guo Chunhai pressed him down. "Do not move. Your wounds may reopen." He added more wood to the fire, warming the cave gradually. "Brother Hai, you are truly remarkable." Er Lengzi gazed at him with admiration. "We took down such a massive bear together." Guo Chunhai shook his head. "You saved me. If not for that wooden stake of yours." His words faltered, his throat constricted. Yet, Er Lengzi chuckled innocently. "I promised to share good food and drink with Brother Hai. I cannot go back on my word." Unable to contain his emotions any longer, tears streamed down Guo Chunhai's face. In his previous life, Er Lengzi had fallen into an icy pit while searching for food for him. And now he had nearly sacrificed his life again. "Fool," he wiped his face. "Rest now. I will extract the bear's gallbladder and deal with the meat tomorrow." Content. Er Lengzi closed his eyes, and soon soft snores filled the cave. Outside, Guo Chunhai retrieved the dagger and began to carefully incise the bear's abdomen. Recalling the gall extraction technique he had learned from the Avinki hunters in his past life, the blade sliced through the fur with a crisp sound, revealing a layer of yellowish-white fat. Guo Chunhai proceeded with caution, fearful of piercing the gallbladder. When the deep green sac finally appeared intact before him, he exhaled in relief. Its condition was pristine, nearly the size of an adult's fist, glistening like emeralds against the snow. Chapter 8. Selling Gall. Buying guns. As the morning light seeped through the crevice of the cave entrance, Guo Chunhai's fingers had grown numb from the cold. He rubbed his hands together, exhaling a cloud of white vapor, and, taking advantage of the dim light, examined Er Lengzi's injuries. The large fool remained deep in slumber. The bandages beneath his cotton jacket stained with a small patch of dark red, yet fortunately showing no signs of worsening. As the dim light flickered, Haiga suddenly opened his eyes, his voice frail as that of a sickly feline. "Is Xiong still outside?" he inquired weakly. Guo Chunhai added a log to the fire, responding, "He lies buried in the snow outside. Remain still, I shall take care of it." Outside the cave, a small mound had formed in the snow. Guo Chunhai began to excavate the snow, revealing the frozen carcass of the black bear, solid as ice. He commenced his task with fervor. "Goodness!" A voice of admiration erupted from behind him. Startled, Guo Chunhai turned to see Wang the gunner standing a short distance away, his dogskin hat adorned with frost, clearly having traveled a considerable distance. "Grandfather Wang, how did you?" "I heard the bear's roar yesterday and surmised you had succeeded." Wang the gunner squatted down, prodding the bear's corpse with his pipe. "A crescent bear, huh? This creature has wreaked havoc on countless hunters." Guo Chunhai eyed the elder warily. "You won't, rest assured. I shan't infringe upon your livelihood." Wang the gunner grinned, revealing a few yellowed teeth. "I merely came to see if you two had toiled excessively. Are you injured?" Er Lengzi was given a gentle pat. "I'm fine." How badly are you hurt, foolish boy?" Inside the cave, upon seeing Wang the gunner's entrance, Er Lengzi struggled to sit up, only to be firmly restrained by the elder. "Stay still. Let me examine your wounds." He unwrapped the bandages, scrutinizing the injury. "Not too bad. Nothing major is broken. My medicinal ointment worked, didn't it?" Er Lengzi chuckled sheepishly, nodding. "It worked wonders." The pain subsided once applied. Wang the gunner retrieved a small porcelain vial from his pocket, tossing it to Guo Chunhai. "Use this next. Change it every 3 days." He then gestured towards the bear's body. "The gallbladder, right? It must be dried in the shade, otherwise it will lose its shape and value." Guo Chunhai nodded, retrieving the gallbladder from the corner of the cave, previously washed, and presented it for Wang the gunner's inspection. "Ah, you have a knack for this." Wang the gunner's eyes sparkled. "Who taught you this skill?" "I learned from books." Guo Chunhai deflected, hastily shifting the conversation. "Grandfather Wang, how much is this gallbladder worth?" The elder squinted, calculating. "A whole one could fetch over 300 at the supply cooperative in the county. If you encounter a desperate herbal trader, it might even reach 400. Er Lengzi gasped in astonishment. "So much? That could buy a considerable amount of flour." Wang the gunner laughed heartily, patting Er Lengzi's head. "You simpleton, all you think about is food. This money is enough to procure a decent firearm." After the elder departed, Guo Chunhai resumed his meticulous work on the remaining bear carcass. The hide needed to be carefully skinned, avoiding any tears. The forepaws were to be severed with skin and claws intact. The meat was to be cut into large chunks and buried in the snow for preservation. By the time the sun reached its zenith, Guo Chunhai had completed the task. "Hai Go, take a break." Er Lengzi observed Guo Chunhai's bloodied hands with concern. Guo Chunhai shook his head, rubbing his hands with snow. "I must finish while it is fresh. You rest. I shall call you when I am done." As the sun began its descent, the entire bear was finally processed. Guo Chunhai was utterly exhausted, his back unable to straighten. Yet gazing at the spoils piled within the cave, a wave of long-forgotten accomplishment surged within him. In his previous life, he had not hunted his first bear until he was in his 30s, but now, having been reborn for less than a month, he had achieved this feat that night. Er Lengzi developed a mild fever, mumbling incoherently in his delirium. Guo Chunhai kept vigil throughout the night, constantly replacing the cold cloth on his forehead. As dawn approached, Er Lengzi's fever finally subsided, allowing Guo Chunhai to briefly close his eyes. The following morning, Guo Chunhai fashioned a rudimentary sled from branches and ropes, carefully packing the bear's skin, paws, and some of the meat, then thoroughly covering it with dried grass and tattered cloth. "I'll make a trip to the county town and return by tomorrow at the latest," he said, pressing a hunting knife into Er Lengzi's hand. "There are provisions by the stove and enough firewood to last 2 days. If anyone inquires, just tell them I went to the town to fetch medicine." Er Lengzi anxiously grasped his jacket. "Brother Hai, the county is far. Do not worry, the territory of the crescent moon is now secure." Guo Chunhai reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. "When I return, we'll have the means to purchase firearms." The mountain path, blanketed in snow, was particularly treacherous. The sled carved deep grooves in the snow, and Guo Chunhai's cotton coat quickly became soaked with sweat, only to freeze into a rigid shell in the biting wind. By midday, he paused beneath an old elm tree and gnawed on a couple of frozen corn cakes. In the distance, he heard a crackling sound. A half-grown wild boar was foraging through the snow. Guo Chunhai instinctively reached for his waist, only to remember he had left his axe in the cave for Er Lengzi's protection. As evening approached, the low walls of the county town finally came into view. Compared to his memories, the 1983 county town appeared even more dilapidated, with gray, worn houses clustered around a few red brick buildings, the tallest of which barely reached 3 stories. The supply and marketing cooperative stood to the east of the intersection, its facade significantly larger than that of the town, with glass display cabinets showcasing enamel basins and thermos bottles among other daily necessities. Guo Chunhai did not rush inside. Instead, he squatted across the street for a while, observing the ebb and flow of people. It was not until he spotted an old man in a blue cloth coat emerging with a fox skin that he dragged his sled over. Behind the counter stood a bespectacled middle-aged man, busily clicking an abacus. Without lifting his gaze, he inquired, "What do you want?" "I'm selling bear goods," Guo Chunhai replied in a hushed tone. The man's fingers paused momentarily, and he raised his eyes to assess him, alive or dead. "Dead. Crescent moon." Immediately, the bespectacled man set aside the abacus and moved to the front of the counter. "Let me see the goods." As Guo Chunhai unveiled the items, the bear's skin shimmered with a dark luster under the oil lamp, while the 4 bear paws were neatly arranged beside it. The man examined each item meticulously, especially scrutinizing the damaged areas of the bear's skin, which Guo Chunhai had fortunately mended in advance with a bone needle. "The hide is quite good, though there is a patched area on the back." The man adjusted his glasses. "With the paws and meat combined with the skin, I can offer you 480. A surge of joy welled up in Guo Chunhai, as this amount exceeded Wang Pao Shou's estimate. Yet he maintained an impassive expression. 580. "I Haven tea even brought the crescent moon's gallbladder, once it's dried. I'll bring it here as well, which is worth at least 350. The bespectacled man narrowed his eyes. "You seem quite knowledgeable, young lad. Which village are you from?" "The old Linchong area," Guo Chunhai replied vaguely. 570. "If that won't do, I'll head to the regional supply cooperative." After a round of haggling, they settled on 540 yuan. The bespectacled man handed over a thick bundle of cash, which Guo Chunhai meticulously counted twice before sliding it into his inner pocket. Exiting the supply cooperative, the night had fully enveloped the surroundings. As he walked along the dark path, Guo Chunhai felt the weight of his bulging pocket and decided to indulge himself by staying at a state-run hotel for the night. The communal dormitory, costing 50 cents, exuded a musty odor from the bedding, yet it was vastly preferable to sleeping in the snow. His roommate was a transportation driver, munching on steamed buns with pickles. Noticing Guo Chunhai's youth and solitude, he curiously inquired, "What line of work are you in, young man?" "Hunting," Guo Chunhai succinctly replied, pressing the pocket containing his money beneath his pillow. The driver, intrigued, remarked, "I've heard recently that a crescent moon has injured quite a few people. Has anyone in your area been hunting it?" A pang of anxiety gripped Guo Chunhai, who nonchalantly responded, "I haven't heard anything. If someone had caught it, the news would have spread by now." That night, his sleep was restless, frequently stirring to check his money pouch. At the break of dawn, he rose and wandered through the morning market. The county's morning market bustled with tenfold the activity of the towns, with shouts ringing out in chorus. Guo Chunhai spent a yuan on 2.5 pounds of egg cake, a favorite treat of Er Lengzi. The return journey felt significantly lighter. With the sled now empty and the surprise for Er Lengzi tucked in his coat, Guo Chunhai even began to hum a cheerful tune. As he passed a grove of hazelnut trees, he abruptly halted. Fresh footprints in the snow indicated that someone had recently passed through, deliberately veering off the main path. Guo Chunhai's senses heightened, and his hand instinctively reached for the knife concealed in his coat. In these times, traveling alone with a large sum of money made one an easy target. "Come out, I see you," he called out deliberately. 3 men emerged from the thicket. The leader's face a mass of flesh, with the word loyal tattooed on his arm, a quintessential thug. The other 2 were younger, each wielding a club. "Hey there, little brother. Mind lending us some cash?" The burly man's grin revealed uneven yellow teeth. Guo Chunhai calculated the distance and slowly retreated to an old oak tree. "I have no money. I'm just a hunter who sold some mountain goods. Who are you trying to fool?" A thin man sneered. "We've been watching you all day. Your pockets were bulging when you left the cooperative last night." Guo Chunhai understood the gravity of the situation. In a sudden move, he drew the knife from his coat and kicked the oak tree, causing a cascade of snow to fall and momentarily blind the thugs. Seizing the opportunity, he lunged forward, slicing the burly man's arm, then turned and knocked the thin one to the ground. The third thug swung his club at him, but Guo Chunhai sidestepped, bringing the knife's point to the man's throat. "Do you still want money?" he asked coldly. The thugs fled in panic. Guo Chunhai sheathed his knife, his heart pounding like a drum. In his previous life, he had never displayed such agility. He was astonished by the quick reflexes of this youthful body he now inhabited. As the sun tilted westward, the cave finally came into view. Guo Chunhai called from afar, "Er Lengzi, I have returned." A clattering sound echoed from the cave, followed by the limping figure of Er Lengzi, who exclaimed, "Hi Go." When 540 yuan was laid out on the hay, Er Lengzi's eyes widened, sparkling like copper bells. He trembled as he reached for the money, quickly retracting his hand as if burned. "Is this all ours?" he stammered. "Yes." Guo Chunhai replied with a smile, producing a packet of egg cake. "This is for you." Er Lengzi accepted the oiled paper package but was too dazed to eat, fixating on the pile of money. "Hi Go, I have never seen so much money in my life." Guo Chunhai felt a pang in his heart. In his past life, Er Lengzi had only a crumpled 27 yuan and 80 cents in his pocket before he passed, meant for painkillers. "This is just over half," he reassured him, patting Er Lengzi's shoulder. "Once we sell the bear bile, we can add another 300. Er Lengzi's eyes suddenly glistened with tears. "Hi Go, we are rich now." Guo Chunhai understood what his foolish brother was thinking. Having money meant no more hunger, no more disdain from others, and no more shivering in a dilapidated temple during winter. That night, the 2 of them counted the money 5 times, side by side, before contentedly drifting off to sleep. Guo Chunhai had a peculiar dream where the Er Lengzi of his past life stood by a hole in the ice, smiling at him while holding a half piece of fruit candy. The next day, Guo Chunhai awoke early and set several traps by the creek. Upon returning, he found Er Lengzi had already started a fire to cook porridge, moving with far more agility than the previous day. "Feeling better?" Guo Chunhai inquired. Er Lengzi patted his chest deliberately. "I'm fine now." "Hi Go, when shall we buy a gun?" "After the bear bile has dried thoroughly," Guo Chunhai replied, stirring the cornmeal in the pot. "That will take about 7 or 8 days." In the days that followed, the 2 guarded the bear bile as if it were a treasure, diligently turning and inspecting it. Guo Chunhai took the opportunity to teach Er Lengzi more hunting skills, how to assess animal size by tracks, how to move stealthily through the snow, and how to make various traps. On the 7th morning, Guo Chunhai carefully extracted the bear bile, observing it in the sunlight. The bile had completely solidified into a deep green mass, shimmering with an amber luster. "It's ready," he sighed in relief. "We shall head to the county tomorrow." Er Lengzi jumped up eagerly. "Let us go." "Your injury isn't fully healed yet," Guo Chunhai cautioned. "It's all better now," Er Lengzi exclaimed, pulling open his collar to reveal the scabbed wound. "See, the scar has hardened." Guo Chunhai, unable to resist his enthusiasm, reluctantly agreed. That night, he divided the money into 2 portions, most of it sewn into the lining of Er Lengzi's cotton coat. While a small amount was kept on his person, a lesson learned from his past life to guard against thieves. Before dawn the next day, they set off. Er Lengzi still walked with a slight limp, yet his spirits were high, chattering incessantly along the way. "Hi Go, what kind of gun should we buy?" "An old rifle like Grandpa Wang's, or Zhang Dabao's father's Type 54. "Let us consider the price," Guo Chunhai responded cautiously. "We should prioritize what is essential." When they passed the hazelnut grove where they had previously been robbed, Guo Chunhai deliberately took a longer route. The simpleton, bewildered yet uncurious, closely followed. This time, devoid of any merchandise, they arrived at the county town as the sun reached its zenith. The simpleton, akin to a rustic bumpkin visiting the city for the first time, gazed around in wonder, nearly colliding with a cyclist. "Stay close to me," urged Guo Chunhai. He grasped the simpleton's arm, advising, "First sell the bear bile. Then we can purchase our goods." The supply and marketing cooperative was still manned by the bespectacled attendant. Upon seeing Guo Chunhai with the bear bile, his eyes gleamed with interest. "Ah, the quality is commendable." He took the bile and scrutinized it against the light. 320, how does that sound? Guo Chunhai, inwardly elated, feigned a frown. 380. This is the bile from a crescent moon bear, renowned for its medicinal efficacy. After a protracted negotiation, they settled on 360 yuan. As the bespectacled man counted the money, the simpleton stood nearby, swallowing hard. It was only when Guo Chunhai discreetly stepped on his foot that he restrained himself. With a substantial sum of 800 yuan in hand, they exited the cooperative. The simpleton, almost marching in unison, incessantly patted the pocket containing the money. "Brother Hai, shall we purchase a firearm now?" Guo Chunhai shook his head. "First, let us have a meal, then find a place to stay. Firearms must be procured from a specialized location, and we need to inquire." At the state-run hotel, Guo Chunhai, for the first time, ordered braised pork and scrambled eggs. The simpleton feasted hungrily, even licking the plate clean. A few youths at the adjacent table, clad in work clothes, occasionally glanced their way, whispering amongst themselves. "Brother Hai, those people keep staring at us," the simpleton whispered nervously. Guo Chunhai had already taken note, calmly sipping his vegetable soup. "Ignore them. We will leave once we finish." After departing the restaurant, he guided the simpleton through the winding streets of the town, ensuring they were not being followed before seeking refuge in a secluded inn. The room was partitioned by wooden boards, containing 2 narrow beds and damp bedding. Yet it offered tranquility. "Rest for a while. Tonight, I shall take you somewhere," Guo Chunhai instructed, handing the simpleton 10 yuan. "If we get separated, wait here for me." The simpleton clutched the money, nodding in a manner that suggested he understood only partially. Once darkness enveloped the sky, Guo Chunhai led the simpleton through a few alleys to a low-lying residential area on the western side of the city. Here, streetlights were absent, and only sporadic glimmers of kerosene lamps emanated from a few windows. He paused before a weathered wooden door, rhythmically knocking 3 long and 2 short taps. The door creaked open slightly, revealing a murky eye scrutinizing them. "What do you want?" "We're from the old logging camp, looking to acquire some equipment." Guo Chunhai replied in a hushed tone. The door closed momentarily, only to reopen shortly after. "Come in." Inside, the air was thick with smoke, and several men were gathered around a rickety table playing cards. Upon their entrance, all eyes turned toward them, their gazes sharp as knives. The simpleton instinctively shrank behind Guo Chunhai. "I've heard you have firearms for sale?" Guo Chunhai asked, fixing his gaze on the tall, slender man who had opened the door. The man exhaled a cloud of smoke. "What kind of gun?" "One suitable for hunting, not too old," Guo Chunhai specified. The tall man exchanged a glance with his companions before rising to head into an inner room. Before long, a man emerged with an oilcloth bag, which he opened to reveal 2 firearms. One was an old-style Hanyang rifle, its stock marred by cracks. The other was a brand-new Type 56 semi-automatic rifle. The prices were announced, 380 for the Hanyang and 920 for the Type 56. The tall, thin man stated the costs with indifference. A wave of unease washed over Guo Chunhai. The Type 56 far exceeded his budget, yet the Hanyang was far too antiquated. He feigned composure and inquired, "Could you lower the price on the Hanyang?" "Take it or leave it," the thin man retorted with a cold smirk. "Do you have any idea how difficult it is to procure a Type 56 these days?" Just as Guo Chunhai hesitated, another figure emerged from the back room, a scarred man who held a double-barreled shotgun. "Kid, take a look at this," he said. "It's 560 and comes with 20 rounds. Guo Chunhai's eyes brightened. This was the weapon of a true hunter. He took the shotgun, examining it closely. The barrels gleamed, the trigger was responsive, and although the wooden stock bore some scratches, it did not impair its functionality. "Can I test it?" he asked. The scarred man grinned, revealing a gold tooth out back. The backyard was a barren patch of land, with a broken wooden crate standing 20 paces away. Guo Chunhai skillfully loaded the weapon, aimed, and fired. The resounding bang shattered the crate to pieces. "What a fine gun!" the simpleton exclaimed, clapping his hands in excitement. After some haggling, they settled on 550 yuan, which included an additional 50 rounds. Guo Chunhai then spent 220 yuan on a Type 54 handgun for the simpleton's self-defense, complete with 2 extra magazines. On their way back to the inn, the simpleton cradled the shotgun as if it were a treasure, occasionally stroking it. As they passed through a darkened area, Guo Chunhai suddenly yanked him aside, pressing against the wall. "What's wrong?" "Someone's following us," Guo Guo Chunhai narrowed his eyes. It could be the arms dealer trying to pull a fast one. The simpleton tensed, his hand instinctively reaching for his handgun. Guo Chunhai held him back. Stay calm. Follow me. They darted into a narrow alley, twisting and turning until they scaled a low wall and managed to lose their pursuer. Once back at the inn and the door securely locked, Guo Chunhai exhaled deeply. We'll leave first thing in the morning. He inspected the newly acquired shotgun, thinking, these weapons will sustain us in the wilderness for years. The simpleton, enchanted, fiddled with the handgun, suddenly looking up with sparkling eyes. Brother Hai, do you think we can truly live a good life? Guo Chunhai choked up, nodding vigorously. Yes, we certainly can. Outside, the lights of the county town gradually dimmed. The two young men leaned close together, quietly examining their newfound armaments, as if guarding precious treasures. The cold winds of the Khingan Mountains howled in the distance. Yet within that small room, warmth enveloped them. Chapter 9. The Lone Hunter. As dawn broke, Guo Chunhai opened his eyes. The oilcloth curtain at the cave entrance fluttered gently in the wind, allowing a sliver of grayish morning light to seep in. He rose quietly, careful not to awaken the still sleeping simpleton. The newly purchased double-barreled shotgun leaned against the cave wall, its barrels reflecting a cold, steely blue in the weak light. Guo Chunhai retrieved the shotgun, meticulously wiping it down with a cloth soaked in gun oil. In his previous life, he did not acquire his first firearm until he was in his 30s. Yet now, within less than a month of his rebirth, he had already obtained a reliable weapon. His fingers glided over the textured wooden stock, and the weighty sense of security it provided caused a smile to unconsciously grace his lips. Er Lengzi, still half asleep, turned over with a groan. Although the wound on his shoulder had scabbed over, a recent trip to the county town had caused it to reopen somewhat, and any sudden movement still elicited painful grimaces. You continue to sleep, Guo Chunhai urged in a hushed tone. I shall go to the stream and test the gun. Upon hearing the word gun, Er Lengzi immediately perked up, scrambling to his feet. Let us go, he exclaimed. Your injury isn't fully healed. Don't overexert yourself, Guo Chunhai cautioned, gently pushing him back onto the hay. Wait for my return, and I'll teach you how to use that Type 54. At the stream's edge, Guo Chunhai selected a dead tree as his target. Taking a deep breath, he raised the gun, aimed, and pulled the trigger. A deafening bang startled a flock of sparrows from the trees, while the dead tree splintered, struck squarely in the center. What a fine gun, Guo Chunhai remarked with satisfaction as he inspected the impact point. Though this double-barreled shotgun could not rival the semi-automatic Type 56, its accuracy within 80 meters was sufficient to hunt most game. He fired a few more rounds to ensure the firearm's performance was stable. Upon returning to the cave, he found Er Lengzi had successfully started a fire and was eagerly awaiting his arrival. Guo Chunhai handed him the handgun, instructing, remember, never point the muzzle at a comrade. Cradling the Type 54 as if it were a sacred relic, Er Lengzi ran his rough fingers gently along its body. It's so shiny, brighter than Accountant Zhang's. Guo Chunhai knelt beside him, teaching him how to load the magazine, chamber a round, and engage the safety. Er Lengzi was attentive, his small eyes sparkling with rare enthusiasm. Brother Hai, now that we have a gun, can we hunt bigger game? He suddenly inquired. Guo Chunhai paused in his cleaning. What do you wish to hunt? The big stag from last time. Er Lengzi animatedly gestured. Didn't Tizhao the artilleryman say we could trade for a radio? Guo Chunhai squinted thoughtfully. He had been considering that very stag, which had lingered in his mind as an unresolved matter. Now armed with a capable weapon, it was time to rectify that regret. Once your injury has healed, we shall go together, he replied nonchalantly, though his mind was already devising a plan to ascend the mountain alone. For Er Lengzi to avoid any lasting repercussions from his injury, he would need at least another 10 days to 2 weeks to recover, and Guo Chunhai could not afford to wait that long. After breakfast, he excused himself under the pretense of checking traps by the stream, but in truth, he began preparing for the deer hunt. 10 rounds of ammunition, rope, an axe, provisions, a water bottle, and a deer call he had learned from Wang the artilleryman. He packed these into a canvas bag and concealed it among the bushes outside the cave. Brother Hai, have you caught anything? Upon returning to the cave, he found Er Lengzi clumsily practicing ejecting the magazine, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead in the morning light. Just 2 jays, Guo Chunhai replied, shaking the prey in his hand. We'll make soup for dinner. All day long, Guo Chunhai was lost in thought, his mind occupied by the image of that magnificent stag, its antlers branching out like a crown, its vigilant eyes, and its graceful form in flight. The first deer he had hunted in his previous life was far smaller, its velvet antlers incomplete. In the dead of night, after Er Lengzi had fallen into a deep slumber, Guo Chunhai quietly rose and left a note beside the haystack, going to head Dao Ridge. We'll return by tomorrow at the latest. I've left the handgun for your protection. Don't wander off. The moonlight poured like water over the snow-covered mountain path. Guo Chunhai, with his hunting rifle slung over his shoulder, trudged towards Dabao Ridge, each step a laborious endeavor. The biting cold wind lashed at his face like a knife. Yet his heart was warm with anticipation. This was his first serious solo hunt since his rebirth, a chance to inaugurate his new rifle with a worthy game. 2 hours later, the horizon began to glow with the light of dawn. Guo Chunhai finally reached the summit of Dabao Ridge, where the expansive vista allowed him to survey the entire area where the deer roamed. He ascended a gnarled pine tree and, using a new binoculars procured from the county supply store, meticulously scanned the forest's edge. As the sun fully rose, he spotted movement in the birch grove to the southeast. A few doe cautiously emerged from the woods, foraging for edible roots in the snow. He held his breath, patiently waiting. According to the habits of deer, stags typically reveal themselves only after the does have confirmed the surroundings are safe. Sure enough, half an hour later, a tall figure appeared at the forest's edge. The branched antlers stood proudly atop its head, gleaming with a subtle reddish-brown hue in the sunlight. It was the very stag from his previous encounter. Guo Chunhai's heart raced. He slowly descended from the tree, using the underbrush and terrain for concealment as he began to close in on the herd. The wind blew from the southeast to the northwest, conveniently carrying his scent away from the deer. He moved with utmost caution, fearful of snapping a twig and alerting his quarry. When he was about 200 meters away, the stag suddenly lifted its head, scanning the surroundings warily. Guo Chunhai froze. Even his breathing reduced to the bare minimum. After a moment, the stag's ears twitched, and it resumed grazing. Guo Chunhai pressed on, pausing every few meters to observe. This distance was already within the effective range of his rifle, yet he desired to get closer, ensuring a clean shot. He had witnessed too many wounded animals escape in his past life. The anguish of such experiences was far worse than returning empty-handed. At 150 meters, 130 meters, the stag seemed to sense something amiss and began to retreat toward the woods. Guo Chunhai knew he could wait no longer. He dropped to one knee, steadying his rifle. He aimed at the stag's shoulder, targeting the heart. Bang! The gunshot echoed through the valley. The stag leaped, but it did not fall. Instead, it bolted towards the forest in a frenzied dash. Cursing under his breath, Guo Chunhai quickly fired again, clearly witnessing a burst of blood bloom on the stag's flank. Yet it still stubbornly plunged into the thicket. Guo Chunhai disregarded the need for concealment and sprinted after it. The blood trail in the snow was sporadic, indicating the stag was severely injured, yet it continued its desperate escape. He followed the trail of blood for nearly a mile, only to suddenly lose the scent before a thicket. Damn it, Guo Chunhai gasped, his brow beaded with sweat that froze in the biting wind. He crouched down to search diligently and finally discovered a few drops of fresh blood at the base of the bushes. Looking in that direction, he faintly discerned a path leading into a dense forest, marked by the trampled underbrush. Guo Chunhai reloaded his shotgun, proceeding cautiously along the trail. A wounded beast is most perilous, especially one of such substantial size. In its final throes, it could become lethal. The light in the forest dimmed, and the blood on the snow became increasingly conspicuous. The stag's pace noticeably slowed, the distance between its hoofprints dwindling. Guo Chunhai tread softly, his ears attuned to any unusual sounds. Suddenly, a muffled thud echoed ahead, reminiscent of a heavy object falling. He quickened his pace, parting the last of the underbrush, and at last beheld the stag lying in the snow, its chest heaving violently, the ground beneath it stained crimson. Its magnificent antlers rested feebly against the earth, and its dark, expressive eyes were filled with agony. Guo Chunhai refrained from rushing forward. Instead, he maintained a safe distance and aimed his gun at the stag's head. This was the hunter's code, to grant a swift end to a dying creature. After the shot rang out, the valley fell silent once more. Guo Chunhai approached the stag, gently stroking its dulled coat. This majestic creature weighed over 300 pounds, with six-pronged antlers, a rare and prized specimen. "Forgive me, brother," Guo Chunhai murmured, drawing his hunting knife from his waist. An old hunter had once told him that every prey deserves respect. They sustain the hunter through their lives. Processing such a large animal was a formidable task. Guo Chunhai first drained the remaining blood, then carefully removed the intact antlers, the most valuable part. Following that, he skinned the animal and cut the meat into portions. By the time he finished, the sun had already dipped low in the sky. He fashioned a makeshift sled from branches and rope, securing the deer meat, hide, and antlers. Transporting such a heavy catch in one go was impractical. He resolved to first take the most valuable antlers and hide back to the cave, planning to return for the meat the following day. The journey back proved far more arduous than the ascent. The sled moved slowly through the deep snow, and Guo Chunhai's coat was thoroughly soaked with sweat. As darkness descended, the sounds of the forest began to take on an eerie quality. He abruptly halted, scanning his surroundings with heightened vigilance, sensing that he was being watched. In the snow, besides his own footprints, lay a series of unfamiliar tracks. Guo Chunhai crouched to examine them closely, his heart racing. Wolf paw prints, and not just one set. He immediately chambered a round in his shotgun, his ears straining to detect any movement nearby. A faint rustling emanated from the distant thicket, and several pairs of glimmering green eyes flickered in the twilight. The wolf pack had set its sights on his quarry. Guo Chunhai knew he must remain calm. He slowly backed up to a sturdy tree, ensuring his rear was secure. Wolves typically do not attack adults, but the scent of blood and his solitary predicament heightened the danger. Get away! He let out a tremendous shout, simultaneously firing a shot towards the pack of wolves. The gunshot reverberated through the valley, and the green eyes vanished in an instant. Yet, Guo Chunhai understood that they would not stray far, merely retreating to a safe distance to await an opportunity. He needed to depart this place swiftly. For the remainder of the journey, Guo Chunhai almost retraced his steps, turning back every few minutes to check for signs of the wolves. Their presence flickered in and out of sight, maintaining a constant distance. It was only when the cave came into view that those green eyes finally disappeared. Brother Hai, Er Lengzi hobbled out to greet him, concern etched across his face. Why did you take so long? I was nearly frantic. It was then that Guo Chunhai realized the sky had grown utterly dark. He removed the drag harness and exhaled deeply. I managed to hunt a stag. Er Lengzi's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the antlers and hide. So massive. Brother Hai, you are truly remarkable. Together, they transported the prey into the cave. It was then that Guo Chunhai noticed his hands trembling slightly. Not solely from exhaustion, but also from lingering fear. Had the wolves been bolder or the night darker, the outcome could have been dire. Why did you go alone? Er Lengzi complained while tending to the fire. Didn't we agree to wait until I was healed? I was afraid it might escape, Guo Chunhai replied tersely, accepting the hot water Er Lengzi offered and gulping it down. Tomorrow, we must return for the remaining meat. Guard this. Suddenly, Er Lengzi leaned in closer, sniffing at him. Brother Hai, what happened? There's a peculiar, metallic scent. Wolves, Guo Chunhai replied nonchalantly. It's nothing. I scared them away. Er Lengzi's expression shifted immediately. You encountered a pack of wolves alone? He grasped Guo Chunhai's arm. I'll accompany you tomorrow. You're not fully recovered. Don't complicate matters, Guo Chunhai retorted, shaking off his grip. Wolves dare not approach a firearm. That night, Guo Chunhai slept fitfully, haunted by visions of those luminous wolf eyes and the anguished gaze of the stag. Awakening in the dead of night, he found Er Lengzi seated by the fire, clumsily polishing the Type 54 pistol. Why aren't you sleeping? Er Lengzi looked up, a stubborn glint in his small eyes. Brother Hai, I'm not a burden. If anything like this happens again, take me with you. Guo Chunhai felt a lump in his throat. In his previous life, Er Lengzi had been the same, seemingly foolish, yet always eager to protect him. He reached out and ruffled Er Lengzi's hair. Understood. Now sleep. At dawn the following day, they set out. Despite his limp, Er Lengzi insisted on accompanying Guo Chunhai. Reluctantly, Guo Chunhai acquiesced, but sternly ordered him to remain at the edge of the forest. If you dare venture deeper, I'll give you a beating. Guo Chunhai threatened fiercely. Er Lengzi nodded with a goofy grin, gripping the pistol tightly. Following the route from the previous day, they located the remaining deer meat. Fortunately, the wolves had only consumed a small portion, leaving the majority intact. Guo Chunhai divided the meat into 2 portions, and they took turns carrying it back. As they retraced their steps, Er Lengzi suddenly halted. Brother Hai, listen. A faint crack echoed from a distance, reminiscent of a branch snapping underfoot. Guo Chunhai immediately set down the piece of meat and raised his rifle in vigilance. The sound emanated from the western oak forest and was approaching steadily. Climb the tree, Guo Chunhai whispered urgently, pushing Er Lengzi towards the nearest red pine. Just as they ascended, a massive figure emerged at the forest's edge, a brown bear. Standing upright, it towered nearly 2 meters high, its nose quivering in the air, clearly drawn by the scent of deer blood. Er Lengzi trembled in fear atop the tree, nearly losing his grip. Guo Chunhai grasped his collar, signaling him to remain silent. The brown bear ambled closer to the discarded meat, indulging in a feast. Guo Chunhai held his breath. This bear was larger than a crescent moon, and it would be a great loss if he couldn't take it down. Unfortunately, the distance was slightly too far. At that moment, Er Lengzi's handgun unexpectedly slipped from his waist and landed with a thud in the snow. The bear immediately became alert, lifting its head and turning towards the tree where they hid. Just as the situation became dire, a gunshot rang out from afar. The bear jumped in surprise, lowering its front paws and cautiously gazing towards the source of the noise. Another shot followed, even closer this time. The bear hesitated, ultimately abandoning its quarry in the tree and lumbering back into the depths of the forest. Who fired the shot? Er Lengzi whispered. Guo Chunhai shook his head, warily scanning the surroundings. Before long, a familiar figure emerged in their line of sight. It was Wang the gunner. The elderly man, shouldering an old rifle, approached with caution. Grandpa Wang, Er Lengzi exclaimed with excitement. Wang the gunner looked up, spotting the two in the tree, and grinned. Oh, are you searching for bird nests? Once on the ground, Guo Chunhai realized his legs felt as weak as noodles. Wang the gunner picked up the handgun that Er Lengzi had dropped, remarking meaningfully, Youngster, if you can't even hold a gun steady, how dare you venture into the mountains? Er Lengzi hung his head in shame. Guo Chunhai quickly explained. I brought him along to haul back more meat. Wang the gunner inspected the remaining deer meat, nodding in approval, good quality. But during the season, brown bears are quite active. You two youngsters are overly bold. It turned out the elder had heard the gunfire from yesterday and was concerned for their safety, making a special trip to check on them. The three descended the mountain together, with Wang the gunner imparting wisdom on dealing with ferocious beasts. If you encounter a bear, don't climb a tree. That thing can ascend faster than you. Playing dead is futile. It will surely take a bite or two just to test you. Upon returning to the cave, Guo Chunhai insisted on sharing a deer leg with Wang the gunner. The elder initially declined but eventually accepted, saying, all right, I'll consider it a blessing from you youngsters. Just before leaving, Wang the gunner suddenly lowered his voice. Zhang Yud has been inquiring about you. Be cautious. Guo Chunhai's heart sank. Does he know? There are no secrets in the village, Wang the gunner replied cryptically, but fear not. The old folks have a sense of balance. After seeing Wang the gunner off, Guo Chunhai and Er Lengzi began to process the remaining deer meat. Deer antlers must be air-dried. Deer hides need to be stretched and hung out to dry, and the meat requires careful cutting and salting, a task that extends until dusk. At night, the two men gathered around a fire, savoring roasted venison. Suddenly, Er Lengzi asked, Brother Hai, how much do you think we can sell all this for? Antlers fetch at least 400, the hide 150. The meat has been somewhat ravaged by wolves and brown bears, but we've saved enough for ourselves. We could still sell it for a good sum, Guo Chunhai calculated. That should suffice for a splendid new year. Er Lengzi's eyes sparkled with excitement. So, can we buy more bullets? Perhaps even some fabric for new clothes? Guo Chunhai nodded with a smile. Absolutely. I'll also get you a pair of cotton boots to keep your feet warm. Er Lengzi fell silent, fiddling with his fingers. Brother Hai, why are you so good to me? Guo Chunhai's throat tightened as memories flooded back. The frozen corpse of Er Lengzi from a past life. The half-eaten piece of candy that never reached him. Because you are my brother, he replied softly, adding another log to the fire. Outside the cave, the night sky over the Khingan Mountains was dotted with stars. The wind rustled through the treetops, whispering ancient secrets of the forest. Chapter 10. Pursuit of enemies. The morning mist lay thick as milk, and Guo Chunhai crouched by the stream, using his hunting knife to scrape the remaining fat from the deer hide. The blade rasped against the skin, producing a shoo-shoo sound that startled a nearby jay. He looked up at the sky. Today promised to be another fine day for hunting. Brother Hai, Er Lengzi hobbled toward him from the cave, waving something in his hand. Look what I found. Guo Chunhai took a closer look and saw it was a rusted razor blade. Where did you get this? From a crevice behind the cave. Er Lengzi exclaimed excitedly. I thought I'd shave. Now that we have some money, we should take care of our appearance. Guo Chunhai couldn't help but laugh. His foolish brother had been revitalized since acquiring a new cotton jacket and rifle, now even caring about his looks. He took the blade and honed it briefly on a whetstone. Turn around. I'll shave you. Er Lengzi obediently squatted down, tilting his face upward. Guo Chunhai carefully scraped the stubble from his chin, treating him as delicately as one would handle fragile porcelain. In his past life, it was Er Lengzi who had helped him shave after his disfigurement. Now the roles were reversed. A slight ouch escaped as the blade accidentally nicked Er Lengzi. But he merely grinned. No worries, Brother Hai, my skin is tough. After finishing the shave, Er Lengzi admired his smooth chin in the snow melt. Feels great. Aren't you going to shave as well? Guo Chunhai shook his head. I'll keep mine to shield against the wind. He tucked the blade away. Today, I'm heading to Donggo. There's a herd of wild boars I want to check on. You stay here and finish smoking the remaining venison. Er Lengzi's expression fell. You're leaving me to guard the cave again. Don't push yourself. Your injury isn't fully healed. Guo Chunhai advised as he loaded 2 shells into his hunting rifle. When I return, I'll teach you how to shoot moving targets. With Er Lengzi settled, Guo Chunhai shouldered his rifle and embarked on his journey. The eastern ditch is situated 7 or 8 li away from the cave. Nestled in a lush valley abundant with water and grass, where wild boars delight in foraging. As he walked, Guo Chunhai attentively observed the tracks in the snow, hoof prints of roe deer, footprints of rabbits, and what is this? Suddenly, he squatted down to scrutinize a series of indistinct prints in the snow. They were not from wild beasts, but from humans. Moreover, there were not just one, but at least 3 adult males, as indicated by the depth of the footprints, suggesting they were carrying heavy burdens. Hunters? He murmured softly, only to dismiss the thought. Hunters would not travel so closely together, and the prints indicated they were moving intermittently, as if searching for something. Guo Chunhai's heart raced. Following the tracks for a while, he discovered that these individuals had come from the direction of Sanjiaten, and their route was unmistakably leading toward the cave. This is bad. Guo Chunhai turned and sprinted back. The warning from Wang Paoshu flashing in his mind. Zhang Yud was inquiring about his whereabouts. The snow-covered mountain path slowed his pace. After running approximately 2 li, he suddenly heard faint voices ahead. He quickly concealed himself behind a red pine, holding his breath to listen. They are definitely in this area. Old Zhao said he saw them heading this way. A coarse male voice commented. The little hill by the cave was mentioned. Another voice responded, sounding like Lu San, a known ruffian from the village. Guo Chunhai's heart sank. They were indeed coming for him. He cautiously peeked out, observing 3 men standing on a nearby slope, gesturing animatedly. The leader, clad in a military coat and wielding a machete at his waist, was Zhang Yud's distant nephew, Zhang Taizhu, notorious for his ruthlessness. Following him were Lu San and an unfamiliar robust man, both carrying clubs. Split up and search. Zhang Taizhu waved his hand. If you see him, don't act rashly. Just call out. That kid seems to have a gun now. The trio dispersed, fanning out to search ahead. Guo Chunhai calculated the route. The most dangerous, Lu San, was headed directly toward the cave. He had to return before this group. Using the cover of the bushes and terrain, Guo Chunhai took a wide detour, sprinting towards the cave. His chest burned with pain, but he dared not pause. Er Lengzi was still foolishly smoking meat inside the cave. Just over a li from the cave, a gunshot suddenly rang out ahead. Guo Chunhai felt a jolt. That was the sound of a Type 54 pistol. Er Lengzi. He disregarded concealment and ran. As he climbed a hill, he saw a plume of black smoke rising from the direction of the cave, followed swiftly by another gunshot. Guo Chunhai's heart raced, nearly leaping from his chest. As he ran, he loaded his shotgun, his fingers trembling with anxiety. The haunting images of Er Lengzi's tragic demise flickered in his mind, nearly choking him. Turning past the last thicket, the cave finally came into view. The sight before him froze his blood. Er Lengzi was leaning against the cave wall, holding a pistol, while a figure lay before him, none other than Lu San. The other 2 stood not far away, with Zhang Taizhu brandishing his machete, advancing menacingly. Don't move, Guo Chunhai bellowed, aiming his shotgun at Zhang Taizhu's back. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Er Lengzi was the first to react. His voice tinged with desperation. Brother Hai, they intend to seize our meat. They even threatened your life. Zhang Taizhu slowly turned around, his face contorted with fury. Guo Chunhai? Just in time, we need not search for you. What do you mean? Guo Chunhai's gun remained steadfastly aimed. Accountant Zhang has demanded you pay for his son with a leg. Zhang Taizhu sneered, brandishing his cleaver. Those who are wise will lower their weapons. We shall merely break one of your legs. Lu San, lying on the ground, suddenly groaned. Brother Taizhu, this fellow truly shot my leg. It was then that Guo Chunhai noticed Lu San's pant leg was soaked in blood. Er Lengzi's shot had indeed found its mark. Did you hear that? Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Taizhu advanced a couple of steps. Your brother struck first. This matter is far from over. Guo Chunhai let out a cold laugh. 3 armed men approach us. Yet you claim we initiated this. He adjusted his aim, firing a shot that landed just before Zhang Taizhu's feet. Take another step, and the next bullet will find your knee. Zhang Taizhu's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that this usually meek individual would dare to fire a weapon. Brother Hai. Er Lengzi limped over to Guo Chunhai, still aiming his pistol at the adversaries. They threatened to burn our den. It was then that Guo Chunhai noticed the hay at the entrance had scorch marks, evidently extinguished just in time by Er Lengzi. A surge of rage coursed through him as he pressed the trigger. Who instigated this? Zhang Yud. Enough of your nonsense. Zhang Taizhu suddenly produced a makeshift gun from his coat. I don't believe you would dare. Bang. Before he could finish, Guo Chunhai pulled the trigger. The bullet struck the makeshift gun, causing Zhang Taizhu's hand to split open, and the weapon fell into the snow. Return and inform Zhang Yud. Guo Chunhai's voice was as frigid as ice. If you dare to provoke us again, the next bullet will not be aimed at a gun. Zhang Taizhu clutched his hand. his face pale. He had not expected Guo Chunhai's marksmanship to be so precise, nor could he have foreseen how terrifying this usually taciturn young man could become when enraged. Will you not leave? Guo Chunhai raised his gun once more. The three men, supporting each other in their disarray, fled without uttering a word of defiance. It was only after their figures had completely vanished down the mountain path that Guo Chunhai lowered his weapon and turned to check on Er Lengzi. Are you injured? Er Lengzi shook his head, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Brother Hai, I hit him. I truly hit him. It was then that Guo Chunhai realized his hand was trembling slightly. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure. What transpired? Start from the beginning. As it turned out, not long after Guo Chunhai had left, Er Lengzi had heard movement outside the den. He mistook it for Guo Chunhai's return, and as he approached the entrance, he saw three figures sneaking closer. Without hesitation, Lu San began to pile hay at the entrance to ignite it, prompting Er Lengzi, in a moment of panic, to fire a warning shot, not expecting to actually hit anyone. I did not mean to, muttered Er Lengzi, lowering his head. They said they would burn our home. Guo Chunhai patted his shoulder. Well done. He entered the cave to assess the damage. Fortunately, only some smoked meat had been trampled. Pack your things. We cannot stay here. Why not? We have guns. Er Lengzi asked, perplexed. An open blade is easy to dodge, but a hidden arrow is hard to defend against. Guo Chunhai replied briskly as he packed essential items. Zhang holds significant power in the village, having failed this time. He will surely return with more men next time. The two hurriedly gathered deer antlers, deer hides, deer meat, bear bile, and other valuable possessions, wrapping them in oilcloth and burying them at a nearby secret location. They took most of the remaining food and supplies, leaving behind the scraps they could not carry. Where to now? Er Lengzi inquired, burdened by his pack. Guo Chunhai pondered. Let us first seek refuge in the old charcoal pit, and we will devise our plans under the cover of night. The old charcoal pit, located deeper in the mountains, was an abandoned shed left by charcoal burners years ago, far more concealed than the cave. By the time they arrived, it was already afternoon. They tidied up briefly before settling in. Brother Hai, what shall we do next? Er Lengzi asked, chewing on the dry rations with a glum expression. Guo Chunhai did not respond immediately. He was drawing a topographical map of the area on the ground with a stick, his brow furrowed. Offending Zhang meant they could not linger near the village for the time being. Remaining in the wilderness long-term was not a viable option either, especially as winter's chill deepened. Let us go to Lao Jinko, he suddenly declared. Lao Jinko? Er Lengzi's eyes widened. Isn't that? Yes. It is the territory of the Orican people. Guo Chunhai nodded. Fabricating a reason. I encountered an old Orican hunter in the county who mentioned they were in need of young hunters. Er Lengzi hesitated. I heard they do not welcome outsiders. I have a plan, Guo Chunhai said confidently. We will claim we are here to find relatives. A distant uncle named a Tambu. A Tambu? Er Lengzi repeated the unfamiliar name. Is there really such a person? Guo Chunhai smiled mysteriously, thinking to himself. There is, but I wonder if he has moved away. He tucked away the button and suggested, let us rest for a while and set off at midnight. It will take a full day to reach Lao Jinko. As evening fell, Guo Chunhai was startled awake by a faint rustling sound. He quietly approached the entrance of the charcoal pit and, using the moonlight, spotted a shadow cautiously drawing near. Er Lengzi, he whispered to rouse his companion. Someone is coming. Er Lengzi jolted awake, his pistol already in hand. Guo Chunhai gestured for silence while he raised his hunting rifle, aiming at the shadow. As the figure drew closer, it suddenly called out softly, Hai Zi? Are you in there? Guo Chunhai was taken aback. It was the voice of Wang Paoshu. Cautiously, he peeked out. Grandfather Wang? The elderly figure emerged from behind a tree, an old rifle slung over his shoulder. I finally found you. Upon hearing that Zhang Taizhu had ventured into the mountains with a group, Wang the gunner immediately sensed impending trouble and hastened to follow. Along the way, he encountered the injured Lu San, from whom he gleaned the general situation. You have stirred up a great mess, Wang remarked gravely as he crouched beside the fire. Zhang has already reported to the commune, claiming you wielded firearms and harmed others. Er Lengzi grew anxious. They were the ones who attacked first. I am aware, Wang interjected, raising a hand. However, Zhang has connections. The armed forces of the commune will dispatch personnel to search the mountains by tomorrow. A wave of apprehension washed over Guo Chunhai. In these times, the armed forces were not to be trifled with. If they were charged with assault with a deadly weapon, they could face several years in prison. We plan to head to Lao Jinko, he murmured. Wang's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Excellent idea. The Awenki people govern themselves. The armed forces will not extend their reach there. He produced a cloth bundle from his coat. Here, provisions for the journey. Inside were a dozen cornmeal pancakes and a piece of aged pickled vegetable. Er Lengzi's eyes brimmed with tears. Grandpa Wang, please don't be sentimental. The elder waved his hand dismissively. Remember, take the path through Wolf Valley. Though arduous, it is safe. Once you reach Laojin, mention the name Atambu and say I sent you. Guo Chunhai stared at the elder in astonishment. You know Atambu? We fought together in our youth, Wang replied, flashing a grin that revealed several yellowed teeth. That old rascal still owes me a sable fur. Without delay, the two began to pack their belongings in preparation for departure. Wang escorted them to the mouth of the valley, and just before parting, he unexpectedly pressed a small cloth bundle into Guo Chunhai's hands. Take this, just in case. Upon opening it, Guo discovered 50 shotgun shells and a meticulously folded note. Do not open it unless absolutely necessary, the elder said mysteriously. Now go. And make haste while the moonlight is favorable. The mountain path, under the starlight, proved particularly treacherous. Although Er Lengzi's injuries had not fully healed, he silently followed. Guo Chunhai glanced back occasionally, anxious that his foolish companion might fall behind. Brother Hai, are we truly going to live with the Awenki? Er Lengzi panted as they climbed a steep slope. For the time being, Guo Chunhai replied, pulling him along. We will wait until the storm passes. In truth, he felt uncertain himself. Although he had interacted with Awenki hunters in a previous life, integrating into their community was an entirely different matter. Yet, there was no alternative. Zhang Yud's network within the commune was beyond their capacity to confront. As the night deepened, the sounds of the wind through the trees grew increasingly eerie. Distant wolf howls echoed, prompting Er Lengzi to instinctively draw closer to Guo Chunhai. Are you afraid? Guo inquired softly. Er Lengzi shook his head. We have guns. So it's all right, he hesitated. What is it? It's just that I missed the cave. Er Lengzi's voice lowered. That was our first home. Guo Chunhai felt a lump rise in his throat. Indeed, that rudimentary cave was the first sanctuary from the elements for them after their rebirth. The place where Er Lengzi first grasped the concept of shelter. We will return, he declared, pulling Er Lengzi close with assurance. I promise. The moonlight filtered through the treetops, casting mottled shadows upon the snow. The silhouettes of the two young men appeared diminutive amidst the vast forest, yet their resolve was unwavering. The road ahead was still long. But for this moment, they had each other, the firearms in their hands, and the endless mountains of the Khingan Range to conceal them. As for what tomorrow would bring, who could say? Guo Chunhai touched the bullets and the note in his pocket, stepping deeper into the dense woods. Chapter 11. The snowy night in the cabin. The biting wind swept snowflakes like daggers against their faces. Guo Chunhai squinted, peering through the intensifying snowstorm. Where the outline of Laojin had become indistinct, and the snowfall was rapidly escalating. Hi Go, I can't go on. Er Lengzi called from behind, his voice nearly swallowed by the howling wind. His cotton hat and eyebrows were frosted over, resembling a venerable elder with a white beard. Guo Chunhai brushed the snow off his face and turned to look at Er Lengzi. The injury on the big fellow's leg had evidently begun to throb again, causing him to limp as they trudged along. They had already traversed through the storm for most of the day. If this continued, they would surely succumb to the cold. Just a little longer. Guo Chunhai shouted hoarsely. There should be a cabin ahead. He recalled passing an abandoned hunter-esque cabin in the past while encircling with the Awenki hunters, nestled in a hollow on the north side of Laojin. If memory served, they would reach it in another half hour. Er Lengzi ceased his complaints, gritting his teeth to keep pace. The two of them advanced through knee-deep snow, leaving a long trail behind them, soon to be concealed by fresh snowfall. The daylight was waning, yet the storm showed no signs of relenting. Guo Chunhai began to doubt whether he had misremembered the direction. They should have seen the cabin by now. Just as he was on the verge of surrendering, Er Lengzi suddenly tugged at his sleeve. Hi Go, over there. Following Er Lengzi's gesture, Guo Chunhai discerned a triangular outline, partially obscured by snow, which was the roof of the cabin. Instantly invigorated, they scrambled towards it. The cabin was even more dilapidated than he remembered. The door frame was askew, the windows reduced to mere dark holes, and the thatched roof was scattered by the wind. Yet at that moment, for the two weary travelers who had trudged through the blizzard for an entire day, it appeared nothing short of a palace. Is anyone there? Guo Chunhai cautiously knocked on the rickety wooden door, but received no response. He gently pushed the door open, and a musty odor mingled with the scent of animal droppings assaulted them. The interior was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the faint reflection of the snow outside, revealing a rough outline, a wooden bed missing a leg, a makeshift stone stove, and a corner piled with moldy hay. Most surprisingly, there was a considerable stack of dry firewood in the corner. We're in luck. Er Lengzi cheered as he rushed inside, immediately succumbing to a fit of coughing from the dust. Guo Chunhai meticulously examined every corner of the wooden cabin. assuring himself of the absence of any signs of wild beasts before he finally felt at ease enough to remove the burden from his shoulders. Together, they managed to awkwardly secure the crooked door and stuff the broken window with hay. Although the cold wind continued to seep through the crevices, it was a significant improvement compared to the harsh conditions outside. The fire soon roared to life, casting a warm orange glow that dispelled the darkness and brought a long-awaited sense of comfort. Guo Chunhai retrieved a steel pot from his pack and set it atop the flames, filled with snow. Er Lengzi busied himself arranging hay on the wooden bed, transforming it into a makeshift sleeping space. How long are we going to stay here, Brother Hai? Er Lengzi inquired while preparing the bed. It depends on the weather. Guo Chunhai replied as he broke some dried meat into the pot. We'll wait until the snow stops before searching for a Tanbu. In truth, he was uncertain. Was there still anyone named a Tanbu in the Orichan settlement of Laojin Gully? Even if there were, would they welcome two unknown Han individuals? However, such thoughts were futile at the moment. Their immediate priority was to endure the storm. The aroma of the meat stew gradually filled the small cabin. Er Lengzi pulled out 2 enamel mugs from his pack, eagerly awaiting their meal. Seeing his hungry expression, Guo Chunhai couldn't help but chuckle. What's the rush? It's not ready yet. I'm starving, Er Lengzi pouted, patting his belly. After a day's journey, my insides are all knotted up. When the stew was finally ready, the 2 men cradled their warm mugs and sipped cautiously. Outside, the howling winds intensified, and the wooden beams of the cabin creaked under the strain, as if they might collapse at any moment. Brother Hai, this place won't cave in, will it? Er Lengzi asked anxiously, glancing upwards. Guo Chunhai was uncertain as well. But to reassure Er Lengzi, he feigned nonchalance. It won't collapse. Old hunters' cabins are sturdy. Just then, a particularly fierce gust of wind blew through, causing the whole cabin to sway, and a patch of thatch was ripped from the roof, allowing snowflakes to pour in through the gap. Damn it! Guo Chunhai sprang up, scanning the surroundings for something to block the opening. Er Lengzi, struck by inspiration, unfurled their oilcloth pack and propped it up with a stick to temporarily shield against the wind and snow. Once they had finished, both men were covered in snow. Er Lengzi suddenly burst into laughter. Brother Hai, you look like a snow-haired fairy. Guo Chunhai glanced at Er Lengzi's snow-drenched visage and couldn't help but laugh as well. You look even more so. The laughter of the 2 men echoed in the tiny cabin, momentarily dispelling the chill and fear. After enough merriment, Guo Chunhai retrieved the cornmeal pancakes gifted by Wang Pao and divided them between them. Make it last. We don't know how long this snow will persist, he advised. Er Lengzi nodded but still managed to gulp down his pancake in just a few bites. Guo Chunhai, exasperated, tore half of his pancake and offered it to him. As the night deepened, the wind and snow continued their relentless assault. The 2 huddled on the wooden bed, sharing a single cotton quilt. Er Lengzi quickly fell into a deep slumber, while Guo Chunhai remained awake, listening to the howling winds outside. With each creak of the cabin, his heart tightened in apprehension. Uncertain of how much time had passed, the wind seemed to have lessened. Just as Guo Chunhai began to feel drowsy, he suddenly heard an unusual sound, not that of the wind, but rather the crunching of some creature traversing the snow. He instantly roused himself, gently shaking Er Lengzi awake. Shoo, there is something outside. Er Lengzi, still groggy, blinked his eyes open and, upon hearing Guo Chunhai's words, became fully alert, his hand instinctively reaching for the handgun beside his pillow. The sound grew increasingly closer, finally halting at the doorstep of their wooden cabin. Guo Chunhai held his breath, aiming his shotgun at the precariously swaying door. Could it be a wolf? Or perhaps a bear? In such weather, one would expect wild animals to be taking shelter. Suddenly, a series of loud knocks echoed through the night, startling both men. It's a person. Guo Chunhai exchanged a glance with Er Lengzi, wondering who would dare knock at their door in such a tempest. Who is it? Guo Chunhai called out, his finger resting on the trigger. There was a brief silence outside before a hoarse voice responded, a traveler. The storm is fierce. I seek refuge. Guo Chunhai did not open the door immediately, but instead peered through the crack. In the moonlight stood a tall figure wrapped in animal skins, dragging something behind him. Are you alone? Just me, the man replied, his voice laced with fatigue. There are young and old, I mean no harm. After a moment of hesitation, Guo Chunhai slowly opened the door. An elderly man, his face lined with wrinkles, stood at the threshold, draped in a bear hide, with a rudimentary sled behind him, laden with several hares and a roe deer. Upon noticing the gun in Guo Chunhai's hand, the old man raised an eyebrow but said nothing further. Instead, he gestured towards his sled. I can share half of my meat in exchange for a warm night. Guo Chunhai stepped aside to allow the elder entry. By the firelight, he discerned the man's features, a typical appearance of the Orichan people, with high cheekbones, narrow eyes, and hair gray and tied into a short braid. Most striking was the uniquely shaped hunting knife at his waist, its hilt adorned with red cord. I am Guo Chunhai, and this is my brother, Er Lengzi. Guo Chunhai accepted the roe deer meat the old man offered. What do you go by? The elder squatted by the fire to warm his hands, not lifting his gaze as he replied, a man of the mountains. Names are inconsequential. He then glanced at Guo Chunhai. You are not from Laojingyo. No. We are here searching for someone. Guo Chunhai continued, a man named Tambu. The elder's hands momentarily stilled, his narrow eyes narrowing further. What do you want with him? Wang the gunner from the Linchong Sanjiaten sent us. Guo Chunhai produced the bone-carved buttons given to him by Wang. He says a Tambu owes him a sable pelt. The elder took the buttons, examining them closely under the firelight. Suddenly, he broke into a broad grin, revealing a few yellowed teeth. Old Wang is still alive. He tossed the buttons back to Guo Chunhai. I am a Tambu. Er Lengzi exclaimed in surprise. What a coincidence. Yet, Guo Chunhai felt an unsettling sense of intrigue. It was indeed too fortuitous. However, he did not say much. He merely warmed the broth and served a bowl to the elderly man. A Tambu accepted the bowl, retrieving a small leather pouch from his bosom and sprinkling some powder into the soup. Try this, mountain pepper, to ward off the chill. The three of them gathered around the fire in silence, sipping the broth. A Tambu occasionally raised his gaze to scrutinize Guo Chunhai and Er Lengzi, his eyes sharp as daggers. Why seek a Tambu? The elder suddenly inquired. Guo Chunhai pondered his words carefully. We stirred up trouble in Sanjiaten. Wang the cannoneer suggested you might need assistance from someone skilled in hunting. What trouble? We had a run-in with Zhang the accountant's lackey. Er Lengzi, too quick to speak, realized his blunder after the words escaped his lips and quickly covered his mouth. A Tambu raised an eyebrow. Is that all? He let out a cold laugh. Zhang Yud's still alive, is he? His tone suggested a prior grievance with Zhang. Guo Chunhai relaxed slightly and succinctly recounted the sequence of events, of course omitting their bear hunting escapade. After listening, a Tambu gazed into the fire, contemplating for a moment before abruptly asking, Can you set traps? I can. Er Lengzi interjected eagerly. Brother Hai's traps are so effective that even rabbits know where to burrow. The elder chuckled. Tomorrow, accompany me to set a small enclosure. If you qualify, you may stay. If not, he gestured towards the door, you can return whence you came. Guo Chunhai nodded. Fair enough. As night deepened, a Tambu lay down by the fire, fully clothed, and soon began to snore. Er Lengzi leaned close to Guo Chunhai and whispered, Brother Hai, is he truly a Tambu? He should be, Guo Chunhai replied, lowering his voice. The pattern on that button is unique to the Orichan people. Outsiders cannot replicate it. Then tomorrow. Sleep, Guo Chunhai interrupted. Rest well to perform admirably tomorrow. Er Lengzi obediently lay down, and soon his breathing became steady and prolonged. Guo Chunhai, however, found sleep elusive. He observed a Tambu, who, even in slumber, kept his hand close to the hilt of his hunting knife. This man was undoubtedly storied, Guo Chunhai thought. The Orichan hunters he had known in a past life were all forthright and straightforward, yet this man exuded an air of vigilance and wariness. The relationship between Wang the cannoneer and him was likely more complex than merely owning a sable fur. Outside, the wind and snow gradually subsided, and moonlight streamed through the roof's crevices, casting mottled shadows upon the ground. At last, Guo Chunhai succumbed to drowsiness and fell into a deep sleep. In his dreams, he returned to that stormy night of his past life, where Er Lengzi's lifeless body had just been pulled from the icy depths, frozen like a stone. He yearned to scream but found himself voiceless. He wished to weep, yet his tears were frozen in his eyes. Brother Hai, wake up. Er Lengzi's voice pulled him back to reality. Guo Chunhai opened his eyes to find daylight breaking, and Er Lengzi anxiously shaking him. A Tambu is leaving. Guo Chunhai jolted upright. In the log cabin, only the two of them remained, the remnants of the fire still smoldering, and the door wide open, allowing blinding sunlight to flood in. A trail of footprints in the snow led off into the distance. He said he would wait for us up ahead, exclaimed the simpleton, who had already packed his belongings. He even left us a rabbit. Guo Chunhai promptly donned his gear and checked his firearm and ammunition. The two quickly consumed some dried provisions before setting off, following the footprints of a Tambu. The post-snow mountain forest was breathtakingly beautiful. Sunlight glimmered off the snow, reflecting a diamond-like brilliance. The branches were laden with snow, resembling cotton candy. The simpleton, like a child, occasionally shook the branches, letting the snow cascade onto his head, followed by hearty laughter. After approximately half an hour, a figure emerged ahead. A Tambu stood atop a protruding rock, peering through binoculars at something. Upon noticing the two, he waved them over. Do you see that hazelnut grove? A Tambu pointed southeast. There's a group of wild boars foraging there. Go and bring one back. Guo Chunhai took the binoculars and indeed spotted several wild boars rummaging in the snow. About 400 meters away, separated by a frozen creek. Use this. A Tambu suddenly unstrapped an old rifle from his back and tossed it to Guo Chunhai. 5 rounds. If you can't hit it, don't come back. Guo Chunhai caught the rifle, his heart racing as he recognized it to be a Model 38 rifle. Colloquially known as the 38, an old relic from the War of Resistance, yet exceptionally well-maintained, with a gleaming barrel. Can't we use our own guns? The simpleton inquired. Puzzled, a Tambu smirked. The challenge lies in using an unfamiliar weapon. What, are you afraid? Guo Chunhai remained silent, merely inspecting the firearm before patting the simpleton's shoulder. Let us go? The two advanced along the ridge, maneuvering towards the herd of wild boars. The simpleton muttered softly, this old man is strange. Why must we use his broken gun? Shoo! Guo Chunhai signaled for silence. This is a test. The Orcan people value a hunter's adaptability above all. It took them nearly an hour to circumnavigate to the downwind side of the wild boar herd. Guo Chunhai chose a crooked tree as a shooting point, steadied the rifle, and regulated his breathing. Although the effective range of the Model 38 was considerable, its recoil was substantial, and its accuracy did not rival that of his double-barrel shotgun. His first shot went awry, the bullet striking the snow beside the wild boar, sending up a flurry of snowflakes. The boar herd startled but did not flee immediately. Instead, they cautiously raised their heads to survey their surroundings. Guo Chunhai swiftly adjusted his aim, and with his second shot, he struck the hind leg of a young boar. The wounded boar shrieked and dashed about, causing the entire herd to erupt into chaos, scattering in all directions. Chase! Guo Chunhai shouted, leaping up and pursuing the injured boar alongside the simpleton. Despite its injury, the boar sprinted swiftly across the snow. The two chased it for nearly 2 miles before cornering it in a small hollow. With no escape route, the boar turned, revealing its sharp tusks, prepared to fight fiercely. I'll do it. The simpleton raised his pistol, ready to shoot. No. Guo Chunhai stopped him. Use a knife. We want to use our own guns. The expression on Er Lengzi's face shifted dramatically. Use a knife? He questioned. Guo Chunhai had already drawn his hunting knife. I will distract it from the front. You stab its throat from the side. Remember, be swift, accurate, and ruthless. The wild boar was panting heavily, its small eyes glinting with ferocity. Guo Chunhai cautiously approached, suddenly leaping up and shouting to draw the boar's attention. Seizing the opportunity, Er Lengzi lunged from the side, his hunting knife piercing the boar's neck with precision. The creature let out a piercing scream, thrashing wildly. Er Lengzi was thrown several feet away, landing heavily in the snow. Guo Chunhai quickly delivered a few more strikes, ultimately bringing down the tenacious beast. Are you all right? Guo Chunhai asked, helping Er Lengzi to his feet. Er Lengzi shook his head, his face pale. It's my first time using a knife. Guo Chunhai patted his shoulder. Well done. He examined the boar, estimating its weight at around 70 to 80 pounds. This will feed a Tambu for several days. The two fashioned a makeshift sled from branches and began dragging the boar back. Along the way, they encountered a Tambu, who had come looking for them. The elder glanced at the boar's wounds and then at Er Lengzi's blood-stained clothing, a rare smile breaking across his face. Not bad. You followed the rules, he commented succinctly before turning to lead the way. Follow me. The trio traversed a concealed path for approximately 2 hours, until a small village nestled among the mountains came into view. Several conical cactus columns, traditional residences of the Orcan people, dotted the snow-covered landscape, smoke curling from chimneys, while a few children clad in animal skins chased each other playfully. Welcome to Old Jindong, a Tambu announced. From today onward, this will be your home. Chapter 12. The dignity of the hunter. The warmth emanating from the cactus columns mingled with the aroma of roasted meat, causing Guo Chunhai's eyes to water slightly. He sat cross-legged on a fur mat, observing as a Tambu used his hunting knife to cut the roasted boar into small pieces. The surrounding Orcan people murmured softly, casting curious glances. Eat, a Tambu urged, pushing the largest piece of meat toward Guo Chunhai and giving Er Lengzi a chunk with a bone. Er Lengzi accepted the meat, his eyes widening in delight, yet he refrained from eating immediately, mimicking Guo Chunhai by waiting for a Tambu to make the first move. Do the Han people understand the rules? A young hunter sitting opposite them suddenly interjected, his tone laced with evident derision. He was Tuo Yuo, a Tambu's nephew, who had shown little kindness to the two since their arrival. Guo Chunhai chose not to respond, instead savoring the roasted meat slowly. In his previous life, he had learned a crucial lesson from his dealings with Orcan hunters. In another's territory, actions speak louder than words. They killed the boar with a knife. A Tambu stated without looking up, better than some who only know how to fire blanks. Tualuo's expression darkened instantly, while another young hunter, Gappa, snickered beside him but was quickly silenced by a glare from a tambu. After the meal, the women gathered the dishes, while the men congregated around the fire to smoke. A tambu produced a deerskin pouch and poured out some tobacco leaves to share among the group. Guo Chunhai accepted a small handful, skillfully rolling it into a cigarette and igniting it with embers from the fire pit. This action drew the attention of the seasoned hunters. "Have you smoked our tobacco?" inquired an elderly man with a grizzled beard. "I have." Guo Chunhai exhaled a plume of green smoke. "It's strong, but quite potent." The elders exchanged glances. Their demeanor noticeably softened. However, Tualuo remained obstinate. "What skill is there in killing a mere piglet? If you have the ability, go hunt a wolf and bring it back." Er Lengzi grew anxious at this remark. "Who says we can't?" Guo Chunhai restrained his arm, calmly gazing at Tualuo. "Tomorrow, I shall go. Do you desire a wolf or a leopard?" The moment the words left his mouth, an eerie silence enveloped the saguaro grove. Even a tambu lifted his head, a peculiar glint flickering in his elongated eyes. "You speak boldly," Tualuo scoffed, "then bring back a wolf pelt. A male, with a fine winter coat." "Agreed." Guo Chunhai replied succinctly, rising to nod at a tambu. "If not, may I borrow your rifle?" A tambu said nothing, merely sliding the Mosin Nagant towards him, along with 5 rounds of ammunition. Upon returning to their designated saguaro, Er Lengzi paced anxiously. "Brother Hai, why did you agree to that? In this bitter winter, where will we find a wolf?" "Wolves have a fixed territory," Guo Chunhai replied, inspecting the rifle. "I visited this area 2 or 3 years ago and recall a wolf den in the western ravine. But that was years ago." Er Lengzi's voice wavered. "Moreover, it's far too dangerous for you to go alone." Guo Chunhai set down the rifle, fixing a serious gaze on Er Lengzi. "To establish oneself here, one must demonstrate true skill. The Or can respect only the strong." He paused. "You stay behind and ensure our belongings are well cared for." Er Lengzi wished to protest further, but upon meeting Guo Chunhai's resolute stare, he ultimately nodded gravely in agreement. Before dawn the next day, Guo Chunhai prepared himself for departure. Er Lengzi insisted on accompanying him to the crossroads, chattering incessantly along the way. "If you see a pack of wolves, do not confront them head-on. Conserve your ammunition." "I understand." Guo Chunhai tightened the straps of his backpack. "Return now, it's cold." The old Jingo in the morning mist lay serene and enigmatic. Wisps of smoke just beginning to rise from the chimneys of several saguaros. Guo Chunhai inhaled a deep breath of the frigid air and set forth towards the western ravine. Though memories from his past life were somewhat hazy, he retained a general sense of direction. There should be a grove of birch trees nearby, alongside a small, frozen stream, with the wolf den likely nestled within the rocky crevice by the creek. After approximately 2 hours of walking, the sun lazily ascended the mountaintop. Guo Chunhai found a rock to rest upon, pulling out the jerky given to him by a tambu's wife and taking a few bites. Distant caws of ravens pierced the stillness of the mountain woods, resonating sharply. Suddenly, he noticed fresh tracks in the snow, wolf prints. And not just one. It seemed a small pack was nearby. Guo Chunhai instantly became alert, following the trail of footprints. The tracks extended to the edge of a stream, vanishing behind a thicket of bushes. Cautiously, Guo Chunhai approached and parted the foliage, his heart racing as he beheld 3 wolves feasting on a roe deer 50 meters ahead. 2 smaller ones, likely female, were engaged in the meal, while a noticeably larger male stood sentinel, its grayish-white fur glinting like silver in the sunlight. "Goodness," Guo Chunhai murmured softly to himself. This male wolf was even larger than he had anticipated, standing nearly a meter tall at the shoulder. Its robust neck adorned with bristling fur, unmistakably the leader of the pack. Guo Chunhai slowly retreated to a safer distance, contemplating his strategy. Engaging now was impractical. The distance was too great for his rifle to be effective. A direct confrontation was equally futile, with 3 against 1 yielding slim odds. Laying an ambush would be time-consuming, and the wolf's acute sense of smell would easily betray his presence. Just as he hesitated, the male wolf abruptly lifted its head, alertly scanning the direction of his hiding spot. Guo Chunhai held his breath, remaining utterly still. The wolf sniffed the air, seemingly sensing something amiss, but eventually returned to its meal. Guo Chunhai resolved to alter his approach. He recalled the old hunters from his past life mentioning that wolves have established patrol routes, particularly during the winter when food is scarce. Rather than risk an attack on the pack, it would be wiser to set a trap along their path. He stealthily maneuvered to a vantage point atop a rise behind the cave, finding an excellent spot from which to shoot. This location was approximately 200 meters from the wolf's feeding area, perfectly within the effective range of his rifle. He lay down, camouflaging himself with snow, aiming towards the cave. The wait was agonizing. The biting cold wind felt like daggers against his skin, sapping his body heat as it seeped into the icy ground. Guo Chunhai had to periodically move his fingers and toes to prevent frostbite. As the sun dipped towards the horizon, the wolves finally concluded their meal. The two females retreated into the cave to rest, while the male began its routine patrol, just as Guo Chunhai had anticipated. The male wolf ambled along the small path beside the stream, intermittently stopping to mark its territory. Guo Chunhai held his breath, his sights firmly fixed on its chest. 150 meters, 120 meters, 100 meters now. Bang! The gunshot echoed through the valley. The male wolf leapt, but instead of collapsing, it swiftly turned and dashed back towards the cave. Guo Chunhai cursed under his breath and fired again, clearly witnessing a spray of blood erupt from the wolf's body. Yet its speed remained unabated. "This damned rifle is utterly inadequate," Guo Chunhai exclaimed as he sprang to his feet in pursuit. To have missed twice at such close range was astonishing. The wolf's vitality was remarkably resilient. A trail of blood sporadically marked the snow, indicating the male wolf had sustained serious injury. Guo Chunhai chased for nearly a mile before losing the trail in a thicket. He halted cautiously, listening intently for any signs of movement. The wolf might be lurking nearby, preparing to ambush him. A faint rustling emanated from the bushes to his right front. Guo Chunhai instinctively raised his rifle to aim, only to see a jay take flight with a flutter. He had just exhaled a sigh of relief when a low, menacing growl suddenly erupted from behind him. Guo Chunhai spun around in alarm, finding the male wolf lunging toward him. With no time to raise his gun, he could only cross it defensively. The wolf's sharp teeth sank fiercely into the wooden stock, producing a jarring crack that set his nerves on edge. Up close, the beast was even more terrifying. Its amber eyes blazed with primal fury, frothy blood oozed from the corners of its mouth, and the wound on its shoulder still bled profusely. It released the stock and, in a flash, lunged again, this time aiming directly for Guo Chunhai's throat. In a moment of sheer instinct, Guo Chunhai pivoted to the side, drawing his hunting knife to slash at the wolf's abdomen. The wolf nimbly twisted away, only sustaining a superficial cut to its fur. Man and wolf faced each other in the snow, both panting heavily, each seeking an opening in the other's defense. "Come on," Guo Chunhai taunted softly, slowly shifting his feet in an attempt to lure the wolf into an open area. The wolf seemed to see through his intentions, abruptly changing tactics and beginning to circle him, searching for an opportunity to strike from behind. Guo Chunhai had no choice but to follow its movements, maintaining a steadfast gaze upon the creature. After a tense standoff lasting several minutes, the wolf suddenly feigned a lunge to the left, and in the instant Guo Chunhai shifted his weight, it unleashed its true assault to the right. Although he reacted just in time, the wolf's claws still left several bloody scratches on his shoulder. The pain, however, sharpened his focus. An old hunter had once taught him that dealing with wolves required more than mere defense. One must take the initiative to disrupt their rhythm. With a sudden roar, Guo Chunhai transitioned from defense to offense, thrusting his knife toward the wolf's eyes. The wolf, clearly taken aback by this unexpected move, stumbled backward, giving Guo Chunhai the chance to deliver a powerful kick to its abdomen, striking the wound. The wolf let out a heart-wrenching howl, its movements visibly slowed. Guo Chunhai offered no respite. He struck again, this time targeting the wolf's front leg joint. The wolf staggered, collapsing onto the snow, yet it immediately struggled to rise, the ferocity in its eyes undiminished. "I'm sorry, brother," Guo Chunhai murmured, raising his knife to grant it a swift end. The wolf's eyes gradually dulled, yet until the very last moment, they held no fear, only an indomitable wildness. A flicker of respect for this tenacious beast blossomed within Guo Chunhai. He carefully skinned the wolf, ensuring not a single tuft of fur was marred. As twilight descended, Guo Chunhai began his weary trek back. The wound on his shoulder throbbed painfully, yet he felt a strange sense of satisfaction. This flawless wolf pelt would serve as his and Er Lengzi's ticket to establishing themselves in the old gold mine. Just as he had not ventured far, an unusual sound from the nearby woods caught his attention. Instantly alert, he chambered a round in his rifle. Could it be a pack of wolves seeking revenge? "Hi, Guo. Is that you?" A familiar voice called out, and soon Er Lengzi's figure emerged from behind a tree. Guo Chunhai's surprise morphed into anger. "What are you doing here?" Upon noticing the wound on his shoulder, Er Lengzi's expression shifted dramatically. "I am not at ease. It is nearly dark," he remarked. His gaze fell upon the wolf pelt in Guo Chunhai's hands, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Did you truly hunt this?" Guo Chunhai nodded, suddenly beset by a wave of dizziness. The loss of blood combined with fatigue nearly caused him to falter. Er Lengzi hurriedly stepped forward to support him, without hesitation shedding his own cotton-padded coat to drape over him. Fool, aren't you cold? Guo Chunhai attempted to push him away. Er Lengzi stubbornly grasped his hand, asserting, I am robust. I fear no chill. He glanced at the wolf pelt, then at Guo Chunhai's shoulder wound, and unexpectedly, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Hi Guo. It's all for my sake. Less chatter. Guo Chunhai managed a weak smile. Help me back. This wolf pelt must be processed quickly, otherwise it will spoil. The two trudged through the gathering twilight, 1 foot deep and the other shallow. Er Lengzi nearly half-supported, half-carried Guo Chunhai back to Lao Jingo. The village's hunting dogs were the first to detect their presence, barking excitedly and attracting the villagers. A tambu approached with a torch. Upon seeing the wolf pelt in Guo Chunhai's hands, his brows twitched slightly. He asked no questions, merely gestured for the two young men to follow him to the Xianrenju. The women of the Orican tribe skillfully tended to Guo Chunhai's wound, cleansing and bandaging it, and prepared a steaming bowl of herbal soup for him to drink. A tambu personally took the wolf pelt to process, a gesture of the highest respect among hunters. Tualuo and Gu Peiqian stood at the fringes of the gathering, their expressions complex as they observed the scene. At length, Tualuo stepped forward, unfastening a finely crafted hunting knife from his waist and placing it before Guo Chunhai. This is yours. This was the Orican hunter's way of granting recognition. Guo Chunhai did not refuse. He solemnly accepted the knife and secured it at his waist. As night deepened, Er Lengzi remained by Guo Chunhai's side. Akin to a loyal dog, a tambu entered, holding the processed wolf pelt, its fur glistening as if new. Tomorrow, I will make you a fur coat, the elder stated succinctly. From this day forth, Lao Jingo will truly be your home. Guo Chunhai nodded, wearily closing his eyes. He understood that starting tomorrow, he and Er Lengzi would become genuine parts of this mountainous wilderness. The cost of this transformation was merely a few scars on his shoulder, which would soon heal. Chapter 13. A new home at Xianrenju. As dawn's light barely broke, Guo Chunhai was awakened by the clamorous sounds outside. He opened his eyes to find Er Lengzi absent from Xianrenju, the animal skin bedding neatly arranged. The wound on his shoulder had formed a thin scab, and any movement elicited a sharp pain. Gritting his teeth, he donned his clothes and lifted the animal skin door flap to step outside. The sight before him left him momentarily speechless. In the clearing of Lao Jingo, a dozen Orican men were busily engaged in work. A tambu directed several young men in transporting birch poles, while Tualuo and Gu Peiqian were crafting leather thongs for securing purposes. The women busily prepared a steaming meat soup nearby. Er Lengzi darted through the crowd like a spinning top, assisting with poles one moment and fetching firewood the next, his face adorned with a simple, honest smile. Awake, are you? A tambu approached, presenting Guo Chunhai with a steaming bowl of medicinal soup. Upon consuming it, he felt his wounds healing swiftly. Guo Chunhai accepted the bowl, the bitter scent assaulting his nostrils. He tilted his head back and drank it all in one gulp, only to be met with a fit of coughing. What is this? He inquired. Bear bile powder mixed with mountain herbs, a tambu replied, a rare smile gracing his face. Today, we shall construct a cactus for you and Er Lengzi. It was then that Guo Chunhai noticed several birch poles, as thick as a bowl, standing in a conical arrangement at the center of the clearing. Two young hunters were diligently binding the intersecting points with leather straps. This was the framework of the traditional Orican dwelling, the cactus, which he had seen in a previous life but never imagined he would one day possess. This is too much trouble for everyone, Guo Chunhai said, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Building a house in the frigid temperatures of -20 to 30 degrees was no trivial task. A tambu waved his hand dismissively. You killed a wolf. You have proven yourself. The Orican people respect skilled hunters. He gestured toward a fresh deer hide nearby. That is a gift from Gu Peiqian. Tualuo has given you 20 rounds of rifle ammunition. Others will also bring offerings. Guo Chunhai felt a lump in his throat. In his past life, he had spent decades in solitude, with only Er Lengzi showing him genuine kindness. Yet now, these Orican people, whom he had only recently met, were welcoming him in the most sincere manner. I will help, he declared, setting down the bowl and striding toward the bustling crowd. Constructing the cactus was a collective effort. The men were responsible for building the framework and covering it with animal hides, while the women prepared the daily necessities for the new home. Guo Chunhai was assigned to work with Er Lengzi, tasked with stitching together the tanned deer hides to create a covering for the framework. Brother Hai, how does my stitching look? Er Lengzi held up a piece he had sewn. Although the stitches were crooked, they were relatively sturdy. Guo Chunhai took the hide and added a few more stitches. This way, it will be more secure. In winter, the wind is fierce. If it's not tightly sewn, it will let in drafts. Tualuo approached, carrying a bundle of birch bark. Upon hearing this, he raised an eyebrow. The Han people know this? My father taught me. Guo Chunhai fabricated a reason. He was an old hunter. Tualuo did not press further, laying the birch bark on the ground. Place it on the ground to insulate against moisture. After a moment, he added, your marksmanship is commendable, but you still need to learn how to sew hides. Though it sounded somewhat provocative, his tone was noticeably gentler than the previous day. Guo Chunhai understood that this was the Awaken youth's unique way of expressing approval. At noon, the women called everyone to the meal. Steaming stews, baked flatbreads, and wild fruit wine filled the makeshift wooden table. According to Awaken custom, a simple ritual was to be held to bless the new dwelling. A tambu ignited a pile of pine branches before the cactus framework, chanting ancient blessings in Awaken. What is he saying? Er Lengzi asked quietly. Guo Chunhai shook his head. While he understood some hunting terminology in Awaken, he could not grasp these traditional prayers. Gu Peiqian, standing nearby, volunteered to translate. He prays to the mountain gods to bless the new home and ensure a bountiful hunt for those who dwell within. After the ceremony concluded, everyone gathered around to share a meal. A tambu generously allocated the largest piece of meat to Guo Chunhai and Er Lengzi, a mark of hospitality reserved for esteemed guests. The women busily refilled their bowls with meat and broth, anxious that they might not be satiated. A young girl from the Awaken tribe, a tambu's daughter Anaji, approached with a bowl of milky liquid, reindeer milk liquor meant to warm the spirit. Er Lengzi took a hearty sip, only to cough and turn crimson. Wow, quite potent. Laughter erupted among the group. Anaji giggled, her bright eyes curiously examining the two outsiders. Father says Yuan people are not accustomed to this. You'll soon grow accustomed. Guo Chunhai replied, cautiously sipping from the bowl. The flavor was a complex blend of tartness and spice, indeed far more robust than ordinary spirits. In a previous life, he had tasted this drink and was aware of its strong aftereffects. After the meal, the construction work resumed. The skeletal framework was complete, and now they began draping it with animal hides. The leather walls sewn by Guo Chunhai and Er Lengzi were hoisted skyward by the men, layer upon layer secured to the frame. The outermost layer comprised bear and sable skins, tightly bound with leather strings. As the sun dipped low, a brand new spirit column finally stood tall in the clearing of Laojing Gully. The conical structure cast a long shadow in the setting sun. Its door curtain crafted from the pelt of the male wolf Guo Chunhai had hunted, imposing and regal. Let us take a look inside, a tambu suggested, lifting the curtain. Guo Chunhai bent low to enter, instantly enveloped in warmth. The interior of the spirit column was more spacious than he had envisioned, with a diameter of approximately 4 meters. In the center lay a stone hearth, surrounded by birch bark and animal hides. At the far end was the sleeping area, already adorned with thick bedding. Above the hearth, a flue allowed smoke to escape while keeping rain and snow at bay. Is this truly for us? Er Lengzi touched the smooth walls of animal skin, his voice trembling slightly. A tambu nodded. From tonight onward, this shall be your home. He gestured to several leather bags hanging from the column, salt, tea, gunpowder, contributed by everyone. Guo Chunhai wished to express his gratitude, yet found his throat constricted. These humble hunters had provided him and Er Lengzi with a genuine home in the most tangible manner. As evening fell, Laojing Gully erupted in a lively celebration. The villagers congregated before the grand spirit column, lighting bonfires, drinking, and singing. Anaji and several young women performed the traditional bear dance, mimicking the animal-esque movements with charming clumsiness. The men engaged in wrestling and archery contests, their laughter echoing in the crisp night air. Guo Chunhai and Er Lengzi were generously offered reindeer milk liquor, their cheeks flushed with warmth. Torbu approached, carrying a liquor pouch, and plopped down beside Guo Chunhai. Come on, have some more? I can't anymore. Guo Chunhai waved his hand. We have tomorrow to consider. What's there to fear? Torbu insisted, forcing the pouch into his hands. Winter is just beginning. Jipa also joined the fray, mysteriously pulling out a small leather pouch from his coat. Try this. It's a fine treat. Guo Chunhai opened the package to reveal several chunks of dark brown ointment. The curious Er Lengzi leaned in and asked, what is this? It's bear oil ointment. Gu Peiqian replied with pride. Apply it on your feet, and it won't freeze even at -50 degrees. Guo Chunhai recognized this as a treasure of the Awaken hunters, typically kept secret. He expressed his gratitude solemnly and carefully stored the ointment away. As the night deepened, the revelers gradually dispersed. Guo Chunhai assisted the drunken Er Lengzi back to their new home. The crackling of firewood in the hearth filled the air with warmth. Upon entering, Er Lengzi collapsed onto the fur-covered bed, mumbling, delicious, more please. Guo Chunhai chuckled softly, shaking his head as he removed his boots and tucked him in. He then settled by the hearth, inspecting the newly acquired hunting knife gifted by Torub. The blade was long and sharp, the handle wrapped in red cord, and the sheath adorned with exquisite engravings. This was a cherished possession of the Orichan hunters, and bestowing it upon an outsider signified genuine recognition. Outside, the night sky over the Khingan Mountains was dotted with stars. The occasional bark of a dog added to the tranquility. Guo Chunhai added another log to the fire, suddenly enveloped by a feeling of nostalgia. In a past life, he might have been curled up in a corner of a dilapidated temple, numbing the scars on his face with inferior liquor. Now, Er Lengzi shifted in his sleep, murmuring, "Brother Hai has a home." Guo Chunhai felt a pang in his heart. Yes, he had a home now, not a cave, not a coal pit, but a genuine home filled with warmth and humanity. He gently stirred the firewood, watching the sparks ascend, tracing bright arcs against the darkness. The following morning, Guo Chunhai was jolted awake by a series of urgent knocks at the door. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he lifted the wolf fur door curtain to find Anaji standing there, her expression grave. "Father wants you to hurry. Something has happened." Guo Chunhai immediately snapped to attention and shook Er Lengzi awake. The two hastily donned their clothes and followed Anaji to the saguaro of a tambu. Inside, several seasoned hunters had already gathered, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Upon their arrival, a tambu pointed to a torn wolf pelt on the ground. "Take a look at this," he said. Guo Chunhai crouched down, noticing the pelt was stained with dried blood and ragged at the edges, as if torn apart by some ferocious beast. "It was found by the creek last night," a tambu intoned gravely. "And this," he continued, producing a wooden box containing several coarse, dark hairs. Guo Chunhai's heart sank. It was bear fur. Judging by the thickness and length, it belonged to a massive adult brown bear. One-eyed, he instinctively inquired. A tambu's gaze snapped to him. "How did you know?" Realizing he had let slip too much, Guo Chunhai quickly covered. "I guessed such a fierce bear might have harmed someone." A tambu studied him intently, but did not press further. "It is the one-eyed bear. I blinded its right eye 10 years ago. I never expected it to still be alive." He gestured toward the wolf pelt. "This is its warning. In the depths of winter, when food is scarce, it is time for the beast to descend from the mountains." The hunters present exchanged anxious glances. Guo Chunhai understood that an experienced, one-eyed old bear posed a threat tenfold greater than that of an ordinary bear. It bore grudges and knew how to evade hunters' traps. A hunt must be organized. Torob's father, a weathered old hunter, suggested, "We should act before it harms anyone." A tambu nodded in agreement. "We shall set off early tomorrow. Those willing to join, please step forward." Hunters eagerly raised their hands, including Torob and Gupakian. Guo Chunhai and Er Lengzi exchanged a glance and raised their hands as well. "You too," a tambu frowned. "You have only just arrived." "We possess firearms," Guo Chunhai replied calmly. "And I have hunted bears before." A hush fell over the gathering. The hunters exchanged astonished looks. Ultimately, the tambu slowly consented. "Very well. We will assemble here before dawn. Bring ample ammunition and provisions. This venture may take several days." Upon returning to their dwelling, Er Lengzi could no longer contain his apprehension. "Brother Hai, are we truly going?" "That is a one-eyed old bear." Guo Chunhai inspected the ammunition of his double-barreled shotgun without raising his head. "We must go. To establish our presence here, we must stand together with the others." "But there are no buts." Guo Chunhai looked up. "A tambu has offered us refuge. Now his village is in peril. Can we remain indifferent?" Er Lengzi fell silent, quietly beginning to pack his belongings. Guo Chunhai recognized his companion's trepidation. The shadow cast by the previous encounter with the bear loomed large. Yet this time was different. They had firearms, experience, and a reliable group of companions. As evening fell, Anaji delivered a package of jerky and herbs. The girl hesitated, finally whispering, "Be cautious of that bear. It killed my brother." Chapter 14. The bear hunt before dawn. Guo Chunhai was roused by Er Lengzi's snoring. Rubbing his eyes, he noticed the fire in the hearth had died down, and the dwelling was as cold as an ice cellar. Er Lengzi curled up in his fur blanket, resembling a large shrimp, with drool marking the corner of his mouth. "Rise and shine." Guo Chunhai kicked Er Lengzi's foot. "Today we hunt bears." Startled, Er Lengzi sat up abruptly, nearly colliding with the low ceiling. "What time is it?" "Daybreak is imminent." Guo Chunhai added more wood to the fire pit, striking flint to reignite the flames. The flickering light gradually dispelled the darkness, illuminating the various weapons hanging on the walls: double-barreled shotguns, a Type 54 pistol, the hunting knife gifted by Torob, and the 3-8 rifle lent by a tambu. The two shared a modest meal of jerky and fried noodles before checking their gear. Guo Chunhai oiled each firearm to ensure smooth operation, while Er Lengzi busily divided the ammunition into small leather pouches for easy access. "Brother Hai, does your shoulder still hurt?" Er Lengzi suddenly inquired. his gaze fixed on the scabbed wound on Guo Chunhai's shoulder. It's completely healed, Guo Chunhai demonstrated by moving his shoulder. What about you? How is your leg? 34. The simpleton slapped his thigh, exclaiming, that sounds quite efficient. He paused, lowering his voice, though I must admit, I am a bit apprehensive. Guo Chunhai ceased his tasks and regarded the simpleton earnestly. Fear is entirely natural. But remember, we are not alone this time. We have a Tambu and the others with us. Indeed. The simpleton nodded emphatically, his earlier unease gradually replaced by a sense of resolve. As dawn broke, the two arrived at the rendezvous point. A dozen hunters were already gathered before a Tambu's towering cactus, all fully armed. Torabu and Japakian were engaged in a contest to determine whose blade was sharper, while Anaji busily distributed steaming meat buns that she had prepared overnight. Have you arrived? A Tambu nodded at Guo Chunhai, handing him a small leather pouch. Bear grease. Apply it to your face to prevent frostbite. Guo Chunhai expressed his gratitude and shared some of the ointment with the simpleton. Despite its pungent odor, it was indeed effective in preventing skin frostbite. As a Tambu noted that everyone had gathered, he drew a simple map in the dirt with his hunting knife. The one-eyed bear has recently been spotted in the ghostly worry area. We shall split into 3 groups and approach from 3 different directions. He pointed to several key locations. Torabu will lead the team to guard the eastern ridge. Japakian will oversee the western valley, and I will personally lead the frontal assault. If you discover any bear tracks, blow your whistle and refrain from acting alone. Listening to this plan, Guo Chunhai's brows furrowed tighter. This was a head-on approach, fraught with excessive risk. In his past life, he had witnessed numerous bear hunting tragedies, most stemming from an underestimation of the bear's cunning and ferocity. A Tambu. He could not help but interject. I have a suggestion. All eyes turned to him. A Tambu raised an eyebrow. Speak. The bear's sense of smell is several hundred times more acute than ours. A direct encirclement would likely alert it. Guo Chunhai knelt down and sketched a new route in the dirt. Why not first ascertain its movement patterns and set traps along its usual paths? Once it falls prey to the trap, we can then launch our assault. Before a Tambu could respond, Torabu scoffed. The Han people are so timid. Confronting a bear requires a straightforward approach. What skill is there in setting traps? Indeed, Japakian echoed. The Orokin hunters never resort to such trickery. Though the older hunters remained silent, their expressions clearly indicated skepticism. Only Anaji gazed thoughtfully at Guo Chunhai's route plan, deep in contemplation. After a moment of silence, a Tambu spoke. Elaborate on your specific thoughts. Guo Chunhai picked up a twig and meticulously illustrated his plan in the dirt. First, he proposed digging deep pits along the bear's frequent paths, with sharpened stakes embedded at the bottoms. Then, using fresh fish entrails as bait, and once the bear fell into the trap and sustained injuries, the hunters could shoot from a safe distance. The one-eyed bear is quite cunning, he added. Ordinary traps will not deceive it. However, I have noted that it is blind in its right eye, creating a blind spot on its left side. We can exploit this weakness. That is enough. Torabu abruptly interrupted. Father, when have we Orokin people ever needed to resort to such underhanded tactics to hunt? Wouldn't it invite ridicule if word got out? A Tambu's expression turned grave. He glanced at Guo Chunhai, then at his fellow clansmen, ultimately shaking his head. Let us adhere to the old ways. We will hunt in 3 groups. Guo Chunhai opened his mouth, wishing to persuade further, but Er Lengzi discreetly tugged at his sleeve. Reluctantly, he acquiesced and silently stepped aside. The teams were quickly organized. Guo Chunhai and Er Lengzi were assigned to a Tambu's group, accompanied by Anaji and 2 seasoned hunters. Torabu and Jepa each led a team of young hunters, responsible for the eastern and western flanks. Before their departure, Anaji stealthily slipped a small cloth pouch into Guo Chunhai's hands. Take this. It may prove useful. Upon opening it, Guo Chunhai discovered several fine steel wires and small bells, ideal materials for traps. He looked at Anaji in astonishment, but the girl had already turned away, leaving him with a playful silhouette. The party set off into the morning mist. A Tambu led the way, his steps as silent as a cat, leaving almost no trace. Guo Chunhai and Er Lengzi followed closely, mimicking the old hunters, striving to make as little noise as possible. After about 2 hours of travel, a Tambu suddenly halted, crouching to inspect a mark in the snow. Guo Chunhai leaned in for a closer look, his heart tightening at the sight of a massive bear paw print, nearly the size of 2 adult male hands, with deep claw marks at the front. Fresh, no more than 2 hours old, a Tambu murmured, pointing toward a tangle of underbrush ahead. It is fed there. Guo Chunhai observed the surroundings intently. This thicket lay in a hollow between 2 ridges, a favored foraging ground for bears. Judging by the traces, the one-eyed bear had been digging at tree roots, likely searching for hibernating ground squirrels. Split up and see which direction it has gone, a Tambu commanded. Do not stray too far. Regroup in 10 minutes. The hunters dispersed. Guo Chunhai led Er Lengzi eastward, soon discovering a trail of bear prints leading to a dry creek bed. Brother Hai, are we really not setting traps? Er Lengzi whispered. That old bear looks enormous. Guo Chunhai shook his head. A Tambu makes the decisions. He paused, retrieving the steel wire from his pocket. However, we can make some small preparations. He swiftly fashioned a simple snare between two trees beside the paw print, attaching a small bell. This way, if the bear passed through, it would at least provide them with a warning. Upon returning to the rendezvous point, the other hunters gradually reassembled. Anaji had discovered a pile of bear feces still warm. An older hunter found evidence of a bear rubbing against a tree, leaving several tufts of black fur. It has headed toward the ghost's grief, a Tambu concluded. Let us continue the chase. The group set off again, this time with heightened caution. As the altitude increased, the snow thickened, making their progress exceedingly arduous. Er Lengzi accidentally stepped into a void, one leg sinking into a snow pit. But Guo Chunhai promptly pulled him out. By midday, they arrived at a steep cliff in Ghost's Grief, the wall adorned with honeycomb-like rock cavities. A Tambu signaled for everyone to conceal themselves while he cautiously approached the largest cave opening. There's movement. Anaki suddenly whispered a warning. Almost simultaneously, the bell set by Guo Chunhai chimed. Tension gripped the group as they trained their weapons towards the source of the sound. The bushes rustled, and a dark figure gradually emerged. It was Toribu and his team. They had inadvertently triggered Guo Chunhai's snare while circling around from the east. Damn it! A Tambu exclaimed, his beard bristling with anger. Were you not instructed to guard the eastern side? Toribu retorted defiantly. We followed the bear tracks and came this way. Nonsense! A Tambu hissed angrily. This will alert it. Before he could finish, a deafening roar erupted from the cave in the cliff. The sound was so thunderous that it caused the snow on the branches to tumble down. The one-eyed beast. An old hunter gasped. Immediately, a colossal creature surged out of the cave. It was an enormous brown bear, standing over 2 meters tall, with a gruesome scar over its right eye and a fierce glint in its left. It twitched its nose, evidently having caught the scent of the hunters. Spread out, a Tambu shouted, raising his shotgun. The hunters swiftly scattered in search of cover. Guo Chunhai pulled Er Lengzi behind a massive rock, his heart pounding like a drum. The bear was even larger than he had imagined, weighing at least 500 pounds. Bang! A Tambu fired first, the bullet striking the bear's shoulder and splattering blood. The one-eyed beast roared in pain but did not retreat. Instead, it charged directly at a Tambu. The old hunter nimbly rolled aside, narrowly avoiding the bear's massive paw. Fire! Toribu shouted, pulling the trigger. Gunfire erupted all around as bullets rained down on the brown bear. Yet, the one-eyed creature was remarkably cunning, using the trees and rocks for cover to evade most of the shots, and instead launched an assault on the hunters. A chilling scream echoed as a young hunter was swatted aside by a bear paw, flying several meters before crashing heavily into the snow. Seizing the opportunity, Guo Chunhai fired twice from the side, hitting the bear in the hind leg with one shot, while the other grazed its ear. The one-eyed beast immediately pivoted towards him. Hai Gu! Er Lengzi cried out in alarm, raising his gun to shoot, but in his panic, he missed. In a critical moment, Guo Chunhai yanked Er Lengzi down the slope, narrowly avoiding the bear's lunge. The pair tumbled down the snowy hill for over 10 meters before coming to a stop, covered in snow yet having escaped calamity. Meanwhile, on the slope, the hunters continued to engage the one-eyed beast. This old bear was exceedingly shrewd. It understood how to utilize the terrain for cover and would feign injury to lure the hunters closer. Toribu nearly fell for this trick, but a Tambu's timely shot drew the bear's attention away. This won't do. Guo Chunhai gasped. We need to lure it into an open area. How do we do that? Er Lengzi's face turned pale. Guo Chunhai suddenly had an idea. He retrieved a packet of dried fish, intended for lunch, from his backpack. This will do. Bears are drawn to the scent of fish. He swiftly affixed the fish to a long branch, creating a rudimentary bait. Crouching low, he maneuvered to the upwind side and raised the bait high. The biting cold wind quickly carried the fishy aroma towards the one-eyed bear. The bear's nose twitched instantly, with its remaining eye fixating intently on the dried fish in Guo Chunhai's hand. After a moment's hesitation, it forsook the hunter before it and charged directly at Guo Chunhai. Run! Guo Chunhai shouted as he turned and sprinted towards an open area he had scouted earlier, with the clumsy companion hot on his heels. The one-eyed bear pursued relentlessly, its massive body causing the ground to tremble beneath it. Guo Chunhai ran desperately, his lungs burning with pain, but he dared not stop. The open space lay just ahead. At last, they burst into a stretch of unshielded snow. The one-eyed bear followed suit, fully exposed within the hunter's line of fire. Now, Guo Chunhai yelled, pulling his companion down into the snow. The sound of gunfire erupted like popping beans. Atambu, Tulabu, and the other hunters seized the moment. Bullets raining down from all directions towards the bear. This time, without trees or rocks to obscure their aim, most of the shots struck true. The bear let out one last furious roar, rearing up before crashing down like a small mountain, sending snowflakes flying. The hunters cautiously approached, their weapons still trained on the fallen brown bear. Atambu prodded the bear's eye with the handle of his hunting knife, receiving no response, thus confirming its demise. Excellent marksmanship, Tulabu remarked, approaching Guo Chunhai and offering a rare thumbs up. Atambu inspected the bullet holes in the bear's body. Deep in thought, drawing the bear out of its den was a clever tactic. Guo Chunhai, panting heavily, managed a weak smile. I was just lucky. Yet, he knew in his heart that had it not been for his quick thinking with the fish bait, there could have been a tragic outcome that day. The young hunter, struck by the bear's paw, had been brought over, pale but thankfully only sustaining superficial injuries. The hunters began to process the bear's carcass. According to the traditions of the Orichan people, the hunter who kills a fierce beast is entitled to the best parts. Atambu personally cut out the bear's gallbladder and handed it to Guo Chunhai. This is yours. It was a great honor. Guo Chunhai solemnly accepted the still-warm gallbladder and then passed it to his companion. This belongs to both of us. The companion was momentarily taken aback, his eyes reddening. Brother Hai, take it, Guo Chunhai insisted. Without your shot to divert its attention, I wouldn't have escaped. Atambu observed this scene. A flicker of admiration in his eyes. He patted Guo Chunhai on the shoulder. Next time, use your method to hunt bears. On the way back to the village, the hunters took turns carrying the bear's carcass, the atmosphere significantly more relaxed. Tulabu even initiated a conversation with Guo Chunhai, inquiring about the techniques for setting traps. Anaji walked at the rear of the group, stealing glances at Guo Chunhai now and then, a subtle smile gracing her lips. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the silhouette of Lao Jingo finally came into view. At the entrance of the village, the hound was the first to catch the scent, barking joyfully as it approached. Soon, the entire village emerged to welcome the triumphant hunters. When the over 500-pound one-eyed old bear was thrown onto the clearing in the village center, a chorus of cheers erupted from the crowd. The women busied themselves with kindling fires to prepare meals, while the children curiously circled around the bear's carcass. Atambu stood elevated, proclaiming loudly, "Today, Guo Chunhai and Er Lengzi have proven themselves. They are no longer guests, but our brothers." The cheers resounded once more. Torbu approached, giving Guo Chunhai a hearty pat on the shoulder. Japakian presented him with a flask of strong liquor. Anaji, blushing, handed over a hand-stitched wolfskin belt. Er Lengzi stood among the crowd, grinning like a child. Observing all this, Guo Chunhai suddenly felt that the wound on his shoulder was no longer painful. "Hi Guo." Er Lengzi squeezed through, holding 2 wooden bowls. "Drink. We shall not return sober today." Guo Chunhai accepted the bowl and gulped it down. The fiery liquor scorched his throat, nearly bringing tears to his eyes, yet his heart felt as warm as if cradling a small furnace. Chapter 15. A confession in intoxication. The campfire crackled, sparks soaring high, illuminating the faces of the Awenki hunters seated in a circle. Guo Chunhai's hand, holding the wooden bowl, trembled slightly, the reindeer milk liquor sloshing within, exuding a rich aroma of milk and alcohol. "Drink." "Another bowl." Torbu bellowed, his dark face glowing red, clearly having consumed quite a bit already. Guo Chunhai tilted his head back and drained the bowl. The fiery liquid slid down his throat, setting his chest ablaze. This was already the 7th bowl of the night, and his vision began to blur, a buzzing sound filling his ears. "Good." Japakian clapped his thigh in approval. "Our Han brother is quite the sport." Er Lengzi had already succumbed to the drink, slumped against a wooden post like a puddle of mud, occasionally emitting silly giggles. Guo Chunhai also wished to lie down, but as the bear-hunting hero, he could not show weakness before these Awenki men. "Brother Guo," a clear voice called out beside him. Guo Chunhai turned to see Anaji standing before him, holding a bowl of liquor. The girl looked particularly radiant tonight, her long, dark braids cascading down her chest, her rosy cheeks glowing like ripe hawthorn under the firelight. She wore a brand-new deerskin coat, its collar adorned with exquisite cloud patterns. "I also toast to you." Anaji's voice was softer than usual, her eyes sparkling. Guo Chunhai was taken aback. According to Awenki customs, when an unmarried girl offers a drink to a man, it carries special significance. He instinctively glanced at Atambu, who was squinting and smoking his pipe, pretending not to notice the unfolding scene. Guo Chunhai stammered. "I cannot drink anymore." "Do you look down on me?" Anaji's eyebrows shot up, her voice suddenly rising an octave. The surrounding hunters fell silent. All eyes fixated on the two. Guo Chunhai felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead, caught in a predicament with no way out. Reluctantly, he accepted the bowl of liquor. How could I refuse? He forced himself to drink another bowl, his stomach churning violently, stars dancing before his eyes. Yet, Ji was relentless, conjuring up another bowl as if by magic. Good things come in pairs. The hunters erupted in laughter, some starting to clap rhythmically, urging him on. Guo Chunhai realized he could no longer escape. He had to lift the bowl to his lips once more, silently praying not to make a fool of himself. As the third bowl slid down, the world began to spin uncontrollably. He felt as if his tongue had swelled. Ji, I really can't take it anymore. Can't take it? Ji suddenly leaned closer, her breath heavy with the scent of alcohol wafting over him. You can hunt bears, but you can't drink? Her face was mere inches from his, her long eyelashes so thick they could hold a matchstick. Guo Chunhai had never been this close to a girl in his entire life, leaving him flustered, the alcohol surging to his head. I. He stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Without warning, Ji grasped his hand and turned to the crowd. Father, uncles, today, I, Ji, declare that I will marry Guo Chunhai. Instantly, the crackling fire fell silent. Guo Chunhai felt a buzzing in his ears as the effects of the liquor began to fade. Cold sweat trickling down his spine. He glanced desperately at a tambu, but the old hunter merely puffed on his pipe, his expression inscrutable. Ji, you've had too much to drink. Guo Chunhai attempted to withdraw his hand, but she gripped it firmly. I'm not drunk, she proclaimed loudly. Her cheeks flushed like autumn berries. You killed the one-eyed bear. You are a hero. Heroes deserve a good woman. I, Ji, am the best girl from the old gold ditch. What more could you want? The hunters finally regained their composure, bursting into even louder laughter and cheers. Torbu whistled. Brother Guo, what good fortune you have. Jipa quipped sourly. Had I known killing bears could win Ji's hand, I would have done it last year. Be quiet. Ji shot them a glare before turning back to Guo Chunhai, her tone suddenly softening. Brother Guo, don't you like me? Guo Chunhai felt a prickling sensation at the back of his neck. Truth be told, Ji was indeed a lovely girl, beautiful, capable, and straightforward. However, with over 40 years of life experience, he viewed her as a younger sister, especially considering the precarious situation they were in. I don't. He fumbled, unsure how to respond. At that crucial moment, a tambu finally spoke up. Enough, girl. Marriage is not a trifling matter. Let us discuss this when you're sober. Once the old hunter intervened, Ji, albeit reluctantly, released his hand. But just before she walked away, she leaned in close to his ear, whispering, You can't escape. The warmth of her breath made his ears burn. The bonfire party continued for a while, but Guo Chunhai felt exceedingly restless, eventually making an excuse to leave early under the pretense of caring for Er Lengzi. He half-dragged, half-carried the inebriated Er Lengzi back to the Xianren pillar, and as soon as he closed the door, he slumped to the ground, exhaling a long sigh. Brother Hai, Er Lengzi suddenly sat up as if resurrected, his eyes considerably clearer. I was just pretending to be drunk. Guo Chunhai, incensed, kicked him. Did you expect me to carry you back all by myself? Hee. Er Lengzi chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. I didn't want to disturb you because I thought Ji would be displeased. Stop the nonsense. Guo Chunhai felt his face flush with embarrassment. Let us pretend this never happened. Tomorrow, when the alcohol wears off, Ji will surely feel awkward. Er Lengzi leaned closer. Speaking in a conspiratorial tone, Brother Hai, I think Ji is quite nice. She is beautiful and can hunt and cook. Go to sleep. Guo Chunhai threw a fur blanket over his face. As the night deepened, the laughter outside gradually faded away. Guo Chunhai lay by the fire pit, yet sleep eluded him. Ji's bold confession, a Tanbu's inscrutable demeanor, and the raucous teasing of the hunters replayed in his mind. In his previous life, he had never experienced the thrill of being pursued by a girl due to his disfigurement. Now, in this second life, encountering such a situation in the Orokin tribe felt like a cruel twist of fate. Lost in thought, he suddenly heard faint footsteps outside. Guo Chunhai instantly became alert, his hand reaching for the hunting knife by his pillow. Brother Guo, came Ji's voice, hushed and soft. Are you asleep? Guo Chunhai froze, scarcely daring to breathe. What was she doing here at such an hour? If anyone saw her, there would be no way to clear his name. I know you're awake, Ji persisted, gently tapping the doorframe. I have something to discuss with you. Er Lengzi then let out a thunderous snore, startling Guo Chunhai. Gritting his teeth, he cautiously approached the door and whispered through the curtain, Ji, it's too late. Let us talk tomorrow. No, the young woman insisted stubbornly. My father is going to the commune meeting tomorrow and will be gone for several days. When he returns, he might just betroth me to someone else. Guo Chunhai found himself both amused and exasperated. But you can't come at this hour. I just have one question. Ji interrupted him. Do you wish to marry me? Caught off guard by her directness, Guo Chunhai took a deep breath and tried to respond tactfully. Ji, you are a wonderful girl. But I am currently without a home and being pursued by Zhang Yud. I cannot involve you in my troubles. I'm not afraid. Ji's voice trembled with emotion. You can hunt and are capable. Where can't you survive? Besides, my father has connections in the commune and can help you deal with Zhang Yud. Guo Chunhai was momentarily swayed by her words. It was indeed true that if he became a Tambu's son-in-law, establishing a foothold in Laojing Gully would be much easier. Yet, he quickly dismissed the ignoble thought of exploiting the girl's feelings. What kind of man would that make him? Ji, you are still young. I am 19. The curtain was suddenly pulled aside, and Ji's flushed face squeezed through the gap. In our village, children my age are already running about. Guo Chunhai quickly stepped back. Don't let anyone see us. Let them see. Ji boldly declared, fully thrusting her head through the opening. Just then, a sharp whistle pierced the air from the village entrance, signaling an alert. Ji's expression shifted instantly. Something's wrong. Without a second thought, Guo Chunhai grabbed his hunting rifle and dashed outside. Er Lengzi, roused from his slumber, groggily inquired, "What's happening?" "There's a situation." Guo Chunhai called back, "Stay inside." In the village square, a crowd had already gathered. A Tambu, draped in a bearskin cloak, was listening to the night watchman's report. Guo Chunhai squeezed his way through and overheard the hunter say, "I spotted 3 figures lurking outside the village. As soon as I blew my whistle, they fled." "Did you catch a glimpse of their faces?" a Tambu asked in a low voice. It was too dark to see clearly, but they definitely weren't our Wanky people. Their gait was all wrong. A sense of unease gripped Guo Chunhai. Could it be that Zhang Yud's men had come looking for trouble? A Tambu evidently shared this concern. He cast a glance at Guo Chunhai and ordered, "Heighten security. Pair up and search the perimeter of the village." The hunters immediately sprang into action. Guo Chunhai was assigned to a group with Tuo Bu, tasked with searching the western woods. Contrary to his usual demeanor, Tuo Bu refrained from making sarcastic remarks and diligently examined the traces in the snow. "Look here," he suddenly crouched down, pointing at several indistinct footprints. "These are made by rubber-soled shoes. They aren't ours." Guo Chunhai scrutinized the prints. They were fresh and clearly made by someone attempting to tread lightly. Judging by the stride, the intruders were not tall but robust. At least 3 of them, Tuo Bu assessed. They must have lingered here for a while, likely scouting the area. Following the footprints for a stretch, they discovered that the intruders had come from the mountain path west of Old Jean Ditch, but upon leaving, they split into 2 groups, one retracing their steps while the other headed north. "Strange," Tuo Bu furrowed his brow. "North leads to a cliff. There's no path." Guo Chunhai suddenly realized, unless someone is waiting for them on the north side. The 2 hurried to report their discovery to a Tambu. Upon hearing this, the old hunter's expression grew even more serious. "It seems they are after you," he said to Guo Chunhai. "Zhang Yud's reach is quite extensive." Ji squeezed through the crowd, gripping Guo Chunhai's arm tightly. "Father, we must help Brother Guo." A Tambu remained silent, casting a deep gaze at his daughter and then at Guo Chunhai, his eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. "First, we must ensure the village's safety," the old hunter finally stated. "Tomorrow morning, I will head to the commune to gather more information. The others will take turns keeping watch. Any suspicious individuals should be detained immediately." As the crowd dispersed, Guo Chunhai and Er Lengzi returned to the immortal pillar. The simpleton had long since sobered up and anxiously inquired, "Brother Hai, is Zhang Yud truly a man of integrity?" "Most likely," Guo Chunhai replied while inspecting his firearm. "We must be prepared." "Prepared for what?" "2 possibilities." Guo Chunhai raised 2 fingers. 1. Zhang Yud sends someone to apprehend us. 2. He paused. He has learned about the one-eyed bear and desires its gallbladder and pelt. The simpleton's eyes widened in alarm. "What should we do?" "Let us first see what a Tambu brings back from the commune tomorrow." Guo Chunhai extinguished the oil lamp. "Sleep now. We have much to attend to tomorrow." In the darkness, he listened to the simpleton's rhythmic snoring while his thoughts drifted elsewhere. The bold confession from Wenji, the mysteriously appearing stranger, and a Tambu's profound gaze intertwined, leaving him with an unsettling feeling. Outside, the night wind howled through the Khingan Mountains, stirring up flurries of snow. In the distance, a few wolf howls echoed, quickly swallowed by the wind. Guo Chunhai gripped his hunting rifle tightly, silently awaiting the dawn. Chapter 16. A visitor at midnight. As dawn broke, Guo Chunhai heard hurried footsteps outside the cactus. He jolted up, his hand instinctively reaching for the hunting rifle by his pillow. The simpleton remained deep in slumber, snoring like a bellows. Brother Guo, open the door quickly. Wenaji's hushed voice called from outside, tinged with urgency. Guo Chunhai hastily donned his clothes and lifted the wolfskin curtain. Wenaji stood shrouded in morning mist, her nose red from the cold, clutching a cloth bundle. My father sent me to summon you. Something has happened. What is it? Guo Chunhai's heart tightened. Toruobu and his group, Wenaji panted, they've captured those 3 men from last night. Guo Chunhai inhaled sharply and turned to shake the simpleton awake. Wake up. Something's happened. The 3 hurried to a tambu's cactus, where a crowd had already gathered. Toruobu and Japakian stood at the center, wearing smug expressions. On the ground lay 3 bruised men. The very individuals who had been surveying the area the previous night. Guo Chunhai's heart sank as he recognized one of them, Zhang Taizhu, a distant nephew of Zhang Yud. The very one who had previously come to trouble them at the cave. How did you capture them? Guo Chunhai asked, his throat dry. Toruobu proudly lifted his chin. We lay in wait at the village entrance, ready to catch them all in one go. He kicked Zhang Taizhu. This brat still tried to resist, but was knocked down by Japakian with one blow. Zhang Taizhu raised his head, his swollen eyes filled with malice. Guo Chunhai, you can't escape. My uncle has already reported to the commune's armed department, claiming you have assaulted others and are illegally carrying standard firearms. Nonsense. The simpleton fumed. You were the ones who started it. A tambu raised his hand to quell the argument, crouching down to stare intently at Zhang Taizhu. What benefits did Zhang Yud offer you that you would dare to venture so far into the territory of the Orokin? Zhang Taizhu shrank his neck, clearly wary of the old hunter from the Orokin tribe. I am merely following orders, he stammered. Whose orders? Atanbu's voice was as cold as ice. Deputy Director Li from the county's Revolutionary Committee, Zhang Taizhu replied hesitantly. He said your Orokin people are harboring fugitives. The room erupted in uproar. The hunters murmured their indignation, some even drawing their hunting knives. Guo Chunhai's heart sank. The situation was far more dire than he had anticipated, involving officials from the county. Atanbu's expression darkened considerably. He approached Guo Chunhai and whispered, let's step outside. The two retreated to a secluded spot behind the house. The morning mist had yet to dissipate, and the distant mountains appeared shrouded in mystery. Atanbu took out his pipe and began to fill it with tobacco leisurely. Though Guo Chunhai noticed the old man's hands were slightly trembling. Deputy Director Li is named Li Fuguwei, and he oversees forestry. Atanbu exhaled a cloud of smoke. He is ruthless and has long set his sights on the forests near Laojindong. Guo Chunhai felt a tightening in his throat. Uncle Atanbu, Er Lengzi and I should leave tonight. We cannot implicate you. Leave? Atanbu scoffed. Where would you go? The entire Khingan Mountains are likely searching for you too. He paused. Do you think the Orokin are afraid of trouble? But, there are no buts, Atanbu interrupted. You are now part of Laojindong. If anything happens to you, it affects the entire Orokin tribe. Guo Chunhai's heart surged, yet reason reminded him of the need for selflessness. Uncle Atanbu, Li Fuguwei has power. He can use various pretexts, he dares. Atanbu suddenly raised his voice. When I fought bandits, he was still in diapers. Just then, Anaji hurried over. Father. Those 3 were dealt with by Tuayuo and his men. They were rather harsh. One of them softened and said he wishes to see you alone. He has important news. Atanbu and Guo Chunhai exchanged a glance and swiftly returned to the Xianren pillar. Zhang Taizhu, seeing them enter with a bruised face, immediately shouted, let me go. I have something to say. Atanbu signaled for his bindings to be loosened. Zhang Taizhu flexed his wrists and lowered his voice. Deputy Director Li plans to come the day after tomorrow to inspect work, but in reality, he intends to bring my uncle to capture you too. He gestured toward Guo Chunhai and Er Lengzi. My uncle even mentioned that if you hand them over, the County Revolutionary Committee will double the quotas provided to you. With a sharp slap, Atanbu knocked Zhang Taizhu to the ground. You wretched scoundrel. When have the Orokin ever betrayed their friends? The room erupted in chaos. The hunters were incensed, with some proposing to throw the 3 men into the ravine to feed the wolves. Ultimately, Guo Chunhai stepped forward to calm everyone down. Let us not act rashly. Killing them would only complicate matters further. He turned to Atanbu. Allow Er Lengzi and me to speak with them. Atanbu hesitated for a moment, nodded, and exited with the others, leaving only Guo Chunhai, Er Lengzi, and the 3 captives. Guo Chunhai squatted down, locking eyes with Zhang Taizhu. What does Zhang Yud truly desire? Zhang Taizhu's gaze flickered. He simply wants to take you back. Nonsense. Er Lengzi suddenly seized his collar. Is it necessary to disturb the county leaders just to capture us? Zhang Taizhu, gasping for breath under the grip, finally revealed the truth. The bear gallbladder from the one-eyed bear you hunted is needed. Deputy Director Li's father-in-law is ill and requires the medicine. Guo Chunhai's realization dawned upon him. So that was it. The gallbladder of the one-eyed bear is a rare treasure, renowned for its medicinal properties. Zhang Yud seeks to curry favor with his superiors. The bear gall is with me, Guo Chunhai declared calmly. Tell your uncle, release us, and I shall provide it. Er Lengzi grew anxious. Brother Hai? That is. Guo Chunhai shot him a glance, prompting Er Lengzi to immediately seal his lips. Zhang Taizhu, skeptical, asked, is that true? Indeed, Guo Chunhai affirmed. But there is a condition. You must ensure that you do not trouble old Jingu in the future. Zhang Tiezhu's eyes darted, agreed. I shall inform my uncle upon my return. Guo Chunhai feigned contemplation. By this time tomorrow, bring Zhang Yud and Deputy Director Li's handwritten guarantee, and I will hand over the bear gall. After Zhang Taizhu and his companions expressed their gratitude and departed, Er Lengzi could no longer contain himself. Brother Hai, are you truly giving them the bear gall? Not a chance. Guo Chunhai sneered. It is merely a delaying tactic. A tambu. The old hunter entered in response. Having evidently been eavesdropping outside, the two exchanged knowing smiles. Is a day sufficient for preparation? Guo Chunhai inquired. A tambu stroked his beard. More than enough. Torabu. Japakian. The two young men rushed in immediately. A tambu instructed. Go and clear out the old cellar behind the village, lay down fresh hay, and prepare 10 days' worth of food and water. Una Ji squeezed in. Father, I want to help. A tambu shot her a glare. You go clean our hunting rifles and ensure the ammunition is sufficient. After a pause, he added, also, bring the clothes of Brother Guo and Er Lengzi for your mother to reinforce. Everyone dispersed, and old Jingu became bustling with activity. Guo Chunhai and Er Lengzi were assigned to rest in the saguaro, yet neither could remain idle. Brother Hai, are we truly going to hide in the cellar? Er Lengzi whispered. Guo Chunhai shook his head. The cellar is a ruse. I suspect the tambu has alternative plans. Indeed, as evening fell, a tambu approached their saguaro alone, holding a hand-drawn map. Look here. He pointed at a location on the map. There is an abandoned hunter's cabin in this hollow. It is quite concealed. When Li Fugui's men arrive tomorrow, you should hide there first. And then what? Guo Chunhai asked. Then a tambu revealed a cunning smile, declaring, I have my ways to ensure they never dare to come back to Old Jin Gully. Just as he spoke, Anaji burst in with great urgency, exclaiming, Father, this is bad. Torabu and Japakian have taken a few people and said they are going to teach that bully, Zhang Yud, a lesson. A tambu's expression changed drastically. Nonsense. He seized his hunting rifle and rushed outside, with Guo Chunhai and Er Lengzi closely following. A crowd of villagers had gathered at the village entrance to witness the commotion. In the distance, Torabu and Japakian were heading up the mountain path, fully armed, accompanied by 5 or 6 young hunters. Stop! A tambu shouted furiously. Torabu turned back defiantly, saying, Father, we cannot wait to be attacked. Let us head to the 3 households on the mountainside of the town and deal with Zhang Yud. Nonsense. A tambu's beard bristled with rage. You are only inviting trouble. Japakian protested loudly. When have the Orcan people ever feared the Han? Seeing this, Guo Chunhai quickly stepped in to mediate. I appreciate your good intentions, brothers. However, this matter requires careful consideration. Brute force is not the solution. Torabu sneered. What? Are you afraid? I fear for the safety of Old Jin Gully. Guo Chunhai replied earnestly. If something happens to you, I shall never find peace in my conscience. His heartfelt words softened the young hunter's resolve. Seizing the opportunity, a tambu commanded, everyone, return. There is an important task tomorrow. After finally calming the storm, Guo Chunhai returned to the immortal pillar, utterly exhausted. Anaji brought over steaming meat soup and baked flatbread, her eyes red as if she had been crying. What's wrong? Guo Chunhai inquired. Anaji bit her lip. You are leaving tomorrow. Only temporarily, Guo Chunhai reassured her, until the storm passes. Take me with you. Anaji suddenly grasped his hand. I can hunt and cook. I will not be a burden. Guo Chunhai was momentarily at a loss. That wouldn't be appropriate. Why wouldn't it be appropriate? Anaji's tears streamed down. I publicly declared I would marry you. Er Lengzi pretended to cough nearby, secretly laughing. Guo Chunhai shot him a fierce glare before turning to Anaji softly. You are still young. You will meet someone even better. I do not want someone better. Anaji cried even harder. I only want you. Just as Guo Chunhai was at his wit's end, a tambu's voice called from outside. Girl, come here for a moment. Reluctantly, Anaji released her grip, wiped her tears, and stepped out. Guo Chunhai let out a long sigh, collapsing beside the fire pit. Hey, brother, Er Lengzi approached. Actually, Anaji is quite good. Be quiet. Guo Chunhai retorted irritably. Pack your things. We leave early tomorrow. As night deepened, Old Jin Gully gradually fell silent. Yet Guo Chunhai tossed and turned, unable to find sleep. Outside the window, a cold moon hung delicately at the treetops, casting a silvery sheen upon the snow-covered ground. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound captured his attention. Guo Chunhai quietly rose, peering through the crack of the door. In the moonlight, a familiar figure was stealthily making its way towards the village entrance. It was Zhang Taizhu. Hadn't this fellow left? Why was he still lingering in the village? Guo Chunhai immediately roused Er Lengzi, seized his hunting rifle, and followed suit. Zhang Taizhu appeared unfamiliar with Lao Jing'o, trudging awkwardly through the snow. Guo Chunhai and Er Lengzi, utilizing the terrain for cover, silently trailed behind him. They watched as Zhang Taizhu arrived at an old elm tree by the village entrance, pulled out a small cloth pouch from his bosom, buried it at the tree's roots, and then furtively slipped away. Once his figure had completely vanished, Guo Chunhai stepped forward to unearth the pouch. Upon opening it, he discovered a slip of paper and a small glass vial. The note bore hasty, crooked writing, "Tomorrow night. Light a fire as a signal. Director Li will lead his men into the village from the west." Inside the vial was a colorless liquid that emitted a pungent odor. Kerosene. Guo Chunhai's expression darkened. They intend to set the village ablaze. Er Lengzi gasped. "Brother Hai, what should we do?" Guo Chunhai clenched his fists. "We must return to find a Tanbu. Plans have changed. We cannot leave, but must take action immediately." Under the moonlight, their silhouettes hurried back towards the village. In the distance, a few wolf howls echoed, as if heralding an impending storm. Chapter 17. A trap for the enemy. As the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, the Orcan hunters of Lao Jing'o had gathered in a Tanbu's sanctuary. Beneath the dim glow of the oil lamps, a dozen tense faces were illuminated, the air thick with the scent of pine resin and gunpowder. Guo Chunhai placed the kerosene bottle and note that Zhang Taizhu had buried upon a birch bark surface. Speaking gravely, they planned to take action tonight. A Tanbu picked up the kerosene bottle, examining it under the light. His expression dark enough to draw water. "Li Fugui intends to eradicate us entirely." "Father," Wanaji exclaimed in distress, stamping her feet, "we cannot sit idly by." Torab stood abruptly, slapping his thigh. "I will take a group and intercept them halfway. Sit down." A Tanbu commanded sharply, turning to Guo Chunhai. "What is your perspective?" Guo Chunhai inhaled deeply. Tracing his finger over the map, Zhang Taizhu mentioned that Li Fugui would approach from the west. Here, he pointed to a narrow pass outside the village. "Is the only route. It is flanked by steep slopes, ideal for an ambush." And then, a Tanbu narrowed his eyes. Then, a glint of determination flashed in Guo Chunhai's gaze. "We shall invite them into a trap." He elaborated on his plan. First, to position men on either side of the pass. Once Li Fugui's forces entered the ambush zone, they would ensnare them with ropes and traps, compelling them to write down their arson confession. "No way." Torab was the first to object. "That's too cumbersome. It would be much more satisfying to shoot them down directly." "Foolishness." A Tanbu shot him a glare, exclaiming, "If we kill the officials, our entire village will be buried alongside them." Guo Chunhai nodded in agreement, stating, "We must employ wit, not brute force." He picked up a slender rope, saying, "We'll use this to set a snare, complemented by the snow pit we've dug. Firearms are unnecessary. We shall use bows and clubs to incapacitate them." Japakian scratched his head, questioning, "What about the kerosene bottle? They must admit it themselves." "I have a plan," Er Lengzi suddenly interjected, his eyes gleaming. "When I was a child in the village, I witnessed the militia capturing spies using a method akin to playing pretend but turning real." The others looked on in confusion as Er Lengzi gestured to clarify. "We will disguise ourselves as their people. Bait them into revealing their intentions." Guo Chunhai's eyes widened with understanding. "You mean, find someone to impersonate Zhang Taizhu?" "Exactly." Er Lengzi nodded excitedly. "When they attempt to ignite the kerosene, we shall ensnare them all." A Tanbu pondered for a moment, then broke into a grin. "Excellent idea. Tuolabu, your stature is similar to that of Zhang Taizhu. You shall take on his guise." Though Tuolabu grumbled a bit, he ultimately acquiesced. The group continued to discuss details until dawn broke, dispersing as the sun rose. Throughout the day, the surface of Lao Jing'o appeared calm, yet preparations were fervently underway behind the scenes. Women continued with their cooking and laundry, children frolicked in the snow, while every adult male concealed a weapon. Guo Chunhai and Er Lengzi accompanied a Tanbu to the pass for reconnaissance, pinpointing the optimal ambush site. "Dig a pit here." Guo Chunhai indicated a bend in the path. "They will undoubtedly slow down at this point." A Tanbu nodded, dispatching a few young men to prepare. The trap was simple. Dig a shallow pit beneath the snow. Insert sharpened stakes, and cover it with branches and snow for camouflage. While a person might escape serious injury, it would be sufficient to trip the horses. As dusk approached, all preparations were complete. Tuolabu donned a cotton coat pilfered from Zhang Taizhu and smeared his face with charcoal. Anaji wrapped a red scarf around him, and from a distance, he bore a striking resemblance to Zhang Taizhu. Remember, what Chunhai instructed, when you see Li Fugui's men approaching, wave the red scarf 3 times. Then lead them to the withered tree at the west end of the village. Inform them that it's the most suitable place to ignite the fire. Tulabu waved him off impatiently. I know. Enough already. As darkness descended, the hunters took their positions. Guo Chunhai and Er Lengzi concealed themselves in the thicket on the eastern side of the pass, draped in white cloth for disguise. The biting cold numbed their hands and feet. Yet none dared to stir. Brother Hai, are you nervous? Er Lengzi whispered. Guo Chunhai gently shook his head, though his heart raced like a drum. In his previous life, he had lived timidly, never confronting powerful figures as he was now. But this time was different. He had comrades, support, and, most importantly, he was justified. Shoo! He suddenly pressed Er Lengzi's arm. They're coming. In the distance, the sound of hooves and voices grew nearer. Through the gaps in the thicket, Guo Chunhai beheld a procession approaching slowly. At the forefront, a middle-aged man clad in a woolen coat, undoubtedly Li Fugui. Trailing behind him were 5 or 6 attendants. Some shouldering rifles, others carrying oil barrels. Prepare, Guo Chunhai whispered, his finger poised on the trigger. Li Fugui and his entourage gradually entered the ambush zone. At that moment, Torabu, disguised as Zhang Taizhu, emerged from behind a withered tree, waving a red scarf. Directorly, over here, Li Fugui, unsuspecting, directed his men towards the tree. Just as they rounded the bend, the lead horse neighed sharply, its front hooves sinking into a concealed snow pit. The rider was thrown off violently, causing chaos within the ranks. Act, commanded Atambu. Instantly, arrows shot forth from the thickets flanking the narrow passage, striking the snow around Li Fugui and his companions, a warning shot. Simultaneously, the concealed hunters shouted in unison, surging forth from all directions. Don't move. Drop your weapons. Li Fugui's face drained of color, nearly toppling from his mount. His attendants, caught off guard, were swiftly subdued, their weapons confiscated. What do you want? Li Fugui stammered. I am from the county. We know who you are. Atambu stepped forward, yanking him from his horse. Deputy Director Li, what a grand authority you wield, coming all the way to our Ilanchun village to set fires? Li Fugui's complexion paled. What nonsense. I am here to inspect the work. Is that so? Guo Chunhai approached, raising a kerosene bottle. Then what is this? Li Fugui was rendered speechless, beads of sweat forming on his brow. One of his attendants suddenly shouted in desperation, Leader, be careful. It's a trick. That is not Zhang Taizhu. Torabu tore away the red scarf, laughing heartily. Only now do you realize? Too late. Japakian and the other hunters had already bound the attendants, searching them one by one, indeed discovering more kerosene bottles and matches. The evidence is irrefutable, Guo Chunhai stated coldly. Deputy Director Li, do you have anything to say? Li Fugui's eyes darted, suddenly pointing to one attendant. It's all his doing. He urged me on. The attendant was taken aback. Leader, it was clearly you. Silence. Li Fugui barked, then turned to Atambu, forcing a smile. Old A, this is all a misunderstanding. I will certainly punish these lawbreakers when I return. Atambu scoffed, pulling out a piece of paper from his pocket. If you want us to let you go, sign here. Li Fugui took a glance and saw it was a confession detailing his arson plans. His hand trembled as if stricken by a chill. I refuse to sign? Torabu grinned menacingly, raising a hunting knife. Then we shall follow Ilanchun's custom. Chop off a finger as a lesson. Li Fugui nearly wet himself, hastily grasping a pen to sign, even placing his thumbprint. His attendants were likewise compelled to sign in turn. Furthermore, Guo Chunhai added, write a guarantee letter promising not to trouble old Jean again, and ensure that Zhang Yu does not harass us either. Li Fugui, trembling with fear, complied and drafted the guarantee letter. After a meticulous examination, Atambu nodded in satisfaction. All right, you may leave. Remember, we have already concealed copies of these confessions. Should you dare to seek revenge, I would not dare. Li Fugui protested vehemently, shaking his head like a rattle drum. I will have that scoundrel Zhang Yu dismissed and investigated. The hunters erupted in laughter as they ushered them out of the pass. Watching Li Fugui and his party flee in disarray, Er Lengzi gleefully slapped his thigh. What a relief. Truly a relief. Una Ji rushed over, excitedly grasping Guo Chunhai's arm. Brother Guo, you were magnificent. Guo Chunhai, slightly embarrassed, scratched his head. It was a collective effort. He turned to Atambu. What shall we do next? Will Li Fugui? He wouldn't dare, Atambu replied confidently. Such officials are most fearful for their lives. With the confession in hand, he is more afraid of the situation escalating than we are. Upon returning to the village, The hunters ignited a bonfire and brought out their cherished spirits to celebrate their victory. Unaji and several girls began to dance joyfully, while Tualuo and Gupaki engaged in a drinking contest. Er Lengzi was quickly intoxicated, leaning on Guo Chunhai's shoulder and exclaiming, "Brother Hai, we no longer have to hide." Guo Chunhai smiled in agreement, yet he understood that matters would not resolve so simply. Zhang Yud, having operated within the commune for many years, would not easily be brought down, but at the very least, they had gained a respite. As the night grew late, the jubilant crowd gradually dispersed. Guo Chunhai assisted the inebriated Er Lengzi back to the Xininzu, and just as he settled this foolish brother, the curtain was suddenly lifted by a tambu. "Shall we chat?" The old hunter carried a wine pouch in his hand. The two sat by the fire pit, silently sharing several rounds of drink. A tambu broke the silence. "You possess intellect, far superior to those foolish youths like Tualuo." Guo Chunhai was at a loss for words, merely taking another sip of his drink. "Unaji has taken a liking to you," a tambu stated directly. "What are your thoughts?" Guo Chunhai choked on his drink, his face turning crimson. We. Do not be anxious," a tambu chuckled lightly. "The Orokin are not as convoluted as your Han people. If one likes someone, they simply express it. If not, they state that too." Guo Chunhai took a deep breath. "Unaji is a good girl, but I am currently without means." "Nonsense," a tambu interrupted. "You possess talent, courage, and I, your future father-in-law, to support you. How can you claim to be without anything?" Guo Chunhai was taken aback. He had not anticipated a tambu's forthrightness and found himself momentarily speechless. "Do not rush," a tambu rose. "Take your time to contemplate. Tomorrow, I will take you to a place." After seeing off a tambu, Guo Chunhai lay beside the fire pit, unable to find sleep for a long while. In his past life, due to his disfigurement, he had never contemplated the notion of starting a family. In this life anew, I unexpectedly encountered such a fateful connection within the Awenki tribe. Outside the window, a full moon hung high, casting its cold, silvery light upon the snow, which reflected a delicate shade of blue. Distant howls of wolves echoed before quickly fading into silence. As Guo Chunhai listened to Er Lengzi's rhythmic snoring, he felt an unprecedented sense of security. Tomorrow would herald a new day. Chapter 18. A bond on horseback. Before the morning mist had fully dissipated, Guo Chunhai was roused by Er Lengzi's booming voice. "Brother Hai, wake up. A tambu says he will take us to a wonderful place." Guo Chunhai rubbed his sleepy eyes and saw that Er Lengzi was already dressed and busily stuffing provisions into his backpack. In the iron pot hanging over the fire, meat broth bubbled, filling the air with a tantalizing aroma. "What wonderful place?" Guo Chunhai asked, donning his clothes. The wound on his shoulder had begun to scab, and movement still brought a twinge of pain. "He didn't say?" Er Lengzi exclaimed, excitement radiating from him like a child. "But Anaji secretly told me that we will ride horses." Just then, the door curtain was lifted, and Anaji entered, carrying a wooden tray. Today, the young woman appeared particularly lovely, her long black braids gleaming and tied with red strings at the ends. She wore a brand new deerskin coat, adorned with exquisite floral embroidery at the collar and cuffs. "Breakfast is ready." Anaji placed the tray before Guo Chunhai, which held golden brown flatbreads, a bowl of creamy tofu, and several slices of smoked meat. Her eyes sparkled, and a faint blush graced her cheeks. Guo Chunhai thanked her and lowered his head to eat, unable to meet the intensity of her gaze. Er Lengzi, beside him, made playful faces, only to be caught by Anaji, which made him shyly bury his head in his bowl. After breakfast, the trio made their way to the village entrance. A tambu was already waiting there, accompanied by Tulabu, Japakian, and several elder hunters. To Guo Chunhai's astonishment, they had tethered 6 robust Awenki horses behind them, their coats glossy and muscles well-defined. "Are we ready?" A tambu, pipe in mouth, squinted at the sky. "We must reach the horse ranch before dark." "The horse ranch?" Guo Chunhai and Er Lengzi asked in unison. Anaji smiled mysteriously and nimbly leapt onto a chestnut horse. "You'll find out once we get there." Guo Chunhai felt a twinge of anxiety. Though he had ridden before in his past life, his skills were rather mediocre. A tambu seemed to sense his apprehension and pointed to a gentle gray horse. "Ride this one, it's the tamest." The group proceeded along a mountain path heading north. The Awenki horses lived up to their reputation, navigating the snowy trails with assurance. Anaji displayed her equestrian prowess, occasionally galloping a short distance before returning. Her cheeks flushed with joy. "Brother Hai," Er Lengzi said awkwardly as he struggled to control the reins. "Don't you think this feels like we're going to propose?" Guo Chunhai nearly fell from his horse. "What nonsense. It's true," Er Lengzi insisted with unwavering confidence. "Look how beautifully Anaji is dressed, and a tambu has brought so many elders." Guo Chunhai's heart raced, and he refrained from responding. He cast a furtive glance at the figure of Unaji ahead, her silhouette appearing remarkably graceful and upright in the morning light. By noon, they crossed a ridge, and before them lay a vast valley, where hundreds of magnificent horses grazed leisurely on the snowy land. In the center of the valley stood several domed tents, from which wisps of smoke gracefully ascended. "We have arrived at the Oranghan Horse Ranch," a tambu announced as he reined in his horse. Guo Chunhai gazed in astonishment at the scene before him. He had heard tales of the Oranghan people's exceptional horse-rearing skills, but witnessing such a grand assembly of horses was a first for him. The horses, of various colors, chestnut, pure white, jet black, and even speckled, glistened under the sunlight. "This is a horse ranch shared by several tribes," a tambu explained. "Every winter, we bring our finest horses here for breeding." As they entered the ranch, several individuals approached them, led by an elderly man with snow-white hair and beard, clad in an ornate fur robe, adorned with a necklace of animal teeth. "Chief Ming," a tambu dismounted respectfully and greeted him. The elder laughed heartily, clapping a tambu on the shoulder. "What brings you here, my old friend?" His Mandarin, though heavily accented, was clear and articulate. A tambu introduced Guo Chunhai and Er Lengzi to Chief Ming, particularly highlighting their feat of hunting the one-eyed old bear. After listening, Chief Ming's keen gaze swept over the two men. Good hunters. Following their pleasantries, a tambu pulled Chief Ming aside for a quiet conversation. Guo Chunhai noticed Chief Ming occasionally casting glances at him and Unaji, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "What are they discussing?" Er Lengzi asked curiously. Unaji, blushing, shook her head. "I don't know," yet her eyes sparkled with an extraordinary brightness. Before long, a tambu returned with an uncommon smile on his face. "Come, let us choose some horses." "Choose horses?" Guo Chunhai was taken aback. "Yes," a tambu confirmed with a nod. "According to our Oranghan customs, a man must have his own horse before settling down. Today, Chief Ming and I will help you and Unaji select a pair." Guo Chunhai's mind buzzed, and his face flushed crimson. Was this not a veiled engagement? Er Lengzi, beside him, burst into laughter, slapping his thigh. "I told you. Haigu is going to be a groom." Unaji, embarrassed, hid behind a tambu, yet her eyes remained fixed on Guo Chunhai, filled with anticipation. Chief Ming personally led them among the horses. Though the Oranghan horses were not particularly large, they possessed sturdy limbs and broad hooves, making them especially adept at traversing mountainous and snowy terrains. Chief Ming recounted the lineage and characteristics of each horse with fond familiarity, while a tambu nodded in agreement. "What about this one?" Chief Ming pointed to a pure white stallion. 3 years old, steady temperament, and as swift as the wind. A tambu shook his head. "Too spirited. Not suitable for a novice." After examining several more, a tambu finally halted before a chestnut stallion. This horse stood approximately 1.4 meters tall, its coat as vibrant as autumn leaves, with a long neck and a gentle yet alert expression. A fine steed. The leader Ming raised his thumb, proclaiming that his father was the champion of the previous horse race, and his mother descended from the wild horses of the mountains. A tambu encouraged Guo Chunhai to step forward and give it a try. Guo Chunhai cautiously approached, and the red horse curiously sniffed his hand, even nuzzling against his shoulder. "It likes you," exclaimed Anaji with delight. Guo Chunhai mounted the horse, which obediently took a few steady and brisk steps. Unable to restrain himself, he gently squeezed the horse's sides, prompting it to break into a light gallop, circling the valley with both speed and stability. "That's the one." A tambu nodded in satisfaction. Next came the selection of a horse for Anaji. Leader Ming brought forth a pure white mare, slightly smaller than Guo Chunhai's red horse, yet possessing more graceful lines, with eyes as glistening as black grapes. "They are a pair," Leader Ming smiled, having grown up together. Anaji cheered and eagerly mounted the white mare, riding alongside Guo Chunhai. The two horses exhibited remarkable harmony, matching each other's pace and occasionally nuzzling each other affectionately. Er Lengzi watched enviously from the side, muttering softly, "How wonderful. I want one too." A tambu, with keen ears, overheard and laughed heartily while patting his shoulder. "There's no way you'll be left out. Leader Ming, choose a horse for this silly lad as well." After assessing Er Lengzi, Leader Ming brought forth a lively 2-year-old grayish-brown stallion. "This one is full of spirit and quite suitable for a young man." Er Lengzi beamed with joy, clumsily climbing onto the horse's back and nearly tumbling off, much to the amusement of the onlookers. Once the horses were chosen, Leader Ming invited everyone to dine in his grand tent. The atmosphere inside was as warm as spring, with thick bear skins laid on the ground. The women served steaming dishes of hand-cut meat, milk tofu, and wild fruit wine. After several rounds of drinks, Leader Ming suddenly turned serious, addressing a tambu. "Olde, you're not here just to select horses today, are you?" Atambu set down his wine bowl and wiped his beard. You see right through me. He gestured towards Guo Chunhai and Anaji. I would like to ask you to witness the betrothal of this girl to this lad. Despite his prior suspicions, Guo Chunhai was taken aback by this sudden proposal, while Anaji, blushing, retreated to a corner of the tent, her ears perked up. Leader Ming stroked his white beard, scrutinizing Guo Chunhai. A Han? And what of being a Han? Atambu retorted dismissively. He is more capable than most of the Orokin youths. He defeated the one-eyed man and helped us resolve the troubles with Li Fugawei. Leader Ming nodded. He is indeed a fine young man. Suddenly, he switched to Orokin and conversed rapidly with Atambu, from which Guo Chunhai could only catch a few words. Horse, hunting ground, child, and such. Finally, Leader Ming clapped his knees and announced in Mandarin, all right, I approve of this union. However, he cast a meaningful glance at Guo Chunhai. According to tradition, you must pass one final test. What test? Guo Chunhai asked nervously. To hunt a moose all by yourself. The Leader Ming spoke solemnly. With your newly acquired horse and hunting rifle, should you succeed, you shall be a true hunter of the Orokin, and Anaji will be your wife. The tent fell into a profound silence. Guo Chunhai understood that the argali was one of the most formidable game in the Greater Khingan Range, with adult males weighing up to 1,000 pounds and possessing a fierce temperament, making the hunt exceedingly perilous. Yet, as he gazed into Anaji's expectant eyes, a surge of valor welled up within him. I accept, he heard himself declare. Anaji exclaimed in delight, while Er Lengzi tugged at his sleeve anxiously. Brother Hai, the argali is no trifling foe. It will be fine, Guo Chunhai replied with a smile. I have assistance. He gestured toward his newly acquired red horse. That afternoon, they bid farewell to Leader Ming and returned to Lao Jingo with 3 new horses. Throughout the journey, Anaji remained by Guo Chunhai's side, her face radiant with joy. At the front, Atambu and several seasoned hunters occasionally glanced back at the young couple, nodding in satisfaction. Brother Hai, Er Lengzi rode closer on his little gray horse. Speaking conspiratorially, do you know why the Orokin people cherish horses so deeply? Guo Chunhai shook his head. Because they believe a horse is a person's other half of the soul, Er Lengzi stated earnestly. Only with a horse can one be considered a complete Orokin. Guo Chunhai pondered this as he looked at the red horse beneath him. The steed moved with assurance, its ears twitching, as if it were attuned to the sounds of the mountains and forests. Suddenly, he felt a strange affinity, as if the horse could indeed comprehend his thoughts. Upon returning to the village, the hunters, having heard the news, came to offer their congratulations. Though Taluabu and Japakian bore a hint of jealousy, they generously presented gifts. Taluabu crafted a saddle by hand, while Japakian bestowed a bag of premium horse feed. That evening, Lao Jingo held a grand celebration. Anaji, adorned in her finest attire, performed the traditional Dear God dance by the bonfire, her graceful movements eliciting cheers from the crowd. Guo Chunhai was merrily intoxicated, ultimately carried back to the Xianren pillar by Er Lengzi. Brother Hai, just before sleep, Er Lengzi suddenly spoke earnestly. I am truly happy for you. Guo Chunhai patted his foolish brother's shoulder, feeling a warmth in his heart. In their past lives, they had endured hardship and hunger. Now, they had a home, companions, and horses of their own. As night deepened, the moonlight filtered through the canopy of the Xianren pillar. Listening to the gradually subsiding laughter outside, Guo Chunhai's thoughts wandered. Hunting the argali was no simple task, yet he felt confident in his ability to meet this challenge. After all, he was no longer alone. He had Anaji's hopes, Er Lengzi's support, and the entire Lao Jingo as his backing. Outside, the newly acquired red horse snorted in the moonlight, as if responding to its master's contemplations. Guo Chunhai smiled and closed his eyes, his dreams filled with Anaji's radiant smile and the image of galloping steeds. Chapter 19. The hunting dog man to morning light streamed through the gaps of the Xianren pillar, and Guo Chunhai awoke to find that Er Lengzi was no longer on the bedding. Outside, the sound of hoofbeats echoed, mingled with Anaji's melodious laughter. He rubbed his temples, the strong liquor from the previous night still weighing heavily on his mind. Hey, Brother Hai, are you awake? The curtain lifted, and Er Lengzi poked his head in, a mysterious smile gracing his face. When Anaji said she would take us somewhere, Guo Chunhai donned his clothes and stepped out of the tent. Chuckling at the sight before him, Er Lengzi was awkwardly attempting to control his little gray horse, which seemed less than cooperative, tossing its head and snorting occasionally. When Anaji, riding her white steed, was doubled over in laughter beside him. Brother Guo, when Anaji exclaimed, her eyes lighting up upon seeing Guo Chunhai. Hurry, get on your horse. We're going to my aunt's house. Your aunt's house? Guo Chunhai queried, approaching his red horse with a hint of confusion. Yes, Anaji responded excitedly. She has the finest hunting dogs. I want to help you pick one. She suddenly flushed, her voice dropping to a whisper, to give you. A warmth spread through Guo Chunhai's heart. The Awenki hunting dog was renowned for its exceptional abilities, keen sense of smell, and remarkable endurance, an indispensable companion for any hunter. To acquire a purebred Awenki dog was a dream cherished by many. The trio rode out of the village, progressing northward along a snow-covered creek. Wenaji's white horse danced ahead like a delicate snowflake. Guo Chunhai's red horse followed with steady strides, while Er Lengzi's little gray horse occasionally threw a fit, leaving him sweating in frustration. Brother Hai, Er Lengzi panted as he caught up. This horse is bullying me. Guo Chunhai chuckled and shook his head. Stop pulling on the reins so tightly. Just gently squeeze with your legs. The Awenki horses are quite intelligent. The more forceful you are, the more they resist. As Er Lengzi relaxed his grip, the little gray horse obediently fell in line behind the white horse. After approximately 2 hours of riding, a grove of birch trees came into view, with several tent-like structures faintly visible among them. Wenaji cheered and urged her horse faster. Weevee arrived. The tent at her aunt's was grander and more impressive than the one at Old Jingu. A dozen fine horses were tied nearby, and several sleek hunting dogs patrolled the area, their vigilance evident. Upon noticing the unfamiliar faces, the dogs perked up their ears and emitted low growls. Don't be afraid. They won't bite. Wenaji dismounted, whistling at the largest of the dogs. Abu, it's me. The large hunting dog perked up, wagging its tail and bounding toward Wenaji with enthusiasm. The other dogs relaxed, curiously observing Guo Chunhai and Er Lengzi. The tent flap lifted, revealing a tall, middle-aged woman clad in a beautifully embroidered deer hide coat, her hair intricately styled in a bun, adorned with large silver hoops, an embodiment of the traditional Awenki woman. Aunt. Wenaji dashed forward and embraced the woman warmly. Oh, my dear Wenaji. The aunt's eyes crinkled in joy. I heard you found yourself a Han young man. Her gaze swiftly fixed on Guo Chunhai, appraising him as one would a prized catch. Guo Chunhai felt a bit uneasy under the scrutiny and quickly approached to greet. Auntie, hello. You look quite spirited, Auntie replied with a nod. Suddenly, she switched to speaking in the Er language to Wenaji, who, blushing, stomped her feet. Auntie. Er Lengzi leaned closer to Guo Chunhai's ear, whispering. She asked Wenaji if you are robust enough to bear children. Guo Chunhai nearly choked on his own saliva, his ears burning crimson. Auntie laughed heartily and ushered them into the cactus, where the atmosphere was as warm as spring. The ground was covered with thick bear pelts, and a pot of aromatic meat soup simmered over the fire. Several curious children gathered around, and Wenaji took out some candy from her pocket to share with them, causing the children to cheer and run off. Please, sit down, Auntie warmly invited. Have a bowl of hot soup to warm yourselves. The soup was infused with wild onions and a type of mountain mushroom, exceptionally delicious. Guo Chunhai drank 2 bowls in quick succession, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Er Lengzi devoured his soup ravenously, licking the bowl clean. I hear you are looking for a hunting dog? Auntie set her bowl down and got straight to the point. Wenaji nodded, her eyes sparkling. Auntie's dogs are the best. I want to pick one for Brother Guo. Sure, Auntie replied readily. Recently, Abu had a litter, and there are still 2 left. She led them to the doghouse behind the cactus. 5 or 6 adult hunting dogs immediately surrounded them, affectionately nudging Auntie's hand. In the corner, 2 fluffy puppies were playing, one entirely black and the other a light brown with white spots. These 2 will do, Auntie pointed to the puppies. They are both purebred. Their father was the champion of the last hunting dog competition. Guo Chunhai crouched down and extended his hand. The black puppy retreated a few cautious steps, while the light brown one curiously approached, wet nose brushing against his fingers, and then barked. Woof. This was the one. A wave of inexplicable affection surged within Guo Chunhai. The little creature, with its round head and bean-like black eyes, exuded a charming clumsiness, yet also possessed a clever spark. Do you like this one? Wenaji asked, her face bright with excitement. Guo Chunhai nodded and carefully picked up the puppy. The little one showed no signs of shyness and even licked his chin, eliciting laughter from everyone. Good eye, Auntie praised. This little fellow is the smartest, but tends to be a bit gluttonous. Er Lengzi looked enviously at the puppy in Guo Chunhai's arms. Auntie, can I have that black one? Auntie laughed heartily. Sure, but you'll have to wait until it's a bit older. It's too soon to leave its mother. Wenaji suddenly remembered something. Brother Guo, you should give it a name. Guo Chunhai gazed at the round little creature in his arms and was suddenly reminded of a time in his previous life when he and Er Lengzi, during their most impoverished days, shared a single steamed bun. Back then, a warm bun represented the greatest happiness. Let us call it Mantu, steamed bun, he said softly. Mantu. Yunaji blinked, remarking on the peculiar name. It's quite charming. Er Lengzi exclaimed with sudden enthusiasm. I like it. Guo Chunhai cast a grateful glance at him, aware that his foolish brother understood the significance of the name. Accompanied by their newly acquired puppy, the trio bid farewell to their warm-hearted aunt. On their way back, Yuan curiously inquired, why is it called mantu? Guo Chunhai chuckled softly, because it's round, just like a steamed bun. He refrained from delving into the deeper meaning, a sentiment reserved solely for himself and Er Lengzi. Mantu appeared to relish its new name, wriggling in Guo Chunhai's arms and barking in response. The red horse glanced back at the little creature with curiosity, snorting but showing no hostility. By the time they returned to Laojinggo, it was already afternoon. Upon hearing that Guo Chunhai had acquired a fine hunting dog, a Tambu made a special visit. Indeed, it's a good breed, the old hunter remarked, stroking the puppy's head. Train it well, and by spring next year, it will accompany you on hunts. In the days that followed, Guo Chunhai cared for Mantu while training the red horse. The Awenki horse proved to be remarkably intelligent, quickly establishing a rapport with him. A mere gesture or glance sufficed for them to understand each other's intentions. Mantu, too, stayed close by his side, even curling up at his feet while sleeping. Er Lengzi visited Mantu several times each day, eagerly anticipating the return of his little black dog. Yuan frequently brought jerky and bones to bribe the little hunter, swiftly winning its affection. One morning, Guo Chunhai was teaching Mantu simple commands when a Tanbu unexpectedly arrived. How's the preparation coming along? Guo Chunhai knew the old hunter was inquiring about the hunting of the wild reindeer. The horse training is nearly complete, he replied, glancing at the frolicking puppy. But Mantu is still too young to be of assistance. No rush, a Tanbu said, stroking his beard. I've calculated that early next month will be the ideal time for hunting wild reindeer. By then, Mantu should have grown a bit more. Just then, Yuan rushed in, exclaiming, Father! Torabu and the others found an injured wild boar at the village entrance. A Tanbu's brow furrowed. Injured? How did it get hurt? It looks like it was attacked by some ferocious beast, Yuan gestured. There are several deep gashes on its back. Guo Chunhai's heart sank. A beast capable of injuring a wild boar could only be a bear or a pack of wolves. However, the one-eyed old bear had been slain by them, and there should be no other large predators in the vicinity. Let us go take a look, a Tanbu said, grabbing his hunting rifle. Bring the dog. The three made their way to the village entrance, where they found Torabu and several hunters gathered around a barely alive wild boar. The animal bore several horrifying claw marks on its back, deep enough to expose bone, and they did not appear to be left by a bear. It's a tiger. A Tanbu crouched down to examine the wounds, his voice heavy. A Siberian tiger. The hunters immediately erupted in a flurry of chatter. The Siberian tiger was a far more dangerous creature than a bear and exceedingly rare. In his lifetime, Guo Chunhai had only seen traces of a tiger once and had never confronted such a mountain king directly. Avoid going into the mountains alone for a while. A Tanbu solemnly commanded, especially you, pointing at Guo Chunhai, put aside the matter of hunting for now. Guo Chunhai nodded, yet a sense of disappointment lingered in his heart. Yuan, seemingly sensing his thoughts, quietly grasped his hand and whispered, Don't rush. We shall go when it is safe. Just then, Mantu, who had been obediently lying at Guo Chunhai's feet, suddenly perked up, barking towards the forest. The group immediately raised their weapons in alert. The bushes rustled, and a shadow slowly emerged. It was Er Lengzi. He rushed over, drenched in sweat, exclaiming, Brother Hai, I saw, what did you see? A Tanbu demanded sharply. I saw. Er Lengzi panted, Zhang Yud's men. They are inquiring about our village. Chapter 20. The enemies bow their heads in the snowy expanse at the village entrance. Zhang Yud rubbed his hands together, a sycophantic smile plastered on his face. Behind him stood several men clad in cotton jackets, all villagers from Sanjiaten. To Guo Chunhai's astonishment, Zhang Dabao and Erneng were among them, their faces pale, clearly still recovering from their injuries. Oh, isn't this Heizi? Zhang Yud exclaimed upon spotting Guo Chunhai, immediately approaching with enthusiasm. We've finally found you. Guo Chunhai warily stepped back, instinctively reaching for the hunting knife at his waist. Manta seemed to sense his tension and barked at Zhang Yud. Accountant Zhang, Guo Chunhai said coldly, what brings you here from so far away? Zhang Yud's smile faltered momentarily, but quickly returned to his ingratiating demeanor. What are you saying? I've come specifically to apologize to you and Er Lengzi. As he spoke, he shot a glare at Zhang Dabao. Get over here. Zhang Dabao approached reluctantly, the ghastly scar on his right cheek stark against the sunlight. A reminder of the bear attack. Erneng limped over, following behind. Brother Heizi, Zhang Dabao mumbled, his voice barely audible. It was my fault before. You are magnanimous. Erneng took it a step further, kneeling in the snow. Brother Er Lengzi, I, Erneng, am not worthy. Go ahead and strike me. This sudden shift left both Guo Chunhai and Er Lengzi bewildered. Una Ji anxiously tugged at Guo Chunhai's sleeve and whispered, "Who are they?" "Enemies," Guo Chunhai replied tersely, his gaze never leaving Zhang Yude's face. "Accountant Zhang, what are you playing at?" Zhang Yude wiped the sweat from his forehead and produced a cloth bundle from his pocket. "This is the newly approved land deed from the commune, specifically reserved for you and Er Lengzi. Construction can begin in spring, a brick house." Guo Chunhai did not accept the offer, but instead grew more vigilant. In his previous life, Zhang Yude and his son had caused him immense suffering. And now their sudden humility was surely a ruse. "A Tambu is here," someone in the crowd shouted. The old hunter parted the throng and approached, followed by Torabu, Jipa Qian, and a host of young hunters. A Tambu squinted as he scrutinized Zhang Yude and his companions, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. "Well, isn't this Accountant Zhang? Where's Li Fugui?" Zhang Yude's expression shifted, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. "Old A, this matter has nothing to do with Deputy Director Li. We sincerely come to apologize." "Oh, really?" A Tambu interjected, twisting his mustache and suddenly raising his voice. "Then tell me, why did you set fire to our village?" "Set fire?" Zhang Taizhu exclaimed in shock. "That's nonsense. Who spread such rumors?" Unperturbed, a Tambu calmly produced a piece of paper from his pocket. A confession letter personally penned by Li Fugui. "Care to take a look?" Zhang Yude's face turned ashen, his legs trembling as he nearly collapsed. "Old A, it's a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. Deputy Director Li has already been punished. I am here solely to clean up the mess." A Tambu interrupted bluntly. "Well, if you intend to apologize, there should be some sincerity, don't you think?" Zhang Yude nodded vigorously. "Yes, indeed." He turned to accept a bundle from one of his companions. "Here are 200 yuan and 20 jin of flour, as compensation to Haizi and Er Lengzi." Guo Chunhai let out a cold laugh. "Accountant Zhang, your son nearly caused my death, and this is all you offer? Add more." "I will add more," Zhang Yude hastily replied. 500. No, 800. A Tambu waved his hand dismissively. "Let us set aside the money for now." He pointed at Zhang Dabao and Lu Erneng. "You two need to write down, in detail, how you initially set Haizi up and sign it." Zhang Dabao grew anxious. "Dad, silence." Zhang Yude barked, then turned back with a forced smile. "Right. Do it immediately." Someone produced paper and pen, and under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zhang Dabao and Lu Erneng tremblingly recounted how they had schemed to use Guo Chunhai as bait, only to be attacked by a bear themselves. Upon completion, a Tambu instructed Zhang Yude to sign as a witness. Furthermore, the old hunter continued to apply pressure regarding the homestead, draw out the specific location, and clarify the area and the timeline for construction. Zhang Yude had no choice but to comply, promptly extracting a fountain pen to sketch a rough plan on another sheet. "It's at the eastern edge of the village, by the riverside, a full 3 mu. We will start as soon as the thaw comes, and complete it within 2 months. Guo Chunhai observed coldly, his mind sharp as glass. Zhang Yude's subservience indicated that Li Fugui had been caught in a compromising position, forcing him to clean up the mess, regardless of the motives. Witnessing this arrogant father-son duo bowing to admit fault was a satisfying reprisal. "We will not leave until the house is built," Guo Chunhai finally stated. "Moreover, it must be constructed according to my plans." "Agreed. Agreed." Zhang Yude nodded fervently. "Whatever you say, it shall be done." Er Lengzi leaned closer and whispered, "Hage, do you think they will pull any tricks?" Before Guo Chunhai could respond, a Tambu let out a chilling laugh. "They dare. The confession and guarantee documents are in my possession. If Li Fugui dares to play tricks, I shall deliver these to the county disciplinary committee." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yude's jowls quivered, evidently struck at a sensitive spot. After the matter was settled, Zhang Yude and his entourage left in a dejected manner. Before departing, Zhang Dabao glared venomously at Guo Chunhai, only to be caught in the act by Anaji. Without uttering a word, the girl grabbed a wooden stick and charged forward. "What are you staring at? Dare to glare again, and I shall pluck your eyes out." Zhang Dabao trembled in fear, nearly losing his footing in the snow. The hunters burst into hearty laughter, while Zhang Yude's face flushed crimson with embarrassment as he hurriedly pulled his son away. Returning to the sacred pillar of a Tambu, the group gathered around the fire pit, examining the guarantee document and the sketch of the homestead left by Zhang Yude. "Hey, Brother Hai," the simpleton Er Lengzi asked anxiously, "are we truly going back?" Guo Chunhai shook his head. "No rush. We'll discuss it once the house is built." He turned to a Tambu. "What do you think they have in store for us?" The old hunter leisurely stuffed his pipe with tobacco, replying, "Li Fugui is frightened. If that confession is exposed, his official hat is in jeopardy. Zhang Yude has been compelled to seek reconciliation." Anaji pouted, "But we can't let them off so easily." Brother Guo's scar hasn't healed yet. At the mention of this, Guo Chunhai instinctively touched his right cheek. In his past life, this scar had accompanied him for decades, becoming the hallmark of scar-faced Hai. Though the wound had scabbed over, it would undoubtedly leave a mark. By the way, Atambu suddenly recalled, you mentioned earlier about building according to your design? What design? Guo Chunhai smiled faintly, retrieving a small notebook from his pocket and flipping to a particular page, like this. The paper displayed a structural blueprint of a brick house, delineating the main house, side rooms, and a storage area, along with a sizable courtyard. Notably, the design included a doghouse and stable at the rear, evidently considering the needs of hunting. Wow, this is quite professional, Atambu remarked in astonishment. Who did you learn this from? From books, Guo Chunhai replied vaguely. In truth, this was a design he had created during his previous life as a forest ranger, a dream he had never had the chance to realize. Anaji leaned in to examine the blueprint, suddenly pointing to a small room adjacent to the main house and asking, what is this? Guo Chunhai found himself momentarily speechless. That was his design for a nursery, but how could he possibly voice such a notion now? Er Lengzi, with his loose tongue, chimed in, that must be for a child. Guo Chunhai quickly covered his mouth, for guests. The group erupted into laughter, while Anaji's face turned beet red with embarrassment, though she refrained from retorting, discreetly pinching Guo Chunhai. As the merriment continued, a sudden flurry of urgent dog barks erupted from outside, followed by Torbu's shout, Father, come see quickly. Everyone rushed outside to find a group of hunters gathered in an open area at the village entrance, with a dark object lying in their midst. Upon approaching, Guo Chunhai gasped. It was the carcass of a half-grown wild boar, already lifeless, with 2 bloodied holes in its neck, as if bitten by some ferocious beast. It's a tiger. Atambu knelt down to examine the tooth marks and remarked in a low tone, these are quite sizable. The hunters began to murmur among themselves, and an air of tension enveloped the group. Tigers typically avoid human settlements unless they are exceptionally hungry or injured. Heighten our vigilance, Atambu commanded as he rose, adding, we shall take turns keeping watch tonight. Women and children must not venture out alone. He turned to Guo Chunhai, stating, your hunting expedition has been postponed. Until this tiger is dealt with, no one can safely enter the mountains. Guo Chunhai nodded, feeling a twinge of disappointment within. Una keenly sensed his emotions and quietly grasped his hand, reassuring him, do not fret, we shall go when it is safe. That night, Guo Chunhai lay among the cacti, listening to the howling wind and the sporadic barking of dogs outside, unable to find slumber. Manta curled at his feet, occasionally uttering small, dreamlike whimpers. Er Lengzi, on the other side, slept soundly, his snoring resonating loudly. Guo Chunhai gently rose, lifted the door curtain, and stepped outside. The moonlight, like water, bathed the snow-covered ground in a soft blue hue. In the distance, a few wolf howls echoed before silence reclaimed the night. Unable to sleep, a voice suddenly called from behind. Guo Chunhai turned to see Atambu approaching with a pipe in his mouth. The elder, draped in a bearskin coat, appeared particularly imposing under the moonlight. Yes, lost in thought, Guo Chunhai replied softly. Atambu sat beside him, and the two shared a moment of silence while smoking. Eventually, the old hunter spoke, worried about that tiger? A bit, Guo Chunhai admitted, but I am also preoccupied with Zhang Yu's sudden capitulation. It leaves me feeling uneasy. Atambu chuckled. Rest assured, he wouldn't dare play tricks. Li Fugawei is even more apprehensive about escalating matters. After a pause, he added, as for that tiger, I encountered one in my youth that nearly cost me my life. Guo Chunhai understood the elder's warning against impulsive actions, just as he was about to respond. A commotion erupted in the distance, followed by the frenzied barking of hunting dogs. Both men sprang into action, seizing their weapons and rushing toward the source of the noise. A crowd had gathered at the village entrance, illuminated by torches, where several hunting dogs were barking wildly in the direction of the forest, their fur bristling. What did you see? Atambu demanded sharply. The watchful hunter shook his head, replying, I couldn't see clearly. I just heard a branch snap. And then the dogs began to bark. Atambu signaled for silence, straining to listen. The forest was eerily quiet, save for the rustling of the wind through the treetops. It may have already departed, the old hunter ultimately assessed, but we shall increase our numbers tonight. Pairs will keep watch. Upon returning to the cacti, Guo Chunhai found Er Lengzi awake, anxiously scanning the surroundings with a rifle in hand. Brother Hai, what is happening? He asked nervously. It's possible a mountain king has arrived. Guo Chunhai succinctly replied, rest now. We shall discuss it in the morning. Yet, he himself could no longer sleep. Lying on the fur bedding, Guo Chunhai's mind was awash with thoughts. The sudden capitulation of Zhang Yu, the mysterious appearance of the northeast tiger, and the impending hunting expedition all intertwined, creating within him a sense of foreboding, as if a storm was brewing in the mountains. Outside the window, the night sky over the Khingan Mountains was adorned with a multitude of twinkling stars. Occasionally, the haunting call of an owl echoed through the air, adding an air of foreboding. Guo Chunhai absent-mindedly caressed the hunting rifle by his pillow and glanced at Mantu, who was soundly asleep at his feet, before finally allowing his eyes to close. Chapter 21. The terror of the tiger's trail as dawn began to break. Guo Chunhai was abruptly awakened by a series of urgent barks from a dog. Startled, he sat up, realizing that Er Lengzi had vanished from his bedding. A crack in the door curtain allowed a cold draft, laden with snowflakes, to invade the room, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Er Lengzi? Guo Chunhai called softly, his hand instinctively gripping the rifle beside him. Brother Hai, come out quickly. Er Lengzi's voice came from outside, tinged with a hint of panic. Guo Chunhai hastily donned his clothes and seized his rifle as he rushed outside. The sight before him made him gasp in shock. On the snowy ground at the village entrance lay a series of massive paw prints, each the size of an adult man's hand, deeply embedded in the snow. It's a tiger. Torabu crouched beside the prints, his expression grave. It was here last night. A tambu and several seasoned hunters were meticulously examining the traces. Guo Chunhai approached and knelt to observe. The paw prints extended from the edge of the forest to within 20 meters of the nearest cactus, only to turn back. What audacity! A tambu stroked his beard, his brow furrowed. To come so close to the village. Guo Chunhai noted the significant distance between the prints, indicating a large and agile tiger. Most unsettling was the fact that the prints lingered near the cactus, as though the creature were surveying something. It has set its sights on our village, said the father of Jepakian, an old hunter with a weathered face, in a low voice. Perhaps it is driven by hunger. Anaji hurried over, brandishing a rolling pin. Father, one of the piglets from the pen is missing. The faces of the men turned pale. The audacity to enter the village for poaching was an extremely alarming sign. A tambu immediately commanded, all livestock must be secured in the enclosures, and we need to increase the number of guards. Women and children should not venture out alone. The hunters sprang into action. Guo Chunhai returned to the cactus and loaded his rifle with bullets. Manta seemed to sense the tension in the air, closely following at his heels and occasionally letting out a few timid barks. What should we do, Brother Hai? Er Lengzi asked nervously. Isn't this tiger more formidable than a bear? Guo Chunhai nodded. In his previous life, he had only glimpsed a tiger's trail once. But he had heard tales from the seasoned hunters about the prowess of this mountain king, more agile than a bear and craftier than a wolf, capable of crushing a cow's skull with a single swipe. Don't be afraid, he reassured Er Lengzi. Tigers typically do not attack humans unless they are injured or desperately hungry. As he spoke, a tambu's voice rang out from outside. Guo boy, take your rifle and come with me. The two hurried outside. A tambu was fully armed, with a hunting knife at his waist and an old rifle slung over his shoulder. Torabu and Jepakian were also present, along with several experienced hunters. We are going to track the tiger's trail, a tambu stated succinctly. The others will guard the village. Anaki rushed over and handed Guo Chunhai a packet of jerky, urging him to be cautious. The group advanced along the tiger tracks into the forest. A tambu led the way, his footsteps as light as a cat's, leaving almost no trace. Guo Chunhai and Tulabu followed closely behind, while the others fanned out in a vigilant formation, observing their surroundings with care. The tiger tracks were distinctly visible, leading directly into a dense red pine forest. As they ventured deeper, the light diminished, and the air was thick with the scent of pine resin and decaying leaves. A chill ran down Guo Chunhai's spine, as if he could feel unseen eyes watching them from the shadows. Look here, a tambu suddenly halted, pointing at a tree trunk. Fresh claw marks marred the bark, approximately 1.5 meters off the ground, clearly left by a tiger scratching itself. Judging by the depth and height of the marks, it was evident that this tiger was of considerable size. A male, an old hunter murmured. At least 300 pounds. After approximately half an hour of tracking, the tiger's trail became chaotic, with dragging marks in the snow indicating that the tiger had feasted on a stolen piglet. That's enough. A tambu signaled for everyone to stop. Continuing further may provoke it. The hunters quietly deliberated their strategy. Ultimately, they decided to set several traps along the path the tiger might take and assign shifts for surveillance. Ideally, they hoped to scare it away. If that proved impossible, they would organize a hunt. Guo, my boy, a tambu turned to Guo Chunhai. Your sight is keen. Pair up with Tulabu and take charge of the eastern observation point. Guo Chunhai nodded, aware that this was a sign of the old hunter's trust, as monitoring the tiger was one of the most perilous tasks. Upon returning to the village, the women had prepared a steaming breakfast. Anaki, visibly anxious, grasped Guo Chunhai's arm. I heard that tiger is enormous? Indeed, Guo Chunhai responded, trying to downplay her fears. But there's nothing to worry about. Tigers fear humans and typically do not attack unless provoked. Anaki bit her lip. Just be careful. After breakfast, Guo Chunhai and Tuolabu set off with provisions and weapons. Their observation point was established on a small hill to the east of the village, providing a clear view of the path the tiger would take to enter the village. They constructed a makeshift shelter from branches and snow, taking turns to survey the area. Hey, Heizi, Tuolabu suddenly spoke, his tone unusually amiable. Are you really going to marry my sister Anaki? Guo Chunhai hesitated for a moment. If I can pass your tests. Tuolabu fell silent for a while before pulling out a small leather pouch from his pocket. Here, this is for cleaning your gun. An Orican secret formula. It prevents rust and lubricates well. This unexpected kindness caught Guo Chunhai off guard. He accepted the pouch with gratitude. I used to dislike you, Tuolabu admitted candidly. I thought you were stealing Anaki from me. But now I realize she is better suited to you than to my brother. Guo Chunhai was taken aback by such directness from his future brother-in-law and could only respond awkwardly. Anaki is a wonderful girl. Of course. Tuolabu puffed out his chest proudly. She is my sister. After a brief pause, he added, so if you dare to bully her, I shall be the first to spare you no mercy. Guo Chunhai couldn't help but chuckle, rest assured. The two engaged in a light-hearted conversation, and time flew by swiftly. As the sun began its descent in the west, a sudden commotion erupted from afar, signals emitted by Japakian's group. We spotted the tiger. Tuolabu leaped into action. Let us go. They quickly gathered their belongings and rushed toward the source of the signal. In a clearing, Japakian and another hunter were intently focused on the thicket ahead. There, Japakian whispered. I saw it just now. Following his gaze, Guo Chunhai noticed the bushes rustling slightly, though the contents remained obscured. Suddenly, Mantu, the little pup, had appeared out of nowhere, barking loudly at the thicket. Silence. Guo Chunhai hastily restrained the puppy, but it was too late. A massive yellow figure burst forth from the underbrush, darting into the depths of the forest like lightning. Though it was merely a fleeting glimpse, the vibrant fur, the sleek muscle contours, and the overwhelming aura unmistakably signaled to all present that it was indeed the Northeast tiger. Heavens! Torba gasped, what a giant! Guo Chunhai's heart raced like a drum. In his previous life, he had only encountered tigers in a zoo. Facing such a top predator in the wild was an entirely different experience. The instantaneous explosion of power and speed was chilling. A tambu soon arrived with the others. After assessing the situation, the old hunter decisively ordered, retreat. It's becoming dark. It's too dangerous to confront the tiger in the woods. Back in the village, the hunters gathered around a tambu's saguaro cactus to strategize. The tiger had been confirmed as an adult male, enormous in size and unafraid of humans. This situation needed to be resolved swiftly, otherwise, the repercussions could be dire. We will organize a hunt tomorrow, a tambu declared, dividing into 3 groups to drive it from 3 directions. Remember, do not act alone. The tiger excels at ambushing solitary prey. Guo Chunhai was assigned to a tambu's group, while Er Lengzi followed Japakian's father. Anaki wished to join but was sternly stopped by a tambu. What are you doing here, girl? Stay home and help your mother prepare herbs. As night fell, Guo Chunhai lay within the saguaro cactus, meticulously cleaning his rifle. Tomorrow would be a grueling battle, and the weapon must be in impeccable condition. Manta curled at his feet, occasionally murmuring in his dreams. Brother Hai, Er Lengzi suddenly spoke, his voice trembling slightly. I'm a bit scared. Guo Chunhai set aside his gun and sat beside him. Fear is perfectly normal. But remember, we are not alone. We have a tambu and the others. Er Lengzi nodded earnestly. With Brother Hai here, I'm not afraid. A simple statement, yet it warmed Guo Chunhai's heart. In his previous life, Er Lengzi had also trusted him unconditionally until the very end. Sleep now. He patted Er Lengzi's shoulder. We have much to do tomorrow. Outside, the night sky over the Khingan Mountains was adorned with countless stars. Occasionally, the haunting calls of night owls echoed through the stillness, adding an air of foreboding. Guo Chunhai, feeling the weight of his hunting rifle beside him, gradually closed his eyes. Chapter 22. Peril in the tiger's den. The morning mist hung thick like milk. As Guo Chunhai treaded upon the crunching snow, following closely behind a tambu, towards their designated location. The hunters had divided into 3 groups, each consisting of 5 men, fanning out to encircle the valley where the tiger might be lurking. In Guo Chunhai's group, apart from a tambu, were Tuolabu and 2 seasoned hunters, each fully armed, their guns loaded with ammunition. A tambu carried a horn at his waist, intended for communication among the groups. Remember, one of the seasoned hunters whispered, the tiger is far more cunning than a bear. It can ambush and maneuver behind you. Whatever you do, do not stray alone. Guo Chunhai nodded, a slight perspiration forming in his palms. Mantu, his loyal companion, trotted at his feet, sensing the tension in the air and unusually quiet. As the sun ascended higher, the fog began to disperse. A tambu signaled for everyone to halt, crouching down to inspect the tracks in the snow. Fresh, no more than 2 hours old, he observed. Guo Chunhai leaned closer, noticing several clear paw prints in the snow, larger than those he had seen at the village entrance the previous day. The surrounding snow was kicked up chaotically, indicating that the tiger had pounced on something here. It failed to catch its prey, a seasoned hunter deduced. From the traces, it was likely a roe deer. A tambu stroked his beard thoughtfully, then suddenly raised the horn to blow 3 sharp notes, signaling the other 2 groups to converge towards them. Shortly thereafter, the second group and the third group arrived. The hunters gathered around the tiger's tracks, whispering among themselves. From the evidence at hand, it appeared that the tiger was not far off, likely hiding in a nearby hollow where dense shrubs provided an excellent concealment. Surrounded, a tambu commanded decisively. Torabu, take your team to flank from the left. Japakian, move from the right. I shall advance through the center. Remember to maintain your distance and refrain from firing recklessly. The hunters swiftly dispersed. Guo Chunhai followed a tambu, moving cautiously forward, pausing every few steps to observe his surroundings. The underbrush drew nearer, and a peculiar scent wafted through the air, reminiscent of musk mingled with the metallic tang of blood, sending chills down one's spine. The scent of the tiger. A tambu mouthed silently, urging everyone to heighten their vigilance. Suddenly, Mantu's ears perked up, and he began to bark towards the thicket. Almost simultaneously, a thunderous roar erupted from the underbrush, and a massive yellow figure lunged out with lightning speed. Fire! A tambu shouted, pulling the trigger first. The gunfire erupted. Yet the tiger's swiftness rendered their shots futile. The colossal beast leaped forward, targeting the foremost seasoned hunter with its gaping maw aimed at his throat. In a split second, Guo Chunhai surged forward, his rifle nearly pressed against the tiger's abdomen as he fired. With a resounding bang, the tiger was struck, momentarily slowed by the pain. Yet it did not falter. Instead, it abandoned its initial prey and turned its ferocious gaze towards Guo Chunhai. Guo Chunhai, with no time to reload, instinctively angled the gun to block. The tiger's massive paw struck the barrel with a resounding thud, numbing his hand and sending the shotgun flying from his grasp. The tiger, letting out a horrific roar, stood upright, towering over 2 meters, and lunged at him like a mountain descending from the heavens. At this critical juncture, a shadow unexpectedly dashed in from the side, crashing into the tiger. It was the little bun. The small creature, displaying an uncharacteristic bravery, clamped onto the tiger's hind leg. The tiger, seemingly annoyed by the pestering of this diminutive hound, turned to swipe at the puppy. Seizing the opportunity, Guo Chunhai drew his hunting knife and rolled to the side of the tiger, the blade slicing fiercely across its abdomen. The strike was swift and brutal, eliciting a painful roar from the tiger as blood instantly stained the white snow. Get out of the way, Hai Go, came Er Lengzi's voice from behind. Guo Chunhai quickly dove aside, and almost simultaneously, Er Lengzi's gun fired. The bullet struck the tiger's front leg with precision, causing the beast to stumble. The hunters seized the moment, opening fire from all directions. Despite its injuries, the tiger's ferocity surged. It disregarded the hail of bullets and charged directly at the nearest Torabu. Torabu, caught off guard, was struck on the shoulder by the tiger's paw, blood gushing forth. Just as the tiger was about to sink its teeth into his throat, a tambu suddenly charged from the side, aiming his hunting knife straight for the tiger's eyes. The tiger, compelled to abandon Torabu, pivoted to confront this new threat. In that very turn, its wounded side was exposed to Guo Chunhai. Without hesitation, he plunged the hunting knife deep between the tiger's ribs, burying it to the hilt. The tiger let out a deafening roar, violently twisting and flinging Guo Chunhai far away. He landed heavily in the snow, momentarily incapacitated. The tiger, seemingly fixated on him, charged once more, heedless of its own bleeding wounds. In that critical moment, a cacophony of gunfire erupted as 2 other groups of hunters arrived. At least 5 or 6 bullets struck the tiger simultaneously, and the colossal beast finally collapsed with a thunderous crash, convulsing a few times before lying still. Silence enveloped the scene, save for the heavy breaths of the hunters echoing through the forest. Hai Go, Er Lengzi was the first to rush over, helping Guo Chunhai to his feet. Are you hurt? Guo Chunhai shook his head, struggling to stand. What about the bun? The little creature emerged from a pile of dry leaves, limping towards its master, its tail wagging like a windmill. Guo Chunhai scooped it up, inspecting its rear leg, which bore only a minor abrasion. Well done. he exclaimed, kissing the fluffy head of the puppy. You saved my life. The hunters gathered around the tiger's lifeless body, filled with both awe and exhilaration. This male Siberian tiger measured over 3 meters in length and weighed more than 300 pounds. Its golden fur and distinct black stripes exuding an imposing majesty even in death. What a massive creature, Atambu remarked while examining the wounds on the tiger's body. It took so many bullets to bring it down. Truly a tough beast. Torabu's shoulder had been hastily bandaged. Despite grimacing in pain, he leaned in to see the spectacle. Who gets the tiger's skin? According to the traditions of the Orican people, a hunter who slays a ferocious beast is entitled to the choicest portions. Atambu surveyed the gathering, ultimately pointing to Guo Chunhai. He was the first to strike with his gun and knife. Although his shots were not fatal, he nonetheless initiated the assault. The tiger's skin rightfully belongs to him. Guo Chunhai hastily declined. It was a collective effort. It should be shared. Enough with the pleasantries, Atambu interjected. Rules are rules. The hunters fashioned a rudimentary sled from branches and transported the tiger back to the village. Throughout the journey, Guo Chunhai's emotions were tumultuous. In his previous life, he had never envisioned himself participating in the hunting of a Siberian tiger, let alone being awarded the most coveted tiger skin. Upon returning to Liaojinggu, the villagers had already gathered, marveling at the majestic beast. Una-ji squeezed through the crowd and embraced Guo Chunhai, tears welling in her eyes. You scared me. I heard you nearly. I'm fine now, Guo Chunhai reassured her, gently patting her back. We're all safe. Atambu directed a few experienced hunters to begin processing the tiger carcass. The skin was to be meticulously removed, the bones could be used for medicinal purposes, and the meat was to be shared among all the village hunters for a taste. Following tradition, the hunters would also conduct a simple ceremony to express gratitude to the mountain deity for their bounty. Young Guo, Atambu called him aside. Prepare for the hunting of the lynx starting tomorrow. With the tiger resolved, the mountains are considerably safer. Guo Chunhai's eyes brightened. Really? The old hunter rarely smiled. Your performance today has proven your worth. However, he became serious. Lynxes are even more formidable than tigers. Do not let your guard down. That evening, Liaojinggu held a grand celebration. The tiger meat was sliced thin and roasted over the fire, sizzling and fragrant. The hunters gathered around the bonfire, drinking and singing, recounting the day's thrilling escapades. Tualuo became the target of much jesting, with his shoulder bandaged, yet he boasted endlessly about how he faced the tiger one-on-one. Una-ji sat beside Guo Chunhai, periodically adding meat to his bowl. Er Lengzi clutched a steamed bun, feeding pieces of the fragrant tiger meat to his dog, while murmuring, Good dog, you saved me today. As night deepened, the revelers gradually dispersed. Guo Chunhai and Er Lengzi returned to the Xianren pillar, but found sleep elusive. The day's harrowing scenes replayed in his mind, instilling a sense of dread. Hi Guo, Er Lengzi suddenly said. I didn't even tremble when I fired today. Guo Chunhai chuckled. Indeed, you saved my life. Hee hee. Er Lengzi grinned sheepishly, scratching his head. I'm a good hunter now. Outside, the night sky over the Khingan Mountains was dotted with stars. Occasionally, the distant howls of wolves pierced the silence, soon fading back into quietude. Guo Chunhai touched the hunting knife by his pillow and slowly closed his eyes. Tomorrow, he would begin preparing for the most significant hunt of his life, the lynx hunt. This endeavor not only pertained to his future with Una-ji, but also represented the highest honor and test for a young hunter. Chapter 23. Into the mountains alone before the morning mist had fully dissipated, Guo Chunhai had already packed his belongings. The hunting knife was repeatedly honed upon the whetstone, its edge glinting with a cold azure light in the morning glow. He tested the blade, and with a gentle stroke, severed 3 strands of horsehair. Although the rifle gifted by Atambu gleamed brightly, he meticulously wrapped it in oiled cloth and solemnly placed it beside the saddle, resolute in his decision to forego firearms for this hunt. Are you really not bringing me along? Er Lengzi asked for the 5th time, his rough hands incessantly stroking the fluffy head of the bun. The little creature whimpered, yet stubbornly clung to Guo Chunhai's trouser leg. Guo Chunhai knelt down, resting his forehead against the pup's damp nose. Behave, guard the home. He turned to Er Lengzi, producing an oiled paper packet from his breast pocket. Follow this recipe, and add a pinch to the horse's feed daily. The red horse has been losing weight lately. Er Lengzi took the packet, and suddenly his eyes glistened with tears. Hai Gu, you must. Rest assured, Guo Chunhai tightened his leg wraps, his deer-hide boots crunching in the snow. If I could survive the jaws of a bear in my past life, what is there to fear from a horned creature in this one? Outside, the sound of light footsteps approached, and Anaji entered, carrying a steaming bowl of meat porridge. Today, she donned a brand new deer-hide coat, adorned with exquisite cloud patterns at the collar and cuffs. Her long, dark braids cascading down her chest, the tips tied with red string. "Eat while it's hot," she urged. Pressing the bowl into Guo Chunhai's hands, her fingertips trembling slightly, I added mountain ginseng. As Guo Chunhai cradled the bowl, the steam enveloped him, revealing the glimmer of moisture in the girl's eyes. He tilted his head back and drank deeply, the scalding porridge sliding down his throat, igniting a burning sensation in his chest. "Here," Anaji insisted, offering him a pouch embroidered with intertwined lotus flowers. "Wear this, and the mountain god will bless you." Inside the pouch were dried snow lotus and wolf teeth, with a strand of dark hair tied with red string nestled at the bottom. Guo Chunhai's throat tightened, wishing to say something, but ultimately he solemnly tucked the pouch close to his body. Beneath the old elm tree at the village entrance, a tambu and several tribal elders had been waiting for some time. The old hunter was particularly solemn today, his bearskin cloak adorned with honorific bone ornaments, and the ancestral hunting knife at his waist gleamed with a deep blue light in the morning sun. "Young man," a tambu spoke in a deep voice. "Remember 3 things: approach from downwind, keep the knife on the center line, and pay respect to the mountain god." Guo Chunhai knelt on one knee, accepting the birchbark wine bowl handed to him by the elder. The fiery liquor scorched his throat like swallowing a ball of flame, bringing warmth to his eyes. Torub squeezed through the crowd, thrusting a red string-bound leather lasso into his hand. "It's a lasso made from the tendons of a wild goat, passed down from my grandfather." He awkwardly added, "Don't die out there." Japagia then presented him with a packet of jerky soaked in bear fat. "Chew on this to keep warm." As Guo Chunhai mounted his horse, the entire tribe gathered to see him off. Children chased after the red horse for a stretch, while women stuffed his saddlebag with provisions and herbs. Anaji stood at the forefront, the sunlight casting a golden halo around her, resembling a guardian deity. The red horse seemed to sense the impending adventure, restlessly pawing the ground. Guo Chunhai cast a final glance at the 2 figures standing at the forefront of the crowd, and with a flick of the reins, he urged his horse towards the northwest, heading for the Ngo. 5 hours after departing from the village, Guo Chunhai discovered the first signs of the elusive animal. On the snow-laden ground at the edge of a red pine forest, several hoof prints, each the size of a bowl, were clearly visible. He crouched down, measuring the depth and spacing of the tracks with his fingers. "A mature male? At least 800 pounds, he murmured softly. From his pocket, he produced a small leather pouch and sprinkled a bit of powder into the hoof print. This was a method taught to him by a tambu, a tracking powder made from reindeer glandular secretions that could indicate the time since the prey had departed. The powder quickly transformed into a pale blue hue, signifying that the herd had left no more than 2 hours ago. Following the trail, Guo Chunhai pressed on, with his red horse obediently trailing behind, its hooves cushioned in animal hide, treading silently upon the snow. As dusk approached, he stumbled upon evidence of the reindeer herd's overnight stay beneath a wind-sheltered cliff. The snow had been scraped into shallow depressions, surrounded by remnants of gnawed bark and moss. Guo Chunhai meticulously examined these signs until he suddenly noticed an anomaly beneath a birch tree. A large patch of bark had been scraped off by some sharp instrument, approximately 1.5 meters above the ground. A scrape from its antlers, he mused, tracing the marks upon the tree trunk, his heart racing. A reindeer capable of reaching such a height must be extraordinarily large. He recalled a tambu mentioning that some male reindeer, having lived for 20 years, could exceed 2 meters in shoulder height, truly the sovereigns of the forest. As daylight waned, Guo Chunhai set up camp about a mile away from the reindeer traces. He chose a crevice in the rocks, constructing a rudimentary shelter with branches and snow. He tethered his red horse to the leeward side and fed it some enriched bean cakes. He himself nibbled on some jerky and savored a piece of bear grease gifted by Japakian, as a warm sensation spread from his stomach to his limbs. As night deepened, the starry sky over the Khingan Mountains shone particularly bright. Lying in his makeshift shelter, Guo Chunhai listened to the occasional distant calls of reindeer, his fingers unconsciously caressing the pouch given to him by Unaji. Tomorrow promised to be a fierce battle, and he needed to conserve his strength. As dawn broke, Guo Chunhai followed the trail to catch up with the reindeer herd. Through the morning mist, he beheld a colossal creature, a male reindeer standing nearly 2 meters tall at the shoulder, its massive, palmate antlers resembling 2 iron fans glistening with a bronze sheen in the morning light. It was digging through the snow with its forehoofs, searching for the moss beneath. Guo Chunhai held his breath, observing intently. This reindeer's shoulders rose like a hump, precisely the form that the Orokin people revered as the humped reindeer. More astonishingly, it had a small piece missing from its left antler. A tambu had mentioned this, identifying it as a reindeer that had lived at least 15 years, known as the One-Horned King, which had previously thwarted 3 hunters. What a fortunate stroke! Guo Chunhai silently rejoiced for having brought the reindeer sinew snare. He quietly retreated to begin setting his traps. First, he dug 3 pits in a triangular formation along the path frequented by the reindeer, inserting sharpened wooden stakes at the bottom of each pit, then camouflaging them with fine branches and snow. Next, he set up the reindeer sinew snare provided by Toralu between 2 trees 10 meters behind the traps, covering the rope with snow, leaving only a live loop exposed. Finally, the most crucial component, bait. Guo Chunhai retrieved a small ceramic jar from his saddlebag, containing a unique concoction he had brewed prior to his departure, a mixture of pine resin, honey, and a particular herb known only to the seasoned hunters of the Awakens tribe. He carefully applied this viscous liquid to several trees surrounding the trap. With everything in place, Guo Chunhai led his red horse to a small earthen rise upwind, where he patiently awaited the arrival of his quarry. The horse seemed to comprehend its master's intentions, standing silently without a single snort. The anticipation was the most arduous part. The biting cold wind sliced against Guo Chunhai's face, compelling him to intermittently wiggle his fingers and toes to stave off frostbite. Just as his patience was waning, a crack of breaking branches echoed in the distance. The herd of wild boars was approaching. A massive boar, the leader of the pack, strode forward, its colossal form resembling a moving hill. It paused intermittently, sniffing the air. Guo Chunhai held his breath, his heart pounding like a drum. Success or failure hinged on this moment. Suddenly, the boar's nose twitched, and it headed straight for the trees that had been treated with the potion, irresistibly drawn by the peculiar scent. As it began to lick the potion off the bark, several other boars followed suit. Guo Chunhai watched intently, his nerves taut. The concoction contained trace amounts of a sedative that would dull the boar's reactions, but it required time to take effect, and he needed to remain patient. After the leader finished with one tree, it turned towards another, heading directly into the trap. Guo Chunhai's fingers gripped the other end of the snare tightly, his palms slick with sweat. With each step, the boar's front hoof suddenly slipped, plunging its entire front half into the concealed snow pit. Yet, its strength was formidable. It pushed off with its forelegs to leap out. In that critical moment, Guo Chunhai yanked the snare with all his might. With a swift whoosh, the noose expertly ensnared the boar's left front leg. Guo Chunhai exerted every ounce of his strength, causing the boar to lose its balance and crash heavily into the snow, sending a flurry of snowflakes into the air. He dashed from his concealed position, knife in hand. However, the boar proved to be even more formidable than he had anticipated. Rising to its feet while dragging the snare, it let out a deafening roar, swinging its massive tusks menacingly. Guo Chunhai ducked just in time, the sharp tip of a tusk grazing his scalp, the pressure of the wind causing his cheek to sting. The struggle ensued in the snow. Though the boar was immense, it displayed remarkable agility, particularly with its sweeping tusks that could clear a wide area. Guo Chunhai attempted to close in several times, but was repeatedly forced back, narrowly avoiding a crushing blow to his chest. I must find a way to get in close. He recalled the teachings of a tambu, and suddenly rolled beneath the boar, his knife slicing across its belly. The boar, in pain, kicked out with its hind legs, striking Guo Chunhai squarely in the shoulder and sending him flying 3 or 4 meters away. Enduring the excruciating pain, Guo Chunhai rose to his feet, his left arm now largely unresponsive. The wound on the boar was shallow, yet it had thoroughly enraged the creature. With its eyes ablaze, it charged forward, moving with a speed that belied its massive size. In a moment of desperation, Guo Chunhai grasped a branch overhead, swinging himself away just as the boar collided with a tree, shaking the trunk, which was as thick as a bowl, violently. Taking advantage of the moment, Guo Chunhai pounced from the side, seizing the mane of the wild boar and swiftly mounting its back. The boar, enraged, leaped and twisted violently, attempting to throw off its rider. Guo Chunhai clamped his legs tightly around its abdomen, gripping the mane with his left hand while raising his hunting knife with his right, aiming directly at the boar's cervical spine and thrusting downwards with ferocity. At the instant the blade pierced the flesh, the boar let out a deafening roar, rising up on its hind legs. Guo Chunhai lost his balance and was flung far away, the hunting knife still embedded in the boar's neck. He crashed heavily into the snow, momentarily immobilized. Blood gushed from the boar's neck, yet it refused to fall, charging toward Guo Chunhai with bloodshot eyes. Desperately, Guo Chunhai rolled to evade, but the boar's tusk still slashed across his thigh, instantly staining the snow crimson. In this dire moment, he found another knife, a token of love gifted by Anaji, a finely crafted Awakens hunting knife. Gritting his teeth, he executed a sliding maneuver as the boar charged again, thrusting the knife upward with precision into the creature's heart. The boar's momentum abruptly ceased, Its massive body swayed a few times before crashing to the ground, sending up a flurry of snow like a small avalanche. Guo Chunhai sat in the snow, gasping for breath, the wound on his thigh burning with pain. Yet an indescribable sense of accomplishment surged within him. When he returned to Laojinggo, exhausted, a crowd had gathered at the village entrance, drawn by the news. Er Lengzi was the first to rush forward, embracing him with tears and laughter. "Brother Hai, you've finally come back." Anaji stood at the forefront of the crowd, the sunlight casting a golden halo around her. Without uttering a word, her eyes glistening with tears, she pressed a steaming bowl of meat soup into Guo Chunhai's hands. A tambu approached, glancing at the intact boar hide and massive tusks on horseback, rarely breaking into a smile. "Good lad." Those three simple words held more value than any praise. Torub and Gupa squeezed through, curiously touching the boar hide. "Truly the one-horned king. My father said he chased this beast for 3 years without success." That night, Laojinggo held a grand celebration. The boar meat was sliced thin and roasted over the fire, sizzling with juices. Guo Chunhai sat by the bonfire, his leg wrapped in clean cloth, while Anaji carefully fed him soup. A tambu raised a wine bowl and proclaimed loudly in Orokin, "From today onward, Guo Chunhai is no longer my guest, but my son-in-law." Amidst the cheers, Anaji quietly took Guo Chunhai's hand. Under the firelight, her eyes sparkled brighter than the stars. Guo Chunhai held her soft hand tightly, reflecting on the profound meaning of rebirth. No longer alone, no longer humble. Having found his place and cherished connection in this vast expanse of snowy forests and plains. Chapter 24. The token of love in Laojinggo. Morning light filtered through the smoke hole at the top of the cactus, and Guo Chunhai opened his eyes to find Er Lengzi had already left the bedding. The embers in the fire pit glowed a deep red, and the iron pot hanging above emitted wisps of steam, wafting the aroma of meat porridge. He stretched lazily, the wound on his shoulder now scabbed over, leaving only a faint itch. "Are you awake?" Una Ji's voice floated in from outside, followed by the rustling of the wolfskin door curtain as she entered, bearing a steaming bowl of mare's milk. "It was just squeezed by Alma. Drink it while it's hot." Guo Chunhai accepted the bowl, and at the moment their fingertips brushed. The girl's ears subtly flushed. Ever since his triumphant return from hunting, Una Ji regarded him as if he were a mountain deity descended to earth, her gaze bright enough to ignite dry grass. "Where's Er Lengzi?" Guo Chunhai sipped the mare's milk, its warm liquid with a hint of sweet savor sliding down his throat. "He went out to walk the horses with Tualub." Una Ji knelt by the fire pit, adding a few pine branches. "Baba said today he would teach you how to tan the deer hide." Just then, a commotion erupted outside. Una Ji had barely lifted the curtain when Manta dashed in, covered in snow, excitedly leaping towards Guo Chunhai. Immediately after, Er Lengzi's booming voice echoed in, "Hi Go, come out and see." Tualub caught a live rabbit. Guo Chunhai donned his clothes and stepped outside, squinting against the bright sunlight. The morning in Laojinggo was bustling. Women were busy milking and brewing tea. Children rolled in the snow, chasing hunting dogs, and several old hunters sat in the sun, stitching leather goods with bone needles. In the distance, a dozen awanki horses grazed leisurely in a corral. Tualub stood in the clearing, proudly displaying a gray rabbit he held aloft. Upon seeing Guo Chunhai, he grinned widely. "Brother Guo, we'll have extra dishes tonight." Ever since Guo Chunhai returned from the hunt, Tualub's attitude had completely transformed, shifting from rivalry to genuine admiration. Guo Chunhai approached, taking the rabbit to inspect it. "Caught with a hind leg snare?" "Indeed." Tualub gestured enthusiastically. "Just like you taught. The chain trap works wonders." Jepai crept over, mysteriously pulling a small leather pouch from his coat. "I set traps according to your method yesterday and caught 2 minks. Chief Ming said this pelt is worth at least $50. Guo Chunhai shook his head with a smile. These awanki youths learned astonishingly quickly. He had merely imparted a few skills he had learned from old hunters in his past life, never expecting such remarkable results. "Guo Xiazi." A tambu's voice called from the direction of the great immortal pillar. "Come here." The old hunter appeared in excellent spirits today, his white braids meticulously arranged, with a traditional hunting knife hanging at his waist. Before him lay a pristine deer hide, and he was using a bone knife to scrape off the remaining fat. "Watch closely." A tambu motioned for Guo Chunhai to crouch down. The most crucial aspect of tanning is the pressure. Too hard damages the hair roots, too soft leaves it unclean. Guo Chunhai attentively observed each of the old hunter's movements. A tambu's technique was exceptionally skillful, the bone knife gliding over the hide, removing fat without harming the follicles. "Give it a try." A tambu offered the bone knife to him. Guo Chunhai accepted the knife, mimicking a tambu's motions as he began to work. Initially, he felt somewhat clumsy, but soon found his rhythm. Atambu stood by, contentedly stroking his beard, indeed, a skilled craftsman. Father. Anaji approached with a steaming bowl of tea. Please do not keep making Brother Guo work. Oh, is someone defending him now? Atambu laughed heartily, accepting the tea bowl and taking a sip. Child. According to our Orican customs, men do not tan hides. How will they craft clothing for their wives? Anaji's face instantly flushed crimson. She thrust the tea bowl into Guo Chunhai's hands and fled. Atambu's laughter grew even more joyful as he patted Guo Chunhai's shoulder. Next June, during the bonfire festival, we shall arrange your wedding. Guo Chunhai nearly spilled the tea bowl with a tremor of his hand. Although he had anticipated this day, hearing it spoken aloud made his heart race. Having spent a solitary life in his previous existence, he never envisioned such fortune. Thank you, father, he murmured, using the respectful term for his father-in-law in Orican. Atambu's eyes sparkled, and he gave Guo Chunhai a hearty pat on the back. Good lad. In the afternoon, while Guo Chunhai was organizing his hunting gear amidst the cacti, the door curtain was suddenly pulled aside, revealing Anaji's cherubic face. Are you free? I want to take you somewhere. The two of them left the village, walking upstream along a small creek. Anaji wore a brand new deerskin coat, cinched at the waist with a red belt, and small bells tied to the end of her braid jingled with each step. Where are we going? Guo Chunhai inquired. A secret, Anaji replied with a smile over her shoulder, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. It is a place every Orican girl must take her beloved before marriage. After approximately half an hour of walking, they arrived at a grove of white birch trees. Within the forest lay a naturally formed hot spring, steam rising as the surrounding snow melted, revealing dark, rocky surfaces. This is, Guo Chunhai was taken aback, the spring of the Holy Maiden. Anaji's cheeks blushed like ripe berries. We Orican people believe that here, her voice softened, one can receive the blessings of the mountain spirits. Guo Chunhai instantly grasped the girl's intention, his ears aflame. Having lived over 40 years in his previous life, he had never encountered such a moment. We. He stammered, words failing him. Anaji suddenly burst into laughter. What are you thinking? She pulled out two small wooden figurines from her bosom. These are to bear witness for the mountain spirits. Guo Chunhai then noticed that the figurines, a male and a female, were intricately carved and painted, resembling him and Anaji distinctly. I carved them, Anaji declared proudly. According to our Orican customs, those who are destined to be together must place the figurines in the spring of the Holy Maiden. If they float, it signifies the mountain spirit's approval. She took Guo Chunhai's hand, guiding him to kneel by the hot spring. In hushed tones, she recited a prayer in Orican before gently placing the wooden figurines into the water. The figurines swayed in the steam and slowly began to rise. The mountain spirits approve, Anaji exclaimed joyfully, then suddenly turned to embrace Guo Chunhai, planting a kiss on his cheek. Now you cannot escape. Guo Chunhai stood frozen, unsure of where to place his hands and feet. As Una-ji observed him, she burst into laughter, exclaiming, Han people are so shy. When we Awanki girls fancy someone, we boldly declare it. On their way back to the village, Una-ji held on to Guo Chunhai's hand, humming a cheerful tune. Guo Chunhai's heart felt as if it were basking in a warm spring, enveloped in delightful warmth. As they passed a thicket, the girl suddenly leaned in close to his ear, whispering, Actually, my father has already arranged a betrothal for us. We could get a head start. Guo Chunhai nearly choked on his own saliva, unsure of how to respond, when suddenly a loud voice rang out from a distance. Hi Gu. Una-ji, come back quickly. The two hastily separated. Er Lengzi came running, panting and visibly excited. The old hunter Dabao has arrived. He said he found a bear den at Er Lengzi. Atambu is gathering people. Guo Chunhai's eyes lit up. A bear den is a tree hollow or rock cave where black bears hibernate. And hunting bear dens is one of the most significant hunting activities for the Awanki during winter. The three hurried back to the village and indeed found a crowd gathered around Atambu's towering cactus. The old hunter Dabao was animatedly gesturing, as the surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment. It's definitely a big one, Batu exclaimed excitedly. There are fresh claw marks at the entrance, and a large patch of bark has been scraped off. Atambu stroked his beard thoughtfully. Hunting dens at this time of year carries considerable risk. Father. Tua Luobu chimed in eagerly. Let me take a team. No. Atambu firmly rejected. Inexperienced youngsters hunting dens only serve as bear fodder. Guo Chunhai squeezed into the crowd, asserting, Father, I can go. All eyes turned to him. Atambu narrowed his eyes. Have you ever hunted a den? I have, Guo Chunhai replied calmly. In his past life, he had learned the intricate skills of hunting bear dens from the old hunter, but had never had the opportunity to practice due to inadequate equipment. Atambu scrutinized him for a moment and then broke into a grin. All right. You, me, Batu. and we'll take Tua Luo Bu and Gu Pa Qian along for some experience. Una Ji grew anxious. Father, it's too dangerous, my dear, Tambu said, gently ruffling his daughter's hair. A good hunter is not merely born, they are forged through practice. He turned to Guo Chunhai. Prepare yourself, we depart at dawn tomorrow. That night, Guo Chunhai meticulously checked his equipment at the cactus. The hunting knife was sharpened to a fine edge, the ropes neatly coiled, and the rifle that a Tanbu gifted him gleamed brightly. Er Lengzi helped him organize provisions, incessantly murmuring, "Hi Go, I want to go too." No. Guo Chunhai replied without looking up, hunting dens is no trivial matter. But, there is no but. Guo Chunhai raised his head. You stay in the village and help me look after Una Ji and Mantu. Er Lengzi pouted, then suddenly lowered his voice. Hi Go. What did Una Ji tell you? The way she looked at you today, TSK. Guo Chunhai tossed a piece of animal hide at him. Stop prying. After a pause, he added, by the way, you should find a girl for yourself too. I find the younger sister of Gu Pa quite appealing. Er Lengzi's face instantly flushed with embarrassment, exclaiming, I don't want to. Just as the commotion ensued, the curtain was lifted, and Una Ji entered, cradling a brand new leather coat. Try it on, see if it fits. The coat was crafted from the hide of the wild boar hunted by Guo Chunhai, lined with soft rabbit fur, and adorned with exquisite embroidery at the collar and cuffs. Upon wearing it, Guo Chunhai felt a wave of warmth envelop him. It looks splendid, he remarked. Una Ji adjusted the collar for him, her eyes sparkling. I embroidered it for a whole week. Er Lengzi, observing from the side, made exaggerated facial expressions. But upon receiving a glare from Guo Chunhai, he hastily excused himself to walk the dog. Be careful tomorrow. Una Ji suddenly embraced Guo Chunhai, burying her head against his chest. I'll wait for your return. Guo Chunhai gently wrapped his arms around the girl, inhaling the fresh scent of pine from her hair. Do not worry, I have hunted boars before. Una Ji lifted her head, and in a surprising moment, she stood on her tiptoes and lightly kissed him on the lips, then darted away like a startled fawn. Guo Chunhai stood frozen in place, the lingering warmth on his lips causing his heart to thunder. Outside the window, the night sky over the Khingan Mountains twinkled with stars. Occasionally, the eerie howl of wolves echoed, only to be swiftly swallowed by silence. Guo Chunhai caressed the soft fur collar of the new coat, his mind swirling with thoughts. Tomorrow would bring a fierce battle, yet at this moment, all he could dwell upon was that fleeting, dragonfly-like kiss from the girl. Chapter 25. Preparing to hunt the bear before dawn's darkness had completely dissipated, Guo Chunhai was startled awake by the crisp sound of hooves. He quickly threw off the wolf fur blanket and dashed to the door, peering outside with vigilance. In the dim starlight, he spotted Er Lengzi squatting by the campfire, which blazed brightly, with meat porridge bubbling enticingly in an iron pot, releasing a mouth-watering aroma. Hi Go, rise and come warm yourself with a bowl, Er Lengzi called out, eagerly handing him a wooden bowl filled to the brim with steaming porridge. As Guo Chunhai accepted the bowl and was about to take a sip, he noticed the prominent dark circles under Er Lengzi's eyes, a clear sign of a sleepless night. What's wrong? Did you not sleep well last night? Guo Chunhai inquired with concern. Er Lengzi hesitated for a moment, then stammered, I dreamt about that bear. What? The bear? Guo Chunhai felt a tightening in his chest. What did you dream? Er Lengzi rubbed his hands together, his voice trembling slightly. It was dark, and there were green eyes staring at me. It was terrifying. Listening to this, Guo Chunhai felt a shiver run down his spine, yet he comforted Er Lengzi. Do not be afraid. It was merely a dream. Here, wear this. He then unfastened the pouch Una Ji had given him from his waist, opened it, and retrieved a wolf's tooth, hanging it around Er Lengzi's neck. This is from the wolf I hunted last time. It wards off evil spirits. With the protection of the mountain gods, you need not worry. Guo Chunhai patted Er Lengzi's shoulder. Er Lengzi touched the wolf's tooth around his neck, feeling slightly reassured. At that moment, a cough echoed from outside the door. Guo Chunhai and Er Lengzi exchanged glances, hastily gathering their belongings before stepping outside. In the midst of a snow-covered landscape, the seasoned hunter Atanbu stood resolutely like a statue, draped in a heavy fur coat and adorned with a fluffy fur hat. He armored himself against the biting cold. Following closely behind were the young hunters Batu, Tualyabu, and Japakian, each clad in robust hunting attire and wielding firearms, exuding an air of youthful vigor. Amidst the group, Anaji's figure stood out remarkably. Clad in a vibrant red robe, she contrasted sharply with the surrounding snowy scenery. In her hands, she cradled an item meticulously wrapped in birch bark, as if it were an invaluable treasure. Here, Anaji whispered, gently placing the bundle into Guo Chunhai's hands. He looked down to discover it was a block of bear oil cake, exuding a faint, enticing aroma. Gratefully, he cast a glance at Anaji, carefully stowing the parcel away, fearing to damage the precious food within. If you're hungry, just take a bite, Anaji advised tenderly, her voice echoing in the frigid air, laced with concern and reluctance. The package still bore the warmth of her touch, enveloping Guo Chunhai in a wave of warmth. Taking a deep breath, he softly replied, I will return. Though brief, his words conveyed a promise to Anaji and a confidence in the upcoming hunting expedition. Atambu meticulously inspected the gear, ensuring that no essential item was overlooked. He counted 4 rifles, 5 sharp hunting knives, along with ropes, flint, and medicinal supplies. Everything was meticulously organized. The old hunter nodded in satisfaction before nimbly mounting his steed. His movements were agile and practiced, as if he were one with the horse. With a commanding shout, 5 magnificent horses galloped forth like arrows released from a bow, racing through the morning fog of the snowy terrain towards the northwest, towards the stone ledge. Guo Chunhai's red horse was particularly striking, full of vigor and strength, its hooves pounding the ground with boundless energy. The hooves were shrouded in soft animal skin, allowing it to traverse the snow silently, like a phantom. Mantu, initially overjoyed at the prospect of accompanying his master on the hunt, circled around Guo Chunhai excitedly, emitting joyful barks as if eager to chase after prey. However, Anaji firmly held Manta back, resolutely preventing it from following. The creature whimpered in distress, struggling against Anaji's grip, seemingly protesting her restraint. Yet, Anaji was strong, and Mantu ultimately remained behind, helplessly watching as its master and the others grew distant. Along the way, Batu elaborately described the location of the bear den. On the leeward side of the stone ledge, there stands an ancient linden tree, and its hollow is the bear's refuge. I carefully counted the surrounding paw prints. This is undoubtedly a creature weighing at least 400 pounds. Upon hearing Bata's description, Torabu's excitement was palpable as he rubbed his hands in anticipation, exclaiming, What are we waiting for? Let us just fire a shot into the hole and be done with it. Nonsense. Atambu immediately admonished. Such an act would surely startle the bear. A startled bear can unleash a ferocity akin to madness, easily capable of snapping a tree in half. Guo Chunhai remained silent, quietly surveying the surrounding terrain. In his previous life, he had learned the art of hunting from a seasoned veteran. Thus, he was acutely aware of the dangers inherent in hunting within enclosed spaces. Once awakened from hibernation, a bear could exhibit astonishing strength and speed. A moment's carelessness could lead to a hunter's demise. At noon, they arrived at the foot of a steep rock face, where the shaded area accumulated snow nearly to waist height. Bata pointed towards a gnarled, old linden tree in the center of the rock face. Right there. Guo Chunhai squinted and indeed spotted a dark hole about 3 meters above the ground on the trunk. The edges of the entrance bore clear claw marks, and the surrounding bark was polished smooth from the bear's comings and goings. Let's South not get too close just yet. Guo Chunhai dismounted and retrieved a rope from his saddlebag. We need to make some preparations. Atambu raised an eyebrow. What preparations? The 5-step method. Guo Chunhai replied as he organized the rope. Clear the area, pack down the snow path, set up a fire pit, identify an escape route, and establish our positions. The old hunters exchanged glances. Bata scratched his head. We used to just call it a den. That is far too perilous. Guo Chunhai pointed to the snow beneath the tree hole. Look here, the snow is soft. If the bear jumps down, it will sink and be hindered in its movement. This is advantageous. But the snow further ahead is where we, the den hunters, would retreat. If we pack down this section of snow leading to where the bear will jump down, it will make our escape route safer. What a splendid idea. Atambu's eyes lit up. Once we call it a den, we can make a swift retreat, while the bear is more likely to become ensnared, granting us a better aim. Guo Chunhai nodded, continuing his explanation. First, we must clear shooting positions in all 4 cardinal directions, ensuring each has an escape route. Then, we will build a fire directly in front of the den. Bears are afraid of fire and will flee in the predetermined direction upon emergence. Torabu, astonished, asked, So many considerations? These are matters of survival, Guo Chunhai replied gravely. In his past life, he had witnessed numerous tragic bear hunts, most of which stemmed from inadequate preparation. Atambu, stroking his beard in contemplation, suddenly clapped Guo Chunhai on the shoulder. Let us proceed, as you suggest. The 5 men promptly set to work. Guo Chunhai and Gupa were tasked with clearing the snow beneath the tree hole, compacting it step by step with their boots to create a firm area of 5 meters in diameter. Atambu and Batu selected 4 shooting points around the perimeter, ensuring each was shielded by trees or rocks. Torabu was assigned to gather firewood for the fire pit. Be mindful of the wind direction, Guo Chunhai cautioned. The fire must be set downwind of the bear's den, otherwise the smoke will suffocate us. After 2 hours of diligent labor, all preparations were complete. 4 shooting points were arranged in a fan shape in front of the tree hollow, each clearing a path for escape. 20 meters directly beneath the tree hollow, a pile of dry kindling was set up, awaiting ignition. Guo Chunhai retrieved a small leather pouch from his pocket. This is the chili powder given by Anaji. When sprinkled onto the fire, it will irritate the bear's eyes. Atambu gazed at him in astonishment. You are better prepared than the seasoned hunters. Guo Chunhai smiled shyly. I learned it all from my father. This was indeed true, in his past life. The old hunter who taught him to hunt bears had the bloodline of the Awaken people. The 5 men quickly consumed some rations and divided their tasks. Atambu and Badu would lead the assault on the east side, while Torbu and Gupakian supported from the west. Guo Chunhai was assigned the perilous role of igniting the fire and drawing the bear. Let me draw the bear, Atambu suddenly suggested. You are still young. No way, Guo Chunhai firmly shook his head. This task must be mine. I weigh less, so if the bear charges, I can climb the tree more swiftly. In truth, he had another consideration that he did not voice. Drawing the bear required a specific skill that he had honed in his previous life. As the sun dipped low in the west, the 5 men took their positions. Guo Chunhai crouched beside the fire, inhaled deeply, and recited a prayer in Orokin. Then, he produced a flint. Prepare, he called out, striking the tinder. With a crackling sound, flames leaped up, and he swiftly sprinkled the chili powder into the fire. A pungent smoke billowed forth, carried by the northern wind directly toward the tree hollow. He grasped the prepared long pole and retreated to the designated spot, signaling Atambu. Begin, Atambu commanded in a low voice. And 4 rifles were simultaneously aimed at the dark tree hollow. Guo Chunhai took a deep breath and thrust the pole into the tree hollow, stirring vigorously. The technique he had learned in his past life for drawing the bear was now on full display. The pole was not thrust randomly, but rhythmically struck against the walls of the hollow, mimicking the sound of wild bees buzzing. Hibernating bears are most fearful of disturbances from swarms, and this tactic was foolproof. Buzzing reverberated within the hollow as the pole created an eerie resonance. After 3, 5, and 7 strikes, a muffled sound suddenly echoed from within, reminiscent of a heavy object shifting. Guo Chunhai promptly withdrew the pole and swiftly followed the predetermined retreat route. Darting behind the nearest birch tree, his rifle steady on the branch. Ready. Atambu's voice was taut as a bowstring. Snow from the entrance of the hollow began to tumble down. First, 2 dark claws emerged, followed by a massive head pushing through the opening, its brown-black fur glistening. Small round eyes flashing with ferocity, and a moist, twitching nose. Fire, Atambu commanded. Bang, bang, bang. 4 rifles unleashed flames simultaneously. The bullets struck the bear's head and chest with pinpoint accuracy, and the colossal creature fell, without a sound from the 3-meter-high hollow, crashing heavily onto the snow that Guo Chunhai had compacted beforehand, sending up a flurry of snowflakes. We hit it, Torba cheered, leaping from his cover. Jipa and Badu could hardly contain their eagerness as they charged towards their prey. Old Badu had already drawn his hunting knife, prepared to extract the bear bile, the most valuable part of the beast. However, Atambu remained rooted in place, his gaze fixed on the tree hollow, his brow furrowed in concern. No, don't approach. Guo Chunhai suddenly barked, his gun trained unwaveringly on the hollow. Listen to the sound. There must be another one inside. As if to validate his words, a chilling crack echoed from within the hollow, the unmistakable sound of claws scraping against wood. Fall back. All of you retreat. Atambu's expression shifted dramatically as he yanked back the advancing Torabu. Almost simultaneously, a shadow, larger than the previous one, burst forth from the tree hollow. This bear was even more colossal, its fur a reddish-brown hue, landing with a grace reminiscent of a cat. Utterly devoid of the clumsiness one would expect from a bear waking from hibernation. A red-haired humpback, Batu exclaimed, his voice rising in pitch. Guo Chunhai's pupils contracted in alarm. Before them stood a rare humpback bear, characterized by its pronounced shoulder hump, one of the most ferocious species of bear. Even more terrifying was the fact that it was currently in a state of rage, having just seen the corpse of its companion before it, and the pungent scent of blood had driven its eyes to a furious crimson. Bang! Guo Chunhai's gun fired first, the bullet striking the bear's foreleg and sending a spray of blood into the air. Although this shot was not fatal, it successfully provoked the bear's wrath. The humpback bear stood upright, towering over 2 meters, its massive jaws releasing a plume of steam as it lunged directly at Guo Chunhai. Spread out and shoot, Atambu bellowed, the old rifle belching flames. Torabu and Jipa, finally snapping back to reality, hastily raised their guns to fire. However, In their panic, most of their shots went astray. Only a Tanbu's bullet found its mark, hitting the bear's back, but failing to deter its furious charge. 20 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters. The distance between the humpback bear and Guo Chunhai closed rapidly. In a moment of desperation, Guo Chunhai rolled sideways behind a tree, simultaneously drawing his hunting knife from his waist. The bear missed its target, its immense momentum causing it to crash against a birch tree, shaking the stout trunk violently. Seizing the opportunity, Guo Chunhai circled to the other side, shouldering his rifle for a precise aim. Bang! This shot struck the bear in the ribs, but it was akin to prodding a hornet's nest. The humpback bear went completely berserk, swatting aside any obstructing brush and charging forward once more. Reload! Guo Chunhai shouted while retreating, his hand brushing against the empty cartridge belt. He had exhausted all 5 rounds. The humpback bear seemed to sense the hunter's predicament, accelerating its charge. Guo Chunhai could clearly see the drool hanging from its fangs, smelling the mingling stench of blood and sweat. Brother Hai! A sudden roar came from the side. Unbeknownst to them, Er Lengzi had climbed a nearby red pine tree and leapt down from a branch 10 meters high, crashing down onto the bear's back. The sudden weight caused the humpback bear to stumble, and Torbu seized the chance to stab at the bear's neck with his hunting knife. But the thick fur hindered the blade, only penetrating half an inch before becoming stuck. Roar! The hunchbacked bear, in a fit of rage, violently flung its body, sending the clumsy youth sprawling like a rag doll, landing heavily in the snow. This brief delay afforded the others a moment to reload. Both Atambu and Bada fired almost simultaneously, their bullets striking the bear's abdomen and hind leg, respectively. The hunchbacked bear, though wounded, unexpectedly refrained from further aggression. Instead, it abruptly turned and dashed into the depths of the dense forest. Chase! Jipa exclaimed, grasping his firearm in readiness. Don't pursue! Guo Chunhai and Atambu shouted in unison. The old hunter hastened to Guo Chunhai's side, his expression grave. An injured hunchbacked bear is more perilous than a tiger. Recklessly following it into the woods is tantamount to courting death. Guo Chunhai nodded, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. He understood this truth all too well. In a past life, he had witnessed hunters pursue an injured bear, only to be led into a deadly trap and meet a tragic end. Dai Lingling! Jipa suddenly cried out. The group then remembered the youth who had been tossed aside and hurried over. The young man lay in the snow, his face pale, his right arm bent at an unnatural angle, clearly broken. I'm fine, Dai Lingling gritted his teeth, cold sweat soaking his back. That beast has immense strength. Atambu quickly assessed the injury and breathed a sigh of relief. The bone hasn't pierced through, it can be set. He unlatched his flask and poured a generous mouthful for Dai Lingling. Bear with it. The old hunter skillfully manipulated the limb, and with a muffled groan from Dai Lingling, the misaligned bone returned to its rightful place. Guo Chunhai offered 2 branches and some leather strips, and Atambu swiftly fashioned a makeshift splint. You lad, Bada remarked, patting Guo Chunhai on the shoulder, still shaken. If you hadn't insisted on watching the tree hollow, we might have become the bear's meal. Guo Chunhai shook his head and approached the corpse of the first bear. It was a medium-sized female, the fatal wound located in her head, her fur mostly intact. He crouched down and gently stroked the white fur on the bear's neck, a ritual of respect among the Orican people. The red-haired hunchback rarely shares a den with other bears, Atambu noted, his brow furrowed. Unless it is during mating season, Guo Chunhai interjected. This female bear may be pregnant, with the male bear guarding her. The old hunter shot him a surprised glance. You possess considerable knowledge. Guo Chunhai refrained from elaborating. In a previous life, he had heard seasoned hunters speak of certain male bears that would remain nearby to protect the females during hibernation, an exceedingly rare occurrence. Almost unheard of in a century. What shall we do now? Jipa inquired, his gaze still fixed on the direction the hunchbacked bear had fled. That creature is injured. Might it return to seek revenge? Atambu stroked his beard, pondering for a moment. We must first attend to this one. The hunchbacked bear, startled, won't return immediately. He turned to Guo Chunhai. What is your perspective? I concur, Guo Chunhai nodded. But we must assign someone to keep watch, to prevent it from launching a surprise attack. Bada volunteered to climb to a higher vantage point to keep watch, while the others began to attend to the female bear's remains. Atambu personally wielded the knife to extract the bear's gallbladder, his deft technique eliciting quiet admiration from Guo Chunhai. The seasoned hunter made precise incisions, retrieving the intact gallbladder without causing any harm. The dark green sac shimmered with an amber hue against the snow. The group hastily fashioned a makeshift stretcher from branches to secure the bear's carcass. Atambu inspected Er Lengzi's injuries once more and resolved to return to the village immediately. What about the hunchback bear? Japakian inquired, unwilling to concede. Tomorrow, Atambu replied solemnly, bring more people and hunting dogs. On the way back, Guo Chunhai lingered at the rear, frequently glancing back. The setting sun stained the snow a bloody hue. In the distance, the rocky outcrop loomed like a slumbering beast, and the dark hollows of the trees seemed to observe them. What are you pondering? Atambu slowed his pace to walk alongside him. Guo Chunhai responded softly. The hunchback bear is injured, but not severely. Tomorrow might bring a fierce battle. A flicker of approval passed through the old hunter's profound eyes. Are you afraid? Not fear. Guo Chunhai shook his head. I was contemplating that perhaps we could devise an alternative strategy. Oh. Atambu raised an eyebrow. Guo Chunhai leaned closer and whispered a few ideas. The old hunter's expression shifted from confusion to surprise, ultimately breaking into a smile. Good lad. Let us proceed with that. As the smoke from Laojinggo came into view, darkness had fully enveloped the sky. A crowd had gathered at the village entrance, drawn by the news. Anaji was the first to rush forward, scrutinizing Guo Chunhai with concern. Are you injured? I'm fine, Guo Chunhai replied with a smile, twirling around. Only then did Anaji notice the bear's carcass being carried back and Er Lengzi's injuries. Her face went pale. Heavens! What happened? One den, two bears, Atambu succinctly explained. Thanks to Guo's vigilance, or else. He left the sentence unfinished. But the elder hunters present understood well that if Guo Chunhai had not kept a watchful eye on the tree hollow, the outcome could have been dire. The crowd erupted in gasps of astonishment. Anaji gripped Guo Chunhai's arm tightly, her nails digging into his flesh without her awareness. Another red-haired hunchback has escaped. Japakian announced loudly, tomorrow, we shall hunt it. Amidst the cheers, Guo Chunhai noticed Atambu signaling him with a glance. The old hunter discreetly gestured, indicating they should follow the plan they had discussed en route. Anaji, perceptive, detected the exchange. What are you two scheming? Guo Chunhai smiled without answering, merely squeezing the girl's icy fingers gently. Under the moonlight, the lights of Laojinggo sparkled warmly like stars. Tomorrow promised another fierce battle, but at this moment, he simply wished to savor the tranquility of having survived the ordeal. Chapter 27. Tracking in the snow as dawn broke with the light of day. Guo Chunhai was roused by the barking of dogs outside the saguaro. He lifted the wolf skin blanket to find Er Lengzi had managed to start a fire, awkwardly stirring the meat porridge with his uninjured left hand. Brother Hai, have a bowl of something warm. The simpleton handed over the wooden bowl. His right arm cradled against his chest, a remnant of the wound that Atambu had dressed the day before. Guo Chunhai accepted the bowl, and amidst the rising steam, he observed the simpleton's hesitant demeanor. If you have something to say, speak up, Guo urged. I want to go too, the simpleton replied, nervously rubbing his hands. The injury to your arm won't hinder your walking. That's not possible, Guo Chunhai responded, setting the bowl aside and beginning to sharpen his hunting knife. You must allow your injury to heal. Besides, Atambu needs someone to help watch over the village. At that moment, the door flap lifted and Anaji entered, holding a birchbark food container. Today, the young woman was clad in a snug deer-hide hunting outfit, a short knife tucked into her waist, and her two braids elegantly coiled atop her head. Eat up, freshly baked flatbreads, she said, thrusting the food container into Guo Chunhai's hands. Then turning to cast a reproachful glance at the simpleton. And don't think about sneaking away. Father said you must assist with the tanning of the bear hide today. The simpleton pouted, silenced by her reprimand. Guo Chunhai opened the food container, revealing several steaming buckwheat pancakes filled with pickled willow herb shoots and chunks of bear meat. Just as he took a bite, a cacophony of barking from the hunting dogs erupted outside. They're here, Anaji exclaimed, her eyes brightening as she tugged at Guo Chunhai to follow her outside. At the village square, Atambu was busy tallying the equipment. 5 hunting dogs were tied to nearby stakes, their excitement palpable as they paced back and forth. Torabu, with his arm in a sling, insisted on coming to see them off. Japakian and Badu were fully armed, their waists adorned with pouches and ropes. Is everyone ready? Atambu scanned the group, his gaze settling last on Guo Chunhai. As you suggested, we will take only 5 people and 5 dogs. Guo Chunhai nodded and crouched before the dogs. In addition to Mantu, there were 4 adult luncheon hunting dogs, all muscular and with glossy coats. He affectionately patted each dog's head, finally lifting Mantu, who eagerly licked his face. Can this little one handle it? Bata questioned skeptically, eyeing Mantu, who was hardly larger than a rabbit. He is quite capable, Guo Chunhai replied, placing Mantu on the ground and producing a small cloth pouch from his pocket. This contains the hair and blood from yesterday's bear. Let him sniff it. Mantu approached the pouch, his black nose twitching rapidly, and suddenly barked, his tail erect like a flag. Good dog. Atambu nodded approvingly, turning to the others. Remember, Today you must all heed Guo Xiaozai's commands. An injured humpbacked bear is more dangerous than a tiger. We cannot afford any carelessness. The group responded in unison. And Guo Chunhai noted that even the notoriously unruly Japakian nodded obediently. It seemed that the harrowing events of the previous day had left a lasting impression on everyone. Father, I want to go too, Anaji suddenly declared. Nonsense. Atambu's expression darkened. I can be of help, Anaji insisted, holding her head high. My black arrow was the champion of the hunting dog competition last year. She pointed to one of the large, sleek dogs. Just as Guo Chunhai was about to dissuade her, he noticed Atambu sighing. Very well, you may go, but you must stay behind Guo Xiaozai and not act recklessly. The seasoned hunter turned to Guo Chunhai and said meaningfully, My girl is quite stubborn, do keep an eye on her. As the sun began to ascend the mountain, the tracking team set off. 6 men and 5 dogs trekked towards Er Lengzi, their horse hooves muffled by the fur coverings, leaving no sound upon the snow. Guo Chunhai led the way, with Mantu trotting excitedly at his side, occasionally lowering his head to sniff the snow. That hunchback ran off to the northwest yesterday. Bada pointed towards a dense thicket in the distance. The blood trail ended there. Guo Chunhai squinted to assess the terrain. To the northwest lay a mixed forest where red pines and birch trees grew intertwined, and the elevation gradually increased. Injured beasts typically fled to higher ground for better visibility and easier defense. Let us take a look, he said, patting Mantu on the head. Search. The little creature immediately lowered its head to sniff, while the other hunting dogs scattered to search for clues in the snow. Suddenly, Manta let out a sharp bark, darted a few steps northwest, then returned, wagging his tail like a windmill. Found it, exclaimed Anaji in delight. Guo Chunhai crouched down to examine the traces discovered by Mantu. There were a few drops of frozen blood in the snow, along with several indistinct paw prints belonging to the hunchbacked bear. The blood was faint, indicating the wound was not deep, but sufficient for the dogs to track. Well done. Guo Chunhai rewarded Mantu with a piece of jerky, and the little fellow wagged his tail proudly. Bada's large yellow dog, Abu, also picked up the scent, though noticeably slower than Mantu. The old hunter gazed in astonishment at the small Mantu. This little one has quite the nose. The team advanced northwest along the blood trail. Guo Chunhai instructed the dogs to take turns leading, preventing them from exhausting their strength. Although Mantu was the smallest, he performed the best, often rediscovering the trail when the other dogs lost it. Look here, Jipa suddenly called out, pointing at scratch marks on a red pine tree. That beast rubbed its wound here. Guo Chunhai approached for a closer look. The scratches were about 1.5 meters off the ground, the bark torn away to reveal fresh wood beneath. He gauged the size of the paw prints with his hand, feeling a twinge of concern. This hunchbacked bear was larger than he had anticipated. Continue the pursuit, he commanded in a low voice, but remain vigilant. An injured bear may lie in ambush. By noon, they reached a ridge from which the entire valley was visible, offering an excellent vantage point. Guo Chunhai signaled for everyone to rest while he climbed onto a prominent rock to survey the area. Any discoveries? Anaji inquired as she joined him. Guo Chunhai shook his head and handed her a water pouch. Take a sip. The hunchbacked bear is cunning. It may have deliberately taken a detour to mislead us. Anaji accepted the water pouch, but suddenly pointed into the distance. What is that? Guo Chunhai followed her gaze and saw a dark cave entrance about 300 meters away on a rocky wall, with several crows circling above, occasionally cawing harshly. A bear den? Anaji whispered. Not quite. Guo Chunhai squinted. But where the crows gather, there is certainly something amiss. He whistled, alerting the others to his discovery. Badu, seasoned and astute, immediately deduced that it could either be the new den of a hunchbacked bear or that it had killed some prey and dragged the carcass inside. Let us go take a look, Jipa urged impatiently. However, Guo Chunhai shook his head. It's too perilous. If it is a den, the terrain is not in our favor. After pondering for a moment, he proposed an idea. He retrieved a few thin ropes and small sticks from his pack, swiftly crafting a rudimentary contraption. Anaji observed with curiosity. What is this? It's an alarm system, Guo Chunhai explained. We'll stretch the rope across the path the bear might take, connected to these sticks. If disturbed, the sticks will fall and produce a sound. Torabu suddenly understood. This way we can ascertain whether it is inside the den. Guo Chunhai nodded and produced a small pouch. This is a mixture of chili powder and sulfur. We can shoot it into the den's entrance with an arrow to irritate the bear's nose and force it out. Excellent idea, Batu exclaimed, clapping his thighs in approval. This is much safer than charging indirectly. The group divided their tasks. Jipa and Torabu set up the alarm. Anaji used a bow to shoot the irritant powder at the den's entrance, while Guo Chunhai and Badu selected their shooting positions and dug makeshift cover. Once everything was prepared, Guo Chunhai secured the hunting dogs in a safe area, keeping only Mantu by his side. The little creature seemed to sense the impending event, sitting quietly with its ears perked up in alertness. Release. With Guo Chunhai's command, Anaji's arrow whistled toward the den's entrance. The pouch tied to the arrow burst upon striking the rocky wall, releasing a cloud of yellow powder at the entrance. The group held their breath in anticipation. 1 minute. 2 minutes passed with no movement from the den. Is it not inside? Jipa whispered. No sooner had he spoken than a deafening roar erupted from within. A massive black figure suddenly emerged from the den. It was the red-haired hunchbacked bear. It clawed at its face frantically, clearly agitated by the chilly powder. Prepare. Guo Chunhai hissed. As the rifles steadied on their makeshift cover, the bear lingered at the entrance for several seconds before charging down the mountain. Its chosen path directly intersected with the alarm set by Jipa. The moment the rope snapped, the sticks fell with a distinct clatter, echoing through the stillness of the forest. It's coming. Guo Chunhai shouted, southeast. The hunchbacked bear seemed to sense the hunter's presence, accelerating its charge. A distance of 300 meters was merely a few breaths for it. Fire. Bang, bang, bang. 3 rifles discharged simultaneously. The bullets struck the snow around the bear, creating a flurry of white powder, a calculated deterrent shot arranged by Guo Chunhai, intended to drive the bear along the predetermined route. The hunchbacked bear indeed veered, racing towards a narrow mountain pass, where Guo Chunhai had already set the final trap. Chapter 28. The desperate hunt. As the hunchbacked bear plunged into the mountain pass, Guo Chunhai blew his whistle. The sharp whistle reverberated through the valley, prompting the hunting dogs concealed on either side to erupt into frenzied barks. The bear, startled by the sudden cacophony, staggered and instinctively darted toward the sole quiet exit, which was precisely where Guo Chunhai had meticulously set his trap. It's coming. Jipa trembled as he crouched behind a rock. Guo Chunhai narrowed his eyes, observing the approaching mass of reddish-brown fur. The 300-pound body thundered across the snow, each step causing the powder to cascade downward. The bear's mouth gaped wide, white vapor billowing forth, while blood oozed from the wound on its foreleg, staining the snow a dark crimson. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters, boom. A muffled thud echoed as the snow beneath the bear's bulk suddenly gave way. The massive creature plunged into a 2-meter-deep snow pit, where sharpened wooden stakes pierced its belly, instantly saturating the snow with blood. It's trapped, Torbu exclaimed, nearly tumbling from his hiding spot in excitement. Yet Guo Chunhai remained motionless, his rifle steadfastly aimed at the trap's direction. In his previous life, he had witnessed too many tragic moments of wild beasts making desperate last stands. This hunchbacked bear would not submit easily. Indeed, a deafening roar erupted from the trap. The stakes had penetrated the bear's belly only slightly before being ensnared by its powerful muscles. The hunchbacked bear rose on its hind legs, clawing at the edge of the pit, attempting to escape. Release the dogs, Guo Chunhai commanded. Anaji untied the leash of Black Arrow, a sleek, ebony Awanki hunting dog that bolted towards the trap like an arrow, sinking its teeth into the bear's hind leg. Other dogs rushed in, surrounding the trap, barking and biting. The bear, in pain, was forced to turn and confront the dogs, momentarily thwarting its escape. Now, Guo Chunhai shouted. Badu and Jipa immediately pulled the preset ropes. A net woven from sinew descended from above, perfectly enveloping the trap's opening. The net was laden with sharp bone shards and iron nails, leaving dozens of gashes on the bear's body. Good, Torbu cheered, waving his uninjured arm. Now it can't escape. However, Guo Chunhai's expression suddenly shifted. The hunchbacked bear, undeterred by the net's deadly edges, used sheer brute strength to tear a hole in it. Fire! He bellowed, and the rifles erupted in flames. Bang! 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 3 guns fired simultaneously, bullets striking the bear's head and chest with precision. The hunchbacked bear shuddered violently, blood gushing from multiple wounds, yet it did not fall. Instead, it became utterly enraged, leaping out of the trap. Scatter! Guo Chunhai shouted, yanking Anaji back from rushing forward. The bear stumbled as it landed, clearly wounded, but its ferocity surged as it swatted away the nearest dog, Black Arrow. Anaji gasped. That dog was her beloved companion since childhood. Beast! Jipa's eyes blazed with fury, raising his gun, ready to charge. Stay put. Guo Chunhai barked, stick to the plan. He whistled a special tune, and Mantu dashed in from the side, not approaching closely, but barking incessantly to draw the bear's attention. Other hounds mimicked the little one, maintaining a distance while harassing. The hunchbacked bear, disoriented by the cacophony of barking, found itself at a loss as to which dog to pursue. At that moment, Guo Chunhai unsheathed the last of his secret weapons, a flaming arrow wrapped in oilcloth. Fire! He murmured sharply. Ji promptly struck the flint, igniting the oilcloth at the arrowhead. Guo Chunhai drew his bow taut, and the fire arrow whizzed towards the heap of prepared hay and resin behind the trap. Boom! A towering inferno erupted, creating a wall of flames that effectively severed the bear's escape route. Naturally fearful of fire, the bear became panicked, spinning in place. To the east, Guo Chunhai commanded, "Drive it eastward." The hounds instinctively altered their barking direction, herding the hunchbacked bear towards a narrow, rocky crevice. This was a location Guo Chunhai had previously scouted. The end of the crevice led to a sheer cliff, leaving no avenue for escape. The bear, indeed, fell into the trap, stumbling into the crevice. By the time it realized the cliff loomed ahead, it was too late. "End it," Guo Chunhai said in a low voice, raising his rifle. The bear teetered at the edge of the precipice, bloodied yet fierce in its gaze. It seemed to comprehend its dire situation, suddenly rearing up on its hind legs, emitting a roar that reverberated through the forest, as if making a final stand against its hunters. Bang! Guo Chunhai's bullet struck true, piercing the bear's heart. Its massive form swayed before crashing to the ground, sending a flurry of snowflakes into the air. Silence enveloped the scene, punctuated only by the crackling of flames and the hound's heavy breaths. After a considerable pause, Dabao exhaled, "Good heavens." Toribu plopped down into the snow, his face drained of color. "That's no bear, it's a mountain spirit." Guo Chunhai remained vigilant, his rifle still trained on the fallen bear. Only upon confirming it had breathed its last did he lower his weapon and turn to inspect the beleaguered black arrow. Ji had already cradled her beloved dog, tears welling in her eyes. "Its hind leg is broken." Guo Chunhai knelt to examine the injury. The dog's leg was indeed fractured, yet fortunately, its vital organs remained unharmed. From his pocket, he retrieved a small pouch, sprinkling some brown powder over the wound. "Bone powder, given by a tambu," he reassured gently. "The bone will heal." "Grateful." Ji nodded, suddenly enveloping Guo Chunhai in an embrace, burying her face in his chest. He froze for a moment before softly patting her back. "I'll check on that beast." Dabao interrupted the tender moment, making his way towards the bear's corpse. The seasoned hunter circled the fallen bear, marveling, "Goodness! It must weigh at least 400 pounds. Its paw is larger than my face." He pointed at the white fur surrounding the bear's chest. "Look at this. It must be at least 20 years old, an old veteran indeed." Jepai, unable to contain his excitement, drew his hunting knife. "Let us take the gallbladder." "How much is that worth?" "Wait." Guo Chunhai halted him. According to the rules, Dabao should take it. He approached the cliff's edge, gazing down into the valley below. In the distance, the faint wisps of smoke from old Jinko were visible. The thrilling hunt had finally come to an end, yet his heart was devoid of joy. This hunchbacked bear was a rare beast. Had it not posed a threat to the village, it ought not to have been hunted to extinction. "What are you pondering?" asked Anaji softly as she approached, cradling the black arrow. Guo Chunhai shook his head, replying, "Nothing much. Just thinking that this bear's paw should be given to Toribu as a supplement." Anaji chuckled lightly. "And what about you? What reward do you merit for your great contributions?" Guo Chunhai gestured towards the bear's carcass. "The hide is mine. I shall craft a splendid cloak for a tambu." The group fashioned a rudimentary drag using branches and ropes, securing the bear's body. Dabao personally chopped a sturdy birch pole, and he and Jepakian hoisted it together. Although Toribu had but one good arm remaining, he insisted on assisting with the gear. On the return journey, the hunting dogs seemed to share in the joyous victory, circling around their master. Mantu, in particular, pranced proudly at the forefront, occasionally turning to bark twice, as if urging everyone to hasten. "This little fellow is quite remarkable," Dabao remarked, genuinely impressed by Mantu's tenacity and intelligence. Guo Chunhai patted Mantu's head, offering it a piece of jerky. "Today, it has done a great service." As the sun dipped low in the west, they returned to Old Jinko. A crowd had gathered at the village entrance, drawn by the news. A tambu stood at the forefront, his grizzled braids billowing in the wind. Er Lengzi, with his arm in a sling, squeezed to the front and shouted upon seeing Guo Chunhai, "Hi Guo, I knew you could do it." When the hunchbacked bear's carcass was paraded into the village, a wave of astonished gasps swept through the crowd. Even in death, this colossal creature radiated an imposing majesty. A tambu stepped forward, patting Guo Chunhai on the shoulder. "Well done." Those simple words held more value than any praise. The old hunter took up his knife and began to process the bear's body. A tambu insisted on handing the bear's paw to Guo Chunhai, pointing to the hide. "The skin is yours as well. A red-haired hunchbacked hide like this is a once-in-a-decade find." As night fell, Old Jinko held a grand celebration. The bear's meat was sliced thin and roasted over the fire, sizzling with juices. Guo Chunhai was pushed to the center of the bonfire, where a tambu publicly declared him the tribe's first hunter, the highest honor bestowed upon an outsider by the Orican people. Anaji sat beside Guo Chunhai, her cheeks flushed with shyness amidst the cheers from the crowd. Er Lengzi, having indulged in too much fermented mare's milk, was singing off-key with Japakian, their arms draped over each other. Manta lay at Guo Chunhai's feet, gnawing on a meaty bare bone, occasionally emitting contented grunts. Guo Chunhai gazed up at the starry sky, enveloped in tranquility. In his previous life, he had lived in a state of frustration and discontent, yet in this life, he had found his rightful place in the Greater Khingan Range, surrounded by brothers, a beloved, and respect. This, perhaps, was the finest rebirth. A tambu approached with a bowl of liquor and sat beside him, saying, "Tomorrow, I will teach you how to tan this red-haired hide." Guo Chunhai nodded in understanding. Chapter 29. The great outfit planned before the morning mist had fully dissipated. Guo Chunhai was roused from his slumber by the sounds of an altercation outside the sage's pillar. He lifted the wolfskin quilt and discovered that Er Lengzi was no longer on the bedding. The embers in the fire pit glowed a deep red, and the iron pot suspended above emitted wisps of steam, carrying the fragrant aroma of millet porridge. "I have said no, and I mean it," a tambu's voice carried from outside, imbued with an uncommon sternness. Guo Chunhai donned his clothing and stepped outside, where, in the morning light, he beheld the old hunter in a standoff with Wanaji. The young woman was adorned in a brand new blue cotton jacket, her two braids slickly arranged, clearly the result of careful preparation. "Father, I am already 19. Wanaji stomped her foot. "Why can't I go to the county town? What business does a young girl have in the county town?" A tambu's mustache quivered with indignation. "That place is rife with chaos." Clearing his throat, Guo Chunhai caught their attention simultaneously. Wanaji's eyes lit up, and she rushed to his side. "Guo, please help me. I want to accompany you to the county town, but my father refuses." A tambu shook his head in resignation and removed his pipe from his waist. "Guo, you tell her. This girl insists on going with you to the county town." Only then did Guo Chunhai recall that he had indeed mentioned his plans to sell bear goods in the county town at last night's celebration. He was surprised that Wanaji had taken note of it. "Father," he carefully chose his words, "it would be beneficial for Wanaji to experience the world. Moreover," he lowered his voice, "having a young lady along would provide us with better cover for our undertaking." A tambu squinted and took several thoughtful puffs from his pipe before abruptly turning to his daughter. "If you go, you must not wander about. You will listen to Guo." Wanaji let out a jubilant cheer, nearly bouncing with excitement. A tambu shot her a stern glance and added to Guo Chunhai, "Gupa Qian should go as well. That lad is clever and can be of assistance." Just then, Er Lengzi came running from the direction of the horse pen, a brush in hand. "Brother Hai, the red horse is clean, and I've checked the saddle." Guo Chunhai patted his shoulder. "You stay behind in the village to recuperate and help a tambu look after Mantu." Er Lengzi's expression fell instantly. "Do I have to guard the house again? Don't be ungrateful." A tambu lightly tapped his head with the pipe. "Those two hides are still awaiting your work." After breakfast, Guo Chunhai began to organize the goods he intended to take. 3 bear gall bladders were already wrapped in cloth bags and hung in a cool place to dry. 8 bear paws were tied with string and wrapped in oil paper. The skin of the red-haired hunchback bear was of utmost importance, and he carefully encased it in linden bark to prevent moisture damage. "Take this as well." A tambu handed him a small cloth bag. "These are the pelts I've saved from last year. They can fetch a good sum." Guo Chunhai accepted the bag. Feeling its weight, there were at least a dozen high-quality marten skins within. In those times, this represented a considerable fortune. "Rest assured, father," he said solemnly, "I shall certainly return with some fine firearms for you." The old hunter waved his hand dismissively. "First, focus on yourselves, the youth. I can manage with my old bones and my trusty rifle." Unaji and Gupa Qian were also prepared. The young woman carried an embroidered cloth bag filled with provisions and a change of clothes, while Gupa Qian was fully armed, his hunting knife gleaming, presenting an air of readiness for any confrontation. "We are not going to war," Guo Chunhai remarked with a wry smile. "We are on a business venture." The 3 bid farewell to the villagers at the edge of the settlement. A tambu personally inspected the saddle on the red horse and then pressed a note into Guo Chunhai's hand, saying, "If anything arises, seek out the man known as Old Knife. Just inform him I sent you." Guo Chunhai unfolded the note, which bore a crooked address, the blacksmith's courtyard behind the west street of the county town. He nodded in understanding, tucking the note safely away. Er Lengzi stood at the forefront, clutching a steamed bun, while the little dog whined anxiously, seemingly aware of its owner's impending journey. Guo Chunhai affectionately ruffled its head. "Be good, and I shall bring you back a bone." The red horse galloped briskly, soon leaving the old gene ditch behind. Unaji rode a small white horse, keeping pace with Guo Chunhai. Gupa Qian, mounted on a green horse, vigilantly trailed behind, scanning the surroundings. Brother Guo, Una Ji eagerly inquired, is it true that the county town has department stores as tall as 3 stories? Guo Chunhai smiled and nodded, indeed. And there is even a cinema. What is a movie like? Gu Pa Qian interjected, I've heard that the people inside move. It's quite similar to watching a play, but rather it is shadows of people moving on a screen, Guo Chunhai patiently explained. Observing the curiosity of the 2 youths, he couldn't help but reminisce about his own astonishment during his first visit to the county town in a past life. At midday, they rested by a small stream. Una Ji retrieved several flatbreads and some salted meat from her bag, and the 3 enjoyed a simple lunch by the water. Brother Guo, Gu Pa Qian said, gnawing on the bread, suddenly lowering his voice, can you really obtain that semi-automatic rifle? The Type 56 semi-automatic, Guo Chunhai nodded. If there are connections, how much would that cost? Una Ji's eyes widened. Guo Chunhai considered for a moment. A new one costs over 200. An old one is cheaper. He gestured toward the cargo on the horse's back. This should be enough to exchange for 2 or 3. Gu Pa Qian gasped. So expensive. That's enough to marry a wife. Una Ji blushed and kicked him. What nonsense. Amidst their banter, the sun began its descent. In the distance, a vague silhouette of gray buildings emerged on the horizon. That was the county town. Tonight, let us find a place to stay outside the city. Guo Chunhai pointed towards a grove in the distance. We shall enter the city early tomorrow. Una Ji inquired with confusion, why not enter the city directly? Carrying such valuable goods, it is unsafe to enter the city at night, Guo Chunhai replied. Guo Chunhai explained, moreover, some transactions must be conducted during the day. They sought refuge in a sheltered spot within the woods. Japakian clumsily constructed a rudimentary shelter, while Anaji prepared a fire to cook. Guo Chunhai inspected the goods, ensuring that nothing had been dampened or damaged. The evening meal consisted of millet porridge and baked flatbreads, accompanied by salted meat, which was particularly savory. After dinner, Japakian volunteered to keep the first watch, allowing Guo Chunhai and Anaji to retreat into the shelter for rest. The space was quite cramped, compelling the 2 to huddle closely together. The faint scent of pine that enveloped Anaji made Guo Chunhai feel somewhat uneasy. Just as he contemplated shifting away, the young woman leaned in closer. Brother Guo, Anaji's voice was as delicate as a feather. Will you take me to see a movie in the future? In the darkness, Guo Chunhai felt his ears flush. Of course I will. Outside the shelter, Japakian's timely cough broke the moment. I didn't hear anything. Anaji let out a soft giggle, instantly lightening the atmosphere. Guo Chunhai chuckled along, his heart swelling with sweetness akin to honey. In his previous life, he could never have imagined experiencing such moments. As night deepened, the wind in the forest resembled a lullaby. Listening to Anaji's steady breaths, Guo Chunhai gradually closed his eyes. Tomorrow would be significant, not only for the renewal of hunting equipment in Laojinggo, but also for his potential to truly settle in this land. In the distance, the lights of the county town twinkled like stars. There lay the steel guns they sought, alongside the myriad novelties of this new era. Yet, at this moment, Guo Chunhai felt that this humble shelter was warmer than any towering edifice. Chapter 30. Selling goods in the county town. The county town in the early morning was shrouded in a thin mist as Guo Chunhai led the red horse through the newly opened city gates. Anaji and Japakian followed closely, their eyes wide with wonder as they gazed about. Don't look around so much, Guo Chunhai whispered. Stay close to me. The gray brick houses lining the streets gradually gave way to red brick buildings, and the number of pedestrians increased. Workers clad in blue overalls whizzed by on their Yongjiu bicycles, the bells ringing cheerfully. Housewives with baskets queued outside grocery stores, and several primary school students, adorned with red scarves, frolicked toward their school. Anaji gently tugged at Guo Chunhai's sleeve. Is that a car? She asked, pointing at a slowly passing liberation truck, her voice trembling. Japakian, feeling intimidated, ducked behind the horse. How does this iron lump move by itself? Doesn't it eat grass? Guo Chunhai could not help but chuckle. It runs on fuel. Don't worry, it won't bite. After turning 2 corners, a 3-story red brick building came into view, with a sign reading Xiangyang Supply and Marketing Cooperative above the entrance. This was their destination, the largest specialty goods procurement station in the county. Wait here, Guo Chunhai instructed, handing the reins to Japakian and dismounting to retrieve the package. Anaji, come with me inside. The Supply and Marketing Cooperative was shrouded in dim light, where a middle-aged man wearing spectacles stood behind the counter, deftly clicking away on an abacus. Upon hearing footsteps, he did not lift his gaze, but merely stated, Introduction letter. Guo Chunhai produced the prepared production team certificate from his pocket, which was a connection from the commune. The bespectacled man took the certificate, adjusted his glasses, and scrutinized them. Are you from the Awenki tribe? Indeed, replied Guo Chunhai. placing a package on the counter. I have some mountain goods I wish to sell. The man leisurely unwrapped the package, and when he spotted the red-haired, humped-back bear's skin, his eyes behind the lenses gleamed noticeably. Ah, this hide is rare. He expertly examined each item, occasionally scraping the inner layer of the hide with his fingernail or leaning closer to sniff the scent of the bear paws. Finally, he picked up 3 bear gall bladders and scrutinized them through the window, particularly focusing on the one of darker hue. Mother bear skin, 5th grade. Bear meat 230 pounds, for bear paws, above average, worth 505. The man noted this down with his pen. Humpback bear skin, 4th grade. Plus bear meat 360 pounds, for bear paws, top quality, worth 703. 2 grass gall bladders, 328 each, 604. This one he paused. Copper gall bladder, 808. Mink fur, top quality 7 pieces, 51 each. Medium quality 6 pieces, 35 each, totaling 560. Una Ji gasped, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her garment. Guo Chunhai maintained a calm demeanor, yet inwardly he was elated. This was 20% more than he had anticipated. The man clicked on the abacus. In total, 3,360 yuan. Would you prefer a ticket and cash? Or just cash? Cash, Guo Chunhai responded without hesitation. The man regarded him with a knowing look before retreating into the back room. Before long, he emerged with a thick stack of cash, stating, all counted. Guo Chunhai skillfully recounted it. It was all 10 yuan notes, a substantial bundle. He pulled out 2 notes and returned them to the man, saying, for your efforts. Only then did the man smile, as if performing magic, pulling out a cloth bag from beneath the counter for carrying the money. The streets have been unsafe lately. Upon exiting the cooperative, Gu Pa couldn't contain his excitement and leaned in. How much did you sell for? Guo Chunhai signaled for silence, whispering, we'll talk later. He keenly noticed 2 dubious young men lurking at the opposite alley. Let us go. He tucked the money bag into his inner pocket and mounted his horse. First, let us get something to eat. The 3 found a state-run restaurant, ordering 3 bowls of pork stew with vermicelli and 2 pounds of flatbread. Una Ji sipped her soda, her eyes fixed on the spot where Guo Chunhai concealed the money. Brother Guo, that's a lot of money. Shoo, Guo Chunhai replied, offering her a piece of meat. Let us eat first. Through the restaurant window, he could clearly see those 2 ruffians still loitering across the street. In those times, 2,000 yuan was a considerable sum, enough to tempt someone to take risks. After their meal, Guo Chunhai intentionally led the 2 in circles around the county town. As they passed by a department store, Anaji's gaze was captivated by a scarlet scarf displayed in the window, yet Guo Chunhai did not afford her the opportunity to linger. We must attend to business first, he murmured. We'll return to purchase it later. Turning down a few narrow alleys, Guo Chunhai abruptly quickened his pace and slipped into a barber shop. The barber, an elderly gentleman with a face etched with wrinkles, merely lifted his eyelids upon their entrance, asking, a haircut? A shave? Guo Chunhai replied in accordance with the secret code given by a tambu, I would like a hot towel. The old man set down his clippers and gestured towards the back door. Go on in. The back door led to a small courtyard cluttered with scrap metal and old bicycle parts. A lean middle-aged man was busy repairing a tire. Upon seeing them, he straightened up warily and inquired, who are you looking for? Old Dao? Guo Chunhai stepped forward. A tambu sent me. The middle-aged man, Old Dao, squinted his eyes. That old fellow is still alive. Despite his words, a hint of a smile crept onto his lips. Come in. The interior was dimly lit, filled with the scent of tobacco and machine oil. Several hunting rifles hung on the walls, and various parts lay scattered across the table. Old Dao shut the door behind them and directly asked, what do you want? 5-6. Guo Chunhai replied without preamble, I need new ones, at least 2. Old Dao whistled. You've got quite an appetite. Do you know the price? You name it, came the response. 1,001 for new, 906 for nearly new, Old Dao stated, lighting a cigarette, and I'll include 50 rounds. Guo Chunhai calculated in his mind. This was 30% above market price. But seeking alternate channels was not feasible at the moment. Just as he was about to haggle, Anaji interjected, may we see the goods? Old Dao glanced at the young Evenki woman with surprise and grinned. The girl knows her stuff. He rose and dragged a wooden box from under the bed, opening it to reveal 2 gleaming 5.6 semi-automatic rifles nestled inside. Beneath them lay another that appeared to be used. Guo Chunhai picked one up for inspection. The barrel was pristine, the rifling clear, indeed a fine piece. He nodded at Anaji, who understood and retrieved her purse. 2 new, 1 old. Let's settle the change, she said. To Old Dao's astonishment, Guo Chunhai counted out 3,100 yuan and add 300 rounds for us. Old Dao accepted the money, counting it twice with satisfaction before tucking it into his waistband, straightforward. He then retrieved a metal box, I'll throw in an extra 100 rounds as a gesture of friendship. You, young man, are much better than that old fellow. Once the transaction was complete, old Dao assisted them in disassembling the rifles, carefully packing them into 3 long cloth bags. Guo was so exhilarated that his hands trembled, nearly losing his grip on his share. Remember, old Dao cautioned as they departed, do not assemble them in the city. There's a crackdown happening. If caught, you'll serve time. Upon exiting the barber shop, Guo Chunhai scanned the surroundings with vigilance. The 2 ruffians had vanished, yet he remained wary. Where to next? Guo whispered, clutching the bag containing the rifle barrels tightly. Guo Chunhai glanced at the sun and remarked that it was still early, so he decided to procure some essential items. The trio first ventured to the department store. Guo Chunhai purchased a red scarf for Anaji, who joyfully tied it around her neck, enhancing her delicate features. He also bought Er Lengzi a pair of suede shoes and brought 2 bottles of Beidatsong white liquor for a tambu. At the Supply Cooperative's production material outlet, Guo Chunhai acquired salt, matches, kerosene, and other daily necessities, deliberately selecting several packets of fruit candies to share with the children upon his return. Brother Guo, look. Anaji suddenly pointed at the calendar hanging on the wall. June 18th next year is the Bonfire Festival. Guo Chunhai felt a surge of warmth in his heart. The traditional weddings of the Orican people are held during the Bonfire Festival, and the girl was subtly reminding him. I will make you a new outfit from a beautiful piece of cloth by then, he promised softly. Anaji blushed, lowering her head and playfully twirling the newly acquired red scarf around her fingers. After completing their shopping, the 3 led their horse to the woods outside the city. Guo Chunhai carefully surveyed the surroundings, ensuring no one was following them before allowing Japakian to assemble the firearm. It's truly stunning, Japakian remarked, admiring the brand new semi-automatic rifle. Unable to hide his enthusiasm. Far superior to our old piece. Guo Chunhai instructed them on basic operations. Remember to practice again when we return. We must not reveal ourselves in the city. As the sun dipped in the west, they commenced their journey home. The red horse, laden with their acquired goods, trotted along merrily. Anaji occasionally touched the red scarf around her neck, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth, while Japakian persistently eyed the fabric bag hanging by the saddle, which contained their long-desired new rifles. Guo Chunhai glanced back at the slowly receding county town, filled with countless emotions. In his previous life, he lived like a rat scurrying through the streets. In this life, he could walk proudly in the sunlight. With brothers, a beloved, and a home, this was the essence of true living. Giddy up, he gently urged the reins, prompting the red horse to quicken its pace. In the distance, the silhouette of the Khingan Mountains emerged from the dusk, their true home, a place where they had put down roots. Chapter 31. The new rifle's first hunt. As the red horse approached the entrance of Lao Jingo village, Guo Chunhai was greeted by a chorus of barking dogs. Manta wriggled free from Er Lengzi's grasp and darted towards Guo Chunhai's horse, his tail wagging like a windmill. Brother Hai, Er Lengzi ran over with his arm hanging, his eyes fixated on the package on the horse's back. How did it go? Guo Chunhai smiled silently, dismounting and patting the bulging fabric bag. Japakian could hardly contain his excitement and shouted, we bought them. 3 rifles. His voice pierced through the air like a hornet's nest, instantly stirring the once quiet village into a frenzy. Hunters emerged from their hiding spots, encircling the trio in no time. A tambu, draped in a bear fur coat, stood at the forefront, his grizzled braids quivering slightly. Did you really buy them? Guo Chunhai unveiled the fabric bag, revealing 3 gleaming semi-automatic rifles that shimmered with a cold metallic sheen under the sunlight. The gathered hunters collectively gasped in astonishment, with Torabu even reaching out to touch them, only to be swatted away by a tambu. Let us go inside. The seasoned hunters scanned their surroundings with vigilance, adhering to the adage wealth should not be flaunted. A throng accompanied Guo Chunhai to the celestial pillar of a tambu, where he meticulously recounted his transactions involving the sale of goods and acquisition of firearms. Upon learning that 3 rifles had cost nearly 900 yuan, several of the veteran hunters winced in dismay. Indeed, it is somewhat pricey, Batul remarked, caressing the gleaming barrel of the new rifle, but this contraption is undeniably exhilarating. A tambu seized one of the firearms, squinting as he inspected the rifling. A 10-round magazine. Semi-automatic. This single piece is worth 3 of our old shotguns. Shall we give it a try? Torabu inquired eagerly, momentarily forgetting the pain in his injured arm. Guo Chunhai glanced at the sky. There's still time. We can venture into the mountains for a round. The hunters erupted in cheers, clamoring to join him for the shooting trial. Ultimately, a tambu selected 12 individuals, including the recuperating Torabu and Japakian. Although Anaji wished to accompany them, she was swiftly silenced by her father's stern gaze. What business do you have meddling in such affairs? Atambu retorted, his mustache twitching. Go assist your mother with dinner. A dozen magnificent steeds gathered at the village entrance, their riders fully armed, faces alight with childlike excitement. The 3 new rifles were carried by Guo Chunhai, Atambu, and Batul, each equipped with 30 rounds of ammunition. Though his arm had not yet healed completely, Er Lengzi stubbornly insisted on joining, claiming, "A missing arm won't hinder my ability to ride. Where shall we test the rifles?" Jepakian asked, riding alongside Guo Chunhai. After a moment's contemplation, Guo Chunhai replied, "Let us head to Donggo. There are plenty of roe deer in that area." The cavalcade set forth towards Donggo. The pristine winter landscape of the Khingan Mountains sparkled in a silvery shroud, sunlight streaming through the treetops, casting dappled shadows upon the snow. Guo Chunhai's red horse led the way, while Manta trotted alongside, occasionally lowering his head to sniff the snow. "Stop!" Suddenly, Guo Chunhai raised his right hand, and the entire procession came to an immediate halt. In a clearing 100 meters ahead, 7 or 8 roe deer were foraging. These foolish deer remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger, leisurely nibbling on the tender branches of the underbrush. "A splendid opportunity," Atambu whispered. "What is the strategy?" Guo Chunhai swiftly devised a plan. The 12 hunters would split into 3 groups, each armed with a new rifle, encircling the deer from 3 directions. He would lead one group for a frontal assault, while Atambu and Batul would flank from either side. "Remember," he cautioned, "the 5.6 has minimal recoil. However, do not hold down the trigger continuously. Controlled shots yield greater accuracy." The hunters dispersed according to the plan. Guo Chunhai's group consisted of 4 members, Er Lengzi, Jepakian, and Torabu. They dismounted and stealthily approached the deer, utilizing the cover of the underbrush. 80 meters, 60 meters, 40 meters, the herd remained blissfully unaware. The lead buck even lifted its head, curiously peering in their direction. "Fire!" Guo Chunhai commanded, and the 3.56 rifles discharged simultaneously. Bang! 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 The crisp gunfire echoed through the valley. Unlike the dull thud of old rifles, the report of the 5.6 was sharp and brisk, akin to a series of firecrackers. The herd erupted in chaos, scattering in all directions, but it was already too late. Guo Chunhai steadied his aim, pulling the trigger with such precision that the second bullet soared forth without the need for deliberate adjustment. In a mere span of seconds, this quartet had emptied their magazine, bringing down 3 roe deer. Meanwhile, on either side, Atambu and Badu also had their share of success. When the gunfire ceased, 9 roe deer lay sprawled across the snow. The largest, a magnificent buck, having been dispatched with a single shot by Atambu. "Good heavens!" Badu exclaimed, staring at the smoking barrel, his voice trembling. "That was astonishingly swift." The hunters gathered around their spoils, their excitement akin to that of jubilant children. Torab, disregarding the pain in his arm, bounced around with his new rifle. Jepai repeatedly cycled the bolt, enamored with the warmth of the barrel. 10 rounds, in under a minute, Atambu mused, twirling his mustache, his eyes sparkling with wonder. With the old shotgun, hitting 2 would have been remarkable. Guo Chunhai smiled as he reloaded the new firearm. Having served as a forest ranger in a past life, he fully understood the value of this weapon in the wilderness. Its rapid fire rate, high accuracy, and ease of maintenance made it the dream equipment of any hunter. "Hey, Brother Hai." Er Lengzi approached eagerly, his eyes glimmering with anticipation as he gazed at the rifle in Guo Chunhai's hands. "Can I take a few shots too?" Guo Chunhai handed him the gun, cautioning, "Be mindful of the recoil." Elated, Er Lengzi grinned widely and aimed at a distant tree trunk, managing commendable shots despite the instability caused by his injured left arm. "This is exhilarating," he exclaimed, his large hands caressing the blued stock. "It's 100 times better than my old shotgun." On their return journey, the hunters took turns firing the new rifle, the sound of gunfire echoing through the air. Passing by a frozen river, Guo Chunhai even shattered an icicle 50 meters away with a well-placed shot, drawing cheers from his companions. "Guo, my boy," Atambu rode alongside him, lowering his voice suddenly. "How shall we divide these 3 rifles?" Guo Chunhai had already contemplated this matter. "One for you, one for Torab, and we shall share the last." After a pause, he added, "Once spring arrives and we sell the pelts, we can purchase 2 more. The old hunter nodded in satisfaction. "Fair enough." He patted Guo Chunhai on the shoulder, declaring, "From this day forth, you shall be our gun master in Old Jinko." This title stirred a warmth in Guo Chunhai's heart. The designation of gun master held immense honor among the Orichan hunters, akin to that of chief marksman and tactical commander. It was a position he had never dared to dream of in his former life, yet now it was within his grasp. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the horse team returned laden with their bounty. 9 roe deer hung from the saddles, blood dripping onto the snow, tracing long crimson lines. A crowd had gathered at the village entrance, drawn by the news, with Wanaji standing at the forefront, her red scarf fluttering like a dancing flame. "You brought down so many?" she gasped, counting the spoils in astonishment. Tora proudly patted his new rifle, exclaiming, "This thing is incredible." One burst, and they fall like leaves. That evening, a grand celebration was held in Old Jinko. The venison was sliced thin and sizzled over the fire, releasing tantalizing aromas. A tambu produced his cherished bottle of 34 Beijing Song and poured a bowl for each adult hunter. The children, having received fruit candies brought back by Guo Chunhai, joyfully scampered around the village. Anaji sat beside Guo Chunhai, sipping mare's milk wine delicately. The firelight cast a warm glow on her cheeks, rosy and radiant, while the newly tied red scarf accentuated her snow-white skin. "Here you go." Guo Chunhai quietly slipped her a small paper package. Upon opening it, Anaji discovered a pair of silver earrings. The simple circular design shimmered in the firelight. "I bought it in the county," Guo Chunhai said, feeling somewhat bashful. "It's not worth much." Without hesitation, Anaji removed her original bone pendant and adorned herself with the silver earrings right then and there. She leaned in close to Guo Chunhai, her warm breath caressing his cheek. "Come June at the bonfire festival, I shall wear these to marry you." Guo Chunhai felt his ears flush with warmth, uncertain how to respond when suddenly, the loud voice of Er Lengzi interrupted. "Hi Go. The meat is ready." Amidst the laughter, Guo Chunhai gazed skyward. The night sky over the Khingan Mountains was dotted with stars, more resplendent than the city lights. Here, there were no towering buildings or cars. Yet the purest joy and the most sincere emotions flourished. A tambu, slightly tipsy, was discussing tomorrow's hunting plans with Badu. Torabu and Gupa clutched their new guns, reluctant to part with them, already having named their weapons. Anaji was surrounded by a group of girls, proudly displaying her new earrings and red scarf. Guo Chunhai patted the little bun at his feet, who was gnawing on a meaty deer bone. In his previous life, he had lived in a state of helplessness. But in this life, he had found a true home in the Khingan Mountains, with brothers, a beloved, respect, and 3 fine guns. This was perhaps the most perfect life a hunter could aspire to. Chapter 32. A call for help before the morning frost had dissipated. Guo Chunhai was roused by the sound of hooves at the village entrance. He lifted the wolfskin blanket and noticed that Er Lengzi was no longer in the cactus. The embers in the fire pit glowed a dull red, and the iron pot suspended above released wisps of steam, carrying the aroma of millet porridge. "Hi Go." Er Lengzi rushed in, his left arm unbandaged. "Someone from Minjiatin has arrived." Guo Chunhai sprang up, startled. Minjiatin was a small Orokin tribe located 30 miles away, consisting of no more than 10 households, typically having little interaction with Lao Jin. "What happened?" "I don't know." "The person is covered in blood and said he is looking for a tambu to save him." Guo Chunhai quickly donned his clothes and stepped outside, where he saw a crowd gathered at the village entrance. A tambu was speaking with a young man drenched in blood, and the old hunter's expression was unusually grave. "Guo Xiaozai, come here," a tambu beckoned. "This is Meng, he from Minjiatin." The young man, in his early 20s, bore a ghastly wound on his right shoulder, his leather coat in tatters. Upon seeing Guo Chunhai, he managed a weak salute. "You are the esteemed Guo from the hunting party? Our village leader often speaks of you." "No need for pleasantries," a tambu interrupted. "Let us get to the point." Meng swallowed hard, his voice hoarse. "A pack of wolves has arrived, over 20 of them. They invaded the village 2 nights ago, killing 7 sheep and injuring 3 calves. My uncle tried to drive them away, but lost half an ear in the process." Guo Chunhai felt a tightness in his chest. It was not uncommon for wolves to descend from the mountains in winter, but a pack bold enough to assault a village must be either driven by desperation or led by an exceptionally fierce alpha wolf. "Yesterday, we organized 6 hunters to surround them," Meng continued, "but we lost 2 and 3 were injured." He unfastened his fur coat to reveal claw marks across his chest. "These creatures are cunning. They set ambushes." The gathered hunters gasped in shock. The Aluntian hunters, raised in the wilderness, typically regarded ordinary wolf packs with disdain. A pack that could best 6 hunters was undoubtedly formidable. A tambu stroked his beard thoughtfully and suddenly inquired, "Was the leader a white-pawed male wolf?" Meng's head snapped up. "How did you know?" "An old adversary," a tambu scoffed. "It should have been dispatched 3 years ago." Guo Chunhai finally grasped the situation. He had heard from veteran hunters that exceptionally intelligent wolves could remember the scent and tactics of hunters, even setting counter-ambushes. Such a cunning old fox, once it became the alpha, could render the entire pack exceedingly dangerous. "Father, I will go," Guo Chunhai volunteered. A tambu regarded him intently. "Who will you take?" Er Lengzi and Guo Chunhai paused, and also Unaji. The old hunter raised an eyebrow. That girl? Her black arrow is the finest hunting dog. Guo Chunhai explained. When dealing with a pack of wolves, a good dog is more vital than a good gun. After a moment's contemplation, a tambu finally nodded. Very well. Take your new rifle and spare horses. Make haste and return swiftly. Preparations commenced without delay. Upon learning she would be included, Unaji's face flushed with excitement, and she dashed off to feed Black Arrow some meat. Guo inspected 3 rifles, each loaded with 30 rounds, while Er Lengzi busied himself preparing provisions and medicine. His left arm still healing, but his movements swift. By noon, 6 magnificent horses gathered at the village entrance. Aside from Guo Chunhai's red steed and Unaji's small white horse, there were 2 spare mounts. Black Arrow and the other 3 hunting dogs paced eagerly behind the horses. A tambu personally came to see them off, handing Guo Chunhai a small leather pouch. Mountain pepper powder. Throw a handful at a critical moment, and it will create a diversion. He then presented Unaji with an embroidered cloth bag. A protective talisman your mother requested. Wear it. Don't worry, father, Unaji replied, fastening the bag around her neck. Guo is with us. The old hunter conducted one final equipment check, patting Guo Chunhai on the shoulder. The white-pawed one is very cunning. Don't engage recklessly. If you can fight, do so. If not, retreat. There is no shame in it. Guo Chunhai nodded gravely and swiftly mounted his horse. He gently patted the horse's back, producing a crisp whistle. Upon witnessing this, the other 5 riders spurred their steeds, racing forth like arrows towards the northeastern Menjiatan. The sound of hooves thundered through the air, raising clouds of dust. Guo Chunhai rode alongside Meng He, who elaborated on the situation regarding the wolf pack. This pack comprised over 20 wolves, and Meng He spoke with a slight tremor in his voice. Leading them was a cunning male wolf, distinguishable by its white-tipped front paw, larger than an ordinary wolf. Guo Chunhai furrowed his brow, listening intently. What was most alarming, Meng He continued, was that they seemed to exhibit a remarkable degree of cooperation. Some wolves were tasked with luring the prey, while others flanked from the sides. And there were even those designated to cover the rear. Just the night before last, Meng He recalled with trepidation, they had deliberately left a small wolf cub yelping at the edge of the village. My uncle, upon hearing it, took a group out to pursue. Consequently, they were led into the forest by that very cub. Meng He's voice faltered, as if the horrifying scene replayed vividly in his mind. And then, Guo Chunhai pressed on, anxious for more details. Taking a deep breath, Meng He continued, that cunning male wolf, accompanied by 7 or 8 larger wolves, launched a surprise attack from behind on my uncle and his men. Guo Chunhai's expression darkened further. The more he listened, the more alarmed he became. This was no ordinary wolf behavior. It resembled a tactical military operation. At this moment, Er Lengzi leaned in, lowering his voice to inquire, are there truly such sinister wolves? Indeed, Guo Chunhai replied gravely, his tone somber. During my time at the forest farm, I heard seasoned hunters speak of certain alpha wolves that are exceedingly cunning. They have engaged in a battle of wits with hunters for over a decade, often outsmarting humans. Upon hearing this, Anaji instinctively wrapped her red scarf tighter around herself, a flicker of concern shimmering in her beautiful eyes. How shall we confront these cunning alpha wolves? Guo Chunhai responded with confidence. We shall counter their tactics with their own. Since they can set traps, so can we. If they employ cunning to lure their enemies, we must outwit them. As dusk approached, the sun sank lower in the sky, casting an orange hue across the horizon. Guo Chunhai and Anaji galloped forth, finally arriving at Menjiatan. This small village was even more rudimentary than Liujinggu. Scattered about were only 8 or 9 lowly cacti, encircled by a makeshift wooden fence, appearing rather haphazard. Outside the fence, wolf tracks and the signs of dragged prey were evident, and a faint metallic scent of blood lingered in the air, sending chills down one's spine. The village chief, Meng Ku, was a man in his 60s, with a blood-stained cloth wrapped around his right ear, giving him a rather disheveled appearance. Upon seeing Guo Chunhai and Anaji, his eyes brimmed with tears of joy, and he hurriedly approached, stammering, You are sent by a tambu, aren't you? This is wonderful. After Guo Chunhai succinctly explained their purpose, Meng Ku expressed his immense gratitude. He immediately instructed his subordinates to prepare a lavish feast and comfortable accommodations to honor these 2 weary travelers. Time was still ample, and while the daylight lingered, Guo Chunhai resolved to investigate the traces of the wolf pack. Accompanied by Er Lengzi, he stepped out of the immortal pillar and into the snow-covered expanse beyond the fence. The snow was densely marked with wolf tracks, numbering at least 20 or 30. These tracks varied in size and depth, clearly left by different wolves. Guo Chunhai crouched down to meticulously examine the direction and depth of the prints. "Look at this," he suddenly exclaimed, pointing to a particularly large track. "This one is half an inch deeper than the others. It must belong to the alpha wolf." He then indicated several scattered smaller tracks, explaining, "These are the prints of the pups. They serve to lure in potential threats." Er Lengzi scratched his head in confusion and asked, "So how do we deal with them?" Guo Chunhai rose confidently, stating, "First, we locate their den. And then we devise a plan. After all, to capture a thief, one must first seize the leader." The two men trudged through the snow, following the direction of the wolf tracks. Eventually, they stumbled upon a concealed cave within a thicket, the entrance scattered with tufts of wolf fur. "This must be the wolf's den," Guo Chunhai deduced. By the time they returned to the immortal pillar, night had completely fallen. Monk had prepared steaming stews and fragrant buckwheat cakes, eagerly awaiting their return. During the meal, Guo Chunhai inquired in detail about the wolves' patterns of activity and their recent attacks. Monk recounted the recent sightings of the wolf pack and the damages inflicted upon the village. Several injured hunters, enduring their pain, approached Guo Chunhai and offered their assistance. They knelt down and sketched the wolves' habitual routes and potential den locations using sticks and stones. "The White Claw prefers to roam around the area known as Ghost Sphere," Monk asserted, pointing toward a mountainous region to the northeast. "There are many caves there, making it easy to defend but difficult to attack. The White Claw must have chosen its lair there." Guo Chunhai gazed intently in the direction Monk indicated, pondering for a moment before suddenly asking, "Are there any live sheep in the village?" "3 remain, all penned within the largest immortal pillar," came the reply. A glint of sharp determination flashed in Guo Chunhai's eyes as he decisively stated, "Let us borrow one for our purposes." As night descended, the entire village was shrouded in darkness. Guo Chunhai's plan quietly unfolded under the serene night sky. They ignited a roaring bonfire in a clearing on the western side of the village, the orange flames dancing in the night breeze, dispelling the surrounding gloom. They tethered a goat to a stake 10 meters away from the fire. The goat seemed to sense the impending danger, bleating incessantly, its cries echoing in the still night as if sending a distress signal to the lurking wolves. Guo Chunhai and the other 3 took up concealed positions nearby, each armed with a firearm and a sharp hunting knife, prepared for the encounter. The hunting dogs were tethered at a distance, unusually quiet, a result of Una's special training to prevent premature exposure. "Remember," Guo Chunhai finally cautioned, "target the White Claw first. Do not pursue the other wolves if they flee." As time ticked by, the moon rose high in the sky. The goat, exhausted, stood with its head lowered, dozing off. Just when Guo Chunhai believed that the wolf pack would not arrive, Heijian suddenly perked up its ears, its acute sense of hearing capturing a faint sound. Guo Chunhai's heart tightened. He knew that Heijian would not raise its ears without reason. Gripping the wooden stick tightly, he vigilantly scanned the surroundings. The night breeze rustled through the grass, as if countless eyes were watching them from the darkness. Guo Chunhai's heartbeat quickened, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He silently prayed, hoping it was merely a false alarm. However, Heijian's reaction grew increasingly intense. Its body trembled slightly, emitting a low growl from its throat. Guo Chunhai realized that the wolf pack might truly be approaching. He took a deep breath, striving to calm himself. He understood that in this critical moment, he must remain composed to ensure the safety of himself and the goat. From the distant woods came a barely perceptible rustling sound. Guo Chunhai held his breath, his fingers gently resting on the trigger. By the moonlight, he discerned several pairs of green, glimmering eyes flickering amidst the bushes. They were here. Chapter 33. The appearance of White Claw the goat seemed to sense the impending danger, suddenly bleating in terror, desperately tugging at the rope tied to the wooden stake. Guo Chunhai held his breath, his fingers lightly poised on the trigger, his gaze fixed intently on those pairs of green eyes in the underbrush. The rustling grew ever closer, the bushes trembling slightly. Suddenly, a gray shadow darted out like lightning, heading straight for the goat. It was a medium-sized female wolf, remarkably swift. Guo Chunhai refrained from firing. According to the plan, they were to wait for the alpha wolf to appear before taking action. The female wolf lunged towards the goat, but did not attack immediately. Instead, it cautiously surveyed its surroundings. The goat, paralyzed with fear, could not even utter a sound. Another rustling noise emerged, this time from a different direction. 3 wolves simultaneously appeared, encircling the goat in a fan-like formation. They too did not attack at once, halting a few meters away from the goat, their noses twitching as if detecting the scent of danger in the air. Guo Chunhai felt beads of perspiration forming on his forehead, his heartbeat involuntarily escalating. The behavior of these wolves was utterly abnormal, deviating from the usual pack instincts. Typically, When wolves encounter an easily accessible prey, they would rush in without hesitation, swiftly bringing it down. Yet, these wolves appeared unusually cautious, as if waiting for something or wary of an unseen threat. What further unsettled Guo Chunhai was the absence of White Claw. He knew that White Claw was the leader of this pack, and if he could not eliminate it first, even if he successfully shot down the others, escaping White Claw's vengeance would be exceedingly difficult. However, if he shot now, it would surely alert White Claw, allowing it to sense danger and flee. Just as Guo Chunhai hesitated, a low howl suddenly echoed from deep within the forest. This sound was not the typical high-pitched howl of a wolf. Rather, it bore a chilling, raspy quality that sent shivers down one's spine. The howl resonated like a signal, causing the wolves that had been stealthily approaching the goat to halt abruptly, with some even retreating a few paces involuntarily. Guo Chunhai's heart tightened as he realized that Bai Zhua had finally made its appearance. Illuminated by the moonlight, a figure significantly larger than an ordinary wolf emerged slowly from the woods. Its body was cloaked in a dark gray hue, blending seamlessly with the surrounding night. Yet its right forepaw was strikingly white, glistening under the moonlight. Guo Chunhai's gaze was fixed intently on Bai Zhua. He dared not relax his focus in the slightest. He quietly adjusted his rifle, aligning the sights with Bai Zhua's chest. If only Bai Zhua would draw nearer, he was confident he could deliver a fatal shot. At a distance of 80 meters, with a precision of 5 to 6, he had a 90% certainty of hitting his target. Unlike the other wolves that charged directly at the goat, Bai Zhua cautiously circled the bonfire, its nose almost brushing the ground as if it were sniffing for potential dangers or traps. Suddenly, Bai Zhua halted, raising its head, its gaze fixed intently on the direction where Guo Chunhai was concealed. A jolt of alarm coursed through Guo Chunhai. Had he been discovered? His heart raced with anxiety. Yet he fought to remain still, fearful of alerting Bai Zhua. The creature remained locked on that spot for several seconds before emitting a short, sharp howl. This call acted as a signal, prompting the other wolves to surge towards the goat like famished tigers. However, unexpectedly, Bai Zhua did not join the fray but instead retreated swiftly, finding refuge behind a large tree. At that moment, a gunshot shattered the night stillness. Guo Chunhai could no longer restrain himself and had pulled the trigger, aiming at the very tree where Bai Zhua was concealed. Regrettably, due to Bai Zhua's heightened awareness, it had deftly evaded the bullet at the last moment, which struck only the tree. Concurrently, the other 3 individuals also opened fire. Guo Chunhai demonstrated remarkable accuracy, downing the mother wolf that had lunged for the goat with a single shot. The shots from Er Lengzi and Wu Neiji also found their marks, bringing down 2 more wolves. The remaining wolves, sensing the dire situation, scattered and vanished into the enveloping darkness. Bai Zhua had escaped. Guo Chunhai's expression was one of shock, his eyes wide open as if they might pop from their sockets, and the veins on his forehead bulged from the tension. He shouted hoarsely, his voice strained. Hearing this cry, Guo Chunhai burst forth from his cover like an arrow released from a bow. His strides were vigorous and powerful, each step echoing like a drumbeat in the night. His voice reverberated through the air, tinged with urgency and anger. Pursue. Do not let it escape. With Guo Chunhai's command, the other 3 sprang into action as well. They closely followed Guo Chunhai, their hunting dogs in tow, resembling ignited powder kegs, barking with fervor, eager to pursue the fleeing white paw. The moonlight, like liquid silver, bathed the pristine snow, illuminating everything as if it were broad daylight. The footprints in the snow were distinctly visible, especially a particularly large set, marked by conspicuous white spots, a unique signature of the white paw. Black Arrow surged ahead, its speed akin to lightning, racing across the snow and leaving a series of deep imprints. The other hunting dogs, undeterred, trailed closely behind Black Arrow, forming a formidable pack of pursuers. The howls of wolves and dogs intermingled in the night sky, rising and falling like a thrilling symphony. This cacophony echoed through the silent night, sending shivers down one's spine. After approximately 2 miles of pursuit, a rocky outcrop suddenly loomed ahead. The terrain here was rugged and uneven, strewn with massive boulders and debris, complicating the chase. The white paw's tracks became chaotic, as if it had circled within the rocky enclave, attempting to shake off its relentless pursuers. Be cautious. Guo Chunhai abruptly halted, his voice low and serious, as if sensing impending danger. Just as his words fell, 3 massive wolves sprang forth from behind the rocks on the right. With bared fangs, they lunged at the foremost Black Arrow like famished tigers. Fortunately, Black Arrow, the Awenki hunting dog, reacted with astonishing swiftness, seemingly foreseeing the peril. In a split second, it executed a sharp turn, narrowly evading the wolves' assault. However, despite dodging the frontal attack, One wolf seized the opportunity and clamped its jaws onto Black Arrow's hind leg. A pained howl escaped Black Arrow, blood instantly staining the snow. Bang! Bang! The crisp sound of gunfire shattered the tense atmosphere. Guo Chunhai and Jepakian fired simultaneously, causing two wolves to collapse. The third wolf, sensing the tide had turned, swiftly retreated. Black Arrow, Anaki, heartbroken, scooped up her beloved dog to assess its injuries. Thankfully, it was merely a flesh wound, with no damage to the bone. That beast, Er Lengzi seethed, set a trap. Guo Chunhai crouched down to scrutinize the tracks in the snow. The white paw's footprints diverged into two paths, one heading east and the other west, both showing equal depth, indicating they were not mere decoys. They VE split up. Jepakian scratched his head. Which one should we pursue? Guo Chunhai pondered for a moment, a sudden spark illuminating his eyes. Let's not pursue either. Return to the village. What? Er Lengzi questioned, perplexed. We're not chasing? The white paw is too cunning. Continuing this pursuit will only lead us astray. Guo Chunhai replied gravely, I have a better plan. Upon their return, Monk and the others awaited anxiously. Seeing them return safely, the village elder sighed in relief. How did it go? We killed 3. But the white paw escaped. Guo Chunhai briefly outlined the situation, yet I discerned an unusual phenomenon. The footprints of the white claw diverged into two paths. Meng Ke furrowed his brow, questioning whether this beast could indeed duplicate itself. It is not a matter of duplication, but rather an illusion, Guo Chunhai elucidated. I suspect it may have 2 particularly large wolves as decoys, utilized to confound pursuers at critical moments. Unaji suddenly comprehended, exclaiming, No wonder my father described it as cunning. What shall we do now? Er Lengzi inquired. Guo Chunhai, filled with confidence, replied, At dawn tomorrow, we shall head to the site known as Ghost's Fright. The white claw, having suffered a setback, will undoubtedly return to its lair to recuperate. Meng Ku expressed his concerns. The terrain at Ghost's Fright is treacherous, with caves interconnected, making ambushes quite feasible. Thus, a guide is essential, Guo Chunhai remarked, turning to Meng He. Can you lead the way? The young man nodded without hesitation. Of course. That evening, Guo Chunhai meticulously crafted a battle plan. They would set forth at the break of dawn, heading directly to Ghost's Fright. Based on Meng He's description, there existed a cluster of honeycomb-like caves, and it was likely that the white claw's nest lay hidden within one of them. Remember, Guo Chunhai instructed, gesturing to a rudimentary map drawn upon the ground. Once we locate the nest, do not rush inside. The white claw will surely leave an escape route. We must seal all exits before using smoke to draw it out. What if it does not emerge? Er Lengzi queried. Then we shall employ this, Guo Chunhai replied, patting a small pouch at his waist. A mixture of mountain pepper powder and chili flakes, enough to make it suffer. Una Ji tended to the wounds of He Jian, meticulously inspecting the firearms and ammunition. Though young, the girl approached her tasks with utmost diligence, leaving even Gu Pa Qian feeling inadequate. Rest early, Guo Chunhai suggested, glancing at the twilight sky. We have a hard battle ahead tomorrow. The group retired to their respective resting places. Just as Guo Chunhai settled down, Una Ji quietly slipped in, holding a birch bark bowl. Drink this, she offered, presenting the bowl to him. It will soothe your nerves. The bowl contained a light green liquid, exuding a subtle herbal fragrance. Guo Chunhai drank it in one gulp, the taste slightly bitter yet sweetened. Tomorrow, Una Ji hesitated, twisting the corner of her garment. Do not worry, Guo Chunhai reassured softly. I shall be cautious. Suddenly, the girl leaned in, placing a gentle kiss upon his cheek before darting away like a startled fawn. Guo Chunhai touched the spot where she had kissed him, feeling a warmth envelop his heart. As night deepened, the occasional bark of dogs echoed in the distance. Lying upon a wolfskin mattress, Guo Chunhai listened to the howling wind outside, his thoughts a whirlwind. The white claw was more cunning than he had anticipated, and the forthcoming endeavor would be perilous indeed. Yet, for Una Ji, for the old gold ditch and Meng Jiatan, and for the beloved mountains and forests, this battle must be won. Chapter 34. The secrets of the wolf's den. Before the morning mist had fully dissipated, 6 riders had departed from Meng Jiatan, journeying towards the northeast to Ghost's Fright. Guo Chunhai's red horse led the way, while Manta trotted alongside, occasionally bending down to sniff the snow-covered ground. The little white horse of Una Ji followed closely behind, while He Jian, despite his injured leg, remained spirited and kept pace. Meng He walked in the middle of the group, occasionally stopping to ascertain their direction. Gue Jianchou was a perilous rock wall, resembling a menacing visage from a distance. Hence its name. Up ahead, Meng He pointed to a steep slope. The wolf's den should be located at the ghost's mouth position. Guo Chunhai squinted into the distance. The so-called ghost's mouth was a semicircular cave, its entrance adorned with sharp stalagmites, resembling a gaping maw. Halt! Guo Chunhai raised his hand to signal, do not approach yet. He dismounted and retrieved a small leather pouch from his bosom, pouring some powder onto the ground. This was mountain pepper powder given by a tambu, capable of masking human scents. The others followed suit, sprinkling some on their boots and saddles. Guo Chunhai, Er Lengzi, take the hunting dogs and circle around from the left, Guo Chunhai instructed. Ji and Meng, he will take the right. I will approach from the front. It's too dangerous. Ji exclaimed anxiously, what if it's the White Claw? Do not worry, I will not recklessly enter, Guo Chunhai reassured, patting the leather pouch at his waist. I'll scout the way first. The group dispersed as planned. Guo Chunhai led his red horse slowly towards the cave entrance. The closer he got, the stronger the scent of wolves became. A distinctive odor mingled with blood and musk that made his nose itch. The snow near the cave was littered with wolf tracks, both new and old. Guo Chunhai crouched down, examining them closely. Suddenly, he spotted a particularly large set of tracks, with obvious white fur markings on the right front paw. White Claw. This trail extended from the cave, winding around a massive stone to the right of the entrance, before disappearing. Guo Chunhai's heart raced as he quietly drew his hunting knife. Edging towards the stone, just as he rounded the side, a gray shadow lunged at him. Instinctively, he dodged, and his knife sliced through the air, leaving a gash in the creature's abdomen. The beast tumbled to the ground, revealing itself to be a large male wolf, but its right front paw was normal black. Not White Claw. Bang! A gunshot rang out from the right, and the male wolf collapsed. Ji rushed over, rifle still smoking. Are you alright? I'm fine. Guo Chunhai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. This was a decoy for White Claw. He examined the wolf's body and indeed found traces of white dye on its right front paw. This creature had cunningly disguised itself as the alpha wolf to confuse its enemies. We've found the den. Guo Chunhai's voice called from the left. Guo Chunhai and Ji hurried over to see Guo Chunhai and Er Lengzi standing before an inconspicuous small opening, while the hunting dogs barked furiously at the entrance. It's not the ghost's mouth-big cave, Guo Chunhai exclaimed excitedly. It's this small hole. The tracks are freshest, and there are bloodstains. Guo Chunhai crouched to inspect and indeed discovered the true footprints of White Claw. This creature was far too cunning, having set its den in an inconspicuous side hole while leading pursuers to the obvious main cave. Prepare to smoke it out, Guo Chunhai said sternly. Er Lengzi, go gather some wet firewood. Soon, a pile of damp pine branches and moss was heaped at the cave's entrance. Guo Chunhai ignited the fire and fanned the flames with his leather hat, causing thick smoke to billow into the cave. The others stood guard with their rifles, vigilantly watching the entrance. Minutes passed in silence within the cave. Could there be another exit? Meng He inquired, puzzled. Guo Chunhai shook his head. The hounds have detected nothing. He patted the leather pouch at his waist. It seems we need something more potent. He unfastened the pouch and sprinkled its contents, a mixture of mountain pepper and chili powder, onto the flames. Instantly, a pungent smoke surged forth, forcing even those stationed at the entrance to retreat, coughing violently. Cough, cough. This stuff is powerful, Er Lengzi exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. Suddenly, a series of urgent coughs and scratching sounds emanated from within the cave. Something was about to emerge. Prepare. Guo Chunhai raised his rifle, aiming at the entrance. With a whoosh, a gray shadow burst forth from the smoke. However, it was not the white-pawed wolf, but rather a half-grown pup. Following closely, 3 more wolves dashed out, all of ordinary size. Do not fire, Guo Chunhai commanded, stopping the others. Wait for the white paw. The pups scattered in all directions, and just as the hounds were about to pursue, Ji called them back with a whistle. The coughing from within the cave grew increasingly frantic, and then, a figure much larger than the ordinary wolves stumbled out. It was the white paw. This cunning alpha had been rendered disoriented by the smoke, its eyes bloodshot, tears streaming down its face, completely stripped of its former menace. Yet, it remained ferocious, lunging towards the nearest Ji. Bang! Guo Chunhai's gun fired, the bullet striking the white paw squarely in the chest. Yet, the beast, possessing an astonishing vitality, did not fall. Instead, it spun and fled up the rocky wall. Pursue. Do not let it escape, Guo shouted. The group raised their rifles to shoot, but the white paw darted left and right, evading all bullets. Just as it seemed poised to ascend the cliff summit, a shadow leapt from the side, sinking its teeth into the white paw's hind leg. It was Black Arrow. This brave hound clung tightly to the alpha wolf, refusing to let go, regardless of the white paw's violent thrashing. Good dog. Ji aimed her rifle. But with 1 wolf and 1 person entangled, she could not take the shot. Enraged, the white paw turned and sank its teeth into Black Arrow's neck. Blood gushed forth. staining the snow red. Black arrow. Ji screamed, rushing forward heedlessly. Guo Chunhai, quick-witted, stepped in, plunging his hunting knife into the white paw's flank. The alpha wolf yelped in pain, releasing Black Arrow, but in its dying moments, it retaliated, clawing at Guo Chunhai's face. Bang! In the nick of time, Er Lengzi's gun fired, the bullet striking the white paw's head. The cunning alpha wolf collapsed with a thunderous thud, convulsing briefly before lying still. Black Arrow. Ji scooped up her beloved dog, tears streaming down her face. Guo Chunhai hurriedly examined the wounds. Black Arrow's neck bore 2 puncture wounds, fortunately missing the artery. He swiftly pulled out a coagulant powder from his pocket, applying it to the wounds, and tore a strip from his shirt to bandage it. It will be fine. It will survive. He consoled Erneng, assuring her that she would soon be able to hunt again. At this, the girl broke into a smile, tightly embracing Guo Chunhai. Expressing her gratitude, Menghe approached, gazing in awe at the corpse of the white claw, remarking that the beast had finally met its end. Indeed, the white claw was significantly larger than an ordinary wolf, its fangs measuring 2 inches in length, and the white fur on its right forepaw stood out strikingly in the sunlight. Most astonishing was its gaze. Even in death, those yellow-brown eyes still exuded ferocity, as if they might open at any moment. Sever the head for transport, Guo Chunhai instructed. The corpse must be burned to prevent attracting other wolves. The group efficiently handled the remains of the white claw and inspected the cave, discovering 3 young wolves that had perished from the smoke. Guo Chunhai sighed, reflecting on the harsh realities of survival. It's a matter of either your death or mine. On the return journey, the atmosphere among the group lightened considerably. Menghe cradled the head of the white claw, intending to bring it back to the village as a trophy. Erneng carefully held the Black Arrow in her arms, occasionally offering it water, and Er Lengzi and Guo Chunhai animatedly discussed the recent battle. Brother Hai, your knife was remarkably accurate. Er Lengzi gestured, mimicking the swift motion. Guo Chunhai, unusually impressed, added, if you hadn't intervened, we would have killed those young wolves long ago and never drawn out the white claw. Guo Chunhai smiled, but said nothing. These lessons had been earned through blood and tears in a past life. Now, they could finally serve a purpose, making that existence not in vain. As the sun dipped in the west, they returned to Minjiatan. The villagers erupted in excitement upon seeing the head of the white claw. Monk, tears streaming down his face, personally offered Guo Chunhai a cup of wine, exclaiming, Benefactor, you have saved the entire village. That evening, a grand celebration unfolded in the village. The head of the white claw was hoisted atop the highest pole, and men, women, and children gathered around the bonfire to sing and dance. Guo Chunhai and his companions were treated as esteemed guests, their cups never empty. Brother Guo, Menghe said, his cheeks flushed, when spring arrives. I want to join you in hunting in Laojing Gully. You are welcome, Guo Chunhai replied, patting his shoulder. A tambu cherishes ambitious young people. Erneng, holding the bandaged Black Arrow, leaned against Guo Chunhai. The firelight painted her face a rosy hue, her eyes sparkling brighter than the stars. What are you thinking about? Guo Chunhai asked softly. Thinking of home, she replied quietly, of my father and mother, of Laojing Gully. Guo Chunhai felt a warmth in his heart. Yes, after 2 days away, he too longed for that humble yet cozy Orichan village, where steaming meat soup awaited, a tambu-s pipe was ever present, and Er Lengzi's booming voice rang out. Most importantly, it was their shared home. We'll return first thing tomorrow, he said gently. Erneng nodded, quietly grasping his hand. In the distance, the bonfire cast a crimson glow across half the night sky, laughter echoing through the valley. The shadow of the white claw finally dissipated, and this forest would soon reclaim its former tranquility. Chapter 35. A triumphant return as the first light of dawn broke. Guo Chunhai was roused by the sound of hooves outside the cactus. He lifted the wolfskin blanket and discovered that Erneng had already left to care for Black Arrow before dawn. The embers in the fire pit glowed a dull red, and the iron pot hanging above exuded wisps of steam, carrying the savory aroma of meat porridge. Hey, Brother Hai! The loud voice of Er Lengzi came from outside. The horses are ready. Guo Chunhai donned his coat and stepped out, greeted by the sight of 4 magnificent steeds poised for departure in the morning light. Menghe was assisting Guo Chunhai in inspecting the saddles while Erneng held Black Arrow beside her, the little dog evidently much improved in spirit. Will you not stay another day? Meng Ku, the old village chief, approached with his cane, the wound on his right ear now scabbed over. Let Black Arrow rest a bit longer. Erneng shook her head gently, stroking her beloved dog's head. He is strong, and besides, I will carry him while riding. Guo Chunhai understood the girl's longing to return home. After 3 days away, he worried about how things were back in Laojing Go. And a tambu must be anxious about them too. Following a brief farewell, the four set off on their journey home. Menghe insisted on accompanying them for a while, waving goodbye reluctantly until they reached the fork in the road. The head of the white-pawed wolf was carefully wrapped and hung beside Guo Chunhai's saddle as a gift for a Tambu. Brother Hai, Er Lengzi rode alongside Guo Chunhai. Do you think a Tambu will be so pleased with this wolf's head that he'll treat us to a feast? Guo Chunhai chuckled and shook his head. The old man is quite stingy. At most, he'll give us each a bowl. As they conversed and laughed, the sun ascended the mountain peak. The late winter landscape of the Khingan Mountains was cloaked in silver, sunlight filtering through the treetops, casting mottled shadows upon the snowy ground. The red horse galloped ahead, its hooves kicking up fine snowflakes. Look, Anaji suddenly pointed towards a distant grove. Isn't that the boundary tree of Laojin? Indeed, a tall red pine appeared ahead, its trunk engraved with the totemic markings of the Evenki people, marking the territory of Laojin. Upon reaching this point, it felt akin to arriving home. Go. Gu Peiqian excitedly nudged his horse's belly, and the blue steed darted forward like an arrow. Er Lengzi, unwilling to be outdone, urged his horse to gallop as well. Guo Chunhai and Anaji exchanged a smile, trailing leisurely behind. Black Arrow seemed to sense the familiarity of home, restlessly wriggling in Anaji's embrace. After passing through a grove of white birch trees, the smoke from Laojingo's chimneys came into view. A crowd had gathered at the village entrance, and a Tanbu, clad in a bearskin coat, stood at the forefront, his grizzled braid fluttering in the wind. Father, Anaji called from afar, her voice brimming with joy. A Tambu hurried forward, first inspecting Black Arrow in his daughter's arms to ensure all was well before turning to Guo Chunhai. Did you succeed? Guo Chunhai unwrapped the package from his saddle and presented the head of the white-pawed wolf. I have fulfilled my promise. The old hunter accepted the package, peeling back a corner to take a glance, a flicker of approval shining in his eyes. Good lad. Those simple words were more precious than any praise. The village square erupted with excitement. Hunters gathered around the wolf's head, expressing their astonishment, while women busied themselves serving hot tea and dried meat to the returning warriors. The steamed bun squeezed through the crowd, excitedly darting towards Guo Chunhai, its tail wagging like a windmill. Brother Hai, Torabu squeezed to the front, eagerly gazing at Guo Chunhai. Is the new gun effective? How many wolves did you take down? Japakian immediately animatedly recounted the battle, particularly relishing the moment he scored a headshot, gesticulating wildly. Er Lengzi chimed in with interjections, their banter reminiscent of a storytelling performance. After listening intently, a Tambu stroked his beard and suddenly inquired, can the White Claw truly use a decoy? Absolutely, Guo Chunhai nodded. If it weren't for Black Arrow's desperate grip, it would have escaped again. The old hunter thoughtfully patted Black Arrow's head and tossed a small leather pouch to Anaji, saying, apply this on the dog, it will heal swiftly. This was a secret remedy of the Orichan people, seldom given to outsiders. Anaji was overjoyed and hurriedly expressed her gratitude. That evening, a grand celebration was held in Old Jinko. The head of the White Claw was displayed on a flagpole at the village center, while men, women, and children gathered around the bonfire, singing and dancing. A Tambu indeed produced his treasured beidakang, pouring a bowl for each hunter. To the brave warriors. The old hunter raised his wine bowl, loudly toasting in Orichan. The crowd responded in unison, the sound of clinking bowls echoing around them. Guo Chunhai was pushed to the center of the bonfire, recounting the tale of slaying the White Claw. When he spoke of Black Arrow's desperate hold on the lead wolf, the small hero in Anaji's arms received the loudest applause. Good dog. Uncle Bada gave a thumbs up, much better than some cowards. Torabu, feeling slighted by the mention, protested, the decoy wolf I took down was no small feat. Laughter erupted among the crowd. A Tambu patted Guo Chunhai on the shoulder and declared before the entire clan, from this day forth, Guo Chunhai is our wolf-slaying hero. This was an esteemed honor bestowed by the Orichan to an outsider hunter, signifying formal recognition as a member of the tribe. Guo Chunhai felt a surge of warmth in his heart, raising his bowl to drain its contents, prompting the crowd to cheer in unison. Anaji sat beside him, her face glowing under the firelight, her eyes shining brighter than the stars. She quietly grasped Guo Chunhai's hand and softly said, Father has never been this happy. Guo Chunhai held her soft hand in return, filled with warmth. In his past life, he had lived a life of oppression and frustration, but in this life, he had found a true home in the Khingan Mountains. With brothers, a beloved, and respect, this was perhaps the essence of rebirth. The festivities continued into the night. A slightly tipsy Er Lengzi was arm in arm with Japakian, singing off-key. Torabu clung to his new gun, already bestowing it the grand title of White Wolf Slayer. Anaji was surrounded by a group of girls, animatedly describing her experiences in the county town. Guo Chunhai, cradling the steamed bun, gazed up at the starry sky. In the distance, the silhouette of the Khingan Mountains loomed under the moonlight, resembling a lurking giant beast. There awaited countless unknown challenges and adventures. Yet he no longer felt fear, for he was no longer alone. What are you thinking about? Anaji leaned closer, a faint scent of pine wafting from her. Thinking about the future. Guo Chunhai spoke softly, expressing a desire for the June bonfire festival. The girl's face flushed deeper, and she playfully pinched him, exclaiming, "How shameless." Yet, the joy in her eyes was unmistakable. A tambu approached, holding a birch bark wine flask, and said, "Come, let's share another drink." The three of them raised their cups together. The old hunter glanced at his daughter, and then at Guo Chunhai, suddenly breaking into a wide smile. June 18th, what a fine day. Anaki let out a surprised gasp, jumped up, and ran away, covering her face. Guo Chunhai felt his ears burn, yet his heart was filled with a sweetness akin to honey. As the bonfire dwindled, the stars shone brighter. The night in Liujinggu fell into tranquility, occasionally interrupted by distant dog barks. Guo Chunhai lay amidst the cactus, listening to Anaki's rhythmic breathing, enveloped in a serene calm. He gazed at the starry sky above, as if he could see the infinite universe through the twinkling lights. In this silent night, his thoughts drifted far away, reminiscing about the moments shared with Anaki. Tomorrow, the sun would rise as usual. The hunters would embark on a new journey to conquer higher mountains and steeper ridges. But for now, he wished to savor this rare tranquility of home. Chapter 36. Snow signals prosperity. On the morning of the 8th day of the 12th lunar month, Guo Chunhai was awakened by a series of creaking sounds. He lifted the wolfskin quilt and sat up, noticing the beams of the cactus groaning under the weight. Through the smoke hole at the top, he could see the gray sky continuously pouring down thick snowflakes. It snowed all night. Anaki's voice drifted from the fire pit. The girl was already up, stirring the lava porridge in the iron pot with a wooden spoon, the rising steam enveloping her in a gentle glow. She wore a brand new blue cotton jacket, intricately embroidered with cloud patterns at the collar and cuffs, her two long, dark braids cascading down her chest, tied at the ends with red strings that Guo Chunhai had brought back from the county town. Guo Chunhai donned his sable coat and, stepping into his deerskin boots, approached the door. As he pulled aside the wolfskin curtain, a biting cold gust hit him. The snow outside had piled up to knee-height, and the distant horse pen was nearly half buried, with several Orokin men vigorously wielding wooden shovels to clear the path. "It's 3 fingers thicker than yesterday," a tambu remarked, appearing behind him, wrapped in a bearskin cloak, frost adorning his white brows. "I haven't seen such an early heavy snowfall in 30 years. Guo Chunhai's heart skipped a beat. Memories from his past life suddenly surged forth. Winter 1983, when the Greater Khingan Range was besieged by a once-in-a-century blizzard. At that time, he was recuperating in Sanjiatan, and the earthen house had collapsed under the weight of the snow. Had it not been for the brave rescue by Er Lengzi. "What are you thinking about?" Er Lengzi's loud voice interrupted his reverie. The tall man approached, carrying a shovel, his left arm fully healed and steaming warmly. "Hi, Gu. We need to clear the snow off the cactus roof, otherwise it might collapse." The three of them fetched a long pole and began to remove the accumulated snow from the roof. Manta frolicked in the snow, diving into piles and popping out again, his black nose covered in snowflakes. This little creature is not afraid of the cold at all. With a grin, the simpleton tossed a piece of jerky, which the bun caught midair, wagging its tail in delight. After clearing the accumulated snow, the three returned to the saguaro to enjoy a bowl of lava porridge. The porridge, prepared by Anaji, was both thick and fragrant, enriched with red beans, jujubes, and walnut kernels, sweetly warming their insides. At the head of the table, a tambu sipped his porridge while puffing on his pipe, yet his brow remained furrowed with concern. "Father, what troubles you?" Anaji keenly sensed her father's unease. The old hunter exhaled a puff of smoke. "The snow is too heavy. The creatures in the mountains will soon face starvation." Guo Chunhai paused with his wooden spoon in hand. He suddenly recalled hearing the old hunter mention that in years of heavy snowfall, the beasts of the deep forest, unable to find food, would descend in packs to wreak havoc upon livestock and people. The greatest danger did not come from wolves, but rather, Guidage, a tambu. Japakian rushed in, his fur hat laden with snow. "This is bad. A horde of wild boars is coming from the western mountains." A tambu's pipe fell to the ground with a clatter. "How many?" "At least 20 or 30. Japakian panted. "The leader," he gestured dramatically, "it's as big as a calf." Guo Chunhai's heart sank. Wild boars were fierce, and a starving horde would be merciless. A boar king, as large as a calf, was among the most fearsome of creatures, thick-skinned, with tusks like blades, capable of crashing through trees the size of a bowl. Prepare the guns. Atambu sprang to his feet. Gather everyone who can wield a firearm. The old Jinko immediately fell into a state of readiness. The hunters checked their weapons and ammunition, while women and children were ushered into the sturdiest saguaros. Guo Chunhai retrieved 3.56 rifles and distributed them to Atambu, Batu, and Tulabu, the most skilled marksmen among them. I want to go too. Anaji stood at the door, clutching her black arrow. The puppy had nearly recovered, growling lowly, as if sensing the impending danger. No. Atambu and Guo Chunhai replied in unison. The girl stubbornly pressed her lips together. My archery is just as good as yours. As Guo Chunhai was about to persuade her further, a distant, terrified whinnying of horses echoed, followed by the sound of snapping branches. The wild boars were closing in on the village. There is no time. Atambu seized a 5.56 rifle. Guoshazi, take your men to defend the west. Batu, the east. Others follow me. Remember, aim for the leader. Guo Chunhai dashed westward with the simpleton and Japakian. The deep snow made running laborious, and they were soon gasping for breath. Through the swirling snow, he glimpsed the nearby thicket shaking violently, as if a colossal creature were approaching. Climb the trees, Guo Chunhai decisively commanded, and the three quickly ascended the nearest red pine. As they steadied themselves on a sturdy branch, a dozen wild boars burst forth from the underbrush. The sight of the leading beast took Guo Chunhai's breath away. It weighed nearly 400 pounds, stood almost a meter tall at the shoulder, with two curved tusks resembling scythes, gleaming ominously in the snow. It was enveloped in a thick layer of resin and mud, resembling an impenetrable armor that ordinary bullets could not penetrate. Good heavens, stammered Er Lengzi, his voice trembling. Is this creature some sort of pig demon? The wild boar herd detected the scent of humans and became restless. The boar king let out a piercing howl, digging its hind hooves into the snow, charging directly towards Guo Chunhai, who was concealed among the red pines. Bang! Bang! Both Guo Chunhai and Er Lengzi fired simultaneously. The bullets struck the boar king, but only left a few white marks. Its armor was simply too thick. Aim for the eyes, Guo Chunhai shouted, taking careful aim at the boar king's small, red eyes with another shot. In a split second, the boar king tilted its head, and the bullet merely grazed its ear. This infuriated the beast, which violently rammed into the red pine, causing the treetop to shake violently and snow to tumble down. Brother Hai, Er Lengzi exclaimed, nearly losing his grip on the tree. Guo Chunhai clung tightly to the trunk, continuing to fire at the boar king. Although the 56 caliber bullets could not penetrate its armor, hitting the same spot repeatedly still inflicted damage. He specifically targeted the area behind the boar king's ears and its abdomen, where the armor was comparatively thinner. The boar king, in pain, temporarily retreated a few steps. However, other wild boars had already stormed into the village, wreaking havoc. An Awanki woman's vegetable cellar was overturned, scattering her winter vegetables across the ground. The wooden fence of the horse corral was smashed, causing several horses to neigh in panic and flee. Brother Guo, a voice suddenly called from behind. Guo Chunhai turned to see, to his horror, that the girl had somehow climbed up the lookout tower at the village entrance, drawing her bow and aiming at the boar king. Get back, Guo Chunhai shouted hoarsely, but his voice was drowned out by the boar's cries. The arrow flew from Unaji's bow, striking the boar king squarely in the left eye. The beast let out a deafening scream, thrashing its head wildly, dislodging the arrow shaft, but the arrowhead remained embedded in its eye. Excellent marksmanship. Jepai cheered from behind another tree. The boar king, now completely enraged, abandoned its attack on Guo Chunhai and turned towards the lookout tower where Unaji stood. The rickety wooden structure appeared as fragile as a toy before the 400-pound beast. No. Guo Chunhai's heart sank as he disregarded everything, leaping from the tree and rolling in the snow before sprinting towards the lookout tower. Unaji, undaunted, knocked another arrow. Yet this time, the boar king was more cunning, its charging path becoming erratic. The arrow merely grazed its back, failing to inflict harm. 20 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters. The distance between the boar king and the lookout tower rapidly diminished. In a moment of crisis, a shadow suddenly lunged from the side, sinking its teeth into the boar king's hind leg. It was Black Arrow. This brave hunting dog clung fiercely to the beast, refusing to let go, no matter how violently the boar king shook. Black Arrow, Unaji exclaimed, nearly jumping from the lookout tower. The boar king, furious, turned to bite at Black Arrow. Just as the situation reached a critical point, Guo Chunhai finally arrived. He slid beneath the boar king's belly, thrusting his hunting knife fiercely into its relatively soft abdomen. Uft! The sound of the blade piercing flesh was drowned by the anguished cries of the wild boar. In pain, the boar king relinquished the black arrow and turned its fury upon Guo Chunhai. Its scythe-like tusks swept towards him, and although he barely evaded the attack, the boar's forelegs struck his shoulder, rendering half of his body numb. Gunfire erupted from behind, with shouts of Brother Hai and Er Lengzi, as bullets struck the boar king, yet failed to inflict a mortal wound. Enduring excruciating pain, Guo Chunhai rolled in the snow to evade the boar's assaults, his hunting knife still lodged in the beast's abdomen, leaving him defenseless. Just as the boar king charged once more, an arrow suddenly descended from the watchtower, striking true in its right eye. Unaji's archery was impeccable. Blinded, the boar king spun in agony. Seizing the opportunity, Guo Chunhai lunged forward, grasping the knife still embedded in the creature's belly, and twisted it with fervor. Scalding blood gushed forth, splattering Guo Chunhai entirely. The boar let out a final wail before crashing to the ground, shaking the snow beneath it. With the death of their leader, the remaining wild boars fell into disarray. The hunters seized the moment to fire, swiftly bringing down 7 or 8 more, while the rest scattered into the woods. Black Arrow. Unaji descended from the watchtower, immediately scooping up her beloved dog. The little creature had a gash on its hind leg from the tusks, but still seemed spirited, licking its owner's fingers and whimpering softly. Guo Chunhai sat slumped in the snow, his shoulder ablaze with pain. Unaji rushed over, tears brimming in her eyes as she examined his wounds. "You scared me to death. You nearly scared me to death," Guo Chunhai replied weakly, managing a smile as he wiped away the tears from her face. A tambu arrived with the other hunters, and upon seeing the fallen boar king, the seasoned hunter gasped, "Goodness, this creature could feed 10 people for an entire winter." The boar's carcass loomed like a small hill, the surrounding snow stained crimson. Er Lengzi kicked at the tusks in awe, exclaiming, "Imagine if these were made into ornaments. How impressive they'd be." Japakian busied himself examining the boar king's armor, discovering a 2-finger-thick layer of resin and dirt, explaining why the bullets had failed to penetrate. "Unaji's archery saved us all," Guo Chunhai said sincerely, "if she hadn't struck its eye." "Humph." A tambu shot a stern glance at his daughter. "We'll settle this later." Yet pride shone in his eyes. The hunters began to clear the battleground. In addition to the boar king, they had slain 9 more wild boars, the smallest weighing over 100 pounds. For the resource-strapped Lao Jingo, this was a windfall. Killing pigs in the 12th month, the more we kill, the richer we become. Uncle Bada chuckled, already plotting how to make blood sausages and cured meats. The women emerged from their hiding places, their fears forgotten upon witnessing the abundance of wild boars, eagerly preparing water to scald the bristles. Children frolicked in the snow, mimicking the brave stances of the adults as they hunted wild boars. Guo Chunhai was assisted back to the Xianren pillar, where Unaji gently washed the wound on his shoulder with warm water. The blow from the boar had caused severe bruising, but fortunately, no bones were broken. A small mercy amid the misfortune. "Next time, you mustn't do this," she admonished. As Unaji tended to the medicine, tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. "If you..." Guo Chunhai grasped her hand reassuringly. "I promised to take you to the county to watch a movie." The girl, wiping her tears, playfully nudged him. "Who wants to go to the movies with you?" As night fell, Lao Jingo buzzed with more excitement than during the New Year celebrations. A massive iron pot simmered over the bonfire, filled with fresh wild boar meat, its aroma wafting through the air. A tambu had gifted Unaji a pair of wild boar tusks, which she tied with a red string and hung around her waist as a decoration, drawing envious glances from those around her. Guo Chunhai sat by the bonfire, observing the laughter of the crowd, his heart brimming with emotions. In a previous life, he had lain in the ruins of Sanjiaten, waiting for death that winter, yet in this life, he found himself beside the warm fire, enduring hardships with the girl he cherished. To live again was worth it. "What are you pondering?" Unaji leaned closer, offering him a steaming bowl of meat soup. "I'm thinking about next spring," Guo Chunhai replied softly, "and building you a grand house." The girl's face turned as red as a ripe mountain berry as she fiddled with the tusks at her waist. "Who said they would marry you?" A tambo's cough interrupted them from behind, the old hunter feigning ignorance of their conversation as he placed a jug of Beidot song heavily before Guo Chunhai. "Tonight, we drink until we drop." The stars sparkled overhead, and the bonfire blazed brightly. The laughter from Lao Jingo echoed through the snowy night of the Khingan Mountains, a warmth that even the coldest wind could not dispel. Chapter 37. Year-end sales on the morning of the 9th day of the 12th month. The hunters of Lao Jingo rose early. When Guo Chunhai lifted the wolfskin quilt, Unaji had already prepared millet porridge by the fire, with a dozen eggs boiling in the pot. "Father said we need to go to the market early today," she added, stoking the fire, the glow warming her rosy cheeks. The supply and marketing cooperative is busiest at year-end. If we arrive late, we'll have to stand in long lines. Guo Chunhai donned his sable coat and stepped outside, lifting the wolfskin door curtain. The dawn had yet to break fully, but several fine horses were already harnessed to sleds, their breaths crystallizing in the frigid air. Er Lengzi and Guo Chunhai were busy loading the processed wild boar meat onto the sleds, each piece carefully wrapped in linden bark to prevent freezing too hard. "Hey, brother Hai," Er Lengzi exclaimed upon seeing Guo Chunhai, waving his frostbitten hand. "The wild boar meat is packed separately on one sled, just as you instructed. Skin and bones intact." Guo Chunhai nodded. The wild boar meat was more valuable than regular wild boar, especially the whole skin and tusks, which could fetch a good price in the county. He approached the sled to inspect the cargo. The meat from 10 wild boars filled 3 sleds to the brim, weighing no less than 2,000 pounds. A tambu approached, draped in a bearskin cloak, frost adorning his white braids. "Is everything ready?" "All set." Guo Chunhai rubbed his frostbitten hands together. "How many guns are we bringing?" 3. 56 caliber rifles, all fully loaded. The old hunter squinted, with year-end approaching. "The roads may not be safe." Unaji brought out the hot porridge, and the group hurriedly gathered around the bonfire for breakfast. Before departing, a tambu called Guo Chunhai aside and presented him with a small cloth pouch. "Take this, it's for emergencies." Upon opening it, Guo Chunhai discovered 5 banknotes labeled Great Unity, a considerable sum in 1983. "Father, this is a blessing from our humble home." The old hunter waved his hand dismissively. "Have the girl tear off a piece of floral fabric, and then craft a pair of silver bangles." Guo Chunhai felt a rush of warmth and carefully tucked the money close to him. A tambu had tacitly approved his relationship with Anaji. According to the customs of the Orokin people, the gifting of silver bangles signifies a betrothal. As the sun began to rise, the 5 riders set off. Guo Chunhai drove the first sled, with Anaji wrapped in a sheepskin coat sitting beside him. Er Lengzi and Japakian each drove a sled following behind, while Torabu rode ahead to lead the way. 3 rifles were discreetly concealed within the hay of the sleds, ready for use at any moment. The sled glided over the snow, producing a delightful swish sound. Manta squatted by Guo Chunhai's feet, his black nose dusted with frost. The little creature was exhilarated by his first journey away from home, eagerly gazing around. "Is it cold?" Guo Chunhai inquired of Anaji beside him. She shook her head and produced a sheepskin water pouch. "Would you like a sip of liquor to warm you?" Guo Chunhai accepted the pouch and took a sip. The fiery white liquor slid down his throat, instantly dispelling the chill. It was homemade by a tambu using mountain grapes, potent yet smooth. At noon, they paused by a small creek to rest. Anaji retrieved provisions of frozen bean cakes and salted meat from the sled, eating them alongside the creek water. Japakian built a fire to melt the creek water for the horses. "Brother Hai," Er Lengzi approached, munching on a bean cake. "How much do you reckon we can sell this for?" Guo Chunhai calculated in his mind. Based on last year's prices, wild boar meat was 60 cents per pound, while the pig king could fetch 80. Including the hides and tusks, at least 1,500. 1,500. Er Lengzi nearly choked. "That's enough to marry 3 wives." Anaji giggled. "So who do you plan to marry? Japakian's sister?" Er Lengzi's face flushed instantly. I don't want a wife." Laughter erupted among the group. Seizing the moment, Torabu teased, "Er Lengzi is shy." Amidst the jovial banter, distant hoofbeats caught Guo Chunhai's attention, prompting him to rise and reach for the rifle under the sled. However, it was merely a few Orokin hunters heading to market. After exchanging greetings, they parted ways. Better to be cautious, Torabu lowered his voice. "Last December, old Badu's sled was robbed along this road." After their rest, the group resumed their journey. As they approached the county town, the number of travelers increased. Hunters with sleds laden with mountain goods, farmers carrying burdens to visit relatives, and several commune officials riding Yongjio bicycles hurried past, each face reflecting the festive spirit of the approaching new year. As the sun tilted westward, the gray walls of the county town finally came into view. A long queue formed at the city gate, where several individuals wearing red armbands were checking identification letters. Guo Chunhai retrieved a document issued by the Liaojinga production team and passed through the inspection without incident. First, they headed to the supply and marketing cooperative to unload the goods, and he directed, then find an inn to settle down. The county cooperative was bustling with activity, far more lively than during his previous visit, with carts and sleds laden with New Year goods parked outside. Salespeople clad in blue cotton jackets stood on the steps, calling out, "From a line. Pork is limited to 2 pounds per person." Guo Chunhai instructed Er Lengzi to keep an eye on the sled while he squeezed into the crowd with Anaji. Inside the cooperative, it was a sea of people, and the air was thick with a complex aroma of soy sauce, salted fish, and kerosene. The bespectacled man behind the counter was sweating profusely as he weighed brown sugar for an elderly woman. "Comrade," Guo Chunhai leaned towards the counter. "Do you buy wild boar meat?" The bespectacled man did not even look up, replying, "Letter of introduction. Quality certificate. Quarantine. It's us." Anaji could not help but interject. "We came last month to sell bear bile." Only then did the man lift his head, his eyes behind the lenses gleaming. "Oh, a friend from the Oricon." He immediately set down the scale. "How much do you have?" 10 heads, one of which is the king of pigs," Guo Chunhai replied in a low voice. "Including skin and bones, it's fresh." The bespectacled man instantly perked up, exchanging a few words with a nearby salesperson before personally following Guo Chunhai outside to inspect the goods. When he lifted the linden bark and beheld the enormous carcass of the king pig, his glasses nearly fell off. "Good heavens, this must weigh over 400 pounds. He exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement. "Wait, I will call Director Zhang." Before long, a middle-aged man clad in a four-pocket cadre uniform hurried over. Director Zhang, in his 50s, had a round face and a slightly plump figure, clearly someone accustomed to long hours in the office. Yet, his method of inspecting the wild boar meat was remarkably professional. He pressed his fingers against the meat, leaned in to sniff, and finally opened the pig king's mouth to examine its teeth. "Excellent meat," Director Zhang declared. "Ordinary wild boar at 650, the king pig at 9. The skin is an additional charge." This price exceeded Guo Chunhai's expectations by 20%. He suppressed his joy and nodded calmly. "Director Zhang, you are straightforward." The cooperative staff immediately sprang into action, weighing the meat and recording the accounts. The king pig's meat was set aside, quickly attracting a crowd of onlookers. "Comrade, is this meat for sale?" An eager middle-aged woman in a wool coat asked. "I will pay double. I want the hind legs." Another person resembling a cadre pulled out cash directly. Director Zhang hurried to maintain order. "Form a line. First, the public account, then retail." While the cooperative buzzed with activity, Guo Chunhai pulled Anaji aside. "Go buy some fabric and take a look at the silver bracelets." The girl's eyes brightened, but she quickly shook her head. "First, we must handle the important matters." "This is the important matter," Guo Chunhai said, producing the money given by a tambu from his pocket. "Your father instructed this." Anaji's face flushed a deep red, resembling a ripe wild berry, as she lowered her head and twisted the hem of her clothing. Yet the joy in her eyes was unmistakable. Guo Chunhai had Er Lengzi accompany her to the department store while he stayed behind with Gupakian to settle the accounts. 2 hours later, all the wild boar meat had been weighed. The ordinary wild boar yielded 1,200 jin of pure meat, while the prized boar provided 380 jin. In addition, 3 pristine wild boar hides and the boar's tusks were sold for a total of 2,135 yuan and 6 jiao. Director Zhang personally handled the transaction, inquiring whether the payment should be made in cash or via bank transfer. "Cash," Guo Chunhai replied without hesitation. Citing the cumbersome transfer procedures and the multiple approvals required for cash withdrawals from the production team's account, Zhang nodded and instructed the accountant to fetch the money, then lowered his voice to ask, "Comrade Guo, is it possible to procure another batch of wild game before the spring festival? The prices will only rise." Guo's interest was piqued. "How much do you need?" "Whatever you can get," Zhang sighed. "This year, pork is in short supply, and the county leaders have yet to secure their festive provisions." Just then, Wanaji and Er Lengzi returned. The young woman cradled a floral bundle, her wrist adorned with a pair of gleaming silver bracelets. Er Lengzi carried a burlap sack filled with sewing supplies, candies, and other daily necessities. "Did you manage to get everything?" Guo Chunhai inquired. Er Lengzi nodded excitedly. "Wanaji is an exceptional bargainer." The vendor was nearly in tears. Noticing the silver bracelets on Wanaji's wrist, Director Zhang's eyes sparkled. "And a Wenki maiden? How fortunate." He turned to Guo Chunhai and proposed, "If you can procure another 10 wild boars, I will personally authorize 20 cases of Beidakang liquor for you. No ticket required." The offer was incredibly tempting. Beidakang is a renowned liquor from Heilongjiang, typically available only through ticket purchase and especially scarce during the festive season. 20 cases brought back to Old Jing'o would be ample for the entire tribe to celebrate until spring. "It's a deal," Guo Chunhai readily agreed. "Delivery by the 25th of the 12th month." The accountant returned with cash, a thick bundle of great unity notes, securely wrapped in cowhide paper. Guo counted it out in front of them, then divided it into several portions, concealing them on their persons, adhering to the custom of safeguarding one's wealth while traveling. Next came the procurement phase. Armed with Director Zhang's authorization, they acquired many scarce items that typically required tickets: 20 cases of Beidakang, 10 cases of Shifeng liquor, 50 jin of refined salt, 30 jin of sugar, and even managed to obtain 2 barrels of kerosene and several bundles of canvas. These goods filled 2 sleds to capacity, attracting the attention of passers-by. "It's too ostentatious," Tuo Lub expressed his concerns. "Should we split it into 2 trips?" Guo Chunhai shook his head. "We must leave the city before nightfall. Er Lengzi, go buy some firecrackers." Er Lengzi was puzzled. "Why firecrackers?" "To make some noise," Guo replied with a knowing look. After their shopping, the 5 of them found a state-run restaurant to dine. They savored steaming pork stew with vermicelli alongside large pancakes, feeling particularly satisfied. Wenaji carefully safeguarded her newly acquired silver bracelets, wary of any oil splatters, while Er Lengzi devoured 5 large bowls, still yearning for more. "Slow down," Gupakian teased him. "No one is competing with you." Er Lengzi mumbled, "I'm just so hungry." After the meal, Guo Chunhai instructed Tuo Lub to check out of the inn. He had changed his mind, deciding to return to Old Jingo that very night. With so many valuable goods, it was too risky to leave them overnight in the county seat. It was better to head back early for peace of mind. The sun had begun its descent, casting long shadows as 5 riders, burdened with a laden sled, exited the city gates. Guo Chunhai deliberately chose a secluded path, albeit a longer one, ensuring their safety. Una Ji tightened her sheepskin coat, frequently glancing back. "Is someone following us?" Guo Chunhai inquired softly. The young woman shook her head. "It's just an unsettling feeling." As it turned out, a woman's intuition proved to be frighteningly accurate. Upon reaching a birch grove, a dozen dark figures suddenly emerged ahead, brandishing gleaming weapons. "Halt!" commanded the leader of the ruffians. "Leave the sled behind." Guo Chunhai squinted, recognizing the gang that had previously lurked outside the supply cooperative. "Leave the sled." The leader shouted again, his machete glinting ominously in the sunset. This man, in his 20s, wore a filthy military coat and bore a scar on his left cheek. Unmistakably a hardened character. Guo Chunhai reined in his red horse, and the sled came to a steady stop. He scrutinized the 3 thugs blocking the path in a triangular formation, noting the shadows in the forest behind them. There were at least 4 or 5 more concealed figures. The gang wielded either machetes or axes, and a lanky fellow clutched a crude homemade gun. "Brothers," Guo Chunhai clasped his fists, his tone measured yet assertive. "On such a frigid day, you choose to obstruct our passage for money?" The scar-faced man grinned, revealing a gold tooth. "Quit the chit-chat. Hand over the money for the meat and the sled, and we might spare your lives." Er Lengzi, incensed, was about to leap from the sled when Guo Chunhai's glance restrained him. Una Ji discreetly slipped her hand into her coat, gripping the hunting knife at her waist. Gu Pa Qian and Tuo Luo Bu feigned fear, but in reality, they had already hooked several weapons hidden beneath the sled with their feet. "Very well." Guo Chunhai suddenly smiled. "The money is on the sled. Come and take it yourself." The scar-faced thug looked skeptical and signaled to the side. The lanky man with the homemade gun cautiously approached, the weapon trained on Guo Chunhai. "Don't try any tricks," the lanky man gulped. "My gun doesn't discriminate." Guo Chunhai remained still, a smile still gracing his face. As the lanky man reached to lift the canvas covering the cargo, Guo Chunhai abruptly whistled. With a swift motion, a dark figure darted from beneath the sled, biting fiercely into the lanky man's wrist. It was Mantu. The little creature bit down hard, causing the lanky man to scream, and his gun discharged, striking a nearby tree trunk. "Attack!" Guo Chunhai bellowed, pulling out several weapons from beneath the sled. He lunged forward, striking the scar-faced man with the butt of his gun, which crashed against the thug's face. Before the scar-faced man could react, a sharp pain shot through his nose, and stars danced before his eyes as he fell back into the snow. His 2 gold teeth, accompanied by blood, flew far away, stark against the white snow. Simultaneously, Er Lengzi and Gu Pa Qian also drew their weapons. However, they did not fire. Like Guo Chunhai, they wielded their guns as clubs. Mindful that killing could lead to troublesome consequences in these times of strict crackdowns, the Orokin are out hunting. With a sudden, fierce cry, the clumsy fellow swung the rifle butt and struck a hefty thug on the shoulder. The thug instantly crumpled to the ground as if struck by a bear. Anaki was even more formidable. She deftly produced a lasso from seemingly nowhere and, with a swift motion, lashed it across the face of another thug wielding an axe, leaving a crimson mark. The thug howled in pain, clutching his face as the axe clattered to the ground. Observing the unfolding chaos, several thugs hidden in the woods rushed forth, brandishing their weapons to join the fray. Torub had grown impatient, seizing the whip from the sled, and with a sharp crack, he ensnared one thug's ankle, yanking him to the ground in a disheveled heap. If one could even call this a battle, it lasted no more than 5 minutes. 7 thugs lay scattered in the snow, some moaning while clutching their noses, others rolling about in agony. Meanwhile, Guo Chunhai emerged unscathed. Not even a scratch on his oilskin coat. Is this all you've got? The clumsy fellow kicked the scar-faced thug, scoffing. You call yourselves a gang? You're more like a kitchen knife crew. Bloodied and defiant, the scar-faced thug retorted. Just you wait for my brother. With a swift crack of the whip beside him, Anaki sent snow flying into the thug's face, threatening, speak another word, and I'll slice your tongue out. Such a fierce proclamation from a delicate girl of the Evenki tribe held a certain weight, causing the thug to shrink back, silenced. Guo Chunhai surveyed their spoils, 3 cleavers, 2 axes, a makeshift gun, and $7.50. Handing the money to Anaki, he instructed, buy some meat for Black Arrow. And what about these ruffians? Dabao pointed at the moaning thugs on the ground. Strip them of their jackets and tie them to a tree, Guo Chunhai replied with a cold smirk. Let them learn their lesson. The clumsy fellow gleefully complied, stripping the jackets from all 7 thugs and binding them to a birch tree with their own belts. In the frigid northeastern winter, standing in thin clothing for half an hour would render them frozen. This lesson would stay with them for a lifetime. Spare us, brave heroes, cried the skinny one, his nose running and freezing in the cold. I promise I won't do it again. Guo Chunhai paid him no mind, signaling for everyone to prepare the sled and continue their journey. Before departing, Anaki glanced back at the group of thugs and suddenly lifted a bottle of Beidot song from the sled, shaking it in front of the scar-faced thug. Would you like a drink? His eyes widened with longing as he eagerly nodded. With a swift motion, Anaki smashed the bottle at his feet, the rich aroma of liquor wafting through the air. Just savor the scent. Laughter erupted as they urged the horses forward, leaving behind the thugs' lamentations echoing in the air. Mantu, squatting on the sled, barked triumphantly as if proclaiming their victory. As dusk settled, the sled carved a long trail across the snow. Guo Chunhai remained vigilant, wary of any lurking ambushes. Anaki leaned beside him, her silver bracelet glinting softly in the twilight. Are you afraid? Guo Chunhai asked softly. The girl shook her head, her eyes sparkling. With you here, I am not afraid. From behind, the clumsy fellow teased. Oh, how sweet. As the gathering continued, a jovial voice exclaimed, I still have a bottle of vinegar. Shall we pair it with something? Laughter erupted among the group as they hastened on their journey, swiftly casting aside any unpleasantness. The hunters of the Orokin, seasoned by their upbringing in the wilderness, regarded the ruffians as no more significant than wild fowl or hares. They were simply dealt with, unworthy of concern. As the moon ascended, the outline of old Jinshuan emerged on the horizon. At the village's watchtower, a tambu had been anxiously awaiting their return, and when he finally saw the sled approach safely, his heart was set at ease. Why so late? He queried, striding forward, his bear-skinned cloak trailing long behind him in the snow. Guo Chunhai dismounted from the sled and briefly recounted their encounter with robbers. Upon hearing this, a tambu's grizzled brows furrowed with concern. Were you harmed? He asked. Not at all, the simpleton replied proudly, patting his chest. That bunch of cowards didn't lay a finger on me. The hunters soon gathered, eagerly assisting in unloading the cargo. When 20 crates of Beidakang liquor and 10 crates of Shifeng wine were brought down, the entire village erupted in excitement. In these times, liquor was a prized commodity, especially fine spirits. My heavens! Uncle Batu exclaimed, lifting a crate of Beidakang, his excitement causing his beard to tremble. This is enough to last us until spring. Meanwhile, the women clustered around the newly bought floral fabrics and silver bracelets of Anaji, marveling at their beauty. It was no secret that Orokin brides wore silver bracelets on their wedding day. A few young maidens, envious, bit their handkerchiefs, lamenting their lack of a capable partner like Anaji's. After inspecting all the goods, a tambu patted Guo Chunhai on the shoulder with satisfaction. Well done. Those 3 words held more value than any praise. That evening, old Jinshuan hosted a grand celebration. A long table was set up beneath the largest cactus, where the men drank heartily while the women busied themselves with cooking. Anaji's new bracelet sparkled in the firelight, drawing the attention of many. Come, a tambu raised his cup. To our brave warriors. The crowd echoed in unison, the sound of clinking cups resonating throughout the gathering. Guo Chunhai was poured several cups of Beidakang, his face growing as hot as if aflame. Anaji discreetly switched his drink to Mare's milk wine, sparing him from drunkenness. After a few rounds of drinks, the conversation naturally shifted to Director Zhang's order. 10 wild boars, a tambu mused, stroking his beard thoughtfully. That won't be easy. The herd is surely still around the western mountains. Torbu interjected. I saw their tracks just yesterday. Japakian took a sip of his drink. The issue is the lead boar has died. The new one will certainly be more ferocious. Guo Chunhai nodded in agreement. Without a leader, the wild boar herd would experience a brief period of chaos. But soon a new boar would rise to power, often more aggressive in establishing its dominance. "I'll go scout the area tomorrow," he declared, setting down his cup. "I'll take Black Arrow and some steamed buns." Anaji immediately chimed in, "I want to go too." "No." Guo Chunhai shook his head. "Black Arrow has just recovered. He is more spirited than you," the girl retorted, scooping up her beloved dog. Black Arrow responded with a couple of enthusiastic barks, even spinning in a circle to showcase his healed hind leg. Atambu glanced at his daughter and then at Guo Chunhai, suddenly breaking into a grin. "Let the girl go. Her archery skills surpass yours." The old hunter's words compelled Guo Chunhai to acquiesce. Er Lengzi and Gu Peiqian clamored to join as well, ultimately solidifying a quintet: Guo Chunhai, Anaji, Er Lengzi, Gu Peiqian, and the recovering Torabu. The banquet extended into the deep of night. A tipsy Uncle Bata grasped Guo Chunhai's hand, rambling about crafting the finest wedding attire for him and Anaji. Er Lengzi and Gu Peiqian, with arms slung around each other's shoulders, sang off-key mountain songs. Anaji found herself surrounded by a group of girls, who passed around her silver bracelet in admiration. Guo Chunhai stepped outside the Xianuzhu for some fresh air. The night sky sparkled with stars, and in the distance, the Khingan Mountains loomed like a slumbering giant. Tomorrow would herald a fierce battle, yet in this moment, his heart brimmed with tranquility and contentment. Anaji stealthily followed him out, draping a sheepskin coat over his shoulders. "Are you cold?" she asked. Guo Chunhai took her hand, the silver bracelet gleaming softly in the moonlight. "Not at all." They stood side by side in silence, while the distant off-key singing of Er Lengzi mingled with the laughter of the crowd. This was an ordinary winter night in Old Jingu, yet it stood as the most cherished moment of Guo Chunhai's life. Chapter 39. The Snowy Trail. On the morning of the 17th day of the 12th lunar month, Guo Chunhai was roused by the barking of dogs outside the Xianuzhu. He pulled back the wolfskin blanket to find Anaji no longer on the bedding. The embers in the fire pit glowed a dark red, and a pot suspended above emitted steam, wafting the savory aroma of millet porridge. "Awake?" Anaji entered, lifting the door curtain, a birch bark bowl in her hands. "Have some hot soup." Guo Chunhai accepted the bowl, the rich, white broth adorned with wild greens, its fragrance enveloping him. He tilted his head and drank it down, the scalding liquid coursing down his throat, dispelling the last remnants of sleep. "How's the Black Arrow?" he inquired while donning his boots. "In fine form." The girl's eyes sparkled. "Last night, it even caught a mouse." Fully dressed, Guo Chunhai emerged from the Xianuzhu. In the morning light, Er Lengzi, Gu Peiqian, and Torabu awaited him, fully armed. Er Lengzi was whittling a wooden stick with his hunting knife. Upon seeing Guo Chunhai, he eagerly presented his creation. "Brother Hai, look at the spear I made." It was a white wax rod over 2 meters long, sharpened at one end and hardened by fire, perfect for tackling wild boars. Guo Chunhai tested its heft and nodded in satisfaction. "Good craftsmanship." Gu Peiqian checked 3 rifles, each equipped with 30 rounds, while Torabu organized ropes and lassos intended for dragging the boars. Anaji's Black Arrow and Guo Chunhai's Mantu excitedly rolled in the snow, seemingly aware of their impending hunt. Atambu approached, draped in a bear fur coat, handing Guo Chunhai a small leather pouch. "Mountain pepper powder. Sprinkle some at a critical moment." The old hunter meticulously inspected everyone's gear, especially cautioning Anaji. "Girl, stay close to Guo. Don't be reckless." "I know, father." Anaji replied impatiently, the silver bracelet clinking at her waist. As the sun began to rise, 5 riders set forth. Guo Chunhai's red horse led the way, its hooves wrapped in animal hide, treading silently upon the snow, followed closely by Unaji's small white steed, a black arrow darting alongside its hooves. The 3 from Er Lengzi spread out in a fan shape, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. The western mountains lay approximately 20 miles from Laojinggo, a distance normally traversed in 2 hours. However, the deep snow impeded their progress, and it took them a full 3 hours before they caught sight of the dense, dark forest. "Stop," Guo Chunhai signaled, dismounting with agility. "From here, we shall proceed on foot." The group secured their horses and readied their gear. Guo Chunhai produced a small leather pouch, sprinkling its contents, powder made from wolf urine and various herbs, onto each person's boots, a means to mask human scent. "Split up and search for traces," he instructed quietly. Er Lengzi to the left, Gu Peiqian to the right, and Tua Luobu will bring up the rear. If you discover any signs of wild boar, imitate the call of the mountain chicken. The hunters dispersed like a network of fine threads, silently sweeping across the snowy expanse. Guo Chunhai and Unaji took the central path, with 2 hunting dogs leading the way. The post-snow forest was eerily quiet, only the occasional crunch of boots on snow breaking the stillness. An hour passed, yet they found nothing. The thick snow concealed all traces. and even the most seasoned Guo Chunhai could detect no sign of wild boar. The dogs, He Jian and Mantu, sniffed about in vain. Strange, Una Ji murmured softly. Can these creatures burrow underground? Guo Chunhai squinted at the distant ridgeline, suddenly asking, is there an oak grove nearby? Indeed, the young woman pointed northwest, just over that ridge. But the acorns have long since fallen. Starving wild boars will dig through the snow for fallen acorns. Guo Chunhai's eyes sparkled with realization. Let us investigate. He mimicked the call of a mountain chicken, summoning the others. Upon hearing the mention of the oak grove, Er Lengzi slapped his thigh in realization. Of course. How did I not think of that? The 5 men cautiously crossed the ridge and indeed found an oak grove. Unlike other areas, the snow here was riddled with holes of various sizes, as if plowed. Boars have been rooting here. Gu Pa Qian exclaimed in a hushed tone, and it's fresh. Guo Chunhai crouched to inspect the holes. Each was basin-sized, revealing overturned acorn shells at the bottom. The outermost hole still bore traces of snow, indicating the boars had not departed long ago. Split up and search, he gestured. Remember to imitate the mountain chicken's call. They dispersed once more, this time with a clear objective. Guo Chunhai and Una Ji advanced along the densest patches of rooting marks, the hunting dogs seeming to catch a scent. Their ears perked upright. As they navigated around a thicket, the sight that greeted them caused both to hold their breath. Over 20 wild boars scattered across a clearing, using their snouts to uncover acorns beneath the snow. Leading them was a boar nearly a meter tall at the shoulder. Its tusks not as exaggerated as the previous king of boars, yet its muscles were more robust, a clear sign of its combative nature. A young boar, Guo Chunhai whispered. More agile than the deceased one. As Una nodded quietly, she stealthily readied her bow and arrow. However, Guo Chunhai restrained her hand and shook his head. The wild boars were too dispersed. If startled, they would scatter, and they might only manage to shoot 1 or 2, while the rest would flee. After surveying the terrain, an idea struck him. To the east of the clearing lay a gentle slope, with a dry riverbed below, its steep banks forming a natural hunting ground. Drive the herd towards the riverbed, he instructed, leaning close to Una's ear, his breath warm against her earlobe. You move around to the east and wait for my signal. Understanding his intent, Una crouched and quietly slipped eastward. Guo Chunhai then imitated the sharp calls of a mountain chicken to summon the others. Upon hearing the plan, Er Lengzi eagerly exclaimed, I'll head north. Be careful, Guo Chunhai cautioned. The lead boar is temperamental. Do not confront it directly. The group spread out according to the plan. Guo Chunhai concealed himself behind a fallen tree and watched as Una successfully reached her position on the east side. She signaled to him, indicating she was ready. Now, Guo Chunhai commanded, simultaneously firing a shot into the air. The sound reverberated through the valley, causing the wild boars to erupt into chaos. The lead boar let out a piercing scream, instinctively leading the herd to flee eastward, the only direction devoid of gunfire. Er Lengzi burst forth from the north, waving his spear and shouting loudly. Gu Peiqian and Tuolabwa also created noise from the south, driving the boars towards the designated area. Una, concealed behind a thicket on the east side, prepared to reveal herself as the herd approached, drawing her bow. With a swift motion, she released an arrow that struck true at the base of the lead boar's ear. Although the creature felt the pain, it did not flee in panic. Instead, it charged at Una with bloodshot eyes. Be careful. Guo Chunhai's heart raced as he aimed his gun, hesitant to fire for fear of injuring Una. Just then, a black arrow dashed out from the side, biting into the lead boar's hind leg. The enraged beast turned to retaliate, but the black arrow deftly evaded, albeit being pushed back a few steps. This brief delay granted Una precious time. Executing a roll, she positioned herself beside the lead boar and loosed a second arrow, striking it in the eye. Excellent shot. Er Lengzi cheered as he arrived, his spear piercing the abdomen of another sow like a snake striking its prey. The boars were thrown into complete disarray, most escaping along the riverbed, yet 5 or 6 were trapped between the steep banks. Though one eye was blinded. The lead boar became even more ferocious, its tusks nearly slicing through Gu Peiqian's thigh. Bang! Bang! Guo Chunhai and Tuolabwa fired simultaneously, their bullets hitting the lead boar behind the ear and in the neck with precision. The colossal beast staggered before crashing to the ground, sending up a flurry of snowflakes. The remaining wild boars, now in a state of panic, charged wildly down the riverbed. The hunters, positioned advantageously, unleashed a series of crisp gunshots. Within mere minutes, 7 wild boars lay dead in pools of blood. Stop! Guo Chunhai shouted, that's enough. The group ceased fire and began tallying their spoils, 7 wild boars, including the lead one, all robust and hefty, the smallest weighing around 100 pounds. They had far surpassed Director Zhang's order. Brother Hai is incredible. The excitement bubbled within the group as they reveled in their adventure amidst the oak grove. Guo Chunhai, with a knowing smile, remarked, "Wild boars, in the harshness of winter, resort to digging for acorns." He abruptly halted, nearly revealing more than intended. Ji, intrigued, inquired, "In a past life?" Guo Chunhai quickly fabricated an explanation, steering the conversation away. "Your archery skills have significantly improved." The young woman, beaming with pride, playfully jingled her silver bracelets, but suddenly recalled something and hurried to check on the black arrow. The little creature, though uninjured, lay exhausted in the snow, panting heavily. As they began processing their catch, Guo Chunhai personally attended to the bleeding of the new wild boar, noting its meat was far tenderer than that of an ordinary wild boar, a true delicacy. Er Lengzi and Japakian busied themselves with the evisceration of the other boars, while Tualuo brought the horses for transport. Suddenly, a sense of unease washed over Ji as she stood alert, scanning the surroundings. "It's too quiet," she remarked. Guo Chunhai, feeling the shift in atmosphere, noticed the absence of even the occasional bird song. A chilling silence enveloped the forest, as if time itself had paused. "Pack up. We must leave at once," he commanded in a hushed tone, his hand resting firmly on the rifle. Before he could finish, the sound of snapping branches echoed through the woods, followed by a deep, chilling breath. "A bear." Tualuo's face drained of color. "It's a blind bear." The group froze in place. Encountering a bear in winter posed two possibilities: either a solitary bear that had not entered hibernation, driven mad by hunger, or an awakened bear, filled with rage. Either scenario was exponentially more perilous than a wild boar. Chapter 40. The terrifying bear. The sound of breaking branches drew nearer, accompanied by the oppressive inhalation that grated against the nerves of all present. Cold sweat trickled from Guo Chunhai's palms, adhering to the stock of his rifle. "Stay still," he whispered, his gaze fixated on the source of the noise, and slowly retreat. Ji had already knocked an arrow, though her fingers trembled slightly. Er Lengzi's grip on his spear revealed bulging veins, while Japakian and Tualuo aimed their rifles, adjusting their sights with unwavering focus. Suddenly, a small tree, thick as a bowl, toppled over, and a colossal shadow emerged from the thicket. Guo Chunhai inhaled sharply. Before them stood an enormous black bear, its shoulder nearly 1.5 meters high, its fur disheveled, frothy saliva dribbling from its maw, and its small eyes gleaming with a sickly crimson hue. More horrifying was the fresh wound on its left shoulder, glistening with blood, evidence of a gunshot wound. A wounded bear. Guo Chunhai's heart sank. In a past life, he had witnessed such awakened bears, known for their ferocity, tenfold more dangerous than solitary ones, indiscriminately lethal. The black bear suddenly reared up on its hind legs, its towering frame exceeding 2 meters, exuding an overwhelming sense of intimidation. Its crescent-shaped patch of white fur on its chest was stained with crimson, suggesting it had recently endured a fierce struggle. The black bear twitched its nose, seemingly detecting the scents wafting through the air. Suddenly, it let out a deafening roar, a sound akin to thunder, reverberating throughout the forest, causing droplets of saliva to scatter far and wide. "Scatter!" Guo Chunhai exclaimed, his complexion paling. He immediately shouted, "Do not run in a straight line." Upon hearing his command, the remaining force swiftly dispersed without hesitation, fanning out in a wedge formation. This strategic maneuver, fundamental to bear hunting, aimed to confuse the bear as to whom it should pursue, thereby minimizing the risk of an attack. However, this time, their tactics appeared to falter. The bear disregarded the other four entirely and lunged directly at Anaji. "Anaji, run in a zigzag." Guo Chunhai cried out anxiously, raising his rifle, ready to aim at the bear. Yet, with Anaji and the bear almost aligned, he found it impossible to fire without risking her life. In that critical moment, Anaji displayed remarkable reflexes, executing a swift roll to evade behind a large tree. The bear missed its target, but its massive frame revealed astonishing agility as it quickly pivoted and struck the tree trunk with a powerful swipe. The resounding crash echoed, and the tree, thick as a bowl, splintered under the impact. Japakian fired his weapon, and with a sharp crack, the bullet sped forth like lightning, aimed straight at the bear's back. However, unexpectedly, the bullet ricocheted as if striking a tire. It turned out that the bear's subcutaneous fat was exceptionally thick, akin to an impenetrable armor, easily deflecting the projectile. This unforeseen outcome left Japakian astounded, while the enraged bear immediately turned its attention toward him, charging with claws bared. Faced with such a ferocious creature, a flicker of fear surged within Japakian, yet he endeavored to remain composed. Retreating swiftly while repeatedly pulling the trigger in an attempt to repel the bear's assault, with concentrated fire. However, in this tense moment, his aim faltered significantly. The bullets he fired mostly veered off course, with only one grazing the bear's ear, prompting a furious roar from the beast. Just then, Er Lengzi shouted, "Climb a tree." Grasping a spear tightly, he lunged forward without hesitation, thrusting it toward the bear's rear. The strike was as powerful as a thunderclap, the spear embedding deeply into the bear's flesh, penetrating a full 3 inches. The bear, in agony, emitted a haunting howl as it spun around, swinging its colossal paw with a fierce gust aimed at Er Lengzi. Seeing this, he swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the deadly blow. Nevertheless, he was still toppled to the ground by the fierce wind generated by the bear's swipe. Simultaneously, Guo Chunhai and Tuolabu also pulled their triggers. 2 bullets streaked across the night sky like meteors, striking the black bear's chest with astonishing speed and precision, hitting the exact same spot. This time, the bear could no longer withstand the force of the bullets. Its body trembled violently, staggering momentarily. However, this only incited a fiercer rage within it, as it forsook the injured companion and charged directly towards Guo Chunhai. As the bear drew nearer, closing the distance to merely 20 meters, then 15, then 10, Guo Chunhai remained unperturbed, standing firm with his gun trained steadily on the creature's eyes, as if engaged in a heart-stopping standoff with the ferocious beast. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, an arrow whizzed past his ear, striking the bear squarely on the nose. The bear let out a piercing howl. Its nose, being the most sensitive part, caused it to whirl in agony. A tightness gripped Guo Chunhai's heart as he understood the significance of this action from Una-ji. His gaze fixed intently on her as she skillfully ascended a red pine, seemingly merging with the trunk. Her face was as pale as a sheet, yet it radiated a resolute determination. Una-ji knocked a second arrow, her arm trembling slightly, yet her eyes shone with unyielding resolve. "What excellent archery!" Torbu exclaimed, seizing the opportunity to load his weapon. The bear soon recovered from the intense pain, becoming even more frenzied. It no longer targeted a single victim, but launched indiscriminate attacks on all living creatures within its sight. Guo Chunhai barely evaded its swipe, receiving a deep gash on his shoulder, blood staining half his body. Guo Chunhai, the injured companion, cried out in anguish, seizing a spear to advance. "Don't be foolish." Guo Chunhai pulled him back, urgently commanding, "Use fire." He produced the mountain pepper powder gifted by a Tanbu, scattering it over the nearby dry branches, swiftly igniting flint. Flames leapt up, mingling with acrid smoke. The black bear was indeed momentarily deterred by the firelight, pausing its onslaught, yet it lingered close by, emitting low, threatening growls. Guo Chunhai knew this reprieve would not last long. He had to devise a plan for a decisive strike. "Follow my lead," he instructed quickly. Una-ji, "Continue shooting to distract it. Er Lengzi, Torbu, prepare the rope." Guo Chunhai, he glanced at the injured companion. "You tend to the fire, keep it alive." "What about you?" Una-ji asked anxiously. Guo Chunhai did not reply, instead removing the hunting knife from his back and binding it securely to a 2-meter-long white wax stick, fashioning a makeshift spear. "You've lost your mind," Er Lengzi exclaimed, eyes wide. "That beast could easily crush your waist with a single swipe." Guo Chunhai shook his head. "When the bear charges, it briefly exposes its chest. I will have only one chance." He looked at Una-ji. "Wait for my signal. Aim for its nose." Before anyone could protest, Guo Chunhai strode towards the fire. He took a deep breath, suddenly seizing a burning branch and hurling it at the bear's face. Roar! The bear, enraged, reared up and lunged forward. Now was the moment. Guo Chunhai gripped the spear tightly, aiming its tip at the lower edge of the black bear's crescent-shaped white fur, precisely where the heart lay. With a swift motion, Una-ji's arrow struck the bear's snout with unwavering accuracy, prompting a bellowing roar as it reared back, exposing its entire chest. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. Guo Chunhai could even catch the foul stench emanating from the bear's mouth. In the fleeting moment before the bear's paw descended, he executed a sudden slide, propelling the spear deep into its chest with the force of its charge. The blade penetrated almost entirely, and searing bear blood splattered onto Guo Chunhai. The bear let out a thunderous roar, swiping its paw and snapping the spear's wooden shaft, yet the remaining blade had already lodged itself within its heart. It staggered a few steps before its massive form crashed to the ground, shaking the snow beneath it. A profound silence enveloped the scene, interrupted only by the heavy breaths of the onlookers and the crackling of the fire. Guo Chunhai slumped onto the snow, half of his body soaked in the bear's blood, his hands trembling uncontrollably. "Hi Gu." Una-ji leaped down from the tree, nearly collapsing into his embrace. "You." The girl could not finish her sentence before tears streamed down her cheeks in great torrents. Guo Chunhai longed to comfort her, but found himself devoid of the strength to even raise his hand. Er Lengzi and Tualuo cautiously approached the black bear, prodding it with their spears to confirm its demise, then exhaled a sigh of relief. Guo Chunhai clutched his bleeding shoulder, his face pale, yet still mustering the will to add firewood to the blaze. Oh heavens! Tualuo gazed at Guo Chunhai with reverence. You have slain a grizzly bear with a spear. Guo Chunhai shook his head. It was a joint effort. He turned to Unaji. Without those 2 arrows of yours, I would have been bear bait. Unaji wiped her tears and suddenly delivered a forceful punch to him. Next time, if you do that again, I will. You will what? Er Lengzi interjected foolishly. Not marry him? The girl's face flushed crimson, about to retort, when Guo Chunhai suddenly groaned, collapsing to the ground while clutching his shoulder. That looks serious. Tualuo hurried to support him, tearing open his clothing to assess the injury. We need to treat this quickly. Guo Chunhai mustered the strength to stand, retrieving the medicinal powder given by a tambu. First, we must stop the bleeding. We can bandage it properly once we return. The group hastily tended to Guo Chunhai's wound and then examined the bear. This male bear weighed over 300 pounds, its fur sleek and glossy, especially the crescent white patch on its chest, which could be expertly crafted into a fine fur coat. Strange, Er Lengzi scratched his head. Shouldn't the bear be hibernating at this time of year? Guo Chunhai inspected the bear's paw, noticing fresh bloodstains. Someone must have disturbed its den. He pointed toward the northwest. Look at those footprints and drag marks. Following his indication, the group indeed discovered a trail of disordered human footprints and drag marks that vanished into the distant forest. Are they hunters? Unaji inquired. Guo Chunhai nodded. The injuries appear severe. We must, before he could finish his sentence. A faint cry for help echoed from a distance. Help! The voice, though soft, resonated distinctly in the stillness of the forest. Guo Chunhai and Wenaji exchanged a glance and simultaneously raced towards the source of the sound. Chapter 41. A timely rescue. The cries for help came intermittently from behind a thicket. Guo Chunhai pushed aside the snow-laden branches, and the sight before him tightened his heart. A hunter in his 40s lay supine in the snow, half of his body soaked in blood. His hunting rifle lay shattered beside him, and his fur coat was torn to shreds, with his right leg twisted at an unnatural angle. He is still alive. Wenaji crouched down to check the hunter's pulse, but it's very weak. Guo Chunhai swiftly assessed the injuries. The hunter's right leg was fractured. His abdomen bore 3 deep claw marks that exposed bone. And most perilous of all was a gash on his neck. Just half an inch more to the side would have severed his artery. A bear's claw did this. He said in a grave tone, we must get him to a hospital immediately. Er Lengzi had already chopped several branches and fashioned a rudimentary stretcher with leather straps. Guo Chunhai, despite his shoulder injury, insisted on assisting with the transport. Tualuo went to fetch the horse, preparing a sled for the injured man. Hold on. Guo Chunhai tore a strip from his clothing to apply a hasty bandage on the hunter. We are taking you to the hospital. The hunter barely opened his eyes, his lips trembling as he managed to utter a few words. Siezajiatan. Sanjiaten? Guo Chunhai paused momentarily. The nearest medical facility is at Hongqi Forest Farm. Tualuo returned with the horse. It's over 20 miles from here. Carefully, they lifted the hunter onto the sled. Guo Chunhai removed his own fur coat and draped it over the injured man, instructing Wenaji to kindle a small fire beside the stretcher for warmth. What about the wild boar and the bear? Er Lengzi glanced sorrowfully at the fallen prey. The priority is to save a life, Guo Chunhai responded without hesitation. The game can be retrieved later. Wenaji produced a small leather pouch from her clothing. This is tracking powder given by my mother when sprinkled on the prey. It deters predators. She carefully sprinkled a circle of brown powder around each carcass, and an acrid scent quickly filled the air. This was a secret formula of the Orican people, made from wolf dung and various herbs, capable of repelling most carnivorous animals. With all preparations complete, the 5 of them hastened towards Hongqi Forest Farm, escorting the injured man. Guo Chunhai drove the sled, frequently glancing back to check on the hunter's condition. Wenaji held the fire pot, ensuring the warmth remained. Er Lengzi and Tualuo took turns clearing the path ahead, while the injured Guo Chunhai gritted his teeth, his complexion growing increasingly pallid. As dusk descended and the biting wind howled, the sled navigated through the snowy forest, akin to a small vessel bobbing upon a wide ocean. The hunter's breaths grew fainter, nearly ceasing several times, but Guo Chunhai's timely intervention with strong liquor revived him each time. Hurry, go faster, Er Lengzi urged, stamping his feet in desperation, wishing he could transform into a horse himself. At last, just before nightfall enveloped the land, They caught sight of the lights of Hongqi Forest Farm. This is a medium-sized forest farm with around 100 households, and the clinic is situated beside the administrative building in a red brick structure. "Doctor, save him!" Guo Chunhai exclaimed as he leaped from the sled and forcefully kicked open the clinic door. On duty was a woman in her 50s, adorned with spectacles, who upon assessing the injured individual immediately called for the nurses to prepare for surgery. Two young individuals clad in white coats rushed in, quickly lifting the hunter onto a stretcher and bringing him inside. "Who among you is his family?" the doctor inquired, stopping Guo Chunhai from entering. "I found him on the way," Guo Chunhai replied, shaking his head. "He said he is from Zhang." The doctor adjusted her glasses and remarked, "Given the severity of his injuries, it would be best to transfer him to the county hospital. However, considering our facilities," she glanced at the rudimentary operating room, "let's prioritize saving his life first." The surgery lasted over 2 hours. Guo Chunhai and his companions sat on a bench in the corridor, their clothes stained with blood, which had now frozen into ice shards. Gupa's shoulder wound began to ooze blood again, yet he stubbornly refused treatment, insisting on waiting until the hunter's surgery concluded. At last, the operating room door swung open. The female doctor emerged, removing her mask and exhaling deeply. "His life has been saved, but he has a comminuted fracture in his right leg. Even if it heals, he will walk with a limp. The abdominal wound is too deep. He will be unable to perform heavy labor in the future." A profound silence enveloped the group. For the hunter, this was tantamount to a verdict on the end of his career. "The medical expenses," the doctor hesitated before speaking. Guo Chunhai promptly produced the money he earned from selling wild boar. "How much?" "First, you need to pay 50, and further treatment will be necessary," she replied. Guo Chunhai counted out 10 great unity bills and handed them to the doctor. "Ensure the best medication is used." The doctor, taken aback by the bloodied young man, nodded in acknowledgement before stepping back inside. "Brother Hai," Er Lengzi hesitated, "but that's our. Saving a life is paramount," Guo Chunhai interrupted. "We can hunt wild boar again." Tua Lub patted Er Lengzi on the shoulder. "Brother Guo is right. If a hunter neglects to save another, the mountain god will bring punishment." Just then, a commotion erupted at the end of the corridor. A woman in her 40s rushed in, accompanied by 2 adolescents, her face streaked with tears. The younger child, a boy of about 12 or 13, and the older girl, around 17 or 18, with 2 thick braids, had eyes swollen from crying. "Where's my husband?" the woman cried, collapsing to her knees before the operating room. "What has happened to old Zhou?" Guo Chunhai quickly assisted her. "Sister, do not panic. Brother Zhou has stabilized." The injured hunter was revealed to be Zhou Dashan, a renowned hunter from Zhang. He had ventured alone into the mountains today in search of bear cubs, hoping to bring home a bear skin for his children to celebrate the new year, but unexpectedly awakened a hibernating black bear. "You benefactors," Zhou Dashan's wife exclaimed upon hearing the details, reaching to kneel with her children. "If it weren't for you." Guo Chunhai hurriedly stopped her. "That is unnecessary. We are all hunters. It is our duty to look out for one another." Sister Zhou, tears streaming down her face, retrieved a crumpled handkerchief from her bosom, revealing a wrinkled stack of bills. "This is all the money we have at home. Let me return it to you." Guo Chunhai pushed it back gently. "Brother Zhou needs to focus on recovery. We can discuss the financial matters later." Just as he was about to insist, the operating room door swung open. The nurse wheeled Zhou Dashan out, still in a state of unconsciousness, his complexion as pale as parchment. The girl gasped, "Dad, please wake up." This scene tugged at the heartstrings of everyone present. Er Lengzi suddenly felt a sting in his eyes, turning his face away to discreetly wipe away his tears. Guo Chunhai noticed that this clumsy giant's gaze frequently drifted toward the girl, his expression softening remarkably. "Arya, do not disturb your father." Sister Zhou pulled her daughter close, introducing her to Guo Chunhai. "This is my son, Taiju, and my daughter, Arya. Quickly, thank our benefactor." The 2 children obediently bowed in gratitude. Arya lifted her tear-filled eyes toward Er Lengzi and suddenly exclaimed, "Big brother, your hand is bleeding." Only then did everyone realize that Er Lengzi had sustained a cut on his palm from a splinter while making a stretcher, neglecting to tend to it. The little girl pulled a faded handkerchief from her pocket, tiptoeing to bandage his wound. "I'm fine," Er Lengzi stammered, his dark face flushing a shade of crimson, clumsy as a foolish deer that had stumbled into a tent. Guo Chunhai exchanged glances with Una Ji, both catching a glimpse of humor in each other's eyes. Who would have thought that the fearless Er Lengzi could be so easily subdued by a little girl? After ensuring Zhou Dashan was settled, it was already deep into the night. The clinic had cleared out a duty room for them to rest. Gupa's injured shoulder had finally been treated with 7 stitches. Er Lengzi's palm was also bandaged, tied with the handkerchief Arya had given him. "Hi Gu." Er Lengzi suddenly whispered, "What will happen to Zhou Dashan's family now that he can no longer hunt?" Guo Chunhai gazed toward the patient room. Through the glass window, he could see Sister Zhou silently shedding tears as she held her husband's hand, while their 2 children curled up on the bench, fast asleep. Indeed, how would a hunting family survive without its pillar? There will be a way, he reassured Er Lengzi, patting his shoulder. Get some rest. We must return for the prey tomorrow. Er Lengzi hesitated, but ultimately nodded solemnly. As the night deepened, the radiator in the clinic emitted a soft, sizzling sound. Guo Chunhai lay on the bench, listening to Una Ji's steady breathing, lost in thought. In his previous life at the logging camp, he had heard tales of Zhou Dashan, once regarded as the finest hunter within 100 miles, only to have perished in the wilderness. Who would have imagined that their reunion in this lifetime would occur under such dire circumstances? Perhaps, by a twist of fate, he had inadvertently saved Zhou Dashan's life. Outside, the heavy snowfall of December 1983 continued to fall relentlessly. The winters in the Khingan Mountains were long and unforgiving, yet for hunters, no storm could hinder their relentless pursuit. Chapter 42. The snowy night returned in the early morning. Before the sun had risen, the earth lay cloaked in a thin veil of morning mist, rendering everything somewhat hazy. As Guo Chunhai was immersed in slumber, a faint sound of footsteps echoed from the corridor, clear and distinct in the stillness of the environment. Startled, he abruptly opened his eyes, his body instantly alert. He tossed aside the military coat draped over him and sat up, swiftly scanning the room. A flicker of confusion washed over him when he realized that Anaji was not by his side. Rising to his feet, he slipped on his shoes and made his way to the window. Through the glass, he beheld Anaji standing quietly, her silhouette softly outlined by the dim morning light. Her breath formed a thin veil of white frost on the window, rendering the view outside somewhat obscured. "Zhou Dazhao rises quite early," Anaji murmured, as if to avoid disturbing the tranquility of the morning. Following her gaze, Guo Chunhai noticed Zhou Dazhao busily engaged in the small kitchen behind the medical station. Her figure appeared slight, almost fragile, and in the morning light, she seemed particularly diminutive. Taiju squatted in front of the makeshift stove, diligently adding kindling to the fire, which crackled beneath the pot. Arya was on tiptoe, striving to stir the congee, her small face aglow with the firelight, resembling a ripened apple. As Guo Chunhai surveyed the courtyard, he suddenly realized someone was missing. "Where is Er Lengzi?" he inquired, turning to Anaji. She smiled subtly, responding softly. "He left before dawn to fetch water for the medical station, saying he wanted to lend a hand to the Zhou family." No sooner had she spoken than Er Lengzi appeared, staggering through the back door, balancing 2 buckets of water. His steps were unsteady, the yoke tilting his shoulders. Yet his face beamed with a silly grin. Arya, like a sprightly little rabbit, scampered over to Er Lengzi, standing on her tiptoes to wipe the sweat from his forehead with her tiny sleeve. Given her diminutive stature, she could barely reach his neck, creating a comically endearing scene. Suffused with warmth, Guo Chunhai watched this tender moment, shaking his head in resigned amusement, muttering to himself, "That foolish lad." Then, with great care, he retrieved 10 large bills from his pocket, counting them meticulously before folding them neatly and placing them in Anaji's hand, advising her, "Remember to give this money to Zhou Dazhao later, and say it's a collective contribution from us, so she can use it for emergencies." Anaji nodded in understanding, her expression attentive. Suddenly, as if recalling something of importance, she exclaimed, "By the way, aren't we supposed to return to the mountain today to retrieve the game?" "Indeed," Guo Chunhai replied, hastily donning his leather coat, which had grown stiff with the cold. They needed to collect the game before other beasts could discover it, otherwise, their efforts would be in vain. At that moment, Gu Pa and Tua Luo also stirred awake one after the other. Jipa's shoulder was still wrapped in thick bandages, yet his spirits appeared significantly improved compared to the previous day. Meanwhile, Torabu rubbed his sleepy eyes, mumbling about the need to buy a few steaming buns to eat. The 4 of them tidied up and refreshed themselves briefly before heading to the backyard to bid farewell to the Zhou family. Upon seeing their departure, Sister Zhou adamantly refused to accept the money offered by Guo Chunhai, persistently turning it down. Ultimately, it was Yunaj who, quick-witted and nimble, seized the opportunity to stealthily slip the stack of cash into Arya's pocket while Sister Zhou was distracted, saying, "Please accept this money. It will help buy new winter coats for the children, especially with the new year approaching, so they can stay warm." "Oh, my benefactor," Sister Zhou exclaimed, wiping her tears, as she hurriedly retrieved several steaming eggs from the pot, wrapping them in cloth and placing them in Guo Chunhai's hands, urging him to eat a little on the road, lest he go hungry. Er Lengzi stood by, fidgeting with his hands, his lips moving as if he had something to say, but hesitated to voice it. Observing this, Guo Chunhai smiled and encouraged him. You should stay and help. When Brother Zhou wakes, it would be good for him to have assistance. Upon hearing this, Er Lengzi's dark face flushed crimson, and he stammered, I understand. Guo Chunhai interrupted, patting his shoulder. You simply wish to take a look at your injury, right? Lowering his voice intentionally, he added, but I must remind you, don't act foolishly. The girl is still quite young. In a fluster, Er Lengzi began to stamp his feet in exasperation, exclaiming, Hi Go, I didn't mean that. His embarrassment drew laughter from the group, even managing to coax a smile from the tearful sister Zhou. Arya, observing Er Lengzi, blinked her large eyes innocently and inquired, Big brother, why is your face so red? This question only intensified his embarrassment, reddening even the tips of his ears, resembling a boiled shrimp. Guo Chunhai, seeing his discomfort, ceased teasing him and called for the others to prepare for their departure. Just before leaving, Yunaj, like a graceful little deer, quietly approached Er Lengzi and swiftly placed a small cloth bag into his hands. Her movements were gentle and quick, as if fearful of being discovered. Er Lengzi looked at Yunaj in surprise, but before he could speak, she lowered her voice and instructed, This is mountain pepper powder. Sprinkle it on your wound, and it will heal more swiftly. After a brief pause, as if wishing to say more but hesitating, she finally added, If Arya asks about me, just tell her I invited you to play in Laojin Go. Receiving the cloth bag and feeling the warmth of the mountain pepper powder within, Er Lengzi felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He nodded vigorously, earnestly assuring her, Rest assured, I will do as you say. The sun had just risen over the horizon, casting a golden light across the land. At that moment, 4 magnificent horses galloped away like arrows released from a bow, their hooves echoing loudly in the serene morning air. Despite his injured shoulder, Jipa insisted on accompanying them, gripping the reins tightly, his face reflecting a resolute spirit. Torabuz incessantly murmured along the way, exclaiming that the foolish lad had finally wizened up. Anaji snugly wrapped herself in her sheepskin coat, bracing against the morning chill. Gazing ahead, she thoughtfully remarked, The young lady from the Zhou family is indeed quite clever, albeit a tad petite. Guo Chunhai offered a slight smile, interjecting, The Orcan people can marry at the age of 16. Age is of little consequence. Hearing this, Anaji cast a sidelong glance at Guo Chunhai, her expression a blend of amusement and curiosity. Oh, you seem to know quite a bit, don't you? Guo Chunhai chuckled awkwardly, quickly shifting the topic by pointing towards the distant mountain ridge. It was in that grove of oak trees where we hunted the wild boars yesterday. As they drew nearer, the group's mood grew increasingly tense. They were uncertain of what awaited them. The path ahead was fraught with the unknown and challenges. After a night had passed, had the prey already been ravaged by wolves or lynxes? That was money at stake. Upon rounding the final ridge, the sight before them brought a collective sigh of relief. Anaji's tracking powder had indeed proven effective. 7 wild boars and a black bear lay intact in the snow, with not a single trace of other beasts in the vicinity. Let us proceed swiftly, Guo Chunhai urged, dismounting his horse. We must transport them back while the weather holds. The 4 of them divided their tasks. Torabuz and Jepai were responsible for bleeding the wild boars and eviscerating them. Guo Chunhai meticulously handled the black bear, carefully skinning its pristine pelt, while Anaji collected scattered arrows, remaining vigilant of their surroundings. These bear paws, Guo Chunhai remarked as he severed the 4 hefty paws. We should save the remaining 2 for Brother Zhou to restore his strength. What about the bear bile? Torabuz inquired. Let us keep it this time. It's remarkably effective for healing wounds, came the reply. Just as they were engrossed in their tasks, Anaji suddenly perked up. Someone is approaching. The group hastily grasped their weapons, but the newcomers were 3 unfamiliar hunters clad in military overcoats, appearing to be workers from the forest station. Comrades, called out the lead man, a square-faced fellow, from a distance. Have you seen an injured black bear? Guo Chunhai gestured towards the bear carcass. Is it this one? As the 3 hunters hastened closer, they gasped upon seeing the massive bear. Goodness, the square-faced man crouched to inspect the bear's wounds. It must be the one. It seems old Zhou was indeed harmed by this beast. It turned out they were from the same village as Zhou Dashan, having formed a team to seek revenge upon hearing of old Zhou's misfortune. And you are the square-faced man questioned, eyeing Guo Chunhai's group with curiosity. From Laojin Go, Guo Chunhai briefly explained the situation. We happened to encounter it yesterday. Ah, the square-faced man exclaimed, slapping his thigh. So you are our benefactors. Old Zhou's wife mentioned just now in the village that it was thanks to several Orcan brothers. He then lowered his voice. I heard there's a Han youth left behind to care for old Zhou. Anaji chuckled softly. That would be our foolish brother here. The 3 hunters exchanged knowing smiles. That girl, Arya, is quite fortunate. Amidst the banter, they all worked together to load the prey onto the sled. 7 wild boars, accompanied by a black bear, filled 4 sleds, straining the horses that pulled them. A square-faced man volunteered to assist, sending 2 companions to the forest station to borrow a cart, which enabled them to transport the entire haul. Shall we head directly to the county supply and marketing cooperative? Torbu inquired. Guo Chunhai shook his head. We must first return to Lao Jindong. The bearskin and gallbladder require special handling, and the wild boars need to be resorted. As the sun dipped in the west, the group arrived back at Lao Jindong. The village entrance was already crowded with neighbors drawn by the news. At the forefront stood a Tanbu, draped in a bearskin cloak, his grizzled braid fluttering in the wind. Father. Wanaji leapt from the sled, running to greet him. We hunted 7 wild boars and a black bear. The old hunter inspected his daughter's silver bracelet, relieved to find it intact. I heard you saved a hunter from Zhang. Guo Chunhai nodded and briefly recounted the events. Upon learning that Er Lengzi remained at the clinic to care for the injured, a Tanbu responded with a knowing hum, remarking, the foolish lad has finally come to his senses. The hunters busily assisted in unloading the cargo. The more tender pieces of wild boar meat were set aside. Destined for Director Zhang, the black bear skin was personally collected by a Tanbu, who insisted on tanning it using traditional methods. The bear gall was immersed in high-proof liquor, transforming into a precious medicinal brew. That evening, Lao Jindong held a modest celebration, though lacking the exuberance of previous gatherings. A hearty stew of wild boar meat and vermicelli was plentiful, and the Beidatsong liquor flowed freely. Guo Chunhai was urged to drink several bowls, ultimately needing Wanaji's support to return to the Xianren pillar. Will Er Lengzi be all right? Guo Chunhai drunkenly pondered. Wanaji removed his boots and covered him with a wolf fur blanket, assuring, do not worry, that foolish lad knows his limits. After a pause, she murmured softly, I just wonder if the Zhou family will approve of him. Guo Chunhai, in a hazy reverie, resolved to formally propose to the Zhou family come spring. Although Er Lengzi was simple-minded, he possessed a pure heart, making him a reliable companion. Lost in thought, Guo Chunhai drifted into a deep slumber, dreaming of Er Lengzi clad in wedding attire, comically holding a red ribbon. As the night deepened, Lao Jindong gradually fell silent. Occasionally, a dog barked, but tranquility soon reigned again. The heavy snowfall of 1983 finally ceased, the starry sky exceptionally clear. Tomorrow promised to be a splendid day. Chapter 43. The new gun joins the fray on the morning of the 20th day of the 12th lunar month. As the county supply and marketing cooperative opened its doors, Guo Chunhai and his companions had already been waiting at the entrance for quite some time. 7 wild boars and an intact black bear skin were neatly arranged on the sled, exuding wisps of steam in the morning light. Ah, the Winky brothers. A bespectacled man adjusted his glasses and hurried over. Director Zhang has been mentioning this for several days. Upon hearing the news, Director Zhang arrived, and his eyes brightened at the sight of the meat left for him. What a fine catch. He personally inspected the quality of each wild boar, particularly patting the black bear skin. This skin alone can fetch 320 at the cooperative. After a series of negotiations, 7 wild boars were sold for 1,980 yuan, while the black bear skin fetched 320 yuan. Coupled with 4 bear paws and some bear meat, the total earnings amounted to 2,660 yuan. Director Zhang generously gifted 2 boxes of canned fruit and 5 pounds of white rabbit candy, referring to them as year-end benefits. Director Zhang discreetly pulled Guo Chunhai aside, lowering his voice to inquire if there would be another batch before the spring festival, as the county leaders had specifically requested game. Guo Chunhai smiled in silence, merely gesturing towards the empty space on the sled. Understanding the cue, Director Zhang immediately instructed the accountant to advance an extra 50 yuan as a deposit. Upon exiting the supply and marketing cooperative, Guo Chunhai did not head directly back to the village. Instead, he led the group through a convoluted path to a low-lying area of bungalows in the western part of the city. The narrow alleys here were filled with sewage, creating a stark contrast to the cleanliness of the main roads. What is this? Torbu asked in confusion. Buying guns, Guo Chunhai replied succinctly, stopping before a weathered wooden door, where he knocked in a specific rhythm. The door creaked open slightly, revealing a pair of vigilant eyes. Recognizing Guo Chunhai, the door opened fully, and the scar-faced leader of the gang, whom they had previously dealt with, greeted him with a smirk. Unperturbed, Guo Chunhai laughed heartily. Brother Guo, the scar-faced man bowed slightly, his scar still scabbed over. What brings you here in person? Did you finally fix your gold tooth? Torba chuckled. Instinctively, the scar-faced man covered his mouth, awkwardly stepping aside. Old Dao is in the backyard. It turned out they were all in cahoots with Old Dao. Guo Chunhai had made the right call. Navigating through a dim corridor, they entered a hidden space. A lean middle-aged man was meticulously cleaning a gun barrel. Upon seeing the group, he leisurely set aside his work. Old Dao? Guo Chunhai stated directly, I need 2 Type 56 rifles. Old Dao narrowed his eyes, scanning the group. Did you bring enough money? Guo Chunhai produced a stack of big Unity notes, tapping them in his palm. Only then did Old Dao break into a smile. Retrieving a wooden box from under the bed, inside lay 3 gleaming Type 56 rifles, neatly accompanied by 10 magazines. Old Dao picked one up, expertly chambering a round. Almost new, factory goods. Each comes with 5 magazines for 999 yuan. Too expensive, Guo Chunhai shook his head. This time, we are acquaintances by chance. I will pay 800 for each rifle. It's the year-end, brother, Old Dao sighed. The police are cracking down hard. The risks are high. After much haggling, they settled on 2 rifles for 1,800 yuan, along with 1,000 rounds of ammunition. Reluctantly, Old Dao also threw in 10 spare magazines and 2 bottles of gun oil. By the way, Guo Chunhai casually inquired as they were about to leave. I recall you mentioned that there's a large herd of wild boars in the Wild Boar Valley near Hongqi Forest Farm. Was it you who said that? Old Dao paused in his gun cleaning. About 70 or 80 heads. The leader is bigger than a 6-month-old calf. He cast a meaningful glance at Guo Chunhai, remarking on the treacherous place where 3 hunters had come to purchase firearms the previous year. On the return journey, the group was filled with excitement. Gu Peiqian and Tulabu each cradled a new rifle, lovingly caressing the polished blue barrels. Anaji meticulously counted the bullets, carefully distributing them into several leather pouches. Now we possess 5 rifles, Tulabu exclaimed with enthusiasm. We need not fear even a bear. Guo Chunhai smiled without speaking. In his previous life as a forest ranger, he had witnessed the terrain of the Wild Boar Valley, encircled by mountains on 3 sides, with only a narrow entrance, making it a natural hunting ground. If they could drive the wild boars inside. As the sun began to set, they returned to Old Jean Valley. Under the old elm tree at the village entrance, a tambu was chatting and smoking with several seasoned hunters, their eyes lighting up at the sight of the new rifles. What fine goods! One old hunter exclaimed, expertly inspecting the firearms. These are even better than the last. The group eagerly unloaded the cargo. 2 crates of canned fruit and milk candies elicited cheers from the children, while the men clamored to examine the new rifles. Anaji handed the remaining money to a tambu, who counted it carefully before satisfiedly stowing it into his deer-hide pocket. Where's Er Lengzi? Gu Peiqian suddenly inquired. He hasn't returned yet? Just then, the sound of hurried hoofbeats approached the village. Er Lengzi arrived, breathless but visibly exhilarated. Hi Gu, Uncle Atambu, he exclaimed as he leapt from his horse, neglecting to quench his thirst. Big news. Zhou Dashan has awakened. It turned out that Zhou Dashan had regained consciousness that morning, though still weak. He was able to speak coherently. He had even informed Er Lengzi that a massive herd of wild boars, numbering at least 70 or 80, had gathered in the valley west of Zhijiatan. He said the leader is larger than the last pig king. Er Lengzi gestured, like a small mountain of meat. Atambu stroked his beard thoughtfully. The Wild Boar Valley is difficult to access. But if it works out, Guo Chunhai interjected, even if we only capture a dozen, it would be enough for the entire Old Jean Valley to enjoy a bountiful year. The hunters began to discuss fervently. The Wild Boar Valley was perilous, easily defended yet rich in game. In previous years, they had only ventured there in spring, as the deep winter snow posed too great a risk. We must act swiftly, Er Lengzi added. Brother Zhou said the pigs are quickly consuming the acorns in the valley and may relocate at any moment. Guo Chunhai turned to Atambu. After a moment of contemplation, the old hunter asked, have you tested the new rifles? Not yet, Gu Peiqian replied, shaking his head. But Lao Dao assures me they are flawless. Then we shall test the rifles tomorrow, Atambu decided, and set out the day after. That evening, a hunting meeting convened in Old Jean Valley. All the adult males gathered around the largest saguaro cactus, while the women busied themselves preparing provisions and medicine. Atambu drew a map of the Wild Boar Valley's terrain on the ground, detailing the assault routes. With 5 rifles, the old hunter allocated tasks. Guo Xiazi will lead a team on the left flank. I will take a team on the right, while Badu will block the rear. What about me? Er Lengzi eagerly inquired. Yu and Una Ji drove the hounds, while Atambu cast a glance at him and casually inquired about the young lady from the Zhou family. Laughter erupted among the crowd, and the simpleton's face turned crimson as he stammered, I am just helping. Una Ji leaned closer to Guo Chunhai's ear and whispered, he bought Eryu a pair of red hair ties. The little girl was overjoyed. The meeting extended late into the night, with the hunters expressing their opinions. Eventually, they settled on a team of 15, almost encompassing all the robust men from Go. This marked the largest-scale hunt in recent years, with the outcome directly impacting the tribe's livelihood for the year ahead. After dispersing, Guo Chunhai ascended the hillside at the village's edge. The night sky twinkled with stars, and the distant Khingan Mountains loomed like a slumbering beast. In the wild boar gorge, he had once encountered a pack of wolves, narrowly escaping with his life. Yet, this time was different. He possessed a gun, companions, and the wisdom of past experiences. What are you thinking about? Unaji's voice floated from behind, her hands cradling a bowl of steaming meat soup. Guo Chunhai accepted the bowl, and amidst the rising steam, he caught a glimpse of her concerned gaze. I was pondering the wild boar gorge, he replied softly. That place is not easy to hunt. Unaji settled beside him, her silver bracelet shimmering softly in the moonlight. Father said if we succeed this time, he will grant us. She abruptly ceased, her ears flushing with color. Grant us what? Guo Chunhai asked with curiosity. A new, grandest Xianren pillar for our wedding. The girl's voice was barely above a whisper. Guo Chunhai felt a warmth in his heart, about to respond when suddenly the simpleton's loud voice echoed from afar. Hi go. A tambu is calling you. They exchanged a knowing smile and rose to return to the village. The night breeze swept through the forest, stirring the pines. Tomorrow they would test their firearms, and the day after, the hunters of Go would face yet another fierce battle. But at this moment, Guo Chunhai felt a profound tranquility and anticipation for the tribe, for the future, and for the forthcoming, shared Xianren pillar with Unaji. Chapter 44. The Wild Boar Gorge Hunt. The following day, before dawn, the hunters of Go prepared for departure. 15 splendid horses gathered at the village entrance, saddlebags filled with water and provisions, while 5 rifles gleamed with a polished sheen, reflecting a cold metallic luster in the morning light. Check your gear. A tambu, clad in a bearskin cloak, with his gray braids neatly arranged, commanded, bullets, ropes, and gunpowder. None must be missing. Guo Chunhai inspected his equipment, a rifle accompanied by 5 magazines, a finely sharpened hunting knife, and at his waist hung a pouch gifted by Unaji, containing mountain pepper powder and flint. Today, Unaji donned a fitted deerskin jacket, her 2 braids elegantly styled atop her head. She carried the ancestral birchwood bow, with 20 feathered arrows nestled in her quiver. How is Black Arrow's condition? Guo Chunhai inquired. Excellent. The girl patted her beloved dog on the head, and Black Arrow immediately straightened up, spiritedly responding with a bark. The simpleton approached, leading a horse and holding a brand new lasso. Zhou Gu taught me this skill. It's said to be perfect for capturing wild boars. He wore a red cord around his waist, undoubtedly prepared for area. As the sun began to rise, the group set off. A tambu led the way, his demeanor unusually grave, causing even the most talkative Torabu to refrain from speaking loudly. The Wild Boar Gorge lay 20 miles to the west, typically a 2-hour journey. But the deep snow hindered their progress. By noon, they ascended a ridge. A tambu raised his hand to signal a stop, pointing towards a valley nestled between 2 steep cliffs. That is the Wild Boar Gorge. Guo Chunhai squinted into the distance. The valley, shaped like a trumpet, had a narrow entrance but opened up significantly within. Remarkably, there was little snow at the valley's bottom, revealing large patches of dark brown earth, the result of wild boars incessantly rooting through the soil. Good heavens! Gupakian gasped. How many pigs must there be? A tambu stroked his beard, according to Lao Zhou. Around 70 to 80. He turned to Guo Chunhai. What's the plan? Guo Chunhai, already having formulated a strategy, replied, We'll divide into 3 teams. I'll take 5 men to the left flank, my father will lead 5 to the right, and Uncle Badu will take the rest to block the rear. He pointed to a narrow section at the valley's mouth. We'll drive the herd towards there. It's like a pocket. Once they're in, they want to escape. The old hunter nodded in approval. Anaki and Er Lengzi will guide the hounds. Remember, just intimidate them, don't let them bite. The group dispersed according to plan. Guo Chunhai's team included Gu Pakian, Torabu, and 2 young hunters, all proficient marksmen. A tambu's team consisted of several seasoned veterans. Badu led the remaining members to position themselves at the valley's entrance. Guo Chunhai's team quietly approached the ridge on the left flank. From their vantage point, the scene of the Wild Boar Gorge unfolded before them. Dozens of wild boars of various sizes scattered across the valley floor, rooting through the earth for acorns. Leading the pack was an impressive boar, standing a meter tall at the shoulder, its tusks gleaming like curved blades in the sunlight. The king of pigs. Torabu swallowed hard. Even larger than the last one. Guo Chunhai nodded, signaling everyone to remain concealed. He counted over 40 within his line of sight. The rest likely hid around the valley's bends. The scale exceeded all expectations, necessitating utmost caution. In the distance, a mountain chicken called, a tambu was in position. Guo Chunhai replied twice, indicating his readiness. Bang! A tambu's gunshot shattered the valley's silence. Immediately, the hunters on the right fired in unison, bullets whistling toward the boar herd below. The wild boars erupted into chaos, instinctively fleeing to the left flank. Precisely the outcome Guo Chunhai desired. Fire! Guo Chunhai commanded, and 5 semi-automatic rifles erupted in flames. Bang! 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 The crisp gunfire echoed through the valley. The semi-automatic advantage was on full display, and within mere seconds, each rifle had emptied a 10-round magazine. The wild boars fell to the ground like wheat being harvested, their blood staining the dark earth. Reload! Guo Chunhai shouted, swiftly replacing his magazine. The others, well trained, followed suit. And the second round of firing commenced. The boar herd was now in complete disarray. The leading boar emitted a piercing howl, attempting to stabilize the formation. But the hunter's precise shots forced it to flee. Just as the herd was about to burst from the valley's mouth, the gunfire from Bada's team erupted. Good shot! Japakian exclaimed excitedly. We bagged a feast. With 5 semi-automatics and 3 vintage rifles, they formed a crossfire net. The wild boars were trapped in the narrow mouth of the valley, flailing about like headless flies. Ji and Er Lengzi timely released the hunting dogs, while He Jian and Mantu, accompanied by 5 luncheon hunting dogs, barked furiously behind the herd, further escalating the chaos. Conserve your ammunition, Guo Chunhai advised. Aim before you fire. The hunters began to shoot selectively, targeting the larger boars. The gunfire gradually dwindled, but each shot was met with the fall of a wild boar. In less than half an hour, over 20 boars lay in the valley, the smallest weighing around 100 pounds. Ceasefire! A tambu's voice rang from the right flank. That's enough. Guo Chunhai let out a long sigh of relief. This hunt was nothing short of perfect, achieving a flawless victory with no casualties and over 20 boars. Sufficient for a bountiful year at Laojinggu. Just as he was about to call for the team to regroup, he noticed a tambu approaching from the right, heading straight for the valley's mouth. Father? Guo Chunhai hurried to meet him. What's the matter? The old hunter's eyes sparkled with rare excitement. The king boar has escaped. It took off with a dozen large pigs into the valley. He patted Guo Chunhai on the shoulder. Let us pursue it. We must at least capture the king. A pang of anxiety gripped Guo Chunhai. The terrain of the wild boar ravine was treacherous, growing increasingly perilous deeper within. Yet, witnessing a tambu's enthusiasm, he found it hard to dampen his spirits. The old hunter had dedicated his life to the pursuit of game and possessed an instinctual yearning for a prize of such magnitude as the king boar. I'll take a team to investigate, Guo Chunhai conceded. Father, you stay back to organize the handling of these spoils. A tambu furrowed his brow, seemingly eager to join the chase, but after glancing at the fallen boars, he nodded. Be cautious. That beast is no easy foe. Guo Chunhai selected 5 individuals, Ji, Er Lengzi, Japakian, Tualyabu, and the sharpshooter Songhua, an 18-year-old lad with remarkable marksmanship. The 6 quickly gathered their gear and followed the trail of the king boar deep into the mountains. The further they ventured, the steeper the terrain became. The cliffs on either side rose almost vertically, resembling 2 natural walls. The footprints of the boars were clearly visible, especially those of the king. Each print as large as a bowl, deeply embedded in the earth. This creature must weigh at least 500 pounds, Er Lengzi gasped. We're chasing a small elephant. Ji's black arrow suddenly perked up, whimpering quietly. Guo Chunhai immediately raised a hand to signal a halt. Something's afoot. Not far ahead came the sound of heavy snorts, accompanied by the distinct crack of breaking branches. The 6 crept forward silently, parting the underbrush to reveal the king boar. Accompanied by a dozen wild boars, foraging in a small grove of oak trees, blissfully unaware of the impending threat. Good heavens, Tualyabu gasped in astonishment. That's no pig. It's a tank. Indeed, up close, the king boar was even more formidable. Its mane stood erect like steel needles, its body cloaked in a thick armor of congealed pine resin and mud. 2 formidable tusks, each measuring half a meter, were stained at the tips with dark crimson blood, uncertain whether it belonged to a hunter or its kind. How do we engage? Japakian asked in a hushed tone. Shall we open fire? Guo Chunhai surveyed the terrain and shook his head. It's too dispersed. As soon as we shoot, the rest will scatter. He pointed to a rocky wall on the right. Drive the herd towards there. The terrain is narrow and advantageous for our aim. The group dispersed as planned. Ji and Er Lengzi circled to the rear of the pig herd with their hunting dogs. Guo Chunhai and Japakian took the high ground, and Tualyuo and Songhua were tasked with cutting off any escape routes. Action! Ji's arrow flew forth first, striking a sow in the hindquarters. The creature, in pain, squealed and surged forward, prompting the entire herd to move. The hunting dogs barked wildly, further driving the pigs toward their designated escape route. Bang! Bang! Guo Chunhai and Japakian fired simultaneously, and 2 wild boars fell lifelessly to the ground. The boar king, enraged, charged towards the source of the gunfire instead of fleeing. Scatter! Guo Chunhai shouted fiercely, and the group immediately dispersed to evade the oncoming beast. The boar king barreled through their previous hiding spot like an out-of-control truck, snapping saplings as thick as a bowl with its sheer force. Seizing the opportunity, Guo Chunhai aimed for the creature's ear and fired 3 shots. But the bullets merely ricocheted off its impenetrable armor. Aim for the eyes, Anaji called out from a distance, shooting an arrow aimed at the boar king's face. In a split second, the creature turned its head, and the arrow merely grazed its ear, inciting its fury. It redirected its charge toward Anaji. Anaji, run! Guo Chunhai's heart raced as he pursued, firing his weapon, but in the chaos, his shots went awry. Anaji reacted swiftly, rolling behind a tree just in time. The boar king collided with the trunk, causing the crown of the tree to sway violently, dislodging the snow that had settled upon it. The black hound took the chance to leap and grip the boar king's hind leg, but was swiftly kicked away, yelping in pain as it rolled far off. Beast, Er Lengzi, with fury in his eyes, seized a lasso and charged forward. The rope traced a graceful arc through the air, expertly ensnaring one of the boar king's tusks. Hold on, Guo Chunhai shouted, simultaneously aiming for the creature's other eye. Bang! The bullet struck the boar king's eye socket. While it did not pierce the eyeball, it inflicted enough pain to send the beast into a frenzy. The boar king violently tossed its head, flinging Er Lengzi and the rope away, crashing heavily against the rocky wall. Er Lengzi, Tualuo rushed over to check on him. The situation had turned dire. With one eye blinded, the boar king became even more savage, launching indiscriminate attacks. The shots from Japakian and Songhua could only temporarily repel it, but failed to deliver a fatal blow. Climb the trees, Guo Chunhai decisively commanded. Lead it to the narrow passage. The group swiftly ascended the nearby oak trees. The boar king prowled beneath, occasionally ramming its body against the trunks, causing the branches to shake violently. The tree where Tualuo and Er Lengzi were perched was the thinnest and had begun to splinter. Brother Hai, Er Lengzi's face turned pale. This tree won't hold. In a moment of dire urgency, Guo Chunhai suddenly conceived an idea. He removed the pouch of mountain pepper powder from his waist, fastening it to an arrow and handing it to Anaji. Aim for its nostrils. Anaji comprehended the command, drawing the bowstring and launching an arrow that struck the boar king's nostrils. The pouch burst, and the pepper powder instantly coated the boar's face. The beast emitted a piercing scream, frantically clawing at its nose, momentarily distracted from crashing into trees. Now, Guo Chunhai leapt from the tree, his hunting knife aimed directly at the boar king's throat. Despite its agony, the beast's primal instincts remained intact. It violently tossed its head, its tusks grazing Guo Chunhai's thigh, spilling blood profusely. Enduring the excruciating pain, he drove the blade into the boar's neck, but it only penetrated an inch before being halted by the creature's dense muscle. Roar! The boar king, enraged, reared up, threatening to crush Guo Chunhai beneath it. Suddenly, 3 gunshots rang out in rapid succession. Each struck the boar's head, chest, and abdomen. Particularly the shot to the abdomen, which tore through its relatively soft flesh, causing blood to gush forth like a fountain. Guo Chunhai glanced back to see Anaji, Japakian, and Songhua positioned in a triangular formation, their gun barrels still smoking. While he had drawn the boar's attention, the trio had stealthily descended the tree to find the optimal shooting spots. The boar staggered before collapsing with a thunderous crash, mud splattering Guo Chunhai. Although the beast was not yet lifeless, its limbs twitched in a desperate attempt to rise, but excessive blood loss rendered it powerless. Finish it, Guo Chunhai instructed, passing the hunting knife to the approaching Anaji. The young woman accepted the knife, approached the boar, murmuring something in Orichan, and then plunged the blade into its heart. The massive body quivered violently several times before finally succumbing to stillness. Silence descended once more upon the oak grove, interrupted only by the heavy breaths of the group and the mournful cries of the black arrows. Guo Chunhai inspected his injured leg, relieved to find it was merely a flesh wound, with no damage to the bone. We have slain the boar king, Songhua murmured, seemingly unable to believe his own eyes. Indeed, even in death, the colossal beast inspired fear. Japakian measured it with his foot, noting its length from snout to tail was at least 2.3 meters, and its weight surpassed 500 pounds. Hurry with the processing, Guo Chunhai urged through gritted teeth. Nightfall approaches. We must quickly rendezvous with the tambu. The group hastily began to bleed the boar and remove its entrails. Guo Chunhai specifically instructed them to carefully extract the tusks, as they were the finest trophy and could fetch a good price. Just as they were occupied, a distant, urgent shout pierced the air. "Guo, young lad, come quickly." The old hunter's voice carried a rare note of panic. Guo Chunhai's heart raced. Disregarding his leg injury, he grabbed his rifle and dashed out. The others, sensing something amiss, hurried to follow. Upon bursting from the oak grove, the sight that met their eyes drew gasps of horror. A swarm of crows, numbering in the hundreds, circled ominously above the wild boar ravine, and from the direction of the valley's mouth, a plume of sinister black smoke rose into the sky. "It's on fire," Anaji exclaimed in shock. Guo Chunhai's expression shifted drastically. "No, it's the signal smoke from Batu. Something grave has transpired." Chapter 45. The unexpected appearance of the leopard. Guo Chunhai, dragging his injured leg, hurriedly ran forward. The wound on his thigh throbbed with a fiery pain, and blood had already soaked through his trouser leg. Unaji closely followed behind him, occasionally reaching out to support him. Er Lengzi and Gupa carried a makeshift stretcher, upon which lay the tusks of the wild boar and several choice cuts of meat. Tuolabu and Songwa held their firearms, vigilant against any threats from behind. The black smoke at the mouth of the wild boar gorge thickened, and the sporadic sound of gunfire could still be heard. A sense of dread filled Guo Chunhai's heart. It seemed that Atambu and the others had encountered trouble. After rounding the last ridge, the sight before them caused everyone to gasp in horror. The gorge's entrance was in disarray, with the remains of a dozen processed wild boars scattered about, their carcasses swarmed by crows. Badu and 3 hunters formed a protective circle, their guns pointed toward the surrounding underbrush. Atambu knelt on the ground, tending to a wounded hunter's abdominal injury. "Father!" Unaji exclaimed, rushing forward. Guo Chunhai limped after her, keenly surveying his surroundings. "What happened?" Atambu looked up, bloodstains speckling his grizzled beard. "Leopards. 2 of them." He pointed toward the nearby snow, where distinct paw prints resembling plum blossoms were clearly visible. They first snatched the meat, and then turned to attacking people. Batu approached with an old-fashioned rifle, his expression a shade of ashen gray. "The beasts are cunning, only striking when the prey is alone." Lao Zhao and Xiao Liuzi are gravely injured. Guo Chunhai quickly reached the side of the injured. Lao Zhao bore 3 deep claw marks across his abdomen, nearly exposing his insides. Xiao Liuzi fared worse, half of his face a bloody mess, and his right eye likely irreparable. Both men were pale and breathing weakly, their conditions dire. "We must get them back to the village immediately," Guo Chunhai stated solemnly. "Infection will set in. We can't move them," Batu replied with a bitter smile. "Those 2 beasts are lurking in the woods, ready to pounce the moment we stir." As if to corroborate his words, the nearby underbrush suddenly rustled, and a tawny figure darted past. Haimeo and Mantu immediately bristled, growling softly. Guo Chunhai squinted. In his previous life as a forest ranger, he had encountered this species, the far eastern leopard, larger and more ferocious than the southern leopard, typically solitary. They occasionally band together during the winter when food is scarce. The appearance of 2 together, actively attacking humans, indicated they were driven by desperation. "Prepare the sled," he ordered decisively. "The injured will be placed in the center, while the rest form a protective circle with our guns facing outward." Everyone sprang into action. They salvaged what wild boar meat they could carry, burying what could not be taken in the snow. The 2 injured were carefully laid on the sled, covered with thick fur coats for warmth. A semicircular defensive line was established with 5 rifles and 3 vintage guns, all pointed outward in vigilance. "Move," Atambu commanded, and the group began to slowly advance toward Laojin Go. Having traveled less than 100 meters, the underbrush on the right suddenly shook violently, and a yellow shadow lunged forth like a bolt of lightning. It was an adult far eastern leopard, nearly 2 meters long, its golden fur adorned with black rosette-like patterns. As it pounced, the sinewy lines of its muscles rippled like flowing water, a sight both breathtakingly beautiful and terrifyingly fierce. Bang! Bang! As the 2 hunters fired simultaneously, bullets struck the snow before the leopard, sending up a flurry of snowflakes. The creature, agile as ever, executed a deft sidestep, abandoning its assault to leap atop a rock. Surveying the team from a vantage point, its amber eyes glinting with a frigid light. "Do not shoot," Artom commanded sharply. "It is testing us." Indeed. Another leopard stealthily approached from the left, slightly smaller, yet more sinewy. Instead of launching an immediate attack, it circled the team, searching for vulnerabilities. The 2 leopards, one to the left and the other to the right, worked in perfect synchrony, clearly seasoned predators. "Maintain formation," Guo Chunhai whispered, directing his comrades. "Do not run or scatter." The team continued to move cautiously, pausing intermittently to remain vigilant. The two leopards shadowed them, occasionally feigning attacks and growling, as if two expert hunters were toying with their prey. As the sun sank lower in the sky, the light in the forest dimmed, increasing the peril for the hunters. This cannot continue, Anaji murmured to Guo Chunhai. It will be even more dangerous once night falls. Guo Chunhai nodded, suddenly struck by an idea. He whispered a few words to Artom, whose brow furrowed in concern, yet he ultimately acquiesced. Prepare the torches, Artom commanded, one for each person. The group swiftly set to work, using the kerosene-soaked rags they carried, binding them to branches to create makeshift torches. Guo Chunhai retrieved the last of his mountain pepper powder from his pocket, sprinkling it over several pieces of wild boar meat. Light them. The torches ignited simultaneously, their orange flames illuminating the darkening forest. The two leopards, evidently intimidated, retreated a few paces but remained at a safe distance, unwilling to depart. Throw the meat. The pepper-coated wild boar pieces were hurled toward the leopards. Driven by hunger, they approached to sniff, but the pungent scent caused them to sneeze and retreat in displeasure. Keep moving. Do not stop. Under the cover of the firelight and the mountain pepper, the team quickened their pace. The leopards, begrudgingly trailing behind, hesitated to draw closer due to their fear of the flames. This stalemate persisted for nearly an hour until the outline of Lao Jingo finally came into view. We are almost there, Er Lengzi shouted excitedly. Those beasts won't dare enter the village. Indeed, the two leopards halted 100 meters from the village, squatting in the snow as they watched the team enter. With a reluctant, mournful howl, they turned and vanished into the dusk. A crowd had already gathered at the village entrance, eager to assist. Women hurriedly lifted the injured into the sanctuary, while the old shaman prepared herbs and bandages. Children curiously surrounded the boar's tusks, exclaiming in awe. Artom offered brief instructions before rushing to assess the wounded. Guo Chunhai's leg injury was tended to by Anaji at the fire pit, her movements swift and gentle as she cleaned, applied ointment, and bandaged the wound in one fluid motion. Does it hurt? She asked softly, her fingers brushing lightly around the injury. Guo Chunhai shook his head, though his gaze remained fixed on the encroaching darkness beyond the village. Those two leopards will not easily give up. 34 in his hand paused. Are you suggesting they have tasted success? Guo Chunhai replied solemnly. They are aware that humans leave behind prey, and that there will be casualties. He glanced at the injured Lao Zhao and Xiao Yozi. Moreover, they have memorized the scent of blood. Er Lengzi approached, clutching a red string meant for area. Hi Go, what should we do? We can't possibly stay holed up in the village, can we? Just as Guo Chunhai was about to respond, a Tambo's voice resonated from behind. Tomorrow, we form a team. Cheetah. The old hunter's demeanor darkened, his gray braids cascading untended. In his grasp was a bloodied rag, taken from Lao Zhao's wound, adorned with several golden cheetah hairs. This beast, a Tambu seethed, must be eliminated. Otherwise, we will fear entering the mountains for hunting in the future. Guo Chunhai wholeheartedly agreed. In his previous life, he had heard tales of the terrifying man-eating leopard. Once leopards discover that humans are easier prey than their usual quarry, they begin to specifically target humans, growing increasingly audacious. Now, with two injuries already inflicted, the consequences of inaction were dire. I will lead a team, Guo Chunhai declared, rising despite the lingering pain in his wounded leg. Father, you stay behind to tend to the injured. A Tambu shook his head. We go together. We shall employ that technique. The technique spoken of by the old hunter was an ancestral secret for hunting leopards, reputedly requiring special bait and traps, which even Guo Chunhai had never witnessed. What preparations are necessary? Guo Chunhai inquired. Fresh deer heart, mountain pepper powder, and a Tambu lowered his voice. The menstrual cloth of a woman who has borne children and is nearing menopause. Una's face flushed crimson, but she quickly regained her composure. I will ask my mother for it. The old hunter nodded, then turned to Er Lengzi. You go and cut 12 straight birch branches, sharpen one end. Although Er Lengzi was puzzled, he promptly set off to fulfill the task. A Tambu then instructed Japakian and Tualabu to prepare ropes and nets, while he unfastened a small leather pouch from his waist, pouring a brown powder into his palm. This special powder, ground from wolf skulls, was said to obscure human scent. Let us depart before dawn tomorrow, the old hunter concluded, and ensure you all rest well tonight. As night deepened, the old Jingo gradually fell silent. The occasional groans of the injured were swiftly eclipsed by the incantations of the old shaman. Guo Chunhai lay by the fire pit, listening to Una's even breathing, his mind swirling with thoughts. In his previous life, he had only seen the far eastern leopard in a zoo. Its graceful form and icy gaze had left a lasting impression. Little did he expect to encounter it in such a manner this time, not through the bars of a cage but amidst the snow, fighting for survival. Outside, The first heavy snowfall of 1983 began to descend. The snowflakes silently blanketed the rooftops and roads of Old Jingo, concealing the day's harrowing chase and struggle. Yet Guo Chunhai knew that tomorrow, when the sun rose, an even more brutal hunt would commence. Chapter 46. The secret technique of the cheetah, the Old Jingo, shrouded in a misty blue haze, awaited dawn. As Guo Chunhai lifted the wolfskin blanket, Una-ji had already prepared meat porridge by the fire pit. With a dozen eggs boiling in a pot. Father said to use this, she said, handing over a small leather pouch, her face still flushed. According to tradition, women cannot participate in hunting leopards. Guo Chunhai accepted the pouch, feeling its weight and the faint scent of rust emanating from it. He nodded, refraining from further inquiries. Certain ancient taboos of the Orkin people, even for him as a prospective son-in-law, were not to be probed deeply. Be careful, Una-ji said, fastening the buttons of his leather coat, her fingers trembling slightly. I will wait for your return. Guo Chunhai grasped her icy hand, giving it a gentle squeeze. Don't worry. At the village entrance, 12 robust hunters had gathered, all fully armed. Atambu donned a traditional bear fur cloak, with a uniquely shaped bone knife hanging from his waist. Er Lengzi carried 12 sharpened birch branches, resembling a walking stack of firewood. Guo and Tulabu were inspecting ropes and nets, occasionally whispering to each other. Is everyone ready? Atambu surveyed the group, his gaze lingering for a moment on the bandage around Guo Chunhai's leg. Is your injury a problem? Guo Chunhai shook his head and drank the meat porridge Er Lengzi handed him in one gulp. The warmth cascaded down his throat, dispelling the last remnants of cold. Atambu produced a small ceramic jar from his cloak, using his bone knife to extract some dark red paste, which he applied to each person's forehead and the backs of their hands. May the mountain god bless us. The salve emitted a pungent herbal aroma and burned slightly upon contact with the skin. Guo Chunhai understood this was a pre-hunt ritual among the Orkin, said to mask human scent and confuse the beast's sense of smell. Let us go. The seasoned hunter commanded, and the 14 riders departed the village silently, heading toward the woods where they had encountered the leopard the day before. As dawn broke, the snow-covered forest sparkled in a breathtaking display. Yet the hunters had no time to admire the beauty. Each remained on high alert, keenly observing their surroundings. The fur of the far eastern leopard was nearly invisible against the snow, potentially lying in wait behind the next thicket. Stop! Atambu suddenly raised his hand, dismounting from his horse. Tracks. In the snow, several paw prints resembling plum blossoms were clearly visible, fresher than those from the day before. Guo Chunhai crouched down, measuring the depth and spacing of the prints with his fingers. 2, one large and one small. They left no more than 2 hours ago. They are close. The old hunter squinted, pointing toward a nearby grove of red pines. Over there. The group dispersed according to plan. Er Lengzi led a team to erect a circle of 12 birch branches with a diameter of about 5 meters, each branch leaning inward to form a rudimentary enclosure. Guo and Tulabu set traps with ropes outside the enclosure. Guo Chunhai and Atambu were responsible for the critical task of laying the bait. Atambu retrieved a birch bark box from his saddle, revealing a still-twitching fresh deer heart, evidently hunted that very morning. The old hunter carefully applied the liquid from the pouch that Guo Chunhai had handed him onto the deer heart before hanging it on a low branch at the center of the enclosure. Step back. At 30 meters away, Atambu signaled the group to conceal themselves upwind, and they waited. The anticipation was excruciating. The biting cold wind sliced against Guo Chunhai's face, prompting him to intermittently move his fingers and toes to stave off frostbite. Beside him, Er Lengzi lay prone, nervously swallowing, while Japakian fixated on the direction of the red pine forest, scarcely daring to blink. An hour elapsed in silence, and just as Guo Chunhai began to doubt the efficacy of their plan, the edge of the forest suddenly quivered as a smaller leopard emerged cautiously, its nose twitching as it approached the enclosure. Stopping 10 meters from the deer heart, it paused, scanning its surroundings with vigilance. Guo Chunhai held his breath, his fingers delicately resting on the trigger. The leopard advanced a few more steps before emitting a short, sharp call. Soon after, a larger leopard appeared from the forest, stealthily drawing near its companion. The two leopards circled the birch branch enclosure, irresistibly drawn to the scent of the deer heart, while simultaneously wary of the peculiar setup. Why don't they go in? Er Lengzi murmured quietly, echoing Guo Chunhai's own confusion. At that moment, the larger leopard suddenly lunged into the enclosure, charging toward the deer heart. The smaller leopard followed suit, and together they circled the deer heart, occasionally prodding it with their paws. Now, Atambu hissed sharply. Japakian promptly pulled the hidden rope buried beneath the snow, causing 12 nets to spring up simultaneously, transforming the birch branch enclosure into a genuine trap. The two leopards, alarmed by the sudden turn of events, hesitated as they caught a whiff of the mountain pepper powder smeared on the nets, causing them to sneeze and momentarily slow their movements. Release the arrows. The ambushed Torabu and others, concealed in the trees, instantly shot their specially crafted arrows, each tipped with oil-soaked cloth, igniting as they soared like meteors towards the perimeter of the enclosure. The flames rapidly ignited the resin strewn across the ground, ensnaring the two leopards within a fiery circle. Open fire. Bang, bang, bang. 6 rifles discharged simultaneously, their bullets piercing through the gaps in the flames, targeting the trapped leopards. The larger leopard was struck in the chest, its golden fur instantly stained with blood. The smaller one was hit in the hind leg, collapsing with a mournful cry. Yet, the vitality of the far eastern leopard exceeded all expectations. Though injured, the larger leopard furiously charged at the fire circle, breaking through with sheer force. Smoke billowed from its body as it barreled toward Guo Chunhai's hiding spot. Scatter! Guo Chunhai rolled sideways to take cover behind a tree, bullets trailing the leopard's fleeing form, erupting into a flurry of snow and mist. The leopard leaped into the air, reaching heights of over 2 meters, its claws glinting menacingly. In that critical moment, a tambu rushed in from the side, plunging his unique bone knife deep into the leopard's flank. Roar! The leopard howled in agony, spinning around to swipe at the old hunter, sending him flying 3 to 4 meters away. Father! Guo Chunhai felt his heart shatter, disregarding the danger as he rushed forward. Just as the leopard prepared to deliver another strike, a spear from Er Lengzi pierced it from behind, the tip emerging from its chest. Enraged, the beast whirled around and lunged at Er Lengzi. Bang! The bullet from Guo Chunhai struck the leopard's right eye with pinpoint accuracy, piercing through the skull. The massive body hung motionless in the air for a brief moment before crashing heavily onto the snow, sending up a flurry of white powder. On the other side, the young leopard was also brought down by the collective efforts of the hunters. Jepakian's rope ensnared its hind leg, while Torob's shot pierced its heart. Silence once again enveloped the forest, interrupted only by the crackling of the flames and the hunters' labored breaths. Guo Chunhai stumbled over to a tambu, who lay with his chest a gruesome mess, yet still clinging to life. It's nothing, a tambu managed to wave off weakly. I'm just old, my bones are brittle. Er Lengzi and Jepakian cautiously lifted the injured hunter onto a stretcher. Guo Chunhai examined the 2 leopards' corpses. The larger one was a male, nearly 2 meters long, its golden fur adorned with dark rosette patterns, breathtakingly beautiful even in death. The smaller one was a female, slightly smaller but leaner, with an old scar on her right hind leg, perhaps the reason she could not hunt alone. The pelts are intact, Torab skillfully assessed. They'll fetch a good price. Guo Chunhai nodded and took the knife to skin the animals himself. The fur of the far eastern leopard symbolizes the pinnacle of hunting prowess and could be exchanged for a motorcycle on the black market. Yet, his thoughts were not on monetary gain, but rather on how to fashion a wedding dress for Anaji from these pelts. For an Orcan bride, donning a leopard skin wedding dress is the highest honor. The return journey was slow, as the group tread carefully, mindful not to jostle a tambu. Though gravely injured, the old hunter retained his spirits, frequently instructing the younger ones on how to carry a leopard without damaging its fur. Father, Guo Chunhai could not help but inquire. Does that method truly work? A tambu smiled mysteriously. Leopards fear 3 things: fire, mountain pepper, and he gestured to Guo Chunhai's now empty pouch. The scent of women's menstruation. The wisdom passed down through generations is infallible. Guo Chunhai pondered this. In his previous life as a forest ranger, he had learned that felids are indeed sensitive to certain scents, particularly pheromones in menstrual blood, which evoke associations of injury and weakness. The Orcan people's centuries of hunting experience certainly held scientific merit. As the sun dipped low in the west, the group returned to Old Jinko. A crowd had gathered at the village entrance, and Anaji rushed to the front, nearly bursting into tears upon seeing a tambu on the stretcher. I'm fine, girl. The old hunter forced himself to sit up. My bones are tough. When the 2 far eastern leopards' bodies were carried into the village, the crowd erupted in awe. Such esteemed quarry is rarely seen, even by the most seasoned hunters. The women surrounded the leopard pelts, marveling at their beauty, while the children, both frightened and curious, tentatively touched the leopard's whiskers. Brother Guo, Songguo ran over excitedly. Old Zhao has awakened. He wants to thank you in person. Guo Chunhai approached the cactus where old Zhao lay. The injured man's abdomen was wrapped in thick bandages, his face pale, but his eyes bright. Upon seeing Guo Chunhai, he struggled to rise, but Guo Chunhai gently pressed him back down. Benefactor, old Zhao's voice was hoarse. Did that beast perish? It did, Guo Chunhai nodded. Both of them are dead. Lao Zhao exhaled deeply and suddenly grasped Guo Chunhai's hand, declaring, I know where the leopard den is. There are 3 cubs. Guo Chunhai's heart jolted. The Far Eastern leopard is an endangered species, and during his tenure at the Forestry Bureau in his previous life, there were fewer than 50 in the entire Northeast. If it were true that 3 cubs resided in the cave known as Ghost's Fear, Lao Zhao continued, I stumbled upon them while chasing a roe deer. Leaving the saguaro cactus behind, Guo Chunhai was engulfed in his thoughts. Una Ji keenly sensed his distraction, asking, What's the matter? Lao Zhao interjected. And Guo Chunhai lowered his voice, There are cubs in the leopard den. The young woman's eyes sparkled with excitement. We must hurry to capture them. Raising them could yield profit. No, Guo Chunhai shook his head. I ponder the possibility of allowing them a chance at life. Una Ji looked at him in astonishment. Among the Orokin people's beliefs, prey was merely prey, irrespective of size. Yet, gazing into Guo Chunhai's resolute eyes, she began to understand. It's your decision, she said gently, grasping his hand. After all, the leopard pelts are sufficient for my wedding attire. Guo Chunhai felt a warmth in his heart. Poised to speak when the loud voice of Er Lengzi erupted from behind. Brother Hai, Uncle Atambu is calling for you. They exchanged a knowing smile and proceeded toward the grand saguaro cactus. The setting sun bathed Lao Jingo in golden hues, with wisps of smoke rising gently, while the distant Khingan Mountains loomed like a slumbering beast. Tomorrow would present further challenges, yet in this moment, Guo Chunhai yearned to savor the rare tranquility of home. Chapter 47. The serendipity of the leopard cubs. On the morning of December 25th, Guo Chunhai was roused from slumber by the barking of dogs outside the saguaro cactus. He lifted the wolf fur blanket to find Una Ji no longer by his side. The embers in the fire pit still glowed a deep red, and the iron pot suspended above emitted a faint steam, releasing the enticing aroma of millet porridge. Brother Hai, Er Lengzi's booming voice called from outside. Uncle Atambu wants us to come over. Guo Chunhai donned his fur coat and stepped out of the saguaro cactus. In the morning light, Atambu stood in the yard, his chest wrapped in bandages, yet his spirit remained vigorous. Beside the old hunter lay a wicker basket filled with thick wool felt. Let us go see the leopard cubs. Atambu indicated the basket. Take this with you. Only then did Guo Chunhai recall Lao Zhao's mention of the leopard den. After hunting 2 adult leopards the previous day, they had been preoccupied with processing the game and tending to the injured, temporarily shelving the matter. Are we really going to capture them? Guo Chunhai hesitated. 3 cubs. If we don't, they will starve. Atambu coughed softly. Such young cubs cannot survive without their mother for more than 3 days. Una Ji approached, carrying a bowl of warm porridge. I had Gupa's younger sister find a mother dog who just gave birth. She has ample milk. The trio hastily consumed their breakfast, equipped with ropes and leather bags, and set off. Despite his injuries, Atambu insisted on leading the expedition. Er Lengzi carried the wicker basket, resembling a street vendor, while Una Ji, with her bow and arrows slung over her shoulder, shimmered with silver bracelets in the morning light. The cave known as Ghost's Fear, located approximately 15 miles from Lao Jingo, was a treacherous rock face, named for its resemblance to a fearsome, ghostly visage. The snow lay thick upon the ground, rendering the progress of the horses arduous. Thus the 4 companions were compelled to continue on foot. Old Zhao remarked that they were near the ghost's mouth location, while Atambu pointed toward a dark cavity in the central part of the cliff, stating, Eagles often nest there in the summer. By midday, they arrived beneath Ghost's Grief. Looking up, they observed that the ghost's mouth loomed some 20 meters above, encircled by nearly vertical rock faces, with only a few narrow crevices available for climbing. I shall ascend, declared Guo Chunhai, unfastening the rope. You all wait below to assist. Be cautious, warned Anaji, handing him a small leather pouch. The cubs may be aggressive. Guo Chunhai secured the pouch around his waist and commenced his climb. The rock face was coated in thin ice, and his fingers ached as they dug into the crevices. Several times, he slipped, nearly falling, but managed to steady himself with sheer core strength. At last, he reached the cave's mouth, where a pungent odor, a mixture of blood and decaying flesh, assailed his senses. Guo Chunhai held his breath and retrieved flint from his waist, igniting the prepared torch. In the flickering light, he beheld the sight within. 3 leopard cubs huddled together, each approximately the size of a domestic cat, their golden fur already displaying faint spots. Beside them lay half a rotting roe deer, evidently the last meal provided by their mother. The largest cub, sensing the light, emitted a low, threatening growl, revealing its small milk teeth. Guo Chunhai approached cautiously, using the leather pouch to gather them one by one. The cubs struggled, their sharp claws leaving scratches on his hands. Yet ultimately, they could not withstand the strength of an adult. "I have them," he shouted toward the entrance, securing the pouch to the rope and lowering it carefully. Upon returning to the ground, a tambu had already examined the cubs, 2 males and 1 female, about 2 months old. The seasoned hunter skillfully pried open their mouths, observing, "They are starving. We must feed them immediately." During the return journey, Anaji carried the wicker basket containing the cubs, periodically adding warm sheepskin for insulation. Initially, the little ones bared their teeth, but gradually they settled down under the warmth and the gentle caress of the girl. "They are truly beautiful," Anaji murmured, "like tiny kittens." The simpleton leaned in to view them, inquiring, "Will they help with hunting when they grow up?" "Such naive thoughts," a tambu scoffed. "You cannot tame a leopard. When they mature, the first thing they will do is turn on you." Upon reaching Old Jinj, Jeepa's sister awaited them, accompanied by her hunting dog, a robust Alenchin hound that had just whelped and possessed ample milk. Upon sighting the leopard cubs, the mother dog instinctively bared her teeth, but soon calmed under the influence of a tambu's special powder. "Apply some dog urine to the cubs," the old hunter instructed, to make her believe they are her own. This strategy proved effective, as the mother dog sniffed the altered cubs and began to lick their fur, permitting these little outcasts to suckle her milk. The famished cubs eagerly latched on, desperate for nourishment. "Can they survive?" Anaji asked with concern. A tambu stroked his beard. "It is up to fate. If they thrive, we could send them to the zoo and receive a handsome sum in return." Guo Chunhai appeared pensive. In a previous life, he had visited the Harbin Zoo and seen a Far Eastern leopard, reportedly purchased from a hunter for an exorbitant sum of foreign exchange certificates. If they could sustain these 3, it would indeed constitute a considerable fortune. In the ensuing days, the old Jinko community was abuzz with activity. The women busied themselves processing the last batch of wild boar meat for transport to the county town, while the men tanned leopard and pig skins. A tambu personally wielded the knife, rendering the 2 leopard pelts as supple as silk. The children gathered around the leopard cubs, marveling at their novelty. The bolder ones even dared to sneak a touch. On the 28th day of the 12th lunar month, a procession of 10 sleds set forth toward the county town, laden with 20 wild boars, 2 Far Eastern leopard pelts, for bear paws, and a variety of other mountain goods, marking the largest trading event in the history of Old Jinko. Director Zhang of the County Supply and Marketing Cooperative nearly dropped his glasses upon witnessing such a bounty. "Comrade Xiaoguo, have you unearthed a wild boar nest?" After some haggling, the wild boar meat sold for 3,200 yuan, while the leopard pelts fetched a staggering price of 1,500 yuan each. With additional earnings from other assorted mountain goods, the total revenue amounted to 5,760 yuan. "We're rich," Er Lengzi exclaimed, clutching a thick wad of cash, his hands trembling. "I've never seen so much money in my life." Director Zhang graciously gifted him 2 packs of Daqianmen cigarettes and 5 bottles of Wulianya, declaring them as New Year's gifts. The bespectacled man then conspiratorially pulled Guo Chunhai aside. "Brother, are you considering selling those 3 leopard cubs? The director of the provincial zoo is my cousin." Guo Chunhai smiled enigmatically, replying only, "Let us discuss it once we manage to rear them." With newfound wealth, procuring New Year's goods became paramount. Guo Chunhai led the group directly to the department store, where they loaded boxes of essential supplies, fabric, candies, kerosene, and salt, onto the sleds. Anaji purchased red headbands for every girl in the tribe. Er Lengzi discreetly gifted Yu a piece of floral fabric and a pair of silver-plated hairpins. As they passed the state-owned grocery store, Guo Chunhai waved his hand grandly, purchasing half a pig, 50 pounds of frozen fish, and 20 pounds of peanut oil, an extravagant display in an era of rationing. The cashier muttered as she collected the payment, "The Awenki people are quite prosperous now." Their final stop was the Xinhua bookstore. Guo Chunhai acquired a complete set of Barefoot Dr. S. manual and agricultural knowledge reader, along with picture books and notebooks for the children. While these items might seem commonplace to city dwellers, they were treasures for the Awenki children in the deep mountains. "Brother Hai," Er Lengzi inquired, puzzled, "what is the purpose of buying these?" "They can't be eaten. Knowledge is power," Guo Chunhai replied, echoing sentiments from a past life. "You will understand in due time." As the sun dipped low, the laden procession began its journey homeward. The 10 sleds were filled to the brim, straining the horses as they trudged along. Yet every face radiated joy, for this was the most bountiful New Year Old Jinko had ever experienced. "Wait." Guo Chunhai suddenly halted the convoy as they passed the Hongqi forest farm. "Let us go visit Brother Zhou." Zhou Dashan's injury had improved, allowing him to sit up with the support of a quilt. Upon encountering benefactors bearing a plethora of gifts, the earnest northeastern fellow found his eyes brimming with emotion. "How can I accept such generosity?" he stammered. "It is only right," replied Guo Chunhai, placing a net of apples upon the bedside. "Take care of your injuries. Come spring, we shall hunt together." Er Yang, upon seeing the floral fabric and hairpins brought by Er Lengzi, was filled with exuberance, bouncing with joy and eager to don her new hair ties. Sister Zhou, wiping away tears, steamed a pot of glutinous rice dumplings, insisting they partake of it on their journey. As they departed from Hongqi Forest Farm, Er Lengzi turned back thrice, until the Zhou residence vanished from sight. Guo Chunhai and Wenaji exchanged knowing smiles, leaving unspoken the thoughts of the gentle giant. As night fell, the group finally returned to Old Jingo. The old elm at the village entrance was adorned with red lanterns, and children ran joyfully to greet them. When boxes of New Year's goods were unloaded, the entire tribe erupted with excitement. "Everyone gets a new set of clothes," a tambu declared loudly. "This year, we shall celebrate with abundance." The women quickly gathered to distribute fabric, chattering like a flock of cheerful sparrows, while the men busied themselves transporting meat and wine, discussing the menu for the New Year's Eve feast. The children were the happiest, their pockets filled with creamy white rabbit candies and lollipops in their mouths. Guo Chunhai stood aside, observing the festive scene, his heart awash with profound reflections. In his previous life, as he struggled to survive in Sanjiaten, he could never have imagined such a day. A home, a beloved, brothers, and the respect of the entire tribe. Perhaps this was the essence of rebirth. "What are you pondering?" Wenaji inquired, drawing near, her presence imbued with a delicate scent of snowflower cream. Guo Chunhai grasped her hand. "I was thinking of next June." The young woman's face flushed like a ripe berry as she fiddled with her newly purchased silver bracelet. "Who said they would marry you?" Came a tambu's cough from behind. The old hunter, feigning ignorance of their intimacy, merely patting Guo Chunhai's shoulder. "Come, let us discuss the cubs." Within the largest saguaro, 3 leopard cubs jostled with the dog pups for milk, already plumper than when they were first captured. A tambu squatted to examine their condition. "They are thriving. When spring arrives, we can send them to Harbin. They will fetch a good price." He raised 3 fingers. 300? Er Lengzi's eyes widened. 3,000. The old hunter scoffed. "But only in foreign exchange vouchers." A thought sparked in Guo Chunhai's mind. In his former life as a forest ranger, he was aware that the Far Eastern leopard was an internationally endangered species, and foreign zoos were willing to pay handsomely for their acquisition, if this opportunity could forge connections. "Father," he carefully articulated, "I have an idea." Chapter 48. The essence of the new year. On the morning of the 29th day of the 12th lunar month, delicate snowflakes began to fall over Old Jingo. Guo Chunhai parted the curtain of the saguaro, discovering that the village had transformed. Every household adorned their doors with hand-cut paper decorations, the stout old elm laden with red lanterns, and even the doghouses were festooned with red ribbons, creating a jubilant atmosphere. "Awake?" Wenaji poked her head from the kitchen, her cheeks aglow from the fire's warmth. "Mother has steamed glutinous rice dumplings. Eat them while they are hot." The young maiden adorned herself in a brand new crimson cotton jacket today, with the collar and cuffs delicately embroidered with exquisite cloud patterns. 2 lustrous black braids cascaded down her chest, the ends tied with a red ribbon brought back by Guo Chunhai from the county town. The silver bracelet glimmered in the morning light, enhancing the snow-like quality of her skin. Guo Chunhai found himself momentarily entranced until Wenaji placed a steaming bean bun into his hands, jolting him back to reality. The bun's golden exterior revealed a sweet and sticky red bean filling, accompanied by the refreshing scent of pine. "Where's a tambu?" he inquired between bites. "He went to pay homage to the mountain deity," Wenaji replied, wiping the flour from her hands. "According to tradition, before the eve of the new year, we must present this year's harvest to the mountain god and seek blessings for the coming year." As she spoke, a lively sound of drums and music echoed from the village entrance. A tambu returned, accompanied by several elder hunters, each carrying offerings: a wild boar's head, deer antlers, a bear's paw, and a pair of fangs from a Far Eastern leopard. The elder hunters exuded a remarkable solemnity today, their bear fur cloaks adorned with bone ornaments symbolizing honor, while the ancestral hunting knife at their waist glinted ominously in the snow. "Prepare the New Year's Eve feast," a tambu announced with gusto. "Let us celebrate this year in grand style." Instantly, the entire tribe sprang into action. The women bustled around the makeshift kitchen, steaming buns, stewing pork, and frying pastries. The men slaughtered sheep and chickens and cleaned the day's catch. Children darted about, occasionally sneaking bites of freshly cooked meat, only to be playfully scolded by their mothers. Guo Chunhai was assigned the task of writing spring festival couplets. His well-honed calligraphy skills from his previous life as a forest ranger came into play. As he swiftly penned in bold black characters on red paper, The hunter's door welcomes the auspicious snow. The winds of spring grace the Orican village. The horizontal inscription read, "Fortune and prosperity." Excellent calligraphy. A tambu praised, stroking his beard. It surpasses even what our village accountant can produce. Wanaji looked on proudly at her fiancé. Her cheeks flushed with delight. Seizing the moment, Guo Chunhai wrote another couplet, "Joyful union," and discreetly handed it to her, causing the maiden to shyly turn and flee. As dusk approached, the New Year's Eve feast was finally prepared. Numerous long tables were joined together, laden with large platters and small bowls, braised wild boar, steamed dogfish, chicken stewed with mushrooms, and sauerkraut with pork blood sausage, with a complete roasted lamb at the center, its golden, glistening skin emanating an irresistible aroma. A tambu raised a bowl of liquor and, in Orican, recited a blessing aloud. He then poured a portion onto the ground as an offering to the mountain deity. The others followed suit in reverence before taking their seats to enjoy the meal. "Come." The elder hunter filled a bowl to the brim with beidakang for Guo Chunhai. "Let us share a drink." The fiery liquor scorched his throat, causing him to cough, which elicited good-natured laughter from the crowd. Wanaji quickly offered him a piece of fish to temper the burn, her slender fingers, illuminated by the light, appearing as smooth as jade. As the drinks circulated and the atmosphere grew increasingly lively, Toribu and Gupa began to spar, with the loser required to down a full bowl in one go. Several young maidens surrounded Wanaji, enviously admiring the silver bracelet on her wrist, while the simpleton sat in a corner, distractedly fiddling with the red hairband he had purchased for Arya. "What are you thinking about?" Guo Chunhai approached and offered him a cigarette. Er Lengzi scratched his head. "Brother Hai, I wish to pay New Year's greetings to Brother Zhou." Guo Chunhai chuckled. "If you want to go, then go. Why hesitate?" The clumsy giant stammered. "Will they think I am bringing some New Year gifts?" Guo Chunhai patted his shoulder. "Tomorrow, I shall prepare a horse for you." As midnight approached, a tambu had several boxes of firecrackers brought out and arranged them in the open space at the village entrance. With the tolling of the New Year's bell, the deafening sound of firecrackers filled the air, and splendid fireworks blossomed in the night sky, illuminating the entire old Jindong. "Happy New Year." Unaji leaned close to Guo Chunhai, her warm breath brushing against his cheek. Guo Chunhai's heart raced, and under the cover of darkness, he swiftly kissed the girl's cheek. "Happy New Year, my dear." Unaji gasped, her face flushed, and she hid behind her mother, eliciting a wave of gentle teasing from the women around. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, in accordance with the Orican customs, the entire clan donned new clothes and visited each household to extend their New Year wishes. Guo Chunhai wore the fur coat sewn by Unaji, with a red silk belt at his waist, looking particularly spirited. The girl was dressed in a bright red cotton coat, her silver bracelets jingling, resembling a figure from a traditional New Year painting. "Give us our New Year's money." The children gathered around, extending their tiny hands. Guo Chunhai had prepared in advance, handing each child $1 and a handful of fruit candies. Such generosity was considered extravagant in the remote mountain village of 1984, causing the children to run joyfully through the village, boasting to everyone they encountered. After the New Year's visits, Guo Chunhai was summoned by a tambu to the largest saguaro cactus. The old hunter mysteriously dragged a wooden box out from under the bed. Upon opening it, they discovered 3 leopard cubs. The little creatures had plumped up considerably in just a few days, their fur glossy, devouring pieces of deer meat with delight. "They've grown well," a tambu nodded in satisfaction. "In spring, we can send them to the provincial capital and sell them for a handsome price." Guo Chunhai crouched down, gently stroking the head of the largest cub. The little one was no longer afraid and affectionately rubbed against his fingers. "Father," he carefully chose his words, "I have an idea. Could we raise these?" "Raise leopards?" The old hunter raised an eyebrow. "Not just leopards," Guo Chunhai explained, "but also lynxes, sable, and spotted deer. All are rare protected species. Raising them to sell to zoos or reserves would be more profitable than hunting." A tambu stroked his beard, deep in thought. Though the old hunter had never received formal education, years of experience in the wilderness had taught him that wildlife was diminishing year by year. If raising animals could be a profitable venture, it might indeed be a new path. "Let us give it a try," he finally nodded. "Let us build a few enclosures come spring." On the second day of the Lunar New Year, early in the morning, Er Lengzi dressed himself neatly and led a red horse loaded with New Year goods, ready to set off. Today, the clumsy giant appeared particularly spirited, with a freshly trimmed crew cut, a brand new blue cotton coat, and even his boots polished to a shine. "Are you taking so much?" Guo Chunhai gazed at the mountain of gifts piled high on horseback: 2 bottles of liquor, half a pig, 10 frozen fish, a bag of candies, along with a piece of floral cloth and a hairpin. "Er Lengzi, With his simple and honest demeanor, chuckled, "Brother Zhou has a large family." Una Ji rushed out from the house, handing him a small bundle. "This is for Arya, just tell her it's from me." As the sound of hooves gradually faded, Guo Chunhai and Una Ji exchanged a knowing smile. Who could have anticipated that the fearless Er Lengzi would be so enchanted by a little girl? In the days that followed, Lao Jingo was immersed in festive cheer. The men engaged in drinking and card games, the women chatted and embroidered, while the children found various ways to play gleefully. Guo Chunhai and Una Ji were inseparable, spending their days learning the art of tanning leopard skins from a tanbu. And at night, snuggling by the fire, planning the details of their wedding in June. On the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, Er Lengzi returned. Weary from his journey, but with an uncontainable joy on his face. Did it work out? Guo Chunhai teased. The towering figure scratched his head and pulled out a small pouch from his pocket. Arya gave it to me. She said she embroidered it herself. The stitching was uneven, with two figures that could barely be recognized as ducks. Yet, in Er Lengzi's eyes, it was more precious than the Emperor's jade seal. Brother Zhou mentioned, Er Lengzi lowered his voice, that there will be a batch of piglets available in the spring at Yizhugo. He asked if we wanted any. Guo Chunhai's eyes lit up. Wild boar farming was still a novelty in the early 1980s, but market demand was already evident. If they could scale it up, it would be a lucrative venture. On the 15th day of the Lunar New Year, a grand bonfire party was held in Laojinggo. A tanbu personally ignited a towering 3-meter pine fire, and people of all ages danced around the flames in traditional Orichan style. Una Ji pulled Guo Chunhai into the circle, her graceful figure appearing almost ethereal in the flickering light. In June, a tanbu, slightly tipsy, announced loudly while patting Guo Chunhai's shoulder, "We shall arrange their wedding. We shall build a new pillar of happiness." The crowd erupted in cheers, pushing the soon-to-be wedded couple to the center of the fire. Una Ji's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, resembling ripe apples, as she shyly buried her face in Guo Chunhai's broad chest, as if wishing to conceal her bashfulness and excitement. Guo Chunhai held her tightly, his gaze filled with tenderness and affection. At that moment, the bonfire blazed brightly, sparks flying as if to bless the couple. The silver bracelet on Una Ji's wrist shimmered in the firelight, radiating a brilliance akin to the stars in the night sky. That glow illuminated not only their faces but also their hearts, filled with hopes and dreams for the future. As the night deepened, the jubilant crowd gradually dispersed. Guo Chunhai and Una Ji sat on a hillside at the village's edge, gazing at the distant, rolling Khingan Mountains. The first full moon of 1984 hung high in the sky, casting a daylight-like glow over the snow-covered ground. After spring, Guo Chunhai spoke softly. "I wish to establish a farm, to raise leopards, wild boars, and perhaps even deer." Una Ji leaned against him. "You decide." After a pause, she inquired quietly, "Will we still go hunting?" Guo Chunhai gazed at the moonlit mountains and forests, contemplating the significance of things that hold greater value than money. The young lady, seemingly grasping his sentiment, pointed into the distance. "Look." A fleeting silhouette of a far eastern leopard vanished gracefully into the sea of trees. A surge of excitement coursed through Guo Chunhai's heart. Was this a messenger from the mountain god? Regardless, it heralded good fortune. The spring of 1984 was approaching, and a new life in Laojinggo was just beginning. Chapter 49. The Great Summit. On the morning of the 16th day of the Lunar New Year, the sky remained shrouded in darkness, the dawn's light yet to penetrate the heavy veil of night. A biting chill permeated the air, as if it could seep into one's very bones. Guo Chunhai emerged early from the warmth of his bed, swiftly donning his cotton coat, wrapping himself tightly to fend off the cold. As he opened the door, a gust of icy wind swept in like a sharp blade, piercing his face. Snowflakes descended like fine needles, stinging his skin, causing him to squint. The breath he exhaled quickly crystallized into a thin frost on the brim of his dogskin hat. Undeterred by the harsh weather, Guo Chunhai's sole focus was to find the marten trail. He trudged through the snow, each step leaving a deep imprint, the snow having accumulated significantly, making his progress somewhat unsteady, yet he pressed on resolutely. At last, after a challenging trek, Guo Chunhai arrived at a grove of pine trees. Under the blanket of snow, the forest appeared particularly serene, the only sound being the whisper of the wind through the pines. Guo Chunhai paused, crouching down and carefully using his fingertip to clear the accumulated snow from the base of a pine tree. As the snow was brushed away, a thumb-sized circular hole emerged before him, causing his eyes to light up. Lowering his voice, he excitedly called out to his companions behind him, "Look here." Er Lengzi and he hurriedly slid over on their skis, leaving behind 2 long trails in the snow, resembling silver lightning. Er Lengzi's nose, reddened by the cold, resembled a carrot, adorned with glistening icicles. He stared intently at the small hole, his face a picture of confusion and curiosity. Hage, how did you spot such a tiny hole? I felt like my eyes were about to pop out, yet I saw nothing. Er couldn't help but inquire, his tone filled with wonder and admiration. However, Guo Chunhai did not immediately respond to Er Lengzi's question. His attention was fully fixated on the small opening. He carefully retrieved a tube made from birch bark from his pocket, handling it with delicate caution, as if it contained something exceedingly precious. Slowly, he opened the tube and gently poured out a few roasted pine nuts, their faint aroma wafting enticingly in the frigid air. Then, with his frostbitten fingers, he evenly scattered the pine nuts around the mouth of the hole. Though his movements were somewhat sluggish, they were remarkably deft, each pine nut placed with perfect precision, as if he possessed an intimate understanding of this small hole. Er Lengzi quietly observed every action of Guo Chunhai, his curiosity growing ever more intense. He could not fathom why Guo Chunhai was so fixated on this tiny opening, nor could he grasp the reason behind scattering these pine nuts at the entrance. In truth, Guo Chunhai's preoccupation with this small hole stemmed from a unique memory. Before his rebirth, he distinctly recalled that in the spring of 1984, the Harbin Fur factory had a pressing demand for quality pelts, and the price of sable fur at the county supply and marketing cooperative would soar to an astonishing 180 yuan per piece. This diminutive circular hole, measuring no more than 10 centimeters in diameter, was impeccably cleared of snow around its entrance, resembling a meticulously crafted work of art. This round aperture was likely the burrow of a sable, Guo Chunhai mused inwardly. Anaji, bring the trap, Guo Chunhai called over his shoulder, his voice imbued with quiet confidence and decisiveness. A pair of small hands, reddened from the cold, swiftly passed him a hefty cast-iron clamp. Guo Chunhai accepted it. Feeling its substantial weight, and a surge of anticipation welled up within him. Anaji crouched beside him, the hem of her deerskin cloak dusted with snowflakes, her dark, grape-like eyes fixed intently on Guo Chunhai's actions, as if she were absorbing the intricacies of an esteemed craft. This girl had been insistent on accompanying him since morning, and despite Atambo's efforts to dissuade her, he ultimately relented. Brother Hai, why are you scattering pine nuts at the entrance? Anaji exhaled a puff of white vapor. Her curiosity piqued. Guo Chunhai smiled slightly, patiently elucidating. The sable is quite astute. It is exceedingly sensitive to its surroundings and will become alert at the slightest disturbance. By scattering pine nuts at the entrance, we aim to capture its attention and allow it to lower its guard. With that, Guo Chunhai carefully grasped his hunting knife, sharpening one end of a hazel stick before inserting it into the snow, securing the clamp approximately 2 handbreadths from the burrow's mouth. He then meticulously covered the trap with snow to mask the scent of rust, ensuring it would not arouse the sable's suspicion. Once everything was prepared, Guo Chunhai surveyed his handiwork with satisfaction before rising and brushing the snow from his clothing. If we were to set the trap directly, the iron scent would surely deter it. Thus, we must first entice it with food for a couple of days, allowing it to gradually relax before we place the trap. Er Lengzi stood nearby, his hands rubbing together incessantly, his feet shifting restlessly, his face a portrait of anxiety as he watched Guo Chunhai, asking, Brother Hai, how many traps shall we set? The day is waning. Guo Chunhai did not respond immediately to Er Lengzi's inquiry. Instead, he raised his frostbitten thumb, signaling 8 with his fingers before slowly stating, let us set 8 traps. The elders have warned that one should not set more than 9, as it invites misfortune. Just as Guo Chunhai spoke, the previously silent Anaji tugged at his sleeve and pointed towards a nearby tree, exclaiming, there are claw marks on that tree. Upon hearing these words, Guo Chunhai was taken aback and hurriedly turned his gaze towards the direction indicated by Anaji. Indeed, on the bark of an ancient red pine, there were several distinct and fresh claw marks. The depth of these marks suggested they were left by some large animal. Guo Chunhai's heart raced. These were not the prints of a marten, but rather the unmistakable signs of a bear, left before its hibernation. Fragments of memories from his past life suddenly surged forth. On the 15th day of the first lunar month in 1984, a hunter in Sanjiaten had broken his leg in front of a bear den. We shouldn't go any closer, he urgently grasped Anaji, who was eager to approach. That's a bear den. Upon hearing that bear gallbladder could fetch over 200 yuan, Er Lengzi's eyes lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, the supply and marketing cooperative is buying bear gallbladders for more than 200 now. However, before he could finish his sentence, Guo Chunhai coldly interrupted him. His voice was even colder than the north wind as he sternly stated, we do not wield weapons in the first lunar month. He then questioned Er Lengzi. What did Atambo instruct you? Anaji, however, paid no heed to Guo Chunhai's inquiry. She forcefully broke free from his grasp and, like a nimble little deer, stepped lightly in her deerskin boots, causing the snow to crunch beneath her feet. She walked into the snow, broke off a birch branch, and carefully inserted it into the ground. Observing Anaji's serious profile stirred something within Guo Chunhai. He recalled having heard that this girl later became the first female hunter of the Awakens tribe. With this thought, he felt a sudden warmth in his chest, prompting him to retrieve half of a corn cake from his pocket. Without hesitation, he broke it apart and shared it with Anaji and Er Lengzi, gently saying, "Let us take a break before we continue." Er Lengzi took the corn cake and immediately began devouring it hungrily. Suddenly, as if he had discovered a new world, he pointed into the distance and shouted, "Brother Hai, is that marten droppings?" Guo Chunhai quickly squinted his eyes and looked in the direction Er Lengzi indicated. Indeed, on the pristine white snow, there were several dark, sesame-like traces, unmistakably marten droppings. His eyes brightened instantly. He slid over, crouched down, pinched one of the droppings to crumble it, and brought it to his nose. Fresh, just from this morning. He then raised his head to survey the surroundings, pointing towards 3 large trees growing in a triangular formation. "Set 2 traps over there. Martens like to make their nests in such areas." Anaji mimicked his actions, inspecting the roots of the trees when she suddenly exclaimed, "There's fur here." She was holding a tuft of silvery black fur, which stood out vividly against the snow. Guo Chunhai took it, examined it in the light, his heart racing. This is the guard hair of a male marten. It must be quite large. Swiftly, he set a double spring trap at the spot where Anaji had found the fur, a trap designed for the strength of adult male martens. As dusk approached and the wind began to stir in the forest, Guo Chunhai placed the last trap beside a cluster of prickly ash, where he noticed some chewed berry stems. He pulled out his pipe, contemplated for a moment, then put it back, realizing the smoke would scare off the martens. "Let us head back." He brushed the snow off his knees. "We'll come to collect the traps the day after tomorrow." During their return journey, Anaji glided at the forefront, her deer-skin cloak carving a graceful arc through the snow. Suddenly, Er Lengzi lowered his voice, "Brother Hai, what is that the girl has strapped to her waist?" Guo Chunhai glanced over, noticing that a sheathed dagger had appeared at Anaji's side, its hilt adorned with red cord. "That is a Ural reindeer hunter's knife," he murmured, "a gift from her elders upon her 16th birthday." No sooner had he spoken than Anaji abruptly halted, her skis kicking up a flurry of snow. She crouched down, brushing aside the accumulation, her voice trembling. "Brother Chunhai, look at these footprints." Guo Chunhai skated closer and felt a chill surge up his spine. Imprinted in the snow was a bare paw the size of a bowl, the surrounding snow still soft and unfrozen. He jerked his head up to see a tree hollow partially concealed by snow, icicles hanging from its entrance. "Run," he exclaimed, seizing Anaji by the arm. "That beast is awake." The trio hastened back, only daring to slow their pace upon spotting the smoke rising from old Jingo. Er Lengzi panted like a winded bellows. "Brother Hai, how could that bear's paw print be so enormous?" Guo Chunhai remained silent, recalling the hunter who had lost half his face to a bear in his former life. Anaji suddenly spoke. "My father once said that a bear awakened in the new year is driven mad with hunger, making it the most perilous." In the distance, the barking of the Ural reindeer hunting dogs echoed, and torches flickered to life in the village. Guo Chunhai gazed at the undulating mountains in the twilight, aware that greater trials lay ahead. Whether they could ensnare a sable with the 8 traps had become a trivial concern in comparison. Chapter 50. From alarm to delight in the Atambu family's living space, the pinewood fire crackled, sparks occasionally leaping forth as if narrating the tale of this household. Anaji knelt on a deerskin mat, her fingers tightly twisting the edge of her cloak, her heartbeat quickening in time with her father's rhythmic chopping of meat. The sound of Atambu's hunting knife striking the birchwood cutting board rang sharply, each chop resonating like a blow to Anaji's heart. She was acutely aware that her father disdained mentioning bears during the new year, yet she could not restrain herself. "How many times have I told you not to speak of bears in the new year?" Atambu suddenly turned, the blade of his knife pointing directly at Anaji's nose. His voice stern and resonant, as if the entire space trembled. The deep creases on the old hunter's face glowed eerily in the firelight, resembling carved ravines. His murky eyes, at that moment, sparkled with a fierce intensity, locking onto Anaji. "That creature hears its name spoken, and it shall come knocking at our door." A note of fear and reverence tinged Atambu's voice. Anaji shrank slightly, yet she did not retreat. Instead, she held her head high and declared, "But Brother Chunhai said that is an awakened bear." Atambu's knife fell sharply, cleaving the deer meat into 2 pieces, interrupting Anaji's words. "Is that Guo's boy who has taken notice?" Doubt crept into Atambu's tone. Anaji's voice dwindled, her gaze lowered, unwilling to meet her father's eyes. "The bear print, bull-sized. the snow still fresh, and the icicle at the tree hollow now severed. The old hunter suddenly cursed in Ural reindeer language, then spat into the fire, as if seeking to dispel his inner unease. The flames leapt fiercely, akin to an agitated beast, soaring high and blazing brightly, casting the shadow of the bear skin hanging on the wall to sway rhythmically, as if the bear's head had come to life. A tambu sat solemnly by the fire pit, a leather pouch hanging at his waist, filled with mare's milk liquor. He seized the pouch and tilted his head back to take a swig, the liquid trickling down his grizzled beard and dripping onto the ground. For the next few days, none of you are permitted to leave the settlement, a tambu declared, setting down the pouch and gently tapping his daughter's antler silver adornment with the hilt of his knife. Especially the day after tomorrow. When we go to check the traps, you are absolutely forbidden to accompany us. Upon hearing this, Anaji abruptly lifted her head, the silver ornaments jingling with her movement. But I set those traps, she protested, her voice clear and resolute. With a sharp crack, a tambu's hand landed unyieldingly on the back of Anaji's head. Though the blow was not forceful, the authority behind it was unmistakable. A doe must recognize the tracks of a buck, just as a young lady must discern the stitches of embroidery. Hunting is a man's endeavor, he asserted with grave conviction. Suddenly, a spark erupted from the torches in the fire pit, sending embers flying. Anaji stared blankly at her frostbitten fingers, which bore a cut from the previous day when she had helped Guo Chunhai set the traps. An image of the exquisite cover and rich content of the Northeast Wildlife Illustrated Guide from the glass cabinet of the co-op flickered in her mind. Yet, at 7 yuan and 60 cents, it was a considerable expense for her. At that moment, the first crow of a rooster pierced the darkness before dawn, heralding the arrival of a new day. However, the sky remained shrouded in darkness, showing no signs of dawn. Guo Chunhai, awake yet lying in bed, had adjusted to the dimness of the room, fumbling to put on his thick leather boots. His fingers inadvertently brushed against a piece of paper pressed beneath the bedding. It was the fur purchase price list he had secretly transcribed the night before. The price information, a secret known only to him, had been meticulously memorized prior to his rebirth. 34. Brother Hai, a low voice called from outside. 34. Gather at the entrance. Guo Chunhai quickly tucked the price list into his coat, grasped the skinning knife beside him, and prepared to push open the door. Just as his hand grazed the doorknob, he heard a faint sound from the window. He turned alertly, only to see Anaji's face pressed against the frost-laden glass, her nose reddened from the cold. Noticing that Guo Chunhai had seen her, she swiftly gestured for silence, urging him to remain quiet. Guo Chunhai focused intently and observed that the hem of Anaji's deerskin cloak was still dripping with melted snow. Evidently, the girl had been lurking outside for quite some time, likely for at least half the night. Guo Chunhai shook his head in resignation, gently opening the door to allow Anaji to enter. Like a nimble fawn, Anaji darted into the room and swiftly closed the door, anxious to avoid detection. The trio made a brief preparation before stepping onto their skis and leaving the village. At that moment, the morning star had just begun to rise, casting a faint glow upon the snow-covered ground, illuminating their path ahead. Anaji, light as a swallow, glided at the forefront, the red cord knife at her waist swaying gently with her movements, seemingly cheering for her courage and decisiveness. Er Lengzi approached Guo Chunhai with the eagerness of a small dog, bowing low, his mouth nearly touching Guo Chunhai's ear, whispering conspiratorially, "Brother Hai, do you truly think bringing this girl along will not cause any issues? What if Uncle Atambu finds out?" "Shut your mouth," Guo Chunhai interrupted impatiently, his eyes keen as an eagle, fixated on the distant ridge as if it concealed some secret. "Once we arrive, you are responsible for carrying that marten for me," Guo Chunhai commanded tersely. The snow on Dingzi Peak appeared to be even thicker than it had been 2 days prior. Suddenly, Anaji came to an abrupt halt, nearly tossing Er Lengzi off balance. She pointed to a spot not far away, her voice trembling as she exclaimed, "Look, something has disturbed the trap." Guo Chunhai's heart clenched as if gripped by an invisible hand, rising to his throat. He rushed to the first trap with swift strides. Indeed, the snow surrounding the trap had been disturbed, and not a single pine nut remained, yet the trap itself was intact. Guo Chunhai crouched down, meticulously examining the traces left in the snow. The paw prints were tiny, not resembling those of a marten, but rather reminiscent of a snow hare. "What bad luck!" Er Lengzi exclaimed, frustration boiling within him as he spat into the snow. They proceeded to the second trap, which was even stranger. The mechanism had clearly been triggered, with several strands of brown fur clinging to the trap and distinct signs of a struggle evident in the snow. Guo Chunhai cautiously used the tip of his knife to lift the strands of fur, scrutinizing them before affirmatively declaring, "It's a weasel." The creature broke a leg and escaped. Anaji bit her lip, remaining silent, but Guo Chunhai noticed her fingers trembling slightly. The third trap was completely missing, with only the wire that had secured it hanging forlornly from the tree's roots. Damn it! Er Lengzi kicked the tree angrily, causing a flurry of snow to tumble down. What a waste of 2 days freezing. Guo Chunhai remained silent, crouched on the ground like a hunting dog, feeling his way forward. Suddenly, he halted beside a cluster of rose hips, where a few drops of dark blood led toward a distant pile of stones. "There's something," he whispered, signaling for the others to follow. The fourth trap was hidden within a crevice, and there, unmistakably, was the hind leg of a marten ensnared. The creature lay lifeless, its black pearl-like eyes veiled in a layer of frost, and its silver-black fur glistening like satin in the morning light. "A male," Anaji gasped. "Look at the white spot on its neck." Guo Chunhai carefully removed the trap. The marten's body was already frozen solid. He pried open its hind legs to examine the wound. It had been caught for at least a day and had bled to death. This suited him perfectly, as the pelt was intact and would fetch a good price. The fifth trap was empty, yet the surrounding snow was littered with chaotic paw prints. Suddenly, Er Lengzi pointed into the distance. "Hi go, over there." 10 steps away, on a snow mound, a cluster of deep purple-black was strikingly conspicuous. The sixth trap had been dragged some distance away, with a larger marten ensnared within. The creature had evidently struggled before its demise, the surrounding snow resembling a plowed field. Yet it had not managed to escape the iron jaws of the trap. Anaji rushed over, gasping in surprise, then stepped back a couple of paces. The marten had a half-eaten snow bunting clamped in its jaws, feathers still clinging to its fangs. It must have been starving and came down to catch birds, only to encounter our traps. Guo Chunhai drew out his skinning knife. Er Lengzi, start a fire. Anaji, gather some hazel branches. As the fire crackled to life, Guo Chunhai began processing the first marten. He deftly sliced from the marten's mouth to its vent, his movements as delicate as peeling a grape. Anaji squatted beside him, her eyes wide with focus. "Watch closely," Guo Chunhai instructed, his fingers skillfully separating skin from flesh. "You must not pierce the skin. The knife's tip should always glide just beneath the surface." With a flick of his wrist, the entire pelt peeled away like a sock, still exuding a faint warmth. Er Lengzi suddenly poked him. "Hi go, is that?" Guo Chunhai looked up to see Anaji cleaning the second marten's body with snow. The girl's movements suddenly halted. There was a peculiar sticky substance on the fur of the marten's abdomen, glimmering with an eerie yellow-green hue in the sunlight. Chapter 51. The Bear's Trace Bear Saliva? The hair on Guo Chunhai's body stood on end, and his voice trembled involuntarily. This beast had licked the dead marten. Upon hearing this, the other two turned their heads in unison. There, 20 paces away, beneath a red pine tree, the snow had noticeably sunk, forming a long trail, as if some enormous creature had roamed there. A thought flashed through Guo Chunhai's mind. He finally understood why the traps he had previously set were all empty. Something had already scouted this forest before them. Anaji's hand rested firmly on her red-string hunting knife at her waist, and she whispered something in Orokin, although Guo Chunhai could not comprehend her words. He could infer from her tense expression what she was conveying. Without a moment's hesitation, Guo Chunhai swiftly rolled up the 2 marten pelts and tucked them into his coat, decisively stating, "Back to the camp." As they descended, they deliberately chose the sunny slope to avoid the deep snow hindering their speed. Anaji, bringing up the rear, suddenly exclaimed as if she had discovered something. "Chunhai go, look at this." The others followed her pointing finger, and there, on the snowy slope, appeared a series of fresh bear paw prints, each footprint as large as a basin, the pads' patterns distinctly visible. Even more chilling was the fact that these tracks led straight towards the direction of the old golden ditch. The voice of Er Lengzi trembled slightly. "Hi go, is this beast?" Guo Chunhai did not respond. His gaze was fixated on the corners of Unaji's deerskin cloak, which fluttered in the wind. And an ominous premonition suddenly surged within him. He felt the sable fur in his arms grow inexplicably heavy, as if it bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. Carefully, Guo Chunhai lifted the reindeer skin curtain of the Atambu family's shamanic column, and a potent aroma, a blend of gun oil and pine resin, assaulted Unaji's senses, causing her to instinctively rub her nose. Inside, the old hunter sat by the fire pit, intently polishing his double-barreled shotgun. His calloused thumb moved skillfully across the barrel, as though caressing a precious treasure. Upon hearing the sound of the curtain being lifted, the old hunter did not even lift his eyelids, but simply inquired, "Is the marten skin damaged?" Guo Chunhai hastily leaned his skis against the wall, then retrieved a birch bark roll from his pocket and approached the old hunter, saying, "Uncle, please take a look at this." He gently unfurled the bark, revealing a clump of snow smeared with yellow-green slime. The old hunter's previously calm demeanor suddenly shifted to one of acute tension, as if stung by a wasp. He sprang up abruptly. His shotgun clattered to the muddy ground with a sharp sound. Ignoring the fallen weapon, the old hunter swiftly seized the clump of snow, brought it close to his nose to sniff, and then cursed in Orokin. His gray-white beard trembled with agitation, resembling withered grass in the wind. Where was this found? The old hunter's voice was hoarse, as if each word was being forced out from his throat, revealing an unmistakable fear. Upon seeing this, Er Lengzi felt a tightening in his chest and quickly interjected. On the sunny slope of Dingxi Peak, we discovered a large footprint, as big as a sea bowl. I even measured it with my glove. Before he could finish, a tambu suddenly seized Er Lengzi by the collar with a frenzied grip, his eyes bulging, veins protruding from his forehead, and roared, "How many prints? In what direction?" The black gun oil embedded in a tambu's fingernails left several dark smudges on Er Lengzi's cotton coat. Startled by this sudden outburst, Er Lengzi stammered, "Just one print." Heading towards the village. Sensing the situation was dire, Guo Chunhai quickly pressed down on the old hunter's trembling hand, which resembled a leaf caught in the wind, and interjected. "There's not just one large print. There's also a small half-print nearby, as if a half-grown cub had stepped there." As soon as he spoke, a pine torch in the fire pit suddenly crackled, sending sparks flying, as if startled by the tense atmosphere. Unaji, seated by the fire pit, directed her gaze toward the old hunter, whose face had turned as pale as birch bark, devoid of color. It seemed the old hunter had suddenly regained his senses. He swiftly turned around, retrieved a leather pouch from the rafters, and emptied its contents into his palm, several rusted bullets. His fingers trembled as they counted the bullets. Mumbling to himself, "Go ring the bell." Upon hearing these words, a tambu was jolted from his stupor. He immediately rose and hastened to the door, seizing the clapper hanging on the wall and striking it vigorously. The sound resonated sharply in the stillness of the night, echoing far and wide, as if issuing an alarm to the entire village. Anaji, in a state of panic, grasped the deer antler clapper by the door, preparing to rush outside. However, her father moved with the swiftness of lightning, gripping her tightly and preventing her escape. "You must stay," he commanded in a deep, resolute voice, as if issuing an order that could not be defied. Anaji reluctantly halted, her eyes betraying a glimmer of fear and unease. The old hunter turned and approached a chest, carefully retrieving a string of wolf-tooth necklaces from its depths. He delicately draped the necklace around Anaji's neck, as though it possessed a special significance and power. "Go find your grandmother's bare bone bell," the old hunter instructed. Anaji nodded and hurried into the room to search for the bell. Meanwhile, the snow in the center of the village had been trampled into a muddy mess. A group of over a dozen Iwanki hunters sat gathered around a campfire, their dogskin hats adorned with icicles, clearly having been there for some time. Guo Chunhai noticed that each hunter bore either a hunting knife or an axe at their waist, yet none were armed with a firearm. He pondered this peculiarity, as one would expect firearms to be among the most commonly used tools for hunters in this season. Guo's boy, an old hunter with a missing ear, suddenly broke the silence, pointing his pipe bowl at Guo Chunhai. "Are you certain you saw a mother bear with cubs?" Guo Chunhai hesitated for a moment before affirmatively nodding. Just then, a bumbling fellow interjected, "That beast's tongue was long enough to lick mink fur." As he spoke, he gestured animatedly, nearly poking the eye of a nearby companion. A tambu's expression grew serious upon witnessing this, and without hesitation, he grasped his hunting knife, swiftly etching deep lines in the ground. He then lifted his gaze, fixing his serious eyes upon the crowd, and declared, "Just last year, before the heavy snow blocked the mountains, I personally witnessed this mother bear in Haixaizi Gorge." His voice was low and powerful, as if the very image of the bear was before them. He emphasized his words by striking the knife's tip forcefully against a particular spot on the ground, stating, "At that time, she was accompanied by her cubs, and her left front paw was notably missing a toe." Upon hearing this, Guo Chunhai's heart raced, a sense of foreboding washing over him. He quickly turned to glance at Anaji, only to find her surreptitiously binding a hunting knife tightly to her thigh with a red cord. The hem of her deerskin robe lifted slightly, revealing the knife's hilt that glinted ominously in the firelight. Something felt amiss. Furrowing his brow, Guo Chunhai murmured to himself. He crouched down, scrutinizing the lines a tambu had drawn in the earth, and thoughtfully remarked, "According to what you've said, the bear's den should be on the northern slope of Haixaizi Gorge." As he spoke, he picked up a branch and traced an arc from the great but peak towards the village, then analyzed. "However, this beast is currently following the sunny slope line, clearly taking a detour on purpose." At that moment, the usually silent half-ear hunter suddenly inhaled sharply and exclaimed, "Not good. It is on a foraging patrol." No sooner had he spoken than a sharp crack echoed from the bonfire, sparks flying, some even landing near Guo Chunhai's feet, startling him. In that instant, a thought flashed through Guo Chunhai's mind. He recalled hearing from the workers at the logging site before his rebirth that starving mother bears often wander along their past foraging routes. An old jindong happened to be situated along this path. A tambu suddenly spoke rapidly in Orokin, and the hunter's expressions grew serious, the previously tranquil camp beginning to stir. Although Guo Chunhai was not well versed in Orokin, he managed to grasp a few key words: cubs, lunar month, and gun. The old hunter unfastened the leather pouch at his waist, opened the lid, and took a hearty swig of liquor. The liquid trickled down his beard, dripping into the fire and instantly creating a burst of blue flames. Starting tonight, we will take turns keeping watch in groups of 3, a tambu stated in Mandarin, punctuating each point on the ground with the tip of his knife. The deer pen at the east end of the village, the grain stack at the west, and the cacti for the little ones to the south, with 5 piles of torches to be placed at each location. At that moment, Anaji suddenly stood up, her voice clear and resolute. I want to keep watch too. Nonsense. A tambu's expression darkened as he slapped the silver ornament on his daughter's back. The beads on the ornament clattered with the blow. A mother bear in the lunar month can scent the menstruation of unmarried women. A tambu's voice was stern and low. Your presence would only bring danger to everyone. The girl's face flushed crimson, her lips trembled slightly, yet she defiantly replied, I have burned mugwort. Seeing this, Guo Chunhai quickly turned his face away, unwilling to meet Anaji's awkward yet resolute expression. He noticed Er Lengzi sneakily filling a defend the motherland enamel basin with gunpowder. The fool was actually making homemade explosives. Half-ear hunter coughed lightly. A tambu, should we make a trip to the commune? There's no time. A tambu sharpened his hunting knife. Those leaders at the commune's armed department won't budge without 3 pounds of introductions. He cast a glance at Guo Chunhai. Anaji suddenly tugged at his sleeve, her hand icy. Hi go look. In the distance, a crisp crack sounded from the forest, like a branch snapping. The hunting dogs collectively fell silent, tucking their tails and burrowing into the crowd. A tambu stood up with a pale face, dismissed. Half-ear, take the others to tie the bell ropes. The rest will prepare the bear ointment. The so-called bear ointment was actually an ancestral recipe of the Orokin people, made by boiling wolf dung, cornelian cherries, and rotten plums into a black paste to be smeared on the trunks surrounding the village. Guo Chunhai received a jar, the foul odor making his eyes water. The scene was set with the low murmur of nature, as the diminutive figure of Una Ji crouched beside, offering guidance. The mother bear, accustomed to bowing her head while traversing with her cubs, had her paws smeared with ointment, as she deftly inscribed peculiar symbols at the roots of the hazel tree. Guo Chunhai recognized these markings as the beast-repelling incantation of the Orokin people. Suddenly, Er Lengzi burst forth from the thicket, his cotton coat torn. Hi go! Their commotion by the deer pen. Upon their arrival, the elderly hunter, half-deaf, was illuminating the snowy ground with a torch. Fresh bear paw prints lay imprinted in the muddy snow like branding irons, and one paw bore a missing toe, precisely as a tambu had described the mother bear. More alarming were the tufts of brown fur scattered around, stained with dark crimson blood. She is injured. Guo Chunhai squatted to examine. These claw marks appear faint. She must be too weak to walk steadily. Una Ji suddenly pointed towards the fence of the deer pen. Hi go! Could that be on one of the wooden fence posts? Deep scratch marks were evident, with shreds of flesh clinging to the splinters. Guo Chunhai leaned closer to inhale the pungent odor wafting up. Let us return to the village. He grasped Una Ji. No one should venture out alone tonight. As the moon ascended to the treetops of the birch trees, the defense around the village was complete. Deerbone bells adorned the periphery, and torches blazed at every intersection. Guo Chunhai and Er Lengzi were stationed at the eastern deer pen for the night watch, while a tambu provided them with only 3 bullets, advising them to use them sparingly. It's best to scare her off first, the old hunter cautioned as he loaded the bullets into the chamber. If she charges. He left the sentence unfinished. But Guo Chunhai understood. Una Ji secretly slipped him a small leather pouch containing a pungent powder. Bear's woe, she blinked, a remedy passed down by my grandmother, designed to dazzle the bear's eyes. As the wind stirred in the latter half of the night, Er Lengzi dozed off with his rifle, drool freezing into icicles at the corner of his mouth. Guo Chunhai gazed intently at the distant, murky forest, when suddenly, he heard the soft jingle of the bells. He quietly chambered around, and beheld a massive silhouette slowly approaching the village under the moonlight. The creature moved intermittently, occasionally sniffing the snow, undoubtedly tracking the bear ointment they had applied earlier in the day. Guo Chunhai's finger rested on the trigger. It was already the 17th day of the Lunar New Year. The bells chimed once more. The dark figure suddenly reared up, towering over 2 meters tall. Guo Chunhai held his breath, recognizing the paw with the missing toe. Just as he hesitated on whether to fire, a shrill scream erupted from the grain pile to the west. Bear. A bear has entered the village. Chapter 52. The bear's blood sacrifice. In the instant the gunfire erupted, Guo Chunhai witnessed a spray of blood erupt from the mother bear's left ear. The creature stood erect, its paw with the missing toe flailing in the air, while the mist exhaled from its nostrils resembled ghostly flames in the moonlight. I hit her. Er Lengzi, clutching a 5.6mm rifle, was ready to charge forward. Guo Chunhai seized him by the belt. Don't go. Memories from his previous life flashed through his mind. This mother bear had encountered a rifle last year and knew to feign death to lure unsuspecting prey closer. Indeed, the bear, once teetering, suddenly dropped on all fours and lunged with astonishing speed toward the grain pile. Guo Chunhai caught a glimmer of silver behind the grain stack, recognizing it as the tin embellishment on Unaji's robe. Stop it, he shouted as he sprinted forward, fumbling with the gun's bolt. His frozen fingers nearly got caught in the trigger guard. The mother bear had overturned 2 bundles of straw and was charging towards a dark figure. Guo Chunhai quickly discerned that it was the old hunter, who was hastily pouring gunpowder into his makeshift firearm. The shadow of the bear loomed over the elderly man, its rancid saliva dripping onto his dogskin hat. Bang! Guo Chunhai's shot was hasty. The bullet grazed the bear's neck and exploded into a shower of grains upon the stack. Enraged, the mother bear turned and lunged at him. In mere seconds, the beast closed the 60-meter distance with a few powerful strides. The stench of decaying flesh mingled with resin filled Guo Chunhai's nostrils. He knelt on one knee, pressing the gun stock firmly against his shoulder, a muscle memory honed during his previous life as a forest ranger. As the sights settled on the bear's white-spotted throat, he squeezed the trigger. Boom! The mother bear seemed to be struck by an invisible hammer, momentarily halting its charge. Yet, it did not fall. Instead, it became even more furious. Guo Chunhai saw a gaping wound erupt on the bear's shoulder, a bloodied crater of considerable size. But he had failed to hit a vital point. The metallic tang of blood permeated the air. The bear's claws were less than 3 feet from his face, allowing him to see the cracked patterns on its paw pads. At that moment, a small figure barreled in from the side. Get down, hi girl, shouted Unaji. Guo Chunhai felt a rush of wind pass over his head as the girl hurled a pouch of powder into the bear's face. The mother bear emitted a sound akin to a wailing infant, clawing desperately at its eyes as the bear's sorrow concoction took effect. Hi girl. Er Lengzi's voice called from the right. Guo Chunhai rolled away instinctively, spotting Er Lengzi and 3 other hunters forming a semicircle around them, their firearms glinting coldly in the moonlight. The mother bear, surrounded by 4 guns, continued to circle, its yellow-green eyes coated with powder. Suddenly, a shot rang out from atop the grain stack, fired by a tambu. The salt cartridge exploded above the bear's head, sending white grains cascading down. According to the Awakens tradition, this was the final warning to the bear. Yet, rather than retreat, it charged towards the nearest Er Lengzi. 4 guns discharged simultaneously, the deafening noise causing snow to tumble from the treetops. At last, the mother bear collapsed with a thunderous crash, its convulsing forepaws gouging deep furrows into the frozen earth. Guo Chunhai was the first to approach, pushing aside the bear's jaws to examine its mouth. Fresh tree bark adhered to its fangs confirmed his suspicion. The beast was indeed driven mad by hunger, resorting to gnawing on bark. It's missing a toe, a tambu remarked, prodding the bear's paw with his gun barrel. This is the one from Haixiatsi Ditch. The old hunter suddenly recited a string of incantations in Orokin, stuffing a wild fruit into the bear's mouth. As Unaji approached, Guo Chunhai noticed that her hunting knife was already drawn, its tip stained with bear fur. The girl's face was pale, yet her eyes sparkled with an eerie intensity. We must summon the shaman, a tambu declared. To fire a weapon and draw blood in the first month means we must offer the bear spirit. The shaman would arrive in the village as the light snow began to fall. The elderly man donned a ceremonial garment adorned with jingling copper bells, his deer skull mask casting dark shadows through its eye holes. Guo Chunhai recognized him as one of the last authentic Orokin shamans from the Greater Khingan Range. He had previously encountered this attire in a folklore album. The bear sacrifice ritual was conducted in an open area outside the settlement. The shaman crafted a small boat from birch bark, placing within it the bear's heart, bile, and 4 smooth rifle bullets. As the old shaman entered a trance, the copper bells jingled melodiously, his chant oscillating in pitch. Oh, spirit of the White Nacha Mountain, shelter it. It is not our desire to take life. It intruded upon our threshold first. Anaji, clad in a pristine deerskin robe, was tasked with adding pine resin to the fire. Guo Chunhai noticed her discreetly stow away a bear claw tip in her pouch, for the Orokin maidens believed it would bestow courage. By the time the ritual concluded, dusk had settled. The shaman received a payment of 5 yuan and a piece of marten fur as remuneration, then glided away on his skis towards the tribe. 30 miles distant, a tambu finally exhaled in relief, making an exception to allow the hunters to share the bear meat, which, according to tradition, should have been buried. But this year's famine was indeed severe. The bear skin belongs to the Guo family lad, the old hunter declared publicly. Without his rifle, half-ear would have succumbed. As Guo Chunhai was in the midst of skinning the bear, Anaji rushed over in a fluster. Brother Chunhai, something has happened to the shaman. The shaman's corpse was discovered in the black birch forest. The elder lay supine beside his skis, the deer skull mask shattered into 3 pieces. Most horrifyingly, his crown had been entirely torn away, and his brain matter was absent, while the snow bore no traces of blood, as though some entity had meticulously licked it clean. It was a male bear, a tambu quavered, inspecting the paw prints. The prints are larger than those of a female bear. Guo Chunhai crouched down, noticing that the pouch containing the bear bile at the shaman's waist was missing. Memories from his previous life suddenly surged forth. In the spring of 1984, the logging site had reported a bear that exclusively consumed hunter's offal. Anaji suddenly pointed at the shaman's stiffened hand. Father, look. The old man revealed a tuft of grayish-white fur between his fingers, which did not resemble bear fur, but rather evoked a sudden recollection in Guo Chunhai. He pulled back the collar of the shaman's ceremonial garment, and indeed, there were 2 dark, bite marks on the clavicle. A wolverine. Half-ear, the old hunter exclaimed. This beast has summoned the bear. Guo Chunhai finally connected the dots. The truth behind the bear menace from his previous life was revealed. A wounded wolverine had been stealing hunters' provisions and was driven into the bear's territory, causing the famished bear to track the scent to human habitation, seeking vengeance. Let's shoot that beast to pieces with a 5.6 rifle. Er Lengzi suddenly raised his gun and shouted. The hunters were filled with righteous fury, save for a tanbu, who remained silent. The old hunter unfastened the shaman's copper bells and tied them around his waist, suddenly stating, We must use a spear gun. Father, Anaji exclaimed anxiously, stamping her feet. Isn't the 5.6 rifle faster than a spear gun? A shot has already been fired in the first month of the year as an exception. A tambu's expression darkened. If we kill again, the mountain god will bring calamity. Guo Chunhai silently examined the magazine of the 5.6 rifle. In his previous life, he had heard that the man-eating bear had ultimately claimed 4 lives before being slain. And now, the shaman had become the first victim. The night wind whipped the snowflakes against his face as he heard Anaji arguing with her father. So the shaman died for nothing? A tambu's response floated in the wind. According to our ancestors' rules, Guo Chunhai pressed 5 bullets into the chamber. The sound of a crisp click signaling the weapon was ready. He understood that some traditions needed to be broken. Chapter 53. The Cunning Bear's Disappearance as Dawn Broke. Guo Chunhai filled his saddlebag with ammunition. The metallic clink of steel magazines echoed as they collided. He deliberately selected a long magazine capable of holding 7 rounds. Back in his militia days, it allowed for 2 additional bullets. Brother Hai, Uncle Atambu is waiting at the entrance. Er Lengzi called as he trotted over with a horse, his cotton hat askew, revealing his frostbitten ears, puffing out white breath. The old man stood motionless, resembling a guardian deity. Clutching his spear, Guo Chunhai remained expressionless, silently observing Er Lengzi without acknowledging his words. He discreetly tucked the last magazine into his coat, the frigid sensation penetrating his thick cotton garment and reaching his chest. However, his thoughts had already drifted away, memories from his past life flashing before him like vivid images. In 1984, a bear disaster had claimed 4 lives. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the stable, interrupting Guo Chunhai's reverie. He turned to see Anaji clad in a male hunting outfit, engaged in a fierce dispute with her father, Atambu. What business does a girl have riding a horse? Atambu's voice resonated in the cold air, icicles trembling on his beard as he spoke. Go back and learn to tan hides from your grandmother. Anaji's face flushed with anger. Biting her lip, she suddenly drew a red-handled hunting knife from her waist and decisively sliced through the rope. I am a hunter now, not a girl. Her voice rang clear and resolute as she locked eyes with Atambu, then executed a graceful maneuver to leap onto the horse's back. Her movements were fluid and seamless, as if she were born to ride. The copper bells on her deerskin boots jingled melodiously, echoing sweetly in the frigid landscape. As Guo Chunhai approached with the horse, the old hunter remained transfixed on the severed rope, appearing oblivious to his presence. Finally, the old man slowly lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes reflecting weariness. His voice was low and hoarse, tinged with an unmistakable fear. "Young man from the Guo family. Do you understand the consequences of drawing a gun in the new year?" Guo Chunhai mounted the stirrup, his movements slightly awkward. Yet his response was resolute. "I know that the dead shaman's skull is half empty." He paused before adding, "And I also know that if we do not act, more lives will be lost." The old hunter shuddered, as if struck to the core by Guo Chunhai's words. He muttered something in the Orcan language. Although Guo Chunhai could not grasp all the words, he distinctly heard the term Bainacha, which he recognized as the name of the mountain deity revered by the Orcan people. The group convened by the brook at the village entrance, where, in addition to Guo Chunhai and his two companions, young hunters had stealthily slipped away from their homes, their faces aglow with excitement and anticipation. Among them, Torbu, the eldest at 25, was the finest rider in the village, accompanied by 2 hunting dogs, a slender, long-legged Orcan hound named Black Arrow, and a fluffy Mongolian mastiff affectionately called Mantu. The bear had headed towards Haibinggu. With a serious expression, Torbu unfurled a weathered forestry map. Tracing his finger across its surface, the snowfall from the previous night had obscured most of the tracks, but the dogs could still scent them. Suddenly, Anaji pointed to a spot on the map, her voice trembling. "The place where the shaman was killed is right here, about 30 miles from Laojin Valley." Her finger traced an arc across the map, indicating that the bear should now be at Wild Boar Ridge. Without hesitation, Guo Chunhai interjected. He was well acquainted with this forest, as the detailed records from his past life had chronicled the man-eating bear's information, which resided on the northern slope of Wild Boar Ridge. Just then, the previously quiet Black Arrow erupted into a frenzied bark, straining against its leash and pulling towards the southeast. Observing this, Guo Chunhai promptly dismounted to investigate. Indeed, on the snowy bank by the brook, he discovered a partially obscured paw print, its edges so neatly defined as if cut by a knife, leaving no doubt that it belonged to the mate of the Toles she-bear. "Mount up," Guo Chunhai decisively commanded, letting out a sharp whistle. The dogs had picked up the scent. The 7 quickly mounted their horses and raced along the stream. The hunting dogs joyfully dashed ahead, brimming with confidence in tracking the bear. From Er Lengzi's saddleback, a section of iron chain protruded. It was the bear trap he had hurriedly crafted overnight, adorned with gears borrowed from the commune's machinery station, serving as bells. "Hi go, look at this." Anaji suddenly reined in her horse, halting before a snowbank, surprise evident in her tone. Upon hearing this, Guo Chunhai swiftly rode up beside her, following her pointed finger to see that the once clear bear paw prints on the slope had inexplicably vanished at the edge, as if the bear had flown away into thin air. A pang of anxiety gripped Guo Chunhai's heart. He quickly dismounted and crouched down for a closer examination. The snow at the slope's edge bore signs of disturbance from the bear's paws, yet there were no tracks extending outward. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, he resolved to part the underbrush below the slope for further investigation. As he did so, his pupils dilated in shock upon discovering dark red stains on several broken branches. It climbed a tree. Guo Chunhai stood upright, gazing upwards and pointing to a sturdy pine branch. This creature jumped over to the other side of the slope. Torbu gasped in disbelief. "Bears can do that?" Guo Chunhai nodded gravely, replying, "Old bears can. Especially those bears that have tasted human flesh are exceedingly cunning, adept at utilizing various terrains and environments to evade capture." The members of the team exchanged glances, finding the shrewdness of this old bear rather formidable. However, having discovered its trail, they could not allow it to escape. Thus, they circled around the snowy slope, and indeed found bear paw prints once again. Yet, this time the tracks were more peculiar. The paw prints were intermittent, sometimes deep, sometimes shallow, and at times 2 lines of footprints appeared, leading in opposite directions. It was circling back. Onegi observed the footprints on the ground, her brow furrowed tightly. This creature was deliberately trying to confuse them, intending to lead them astray. As time passed, noon approached. The sunlight poured onto the snow, reflecting a dazzling brilliance. The group continued their pursuit, finally reaching the edge of a frozen stream. He Jian and Mantu anxiously paced by the stream, occasionally emitting confused whimpers as if they had lost their way. Their gaze was fixed intently on the center of the stream, where bear tracks should have been, but now they had vanished without a trace. Guo Chunhai frowned slightly, contemplating for a moment before decisively issuing orders. "Split up and search." He swiftly unstrapped his rifle from his shoulder and instructed the others. "Er Lengzi, come with me downstream. The rest of you head upstream." However, Onegi did not act immediately like the others. She quietly crouched by the stream, seemingly observing something. Slowly, she removed her gloves and extended her slender fingers, cautiously touching a certain point on the ice surface. Chunhai, there's something here, Erneng whispered, her voice tinged with excitement. Guo Chunhai hurried over, bending down to examine the spot Erneng indicated. Upon closer inspection, there were indeed several almost imperceptible indentations on the ice, as if something viscous had adhered to it. Seeing this, Erneng promptly used the tip of her hunting knife to lift a bit of brown residue. After careful observation, she confidently stated, "This is pine resin mixed with blood. It seems that creature has injured its paw." Just then, a sharp whistle echoed from upstream. The group looked toward the sound and saw Tualuo standing 300 meters away, loudly calling out towards a rocky crevice. He Jian was barking frantically at the crevice, displaying an unusual excitement. A sense of urgency gripped Guo Chunhai as he immediately led the group toward Tualuo's direction. Upon reaching the rocky crevice, a strong scent of blood assailed their senses. Upon closer inspection, they found a dark mass wedged into the crevice, which upon scrutiny revealed to be half of a torn badger, its innards long gone. This must be what attracted the bear. Guo Chunhai mused thoughtfully as he examined the badger's body, noting distinct bite marks on its neck, the fur of the shaman being from this very badger. Suddenly, Erneng pointed toward the depths of the crevice, her face a mask of astonishment, exclaiming, "What is that?" Following her to Zhang, the group's gaze fell where sunlight streamed into the crevice, faintly revealing a reflective object deep within. A surge of curiosity enveloped Guo Chunhai. He swiftly extended his rifle into the crevice, gently prodding the reflective object with the barrel. As he extracted the object, he was astonished to discover that it was a copper bell, precisely the kind adorned on the shaman's ceremonial attire. It was a token of the spoils gathered. A chill ran down Guo Chunhai's spine as a dreadful thought flashed through his mind. He recalled tales from a seasoned hunter he had heard before his rebirth, about certain man-eating bears that would retain their victims' belongings, regarding them as their trophies. On the return journey, the sun gradually sank in the west, and the sky darkened ominously. The hunting dogs seemed to have lost their previous exuberance, their heads drooping in dejection, unable to pick up any new trails. Passing an abandoned hunter's cabin, Er Lengzi suddenly suggested they take refuge for the night. The wooden door of the cabin appeared slightly askew, as if it had weathered a fierce storm. As Guo Chunhai gently pushed the door open, the hinges emitted a chilling creak, reverberating eerily in the tranquil surroundings, as if heralding some ominous portent. Cautiously, Guo Chunhai opened the door, and a potent stench assaulted him, nearly making him retch. He instantly recognized that the odor was identical to that of a mother bear. He meticulously directed the beam of his flashlight, illuminating the corners of the cabin. Suddenly, several clusters of pungent material came into view, fresh bear droppings. They were still emitting wisps of steam, clearly having been deposited just moments ago. Upon witnessing this, Tualab felt a sudden tightening in his chest. He swiftly raised his shotgun, scanning the surroundings with vigilance, fearful that the bear responsible for the droppings might leap out from the shadows. Meanwhile, Erneng crouched down to examine the bear feces closely, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Suddenly, as if she had uncovered something of great significance, Erneng delicately prodded one of the fecal masses with the tip of her knife, cautiously prying it apart. As the droppings scattered, a white object emerged, a piece of undigested bone. It was a human phalanx. Erneng's voice trembled as she spoke, her discovery eliciting gasps of horror from the group. They exchanged glances, fear etched across their faces. Guo Chunhai's flashlight beam swept across the ceiling, and when it lingered on a rafter, his complexion turned ashen. There hung the shaman's deer skull mask. However, the top part of the mask had been utterly shattered by fierce claws, as if obliterated by an immense force. At that moment, a piercing scream suddenly echoed from outside, a sound that seemed to emanate from the depths of hell, sending shivers down their spines. Instantly, their nerves tightened. They all knew that the scream belonged to Mantu. Rushing outside, they were met with a long trail of blood in the snow, extending into the foreboding darkness of the forest. Highbarrow barked incessantly at the shadows, yet there was a palpable fear in its demeanor, unwilling to venture further. "Fall back," Guo Chunhai commanded, his voice taut. "Tomorrow, bring more people and dogs." The return journey was silent, no one daring to speak. Erneng's saddle bore the shattered deer skull mask, its clattering resonating with each step of the horse. As Guo Chunhai caressed the magazine nestled in his arms, memories of the death list from his past life resurfaced. Recalling the second victim, a young hunter who perished by the creek at Wild Boar Ridge. Under the moonlight, he observed Erneng stealthily inserting a rifle bullet into her bear claw talisman. Chapter 54. A blood feud as vast as the sea. When the resounding gongs of Menjiatan shattered the morning mist, Guo Chunhai was crouched by the creek, examining a series of indistinct footprints. The sound sliced through the stillness of the snowy expanse like a dull knife. Something has happened. Torabu abruptly reined in his horse, his hunting knife already drawn. The awanky horse beneath him fidgeted, its breath forming frost in the frigid air. Guo Chunhai felt a tightness in his chest. He mounted his horse, the strap of his rifle digging into his shoulder. Let us go. 7 riders galloped towards the village, with Una Ji leading the charge. Her posture on the horse akin to a poised leopard, the red hunting knife at her waist casting trails of phantom blood in the air. The scene at the village entrance tightened everyone's grip on their reins. A long trail of blood marred the snow, leading to a mangled corpse lying at its end. The victim, dressed in a brand new blue cotton coat as if visiting relatives for the new year, had been eviscerated, with internal organs vanished without a trace. The congealed blood resembled spilled paint, forming a dark crimson fan shape on the pristine snow. It's Meng Ku. An elder from the village collapsed beside the body, lamenting. He said he would check the traps this morning. As Guo Chunhai dismounted, his boot struck something hard, a fragment of a lens, still stained with blood, belonging to the deceased glasses. Suddenly, Una Ji tugged at his sleeve. Brother Chunhai, look over there. On the trunk of an old elm tree at the village entrance. 5 claw marks were fresh enough to reveal oozing sap. The markings reached a height exceeding 2 meters, with the deepest capable of accommodating an adult's thumb. Guo Chunhai measured with his hand, a chill creeping down his spine. The bear person was instantly taller than the slain female bear by half a head. It's it. A trembling voice from Er Lengzi declared, the paw print is missing a toe. A few men armed with spears rushed out from the village. Leading them was a young man with a square face, his blue cotton coat identical to that of the deceased, save for a faded youth league badge on his chest. He lunged towards the corpse, fingers digging into the frozen ground. Meng He, an elder attempted to pull him back, but was forcefully brushed aside. When Meng He raised his head, Guo Chunhai saw 2 fiery glimmers in his eyes. He ripped off the youth league badge and pinned it to his brother's tattered collar, then turned to seize someone else's horse. Which direction did it flee? Torabu's hunting dog, Black Arrow, suddenly erupted into a frenzy, straining against its leash towards the southeast. Guo Chunhai noticed something unusual about the bare paw prints in the snow. The indentation of the right forepaw was embedded with several blue fragments. Glass. He knelt down, using the tip of his knife to lift a piece. Meng He's red eyes flickered. That beast from the distillery at the eastern end of the village broke in through the window last night. A jolt of realization struck Guo Chunhai. The files from his previous life had not mentioned this detail. The man-eating bear not only killed, but actively sought out human dwellings. This was 10 times more perilous than an ordinary pest. Bring the dog. He turned and mounted his horse. That beast had injured its paw and could not run far. Without a moment's hesitation, Meng took a hunting rifle and deftly checked the magazine. As he mounted, the hem of his cotton coat lifted, revealing a triangular scraper, a tool issued by the Forestry Bureau for marking timber, which could serve as a short spear. The group had dwindled to 8, riding swiftly in silence towards the southeast. Anaki's horse kept close to Guo Chunhai, and she suddenly lowered her voice. Brother Chunhai, why does that bear specifically target hunters? Guo Chunhai did not respond. He recalled the wolverine fur beside the shaman's corpse, Monk's hollowed-out entrails, and the claw marks on the distillery window. This bear was systematically seeking high-calorie food and had even learned to recognize the scent of hunters. At noon, they caught up to a large forest. The arrow suddenly halted, turning in the snow. The bear's tracks here became chaotic, with varying depths, and even 2 rows of footprints going in opposite directions. It's circling around. Torabu frowned. Just like yesterday. But Meng leaped off his horse, parting a thicket of rose hips. Look here, in the snow behind the bushes. The bear's paw prints suddenly became evenly spaced and led straight towards the southeast. Guo Chunhai squinted. That beast had intentionally left disordered tracks in the soft ground, while actually proceeding steadily on the hard snow. Split up, Guo Chunhai unfastened the magazine for inspection. Meng, take 3 men to the left flank. The rest follow me. Anaki suddenly crouched under an old pine tree, fiddling with something using her hunting knife. You all come see. Among the pile of pine needles lay a steaming pile of bear dung. Guo Chunhai pried it open with the tip of his knife. Aside from undigested bone fragments, there was a twisted piece of metal, as if torn from some container. Canned tin. Meng gritted his teeth. It's the meat rations issued to forest rangers. Guo Chunhai's heart raced. Memories from his previous life suddenly fell into place. The man-eating bear had initially attacked the ranger station, savoring the stockpiled canned food before turning to hunt humans. Hey Jin suddenly whimpered, tucking its tail and retreating. A crisp crack echoed from deep within the forest, resembling a branch snapping. Everyone raised their guns, yet only startled jays flew away. Continue the pursuit, Guo Chunhai instructed, and just as he finished speaking, a dull thud resonated from a distant valley, as if some heavy object had struck an empty tree. Meng's expression changed abruptly. It's our winter trapping ice hole. That beast has gone to drink. As the group encircled the source of the sound, Guo Chunhai noticed Anaki stealthily checking the bullets in her half-full magazine. The girl's fingers were frostbitten and red, yet her movements were steady like those of an experienced hunter. The ice hole in the valley still rippled with water, but no trace of the bear was visible on the shore. Only a few fresh paw prints extended towards the distant oak forest. Guo Chunhai crouched to examine. The edges of the paw prints bore ice shards, indicating that the beast had deliberately walked on the ice after drinking to mask its scent. Split into 3 routes. Guo Chunhai pointed in 3 directions. Meng, take the left flank. Toribu, the right. The rest follow me. No, Meng suddenly interrupted. The oak forest connects to the wild boar ridge. I know that place well. We should concentrate on the main path. Guo Chunhai fixed his gaze on the youth, whose eyes were ablaze with fury. He lowered his voice, stating, that beast desires nothing more than to divide our forces. Are you afraid? Meng he tightened his grip on the triangular blade. The Awenki have no such customs. Suddenly, Anaji interjected between them. Listen to Brother Chunhai. She unfastened the bear claw amulet from her waist, revealing a bullet within. This is meant for that beast. Meng he stared at the amulet for several seconds before abruptly turning away. You continue on your path. I shall take a straight line. He charged forward into the large forest, accompanied by 2 fellow hunters. Toribu hesitated, glancing at Guo Chunhai. Should we follow? Guo Chunhai gritted his teeth. But we must not get too close. The group was compelled to alter their strategy. Upon entering the large grove, Guo Chunhai noted that Anaji's hand remained firmly on her red-string hunting knife. The forest was eerily silent, devoid of even the calls of the pine jays. He quietly switched the safety of his firearm to automatic. It was unorthodox, but in the face of a mad bear, one could not be overly concerned with protocol. Suddenly, Meng he let out a startled cry. When Guo Chunhai rushed over, he found 3 hunters frozen beneath an ancient large tree. Nailed to the trunk was a gruesomely torn cotton glove, with bones still attached at the knuckles. From the distant mountains came a long, mournful howl, unlike a bear's roar, more akin to a wolf's. Anaji abruptly grasped Guo Chunhai's arm. It's the Black Arrow. The dogs have found that beast. All at once, everyone raised their weapons. Guo Chunhai took one last glance at the bloodied glove affixed to the tree, discreetly moving half a step closer to Anaji while his finger rested on the cold trigger. Chapter 55. Iron rain against the bear. The howls of the Black Arrow reverberated through the mountains, haunting and desolate, as though it were confronting immense terror and despair. Guo Chunhai furrowed his brow, acutely aware that this cry differed from the usual excited barks of a hunting dog. It resembled a lament of desperation, cornered and fearful. He quickly signaled to the others to fan out, directing their firearms toward the dense thicket from whence the sound emanated. Menghe, come back, Guo Chunhai urged in a low, anxious voice. Yet, the red-eyed youth seemed consumed by rage, entirely disregarding Guo Chunhai's warning, charging into the underbrush with his rifle raised like a frenzied beast. At the moment Menghe plunged into the thicket, an earth-shattering roar erupted from within the foliage. The sound was deafening, shaking the entire forest to its core. A colossal black shadow surged forth from the underbrush, its strength so formidable that it snapped 2 small large trees as if they were mere twigs, sending splinters flying like shrapnel. Guo Chunhai finally beheld the full form of this menacing bear. Its shoulders rose high, resembling a small mountain, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread. Its right forepaw was missing a toe, calloused from extensive wandering in the wilderness. Most strikingly, the bear's left eye was clouded and white, betraying its blindness. Fire! Without hesitation, Guo Chunhai issued the command, and 2 or 3 semi-automatic rifles simultaneously unleashed a torrent of fire, with bullets raining down upon the menacing bear. Astonishingly, the creature's reflexes were remarkably swift. It executed a nimble roll and, like a flash of lightning, darted behind a massive boulder, successfully evading the barrage of gunfire. This sequence of movements was astonishingly agile, wholly uncharacteristic of a beast weighing 700 pounds. Menghe's magazine was empty, and in a state of frantic urgency. He fumbled to replace it. At that moment, a shadow suddenly erupted from behind the large rock, striking accurately and swiftly against his chest, revealing itself to be a bloody dogleg. Enraged, Menghe's eyes blazed with fury as he resembled a bull ready to charge recklessly. However, Guo Chunhai, quick-witted and agile, seized the nape of his neck and shouted, "Don't be impulsive. Circle to the right. Its left eye is blind." A flicker of memory ignited in Meng He's mind. The Forestry Bureau's records had noted that this bear always attacked humans from the right side. He immediately grasped Guo Chunhai's intent and swiftly divided into two groups with the others, flanking the beast. Guo Chunhai led Anaji and Er Lengzi from the left flank, while Torbu and Meng He approached from the right. The previously distinct paw prints in the snow became chaotic, indicating that the creature had evidently sensed their encirclement. Suddenly, a sharp gunshot rang out from the right front, followed by Torbu's anguished cry. Guo Chunhai's heart raced as he dashed towards the source of the sound. Upon arrival, he found a man sprawled in the snow, his semi-automatic rifle tossed far away, while the man-eating bear stood upright, baring its teeth and lunging at Meng He. Its right paw, missing a toe, slicing through the air with a nauseating stench. Fire in bursts. Guo Chunhai commanded without hesitation, switching the safety to automatic mode. He raised his rifle, braced it against his shoulder, and fired. With a crisp and rapid succession of shots, 3 bullets sped forth like meteors, tracing elegant arcs through the air before striking the ferocious bear in a triangular formation. 2 of the bullets struck the bear's back with precision, instantly erupting in crimson blossoms that splattered against the pristine snow, resembling blooming red plums. However, the 3rd bullet narrowly grazed Meng He's scalp, missing by mere millimeters, creating a moment of intense suspense. The wounded beast, evidently enraged, emitted a deafening roar and pivoted violently towards Guo Chunhai, bearing its claws in a furious charge. In that critical moment, Anaji's weapon suddenly discharged. Kneeling gracefully in the snow, her posture was both steady and poised, as the rifle was expertly anchored against her shoulder. Without a moment's hesitation, she pulled the trigger, unleashing 10 bullets that rained down upon the bear's abdomen with unerring accuracy. The man-eating bear, subjected to such a ferocious assault, trembled violently, staggering for a moment. Yet, astonishingly, it did not succumb immediately. Its tenacious vitality compelled it to struggle desperately on the precipice of death. Nevertheless, this mortally wounded behemoth refused to surrender. It valiantly endured excruciating pain and altered its course once more, charging toward Anaji like a frenzied beast. "Scatter!" Guo Chunhai bellowed, his voice a frantic command echoing across the desolate snowy expanse, as he swiftly replaced his magazine. In an instant, 5 rifles erupted simultaneously, unleashing a torrent of bullets that rained down like a tempest. The piercing shriek of the bullets slicing through the air, the sharp clatter of shell casings hitting the ground, and the bear's furious roars entwined to form a heart-stirring symphony of chaos. At this moment, Er Lengzi, consumed by rage, disregarded his own safety and stood his ground, unleashing a frenzied barrage. In the blink of an eye, 10 rounds had been expended. The powerful recoil sent him staggering backward, each step a struggle for balance. Just as onlookers believed the man-eating bear was on the brink of death, the cunning creature executed a chilling maneuver. It swiftly seized a broken log from the ground, using it as a shield to protect itself. Bullets struck the wood like raindrops, producing muffled thuds as splinters flew, yet they could not penetrate this makeshift barrier. "Reload!" Guo Chunhai shouted, crouching down to change magazines. His fingers, numbed by the cold, fumbled twice before securing the magazine correctly. Seizing this brief opportunity, the bear lunged forward. Guo Chunhai caught a whiff of the foul stench of decaying flesh and resin emanating from its maw, and he could discern the chunks of flesh clinging to its fangs. Instinctively, he raised his weapon to block, but the bear's paw struck the barrel, sending a jolt through his hands. Bang! The gun fired at close range. The bear's left ear exploded, brain matter and bone fragments splattering across Guo Chunhai's face. Anaji stood 5 paces away, the barrel of her gun still smoking. Her face pale as snow, yet her grip remained steadfast as a rock. The man-eating bear swayed but did not fall, a frenzied gleam flickering in its single eye. The 5 rifles completed their reloads simultaneously, forming a crossfire from multiple angles. "Send it on its way," Meng He shouted, his voice tinged with desperation. The deafening gunfire persisted for a full 10 seconds, 50 rounds pouring forth like iron rain, transforming the snow around the bear into a boiling cauldron. Initially, the creature roared in defiance, flailing its massive paws, but it was soon riddled with wounds, resembling a sieve. Ultimately, it leaned against an ancient oak, slowly sliding down, leaving a harrowing trail of blood along the trunk. Silence enveloped the scene, broken only by the faint sound of shell casings landing in the snow. Meng He was the first to charge forward, viciously stabbing the bear's corpse with a triangular blade. Guo Chunhai grasped his arm, saying, "Enough, it is already dead." The young hunter, panting heavily, raised his head, his face smeared with blood and tears that had frozen into shards of ice. My brother can finally close his eyes, he murmured. Torab hobbled over, picking up the bent rifle, exclaiming, "Goodness, this beast has truly immense strength and resilience." He attempted to pull the bolt, and to his surprise, it still functioned. "We'll recalibrate it back at the camp. It's still usable." Anaji crouched down to inspect the bear's paw and body, suddenly gasping in shock. "Look," she exclaimed. On the bear's body, which was missing a toe, were two peculiar scars that appeared as if they had been meticulously sliced by a sharp instrument. Guo Chunhai felt a stir of intrigue. Before his rebirth, he had heard old hunters speak of certain bears that would deliberately step into traps, concealing the trap's jaws upon their bodies, creating the illusion of armor, rendering conventional weapons ineffective against them. The cunning of this man-eating bear exceeded all expectations. There was something in its stomach. Er Lengzi used his hunting knife to slice open the bear's abdomen. What on earth is this? A mass of slimy foreign objects slid out from the bear's stomach, revealing not only undigested fragments of human bones, but also metal buttons, shards of glass, and even a rusty pocket watch. Guo Chunhai prodded with the tip of his knife. Suddenly realizing why this bear was so ferocious, it had begun to view humans and other animals as regular sources of sustenance. He stared blankly at the pile of refuse before abruptly turning to Guo Chunhai. "Where did you acquire this gun?" "It was specially approved by the commune's armament department." Guo Chunhai replied nonchalantly, fabricating a story. "We pooled our resources to buy a few." His eyes lit up. "How much is one? Do you need an introduction letter?" He caressed the barrel of the rifle, his fingers trembling slightly. "If only our village had one of these." Torab coughed. Would old Meng agree? He despises even the noise of a powder gun. "Who cares?" He suddenly raised his voice. "Without this thing, we would be the ones lying down today." Anaji subtly tugged at Guo Chunhai's sleeve, pointing towards several indistinct dark figures moving along the distant ridge, likely other hunters drawn by the commotion. "Gather the bear gallbladder." Guo Chunhai swiftly assigned tasks. Take the left paw as proof. The rest of you, skin the bear." He glanced at the darkening sky. "We must descend before nightfall." Everyone busied themselves. Er Lengzi was tasked with extracting the bear gallbladder, his technique clumsy yet efficient. Anaji skillfully skinned the bear with her red-handled knife, keeping the blade close to the skin, and soon a tattered bear hide was peeled away. Guo Chunhai noted that she deliberately preserved the bear's right paw, missing a toe, an unmistakable mark of the man-eating bear. On the return journey, he trailed closely behind Guo Chunhai, repeatedly inquiring about the rifle's specifications and maintenance. The young hunter's rough fingers incessantly caressed the stock, his eyes gleaming with an unusual light. "The recoil is lighter than that of the old models, but it consumes ammunition," Guo Chunhai remarked casually. "It's adequate for hunting roe deer, though you'll need at least 50 rounds for a bear." He suddenly lowered his voice. "Brother Guo, what if our villages were all equipped with this?" He gestured in a sweeping motion. "Then we wouldn't have to fear any bears." Guo Chunhai did not respond immediately. He glanced at the young Una-ji walking ahead, her back burdened with a bear pelt taller than herself, while her deerskin boots left resolute footprints in the snow. In the memories of his past life, by the mid-1990s, the Orokin hunters had largely transitioned to semi-automatic rifles, but that was still over a decade away. "First, tend to your brother's affairs," he finally said, patting He on the shoulder. In the distance, the smoke from Lao Jin-go was faintly visible. A tambu had surely heard the distant gunfire. One could only wonder what thoughts occupied the mind of that obstinate old hunter. As the sunset stained the snow a crimson hue, they beheld the crowd waiting at the village entrance. Leading the assembly was a tambu, whose silhouette cast a long shadow upon the snow. Chapter 56. Treasures hidden in the snow. When a tambu severed the deer's throat with his hunting knife, Guo Chunhai noticed that the old hunter's technique was more deft than ever before. The steaming blood gushed into the birch bark bucket, not a single drop splattering upon the elder's faded blue cotton coat. "The first of spring," a tambu remarked, wiping the knife on the deerskin before glancing at Guo Chunhai. "You all take the hind legs." This was a clear signal. The taboo against hunting during the new year was officially lifted with the demise of the man-eating bear. Er Lengzi eagerly approached, his fingers tracing the deer's hind leg. "Brother Hai, this part is the most delicious when roasted." Una-ji emerged from the stable, leading a chestnut horse. Today, she had altered her attire. Her deerskin cloak now featured a shortened hem, and a bullet belt was cinched around her waist. With a red-hued hunting knife strapped to her thigh, resembling a version of Mulan from the Orokin, the horse was a coming-of-age gift from a tambu. Its saddle adorned with a pristine leather pouch containing the bear's grief powder she had concocted herself. "Brother Chunhai, which direction shall we patrol today?" she asked, mounting the horse with a practiced grace. Since the bear hunt, no one in the village had opposed her joining the hunting team. Guo Chunhai retrieved a hand-drawn map from his pocket, sketched with a pencil tip purchased from the supply cooperative, based on memories from his previous life. The location of Sanjia village was circled, with the words bear gallbladder noted beside it. We shall head here, he indicated towards the southeast, and pick up my stock from last year along the way. Er Lengzi's eyes brightened. Brother Hai, is it the one we hid before we came to Laojin Go? Shoo, Guo Chunhai cautioned, casting a wary glance around. A few villagers were dividing deer meat, but one could never be certain of sharp ears nearby. That bear pelt with a missing toe and the premium bear gallbladder could fetch a Type 56 rifle now. When Tolobu brought over the horses, he slung 2 rifles over his shoulder, his own Type 56 and the one bent by the bear's swipe. He grinned widely. It's fixed, though the sights are a bit off. It's serviceable within 50 meters. As the 5 rode out of the village, a tambu stood before the cactus, bidding them farewell. The old hunter, rarely seen with a firearm, had strapped a Type 54 pistol to his waist, a reward from the commune for his assistance in pest control. Guo Chunhai knew that the pistol likely housed only 3 bullets. The old hunter was reluctant to load more. As the outline of Sanjia village emerged along the ridge, Guo Chunhai felt as though he were traversing through a different era. In the beginning of his rebirth, he endured the most arduous fortnight within the cavern on the outskirts of this village. Presently, the snow at the cave's entrance remains, now marked by a few sets of wild rabbit tracks. Over there, he indicated towards a protruding rock at the foot of the mountain. Er Lengzi, keep watch. The rest of you, follow me. Una tied the horse skillfully and retrieved a small shovel from her saddlebag. Recently, the girl had taken to carrying unexpected tools, reportedly learned from the Han women of the neighboring village. Guo Chunhai squatted at the cave's entrance, brushing aside the snow to reveal the frozen earth beneath. The outdoor storage techniques he had learned during his military service unexpectedly found application here. A foot down, he remarked, striking the frozen ground with the handle of his hunting knife. There's a birchbark box. Hey, isn't that Guo and Er Lengzi? A resonant voice suddenly emerged from behind. Guo Chunhai turned to see an old man in a sheepskin cloak emerging from the forest, shouldering an antiquated firearm wrapped with a red cloth for grip. The man was tall and sturdy, his gait steady, as if he were one with the woodland. His face was etched with the lines of time, and his eyes revealed a resolute and courageous spirit. Guo Chunhai's heart tightened. Encountering such a mysterious figure in these remote mountains could bode ill. Instinctively, he felt for the dagger at his waist, keeping a wary eye on the old man. The elder seemed to sense Guo Chunhai's hostility. He slowly lowered his firearm and spoke in a low, gravelly voice. Young man, do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions. Hearing this, Guo Chunhai felt slightly reassured, yet remained cautious. Realizing he might have misjudged the old man, he eased his guard. The elder continued. There are often ferocious beasts roaming these woods. Should you wish to proceed, you must exercise great caution. With that, he hoisted his firearm and retreated into the forest, vanishing amidst the vast expanse of trees. The elder's face, lined like the bark of an ancient tree, held eyes that sparkled like 2 black beans. Wang the gunner. Er Lengzi exclaimed with delight. What brings you here? Guo Chunhai quickly rose to pay his respects. This Wang the gunner was an elderly hunter from Sanjia village. Had it not been for the corn cakes and half a pound of salt he had provided last winter, Guo and Er Lengzi might not have survived. Wang thrust his firearm into the ground, stroking his grizzled beard with a hearty laugh. I spotted a few horses from afar and thought they were stolen livestock. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be you 2 rascals. He scrutinized Una and Tualuo. Are you 2 an item? Una's face flushed crimson, nearly causing the shovel to slip from her grasp. Guo Chunhai hastily interjected. This is the daughter of a tambu from the old Jin ditch, and this is brother Tualuo. I see. Wang the gunner clapped his thigh. That stubborn mule tambu is still alive? Last time, he nearly came to blows with me over a fox pelt. The old man suddenly lowered his voice. What are you 2 sneaking around here for? Guo Chunhai hesitated briefly, but decided to speak truthfully. We're retrieving some supplies buried here last year. The shovel struck something solid, producing a muffled thud. Unaki scraped away the surface soil, revealing a birch bark container sealed with pine resin. Guo Chunhai pried open the lid, and there lay a pristine piece of bear bile, nestled amidst the moss, its surface adorned with a delicate layer of frost. Ah, what a find! Exclaimed Wang the cannon, his eyes wide with astonishment. This specimen is worth no less than 300. Suddenly, the old man recalled something and leaned in with an air of mystery. I heard your old Jingo recently took down a man-eating bear with a newfangled gun? Toribu cast a wary glance at Wang the cannon, his hand instinctively moving toward his gun belt. Guo Chunhai chuckled, attempting to ease the tension. We were fortunate. There were 5 or 6 of us surrounding it. Come on. Come on. Let us head back. Wang the Cannon enthusiastically grasped Guo Chunhai's arm. Have your aunt stew some dragon soup. Let us have a good chat. The mention of this caused Er Lengzi's expression to shift, and he discreetly winked at Guo Chunhai. Guo Chunhai recalled how notoriously stingy Wang the Cannon's wife had been last year when she scolded them for 3 days after giving them a gift. Perhaps another day? Uncle Wang, Guo Chunhai politely declined. I must return to old Jingo to report back. A tambu is waiting. Wang the Cannon, not wanting to press further, laughed heartily. Afraid of your aunt's rolling pin, are you? He produced a cloth bag from his bosom. Here, take this, freshly roasted pine nuts. Far more fragrant than those from old Jingo. Guo Chunhai accepted the warm bag, inhaling the delightful aroma of roasted nuts. The old man leaned in closer and whispered, You should avoid the wild boar ridge for a while. I spotted some peculiar footprints the other day, not resembling either bear or tiger, quite sinister. Anaki, with her keen ears, immediately leaned in. What kind of footprints? Wang the Cannon drew several circles in the dirt with his fire gun. About this size, but the claw marks are cat-like, and the stride rivals that of a bear. The old man shook his head. In 40 years of hunting, I've never encountered anything like this. Another bear hide was unearthed from a different pit, though it was unclear whether it belonged to a marten or a fox, having been gnawed around the edges. Guo Chunhai unfolded the hide. The punctured areas diminished its value by 30%. What a pity, Wang the Cannon lamented, touching the damaged edges. Perhaps I should take it back and have your aunt mend it? Her sewing skills are remarkable. No need, no need. Er Lengzi quickly waved his hands. This minor damage is inconsequential. As laughter filled the air, the sun began to set. Wang the Cannon glanced at the sky. Are you really not coming? Your aunt has steamed some sticky bean buns today. Guo Chunhai smiled and offered a small piece of bear bile. Uncle Wang, take this to soak in wine. It's effective for rheumatism. The old man, unable to refuse, accepted it, then began to chatter about various matters in the mountains, where the hazel grouse were plentiful. Which ravine had recently seen a troop of wild boars, and even drew a map to illustrate his points. On their way back, Anaki rode beside Guo Chunhai. Suddenly, the girl asked, Brother Chunhai, what about those strange footprints the old man mentioned? Guo Chunhai felt a stir in his heart, recalling the memories from his previous life. He remembered the spring of 1984, when tales of the ghost lynx circulated around the Sanjiaden area. At that time, the commune had even organized a hunt. But to no avail. Let us bring more people tomorrow to investigate. He gently caressed the rifle in his arms, and suddenly recalled something. Oh, don't mention the sticky rice dumplings to the marksman A Tanbu. Why not? Er Lengzi interjected. Old A Tanbu loves sticky rice dumplings the most. If he finds out, it will surely cause a commotion at Sanjiatan. Laughter erupted among the group, startling a flock of snow buntings nearby. The setting sun elongated the shadows of the 5 men, while the bare skin on the horse's back swayed gently with the bumps of the terrain. The paw print with a missing toe stood out distinctly in the fading light. Chapter 57. The ghost lynx's trail. The morning star still lingered on the horizon, casting a faint glow, resembling a small lantern amidst the night. Guo Chunhai had already squatted on the snowy slope of Wild Boar Ridge, his silhouette appearing somewhat solitary in this pristine white expanse. His fingers delicately brushed away the surface layer of snow, as if unveiling a mysterious veil. Beneath the snow, 4 shallow pits arranged in a plum blossom shape emerged, each containing 3 nearly invisible small dots. These tiny marks were like a hidden code buried beneath the snow, decipherable only by an expert like Guo Chunhai. With a stride of 1 meter and 60 centimeters, Guo Chunhai measured the distance between the shallow pits with a branch, then lifted his gaze towards Er Lengzi. His voice was low and grave, resonating with a seriousness that was twofold that of an ordinary lynx. Er Lengzi rubbed his hands together, the white breath escaping his lips quickly crystallizing in the frigid air. He stared wide-eyed at the shallow pits. Disbelief etched across his face. The marksman wasn't he exaggerating? This beast has truly become extraordinary? At that moment, Una Ji approached, leading the dog He Jian. He Jian, a typically valiant hunting dog, now tucked its tail between its legs, pressing its nose against the ground and emitting a faint whimper, seemingly filled with dread towards the snowy slope. Noticing this, the young Una Ji frowned slightly, releasing the leash in her hand and softly urging, Go. He Jian hesitated, then leapt forward a couple of steps, only to abruptly halt at an unseen boundary. Its front paws anxiously scratched at the snow, as if something ahead instilled profound fear within it. Strange, Tua Luobu observed, removing the rifle from his shoulder, his gaze fixed intently on He Jian. This dog fears nothing, not even bears. Why would it suddenly show fear here? Guo Chunhai squinted, peering down the snowy slope, where a forest blanketed in white lay ahead, faintly revealing some branches and trunks. A sense of foreboding surged within him. This lynx appeared to be no ordinary beast, and its presence transformed the previously tranquil snowfield into a realm of eeriness and danger. In the dim light of dawn, a series of indistinct footprints resembled a sinuous serpent, winding towards the distant oak forest. At times clear, and at others seemingly obscured, the tracks flickered in and out of visibility, as if the traveler was deliberately controlling the pressure of their steps. "Look here," Unaji suddenly called out, pointing towards two birch trees growing closely together. The group's attention was immediately drawn there, where, at a height of over a meter from the ground, fresh claw marks were evident on the tree bark, while tufts of grayish-white fur lay scattered beneath the roots. Upon witnessing the scene, Guo Chunhai's heart sank. He hastily stepped forward, bent down to retrieve one of the hares, and raised it to eye level, scrutinizing it in the sunlight. The tip of the hare displayed a faint silvery gray hue, while the root was a deep brown, resembling rust, with distinct ring patterns along its midsection. Guo Chunhai furrowed his brow slightly. He was all too familiar with this type of hare. It was undoubtedly that of a lynx. However, compared to the typical lynx fur, this strand appeared coarser and sturdier. "It has been scratching here," remarked Er Lengzi, who stood nearby. As he spoke, he reached out to touch the claw marks on the tree trunk, a look of astonishment crossing his face. "Goodness, this height!" His words conveyed a mix of surprise and concern, causing Guo Chunhai's heart to tighten. He was acutely aware that ordinary lynx claw marks, when standing to scratch, usually reached a height of only 70 to 80 centimeters. Yet the claw marks before him clearly exceeded this normal range. Maintaining his composure, Guo Chunhai quietly chambered a round into his semi-automatic rifle and calmly instructed, "Everyone, be cautious. This lynx may be extraordinary. We shall split into two groups. Anaji, you will accompany me on the left flank, while the others proceed on the right. Stay vigilant, and if any trace of the lynx is discovered, refrain from firing immediately. Observe the situation first." The group swiftly divided into two teams, advancing cautiously into the oak forest in a pincer formation. Each individual's nerves were taut, fearful that a moment's inattention might alert the enigmatic lynx. Guo Chunhai's gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, remained fixed on the chaotic array of tracks in the snow. These trails were expected to exhibit some pattern, yet they appeared disordered, as if the lynx had spun wildly in place before darting off in various directions. This peculiar phenomenon aroused Guo Chunhai's suspicions, prompting him to furrow his brow in contemplation. Why would this lynx exhibit such behavior? Typically, animal tracks should be relatively orderly, unless the creature had been startled or sought to conceal its movements. What perplexed him further was the emergence of several divergent pathways from these tracks, resembling a convoluted labyrinth, rendering it difficult to decipher. Some trails led towards rocky outcrops, while others vanished into the thicket, as if the lynx were deliberately creating a false trail to mislead its pursuers. "An illusion," Guo Chunhai murmured, his voice tinged with caution. He instantly recognized that this lynx was no ordinary creature. It was evidently utilizing the surrounding environment to confound them and lead them astray. Anaji, overhearing Guo Chunhai's words, suddenly brightened with realization. Just like the man-eating bear, those bears are incredibly cunning. They frequently employ similar tactics to evade hunters, such as leaving false tracks in the snow or intentionally circling back to mislead pursuers into believing they are nearby when they have long since escaped. Just as they deliberated the lynx's cunning strategies, Heijian suddenly began barking furiously at the bushes to their right front. Guo Chunhai swiftly raised his shotgun, aiming at the thicket, yet all he could discern were branches swaying in the wind. The lynx remained elusive. Just then, a whistle resonated from Torabu's direction. Guo Chunhai and the others immediately sprinted towards the sound, discovering a gathering of individuals before a towering rock face. The cliff loomed majestically, resembling a natural barrier that isolated them from the outside world. Within a crevice, over 2 meters above the ground, a dark mass was lodged. Curiosity piqued. Er Lengzi prodded it with the barrel of his gun, causing the object to tumble down. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be the remains of a half-eaten wild rabbit, its bones thoroughly crushed. The granary cave, Torabu's expression shifted to one of gravity, his brow furrowing as he remarked, "Lynxes typically do not consume bones. There must be a reason for its concealment of this half-rabbit." Guo Chunhai examined the carcass. The severed vertebrae were cut cleanly, akin to a knife's edge, while the ribs bore the marks of brutal gnawing. "Let us continue the pursuit," he urged. No sooner had he spoken than a sudden clatter echoed from the distant valley, reminiscent of stones cascading down. Black Arrow darted forth like an arrow. The group hastily followed. traversing a patch of low hazel bushes, only to encounter a modest cave. Icicles dangled from the entrance, while scattered bones and feathers littered the ground. Most alarming were the numerous tracks crisscrossing the snow before the cave, belonging to lynxes, rabbits, and even wolves. Damn! Er Lengzi bent down to pick something up, exclaiming, "A wolf's paw?" Indeed, it was the severed forepaw of a wolf, its edges jagged as if violently torn away. Anaji examined the bloodstains near the cave's mouth, no more than 2 days old. Suddenly, Toribu pulled the group back, whispering, "Listen." A faint crunch emanated from within the cave, akin to teeth grinding bones. Black Arrow crouched low, emitting a threatening growl, yet hesitated to approach the entrance. Guo Chunhai swiftly signaled the others to assume their positions. The 5 fanned out, their weapons directed at the cave's mouth. Just as he contemplated tossing a stone inside, Anaji made an unexpected move. The young woman raised her rifle and fired a shot at the rock face 3 meters above the cave entrance. Debris and ice cascaded down, and the sounds within the cave fell silent. "Flush it out," Anaji calmly reloaded. "This distance 1T penetrate the rock." Er Lengzi stared in astonishment. "Girl, you." Before he could finish, a gray shadow suddenly burst from the cave. The creature moved with astonishing speed, scaling the cliff face almost vertically with grace. The onlookers caught a fleeting glimpse of a tail as thick as a child's arm and 2 sharply erect ear tufts. "Open fire." 5 rifles roared in unison, the deafening gunfire reverberating through the valley. Bullets rained down upon the rock face, sending forth a dazzling shower of sparks. However, none found their mark, all falling short. The lynx, agile as lightning, leaped nimbly among the rocks. In mere moments, it effortlessly vaulted over the ridge, vanishing from sight. As the crowd gazed at the retreating figure of the lynx, a surge of admiration welled up within them. The creature's speed and agility were truly astonishing, effortlessly navigating such treacherous terrain, evoking a sense of awe. "Let us chase it," exclaimed Er Lengzi, impulsively preparing to charge forward. However, Guo Chunhai swiftly restrained him. "Do not enter the den." Una-ji had already approached the entrance, manipulating something with the barrel of her gun. "Brother Chunhai, look," she called out. Among the pile of rubble at the den's mouth lay a rusted metal box, half buried. Guo Chunhai recognized it as a commonly used explosive box at the forest station. The box had been violently opened, remnants of wax paper, the moisture-proof wrapping for detonators, scattered within. "Is this beast consuming explosives?" Er Lengzi questioned incredulously. Torub crouched down, meticulously examining the tracks surrounding the box. "No, it is feasting on the beeswax of the wax paper." The seasoned hunter looked up at Guo Chunhai. Last winter was exceptionally harsh, the wild honey was scarce, and the lynx, in its desperation, resorted to this. A sudden realization struck Guo Chunhai regarding the unusual feeding behavior. This lynx, not only of considerable size, had developed a penchant for gnawing on man-made objects, reminiscent of that infamous man-eating bear. On their return journey, He Jian unusually lagged at the rear of the group, frequently glancing back. Una-ji discreetly gathered a few lynx hairs, tucking them into her bear claw talisman. As they passed the spot where they had discovered the rabbit carcass that morning, Guo Chunhai observed that the claw marks on the tree appeared higher than before. "We should bring extra ammunition tomorrow," he remarked, feeling the heat radiating from his gun barrel. "This creature is more cunning than we anticipated." As the sun dipped below the horizon, they spotted an albino jay perched on a dead tree by the roadside. Guo Chunhai recalled the words of an elder from the Orcan tribe, which stated that the appearance of such a bird signified the mountain god was seeking souls. With a discreet motion, he checked the magazine in his pocket, which still contained 4 rounds. The price of lynx fur on the black market was sufficient to exchange for 20 such magazines. Chapter 58. The debauched deer hunter He Jian's nose roamed across the snowy ground, suddenly sneezing and retreating, tail tucked, to Una-ji's side. Guo Chunhai crouched down, parting the pine needles to reveal several indistinct paw prints, unmistakably those of the lynx, which had passed through here no more than 2 hours ago. "Damn it!" Er Lengzi kicked the trunk of a tree. "Can this beast burrow underground?" Torub removed his dogskin hat to wipe the sweat from his brow, the steam rising conspicuously in the morning light. "Yesterday we chased it to Wild Boar Ridge, and today it circles back to Black Bear Valley. It's toying with us." Guo Chunhai remained silent. From the memories of his previous life, he recalled that in the spring of 1984, a phantom lynx had indeed roamed around the forest station, ultimately falling victim to an accidental electrocution from the fence. He felt the chilling steel of the magazine in his pocket. Suddenly, Una-ji raised her finger. "Listen." A cacophony of barking echoed from the distant mountains, interspersed with the sharp crack of gunfire, not the dull thud of his rifle, but the distinctive whine of a small-caliber rifle. "Is someone hunting?" Er Lengzi craned his neck. At this season, the elk have yet to shed their antlers. Guo Chunhai had already begun to stride forward. Let us go take a look. 5 individuals traversed a white birch forest, following the increasingly proximate sounds of barking dogs and the shouts of young men. As they parted the final thicket, Guo Chunhai halted in his tracks at the sight before him. 30 paces away, in a clearing among the trees, 2 massive elk were encircled by 5 hunting dogs. These were not ordinary mutts, but sleek, professional hounds. 3 Weimaraners and 2 Irish setters, each adorned with red silk ribbons around their necks. To the left, on the black tiger, shouted a youth in a military overcoat, standing atop a rock, his arms flailing, a pair of binoculars dangling from his chest. Beside him, a curly-haired young man in a ski sweater clumsily loaded ammunition into a small-caliber rifle. The most absurd sight was the larger of the 2 elk, its antlers wrapped with a red ribbon, a clear indication of human marking. "Damn it!" exclaimed a startled youth. "This is not a hunt. This is slaughter." Torabu's expression darkened. Those elk belonged to the Forestry Bureau, imported last year from Meihuan Mountain. Just then, one of the Weimaraners lunged at the hind leg of a stag. In an instant, the elk reared up, its massive hoof crashing down on the dog's back. The hound yelped in agony, collapsing in the snow, convulsing. Another setter seized the opportunity to bite the elk's ear, only to be violently thrown against a tree. The sound of cracking bones echoing through the air. "Useless," the youth with the slicked-back hair cursed, snatching his companion's rifle to fire a shot. Bang! The bullet struck the tree trunk between the setter and the elk, splintering wood flying through the air. Undeterred, the young man continued to pull the trigger. The third shot finally found its mark, but it was the injured setter that fell victim. Amidst the anguished cries of the hound, the 2 elk seized the chance to break free from their encirclement. "Zhao Weigua, are you blind?" the curly-haired youth cried, reclaiming the rifle. "That black pearl is worth $800. Zhao Weigua, unfazed, flicked his hair dismissively. "What is there to fear? My dad will just write a note. And I'll get 2 more from the military dog unit." He kicked the still-twitching hound. Besides, this useless creature is done for. Anaji had already dashed forward. The girl knelt beside the injured setter, gently pressing her fingers against its blood-soaked abdomen. "Brother Chunhai," she called back, "there is still hope." Just as Guo Chunhai took a step forward, Zhao Weigua turned alert. "Who are you people?" He squinted, scrutinizing their attire, his gaze lingering on the militia insignias. "From the militia?" "From Laojinggo," Torabu replied in a grave tone. "Which unit are you from? Is the Forestry Bureau allowing hunting of breeding elk now?" Zhao Weigua shrugged, brushing off his coat. "My dad is Zhao Yonggui." Noticing the lack of reaction from the group, he added, "Deputy Director of the Regional Forestry Bureau. These 2 elk escaped during transportation last year. They're not breeding stock." Guo Chunhai had already crouched beside Anaji. The setter's wound was on its right rib, the bullet having penetrated its lung, pink frothy blood surging forth with each breath. The girl was desperately applying pressure with her belt, but the bleeding would not cease. "Clear out of the way." Zhao Weigua approached. "If it dies, we can just add it to the dinner menu tonight." Anaki abruptly raised her head, her dark eyes ablaze with fervor. "It suffered for you." "Oh, such a little awanky," Zhao Weigua said with a smirk, reaching out to touch Anaki's deer antler hat. "Come with your brother to the city." Guo Chunhai seized his wrist firmly. "Apologize." "You bastard." Zhao Weigua was about to retort when he suddenly noticed the bulging magazine pouch at Guo Chunhai's waist and the wear marks on his shoulder. His tone softened considerably. "Comrade, it's a misunderstanding. This dog was purchased from a kennel in Harbin, with all the proper documentation." A curly-haired youth chimed in to ease the tension. Zhao's father approved the hunting license. "We are hunting legitimately." He produced a pack of Dakiaman cigarettes. "Here, have a smoke." No one accepted the offering. Anaki had already removed the lining of her cotton coat, tearing it into strips to bandage the injured snow dog. The black arrow lay quietly beside her, occasionally licking its companion's face. "You hunt like this?" Tulabu pointed at the 3 remaining injured hunting dogs. "How many dogs are you willing to waste?" Zhao Weigua's pride was wounded. "What does an old-fashioned hat know? This is Soviet hunting style. Let the dogs chase. Ride on horseback and finish with a gun." He boastfully patted the signal gun in his waistband. "See this? German-made. One flare can scare a bear into wetting itself." Suddenly, a clumsy fellow chuckled. "Then why didn't you use it earlier?" "You." Zhao Weigua's face flushed red, about to explode, when a sudden crack of breaking branches echoed through the forest. 2 elk reappeared, standing 50 meters away on a hillside, gazing down upon the group. The antlers of the stag, adorned with a bright red ribbon, were particularly striking as it pawed the snowy ground, issuing a provocative snort. "Damn it." Zhao Weigua fumbled for the small-caliber rifle. "Everyone stay still. This time, I'll take the shot myself." Guo Chunhai had already raised his rifle. Without using the scope, he relied solely on muscle memory to pull the trigger. Bang! The bullet grazed the tip of the stag's antlers, severing the red ribbon. The stag leapt in surprise and, along with the doe, vanished into the forest. Everyone stood frozen. Zhao Weiguo remained rooted in place with his empty gun raised, while the curly-haired youth's cigarette fell into the snow. Damn it! After a long pause, Zhao Weiguo managed to utter, "Which unit are you from?" Guo Chunhai ignored him and bent down to inspect the hunting dog in Anaki's arms. The snow dog's breathing had grown faint, its dark eyes glistening with moisture as it seemed to question the crowd. "Take it back," Anaki's voice trembled. "A tambu has medicine." Zhao Weiguo suddenly blocked their path. "Wait. This dog is our property." He pulled out his wallet. "Isn't it just money? Name your price." Guo Chunhai regarded the slick-haired youth for 3 seconds before breaking into a smile. "Sure, I'll trade it for your signal gun." "You." Zhao Weiguo instinctively pressed his hand against his gun holster, his eyes darting. "And throw in $50 more." "Chunhai brother," Anaki exclaimed in alarm. The hunting dog in her arms suddenly convulsed violently, blood frothing from its mouth. Guo Chunhai ceased his idle chatter and directly placed his magazine pouch into Zhao Weiguo's hands. 5 fully loaded magazines, in exchange for this dog. Zhao Weiguo's eyes gleamed. In 1984, the control of ammunition was stringent. On the black market, 5 rounds could procure a pound of meat. He hastily unfastened the pouch to inspect its contents, which indeed contained the bright yellow standard bullets. "It's a deal," he exclaimed, swiftly removing his signal gun. "But this dog is surely doomed." Una-ji had already mounted her horse, cradling the hound in her arms. Guo Chunhai cast a final glance at the remaining 3 injured dogs, one of which had a Weimaraner's foreleg twisted at an unnatural angle. "You had better take the dogs to a veterinarian promptly," he said coldly, "or else, don't expect to hunt. You won't be able to leave this forest." On their return journey, a nearly lifeless short-hair pointer lay across Una-ji's saddle. The girl draped her deerskin cloak over it, frequently bending down to check its wounds. "Is it worth it?" Toribu murmured, 5 magazines for a dying dog. Guo Chunhai offered no reply. In his previous life, he had witnessed individuals like Zhao Weiguo, who emerged in the mid-1980s as hunting enthusiasts, using wealth and connections to disrupt decades-old hunting customs. If that lynx fell into their hands, it would likely be subjected to unspeakable torment. A gunshot echoed in the distance, followed by Zhao Weiguo's curses and the mournful cries of the hounds. Guo Chunhai knew without turning that yet another dog had been dealt with. Suddenly, Una-ji remarked, "Her name is Black Pearl." The girl gently stroked the hound's ear, where a branded number, D273, was seared into its flesh. Er Lengzi muttered, "Better to call her $50 then, 5 magazines." As the sunset bathed the snowy landscape in a crimson hue, they encountered the leucistic jay. This time it perched on a nearer branch, tilting its head to gaze at the injured hound on the saddle. Guo Chunhai recalled the ancient Orokin legend that such birds were messengers of the mountain gods, tasked with collecting souls that should not perish. He patted his empty magazine pouch, contemplating the need to procure some bullets from a tambu the following day. The lynx still wandered the woods, while hunters like Zhao Weiguo posed a greater threat than 10 lynxes. Chapter 59. Human shield. Zhao Weiguo's agonized screams pierced the forest like a dull knife. Though not sharp enough, it nonetheless shattered the silence of the mountains. The sound echoed ominously through the desolate woods, sending shivers down the spine. Upon hearing the wail, Guo Chunhai quickly reined in his horse, his gaze following the sound's direction, where a thicket of trees thrashed violently, as if a tremendous force was stirring within. With the rustling of the foliage, a flock of jays was startled into flight, their wings flapping noisily, as if they were conveying some foreboding message. Deservedly so. Er Lengzi spat vehemently into the snow, cursing the wretch for mistreating the hunting dogs. The short-hair pointer in Una-ji's arms suddenly began to squirm restlessly, emitting faint whimpers. The girl gently caressed its ear, soothingly whispering, "Black Pearl, do not fear. It will be all right." Yet, the hound's whimpering did not cease. Instead, it grew increasingly mournful. The Black Pearl noticed that Anaki's complexion had turned somewhat pale, her gaze fixated on the distant thicket, as if she could see through the dense foliage to the events unfolding within. At that moment, another anguished scream pierced the air, this time tinged with a sob, evoking a profound sense of pity. Torub furrowed his brow, glancing towards the source of the sound, hesitatingly suggesting, "Should we?" Yet, before he could finish his sentence, Guo Chunhai had already swiftly turned his horse, galloping unhesitatingly towards the direction of the scream. A wave of intense unease surged within him as he recalled the numerous forest accidents he had witnessed in a past life. Those city youths, often unfamiliar with the woodland environment and oblivious to its perils, met with tragic fates. dying in the most gruesome manners. The 5 riders urged their horses through the underbrush, with the black arrow leading the charge, its speed akin to that of an unleashed arrow. However, as it neared the glade, it abruptly slowed. Its ears flattened against its head, seemingly sensing an immense threat. Observing this, Guo Chunhai hastily disengaged the safety on his weapon, aiming forward. The reflected light of the snow glinted ominously off the sights, heralding an impending bloodbath. Upon arriving at the clearing, the sight that met their eyes compelled everyone to tighten their reins instinctively. Zhao Weiguo sat slumped like a puddle of mud beside a fallen tree, devoid of life. His once pristine officer's overcoat was now torn into ragged strips, as if he had endured a fierce battle. His right arm bore 3 ghastly claw marks, the wounds so deep that bone was nearly visible, blood gushing forth in torrents. In comparison, his curly-haired companion fared even worse. The back of his ski shirt was entirely shredded, exposing his skin, which was marred by gruesome gashes that were horrifying to behold. At that moment, he was desperately clawing his way up a tree, seemingly attempting to escape some dreadful menace. The true instigator of this chaos lounged nonchalantly on a rock 5 paces away, coldly observing the scene before it. Guo Chunhai's breath caught in his throat at the sight of the lynx. It was far larger than he had anticipated when it crouched. Its shoulder height approached nearly a meter. Its sleek, dense gray-brown fur and well-defined muscle contours conveyed immense strength. Yet, what instilled the most terror was its eyes, amber orbs with pupils constricted into 2 black slits, exuding a chilling, lifeless aura, as if it were not a living creature, but rather a demon from the depths of hell. Help! Help! Zhao Weiguo suddenly caught sight of Guo Chunhai and the others, tears streaming down his face as he cried out in sheer terror, "Shoot it! Kill it quickly!" The lynx's ears twitched slightly, seemingly responding to Zhao Weiguo's cries. Yet its body remained immovable, steadfast as a mountain, showing no sign of retreat. Upon witnessing the scene, Guo Chunhai slowly elevated the muzzle of his firearm, aiming at the lynx. Yet, just as he was about to pull the trigger, he abruptly realized that the cunning creature had cleverly positioned itself between Zhao Weiguo and the line of fire. This meant that any bullet fired would inevitably pass through Zhao Weiguo's body before reaching the lynx. "Split up," murmured Guo Chunhai, Torbu to the left, Er Lengzi to the right. Suddenly, the lynx sprang into action. It gracefully leapt down from the rock, not to pounce on its prey, but to leisurely circle around Zhao Weiguo, akin to a cat toying with a dying mouse. As the hunters shifted, the lynx consistently adjusted its angle, using Zhao Weiguo as a shield to obscure the muzzle. "Damn it!" Er Lengzi exclaimed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Has this creature become a genius?" Anaji abruptly dismounted, retrieving a pouch from her saddlebag. She poured out a dark red powder, applying it to the arrowhead, a modified version of Bear's Wall. The young girl's motion of drawing the bow and knocking the arrow flowed seamlessly, the silver deer antler ornament glistening in the sunlight. "Don't, girl," Torbu urged anxiously. "That stuff is dangerous to the lynx." The arrow was released. The lynx darted aside with lightning speed, the arrow embedding itself deeply into the trunk of a tree beside Zhao Weiguo's ear. The powder dispersed, filling the air with a sharp, acrid scent. This tactic proved effective. The lynx sneezed violently twice, instinctively retreating a few steps. Seizing the opportunity, Guo Chunhai lunged forward, grasping Zhao Weiguo by the collar and yanking him backward with force. Bang! Anaji's firearm discharged, the bullet grazing the lynx's head and knocking down a cluster of pine needles. The creature did not falter. Instead, it lunged towards Guo Chunhai during his moment of rescue. He caught a whiff of the putrid stench of decay mingled with pine resin. Kneeling on one knee, he pressed the rifle firmly against his shoulder. When the lynx's sharp claws were less than 3 feet from his face, all 3 firearms erupted simultaneously. Rat-tat-tat. The bullets struck the snow around the lynx, kicking up a flurry of white powder. Finally, the creature retreated, bounding up the rock face while casting a glance back at the group. The look it gave sent a chill down Guo Chunhai's spine. It was not the terror of a wild animal, but rather a mocking gaze. "Chase it!" Zhao Weiguo suddenly shrieked. "It's getting away." No one paid him heed. Guo Chunhai checked his magazine. Only 4 rounds remained. The lynx had vanished above the rock face, and pursuing it now would only lead them into its territory. The curly-haired youth slid down from the tree, his pants soaked. "Thank you, comrades." "Thank you for what?" Zhao Weiguo struggled to his feet, pointing at the rock wall and cursing vehemently. "That was a lynx. Its pelt is worth half a year's worth of work points. We just let it escape?" Anaji, who was tending to Black Pearl, looked up coldly at his words. Who was it that cried for help just now? Zhao Weiguo's face shifted from green to pale as he suddenly snatched a companion's small-caliber rifle. "I must." Click. Guo Chunhai's firearm was pressed against the back of his head, the voice colder than the Arctic wind. Put the gun down. The air thickened with tension. Zhao Weigua's finger rested on the trigger, yet he dared not turn back. Ultimately, it was Toribu who shattered the silence. First, let us bandage that. An infection could lead to amputation. During the return journey, 2 more injured individuals were added to the group. Zhao Weigua's right arm was hastily bandaged with a torn coat, and he grimaced with every few steps. His companion fared far worse, with a back wound that continually oozed blood, forcing him to lie prone on the horse. Guo Chunhai and Una Ji quietly approached, the latter clutching something in her hand. Look, she said. It was several strands of grayish-brown hair, the roots speckled with skin flakes, pulled from a crevice in the rocks. Guo Chunhai scrutinized it in the sunlight and noticed an abnormal blue sheen on the hair shafts. Residue of explosives, he muttered. That beast truly savors wax paper. Una Ji gazed anxiously towards the rock wall. Will it return? Guo Chunhai refrained from answering. In his memories from before his rebirth, the lynx had perished from electrocution. However, having tasted human blood now, the outcome was uncertain. Suddenly, Zhao Wei was shouted from behind. Hey, is there a phone at Lao Jingo? I need to call my dad. No, the dullard replied without turning around. Even if there were, you couldn't use it. As they passed the battlefield from the morning, only a pool of frozen blood remained on the snow. The snow dog Zhao Weigua had killed was nowhere to be found, leaving only dragged traces leading into the bushes. The lynx took it away, Tulabu remarked while examining the marks. This creature even consumes its kin. Una Ji tightened her grip on the black pearl. Guo Chunhai noticed the girl's fingertips trembling slightly, whether from cold or anger, he could not discern. As dusk fell, they encountered the leucistic jay. This time, it perched on a lower branch, tilting its head to observe the horse train pass by. Zhao Weigua suddenly raised his small-caliber rifle, only to be restrained by Guo Chunhai's hand pressing down on the barrel. That is the messenger of the mountain god, he asserted. Una Ji's voice was icy. To shoot it would invite retribution. Zhao Weigua scoffed, but did not insist further. His gaze flickered greedily over the 5 or 6 half-burdened packs the others carried. Guo Chunhai felt the emptiness of his ammunition pouch. Tomorrow, he would need to seek out a tambu for supplies, while also devising a way to deal with these troublesome companions. In the distance, a fleeting gray shadow darted across the mountain ridge, so swift it seemed almost illusory. Yet, he knew it was no illusion. The lynx was observing them from a height, its amber eyes reflecting the last rays of the setting sun, resembling 2 flickering will-o'-the-wisps. Chapter 60. A narrow path for enemies. The pungent scent of disinfectant in the county hospital was overwhelming, penetrating the nostrils and reaching deep into the soul. Zhao Weigua sat on the hospital bed, his brow furrowed in discomfort from the stench, as though an invisible hand was gripping his nose. The nurse was fully focused on stitching his right arm, and with each needle inserted, Zhao Weigua emitted a painful yelp. This sound resonated harshly in the quiet ward. Drawing disapproving glances from the lumberjack in the adjacent bed, who seemed quite dissatisfied with his performance. Be gentler. Do you know who my father is? Zhao Weigua suddenly bellowed at the nurse, his face contorted with rage. Startled, the nurse's hand trembled involuntarily, driving the needle deep into his flesh. Zhao Weigua winced in pain, grimacing as he turned to his sidekick, Shaoli, who stood nearby. With gritted teeth, he seethed. Those country bumpkins dared to point a gun at me. His voice resonated with fury and indignation. Shaoli, applying antiseptic to the abrasions on his face, leaned in cautiously upon hearing Zhao Weigua's words and inquired, Brother Zhao, what should we do? Should I summon the brothers from the county to teach them a lesson? Zhao Weigua retrieved a 10 yuan bill from the pocket of his hospital gown and handed it to Shaoli, his face darkened with displeasure. Gather a few tough characters and scout around the area of Lao Jingo. There's no need for bloodshed. Just take out a few of their hunting dogs, he said, a sinister smile creeping across his lips that sent chills down one's spine. Shaoli hesitated as he accepted the money, voicing his concern. I've heard those hunters are armed. Zhao Weigua, as if provoked, raised his voice sharply. I'll have my father investigate the source of their firearms. The 5.6 half is meant for militia. What are they in Lao Jingo? At that moment, the nurse's hand trembled as if jolted by an electric shock, causing the already quivering needle to plunge deeply into Zhao Weigua's flesh, seemingly intent on penetrating his very being. His scream echoed down the corridor, akin to torn fabric, sending shivers through anyone who heard it. Time passed, and 3 days later, the area of Haixizigo lay draped in a silvery shroud of snow. Guo Chunhai crouched on a snowy slope, gingerly brushing aside the top layer of snow. Beneath it, several distinct paw prints, resembling plum blossoms, emerged, their edges adorned with fine ice crystals, as if whispering of the animal that had recently traversed this path. Missed it again, Er Lengzi lamented, kicking at a nearby pine tree in frustration. That beast is craftier than a fox. It always eludes us. Just then, Unaji approached, leading 2 dogs. Black Arrow, as usual, lowered his head, intently sniffing the ground for traces, while the rescued snow dog, Black Pearl, appeared noticeably improved, though her right rib was still bandaged. Her eyes sparkled with vitality, brimming with life. Brother Chunhai, Unaji hastened to Guo Chunhai's side, presenting a small birch bark pouch, whispering, Black Pearl found this. Guo Chunhai accepted the bark pouch and opened it to reveal several pieces of wax paper marked with bite marks, precisely what the forest farm used to wrap detonators. The papers were dusted with a faint blue powder that emitted a pungent chemical odor upon closer inspection. That beast truly treats this as sustenance. Toro furrowed his brow, troubled by the thought. How can we proceed if this continues? At that moment, a sudden, crisp crack of a breaking branch echoed from the distant woods. The unexpected sound alerted both Black Arrow and Black Pearl, the trained hunting dogs, who perked up their ears and emitted low growls, as if signaling a warning to their master. Observing the dog's reaction, Guo Chunhai swiftly gestured for everyone to disperse and seek suitable cover. The group moved with remarkable agility, vanishing into the surrounding grass and trees like phantoms. Before long, 5 figures clad in cotton overalls stealthily crept into the clearing. At the forefront stood a man with a scarred face, wielding a robust iron chain, the other end seemingly tethered to something. Close behind him trailed 4 diminutive individuals, each with distinct appearances. Among them, the most slender figure struck a chord of familiarity in Guo Chunhai's mind. Upon closer inspection, he inwardly cursed, recognizing the yellow-haired man whose front teeth he had shattered with the butt of his gun during a robbery outside the county last year. Is this the place? The scar-faced man surveyed his surroundings with a dubious expression, addressing a young man clad in a blue cotton coat beside him. Are you certain those hunters are here? The youth nodded vigorously, nervously rubbing his hands together. Zhao Gu said they wander here daily, specifically hunting lynxes. The dim-witted observer concealed in the shadows nearly burst into laughter at the absurdity of the scene, but he was abruptly silenced by a sharp glare from Guo Chunhai. Anaji had quietly chambered a round into the pistol, while the Black Pearl at her feet remained motionless, sensing the tense atmosphere. Damn, I loathe entering the mountains. The yellow-haired man spat. Last time I encountered a girl from the Orkin tribe, she nearly. His words faltered abruptly. Guo Chunhai emerged from behind a tree, the barrel of his firearm steadily aimed at the scarred man's chest. Looking for us. The 5 ruffians froze in place, as if struck by lightning. The yellow-haired man's missing front teeth visibly trembled, and his pants began to dampen at an alarming rate. This coward had wet himself. Guo Gu. The scar-faced man suddenly changed his demeanor, the iron chain clattering to the ground. It's all a misunderstanding. The young man in the cotton coat still seemed bewildered. Scar-gu? Is this the one Zhao Gu wanted to deal with? Deal with your mother. The scar-faced man backhanded the youth, sending him sprawling. Do you know who this is? This is the esteemed Guo, the one who hospitalized old Dao and his gang last year. The dim-witted observer was thoroughly entertained, slapping his thigh in delight. Oh my, isn't this the toothless brother? Did you get them fixed? The yellow-haired man shrank back, clutching his mouth. The remaining 3 ruffians simultaneously raised their hands, resembling thieves caught red-handed by militia. Guo Chunhai directed the muzzle of his firearm towards the young man on the ground. Did Zhao Weiguo send you? The youth trembled. No. Zhao Weiguo, that bastard, ordered us to eliminate a few hunting dogs. He suddenly curled into a ball, pleading, spare me. I'm just the errand boy. Anaji approached with a frigid demeanor, the Black Pearl trailing behind her. Although the snow dog had not yet fully healed, the Weimaraner's physical advantage was apparent, towering over the ruffians. Is it just you lot? The girl scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the 5 men. My dog, Black Pearl, alone could take you all down. The scar-faced man nodded submissively. What my lady says is true. We'll leave at once. Suddenly recalling something, he pulled a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket. By the way, Guo Gu, Zhao Weiguo's father is indeed investigating your firearms. This is a document I managed to sneak a look at. Guo Chunhai accepted the note. The document above is a photocopy of a red-headed official letter from the Forestry Bureau, titled Notice on Strengthening the Management of Civilian Firearms, signed by Zhao Yongwei. He lifted the barrel of his gun to prod the scarred chin of the man. What more do you have? Zhao Weiguo remarked that he needed to secure the approval for the 5.6 model. The scarred man was sweating profusely, asserting that he had connections with the armed forces and threatened to label them as illegal possession of weapons. Taluabu's expression changed drastically. The 5.6 model from Laojing Go indeed had dubious origins, concealed by Guo Chunhai during his previous life as a militia captain. Get lost, Guo Chunhai retorted, folding the note. Tell Zhao Weiguo, should he dare to set his sights on Lao Jingo again. He tapped the barrel of the 5.6. Next time we meet, it won't just be a chat. The 5 ruffians felt as if they had been granted a pardon and hastily dragged Xiao Li away. Huang Mao ran too quickly, slipping in the snow and landing in a most undignified manner, losing part of his front tooth in the process. Anaji picked up the iron chain they had dropped, exclaiming, "And they think they can be thugs?" Suddenly, Er Lengzi pointed at the black pearl. "Hey, this dog is something." The snow dog was growling softly, fixated on the lynx tracks, its front paws furiously digging in the snow. Guo Chunhai crouched down to inspect, discovering half of a detonator buried in the snow, precisely the treat favored by lynxes. Even more unsettling was the production date on the detonator, 1984, nearly coinciding with the time they hunted the man-eating bear. "This beast has been tracking us," Tuluabu gasped. From Wild Boar Ridge to Black Bear Valley. Anaji unfastened the leash on the black pearl, suggesting, "Shall we let it try?" The snow dog darted away like an arrow, showing no signs of injury. The group hastily followed, and as they traversed a thicket, they stumbled upon an abandoned logging site. Several wooden shanties stood crookedly, their doorways cluttered with rusted oil barrels. The black pearl halted in front of a shack marked hazardous materials, barking furiously. The door lock had been violently broken, and the claw marks clearly indicated the handiwork of a lynx. Guo Chunhai cautiously pushed the door open, revealing a scene of chaos. Dozens of explosive boxes had been torn apart. Wax paper scattered across the floor. "Damn it!" Er Lengzi kicked an empty box, exclaiming, "How much did this consume?" Tuluabu suddenly pulled everyone back. "Look at the ground." A few droplets of fresh blood, arranged in a spray pattern, marred the dust. The black pearl leaned closer to sniff, immediately sneezing. It was lynx blood, mingled with the scent of gunpowder. "Injured?" Anaji queried, puzzled. Guo Chunhai shook his head. "Doesn't seem so." This blood was spewed from its mouth. He pointed to a puddle of bluish-green vomit in the corner. Too much explosive, it threw up. On the way back, the group was weighed down by heavy thoughts. The lynx's pathological thirst for explosives, Zhao Weiguo's vengeance, and the potential tracing of the firearm's origins loomed over them. Meanwhile, the black pearl remained spirited, dashing about, sniffing various traces. "This dog is extraordinary," Tuluabu remarked, stroking the snow dog's head. "If only it could be trained." Anaji suddenly halted. "Chunhai, look." On a withered tree by the roadside, the leucistic jay reappeared, this time clutching a shiny object that resembled a metal fragment. As the group approached, the bird fluttered its wings and soared into the deep mountains, its wings glinting with an eerie silver light in the sunset. Guo Chunhai gently touched the note nestled in his embrace. Within the depths of his memories from his previous life, he recalled that Zhao Yongguo indeed ascended to the position of director of the Regional Forestry Bureau and had even served time in the 1990s for trafficking in tiger bones. Yet now, this future corrupt official was menacing the hunting team of Lao Jindong. In the distance, the excited barks of Black Pearl resonated. The silhouettes of the girl and her hunting dog stretched long across the snow, akin to a sword unsheathed. Chapter 61. The firearm permit incident in the corridor of the county hospital. The anguished cries of Xiao Li echoed like a slaughtered pig. Scarface delivered a swift kick to his abdomen, while Huang Mao seized the opportunity to place a spittoon atop his head, the metallic clang reverberating through the hall. "Zhao Gu! Zhao Gu, save me!" Xiao Li curled up beneath a bench, his face smeared with snot and tears. The door to the ward creaked open, revealing Zhao Weiguo, his head wrapped in bandages, peering out. "What are you making such a racket about?" Upon assessing the situation, he furrowed his brow and remarked, "Didn't it work out again?" Scarface gripped Xiao Li by the collar and hoisted him up. "This bastard nearly got our brother shot." He pulled out a crumpled 10 yuan note and slapped it onto the windowsill. "Zhao Gu, we can't take this job. The folks from Lao Jindong are tough nuts to crack." Just as Zhao Weiguo was about to explode in anger, the sound of dress shoes clicking echoed from the end of the corridor. A middle-aged man, clad in a four-pocket uniform and hands clasped behind his back, strode towards them, his Forestry Bureau ID swaying with each step. "Dad!" Zhao Weiguo's expression instantly shifted, his mouth twisting as he groaned. "My arm hurts." Zhao Yongguo cast a glance at the ruffians, his gaze sharp enough to make several of them retract their necks. Scarface quickly bowed. "Director Zhao, we were just leaving." Once the ruffians had fled, Zhao Yongguo spoke. "Useless fools, what can be accomplished with these thugs?" He extracted a document from his briefcase. "The security department will go to Lao Jindong tomorrow to inspect firearms. You stay put." Zhao Weiguo glanced at the document, and saw it was a notice regarding a special inspection of hunting rifles in the forestry area, stamped with the bright red seal of the Forestry Bureau. His spirits lifted. Dad, those 5 or 6 must surely have illicit origins. Who are you to say? Zhao Yongui snorted coldly. The militia's equipment has fallen into civilian hands. It's enough trouble for them. At dawn, Lao Jindong lay enveloped in a thin veil of morning mist, rendering the entire settlement somewhat hazy. Just then, 2 sidecar motorcycles roared into the village, shattering the tranquility of the morning. The lead motorcycle halted, and a burly man in green military attire leapt off, the yellow letters of the Forestry Security Department's insignia standing out sharply against the morning fog. Inspection of firearms. The robust man bellowed, his voice startling the crows perched on the old elm tree at the village entrance into flight. Anyone with standard weapons must come forth to register. His voice reverberated through the village, as if calling everyone to wakefulness. Guo Chunhai was inside, tending to Black Pearl's wound. Upon hearing the commotion outside, he exchanged a surprised glance with Er Lengzi. Wu Ji reacted the quickest, darting out like a gust of wind to find a Tanbu. The security department acted swiftly, having already set up a table in the center of the village. The leading man, surnamed Ma, was said to have participated in the Battle of Jinbao Island. After transitioning to civilian life, he dedicated himself to maintaining law and order in the forestry region. He was seated at the table, leafing through a roster, murmuring to himself, the old Jinko has 5 or 6 types of semi-automatic rifles, all owned by Guo Chunhai. And here is that dullard Torabu. Guo Chunhai approached, carrying the 5 rifles. He disassembled them completely, tying the parts together with hemp rope before placing them on the table, mentioning that the gun ownership certificate was with a Tambu. Director Ma squinted, regarding the individual before him with evident skepticism, and inquired tersely, gun ownership certificate? Where did your team acquire that? At that moment, a resonant voice emerged from the back of the crowd. Ah, Director Ma. Everyone turned to see a robust elder striding towards them. This man was a Tanbu, and today he was particularly striking, donning a brand new blue cloth jacket, with a faded model worker medal pinned to his chest. A Tanbu approached Director Ma, extending both hands warmly to shake his, smiling as he said, why didn't you send a word ahead before coming all this way? Director Ma, taken aback, looked at a Tanbu, momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, another figure emerged from behind a Tanbu, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, with neatly combed hair. This man appeared quite spirited. Upon closer inspection, Director Ma recognized him as Deputy Director Li from the County Revolutionary Committee. Seeing him, Director Ma hastily rose, a wide grin spreading across his face, and remarked, Deputy Director Li? What brings you here? Deputy Director Li smiled, waving his hand, and replied, I came to accompany an old comrade. As he spoke, he affectionately patted a Tanbu on the shoulder, continuing, back in 75, during the forest fire, if it weren't for a Tanbu leading the way, our command post would have been engulfed. A Tanbu beamed at this compliment and seized the opportunity to produce a brown paper bag from his pocket, handing it to Director Ma. Director Ma, here is our gun ownership certificate, which we processed last year, but hadn't gotten around to registering at the Bureau. Director Ma pulled out the document, his eyebrows twitching as he confirmed it was indeed the ownership certificate issued by the armed forces, dated November 1983, complete with all necessary seals and signatures. He cast a dubious glance at Deputy Director Li, who was nonchalantly inspecting his nails. Do the gun numbers match? Director Ma pressed on. Feel free to check. Guo Chunhai replied, laying the rifles out one by one, stating, these are from Factory 3403. The rifling shows hardly any wear. The inspection persisted from morning until noon, with Director Ma conducting it with utmost seriousness and meticulousness, even verifying the factory numbers on the stocks, yet he could find no discrepancies. Before departing, he scrutinized Guo Chunhai for a considerable time, then suddenly asked, young man, were you a soldier before? Your maintenance of these rifles is more professional than that of our militia. Guo Chunhai merely smiled faintly, offering no response. In truth, Director Ma's guess was correct. Prior to his rebirth, Guo Chunhai had indeed served 5 years in the Border Defense Forces. During that time, cleaning firearms had become almost instinctual for him, and thus he was exceptionally skilled in their maintenance. Deputy Director Li lingered at the back, seizing the opportunity to quietly remark to a Tanbu. Old Zhao has finally met his match. His son had caused trouble in Harbin, and he was eager to leverage the situation for political gain. Upon hearing this, a Tanbu felt a twinge of unease and quickly handed a pack of premium cigarettes to Deputy Director Li, advising him to be cautious and avoid the northern slopes, as there were reports of poaching in that area. Once the others had departed, Anaji eagerly inquired of a Tanbu, Father, where did you obtain that gun permit? I had no idea. Atambu calmly produced an iron box from his pocket, revealing 5 neatly stacked blank gun permits. He explained, "These were given to me by Director Li last year, and I haven't filled them out until now." The old man winked slyly, mentioning, "I wrote them up last night based on your firearms." Er Lengzi's eyes widened in disbelief, stammering, "Doesn't that count as forgery?" His voice trembled with astonishment. Yet Atambu appeared unfazed, confidently retorting, "The handwriting is authentic, the seal is genuine. What does it matter if the date is backdated?" He seemed devoid of any remorse for his actions, even citing instances from the past when hunters would use wooden guns to intimidate during the war against the Japanese. Guo Chunhai felt a sense of relief upon hearing Atambu's words. In fact, prior to his rebirth, he had already been aware of the deep bond between Deputy Director Li and Atambu, which emboldened him to prepare these materials in advance. However, he had not anticipated Zhao Yonggui's swift actions, which made him realize that the lynx must be dealt with urgently. In the afternoon, the members of the hunting team gathered in the saguaro cactus to strategize their approach to the lynx. Guo Chunhai unfurled a hand-drawn map, densely marked with red and blue indicators. He pointed to 3 red circles on the map, speaking gravely, "The lynx's range is gradually diminishing." He elaborated, "Wild Boar Ridge, Black Bear Valley, and the lumber yard form a triangular area where the lynx is frequently sighted." While smoking, Tulabu pondered, "What is it searching for?" Anaji gently stroked the head of the black pearl and suddenly said, "Explosives." Her voice was soft yet imbued with an inexplicable certainty. "It has become addicted," she added, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards Atambu, only to catch herself and swallow the words drunkenness. Surprisingly, Atambu did not counter her statement. The old hunter retrieved a leather pouch from the bottom of the box, emptying its contents to reveal an assortment of peculiar objects: a bare bone bell, a whistle made from birch bark, and a red-dyed animal sinew rope. 3 days have passed, and the gun cannot reach it, nor can the dogs catch up. The old man murmured in Orokin, "I must seek guidance from the mountain spirits." Anaji rolled her eyes. "Father, what era are we in?" "Silence," Atambu shouted, unusually irate with his daughter. "Do you think that beast is an ordinary creature? Something raised on explosives may not be deterred by mere bullets." Guo Chunhai felt a stirring in his heart. Before his rebirth, he had heard the old hunter speak of certain animals that, once tainted by the impure, could transform into mountain demons, rendering conventional methods ineffective. Could it be that Atambu had discerned something? As night descended, Atambu ventured alone to the mountain god temple. There stood an ancient red pine, its trunk etched with human faces, its branches adorned with faded strips of cloth. From a distance, Guo Chunhai observed the elders setting out offerings of meat and wine, shaking bells, and performing an eccentric dance. "Chunhai, do you truly believe in such things?" Unaji asked glumly, wiping her hands. Guo Chunhai remained noncommittal. If rebirth can occur, the existence of the mountain god is indeed debatable. He handed the girl a box of ammunition. "Tomorrow, as we enter the mountains, ensure you carry ample supplies." Suddenly, Er Lengzi rushed in, flustered. "Brother Hai, the black pearl is missing." The trio scoured the village with their flashlights, ultimately discovering a trail of dog paw prints in the snow at the village entrance, leading straight into the depths of the mountains. Curiously, alongside the paw prints were several indistinct human footprints, as if someone had deliberately walked on tiptoe. Unaji's face blanched. "It's a lynx. It has come for the black pearl." Guo Chunhai shook his head, shining the flashlight on several cigarette butts beside the footprints. "No, it's a person. Someone lured the dog away with food." In the distance, Atambu's haunting chant echoed, its melody rising and falling, as if conversing with something unseen. The night breeze rustled the strips of cloth on the old red pine, echoing the mountain god's response. Guo Chunhai felt the weight of the magazine in his pocket. Tomorrow, they would not only contend with the lynx, but also remain vigilant against hidden adversaries. Under the moonlight, Unaji's crimson hunting knife glimmered coldly. Chapter 62, Bloodcloth Trail. A pungent, acrid odor wafted from the cactus in Atambu's home. As Guo Chunhai lifted the deer hide curtain, he beheld the old hunter dripping some dark red liquid into a birch bark bowl. Beside the fire pit lay several peculiar items: a tuft of black dog-ear hair, 3 crow feathers, and a neatly folded piece of red cloth. "Have you arrived?" Atambu inquired without lifting his head. "Tighten the curtain, women must not see." Unaji stomped her feet outside. "Father, what are you doing at this hour?" "Silence." Atambu rarely raised his voice, his gray beard trembling with agitation. "That beast has consumed explosives. It is no ordinary creature." He raised the birch bowl to the light. "The black dog blood is impure. Which woman is menstruating?" Er Lengzi flushed and recoiled. "Uncle, how can you ask that?" Guo Chunhai recognized the red cloth as the menstrual cloth an object most reviled by the Orichan hunters, believed to dispel all evils. Recalling tales from his previous life, he remembered that this tactic had been employed during the 1958 siege against the human bear. The daughter-in-law of the half-ear family just gave birth, Toribu whispered. Should I ask for it? Atambu shook his head. It must be given willingly to be effective. Suddenly, he fixed his gaze on Guo Chunhai. You, being Han, seem to carry a balance of yin and yang. You are the most suitable to ask. Guo Chunhai's heart raced. The old hunter seldom mentioned his matters, yet he spoke so casually now. Before he could respond, an Ajib burst in. I'll go. The girl seized the red cloth. Isn't it just finding Aunt Lu? You. Atambu attempted to intervene, but it was too late, his frustration evident as he slapped his thigh. The girl has broken the rules. Anaji ran faster than a deer. Half an hour later, she returned. The red cloth transformed into a deep brown, meticulously folded and stored in a birch box. Atambu grasped the corner of the cloth with fire tongs and placed it into the fire pit. A peculiar burnt smell immediately enveloping the air. The old hunter dabbed ashes onto his eyelids, claiming that within an hour, he could perceive the creature's ominous aura. Er Lengzi, skeptical, applied a small amount, only to find it stinging his eyes, exclaiming, Elder, this stuff will blind you if overused. Guo Chunhai also applied some. The moment the ashes touched his skin, vivid images flashed before him. A cave adorned with icicles, torn detonator packaging, and a pair of amber vertical pupils. This was the first premonition he had experienced since his rebirth. Atambu was fully armed. A bare-bone bell hung at his waist, a divine drum strapped to his back, and even the handle of his hunting knife was wrapped in red cord. The elder glanced at Guo Chunhai's expression. Did you see something? To the northwest. Guo Chunhai replied uncertainly. There's a cave. Let us go. Atambu declared. We must reach there before sunset. The five rode swiftly northwest. Black Pearl led the way, moving with the grace of a black lightning bolt, slicing through the western sky. The heeled Siberian husky followed closely behind, displaying remarkable endurance, its steps steady and powerful, seemingly tireless. Occasionally, the husky would pause, patiently waiting for the group, its gaze revealing a determination and persistence, as if it understood the path ahead. Strangely, its route perfectly aligned with Guo Chunhai's premonition, astonishing everyone. Guo Chunhai pondered whether the husky possessed a unique ability to foresee the way ahead, or if it shared some mystical connection with the land. He resolved to closely observe the husky's actions, curious to see if it would lead them to significant clues. Remarkable. Er Lengzi rubbed his still-tearing eyes. Brother Hai, how did you know? Guo Chunhai could not explain. However, Anaji seemed to contemplate. Father said Brother Chunhai is imbued with yin and yang energy, and he used a ritual to draw it out. Be quiet. Atambu rebuked from ahead. Such matters should not be spoken of frivolously. As the sun dipped lower, they arrived at a steep mountain hollow. Indeed, there was a cave entrance partially hidden behind icicles, surrounded by shredded wax paper. Suddenly, Black Pearl lowered its body, emitting a threatening growl. There, Anaji pointed at a protruding rock on the cliff. Guo Chunhai squinted his eyes. The ashes on his eyelids burned fiercely, yet his vision was surprisingly clear. Above the stone, a vague gray shadow subtly rose and fell with each breath. If not for the occasional glint from those amber eyes, one would hardly discern it as a living creature. Atambu made a gesture to surround. The group dispersed. Guns trained on the cliff. Guo Chunhai quietly switched the safety to single shot, his sights steadily focused on the gray shadow. Bang! The gunfire erupted in the valley, and the gray shadow on the rocks suddenly sprang up, revealing the full figure of the lynx. It appeared even thinner than the last time they had seen it. Its ribs starkly defined, yet its muscular contours were more pronounced. A bullet grazed its hind leg, sending a spray of crimson into the air. Hit! Cheered the onlookers. However, the lynx's reaction was unexpected. Instead of fleeing immediately, it moved laterally along the rock face, keeping its injured leg pressed against the stone. Strangely, a faint blue trail emerged along its path, reminiscent of the yin energy that Guo Chunhai had observed after applying the ashes. Chase it! Atambu sounded the bare-bone whistle, its shrill tone piercing the air. The lynx bounded over the ridge. By the time the group caught up, only sporadic bloodstains remained on the snowy ground, with its tracks vanishing at the creek. The Black Pearl turned in circles at the water's edge, evidently having lost the scent in the flowing water. Split up and search. Guo Chunhai pointed to the opposite bank. Anaji, stay with me. The rest head downstream. No sooner had he spoken than a sudden crack of breaking branches echoed from upstream. The lynx's silhouette darted between the trees, still remarkably agile despite its injured leg. After pursuing it for 2 miles, the blood trail disappeared once more. This time, they found themselves on a stony beach, with each rock bearing sharp edges. The black pearl barked furiously at a large boulder, but upon investigation, they discovered it was a false den, revealing only a few tufts of gray fur behind the rock. Draw it away. Toribu suddenly realized. That creature is leading us astray. Indeed, upon returning to the creek, they spotted new tracks in the snow on the opposite bank, extending in a completely opposite direction. The lynx had outsmarted them with a feint. The sun was now brushing against the mountain's peak. Atambu's expression grew increasingly grim. If we don't catch it before dark. Chunhai, look. Anaji suddenly pointed into the distance. The black pearl has found something. The snow dachshund stood on a small mound, barking incessantly and digging at the snow. As they rushed over, they discovered a partially snow-covered hole in the ground, just wide enough for a bucket. But from within came faint cracking sounds, akin to teeth crunching bones. Atambu threw a stone into the hole. In response, a hoarse roar emanated from within, accompanied by a gust of a foul, gunpowder-tinged wind. It's its lair, exclaimed the eager second fool, readying his weapon. Shall we seal the entrance and smoke it out? Guo Chunhai shook his head. The entrance was too small. A few rounds from their guns would be ineffective. Just as they hesitated, Anaji had already unfastened the rope from her waist. I'll go down. That's preposterous. Atambu and Guo Chunhai simultaneously protested. Suddenly, the black pearl dashed like an arrow towards a thicket 30 paces away. Almost concurrently, a gray shadow leapt down from the treetops above them. The lynx had not entered the den. It had been lying in wait among the branches, biding its time for the hunters to lower their guard. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out almost simultaneously. Guo Chunhai's bullet missed, but Anaji's shot struck the lynx's foreleg with precision. The creature stumbled upon landing but still darted into the dense forest with astonishing speed. Chase it. Do not let it enter the woods. Atambu shouted as he hurriedly reloaded his weapon. The lynx's escape route was exceedingly cunning. It specifically targets the dense thickets, where the thorny branches lash against the pursuers, leaving their faces marred with blood. On 2 occasions, it deliberately tumbled down a steep slope, tempting the hunters to follow suit, nearly causing sprained ankles. The most perilous moment occurred when it abruptly turned back and charged towards Anaji. The girl hastily fired, merely grazing its ear tip. Yet the lynx's sharp claws were already poised before her. In a split second, Black Pearl lunged from the side, entangling with the lynx in a fierce struggle. By the time Guo Chunhai arrived, the snow dog bore a new wound on its neck, while the lynx had vanished once more among the rocks. 34 days of hunting that beast. 34 times more cunning than a fox. The sun had fully set. The ashes smeared on their eyelids had long been washed away by sweat, and the peculiar vision had dissipated. Exhausted, the group gathered to assess their injuries. Er Lengzi's cotton coat was torn, Tulabu had sprained his wrist, and Black Pearl required fresh bandaging. Yet, Guo Chunhai gazed contemplatively towards the direction where the lynx had last disappeared. Bring explosives tomorrow, he suddenly declared. Not to capture it, but to lure it. Anaji jerked her head up. Are you going to use Father S? Indeed, Guo Chunhai replied, looking at the old hunter. Real explosives. That creature revels in this. Does it not? Let us set a feast. Atambu's murky eyes glimmered in the firelight. The elder unfastened the bare-bone bell and shook it 3 times. The chime rang out clear and crisp in the twilight. It must be wrapped in menstrual blood cloth, or it won't be subdued. Anaji opened her mouth to protest, but ultimately bowed her head in silence, tightening the bandages on Black Pearl. Under the moonlight, the girl's profile was edged in silver, resembling both a devout believer and a perplexed rebel. In the distance, a pair of amber eyes flickered momentarily in the darkness before vanishing into the night. Chapter 63. The orphan lynx. The mountain wind before dawn was particularly biting. Guo Chunhai crouched behind a frost-covered rock, his fingers poised on the trigger guard. From a hole in the ground 20 paces ahead wafted a faint, pungent odor, the entrance to the lynx's den. Remember, he whispered to his companions on either side. That creature will emerge and target the hind legs first. Anaji nodded, placing her red-string hunting knife at the most accessible position on her waist. Er Lengzi spat into his palm, rubbing it before gripping the gun tightly. Tulabu and Atambu stood guard on either side of the den entrance, the old hunter's bare-bone belt tightly wrapped in cloth. Fearful of making a sound, in front of the den, Guo Chunhai had meticulously arranged a feast of 3 explosives wrapped in menstrual blood cloth, alongside a piece of pine wood soaked in beeswax. This was Atambu's idea. Menstrual blood wards off evil, while beeswax attracts beasts. As the first rays of sunlight crested the treetops, the grass at the den's entrance stirred slightly. Guo Chunhai held his breath. The first thing to emerge was a forepaw, marred by vicious scars. The paw lingered in the air for a few seconds, as if testing something. Suddenly, the lynx's entire head poked out of the den. its amber eyes narrowing into two thin slits in the morning light. It appeared even more emaciated than the last time they encountered it, yet its muscles were taut like steel wire. Wait a moment longer, Guo Chunhai whispered. The lynx's nose twitched, its whiskers quivering like radar antennas. It cautiously stepped forward. Its injured leg now scabbed over, yet its movements were undeniably less agile than before. As it approached the detonator, Guo Chunhai noticed the remnants of blue powder at the corner of its mouth. Indeed, this creature was succumbing to its addiction. 34 fire. 34-5-6 half roared in unison. The lynx's reaction was astonishingly swift, the bullet merely grazing its back, resulting in a spray of crimson. It did not flee immediately. Instead, it reared up and lunged towards the nearest onaji. The girl rolled aside, evading its claws, while 5-6 half continued to fire in rapid succession. 3 bullets formed a triangular formation, sealing off the lynx's escape route and forcing it towards the position held by a tambu. The seasoned hunter knelt steadily on one knee, the stock of his rifle resting firmly against his shoulder. 34 bang. 34 This shot struck true, hitting the lynx at the joint of its hind leg. The beast emitted a wail akin to an infant's cry, yet it still dragged its broken leg and sprinted into the woods. The black pearl, like a bolt of black lightning, lunged forward, sinking its teeth into the lynx's tail, only to be flung aside and immediately pounce again. 34 Surround it, Guo Chunhai shouted as he ran, reloading his weapon. The lynx was now cornered at the edge of a cliff. In its desperate situation, the feral creature unleashed a final burst of ferocity, suddenly turning to pounce on Er Lengzi, its fangs aimed directly at his throat. In a panic, Er Lengzi fired, only grazing its forelimbs, and it seemed he would be brought down. 34 Da-da-da. Guo Chunhai switched his 5-6 half to automatic fire, unleashing a torrent of flames. 3 bullets pierced the lynx's chest, sending it tumbling through the air. Remarkably, the beast was still alive. It struggled to rise, blood bubbling at its mouth, and charged once more at onaji. This time, all 5 guns fired simultaneously, and the bullets rained down like iron hail. The lynx's body contorted into grotesque angles midair before crashing heavily onto the rocks, twitching a few times before falling still. As the smoke cleared, the group approached cautiously. This creature, which had plagued the mountains for so long, finally lay slain, having absorbed 17 bullets, its right ear severed, its tail broken, and its entire body almost devoid of intact fur. Most gruesome of all was the blood of the black pearl still staining its bared fangs. 34 It's dead. Torabu prodded the lynx's corpse with his rifle barrel. What a tough life. A tambu, however, murmured incantations towards the east, shaking a bare-boned bell in his hand. The old hunter cut off a tuft of fur from the lynx's ear, wrapping it in red cloth and tucking it into his pocket. 34 It must be contained. Onaji had already run to the entrance of a burrow. 34 I'm going in to take a look. 34 Be careful, there may be cubs. A tambu hurriedly warned, but it was too late. The girl had already half immersed herself into the hole. Guo Chunhai tightened his grip on his gun and followed her inside. The cave was suffused with a grotesque scent of decaying flesh mixed with gunpowder. Utilizing the light from the entrance, he spotted Onaji kneeling before a pile of dry grass, cradling 2 fluffy balls in her arms. 34 Brother Chunhai, the girl's voice trembled. Look. 34 They are 2 lynx cubs, no more than half a month old. Their gray-brown fur yet to shed, and the tufts of hair on their ears resembling tiny brushes. They trembled in Onaji's embrace, emitting faint mew sounds, wholly lacking the ferocity of their mother. 34 What a sin. A tambu, having followed in, shook his head with a sigh. A mother beast is at her fiercest when she has cubs. No wonder. Er Lengzi leaned in, poking one of the cubs. 34 Can such little ones survive? 34 No. A tambu spoke with unwavering resolve, declaring that releasing the cubs, despite their charm, would ultimately lead to disaster. Having raised them only made them more perilous, as they harbored grudges. Yet, Onaji held the cubs even tighter, asserting that a mother beast might go mad from consuming explosives, but the cubs had not partaken. Suddenly, she lifted her gaze to Guo Chunhai, her dark eyes glimmering with defiance, proclaiming, I will take them back and rear them. Abruptly, the frenzied barking of Black Pearl echoed from outside the cave. The group rushed out to discover the Shinda dog growling at a pile of withered branches. As they cleared the twigs, they were confronted with the gruesome sight of a half-eaten hunting dog leg. Indeed, the missing brother of Black Pearl. See, a tambu pointed at the cubs. Raising such creatures will only bring calamity. However, Onaji had already shed her cotton coat to wrap the cubs, insisting, a mother beast is a mother beast, and a cub is a cub. She suddenly uttered a string of words in Orokin, producing a red cord and a hunting knife to drive into the cave entrance. vowing to the mountain deity that if she failed to rear them properly, she would pay with her life. The group fell silent, for this was the gravest oath among the Orokin, one that even a Tanbu dared not contest. The old hunter sighed deeply, loosening a leather cord from his waist to fashion a makeshift cage, saying, "Let's use this to conceal them from the villagers." On the return journey, the atmosphere among the hunting team was laden with tension. The lynx's corpse, ensconced in a burlap sack, lay across a horse's back, while the cubs peacefully slumbered in Anaji's embrace. Er Lengzi, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired, "Master Atambu, does that blood cloth of yours truly work?" The old hunter stroked his beard, responding, "Does it work? Ultimately, isn't it about catching it near the detonator? But it can be shot dead." Er Lengzi scratched his head. "Without the blood cloth to lead the way, could you locate its lair?" Atambu glared at him. Guo Chunhai, listening to their debate, recalled how military training in his past life employed scent lures. The notion of blood warding off evil might simply be an ancient misunderstanding of phenomenal principles. Suddenly, Anaji reined in her horse, exclaiming, "Chunhai, they are trembling." The two cubs, having awakened unbeknownst to them, revealed their milk teeth and emitted hissing sounds. Strangely, their pupils, under the sunlight, constricted into fine slits identical to those of their mother, entirely unlike the round eyes of ordinary cubs. Atambu's expression shifted dramatically. "Throw them away. These cubs are not right." Yet Anaji concealed the cubs within her robe, murmuring, "They are hungry." She produced a piece of jerky, tearing it apart to feed them, and the cubs instantly quieted. However, the sounds they made while swallowing, throaty, guttural gurgles, were anything but typical of young beasts. Upon returning to the village in the evening, Atambu deliberately detoured to the mountain deity's temple, hanging a red cloth. Guo Chunhai observed the elder smearing something on the fabric that resembled lynx blood. "The rules cannot be broken," the old hunter muttered. "In the first month, one does not kill mother beasts with cubs." Anaji had already slipped home with the cubs in her arms. While assisting in the preparation of the lynx's body, Guo Chunhai discovered, nestled within its stomach alongside detonator wax paper, several peculiar blue crystals that did not resemble any known mineral. "Brother Hai," Er Lengzi suddenly exclaimed, "look at this." The interior of the peeled lynx skull was adorned with a web-like pattern of blue lines, which Guo Chunhai scraped at with the tip of his knife, astonished to find that the patterns seemed to penetrate the bone itself. Meanwhile, within the cactus, Anaji was feeding the cubs goat milk from a bottle. The two little creatures suckled in an adorably innocent manner, yet whenever someone approached, they would simultaneously reveal their tiny fangs and emit a low, rumbling growl from their throats. The girl gently stroked their tufted ears, whispering, "Do not be afraid. This shall be your home from now on." Outside the window, the last remnants of the sunset were devoured by the mountains. Suddenly, the white-tailed jay of the village let out a piercing cry, flapping its wings as it flew towards the deep woods. Chapter 64. The incident of sending off the cubs' mornings in Liujingu were never this raucous. As Guo Chunhai pushed open the birch bark door of the cactus, he discovered a throng of villagers gathered before the home of Atambu. At the forefront stood the half-eared elder, clutching a string of aged bear-tooth necklaces, vocally proclaiming something in the ancient language of the Orokin people. "What is happening?" Er Lengzi rubbed his eyes as he edged closer. Guo Chunhai had already surmised much of the situation. Last night, Anaji had carefully carried a lynx cub while making her way back to the village. Just as she was nearing her destination, she unexpectedly encountered Aunt Lu, who was fetching water from the stream. Aunt Lu was infamous for her loose tongue, her words spreading faster than the commune's broadcasting station, ensuring that any event was promptly transformed into a sensational tale. At this moment, the villagers were congregated at the center, and Atambu's expression was darker than the bottom of a pot. The old hunter had donned a faded blue cloth jacket, a ceremonial garment reserved for significant discussions among the Orokin people. Beside his feet lay a wicker basket, lined with Anaji's deerskin coat, where two lynx cubs curled up, contentedly gnawing on strips of meat. Anaji stood at the threshold, inhaling deeply before raising her voice. "Respected uncles, please listen to me." Her tone was sharper than usual, tinged with urgency. They were only half a month old, and their teeth had yet to fully develop. However, before she could finish her plea, she was interrupted by the half-eared elder. Stamping his deerskin shoes, he barked, "Girl, let me tell you, back in 53, my uncle raised wolf cubs, and what happened then? In the end, half of the village's sheep were slaughtered." Before his words could settle, a toothless old woman pushed her way forward, chiming in, "Exactly. These creatures hold grudges. Once they grow up, they will undoubtedly return to wreak havoc upon us." As she spoke, she lifted her hair to reveal a gruesome scar on her forehead. "Look at this. I was scratched by a lynx when I was 6. Seeing this, Anaji's frustration and grievance intensified. Her eyes widened as she sought to defend herself further. Yet, just as she opened her mouth, Atambu abruptly seized the teacup from the table without warning and hurled it to the ground with the force of a stone. The sound of shattering ceramic echoed sharply as the cup fractured into 8 pieces upon the hard, frozen earth, the milk splattering like droplets of water onto Anaji's boots, leaving an unsightly stain. This sudden turn of events rendered the previously boisterous crowd silent, all eyes fixed in astonishment upon Atambu, bewildered by his unexpected fury. Atambu's expression was as still as water, his gaze fixed intently upon Anaji as he pronounced, "Before sunset today, these 2 creatures must be dispatched." His voice reverberated through the still air, imbued with an unmistakable authority. After speaking, Atambu surveyed the crowd around him, then raised his voice solemnly, declaring, "I, Atambu, swear by the name of the old golden ditch hunter." Guo Chunhai stood nearby, noticing that Anaji's fingers were tightly clenched into her palm, her fingertips turning pale from the pressure. The young girl's silver earrings shimmered violently in the morning light, seemingly narrating her inner turmoil and rage. Nevertheless, Anaji defiantly raised her chin, unwavering as she met Atambu's gaze, retorting, "To where? Releasing them back to the mountains means their demise." At that moment, a strange voice emerged from the back of the crowd, "Harbin." Accompanying this voice, a middle-aged man clad in a blue cotton Zhongshan suit squeezed through the throng. A pen gleamed faintly on his chest as it caught the sunlight. He approached Atambu, producing a crumpled letter of introduction from his pocket and presenting it to him. Introducing himself, "I am from the zoo's procurement department. I hear you have captured lynx cubs?" Beside them, Er Lengzi muttered, "News travels faster than a bullet." The middle-aged man seemed oblivious to Er Lengzi's comment. He crouched down to examine the 2 cubs closely. Suddenly, he exclaimed in surprise. Cautiously, he pried open one of the cub's eyelids, and its amber pupils, disturbed by the light, swiftly contracted into thin slits, faintly glimmering with a hint of blue. "What a peculiar breed," the man mused to himself as he scrutinized the cubs. "We will purchase them as first-class protected animals, 80 yuan each. How does that sound?" He lifted his gaze to the crowd, a smile gracing his face. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. 80 yuan in 1984 was no insignificant sum, equivalent to 2 months' wages for an ordinary worker. However, just as everyone was marveling at the price, Anaji suddenly seized the willow basket, resolutely declaring, "Not for sale. 100. The middle-aged man, taken aback, quickly raised his offer, exclaiming that such a price could buy 3 new guns. Upon hearing this, Atambu's hand instinctively moved to his waist knife, his expression darkening, clearly incensed by the man's offer. Guo Chunhai, understanding that Atambu was a seasoned hunter and recognizing the signs of his brewing anger, hastily intervened, "Comrade, please do not take offense. This cub's mother previously ingested dynamite, and her mind is not quite right." "All the better." The middle-aged man's eyes brightened, interrupting Guo Chunhai excitedly. "We need to study animals exhibiting such abnormal behavior." Realizing he had let slip too much, he quickly backtracked with an awkward smile, saying, "The zoo has professional veterinarians who can surely treat it." The sun gradually ascended the treetops, and the villagers slowly dispersed, leaving a middle-aged man standing in place, contemplating the retreating figures of Anaji and Atambu. The snow-laden ground before Atambu's home, once pristine and unblemished like a world draped in silver, was now trampled into a disheveled mess, as if it had endured a fierce storm. Only Guo Chunhai and Er Lengzi remained quietly by Anaji's side. At this moment, the young maiden Anaji sat on the threshold, clutching a willow basket. Her eyes were rimmed with red, reminiscent of the embroidery thread on her robe, and tears swirled in her gaze, as if poised to spill over at any moment. "Child," Atambu's tone softened slightly, "the rules of the mountains cannot be broken. Rules, rules." Anaji suddenly erupted like a barrel of gunpowder, her voice laced with a sob as she pointed to the little creatures in the willow basket. "They haven't even killed a mouse." Atambu found himself momentarily silenced by Anaji's words. He opened his mouth, only to discover he had no retort. Guo Chunhai, observing from the sidelines, couldn't help but marvel at the girl's sharp tongue. At that moment, Guo Chunhai noticed the 2 young cubs in the basket, clinging tightly to Anaji's fingers, gently suckling while emitting soft, contented purrs. In that instance, any semblance of ferocity vanished, revealing them as nothing less than 2 adorable kittens. As noon approached, the tranquility of the village was suddenly disrupted by the roar of an approaching vehicle. A green jeep slowly rolled to a stop in front of Atambu's home. A buyer emerged, carrying an iron cage in one hand and a wad of cash in the other. Upon seeing the buyer, Anaji immediately scurried into the mountain deity temple like a startled rabbit, refusing to emerge. Consequently, the transaction fell upon a tambu to complete. This is a provincial research project, the buyer said, counting the money as he spoke to a tambu. I've heard that experts from the Soviet Union are also studying animal behavior variations. Guo Chunhai's heart raced, as if struck by an unseen force. Fragments of memories from his past life surged forth. In 1984, foreign specialists indeed collected specimens of anomalous animals in the northeastern region. He fought to keep his voice steady, casually inquiring, what will happen to these animal specimens after the research is completed? Unbeknownst to him, the buyer remained oblivious to Guo Chunhai's unease, responding nonchalantly, of course, they will be made into specimens. He then added, this breed is exceedingly rare. However, at that moment, the buyer seemed to realize something, abruptly closing his mouth, a flicker of alertness crossing his gaze. He quickly produced 2 10-yuan bills from his pocket and pressed them into Guo Chunhai's hand, lowering his voice. Comrade, could you perhaps persuade that young lady? As the sun began to set, Guo Chunhai finally found Anaji by the stream. The young maiden sat quietly on a stone, focused intently on peeling a piece of birch bark with a red string and a hunting knife in her hands. At her feet lay a collection of 5 or 6 somewhat rough animal sculptures, depicting a lynx, a moose, and a dragon poised for flight. These were offerings to appease the mountain deity. Without lifting her gaze, Anaji remarked, seemingly unperturbed by Guo Chunhai's arrival, I have sworn an oath. Guo Chunhai slowly crouched down, meticulously examining the animal figures. He noted that while the sculptures appeared somewhat crude, they were remarkably lifelike, with every detail intricately carved by Anaji. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to her fingers, which were marred by numerous small cuts, some even oozing with blood. Most alarming to Guo Chunhai was the fresh bloodstain in the palm of her left hand, evidently from a recent injury. He understood well that the Orokin people only resorted to such self-harm when making a blood oath to the mountain god. They will live, the girl suddenly declared. Once I become an official in the village, the first thing I will do is establish a genuine nature reserve. As she raised her head, her eyes sparkled with ambition. Brother Chunhai, do you think it will be possible in 10 years? Guo Chunhai recalled the vacant stares of the beasts in the cages of the wildlife park he had seen in his previous life. There was no trace of wildness left in them. Yet he nodded affirmatively. Yes, it can be done. As the jeep departed, the entire old Jinchuan echoed with the cries of the cubs. The sound was neither that of a cat nor a dog. It resembled the wailing of an infant. Anaji did not see them off. She spent the entire night polishing her weapon, ensuring the barrel gleamed with a reflection of shadows. The following morning, Guo Chunhai discovered that his gun had been tampered with. The safety spring loosened, the trigger pull shortened, and even the sights recalibrated. A simpleton rushed over, exclaiming that his own gun had also been modified. That girl did it in the dead of night, said a tambu, who was sipping milk tea. She could adjust a crossbow since she was 6. The sound of hooves approached the village. Anaji, fully armed, rode in with a hunting knife at her waist and a treasured Type 54 pistol tucked away. Though her eyes were still puffy, her chin was held high. Shall we venture into the mountains? I heard a group of wild boars has arrived in the Black Bear Valley. In the days that followed, Anaji seemed transformed. She no longer wore the jingling silver ornaments, and her deer-hide cloak had been replaced with a more practical short outfit. What troubled the tambu the most was her unabashed manipulation of firearms, even daring to engage in discussions of ballistics with the men. On the last hunting day of the lunar calendar, the villagers gathered at the ancestral hall to distribute the meat. When Anaji entered carrying half a roe deer, there was a momentary hush. A perfect bullet hole was visible between the creature's eyes. Excellent marksmanship, muttered the elder. It's just like her family. Anaji slammed the roe deer onto the chopping board. Uncle, by the old customs, this meat should be mine to divide, correct? The elders exchanged glances. According to Orokin tradition, the hunter was responsible for the distribution, yet this custom had been disregarded for decades. Suddenly, a tambu burst into laughter, tossing his hunting knife to his daughter. Divide it. After that day, no one in the village mentioned the lynx cubs again. However, some noticed that Anaji's quiver always contained a peculiar arrow, its shaft wrapped in red thread, with a tip fashioned from some form of blue glass. On the ancient pine tree of the mountain deity's temple, a string of dried lynx teeth hung like a necklace. Whenever the night wind blew, the sound of clashing teeth echoed, resembling the whispers of some wild beast. Chapter 65. Diplomatic ammunition. When the enamel mug in the deputy director's office of the Forestry Bureau shattered against the wall, the personnel in the adjacent archives department instinctively recoiled. Zhao Yonggui seldom exhibited such fury, yet today the veins on his temples throbbed like worms. You nearly brought doom to the entire family. Zhao Yongwei hurled the forestry bulletin onto the table before his son, the front page prominently displaying the headline, "The Lao Jin Go hunting team slays a man-eating lynx." Do you comprehend what it means to have a hunter capable of killing a lynx? Zhao Weiguo, clutching his still unbandaged arm, muttered, "Aren't they just a bunch of peasants with guns?" Peasants? Zhao Yongwei pulled out a yellowing booklet from his drawer. Have you ever read about the 1957 Shantung tiger hunting team defection? 7 hunters armed with 12 guns entered the mountains, and the anti-bandit troops pursued them for 3 months, ultimately losing 11 soldiers. Outside, the shadows of the poplar trees slanted across the concrete ground. Zhao Weiguo stared at the faded photographs in the open dossier, depicting several uniformed figures sprawled in the snow, their surroundings marked by chaotic footprints, yet each fatal wound bore a single bullet hole in the center of their foreheads. I know about those people in Lao Jin Go. Zhao Yongwei lowered his voice. I found out that Guo Chunhai can extinguish an incense head from 200 meters away, and that a Tanbu killed a bear with his bare hands in his youth. Now, they've also added a girl from the Orokin who can adjust a rifle. He tapped his son's plaster cast. If you provoke them, one day you may find yourself dead in the ravine. And I want to even be able to retrieve your body. Zhao Weiguo swallowed hard. He recalled how Guo Chunhai's eyes regarded him as though he were an inanimate object. What should I do then? Zhao Yongwei retrieved a brown paper bag from the cabinet. These are the specialized hunting ammunition approved by the armed forces. You will deliver them personally. He meaningfully tapped the bag. Remember, in the mountains, hunters are more effective than bureau directors. The crooked-necked willow at the entrance of Lao Jin Go had just begun to sprout tender green buds, as if nature was extending its first greeting of the spring. At that moment, a jeep sped in, stirring up a cloud of dust, resembling a fierce beast intruding upon this tranquil land. The jeep screeched to a halt at the entrance, and Zhao Weiguo leapt out. Today, he was not clad in the imposing uniform of a military officer, but had donned a somewhat worn blue work outfit, appearing distinctly unpretentious. However, the plaster cast on his arm drew attention, emblazoned with the words "Learn from the hunters" in red paint, piquing curiosity about his experiences. Comrade Guo. Zhao Weiguo spotted Guo Chunhai from a distance and excitedly waved his arms, his face radiating a brilliant smile, as though he were greeting a brother. I've brought you supplies. Guo Chunhai was instructing Anaji on rifle handling when he heard Zhao Weiguo's shout. He slowly raised his head. Meanwhile, Anaji reacted more swiftly. Swiftly chambering around with a click, the dark muzzle of the rifle inadvertently aimed at Zhao Weiguo's heart, the cold metallic sheen sending a shiver down his spine. As Zhao Weiguo witnessed the scene, he was nearly brought to his knees in fright. He fumbled to open the trunk and hurriedly explained. This is a special approval from my father. 500 rounds of 5.56 ammunition, 200 shotgun shells, and 20 training grenades. Before Zhao Weiguo could finish his sentence, Er Lengzi, who had just taken a sip of his milk tea, suddenly spewed it out like a fountain, his eyes wide with shock as he exclaimed, "Grenades!" Zhao Weiguo wiped the sweat from his brow and clarified, "Spring has arrived. Time to add some meat to the village." Guo Chunhai pried open the ammunition box with a bayonet. The golden bullets were neatly arranged, exuding the scent of gun oil. He picked one up and held it against the light, noticing the number 7118 stamped on the base. This batch was not typical militia equipment. Director Zhao was being overly polite. Guo Chunhai remarked nonchalantly, "We hunters have no need for so many. Indeed, we might need them." Zhao Weiguo leaned in and whispered, "I heard a pack of wild boars has come from the north, wreaking havoc on the crops." His gaze suddenly fell upon the Type 54 pistol at Unaji's waist. "By the way, my father mentioned that your pistol needs replacing. A new batch of Type 64 will arrive next month." At an unexpected moment, a Tanbu appeared like a specter beside the jeep. The seasoned hunter wasted no time in prying open the grenade box and leaned in to sniff. His face a mask of skepticism as he remarked, "Training grenades? Their power is considerable. They could easily demolish a bear's den." Upon hearing this, Zhao Weiguo felt his legs weaken as if all strength had been drained from them, causing him to stumble and nearly topple the nearby ammunition box. Meanwhile, Guo Chunhai thoughtfully rubbed the bullet in his hand, as if lost in memory. At that moment, the memories of his previous life surged forth like a tidal wave. In the spring of 1984, a batch of arms had indeed gone missing from the border regions. Suddenly, Unaji let out a surprised gasp. She was rummaging through the bottom of the ammunition box and seemed to have discovered something unusual. She pulled out a tin box and curiously inquired, "What is this?" All eyes were drawn to the box, which contained 20 peculiar projectiles, their lead cores encased in a layer of blue coating, appearing rather strange. Zhao Weiguo's complexion turned ashen, and he stammered, This might be a mistake." However, before he could finish his sentence, Guo Chunhai abruptly interrupted him. Let's keep it. His tone was remarkably calm, yet it carried an inscrutable weight. He then addressed Zhao Weiguo. Please extend our gratitude to Director Zhao. Zhao Weiguo, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, nodded vigorously and hurriedly jumped into the jeep, driving away in haste. In his flurry, the jeep nearly collided with the hitching post as it exited the village. Atambu stood rooted in place, squinting at the dust stirred up by the departing jeep. A cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he murmured, a weasel paying a New Year's visit to a chicken. There is no good intention there. At that moment, Una Ji could hardly contain her excitement as she began to dismantle one of the blue-headed bullets. Her eyes widened as she examined the internal structure, exclaiming, Chunhai, look. This projectile contains several blue crystals, identical to those we found in the lynx's stomach. Guo Chunhai and Atambu exchanged a knowing glance, understanding each other without words. The old hunter, observing their silent communication, promptly instructed the simpleton to keep watch at the entrance of the settlement, ensuring that no unusual occurrences would transpire. Atambu cautiously dipped the tip of his hunting knife into a crystal, scrutinizing it closely before declaring, This is contraband from the border. A toxic bullet used by the Russians for wolf hunting. Guo Chunhai felt a sudden jolt of recognition. He was well acquainted with such ammunition. Before his rebirth, he had heard tales of these bullets, developed by Soviet special forces, notorious for their potent toxicity, capable of paralyzing both man and beast in an instant. During the 1990s, their price on the black market had soared to an astonishing 50 yuan per round. Anaji interjected, Lynxes feed on this. The trio exchanged glances, enveloped in silence, each absorbed in contemplation as they gazed at the box of ammunition, a tumult of emotions surging within them. Just then, the distant sound of jubilant jeep horns broke the stillness, as if celebrating some unseen event. The noise drew nearer, shattering the tranquility. Should we use it? Atambu weighed the bullet in his hand, contemplating the pros and cons. After a moment's reflection, Guo Chunhai decisively replied, Yes, but we must make some modifications. As night descended, Guo Chunhai found himself alone among the cacti, meticulously cleaning the newly acquired ammunition by the flickering firelight. He focused intently on these lethal weapons, pondering how best to utilize them. Anaji squatted beside him, using a file to reshape the bullet heads. Beads of sweat clung her bangs to her forehead, yet she remained oblivious to it. Brother Chunhai, she suddenly inquired, why are Zhao and his son suddenly trying to ingratiate themselves with us? Guo Chunhai recalled a photograph from the forestry bulletin depicting Deputy Director Li standing beside a lynx carcass. He chuckled softly, someone holds a higher rank than they do. The sound of bells emanated from the direction of the mountain god's temple. Atambu was once again paying homage to the mountain deity, this time including an odd offering, a friendship lighter that Zhao Weiguo had left behind, which the old hunter deemed an impure object to present to the mountain god. The moonlight illuminated the numbers on the ammunition box. Guo Chunhai took care to memorize them, 7118. Anaji handed him the modified bullet, her eyes shining brilliantly under the oil lamp, reminiscent of the lynx's final gaze. Chapter 66. The awakening of the bear on the morning of the second day of the second month, as the sun crested the birch treetops. It cast a warm glow over the village. Guo Chunhai had just finished trimming the simpleton's hair and had yet to attend to his own when the familiar sound of gunfire echoed from the settlement's entrance. Bang, bang, bang. The sharp and resonant sound reverberated through the tranquil village, akin to nature's most exquisite symphony. Guo Chunhai immediately recognized it as Anaji practicing her shooting skills once more. Ever since she had sent the lynx cub away, it seemed she had forged an unbreakable bond with firearms. Every morning, without fail, she would arrive at the clearing by the entrance, armed with a Type 56 rifle, honing her aim against distant targets. Her movements were both practiced and precise, each bullet finding its mark. Guo Chunhai couldn't help but marvel. This girl is truly becoming more formidable by the day. As he meticulously polished the barrel of his cherished Type 56 rifle, he reminisced about the remarkable journey of Anaji. From a tender age, Anaji exhibited a profound fascination with firearms, often standing silently by as Guo Chunhai cleaned his weapons, her eyes fixed intently upon him. With the passage of time, her marksmanship flourished, and she could now effortlessly strike distant targets. This Type 56 rifle was a treasured companion to Guo Chunhai, accompanying him through many years, bearing witness to both his youthful exuberance and Anaji's growth. Observing her adept use of the weapon filled his heart with a quiet sense of pride. He understood that this remarkable young lady possessed innate talent, and with unwavering perseverance, she was destined to become an exceptional marksman. Just as Guo Chunhai was lost in admiration for Anaji's skill, Er Lengzi burst into the scene like a whirlwind, breathlessly exclaiming, "Brother Hai! Brother Hai! That girl has broken a record again." She hit a deer in the eye from 100 meters away. Upon hearing this, Guo Chunhai could not help but smile faintly, aware that Anaji's shooting prowess had always been extraordinary. However, striking a deer's eye from such a distance was indeed astonishing. "Let us hasten to witness this," Guo Chunhai declared, promptly setting down his hunting rifle and following Er Lengzi with purposeful strides toward the clearing at the village's edge. In the clearing, a group of children eagerly gathered, chattering animatedly about the day's remarkable achievement, an adult deer. A glaring blood hole marred the creature's left eye, while the right remained unscathed, a clear testament to Anaji's remarkable precision. The children excitedly lauded her bravery, while Guo Chunhai stood quietly to the side, his admiration for Anaji's skill deepening as he gazed upon the deer. He could not help but recall a legend he had heard before his rebirth of a legendary female sharpshooter from the Awakens tribe. At the time, he had been skeptical. Little did he know that this legendary figure was none other than Anaji, whom he had watched grow. Anaji sat confidently on a tree stump, intently disassembling the mechanism of her rifle. Spent cartridges lay scattered around her deerskin boots, and sunlight filtered through the leaves above, casting dappled patterns upon her form, accentuating her silhouette. Compared to 6 months ago, the young girl appeared to have become more robust. "Brother Chunhai," Anaji called without looking up, "this recoil spring has grown weak. It needs replacing." Her voice was clear and resolute. Responding promptly, Guo Chunhai handed her an oil paper package, saying, "This was brought back from the county by Tuayuo. It's the original from the factory." Anaji's eyes sparkled with delight as she swiftly accepted the package, revealing a pristine recoil spring within. Her fingers, slick with gun oil, danced fluidly as she replaced the parts, her movements deft and agile, a skill she had secretly learned from the village's old gunsmith, surpassing her mentor's proficiency now. At that moment, a tambu ambled over with his hands clasped behind his back, a newly acquired Type 64 pistol hanging from his waist, a gift from Zhao Weiguo the previous week. The old hunter approached the injured roe deer, crouched down to examine its wound, and let out a dissatisfied grunt. Such a waste of bullets. Hunting is about hitting the lungs. Bringing down a quarry with a single shot is true skill. Father, Anaki, with a playful smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, countered as he cocked the gun with a click. "Didn't you take 3 shots to bring down that bear last year?" The old hunter was momentarily rendered speechless, his beard bristling in indignation like the tail of a startled cat. Just then, a sudden blare of a car horn echoed from a distance, a sound that felt like a lifeline to the old hunter, relieving his tension. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly changed the subject. "What is that lad doing here again?" As he spoke, Zhao Weiguo's jeep thundered onto the clearing, kicking up a cloud of yellow dust like a wild buffalo on the run. This time, it was clear that Zhao Weiguo had learned his lesson. Upon exiting the vehicle, he raised his hands high and spun around like a top, signaling that he bore no weapons. "Comrade Guo, good news." Zhao Weiguo approached with a broad smile, presenting a document from the Forestry Bureau to Guo Chunhai. Upon receiving the document, Guo Chunhai noted the conspicuous red seal stamped upon it. The content detailed an incident involving a black bear injuring individuals in Zone 4 of the Hongqi Forest Farm. Due to the urgency of the situation, the Forestry Bureau had specially commissioned the old Jinghua hunting team to assist in eliminating the bear, promising a reward of 200 yuan if successful, with the quarry belonging to the hunting team. "My father said this is a specially approved hunting mission." Zhao Weiguo leaned closer to Guo Chunhai, lowering his voice. "In fact, that bear has already injured 4 people, but the forest farm has kept it under wraps." Guo Chunhai's gaze swiftly scanned the document, freezing when it fell upon the word Zone 4. He understood all too well that this location was less than 20 miles from the Sino-Soviet border, indicating that the task at hand might be more complex and perilous than anticipated. "What exactly happened?" Zhao Weiguo asked anxiously, quickly pulling out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow. "It's like this. While the logging team was felling trees, they inadvertently disturbed the bear's den. The beast went mad and struck Captain Liu, breaking 3 of his ribs." Zhao Weiguo's voice trembled, still haunted by the recent events. He then lowered his voice as if fearing eavesdroppers. In reality, they were cutting down red pines, which are a nationally protected species. A tambu and Guo Chunhai exchanged glances, both reflecting surprise and concern in each other's eyes. The old hunter stroked his beard, pondering, "How old are those trees?" "At least 100 years, I suppose," Zhao Weiguo replied without hesitation. But as the words left his mouth, he realized he had misspoken and quickly corrected himself. It was those temporary workers acting recklessly. "I had no knowledge of it beforehand." Guo Chunhai had already grasped the gravity of the situation. He pondered silently. The Hongqi Forestry Farm is engaging in the illicit act of illegally harvesting protected tree species. This is indeed a violation of the law. Moreover, they have disturbed the ancient bear king residing in the century-old red pines. This could escalate significantly. Should this matter come to light, Zhao Yongui, the deputy director in charge, will undoubtedly face severe consequences. With this thought, Guo Chunhai maintained a stoic expression and said to Zhao Weiguo, "Bullets." Zhao Weiguo immediately understood the implication and swiftly walked to the rear of the vehicle, opening the trunk. Inside, he discovered 2 boxes of 5.6mm ammunition, a box of grenades, and 3 pristine jungle machetes glinting in the sunlight. Among the assorted items, a tin box stood out conspicuously. Upon opening it, they were astonished to find 20 neatly arranged large shotgun shells, each the thickness of a thumb, designated as number 12 shot. Zhao Weiguo proudly presented one of them, as if it were a rare treasure, exclaiming, "This was specially procured from the armed department by my father, intended solely for bear hunting." He elaborated further, explaining that these shotgun shells contained steel pellets instead of ordinary lead. Anaki curiously picked up a shell, scrutinizing it against the light, and inquired, "Can this truly penetrate a bear's skull?" Zhao Weiguo, invigorated by her question, replied with enthusiasm, "Not only that, this can even take down a wild boar within 50 meters. Guo Chunhai leaned in, weighing the shell in his hand. He noted that the projectile was steel cord, a third heavier than a conventional lead bullet. This reminded him of similar ammunition he had used during his previous life in the Border Defense Forces, specifically designed for dealing with cross-border beasts. Guo Chunhai resolved to set off the following day and indicated the need for a guide. No sooner had Zhao Weiguo departed than a tambu swiftly gathered the hunting team. The seasoned old hunter unearthed a ceramic jar from the bottom of the box, containing a potent concoction known as bear medicine. This black ointment was made from wolf dung, cornelian cherries, and stinking plums, its odor so pungent it could rival chemical weapons. The old hunter stirred the viscous paste with a wooden stick, stating gravely, "Bears are most ferocious upon awakening, so we must first use this to smoke them out before we open fire." Anaki then produced her modified ammunition. The young girl meticulously split open a standard bullet with a file, transforming it into a rudimentary dum-dum round, asserting, "This will expand upon impact," rendering it effective against even thick bear hides. Er Lengzi watched in awe, swallowing hard. "Girl, who taught you this technique?" "The militia training manual," Anaki replied nonchalantly, not lifting her gaze. Guo Chunhai's heart skipped a beat. That book was indeed something he had brought with him from his previous life, containing diagrams for modifying ammunition. He had anticipated that this girl would uncover it. Torabu, inspecting the gear, suddenly queried, "With the Hongqi Forestry Farm so close to the border, could it?" Guo Chunhai interjected firmly, "Hence, we are all equipped with rifles. The handguns are for self-defense." As night descended, the hunting team was fully prepared. All 5 rifles were fitted with enhanced recoil springs, and each member was equipped with 30 rounds of standard ammunition alongside 5 modified rounds. Anaki took the time to craft a chest strap for Black Pearl, meticulously stitching it together with canvas and bamboo strips. A tambu conducted a simple hunting ceremony by the fire pit, applying bear oil to each gun barrel while reciting ancient Orokin verses. When it was Anaki's turn, he tied a red string to the stock of his gun, proclaiming, "May the mountain god grant us protection." Guo Chunhai was the last to check the equipment, discreetly pressing 3 blue-tipped bullets into the bottom of the magazine, extracted from the toxic rounds gifted by Zhao Weiguo, resealed with care. His past experiences reminded him that some things could be more lethal than steel core bullets. Suddenly, the leucistic jay at the station called out a few times. Anaki looked up to see the bird's feathers almost translucent in the moonlight, seemingly clutching something in its beak before it vanished in an instant. "Tomorrow promises to be a fine day," a tambu remarked, gazing at the starry sky. "Bears are at their laziest at noon." Zhao Weiguo's jeep had left behind a rudimentary map, and Guo Chunhai noted that Zone 4 was circled in red ink, accompanied by small print. 3 miles east of the boundary marker, do not cross the line. He folded the map carefully and tucked it into his pocket. The Sino-Soviet border in 1984 was far from tranquil, yet the beasts were indifferent to such matters, especially the awakened bear king. Chapter 67. The lumberjack's lesson in the number 4 shed of the red flag logging site. Smoke filled the air, the acrid scent of low-quality tobacco stinging the nostrils. Guo Chunhai cautiously lifted the greasy door curtain. A wave of heat mixed with a potent odor of alcohol crashing over him like a tumultuous tide. He frowned, covering his mouth and nose to fend off the nauseating stench. Upon entering the shed, he noticed 5 lumberjacks gathered around a dilapidated iron stove. Steam billowing from a kettle atop it, while several plastic barrels filled with bulk liquor lay nearby. The lumberjacks' faces were flushed, clearly having indulged in considerable drinking. One particularly burly lumberjack caught Guo Chunhai's attention, his chest wrapped in thick bandages, wincing in pain with each cough. Guo Chunhai thought to himself, "This must be the individual injured by the bear." "It's them," remarked the forest worker leading the way, lowering his voice to inform Guo Chunhai that these lumberjacks had inadvertently startled a bear while felling trees. Upon hearing the term bear, Er Lengzi couldn't help but laugh. "Ha, what do you lads intend to confront a bear with? A bottle of liquor?" His words sparked discontent among the other lumberjacks, particularly the youngest among them, who slammed down his teacup with a thud and glared at Er Lengzi, retorting, "If you're so brave, why don't you take a shot? That beast charged at us like a small car. It flattened old Lu's chainsaw." Guo Chunhai's gaze was irresistibly drawn to the corner of the shed, where a twisted and deformed chainsaw lay. It was evident that this chainsaw had endured a fierce struggle. Its chain had broken into several segments, strewn across the floor, as if narrating the ferocity of the encounter. The handle of the chainsaw bore distinct claw marks, deeply embedded into the wooden surface, as if some ferocious creature had raked it with its talons. Upon witnessing the scene, Anaji immediately crouched down, her movements swift and agile, akin to a cheetah that has spotted its prey. She meticulously examined the claw marks, gently tracing her fingers along them, attuning herself to their depth and shape. After a moment, she lifted her gaze, her eyes sparkling with excitement, as if she had stumbled upon a significant clue. At least 20 centimeters. Anaji's voice revealed a hint of astonishment and exhilaration. Guo Chunhai felt a tightening in his chest. He was acutely aware of the implications. The 20-centimeter claw marks indicated that the assailant was of considerable size and possessed immense strength. He turned to the gravely injured old Lu and inquired, "What exactly transpired at that time?" Old Lu took another swig of white liquor, the fiery liquid coursing down his throat, causing his Adam's apple to bob. He inhaled deeply, steadied himself, and began to recount the events of that fateful day. "We were working on tree number 207, a century-old red pine, so massive that 2 men could scarcely embrace it." He gestured, illustrating the girth of the tree with his hands. "Halfway through our sawing, we suddenly heard movement within the tree, thinking it was merely a woodpecker pecking away." Torabu could not resist interjecting, "You can't even recognize the hibernating bear's den? Who could have known?" Old Lu replied, somewhat agitated, "Previously, we only felled birch and poplar trees. Who would have imagined that a red pine could harbor such wildlife?" A tambu suddenly uttered a curse in the Orichan language, the sound starkly jarring in the tranquil forest. The old hunter, upon hearing this, quickly pointed to the calendar on the wall, where the date starkly displayed February 15th, with over half a month remaining until the awakening of insects. Under normal circumstances, bears should still be hibernating at this time, not awakening so early, the old hunter remarked, furrowing his brow. Upon hearing this, Guo Chunhai immediately rose to his feet, resolved to inspect the tree. The others followed him through the dense woods until they finally arrived at the fallen red pine. This majestic tree lay sprawled across the forest floor like a deceased dragon. Its stump exhibited a dense array of growth rings, so numerous they were nearly impossible to count, while the heartwood had decayed into a hollow cavity, with several strands of dark fur clinging to its inner walls. Anaji cautiously extracted a clump of half-dry moss from deep within the tree hollow, upon which dark red stains were evident. Observing this, a tambu plucked the moss and examined it closely, then declared, "This is bear bedding. It seems this creature has resided here for some years." Guo Chunhai crouched down, scrutinizing the surrounding evidence. Aside from the chaotic footprints in the snow, there was a distinct drag mark. From this mark, it appeared that the bear had some difficulty with its hind legs upon departure. Following the trail, Guo Chunhai ultimately halted in front of a birch tree. At a height of 1.5 meters, a significant portion of the bark had been torn away, revealing fresh wood beneath. "This is the bear marking its territory," he noted. Torabu gazed up at the deep claw marks in awe, exclaiming, "At this height, this bear must stand at least 2.5 meters when upright." Suddenly, Er Lengzi shouted from a distance, "Brother Hai, blood!" His voice echoed across the vast, snowy expanse, tinged with a note of fear. Guo Chunhai felt a tightening in his chest and hurriedly turned towards the source of the sound. There, on a patch of shrubs, lay darkened stains of blood, as if something had been dragged through. Scattered around the bloodstains were a few broken teeth, evidently belonging to a human. Guo Chunhai swiftly approached the thicket, parting the branches, and discovered a deep handprint on the ground. The edges of the print were encased in a layer of ice, formed from melting snow that had refrozen. He crouched down, meticulously examining the print, gesturing as he spoke. "Someone lay here. Rising to his feet, he surveyed the surroundings, deducing that this must have been a spot for an ambush. Anaji stood nearby, her complexion somewhat pale. She shivered, as if sensing a chill rising from her feet. Suddenly, Black Pearl let out a low growl towards the dense forest to the east, its fur bristling as if it had sensed imminent danger. The young woman immediately raised her firearm, chambering around and aiming at the foliage. Yet all that could be heard was the whisper of the wind rustling through the treetops, devoid of any other unsettling sounds. Something felt amiss. Atambu squinted, his gaze fixed on the thicket. The awakened bear should have been heading towards the river valley. Why would it venture into the mountains? His brows furrowed tightly, as if deep in contemplation. A flash of insight struck Guo Chunhai, recalling the red circle on Zhao Weiguo's map. 3 miles east of Zone 4 lay the boundary marker, and the bear's trail seemed to be pointing in that very direction. Bang! A sudden gunshot shattered the tranquility of the forest, startling a flock of pine grosbeaks. Immediately following was the roar of an engine and Zhao Weiguo's voice screaming, "Wait for me." The jeep careened into the clearing, nearly colliding with a fallen red pine. Zhao Weiguo leaped from the vehicle, clutching a brand-new double-barreled shotgun, his overcoat marred by scratches from branches. "Finally found you," he puffed, slapping the gun barrel. "My dad had someone bring this from Harbin, British-made." Guo Chunhai instantly recognized the problem. The young master had loaded the bullets incorrectly, the primer facing forward. Anaji couldn't help but laugh. "Zhao Ge, you'll end up shooting your own chin off." In a fluster, Zhao Weiguo fumbled to remove the bullets, inadvertently dislodging the fore-end in the process. The old lumberjacks, including Lao Lu, shook their heads in disapproval. The offspring of officials come to stir up trouble. Get lost. Zhao Weiguo's face flushed red. "I've seriously studied this." He suddenly lowered his voice. "Comrade Guo, my dad told me to inform you that there have been movements beyond the boundary marker. Don't cross the line." A spark ignited in Guo Chunhai's heart. In the spring of 1984, before his rebirth, tensions indeed ran high along the Sino-Soviet border, but what did that have to do with black bears? Atambu had already followed the trail eastward. The old hunter marked a sign on a tree every 100 steps, employing an ancient yet precise technique: 3 short lines with an arrow. A universal path marker among the Awenki hunters. The Awenki, a mysterious and ancient ethnic group, hold a cultural and traditional wealth akin to the treasures hidden within this vast forest, awaiting exploration and discovery. The old hunters' markings serve not merely as navigational tools, but also as a testament to the Awenki people's love and respect for this land. Each short line represents a footstep of the old hunter, chronicling his journey across this terrain. The arrows guided Atambu's path, as if they were a mysterious code left by the Awenki people in this forest, decipherable only by those who truly understand their culture. With great care, Atambu followed these markings, his heart filled with reverence for the old hunter. He recognized that these symbols were not mere guides, but rather the distilled wisdom of the Awenki. In this enigmatic forest, each mark could conceal a tale, a legend of the Awenki people. As Atambu continued eastward, his gaze remained fixed on the symbols. He could almost envision the old hunter's concentration and diligence as he carved these signs, feeling the profound affection the hunter had for this land. These markings became a bridge between Atambu and Awenki culture, deepening his understanding of this mysterious and captivating ethnicity. The traces extended to the banks of a frozen creek, abruptly vanishing. On the opposite shore, the snow was pristine, devoid of even a squirrel's footprint. Black Pearl paced restlessly at the water's edge, her nose pressed against the ice, hesitant to advance. "How peculiar," Torabu frowned. "Can it still fly?" Anaki suddenly pointed to the center of the creek, exclaiming, "An ice hole." Indeed, there was a circular opening, 1/2 meter in diameter, on the frozen surface, with several strands of dark fur clinging to its edge. Guo Chunhai prodded it with the barrel of his gun, and beneath the water, a shadow could be vaguely seen extending upwards, flickering like a mysterious entity. A sense of unease gripped Guo Chunhai. He realized this could be a foreboding sign. He tightened his grip on the gun, fixating his gaze on the shadow, unwilling to relax for a moment. As the shadow moved, Guo Chunhai noticed its speed increasing, as if it were fleeing from something. Curiosity swelled within him, compelling him to uncover the nature of this shadow. He resolved to follow it, eager to discover where it might lead him. Cautiously, Guo Chunhai tread along the creek's edge, striving to remain silent. The sound of his heartbeat resonated in the stillness, serving as a reminder to stay vigilant. As time passed, the shadow gradually receded into the distance, leaving Guo Chunhai with a sense of disappointment. However, just as he was about to turn away, a deep, ominous growl echoed through the air. The sound seemed to emanate from the depths of hell, sending chills down his spine. Guo Chunhai's face turned pale as he realized he might be ensnared in a perilous situation. It's transformed, Er Lengzi murmured. Zhao Weiguo leaned closer to peer into the ice hole, nearly slipping in. Guo Chunhai seized him by the collar, asking, "How far did your father say the boundary marker was?" 3 miles, Zhao Weiguo stammered, pointing in a direction. There's a watchtower over there. A tambu was already reloading the bear medicine. The old hunter added a pungent powder to the iron canister, and a yellow smoke billowed forth. There's an abandoned pump house upstream. It's likely hiding there. Just as the group was about to act, Black Pearl suddenly barked furiously downstream. Anaki, with keen eyes, discovered a vague shadow moving not upstream, but towards the boundary marker downstream. The group exchanged glances, a wave of uncertainty washing over them. What could this shadow possibly be? Why did it appear beneath the ice, and why did it move towards the boundary marker? Anaji furrowed her brow, deciding to approach closer to discern the true nature of the shadow. She cautiously made her way to the riverbank, lying flat on the icy surface, peering through the crevices of the ice. As she drew nearer, the outline of the shadow gradually became clearer. It was a colossal entity, resembling some form of creature. Yet it bore no resemblance to any species familiar to Anaji. Her heart raced. She realized that this discovery might lead to unforeseen consequences. She quickly rose to her feet, signaling to the others. They gathered around, their gazes fixated on the shadow beneath the ice, a palpable tension permeating the air. 34 To lure the tiger away from the mountain, Guo Chunhai sneered. This beast is sharper than any human. Zhao Weiguo suddenly raised his expensive hunting rifle, declaring, "I'll guard this spot. If it dares to return you?" Anaji raised an eyebrow. "Are your bullets properly loaded?" As the group dispersed, Guo Chunhai noticed a half-print in the snow by the creek that was not a bear's, but rather the tread of a military boot. Beside the footprint lay a cigarette, but the golden imprint on the filter faded, yet still identifiable as Soviet-made. From the direction of the pump station upstream came the whistling of a tambu. Guo Chunhai cast one last glance towards the boundary marker, where a few crows were uneasily circling above the treetops. Chapter 68. The choice before the boundary marker. The red paint on the boundary marker appeared particularly striking against the pristine white snow, as if it were an insurmountable red line. Guo Chunhai stood approximately 10 meters away from the boundary marker, his eyes fixed on the distinct paw prints left in the snow. These bare tracks extended across the boundary marker, ultimately vanishing into the coniferous forest within Soviet territory. Black Pearl stood beside Guo Chunhai, growling towards the other side of the boundary marker, seemingly filled with animosity towards the sequence of paw prints, yet unwilling to take a single step forward. "Is this how it ends?" Zhao Weiguo clenched his British hunting rifle tightly, his knuckles whitening from the strain. His voice betrayed a sense of regret. After all, that was $200. A tambu had already unloaded the bullets from his chamber, gazing at the boundary marker with a look of resignation. The old hunter muttered something in Orokin, then retrieved a small birch bark box from his pocket, carefully opened it, and sprinkled a pinch of tobacco towards the boundary marker. This was the traditional way for Orokin hunters to signify their abandonment of the pursuit, indicating they would no longer cross the boundary marker to chase the bear. "You pursue if you wish." Torub plopped down in the snow, his tone somewhat impatient. "I certainly don't want to be on the receiving end of the border guard's bullets." Zhao Weiguo suddenly lowered his voice, speaking conspiratorially to the others. "I know a place where we can sneak in at night," as he made a gesture across his throat, shrouded in secrecy. Guo Chunhai narrowed his eyes slightly, as if attempting to glimpse the past through the present scene. Memories from his previous life flashed in his mind. It was the border in 1984, with at least 3 concealed lookout posts hidden within this land. In 69, on Jinbao Island, Guo Chunhai remarked leisurely, his voice tinged with a hint of nostalgia. There was a squad leader who thought the same. As Zhao Weiguo heard these words, his countenance instantly transformed, turning a deep crimson akin to a chicken grasped by the throat. He was acutely aware of what Guo Chunhai was alluding to. None of the intruders had returned alive from that confrontation. At that moment, Anaji suddenly emitted a startled cry, her finger pointing directly towards the boundary marker. The crowd followed her indication, and there they beheld a squirrel perched atop the marker, leisurely nibbling on pine nuts. Its ebony eyes twinkled with curiosity towards the surrounding onlookers. However, not far behind the squirrel, a black bear emerged partially from behind a tree, its amber eyes coldly surveying the group, with remnants of the blood of lumberjack Lao Lu still staining its jaws, sending shivers down their spines. "Damn!" Er Lengzi exclaimed, raising his weapon in readiness to fire. Quick as a flash, Guo Chunhai pressed down on his gun barrel, admonishing, "Do not provoke trouble for the border patrol." Just as Er Lengzi was about to argue, the bear suddenly reared up on its hind legs, towering over 2 meters, resembling a massive black mountain, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread. It seemed to do so intentionally, scratching its claws against a tree on the side of the boundary marker, sending wood shavings cascading down like snowflakes. This was clearly an act of provocation. Yet it also appeared to declare something profound. It was acutely aware of the significance of this line. It has become a spirit. A Tambu remarked with a resigned shake of his head, sighing, "Let us return." On the journey back, Zhao Weiguo incessantly lamented the bounty of 200 yuan, expressing his regret. Anaji, exasperated by his complaints, rolled her eyes and deliberately guided the black pearl to step on his foot. As they rounded a ridge, Toribu, leading the group, suddenly crouched down as if struck by a spell, swiftly signaling for silence. The rest of the group fell silent at once, following his gaze. 50 meters away on the sunny slope, 7 wild goats were blissfully foraging in the snow. Their grayish-brown fur blended almost seamlessly with the surrounding dried grass, making them nearly invisible to the untrained eye, only their exhaled breath revealing their presence. Observing this, Guo Chunhai quickly gestured to the others to assign targets. The 5 men understood without a word, fanning out in a semicircle, their weapons slowly raised, aiming at their respective prey. However, at that crucial moment, Zhao Weiguo became flustered. In his haste to load his shotgun, he inadvertently produced a sharp click. This sudden sound shattered the tranquility like a stone cast into a placid lake, causing the lead ram to sense danger, alertly raising its head, its keen eyes fixed upon them. In a split second, Guo Chunhai decisively shouted, "Fire!" Instantly, 5 rifles roared in unison, bullets hurtling towards the herd of wild goats like a tempest. The recoil shook the snow from the branches above. As the smoke dissipated, 7 goats lay sprawled across the snow, 2 of which bore 3 bullet holes each, struck by the shots of Anaji and Er Lengzi targeting the same quarry. "How splendid!" Zhao Weiguo exclaimed, momentarily forgetting about the bear, scampering over to collect the spoils. "Just look at the quantity of meat." Guo Chunhai examined the prey, noting the robust physiques of the goats, with the largest ram weighing no less than 150 pounds. Strangely, several exhibited abnormal dark red gums, and their spleens were notably enlarged. "Let us process them here," a Tambu declared, drawing his hunting knife. "We must return with the meat before darkness falls." Anaji's skinning technique left Zhao Weiguo in awe, as her blade deftly glided along the inner thigh of the goat, peeling the skin away with the finesse of removing a sock, leaving the flesh unscathed. Er Lengzi was tasked with extracting the entrails, carefully selecting the liver and kidneys, claiming they were the most delectable when roasted. "Wait a moment," Guo Chunhai interrupted Er Lengzi, who was about to discard the spleens. "We should keep these." He wrapped several blackened spleens in birch bark and stowed them in his backpack. Fragments of memories from a previous life flickered in his mind. Spring of 1984. Reports of unusual livestock deaths near the border, later revealed to be linked to roasted whole lambs. Zhao Weiguo's cheer disrupted his thoughts as he produced a bottle of Finjiu, declaring, "This was hidden by my father, reserved for esteemed guests." Toribu had constructed a rudimentary stove, igniting a fire with dry twigs. A Tambu skewered the goat meat on branches, seasoning it with coarse salt and wild onions he carried. Anaji dug a snow pit, burying the meat that could not be consumed immediately for preservation. As dusk deepened, the first rib was sizzling and glistening with fat. Zhao Weiguo generously poured drinks for everyone, entirely forgetting the earlier chaos. The firelight danced upon their faces, while firearms lay neatly propped against nearby tree trunks, the remaining bullets in the magazines glinting faintly. "To the mountain god." A Tambu raised his cup. "To the mountain god." The others echoed. Guo Chunhai noticed Anaji abstaining from the drink. The young girl was sharpening a branch with her hunting knife, the tip occasionally pointing towards the boundary marker. The black pearl lay at her feet, occasionally growling in that direction. On the distant ridge, the leucistic jay reappeared, clutching something in its beak that shimmered with an eerie blue glow in the twilight. Chapter 69. The return of the black bear. As Zhao Weidong misfired for the 3rd time while cleaning his gun, Anaji could no longer contain her frustration. She seized the British-made double-barrel shotgun from him and swiftly disassembled it. "Pay attention," she instructed, her fingers moving with the grace of a butterfly to eject the shells. "You must press this latch first, not just yank it." Morning light filtered through the mist of Laojing Gully, illuminating Zhao Weidong's oil-stained face. This young gentleman had joined the hunting team for early training for 7 consecutive days, trading his wool coat for a canvas hunting outfit, discarding his leather shoes for a pair of deer-hide boots borrowed from Er Lengzi, which were noticeably larger on his left foot. "The girl is right," Guo Chunhai remarked, loading bullets into the magazine. "A good gun deserves tender care, as one would give to a bride." Zhao Weidong nodded sheepishly. Since the night of the roasted whole lamb feast, he seemed transformed. Not only frequenting Laojing Gully daily, but also secretly sneaking out Mao Dai from the Forestry Bureau's guest house to let a tambu savor its taste. What surprised Guo Chunhai the most was that this young man had actually remembered the habits of every hunter, bringing gun oil for Anaji, delivering tobacco for Er Lengzi, and even considering Torob's rheumatism by procuring a few tiger bone plasters. Brother Hai, Zhao Weidong approached mysteriously. I just received some news. The bear from Area 4 has returned. Guo Chunhai continued his actions without pausing. Are you certain? Absolutely. Zhao Weidong pulled out a crumpled note. The boundary post reported last night that the beast has re-emerged from the ice hole and has even ravaged the vegetable cellar at the post. The note contained the hasty records of the border guards. March 2nd, 2315, unidentified large animal damaged the vegetable cellar on the west side, suspected to be a black bear. Traces extending towards Forest District 4. The note bore a blurred stamp from the outpost. A tambu had somehow appeared behind them. The old hunter still reeking of mare's milk liquor from the previous night. A bear remembers its grudges. This is revenge on the logging crew. My father suggests organizing a hunt. Zhao Weidong's words were abruptly interrupted by Anaji's cold laughter. And then injure 4 or 5 people like last time. The young woman tossed the assembled rifle back to him. A bear is not like the documents in your office. If you cannot comprehend it, you cannot simply rewrite it. Zhao Weidong's face flushed, yet he remarkably refrained from retorting. He lowered his gaze to fiddle with the rifle's mechanism, suddenly declaring, I want to capture it alive. Everyone was taken aback. Capturing a wounded bear weighing over 500 pounds? This was at least 10 times more challenging than shooting it. You fool, Er Lengzi began to mock, but was silenced by a glance from Guo Chunhai. Zhao Weidong hurriedly explained, the Forestry Bureau is organizing a wildlife exhibition. A live bear is worth more than a dead one. The reward could triple. He hesitated, adding, and my father has felled so many trees over the years. It's time to repay the mountains. This last remark prompted a tambu to give him a meaningful look. The old hunter untied a leather strap from his waist and began to tie a complex knot. To capture it alive, a lasso is needed, along with tranquilizers. I am prepared. Zhao Weidong emerged from the jeep holding a metal box. Veterinary tranquilizers, provided by Harbin Zoo. Guo Chunhai examined the instructions for the drug. Having participated in the Border Patrol's capture of Siberian tigers in his previous life, he understood the risks of tranquilizing large predators. Just as he was about to speak, Anaji snatched the metal box and took a whiff. The dosage is insufficient, she asserted decisively. This amount can only subdue a bear weighing up to 300 pounds. That one is at least 500 or more. Zhao Weidong panicked. What should we do then? Change the bullet. Anaji pulled out her small file and packed the tranquilizer into an empty bullet shell, shoot it in, and reload. Absurd. A tambu suddenly erupted in anger. A hunter's gun is only to be loaded with lethal bullets. This is our ancestral teaching. Amidst the argument, Guo Chunhai noticed that the black pearl was growling towards the northwest. Squinting, he observed several dark figures moving slowly along the ridge in the distance. It was the patrol team from the border guards. The memories from his previous life suddenly became clear. In 1984, patrols in this border area increased their frequency twice a week. Prepared to enter the mountains, he ultimately made a decisive choice, opting for both regular and tranquilizer rounds. Ready to act as the situation demanded. While the others busily prepared, Zhao Weidong discreetly pulled Guo Chunhai aside, whispering, Brother Hai, my father hasn't been clean these past years. His voice was barely audible. I thought if we could accomplish this, perhaps it would set him back on the right path. Guo Chunhai did not respond, but simply patted his shoulder. In his previous life, he had heard that Zhao Yongguei had fallen from grace due to corruption. He was surprised to find that his son was rather perceptive. Anaji's modified workstation was nestled among the cacti at the Atambu residence. The young girl pried open the heads of several rounds, extracting half the gunpowder and replacing it with tranquilizer powder, sealing them with wax. Zhao Weidong watched in astonishment. Will this even fire? It will, Anaji replied without looking up, but the initial velocity will drop by 30%. It must be fired up close. Atambu, with a grim expression, was crafting a traditional lasso nearby. He used a special deer sinew rope, which, after soaking in a solution, had remarkable elasticity. With each loop, he recited an Orokin incantation, seemingly infusing the rope with some form of power. Torbu was inspecting everyone's gear when he suddenly asked, why has that bear returned? There's no shortage of food beyond the boundary marker. Guo Chunhai recalled the unusual goat entrails he had discovered last time. He pulled out a small birch bark pouch from his pocket, saying, let us take this, just in case we encounter something amiss. Inside the pouch were a few blue crystals, extracted from the poison darts Zhao Weidong had previously provided. Guo Chunhai still did not fully understand their origin, but his instincts warned him that these might be more perilous than the tranquilizer rounds. By the time they set off, it was already afternoon. Zhao Weidong insisted on driving his jeep, but as soon as they entered the forested area, they became stuck in a snow pit. In the end, it was a Tanbu who brought over an Orokin horse to resolve the predicament. Remember, Guo Chunhai cautioned from atop his horse. The bear's weakness lies in the white fur on its chest. Aim for the shoulder with the tranquilizer rounds. I know. Zhao Weidong exclaimed excitedly as he inspected his British shotgun. I specifically switched to a single projectile. Anaji rolled her eyes, adjusting her own rifle to single-shot mode. Today, she had donned a neat outfit, a red hunting knife strapped to her thigh, and her hair had been cut short, making her appear almost like a striking young lad. Black Pearl sprinted ahead, suddenly halting before a hole in the ice. Guo Chunhai dismounted to investigate. Several black hares were caught on the edge of the ice, and half a frozen cabbage floated on the water's surface, a common variety from the supply depot. It truly has returned. Toribu rubbed his hands together. That creature is quite audacious. A Tanbu crouched down, lightly tracing the paw prints on the ice. Something is amiss. The prints are deeper than last time. It appears to be dragging something. Guo Chunhai followed the trail, noticing indeed that there were dragging marks in the snow, extending deeper into Zone 4. Curiously, there were also occasional regular depressions on either side, as if made by sticks. Is someone accompanying the bear? Er Lengzi speculated wildly. Zhao Weidong suddenly shivered. Could it be coming from that direction? He vaguely pointed towards the boundary marker. Guo Chunhai remained silent. He understood in his heart that the situation could no longer be resolved peacefully. Silently, he loaded his firearm, positioning 3 rounds of blue-tipped bullets within easy reach. In the distance, a leucistic jay took flight from the pine forest, seemingly clutching something in its beak, glinting with a strange metallic sheen under the setting sun. Chapter 70. The special hunting team. At the moment the black bear collapsed with a thunderous crash, Zhao Weidong's scream pierced the heavens, even louder than the roar of the beast. Terrified, he raised his empty tranquilizer gun, his legs trembling violently like sifted grain, stammering, "Did I hit it?" Silence. Anaji chided softly, pulling Zhao Weidong behind a tree. The tranquilizer will take 5 minutes to take effect. The massive creature, weighing over 500 pounds, staggered in circles in the snow, with 3 tranquilizer darts embedded in its left shoulder and a specially made tranquilizer round lodged in its chest. Clearly enraged, it violently snapped a birch tree as thick as a bowl with one swipe of its paw, producing a resounding crack as splintered branches flew in all directions. Its yellow-green eyes fixated on the direction of the concealed group, and the hot breath it exhaled formed billows of white mist in the frigid air. Guo Chunhai anxiously counted his heartbeat, its rhythm unusually pronounced in the silent snowy forest. Before his rebirth, he had participated in operations to tranquilize tigers, fully aware that the last moments of a large predator before it falls are the most perilous. Indeed, just as his heartbeat reached 150, the black bear suddenly reared up like a human, opening its massive maw to emit a furious roar, and then lunged with astonishing speed toward Er Lengzi's position. Divert its attention. Guo Chunhai shouted decisively at Toribu. The old hunter instantly understood, swiftly shaking the bare-bone bell that a Tanbu had given him. The clear chimes echoed through the snowy forest, resembling an ancient incantation that captivated the black bear's focus. The eerie sound seemed to cast a mysterious spell, causing the bear's movements to slow abruptly. In that fleeting moment, Anaji seized the opportunity, releasing her second tranquilizer dart like a flash of lightning, striking the bear's right shoulder with pinpoint precision. 5, 4, 3. Guo Chunhai counted nervously, each number resonating like the tolling of a countdown, echoing in every heart. The bear's steps grew increasingly sluggish, its colossal form swaying as if it might topple at any moment. 2, 1. With the final count, the bear finally collapsed like a small mountain, sending up a plume of pristine snow. This scene resembled a special effect from a film, leaving onlookers in awe. Zhao Weidong, brimming with excitement, was about to cheer, but a Tanbu doused his enthusiasm with a cold reality check. Don't celebrate too soon. The anesthetic lasts only 2 hours. This statement struck Zhao Weidong like a bucket of icy water, instantly extinguishing his joy. The ensuing scene could only be described as chaotic, yet it maintained a tense yet orderly rhythm. Guo Chunhai swiftly directed the lumberjacks to tightly bind the bear's paws with robust iron chains, ensuring it could not break free upon awakening. Anaji was fully focused on administering a maintenance dose of anesthetic to the black bear, ensuring that it would not awaken unexpectedly during transportation. Even the typically mischievous Black Pearl became unusually industrious, continually picking up the rope and handing it to those in need. As if aware of her crucial role in this endeavor, Zhao Weidong did not hesitate to contribute the tarpaulin from the jeep, and together, the group worked diligently, rolling the bear onto the tarp like a snowball. However, the bear was exceedingly heavy, even with the combined strength of 16 robust men. They could only manage to hoist it onto the sled with great effort. Just as everyone believed their task was accomplished, a Tambu suddenly exclaimed, "We must blindfold it with a red cloth." He quickly pulled a prepared piece of red fabric from his pocket, explaining, "If the bear wakes and sees people, it will hold a grudge." As the sled team marched grandly into the Forestry Bureau's courtyard, the scene was truly spectacular. The sounds of hoofbeats and jingling bells intertwined, resembling a triumphant army. The entire office building was drawn to the commotion, with curious heads peering out from the windows. Zhao Yongui, hearing the noise, hurriedly emerged with his team members. His eyes, magnified behind his glasses, were wide with disbelief as he gazed at the unfolding spectacle, stammering, "Did we really capture it?" Inside a large iron cage, the black bear emitted a deep, rumbling snore. Clearly, the effects of the anesthetic had not yet fully worn off, rendering it somewhat lethargic. Standing before the cage, Zhao Weigua appeared triumphant, embodying the essence of a victorious general. Amidst the crowd, Guo Chunhai keenly observed a change in the gaze of Deputy Director Zhao towards his son. It was a mixture of surprise and pride, a sentiment that struck Guo Chunhai as familiar. He suddenly recalled having seen a similar expression on the faces of certain remorseful corrupt officials prior to his rebirth. At that moment, Zhao Yongui cleared his throat and proclaimed loudly, "Comrades, this is the beast that threatens our production." With the combined efforts of the old Jingu hunting team and our bureau's staff, he suddenly faltered, seemingly forgetting his next words. Observing this, Zhao Weigua quickly whispered, "Dad, the bonus." Zhao Yongui seemed to awaken from his reverie, exclaiming, "Oh right." With a smile and a relaxed tone, he continued, "Everyone come over and take a look. I have something wonderful to show you." He leisurely retrieved a red envelope from his pocket, raising it high like a magician unveiling a trick. "What is that?" someone inquired with curiosity. He proudly waved the red envelope, grinning as he responded, "This contains a bonus of 200 yuan. It is a recognition and reward for your hard work during this time." The crowd erupted in a chorus of gasps and cheers. Though 200 yuan was not an extravagant sum, for these grassroots workers, it represented a significant increase in their income. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Deputy Director Zhao lowered his voice slightly and continued, "After careful research and discussion, the Bureau has decided to award you an additional bonus of 1,300 yuan, in accordance with the standard for live, first-class protected animals." Upon hearing this figure, the crowd erupted in excitement. Er Lengzi was so astonished that his mouth hung open, nearly biting his own tongue. 1,500 yuan. This was no trifling sum. It was sufficient to purchase 10 semi-automatic rifles of the Type 56, with some change left over. Just as everyone was reveling in the joy of the bonus, Guo Chunhai noticed another document that Zhao Yongui had handed over. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was an appointment letter for the special hunting team of the Hongqi Forestry District. Guo Chunhai quickly took the letter and examined it closely. It was exquisitely crafted, adorned with the bright red seal of the Forestry Bureau, exuding an air of solemnity. Zhao Yongui firmly grasped Guo Chunhai's hand, a warm smile illuminating his face as he slowly said, "In the future, if any hunting issues arise at the forestry stations, you may approach them directly for resolution." He paused momentarily, seemingly contemplating his next words, and then continued, "After each task is completed, we will settle the expenses based on the actual situation, and the cost for ammunition will also be reimbursed by the Bureau." Una Ji listened attentively from the side, and upon hearing that the cost for ammunition would be covered, her heart leaped with joy. She eagerly flipped to the last page of the document in her hands, her eyes scanning for crucial information. When she saw the line indicating that the firearm permit was updated to 1986, her eyes suddenly sparkled, as if she had uncovered a hidden treasure. "Special approval," Deputy Director Zhao remarked, glancing at his son with a hint of depth in his gaze, then added, "Weigua says your marksmanship is even more precise than that of the militia." On the way back to Laojingou, Zhao Weigua drove the jeep, which swayed like a drunken man. The back seat was piled high with gifts from the Forestry Bureau, including 5 packs of Deqianmen cigarettes, 2 cases of kvass beverages, and even a semiconductor radio. A Tambu dismissed the talking box with disdain, considering it a mere trinket. However, when no one was watching, he secretly asked Una Ji to tune the radio to the Orankan language broadcast. "Hey, Er Lengzi, you're counting money so fast your hands might cramp. Shouldn't we get a new horse?" Although the Erneng horse had great endurance, its speed was truly lacking. It couldn't outrun that big black bear. Toribel laughed heartily. If we're changing, let us get a sidecar. I saw one in the county last month. That thing is fast. Guo Chunhai patted the appointment letter in his arms and said with a smile, let us not argue. Let us treat everyone in the village to a good meal. Thus, a celebratory feast unfolded in front of a tambu's cactus. The entire village, young and old, gathered. The children surrounded the semiconductor radio, shouting in excitement, while the women busied themselves stewing bear meat, which had been specially allocated to them by the Forestry Bureau, an ample 20 pounds. Even the village's oldest shaman arrived, leaning on his cane, and he made sure to sample the Maotai, a liquor that Zhao Weigua had clandestinely taken from his father's cabinet. As the wine flowed and the merriment escalated, Zhao Weigua suddenly leaned in conspiratorially towards Guo Chunhai, his expression betraying a mixture of hesitation and intrigue. Brother Hai, do you know why I have been so eager to find you? Zhao exhaled the scent of alcohol, lowering his voice. Apart from that enormous black bear, there is something even more sinister afoot. Spit it out. Wenaji, engrossed in grooming the fur of Black Pearl, felt her irritation flare at Zhao's cryptic words. Without hesitation, she delivered a swift kick towards him. Caught off guard, Zhao stumbled forward, nearly losing his balance. Yet, accustomed to Wenaji's brusque demeanor, he quickly regained his composure and continued as if nothing had transpired. On the other side of the boundary marker, the patrol reported sighting a pack of wolves with blue eyes. Guo Chunhai, who had been savoring his drink in a state of tranquility, was jolted by Zhao's revelation, nearly spilling the wine from his bowl. Steadying himself, he endeavored to maintain a calm facade, inquiring nonchalantly, how many? Zhao belched lightly before responding, about 7 or 8. Specifically targeting military horses. He paused momentarily before adding, strangely enough, bullets seemed to have no effect on them. Before Zhao could elaborate further, a tambu, who had remained silent until now, suddenly uttered a curse in the Orichan language, his voice laden with shock and dread. As a seasoned hunter, his reaction ignited a realization among the gathered that the situation was dire. The old hunter slowly unfastened a newly received certificate, treating it as if it were an inconsequential item. Without even glancing at it, he tossed it onto the table as though it were mere scrap paper. Gradually, he rose in silence and retreated into the towering column of the celestial beings. Within the column, darkness enveloped the space, with only faint glimmers of light filtering through the crevices. The silhouette of the old hunter appeared somewhat indistinct against this backdrop, yet his footsteps resonated heavily, as if burdened by an unseen weight. After a while, he emerged, cradling a dusty birch bark box. His movements were slow, suggesting that the box held particular significance for him. Upon reaching Wenaji, he paused and, in a low voice, instructed her, open it. Wenaji hesitated momentarily before accepting the box and gently lifting the lid. Inside lay several bone arrows, their tips radiating an eerie blue hue that sent a chill down one's spine. A tambu, intrigued, picked up one arrow, scrutinizing it in the firelight. This was crafted by my grandfather, specifically to hunt mountain demons, a tambu stated. What are mountain demons? Zhao Weigua, suddenly roused from his inebriation, stared at a tambu in bewilderment. Wenaji opened her mouth to respond, but found herself at a loss for words. She glanced at the old hunter, hoping he might provide clarification, yet he remained silent, standing resolutely. At that moment, moonlight broke through the clouds, bathing the group in its ethereal glow. Under the gentle illumination of the moonlight, everyone suddenly noticed that Zhao Weigua's complexion had turned an alarming shade of pallor, whiter than snow. His hands gripped the English hunting rifle at his waist tightly, his fingers unconsciously squeezing the trigger, producing a faint clicking sound. Chapter 71. The Wild Boar Alarm. After an entire night of deep contemplation, Guo Chunhai, a tambu, and their companions ultimately resolved to refrain from provoking the unusually behaving wolf pack. After all, they had no desire to confront the mysterious and perilous creature known as the mountain goblin. Furthermore, the relationship between them and the Forestry Bureau was quite delicate. Not only were salaries and subsidies lacking stable assurance, but it could be said that there were hardly any tangible benefits to be had. In such circumstances, there was truly no need to risk their lives for the Forestry Bureau. At that moment, an old-fashioned semiconductor radio in a tambu's home was playing the melodious tune of night at the military port. However, this enchanting melody was abruptly interrupted by a frantic and forceful knocking on the door. Moments later, the door was flung open, and Zhao Weidong stormed in like a whirlwind. His forehead was glistening with beads of sweat, as if he had just emerged from a vigorous sprint. Moreover, the hem of his military overcoat was caked with thick mud, clearly indicating he had encountered considerable obstacles on his way. "Brother Hai, there's an urgent mission," Zhao Weidong exclaimed breathlessly, his voice laced with urgency. He swiftly pulled out a paper stamped with a red seal from his pocket and handed it to Guo Chunhai. Upon receiving the note, Guo Chunhai focused intently on it. Noticing it was scrawled in hasty handwriting, "Qingshan Forestry Farm in distress. For 3 consecutive days, we have been besieged by a herd of wild boars, resulting in the destruction of 2 worker cabins and 3 injuries. We now request the support of a special hunting team." The signature bore the unmistakable stamp of Old Zhou, the director of the Qingshan Forestry Farm. Wild boars? Atambu lifted his head from the gun-cleaning cloth. They shouldn't be descending from the mountains at this time of year. Zhao Weigua sank heavily onto the edge of the Kong, gulping down a large mouthful from his teacup, which he then slammed down with a resounding thud. His expression darkened, brows furrowed, and his eyes conveyed a flicker of fear and confusion. What's truly alarming is this. That pack of beasts charged the worker cabins brazenly in broad daylight. His voice trembled, as if he could still feel the fear of that moment. He gestured animatedly, attempting to convey the scene to the others. The leading one weighed at least 300 pounds, with tusks of such length that they pierced the iron walls. It was an utterly terrifying sight. His gaze was filled with bewilderment and anger, seemingly unable to comprehend the actions of these creatures. Shaking his head, he continued. Everyone in our cabin was utterly frightened. No one knew what to do. What could have driven these beasts to madness? Was there something that provoked them? Zhao Weigua's words were tinged with uncertainty, as he seemed to be pondering something profound. The others gathered around, listening intently to his account, their faces betraying expressions of fear. They began to murmur among themselves, speculating on the cause of the animal's frenzy. The newcomer, whose foot had just crossed the threshold, recoiled, exclaiming, "Goodness, we need cannons for this." "Use this," Zhao Weigua responded. Guo Chunhai unearthed an iron box from the bottom of the crate, revealing a meticulously arranged collection of over 20 steel-gray bullets. The 3,464 armor-piercing rounds, perfectly suited for hunting wild boars. Anaji had already set her plan into motion. The young girl deftly disassembled the semi-automatic rifle, replacing it with a reinforced recoil spring. She needed to prepare a few explosive rounds, as wild boars charged with alarming speed. She cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Weigua, inquiring, "How many rounds do you have for your shotgun?" 16 rounds of single projectile, Zhao Weigua replied with a hint of uncertainty. "Not enough," Atambu interjected suddenly. The seasoned hunter had appeared at the doorway, sporting a freshly acquired hunting team badge at his waist. At least 20 rounds, along with backup ammunition. Behind him trailed 3 robust Awenki hunting dogs, all with yellow backs and white bellies, standing at a height of 70 centimeters. Most striking was the lead dog, a one-eared elder, its gaze fierce as that of a wolf. "Bring the arrow feather along," Atambu said, affectionately patting the one-eared dog. "It has hunted down 7 wild boars." Guo Chunhai squinted, realizing this was none other than the prized hound of the half-eared elder. He recalled with admiration how this dog had single-handedly restrained a 200-pound sow during last year's hunting expedition. A sense of reassurance washed over Guo Chunhai. With such a formidable lead dog by their side, their hunting venture was bound to be far more successful. He then began to inventory their gear: 5 semi-automatic rifles, a double-barrel shotgun, and 4 hunting dogs, including the Black Pearl, not to mention Zhao Weigua's jeep, capable of carrying ample supplies. This arsenal should suffice for their upcoming hunt, he mused. At that moment, Anaji spoke up, "Leave Black Pearl behind." As she said this, she gently caressed the still-healing wound on the side of the Shinda dog, her eyes betraying a flicker of concern. Black Pearl seemed to sense Anaji's affection, lying quietly on the ground, allowing her hand to roam over its body. Anaji's fingers delicately brushed the wound, as if to reassure Black Pearl that everything would be all right. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon them. In this interplay of light, Anaji's figure appeared particularly gentle, her gaze brimming with tenderness for Black Pearl. The dog lifted its head slightly, its bright eyes locking onto Anaji's, seemingly conveying its gratitude. Anaji smiled softly and spoke, "Black Pearl, you are my companion. I will take good care of you." Her voice was as warm as a spring breeze, instilling a profound sense of comfort in Black Pearl. Atambu nodded in agreement with Anaji's decision, turning to retrieve a roe deer hide pouch from the wall, emptying its contents onto the ground. As the group focused intently, they collectively held their breath, for within lay 5 gleaming short spears. The spearheads were triangular in shape, with deep blood grooves, appearing exceedingly sharp. "This is a javelin," the old hunter explained. "When the wild boar is merely 5 steps away, no firearm can compare to its effectiveness." With that, he began to distribute the javelins among the group. As Zhao Weiguo grasped the spear, his hand involuntarily trembled, and his voice quivered slightly. Is this to be a close combat? Beside him, Er Lengzi, witnessing the scene, broke into a grin and jested. What's wrong, scared? There's still time to back out. Who's afraid? Zhao Weiguo retorted defiantly. My father said if we complete this mission, we'll be granted a 3-wheeled vehicle, while the others busily prepared. Guo Chunhai noticed Ji stealthily slipping a blue bow and arrow into her quiver, which was indeed from the ancestral stock of the Atambu family. When their eyes met, the young girl placed a finger to her lips, signaling for silence. Torbu was inspecting the rifling of each gun when he suddenly furrowed his brow. Brother Hai, isn't the Qingshan forest adjacent to that area for we encountered last time? Guo Chunhai's heart skipped a beat as fragmented memories from his past life surfaced. In the spring of 1984, there had been sightings of unusually aggressive wildlife in the border forest, later linked to a chemical leak. Let us circumvent the boundary marker. He advised succinctly, load all the ammunition. Before their departure, Atambu conducted a brief ceremony. The elder smeared a line of bear blood on each person's forehead and sprinkled some powder on the hunting dogs' noses. The black pearl was tethered before the saguaro, emitting a plaintive whimper. May the mountain god bless us, Atambu declared, pouring a bowl of strong liquor in all directions. Wild boars are the most cunning. Remember to aim for the lungs. The jeep and horse brigade set off simultaneously. Zhao Weiguo's truck was laden with ammunition and provisions, and a comically hanging red cloth, deemed to ward off evil by Atambu, swayed from the rearview mirror. Guo Chunhai rode closely behind, noticing that Ji's quiver quivered slightly, as though the bow and arrows within had come to life. After 3 hours of brisk marching, a scene of devastation emerged in the distance. The iron sheet walls of the workers' shed appeared as though crushed by a tank. Scattered across the ground were bloodied bandages and trampled food containers. The elder of the forest, Zhou, jogged towards them, his work attire smeared with muddy handprints. You finally arrived. That pack of beasts just ravaged the canteen. The group followed his gesture, their gaze falling upon the snow-covered ground behind the canteen, where a series of hoof prints, each the size of a bowl, were distinctly visible, leading straight into the distant oak forest. Guo Chunhai crouched to measure the depth, a chill running through him. The lead boar must weigh far more than 300 pounds. His brow furrowed as he scrutinized the hoof prints, as if deciphering some hidden secret. Beside him, Ji pinched a handful of snow, bringing it to her nose for a sniff, then remarked, the tracks are fresh. A hint of tension laced her voice. Suddenly, Zhao Weiguo pointed at the ground beside the hoof prints, exclaiming in surprise, what is that? The crowd's attention converged on the spot he indicated, revealing peculiar markings in the snow that appeared to be the fur of some creature. Guo Chunhai leaned in for a closer look, his expression growing increasingly grave. He gently touched the fur, assessing its texture and length, pondering to himself, what manner of creature could have left this? Was there an even greater peril lurking? The atmosphere grew heavy as the realization dawned upon them that the situation was far more intricate than they had initially surmised. What had begun as a pursuit of a wild boar had seemingly ensnared them in an enigmatic riddle. Chapter 72. The perilous pig herd. The morning mist enveloped the oak forest, as if draping a delicate veil over the landscape, rendering the entire scene somewhat ethereal. However, Guo Chunhai was already well acquainted with every aspect of this place. Like a nimble monkey, he effortlessly ascended the horizontal branch of an ancient linden tree. From this advantageous vantage point, the entire clearing beneath him unfolded in a panoramic view. The traces of wild boars foraging from the previous night were starkly apparent, resembling freshly plowed fields. Newly deposited dung accumulated beside the thicket 30 paces away, emanating a pungent aroma. 34, Guo Chunhai whispered, simultaneously gesturing towards the ground below. This gesture was a prearranged signal between them, signifying that the prey had entered their line of sight. Ji cautiously crouched, weaving through the dense underbrush. Her deer-hide boots barely made a sound upon the snow, as if she were an intrinsic part of the forest itself. Today, she had donned a specially chosen gray-brown patchwork hunting attire, seamlessly blending with her surroundings. When she lay flat on the ground, she resembled a moss-covered stone, nearly imperceptible to the eye. Trailing behind Ji were 3 hunting dogs, led by a one-eared old hound named Arrow Fur. Every now and then, it nudged the snow aside with its nose, sniffing the air as if in pursuit of the wild boar's scent. Flank left, Er Lengzi's voice carried from the east. Though somewhat muffled, the glint of the steel barrel in his hands was still discernible. He had quietly taken position on the eastern side, prepared to respond to any unfolding circumstances. Meanwhile, Torbu held his ground at the western pass, the the most likely route for the boars to break through. With unwavering concentration, he fixed his gaze ahead, tightly gripping his hunting rifle, unwilling to let his guard down. The old hunter had somehow procured a broken gong, ready to create a sound at a critical moment to drive the beasts away. Only Zhao Weiguo remained at the base of Guo Chunhai's tree. The young gentleman clutched his English hunting rifle, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead in the morning light. "You guard the south," Guo Chunhai instructed quietly, his voice imbued with authority. Zhao Weiguo gripped his rifle firmly, his eyes locked on the southern direction, determined not to relent in his vigilance. His heart raced, echoing his pulse in his ears. Morning light filtered through the trees, casting dappled shadows across the forest floor. Zhao Weiguo's figure appeared diminutive amidst this interplay of light, and he took a deep breath, striving to calm his nerves. He understood the gravity of this mission. There could be no room for error. He must secure the south, ensuring that no adversary could escape from this point. Time passed slowly, each second stretching taut as Zhao Weiguo remained on high alert. His eyes never strayed from the southern expanse, his rifle poised for a swift shot. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, rustling the leaves. Zhao Weiguo's heart quickened instantaneously, and he perked up his ears, attentively listening to the surrounding sounds. Yet, all returned to tranquility, with only the whisper of the wind through the leaves resonating in the air. Zhao Weiguo exhaled slightly, but he was acutely aware that danger could strike at any moment. He silently prayed, hoping for the successful completion of the mission, while also wishing for the safety of himself and Guo Chunhai. In the distance, the sharp barking of hounds pierced the air. Guo Chunhai immediately tensed, recognizing it as a signal of tracking. He gently parted the branches before him and glimpsed a small figure in the clearing, alertly scanning its surroundings. It was a fox, its fiery red fur resembling flames. Its bright, sharp eyes glimmered with a vigilant light. The fox's tail was held high, as if to taunt Guo Chunhai. He held his breath, quietly observing the fox's every movement. He understood that foxes were exceedingly cunning creatures, and a moment of carelessness could allow it to escape. He had to approach with utmost caution to capture it. The lead boar emerged first. This beast was even more robust than described, its shoulders rising like a small mountain, its dark brown mane adorned with ice shards. It paused warily at the edge of the clearing, its eyes like brass bells fixed intently ahead, as if scrutinizing its environment. Its tusks stirred the soil with each powerful motion, a display of strength as if to challenge any adversary. From its nostrils billowed a plume of white breath, a mist that spread through the frigid air. Guo Chunhai estimated its weight to be over 400 pounds, his fingers stealthily resting on the trigger. The herd of wild boars gradually made their appearance. 7 adult wild boars, accompanied by 4 half-grown piglets, formed a loose formation as they moved towards the center of the clearing. They carefully selected paths where the snow was thinner, clearly in search of acorns buried the previous night. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, startling Guo Chunhai to the brink of falling from the tree. Zhao Weiguo had risen, his shotgun smoking, though the bullet's trajectory remained unknown. The pig herd erupted in chaos. The sows fled westward to protect their young, while the boars, eyes ablaze, charged towards the source of the sound. Damn it! Guo Chunhai leapt from the tree, witnessing a heart-stopping scene where Zhao Weiguo, flustered while reloading, tripped over a tree root and tumbled into the center of the clearing. He was now surrounded by startled wild boars, completely exposed to the line of fire. "Don't shoot!" Guo Chunhai shouted at the approaching hunters. "You'll hit him." The lead boar had spotted Zhao Weiguo, lowering its head, tusks resembling daggers aimed directly at the seated man. In a critical moment, a yellow blur sprang from the side. It was Arrowhare, the old hunting dog expertly clamped onto the boar's ear, using its weight to divert the creature's head. Good dog. Before Unaji's praise could fade, the lead boar shook its head violently, tossing Arrowhare aside. The old dog adjusted its position mid-air, but slipped upon landing on the icy ground. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Weiguo attempted to crawl away but was blocked by another sow, now caught like a filling in a sandwich, trapped between 2 wild boars. To make matters worse, the remaining hunters had arrived, 5 guns aimed at the herd. Yet none dared to pull the trigger. The angle was too precarious, and stray bullets could easily strike Zhao Weiguo. "Use this." Unaji suddenly tossed a cloth bag. Guo Chunhai caught it, and, upon squeezing, realized it contained a bear bait, a specially crafted stench bomb by a tambu. He tore open the bag and threw it with all his might. The medicinal package detonated above the herd of wild boars, releasing a yellow-green powder that enveloped the area like a dense fog. The wild boars emitted piercing shrieks, as the scent was excruciatingly torturous for their sensitive noses. The lead boar could not withstand it, and immediately turned to flee westward. The sow hesitated briefly before also being driven away by the opportunistic arrow hare. Zhao Weiguo, in a state of panic, scrambled towards Guo Chunhai, his face streaked with tears and mucus. Should we pursue? The fool exclaimed anxiously, stamping his feet. If we delay any longer, they will all escape. Guo Chunhai glanced at the still shaken Zhao Weiguo, then at the herd that had already plunged into the underbrush. According to the hunter's code, scattered wild boars were the most perilous. Pursuing them now could likely result in a counterattack. Regroup and encircle, he ultimately commanded. First, escort comrade Zhao back to the forest station. Anaki, tending to arrow hare's injuries, looked up at this remark. The lead boar holds a grudge. Letting it escape could lead to endless trouble. The lives of men are more valuable than prey, Guo Chunhai replied, lifting the weakened Zhao Weiguo. It is the hunter's code. On the return journey to the station, Zhao Weiguo trembled incessantly. It was only upon seeing the smoke rising from the workers' cabin that he spoke with a quavering voice. Brother Hai, I will practice loading ammunition upon our return. Guo Chunhai interrupted, 200 times a day. Director Zhou, upon hearing that the wild boars had escaped, could not conceal his disappointment. Yet, upon seeing Zhao Weiguo's disheveled state, he quickly summoned the cook for hot wine, as long as you are unharmed. That pack of beasts can still be surrounded tomorrow. Torbu, squatting at the doorway to clean his rifle, suddenly exclaimed, What has arrow hare got? The one-eared old dog was proudly showcasing a bloodied half of a pig's ear. Guo Chunhai took it and observed the jagged cut, evidently torn off with force. What drew more attention was a peculiar scar at the base of the ear, resembling a burn mark. Has this pig been injured? The fool leaned in to examine. Guo Chunhai shook his head. The scar was too neat, unlike a natural wound. He recalled the mention in the Forestry Bureau's documents about poachers' traps, which utilized iron clamps with branding irons to mark territories. We should bring a metal detector tomorrow, he said, carefully wrapping the pig's ear and tucking it away. There may be someone setting traps nearby. Zhao Wei was suddenly perked up. How about we try the tranquilizer darts again? Anaki, busy treating arrow hare's wounds, rolled her eyes at the suggestion. First, let us sedate your own leg, lest you run amok again. As night descended, the sounds of snoring echoed from the workers' cabin at the forest station. While on watch, Guo Chunhai heard the one-eared old dog pacing outside anxiously, occasionally emitting low whimpers. A sense of foreboding gripped him. Guo Chunhai gently pushed open the creaking wooden door, a gust of night air brushing against him, carrying a chill. He noticed arrow hare bristling with fur, tense and alert, as if facing a formidable foe. Following the direction of arrow hare's gaze, he observed that patch of forest appearing particularly ominous in the darkness, as if concealing some lurking danger. Guo Chunhai could not help but recall the rumors he had heard during the day at the forest station, tales of a mysterious beast that roamed the woods at night, preying upon the workers. He could not help but shiver, silently praying that nothing untoward would transpire that night. Gripping his shotgun tightly, he cautiously made his way toward the woods. The leaves underfoot rustled softly, their sound strikingly clear in the stillness of the night. Guo Chunhai's heartbeat quickened, as if it were about to leap from his throat. Suddenly, a deep growl resonated from the depths of the forest, causing his nerves to tense to the utmost. Fixing his gaze, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a shadow darting through the trees. Arrow hare immediately lunged forward, engaging in a fierce struggle with the dark figure. Without hesitation, Guo Chunhai raised his shotgun, aiming at the shadow. With the crack of the gun, the shadow collapsed to the ground. He hurried over, only to discover that the shadow was a massive wild wolf, its eyes gleaming with ferocity, a lifeless hare clenched in its jaws. A sigh of relief escaped Guo Chunhai as his fear gradually dissipated. He gazed at arrow hare with eyes brimming with gratitude and admiration. This one-eared old dog, with its bravery and loyalty, had safeguarded the forest's tranquility. In the distance, a full moon began its slow ascent over the mountain ridge. Beneath the moonlight, several small trees suddenly swayed violently, as if struck by some colossal force. Yet, on this night, not a whisper of wind stirred. Chapter 73. Dividing forces for encirclement. In the early morning, mist enveloped the landscape like soft cotton, gently draping itself over the branches of the oak trees. Guo Chunhai stood amidst this haze, gripping the gunstock firmly, feeling the coolness of the dew upon it. From the depths of the forest came intermittent crackling sounds, the wild boars rooting for acorns in the earth. Guo Chunhai's keen ears detected this noise, and he immediately crouched down, placing his index finger on the snow-covered ground to swiftly sketch 3 arrows. Upon seeing this, Ji and Er Lengzi understood immediately, moving like phantoms as they silently spread out, forming a triangular formation that tightly encircled the thicket. The lead boar is there, Er Lengzi mouthed silently. his gun barrel accurately aimed at a thicket 30 paces away. Through the gaps in the branches, the outline of a one-eared boar could be discerned, its shoulders rising high like a small hill, with bark still clinging to its tusks from a previous skirmish with other animals. Guo Chunhai retrieved a birch bark whistle from his pocket, carefully placing it in his mouth before gently blowing. The sound was indistinguishable from that of a pine jay. This was a technique imparted to him by an elderly hunter of the Orcan tribe. Wild boars typically let down their guard upon hearing such bird calls. Indeed, the once alert sow, hearing the sound of the jay, lowered her head once more to continue rooting in the snow. Seeing this, Guo Chunhai felt a surge of joy. He extended 3 fingers, then sequentially folded them down. 3, 2, 1. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 crisp gunshots rang out simultaneously, reverberating through the tranquil morning air. The 3 rifles fired almost in unison, their sharp reports echoing across the open snow. The boar fell to the ground in response, its blood staining the white snow, while the sow collapsed into the snowdrift, as if all its strength had been drained away. However, the boar on the right staggered a few steps before suddenly charging towards the oak tree where Er Lengzi was hiding, as if possessed by madness. "Climb the tree," Guo Chunhai shouted urgently. The 3 reacted swiftly, scrambling up the branches like agile monkeys. The wild boar, resembling an uncontrollable tank, crashed violently into the trunk with a resounding thud, causing the accumulated snow atop the canopy to cascade down like a waterfall. Er Lengzi clung tightly to the branch, hurriedly loading bullets while muttering curses. "Damn it, this pig is still fierce after taking a bullet." Guo Chunhai, however, remained composed, keenly observing the boar. He noticed a gaping wound in its shoulder, blood gushing forth. Yet, instead of collapsing, the creature was incited to a greater fury, frantically rooting at the tree's base with its sharp tusks, as if attempting to uproot the entire tree. A sense of foreboding enveloped Guo Chunhai. He realized this was a wild boar, often referred to by seasoned hunters as a red knife, one that had sustained injuries yet healed. Such boars often harbor embedded gravel and iron shards in their flesh, rendering ordinary bullets ineffective. Furthermore, their ferocity escalates when wounded, making them exceedingly difficult to handle. "Aim for the white hair on the front shoulder." Guo Chunhai decisively switched to a new magazine. He took a deep breath to steady his emotions and carefully aligned his sights on the crescent-shaped patch of white fur on the boar's chest. In a split second, just as the gun fired, the boar seemed to sense impending danger and reared up on its hind legs. Its massive form appeared particularly prominent against the snowy backdrop, akin to a small mountain on the verge of collapse. The bullet raced forth with astonishing speed, piercing the boar's heart with unwavering accuracy. In that instant, the sound was reminiscent of a punctured water pouch, followed by a profound silence. The creature, weighing over 400 pounds, could no longer sustain itself after such a fatal blow and collapsed with a thunderous crash. Its hooves flailed desperately in the snow, seemingly grasping for a final breath. But all efforts were in vain. Ultimately, its struggles left deep furrows in the snow, marking the last vestiges of its life. Anaji, who was preparing to descend from the tree, sighed in relief upon witnessing the boar's fall. Yet, at that moment, the black pearl suddenly barked frantically, the urgency palpable in its tone. A chill gripped Anaji's heart, an ominous premonition overwhelming her. Indeed, from the distant woods came the unmistakable sound of snapping branches, growing ever closer, indicating that something was rapidly approaching. "It's that group of wild boars from the east." Er Lengzi pointed at the hoofprints in the snow, his expression turning grave. Guo Chunhai's heart raced. According to their plan, Toribu was supposed to guard the eastern riverbank with 5 others. How could this horde of wild boars have made it to the west? Various scenarios flashed through his mind, intensifying his unease. Just then, a series of explosive sounds erupted from the direction of the forest, one after another, their intervals growing shorter and more frantic. Zhao Weigua. Anaki's complexion turned ashen in an instant, and she let out a cry of despair. The 3 of them had no time to gather the wild boar they had just hunted, hastily grasping their rifles and sprinting toward the direction of the forest. As they traversed the dense thicket, He Jinju suddenly halted as if spellbound, its bristles standing on end as though confronting an immense peril. Upon witnessing this, Guo Chunhai felt a tightening in his chest. He quickly pushed aside the branches and focused his gaze, drawing in a sharp breath at the sight before him. In the clearing of the forest, Zhao Weigua stood in terror, clutching a smoking explosive round and retreating step by step, while behind him lay the chef, Old Ma, paralyzed with fear. Even more alarming was the sight of 4 enormous wild boars encircling them in a fan formation. These boars bore menacing visages and sharp tusks, their throaty growls sending shivers down one's spine. Particularly striking was the lead sow, which bore a segment of a dog leash hanging from its tusk, an unmistakable collar belonging to the hunting dog that Torabu had brought along. "Where's Torabu?" Er Lengzi's voice suddenly pierced the air, sharp and trembling with dread and concern. Yet, at that moment, Guo Chunhai had no time to respond. He dashed forward without hesitation, raising his rifle and firing at the nearest piglet. A loud bang echoed, and the piglet collapsed to the ground. The unexpected gunshots startled the sow, which immediately turned, its fierce eyes locking onto Guo Chunhai, emitting a furious snarl. "Scatter!" Guo Chunhai shouted at Zhao Weiguo, hoping to urge him away from the sow's path of attack. However, Zhao Weiguo stood frozen as if under a spell, clutching the last explosive round, seemingly oblivious to how to use it. As the sow charged toward him like an uncontrollable tank, its razor-sharp tusks poised to pierce his belly. A gray figure suddenly darted in from the side like a bolt of lightning, crashing into the sow with tremendous force. This gray apparition was none other than the old hunter, Atanbu. Armed with a spear, he fixed his piercing gaze on the sow ahead. In an instant, the spear flew from his grasp with the speed of lightning, striking precisely into the sow's left eye. However, weighing over 200 pounds, the sow's momentum was beyond imagination. Although Atanbu succeeded in hitting it, he was violently hurled aside by the force of the impact. "Father!" Unaki's scream shattered the forest's tranquility, a sound heavy with despair and terror. Simultaneously, Guo Chunhai's armor-piercing round and Er Lengzi's explosive round struck the sow as well. The beast, severely wounded, let out a chilling howl before lurching forward a few steps and ultimately collapsing to the ground. As it fell, a surge of warm blood erupted like a fountain, splattering Zhao Weiguo completely. The smoke gradually dissipated, leaving a pungent scent of blood lingering in the forest. At that moment, the woods were eerily silent, as if time itself had frozen. Guo Chunhai, consumed by anxiety, rushed towards the spot where Atanbu had collapsed. Upon witnessing the elderly man's grim state lying in a pool of blood, his heart sank. The elder's hunting knife was reduced to a mere half, while not far away lay two piglets with their throats slit, their blood staining the surrounding snow. "River bend," Atanbu managed to utter, each word accompanied by a trickle of blood from his lips. Torabu fell into a frozen pit. Wenaji, frantic with worry, hurriedly tore open the elder's clothing. The sight before her was heart-wrenching. 3 deep, bone-exposing wounds that extended from his collarbone to his abdomen, clearly inflicted by the tusks of a wild boar. The flesh around the wounds had turned grotesquely over, a sight too ghastly to behold. Suddenly, the distant sound of an engine shattered the forest stillness. The onlookers turned to see Torabu driving the Forestry Bureau's iron tractor into the woods, with 3 blood-soaked hunting dogs curled up in the trailer. "The river bend has cracked," the old hunter shouted as he leapt from the vehicle. "Those damned wild boars will take a detour." He pointed towards the back, where 5 or 6 workers were carrying a makeshift stretcher with an unconscious young hunter, his pant legs soaked in blood. Guo Chunhai hurried forward to assess the injuries. The young man's left leg bore a gaping hole, a wound inflicted by the wild boar's tusk. "He needs to be sent to the county hospital," he declared, tearing off a leg wrap to staunch the bleeding. "This injury is beyond our capabilities to treat." Torabu wiped the blood from his face. "The vehicle is stuck in the river bend. We must carry him." "Use my method," Atanbu suddenly interjected. The elder, summoning an unexpected strength, pulled a leather pouch from his bosom. Iwenki's hemostatic powder. Wenaji quickly took the powder and sprinkled it over the wound. Remarkably, the previously gushing blood began to slow. "Get him inside," Guo Chunhai directed the others. "Er Lengzi, go boil water. Wenaji, prepare the sutures." Zhao Weiguo abruptly grasped his sleeve. "It's all my fault, Brother Hai." Only then did Guo Chunhai notice the young man's disheveled appearance. His military coat had been gored by tusks, and his face was marred by scratches from branches. Yet, curiously, his hands, which had always appeared weak, were now gripping the empty hunting rifle tightly. "Go prepare ginseng soup for Atanbu," Guo Chunhai said, patting him on the shoulder. "The wild ginseng is in the compartment of my backpack." As night fell, the cabin was filled with the mingling scents of blood and medicinal herbs. Atanbu had sipped the ginseng soup and fallen asleep, while the young hunter's leg had been stabilized for the time being. Guo Chunhai crouched at the doorway, cleaning his gun, when he heard footsteps behind him. Here, Wenaji offered a steaming bowl of meat porridge. "It's from the wild boar we caught today." The girl's fingers were still stained with blood, clearly from tending to Torabu's dogs. Guo Chunhai noticed a new bruise on her right wrist, likely from being struck against a tree by the wild boar. "Tomorrow, we will close the mountain," Guo Chunhai suddenly announced. Unajiji paused for a moment, not pursuing anymore. "Pursue." Guo Chunhai gazed towards the dark forest. "But we must adopt a different approach." This group of boars holds grudges and will come seeking us. He retrieved an oiled paper bundle from his pocket, containing wild boar bristles collected during the day. An old method from the Orakin, blood calls to blood. Yunajiji's eyes sparkled. Are you planning to create the Huluan? Guo Chunhai nodded. This was a skill he had learned from a Tanbu. Using the praise fur combined with special herbs to ignite a scent that provokes the beasts of the same group. Tomorrow, you will ambush on the eastern ridge. He sketched the terrain in the dirt. I and Er Lengzi will act as bait. The young girl suddenly grasped his wrist. Too dangerous. The mate of that earless boar has yet to appear. Sows are even fiercer than boars when protecting their young. Just as she spoke, a sudden crack of breaking branches echoed from the distant mountains. Heiji, startled, stood upright, growling towards the shadows. Guo Chunhai slowly chambered his firearm. Under the moonlight, the bushes at the forest's edge trembled violently, as if a legion was about to burst forth. Chapter 74. Blood calls to hunt before dawn. The hunters of Lao Jindong had already readied themselves for the hunt. A Tambu donned an old roe deerskin coat, a hereditary hunting knife at his waist, and clutched a handful of dried herbs in his hand. The elder stood in the snow, his stooped figure exuding a rugged vitality, much like an ancient pine weathered by storms. He lowered his head to sniff the herbs, then took a handful of wild boar bristles, twisting them together into a fine cord. The Huluan calls to beasts. Blood debts must be repaid, he murmured, his voice raspy like sandpaper against bark. Guo Chunhai squatted nearby, observing the elder's movements closely. This was the Orakin hunter's ancient method, using the praise fur mixed with specially crafted herbs to create a scent that enraged the beasts, compelling them to seek out confrontation. Yunajiji had mentioned that while this method was perilous, it was most effective against vengeful wild boars. Brother Hai, where should the herbal cord be tied? Er Lengzi inquired, rubbing his hands together. He was particularly spirited today, with 2 daggers sheathed at his waist and a firearm slung across his back. Upwind, Guo Chunhai pointed towards the eastern ridge. Wild boars have keen noses. They will sniff out the scent and erupt from their lair. Yunajiji remained silent, merely inspecting her quiver. Today, she had donned a fitted hunting outfit. Her deerskin boots reaching her calves, a red-stringed hunting knife at her waist, and her long hair neatly tucked into a dog fur hat, giving her a particularly sharp appearance. Her fingers deftly manipulated the feathers of her arrows, ensuring each tail feather was aligned perfectly to prevent erratic flight. Girl, stay close to me, a Tambu suddenly spoke in a low tone. Today, you must learn to read the wind. Yunajiji nodded, her gaze resolute. She understood that her grandfather was teaching her true hunting skills, not just marksmanship, but the very essence of survival in the wilderness. The group treaded through the snow, alternating between deep and shallow steps towards the eastern ridge. The forest was eerily quiet. Even the jays were silent, with only the crunch of boots on snow breaking the stillness. Heiji led the way, her ears perked upright, pausing occasionally to sniff the air. We have arrived. Guo Chunhai raised his hand to signal a halt. Before them lay an expanse of snowy slope, flanked by the mountain ridge, with a dense oak forest directly ahead, where a group of wild boars had made their escape the previous day. A Tambu retrieved a medicinal cord from his pocket and ignited it with a fire striker. A pungent smoke immediately wafted through the air, reminiscent of burnt fur mixed with a certain piquant herbal aroma. The elder inserted the medicinal cord into the snow, and the smoke spiraled towards the depths of the forest. Stay concealed, Guo Chunhai whispered. The wild boars will go wild with the scent. The group swiftly dispersed, seeking cover. Guo Chunhai and Er Lengzi crouched behind the rocks on the right side of the snowy slope, while Anaji followed a Tanbu to hide behind a fallen tree. Torabu and several hunters took position at the edge of the forest, their rifles aimed toward the direction of the drifting smoke. As moments passed, the forest remained eerily silent. Er Lengzi, unable to contain his impatience, murmured, Brother Hai, does this really work? Guo Chunhai remained silent. His eyes narrowed as he focused on the woods. Suddenly, the ears of Black Pearl twitched sharply, emitting a low, rumbling growl. In the next instant, a rustle erupted from the distant thicket, followed by a chilling shriek of a pig. They're coming, Guo Chunhai shouted, his finger already on the trigger. From the forest, 3 wild boars charged forth frantically. Leading the pack was a massive sow, the mate of the earless boar, its tusks stained with dried blood, remnants from yesterday's struggle. Its eyes glowed red, nostrils flaring as it charged straight towards the burning medicinal cord. Bang! Guo Chunhai fired first, the bullet striking the so's shoulder with deadly precision, blood splattering. Yet, the creature, driven by ferocity, continued its charge toward the rocks where Guo Chunhai and Er Lengzi were concealed. Damn it! Er Lengzi sprang up, brandishing a spear to thrust. The boar's tusks crashed against the rock with a resounding crack, sending shards flying. Guo Chunhai swiftly dodged, firing another shot, the bullet piercing through the boar's neck. Yet it still did not fall, instead pivoting to lunge at Er Lengzi. In a critical moment, whoosh! An arrow soared through the air, striking precisely into the boar's eye. Anaji stood atop the fallen tree, her longbow still drawn, her gaze as cold as ice. The boar, in excruciating pain, thrashed its head wildly. But the arrow remained lodged in its skull, sending it into a frenzy. It turned and charged toward Anaji. "Get away, girl!" A tambu bellowed, rushing forward with his hunting knife. Guo Chunhai's heart raced as he leaped from his cover, firing 2 shots in rapid succession. Bang! Bang! Both bullets struck the boar's chest, causing it to stagger a few steps before crashing heavily into the snow, its hooves twitching briefly before falling still. The other 2 wild boars were surrounded by Toribu and his men, the air filled with the cacophony of gunfire, roars, and the agonized cries of the boars. Ultimately, all 3 wild boars lay lifeless, the snowy ground stained with dark red blood. On the return journey to Laojinggo, the group dragged their prey, the atmosphere considerably lighter than when they had arrived. "Brother Hai, your marksmanship is truly remarkable." The young man grinned broadly, exclaiming that the sow had endured 3 shots before succumbing. Had it been anyone else, they would have been tossed aside. Guo Chunhai shook his head, proclaiming that it was Anaji's arrow that had saved them. The girl walked beside a tambu, merely smiling at his words without uttering a sound. Yet, Guo Chunhai discerned the gleam in her eyes, a reflection of the pride that follows a hunter's lethal strike. A tambu patted his granddaughter's shoulder, revealing a rare smile. "Your archery has improved, but you still miscalculated the wind." Anaji retorted defiantly, "I calculated it accurately." "Accurately, you say?" The elder scoffed. "Had that arrow veered just half an inch, the wild boar could have charged at you before it fell." The girl pouted, choosing to remain silent. Observing the duo, Guo Chunhai felt a sense of reassurance. He understood that a tambu was imparting the true essence of hunting to Anaji, not through brute strength, but through cunning strategy. Upon returning to the village, the hunters unloaded the wild boar at the threshing ground, attracting a crowd of villagers eager to witness the spectacle. "Goodness! This sow must weigh at least 300 pounds. An elderly man exclaimed in astonishment. "More than that," the young man boasted proudly. "Its tusks are so long they nearly tossed Brother Hai aside." Guo Chunhai disregarded his bragging and knelt to examine the boar's wounds. The bullet wounds were precisely placed, but the most fatal was Anaji's arrow, which had cleanly penetrated the eye socket and into the brain. "Brother Hai, what is our next move?" Toribu approached, inquiring. "The threat of the wild boar has been dealt with, but the hunt in Laojinggu must continue." Guo Chunhai rose, brushing the snow from his hands. "Tomorrow, we venture into the mountains to hunt bears." The surrounding crowd fell silent instantly. Bear hunting was regarded as the most perilous endeavor in the Khingan Mountains, especially during this season when the black bears had just awakened from hibernation, irritable and prone to attack. A tambu squinted. "Are you certain?" Guo Chunhai nodded. "Bear bile and paws are valuable commodities. Besides," he glanced at Anaji, "we are equipped with firearms, dogs, and skilled hunters." Anaji said nothing, simply tightening her grip on the hunting knife at her waist. The young man rubbed his hands together, grinning broadly. "This time, we're poised for something significant." A tambu scrutinized Guo Chunhai for several moments before breaking into a grin, revealing a few yellowed teeth. "Very well, we shall head into the mountains tomorrow." Yet, the elder's gaze suddenly sharpened. "Remember, bears are not like wild boars. They hold grudges, and those grudges last a lifetime." Guo Chunhai nodded, fully aware that the true challenge lay ahead. Chapter 75. Tracking the bear den in February. The snow in the Khingan Mountains had begun to soften. Guo Chunhai stepped on the snow beneath his feet, producing a crisp crunch, an indication of the approaching spring. In half a month, the black bears would emerge from their dens, hunger-driven and far more ferocious than wild boars. "Brother Hai, which direction shall we take?" the young man asked, rubbing his hands together, his breath forming a frosty mist upon the brim of his dogskin hat. He had intentionally donned a new pair of felt socks today, yet his toes remained numbed by the cold. Guo Chunhai did not rush to respond. Instead, he crouched down, clearing away the dead leaves beneath the snow. Several dark brown hairs clung to the tree bark, glistening with a slick sheen under the sunlight. He gestured towards the northeast direction of the mountain hollow with the barrel of his gun, stating that the bear's fur was still fresh, indicating the presence of a den nearby. Unaji approached and squatted beside him. Today, the girl donned a thicker outfit, a roe deer fur coat layered over a canvas hunting suit, with a wide leather belt cinched at her waist, where a red-handled hunting knife and a bullet pouch hung side by side. She reached out, pinching the bear hairs, and brought them to her nose. "Male," she whispered. "The scent is strong, freshly brushed against the bark. Guo Chunhai nodded in agreement. The ability of the Orichan hunters to identify animals is innate, despite her youth. Unaji's intuition in this regard was astonishingly accurate. At the forefront of the group was a Tanbu, an elder carrying an antiquated Mosin-Nagant rifle, its stock polished to a shine. He paused intermittently, striking the tree trunk with the handle of his hunting knife, listening intently to the echoes, an age-old method for locating bear dens. The hollow sound suggested the possibility of a cavity within the trunk. Torbu, take 2 men to scout the right ridge, Guo Chunhai whispered instructions. Unaji and I, along with Er Lengzi, will follow a Tanbu head-on. If we discover the den, do not rush to act. First, fire a shot as a signal. Torbu acknowledged and led 2 young hunters, crouched low as they slipped into the underbrush. A copper whistle, an emergency signal issued by the Forestry Bureau, hung at his waist. But in the depths of the wilderness, the sound of gunfire proved far more effective. The group advanced along the mountain hollow. Today, Black Pearl was unusually quiet. Unlike her excited demeanor when pursuing wild boar, instead, she walked slowly beside Guo Chunhai, her ears alertly swiveling, an old hunting dog instinctively aware of the day's quarry. Stop! A Tanbu suddenly raised his hand. Everyone immediately crouched down. The elder pointed ahead, 30 paces away, to a crooked red pine tree, where an inconspicuous black hole resided at its base. The bark around the hole was polished from wear, and the snow nearby was notably thinner than the surrounding areas. Den, a Tanbu mouthed silently. Guo Chunhai squinted. The hole was roughly the size of a basin, with several strands of dark brown fur hanging from its edges. More critically, a series of indistinct paw prints marred the snow in front of the entrance, not markings of entry or exit, but rather the result of the bear pacing at the mouth of its den. It's awake, Unaji whispered, moving inside. Er Lengzi swallowed nervously, quietly disengaging the safety on his firearm. He had heard countless tales of black bears injuring people. Just last spring, a gatherer of mountain produce, 30 miles away, had met his end when a bear emerging from its den struck him with a single blow. A Tanbu signaled for a flanking maneuver. Guo Chunhai understood and led Unaji to the left flank, while Er Lengzi followed the elder, slowly moving to the right. Just as they were about to encircle the den, a sharp crack echoed suddenly from beneath Unaji's feet. The girl's expression changed in an instant. She had stepped on a dry twig. In that moment, the shadow within the red pine den quivered violently. Roar! A low growl reverberated, causing the snow atop the treetops to tumble down. A massive bear had abruptly emerged from the entrance, its small eyes glinting with menace, nostrils flaring, and its white fangs glistening with saliva. Damn! Er Lengzi exclaimed, it's that big. The black bear before them was more robust than anticipated, its shoulders rising like a small mountain, weighing no less than 500 pounds. It reared up on its hind legs, its formidable claws glistening coldly in the sunlight. Spread out, Guo Chunhai bellowed, simultaneously raising his rifle, a Type 56, and firing. The bullet struck the bear's chest, but seemed to anger it further. As the bear let out a furious roar, dropping onto all fours and charging toward Guo Chunhai with thunderous force. Unaki reacted swiftly, rolling to the side and taking cover behind a tree, her longbow ready in her hands. Her movements were fluid and graceful, yet the bear's speed was astounding. Closing in on Guo Chunhai in the blink of an eye. In a moment of sheer desperation, 2 gunshots rang out from the right. A Tanbu's old Mosin-Nagant and Er Lengzi's Type 56 fired simultaneously. The bear's shoulder erupted in 2 sprays of blood, momentarily halting its charge. Seizing the opportunity, Guo Chunhai slid aside and fired again, the bullet piercing accurately into the bear's right eye. The bear emitted a deafening, anguished howl, frantically shaking its head. Blood and eye fluid spraying everywhere. Remarkably, it did not fall. Instead, it became even more ferocious, turning to charge at Er Lengzi. Oh my! Er Lengzi stumbled backward, only to trip over a tree root. The bear reared up again, casting a colossal shadow over him. Suddenly, an arrow whistled through the air, embedding itself deeply into the bear's other eye. Unaki stood 5 paces away, already knocking a second arrow. Her gaze was steely, her arm steady as a rock. The bear, now completely blinded, flailed its forepaws wildly, snapping small trees like twigs. Guo Chunhai recognized the perilous nature of the moment. A wounded and blind beast would act without reason. Fighting for survival. Aim for the heart, he shouted to Er Lengzi, right at the white fur on its chest. Er Lengzi scrambled behind a tree, trembling as he raised his Type 56. However, the bear was already advancing toward him, guided by the sound of his voice, leaving him no time to aim. At that critical juncture, 3 gunshots erupted almost simultaneously. Torbu and his men arrived just in time. All 3 bullets struck the bear's back, one penetrating its lung. The bear staggered a few steps before crashing down into the snow, breathing heavily and foaming at the mouth, its claws still mindlessly scratching at the ground. Guo Chunhai did not rush forward, but instead fired another shot, the bullet entering through the ear canal, finally ending the life of this ferocious creature. The snow fell silent, save for the heavy breathing of the group. Er Lengzi slumped against a tree, his face pale. "I nearly met the king of hell," he stammered. Anaki approached and helped him to his feet, saying calmly, "When a bear charges, do not retreat. Instead, sidestep." Her voice was steady. Yet Guo Chunhai noticed her fingers still trembled on the bowstring. A tambu squatted by the bear's carcass, inspecting the wounds with satisfaction. 3 shots to the eyes, 1 to the heart, and a clean final shot to the crown. Toribu kicked the bear's paw lightly, remarking, "This hide could fetch a good price. Though it's a pity about the arrows in its eyes." "No pity," came the reply. Guo Chunhai wiped the sweat from his forehead, resolutely determined that today would not pass without a sacrifice to the arrows of Anaji. The young woman was busy organizing her quiver when she glanced up at him. Sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting dappled shadows upon her face. Her almond-shaped eyes still held the sharpness of the hunt, yet her lips curled into a faint smile. Guo Chunhai suddenly recalled a phrase he had heard in his previous life. The girls of the Orakin are at their most beautiful when skilled with bow and horse. "Prepare the game." A tambu interrupted the brief stillness. "We need to scout 2 more hills before nightfall." The group sprang into action. Guo Chunhai crouched down, using his hunting knife to slice open the bear's belly to extract the gallbladder. The golden-yellow gallbladder glistened in the sunlight, a prized medicinal ingredient. His technique was deft. Careful not to rupture the sac, an intact gallbladder could fetch a price 30% higher. Anaji stood beside him, pressing down on the bear's paw. Her hands were small but remarkably strong, her fingers tightly gripping the thick skin around the bear's wrist. Guo Chunhai caught a whiff of the faint pine resin scent from her hair. The Orakin people used pine needles to wash their hair, claiming it wards off mosquitoes. "Your archery is impressive," he murmured. "You saved us twice today." Anaji did not raise her gaze, but her ears flushed a delicate pink. "It was taught by my father." "Not merely taught," Guo Chunhai chuckled. "It requires talent." The young woman paused in her task, suddenly darting a quick glance at him before lowering her head once more, a soft blush now tinting her neck. Er Lengzi, observing from nearby, grinned widely, just about to tease them when a long whistle echoed from afar. Torwab had sounded the signal. Another cache discovered. A tambu sprang to his feet. "Let us go." Guo Chunhai swiftly wrapped the bear gallbladder and seized his bow. He glanced at Anaji, who had deftly slung her longbow across her back, her expression sharpening anew. Deep within the forest, a fresh hunt was about to commence. Chapter 76. The boulder's surprise morning mist flowed gently through the woods, resembling white silk ribbons entwined among the red pines. Guo Chunhai crouched atop a grayish rock, his fingers lightly brushing against a few strands of dark brown fur at the stone's edge. The roots still bore traces of grease, glistening in the morning light. "This cache is unusual," he whispered, his voice barely above a murmur. "It's a boulder den." Upon hearing this, Anaji's previously relaxed brow furrowed slightly, a hint of unease flickering in her expression. Today, she appeared different. She had donned a brand new pair of deerhide boots, intricately embroidered with traditional Orakin cloud patterns. As she moved gracefully, the patterns seemed to dance, almost ethereal. These boots were not only beautiful but also silent, allowing her to glide through the forest like a wraith. Anaji gradually approached the stone crevice, bringing her nose close to the entrance to scent the air. Suddenly, sensing something amiss, she swiftly extended her arm to stop Er Lengzi, who was about to lean forward, and whispered, "Hold on, something feels off here." Meanwhile, Torwab and 2 other young hunters approached from the side. Their faces radiated with an exhilarating glow, clearly brimming with anticipation for this discovery. Toribu, unable to contain his excitement, shouted to Guo Chunhai, "Brother Hai, it must be a colossal one. Look at the tufts of fur scraped off at the entrance, thicker than a bowl's rim." Guo Chunhai did not immediately respond to Toribu's exclamation. His attention was entirely captivated by the cave hidden among the stone outcrops. He scrutinized the shape of the entrance, noting its irregular triangular form, with edges remarkably smooth, evidently worn down by the frequent passage of objects over time. What puzzled Guo Chunhai further was the absence of any fresh claw marks in the surrounding snow, as if this cave had not seen any living creature for a considerable duration. This starkly contradicted their earlier assumptions, deepening his inner perplexity. At that moment, a tambu had quietly appeared behind them, a seasoned hunter with keen eyes carefully observing the stone cave, seemingly lost in thought. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he swiftly produced a birch bark whistle from his pocket. The low, resonant sound echoed like the roar of a female bear in estrus, a unique calling technique employed by the Evenki hunters to provoke hibernating male bears. The whistle reverberated among the stone outcrops 3 times, yet the cave remained eerily silent, devoid of any response. How strange, Torab mused, scratching his head in confusion. Could it be an empty den? Beside him, Er Lengzi, unable to suppress his curiosity, darted towards the cave entrance like a monkey, poised to peer inside when suddenly, a hand shot out like lightning, firmly grasping the back of his collar. Have you lost your mind? Anaji's voice carried a hint of reproach. The bear is definitely playing dead inside. Observing this, Guo Chunhai wasted no time. He swiftly unfastened a length of rope from his waist, affixing a stone to it, and cautiously lowered it into the cave. The dull thud of the stone striking the cave wall echoed, yet it seemed to elicit no alert from within. Why not try some smoke? A tambu suggested gravely, pulling out a bundle of dried mugwort from his pack. Upon hearing this, the group sprang into action. Anaji adeptly sliced off a few pieces of pine resin with his hunting knife, while Er Lengzi hurriedly retrieved a box of matches from his pocket, igniting one with a swift strike. The thick smoke produced by the burning mugwort and resin quickly enveloped the cave's entrance, forming a billowing column. Torabu, seeing this, promptly removed his dogskin hat, waving it like a fan to hasten the smoke's entry into the cave. However, as time ticked by, 10 minutes passed without any signs of movement from within, as though no creature existed inside at all. This is absurd, Torabu exclaimed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Even a dead bear should have some scent. A sudden wave of unease washed over Guo Chunhai. Fragments of memories from a past life flickered in and out, revealing that some bears would disguise the entrance of their dens as abandoned, while in reality, they hid deep within. He suddenly pressed down on Torab, who was about to burrow into the den, exclaiming, "Don't go in there. What are you afraid of?" Torab retorted, shaking off his hand. "It's probably just an empty den. My father always said that the stone dens are the safest. It could be leftovers from last year." Before he could finish, a faint crack resonated from within the cave, akin to a twig snapping underfoot. Instantly, everyone froze. The fur on Black Pearl's back bristled, and a low whimper emanated from deep within its throat. "Step back," Guo Chunhai shouted sharply, swiftly loading his firearm. But it was too late. A deep, rumbling sound reverberated from the depths of the cave, initially faint but quickly escalating into a deafening roar, as if a furious beast were bellowing. The entire stone structure began to tremble, the earth itself quaking under the force of this disturbance. A gust of hot, pungent air erupted from the cave's mouth, reminiscent of a volcanic explosion, carrying with it a strong, acrid scent and searing heat. Along with this exhalation came a chilling sound, reminiscent of a demon gnawing on bones in the dark, sending shivers down one's spine. "Damn, it's a live bear," Er Lengzi suddenly shrieked, his face draining of color as he scrambled backward, his legs seemingly robbed of strength by sheer terror. In that fleeting moment, an idea flashed through Guo Chunhai's mind, as if he had suddenly recalled something crucial. Without hesitation, he produced a bundle of red firecrackers, his prize Da Di Hong, obtained from the supply and marketing cooperative the previous year. With lightning speed, he wrapped the firecrackers around a branch and struck a match, igniting the fuse without a moment's pause. As the hissing sound filled the air, he hurled the firecrackers into the den. "Get down," he shouted, quickly dropping to the ground himself. The deafening explosion erupted within the stone cave, reverberating like thunder in a confined space. The sudden cacophony and blinding light rendered everything inside the cave indistinct. Accompanying the explosion was a terrifying noise, unlike anything the bears had ever encountered, akin to the wails of hellish spirits, threatening to rupture eardrums. In an instant, the entire stone structure seemed to come alive, a thunderous roar emanating from the depths of the earth. This roar was deafening, as if the world itself trembled in response. With a resounding crash, the sound of crumbling rocks echoed throughout the valley. Amidst this heart-stirring cacophony, a colossal brown bear burst forth from the cave. Its massive frame resembled a small mountain, covered in a thick coat of brown fur, with eyes gleaming like brass bells, radiating ferocity. This beast weighed an astonishing 600 pounds, its fur bristling, froth at its mouth, and madness gleaming in its small eyes. As it stood upright, the shadow it cast enveloped Torab entirely. Fire! The gunfire erupted almost simultaneously. Guo Chunhai's bullet struck the bear's chest with pinpoint accuracy, while Anaji's arrow embedded deeply into the creature's right eye. Yet, this brown bear proved to be more formidable than anticipated, charging forward despite the hail of bullets. "Spread out," commanded a tambu as his old Mozenagant spat fire. The bullet exploding against the bear's shoulder, causing a spray of blood. The bear, now utterly enraged, smashed a nearby thick large tree with a mighty blow and surged toward the nearest target, Er Lengzi. In a panic, Er Lengzi pulled the trigger, only to hear the disheartening click of a jammed weapon. At that critical moment, Anaji sprang forward, her hunting knife glinting in the light as it aimed precisely at the bear's sensitive nose, a technique taught by the Alenchan hunters. The bear howled in pain, pivoting sharply, inadvertently exposing its heart to Guo Chunhai's gun. Bang! Bang! Two armor-piercing rounds penetrated the bear's heart almost simultaneously. The colossal beast staggered a few steps before crashing to the ground, sending a cloud of snow swirling into the air. Its robust limbs twitched involuntarily, and it emitted desperate gasps from its throat. Everyone maintained their shooting stances, guns still trained on the fallen giant. After a full minute, a tambu cautiously approached, prodding the bear's nostrils with his knife, but there was no response. "It's dead," the old hunter sighed in relief. Torabu sat down heavily, his face pale as a sheet. "I almost." Anaji walked over, silently offering him her water flask. The girl's fingers trembled slightly, yet her gaze remained composed. She turned to Guo Chunhai and noticed him lost in thought, staring at the bear's carcass. "What's wrong?" she asked softly. Guo Chunhai crouched down, parting the fur on the bear's abdomen. "Look at this." Anaji leaned in for a closer inspection and gasped. There was an old scar on the bear's belly, neatly shaped as if it had been sliced by a sharp instrument. A knife wound. A tambu had also crouched down, his weathered face wrinkling further. "It's from last year's hunt," Guo Chunhai suddenly recalled. "Is this the bear that injured 3 lumberjacks last year?" The old hunter nodded gravely, a vengeful beast, returning to settle the score. Er Lengzi approached, pointing suddenly at the bear's right front paw. "Brother Hai, look at this." A rusted iron ring was affixed to the bear's paw, a remnant of the warning line used by the lumber crew to mark hazardous areas. Not only did this bear harbor a grudge, but it bore the very mark of that animosity. The group fell silent as they began to process their quarry. Guo Chunhai noticed Anaji handling the bear's gallbladder with particular care. Her eyelashes cast delicate shadows in the sunlight, and a bit of bear blood stained the tip of her nose. "You were very brave," he murmured. Anaji continued her work, though her ears flushed slightly. "Grandfather said that when a bear charges, you must face it. The more you evade, the swifter your demise." Guo Chunhai recalled an incident report he had seen in the Forestry Bureau's archives. The case of a hunter who was indeed killed by a bear near Laojin Gully in the spring of 1984. Now, that tragedy has been rewritten. Torabu has recovered and is boasting to the fool about the thrilling scene that just transpired. A tambu sits on a stone, puffing on his pipe, his aged eyes gazing at the distant mountains. "Will we return tomorrow?" Anaki suddenly inquires. Guo Chunhai follows her gaze, observing the undulating Khingan Mountains bathed in the glow of the setting sun, resembling a slumbering giant. He knows that there are many more such dens in the mountains, harboring hidden dangers. "Yes," he states resolutely, "we must clear as many as we can before spring arrives." The girl nods, a barely perceptible smile gracing her lips. She deftly binds the bare paw, her movements so practiced they seem as though she has performed them countless times before. As the twilight deepens, the group drags their heavy quarry back to the village, leaving a trail of deep footprints that are soon concealed by the freshly fallen snow. Chapter 77. The leopard's trail in the forest. The early morning in Old Jindong is still shrouded in mist. Guo Chunhai is fastening ropes onto the saddle, while Anaki squats nearby, filling her quiver with arrows. Today, the girl has donned a more streamlined outfit. A deerskin vest over a canvas hunting suit, her belt cinched tightly, accentuating her slender waist. "This time we will head to the north slope." Guo Chunhai tightens the girth of his horse. A tambu mentioned there is an old den there that hasn't been disturbed in at least 10 years. Anaki nods, her fingers skillfully arranging the fletching of the arrows. "Should we take the black pearl or the fletching?" "Take both." Guo Chunhai responds, just as an urgent sound of galloping hooves echoes from the village entrance. Zhao Weiguo rides in on a chestnut horse, charging into the village like a gust of wind. The horse gallops with such speed it seems to leave the entire world behind. The mane of the chestnut horse flies wildly, its hooves kicking up mud, splattering Zhao Weiguo's military coat with droplets of dirt. He nearly tumbles from the horse, stumbling as he lands, hardly noticing as he breathlessly calls out, "Brother Hai, something has happened." The fool, who is busy packing provisions, jumps at Zhao Weiguo's frantic voice, spilling food everywhere. Startled, he quickly asks, "What's wrong? Are wild boars causing trouble again?" Zhao Weiguo wipes the sweat from his brow, urgency in his tone. "Worse than wild boars." His voice trembles, clearly shaken, as he reveals that the logging team was ambushed by 2 leopards yesterday in the number 7 forest area. 3 people were injured, and old Lu almost had his arm torn off. The village falls eerily silent. Even a Tambu, who was feeding the horses, halts his actions, his aged eyes narrowing into slits as he intently watches Zhao Weiguo. Leopards? Anaki softly repeats, her fingers unconsciously stroking the arrow shaft. A chill running through Guo Chunhai's heart. He recalls memories from before his rebirth. In the spring of 1984, there were indeed reports of leopard attacks, but not in the No. 7 forest area. He cannot help but lament that the pace of ecological change is more rapid than he had anticipated. Are you certain it was leopards? Guo Chunhai's voice is grave and serious, his gaze fixed on Zhao Weiguo, as if seeking answers from his eyes. Zhao Weiguo carefully extracted a cloth pouch from his pocket and gently unfurled it, revealing several tufts of golden fur interspersed with black spots. The workers had pulled it off during their struggles, and the forestry technician identified it as that of a far eastern leopard. A Tambu approached, pinching the fur and bringing it to his nose, his expression growing grave. It is indeed a leopard, a mature male. The Bureau had organized militia to hunt it down. Yet those men had not even caught a glimpse of the beast. Zhao Weiguo anxiously rubbed his hands together, stating, "My father believes this matter still relies on you." Guo Chunhai and Anaji exchanged a glance, their eyes betraying a hint of tension. Although the young woman's gaze remained composed, her fingers gripped the bough tightly, as if striving to suppress an inner fear. The cheetah, a creature more perilous than a bear, moved with grace and swiftness, striking without warning. Once fixated upon its target, the consequences could be dire. Guo Chunhai was acutely aware of this reality. He held his weapon firmly, ready to confront any impending danger. Anaji's heartbeat quickened as she took a deep breath, attempting to maintain her composure. She understood that at this moment, focus was paramount, and any lapse in concentration could be catastrophic. Her gaze remained fixed ahead, poised to unleash a lethal arrow at any moment. The air was thick with tension, as though time itself had come to a standstill. Both Guo Chunhai and Anaji recognized the formidable challenge before them, yet they were resolute in their belief that unity would enable them to surmount the obstacles they faced. Prepare the horses, Guo Chunhai instructed tersely, and ensure ample ammunition. Torbu had already arrived, his beloved copper whistle hanging at his waist. Should we bring dogs? He inquired. Yes, Guo Chunhai affirmed. But they must be leashed to prevent them from roaming freely. Er Lengzi gasped in alarm. Leopards are notorious for killing dogs. Precisely why they must be tethered. Anaji softly clarified. Dogs will bark upon sensing a leopard, but if restrained, the leopard cannot pounce. A Tambu retrieved a bag made of roe deer skin from the cactus, pouring out several specially crafted arrows, their tips elongated and featuring blood grooves. With these, a Tambu's voice was low and resolute, imbued with an unyielding strength. His gaze was intent and piercing, fixated on the arrows as if they embodied his last hope. Each of these specially designed arrows had been meticulously constructed, their length and grooves engineered to penetrate the leopard's formidable bones. Fully aware of the perilous nature of this hunt, a Tambu felt no fear, for he trusted in his skills and these exceptional arrows. He caressed the arrows gently, appreciating their weight and texture, as if forging a silent bond with them. Then, he carefully stowed them in his quiver, ready to face the challenges that lay ahead. Guo Chunhai's eyes were sharp, his voice low and firm as he swiftly allocated tasks. Torbu, you lead 3 men to advance quickly from the western ridge. Remain vigilant. Er Lengzi and Zhao Weiguo, accompany me as we launch a frontal assault to breach the enemy's defenses. Anaki and Tambu, you are stationed at the high point to the east, closely monitoring the situation and ready to provide support at any moment. His words were succinct, each utterance imbued with resolve and trust. What about me? A deep voice interjected. The crowd turned to see the half-eared elder, accompanied by 3 robust hunting dogs, standing at the periphery. You old man. Guo Chunhai was about to politely decline, but the elder waved his hand dismissively. Leopards hold grudges. The half-eared elder patted the lead dog, a one-eyed yellow hound. Scarface has faced leopards before. It knows how to handle them. Preparations unfolded with urgency and precision. Anaki conducted a final inspection on each of the 5.6 rifles, ensuring that the springs were adequately lubricated, while Er Lengzi stuffed his pockets with 2 handfuls of single-headed bullets. Zhao Weiguo contributed his cherished military binoculars, a relic brought home by his father from the army, still bearing etched markings on the lenses. Just before departure, a Tambu called Guo Chunhai aside and handed him a small leather pouch. This herbal mixture combined with bear oil, when applied to your gun barrel and knife, will mask your scent. Guo Chunhai took it, cautiously bringing it closer to his nose. Instantly, a pungent, spicy aroma surged forth like a torrent, causing him to furrow his brows. The scent was so potent it seemed capable of penetrating through his nostrils and reaching the depths of his soul. He inhaled deeply, steadied his mind, and then gently applied the mysterious liquid to the barrel of his rifle. The liquid swiftly spread across the metallic surface, forming a thin, luminous film. Guo Chunhai's gaze was focused and resolute, as if he were fulfilling a sacred mission, each movement infused with reverence. He then picked up the hunting knife and, with equal care, coated it with the same enigmatic liquid. The blade gleamed with a cold light under the liquid's touch, as if it had been granted a new lease on life. Guo Chunhai stared at the hunting knife, an inexplicable excitement swelling within him. He understood that this knife would become a formidable ally in his forthcoming adventures, and that this liquid might be the key to overcoming challenges ahead. Erneng was fitting black pearl with a specially crafted leather neck guard, sewn from 3 layers of wild boar skin, designed to thwart a leopard's throat grip. The girl's movements were gentle, her lips humming a tune from the Orican people, yet Guo Chunhai noticed her occasionally glancing towards the eastern woods, her expression complex. "Are you afraid?" He approached her, whispering. Erneng shook her head, her ponytail tracing an arc in the morning light. "Grandfather said that leopards are the messengers of the mountain god. Killing them invites misfortune." But grandfather also said, the girl interrupted, her gaze suddenly resolute. "Protecting our kin is paramount." The horse team quickly assembled. Guo Chunhai accounted for their equipment: 5.56 rifles, 2 shotguns, for hunting dogs, and Erneng's longbow. This arsenal should suffice against 2 leopards, yet uncertainty lingered in his heart. Leopards were not bears, they were elusive, striking in the blink of an eye. "Let us depart." The horse team trod through the morning dew, leaving Old Jinko, and heading towards the No. 7 forest area. Zhao Weiguo, riding the chestnut horse, led the way, occasionally surveying the distant mountains through his binoculars. As the mist in the forest gradually dissipated, the contours of the early spring Zingenling were revealed. The snow had yet to melt, but the sunlit slopes displayed patches of mottled black earth. 2 hours later, they arrived at the scene of the incident. The makeshift shelter of the lumber team was in disarray. The canvas tent had been torn open, and bloodied bandages and splintered wood lay scattered across the ground. 34 is here. A lumberjack with a stubbled face approached, his left arm bandaged. "Those 2 beasts arrived last evening, first taking down old Lu, and then injuring 2 others who went to help him." Guo Chunhai knelt to inspect the ground. Clear claw marks were imprinted in the mud. 5 rounded toes with a diameter of nearly 10 centimeters. "It's undoubtedly a leopard," he stated gravely, "and a sizable one at that." Erneng was already searching the vicinity with the black pearl. The hunting dogs appeared unusually excited yet restrained, an instinctive reaction upon sensing a top predator. "I found a trace," the young woman suddenly exclaimed, pointing towards a nearby thicket. Among the branches hung several strands of golden fur, shimmering in the sunlight. The elder with a half ear led the scar-faced man forward. The old hunting dog tensed immediately upon catching the scent, its single eye gleaming with ferocity. "Fresh." The elder squinted, no more than 6 hours old. Guo Chunhai unfurled the forest map brought by Zhao Weiguo, swiftly marking a potential route. They headed southeast, likely following the creek. "Why southeast?" Zhao Weiguo inquired, puzzled. "Water source," Erneng explained. "Leopards need to drink after hunting, and the rocks by the creek serve to sharpen their claws." The group mounted their horses once more, proceeding cautiously along the stream. Guo Chunhai secured the hunting dogs with long leashes, handled by experienced hunters. The atmosphere in the woods grew increasingly tense, with even the horses becoming restless and snorting uneasily. The rocks by the creek began to accumulate, forming a chaotic stony expanse. Suddenly, the lead scar-faced man halted abruptly, his fur bristling, a low growl emanating from his throat. "Something's amiss." The elder with the half ear tightened the dog leash. Everyone held their breath. Guo Chunhai slowly raised his rifle, his finger poised on the trigger. The rocky terrain was eerily silent, save for the gentle murmur of the creek. At that moment, Erneng's arrow suddenly pointed to a large boulder ahead. There, almost simultaneously, a golden figure darted out from behind the stone like a flash of lightning. Chapter 78, The Leopard's Night Attack Bang. The gunshot echoed through the valley, startling a flock of jays. Guo Chunhai distinctly saw the bullet kick up a spray of debris beside the golden figure, yet the leopard turned on a dime, vanishing into the chaos of rocks in the blink of an eye. "Damn, that creature is faster than a rabbit." Er Lengzi's hands trembled as he held his rifle, realizing that he hadn't even grazed the leopard's fur with his shot. Erneng's arrow had already been released, but struck the pine tree behind the leopard, the arrow's tail quivering violently. The young woman swiftly drew a second arrow, her almond-shaped eyes ablaze with rare fury. Chaos ensued in the valley. 3 hounds barked furiously. Restrained by their leashes, unable to pursue, Zhao Weiguo fumbled to load his shotgun, nearly dropping a slug into the stream. Only a Tambu maintained a chilling composure, his rifle's muzzle smoothly tracking the leopard's movements. Bang! The old hunter's gun fired. The leopard stumbled, a spray of blood erupting from its right hind leg. Yet it did not fall. Instead, propelled by its momentum, it leapt onto a high rock, turning to reveal its fearsome, white fangs to the onlookers. Guo Chunhai finally beheld the full figure of this beast, its golden fur adorned with black rose-like spots, its body exceeding 2 meters in length, its tail whipping like a steel whip. Most alarming were its amber eyes, burning with primal ferocity and hatred. "It's a male," a Tambu stated gravely, reloading a second bullet. "At least 8 years old, in its prime." The injured leopard did not flee immediately, but lingered upon the rocks, emitting a low, ominous growl. Guo Chunhai suddenly realized it was waiting for something. "There's another one," he shouted in warning. Too late. A smaller shadow launched itself from the pine trees above. Anaji reacted swiftly, rolling aside, but Zhao Weiguo was less fortunate. The mother leopard's forepaw raked across his back, tearing 3 gashes in his wool coat. "Ah!" Zhao Weiguo screamed, collapsing to the ground. Bang! 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 3 rifles fired simultaneously, but the mother leopard twisted in midair, evading most of the bullets. Only Guo Chunhai's shot grazed its hind leg, sending up a spray of blood. The 2 injured leopards did not continue their assault, instead nimbly scaling the heights of the rocks. The male glanced back, a look that sent chills down Guo Chunhai's spine. Not fear of a beast, but a cold, lingering grudge. In an instant, the 2 figures vanished into the depths of the dense forest. "Should we pursue?" Torub gasped, still clutching a copper whistle in his mouth. A Tambu shook his head. "We can't return to the village before dark. Spending the night in the woods is far too perilous." Guo Chunhai examined Zhao Weiguo's wounds. Fortunately, the thick wool coat had lessened the impact, leaving only 3 shallow bloodstains. Yet the young man was visibly shaken, his complexion pale as snow. "Let us go back," he stammered. "This creature is far more terrifying than a bear." Anaji silently retracted her arrows, her brow furrowed. Guo Chunhai understood her thoughts. An injured leopard is more dangerous than a healthy one, especially one that has already forged a bond of enmity with humanity. The atmosphere during the return journey was tense. The hounds were no longer excited, but instead walked closely beside their human companions, occasionally glancing back. Even Black Pearl was unusually quiet, her ears pressed back. "Something feels amiss," Anaji suddenly whispered to Guo Chunhai during a rest. "It's too quiet." Indeed. The forest was devoid of even the calls of the jays. Only the whisper of the wind through the treetops could be heard. Guo Chunhai discreetly chambered a round in his rifle. "They are following us." A Tambu had evidently sensed the anomaly as well. The elder retrieved a small leather pouch from his bosom, casting a handful of powder around the gathered crowd. To mask the scent, he briefly explained. "The leopard has an acute sense of smell." It was not until the sun began its descent and the outline of old Jinko appeared on the horizon that the sensation of being hunted gradually dissipated. Yet, the unease within Guo Chunhai intensified, particularly regarding the wounded leopard. Its desire for vengeance was formidable. The villagers, upon hearing of their encounter with the leopard, flocked to inquire about the details. Soon, a throng gathered before the cactus of the Atambu family, animatedly discussing strategies. "We must set traps. Poison it. I say we set fire to the mountain." Guo Chunhai furrowed his brow at these suggestions. They were either implausible or too destructive. He glanced at Anaji, a young girl squatting by the fire pit, brewing tea, the flames casting flickering shadows across her profile. "At dawn, we will venture forth," Guo Chunhai ultimately resolved, accompanied by all our hunting dogs for a thorough search. Zhao Weiguo had regained his composure and was boasting about his bravery and injury to the villagers, while Er Lengzi rolled his eyes nearby, occasionally interjecting to undermine him. The atmosphere gradually lightened, and no one noticed the 2 pairs of amber eyes in the distant forest, coldly observing the flickering lights of the village. In the dead of night, a piercing bleat from a sheep startled the entirety of old Jinko awake. Guo Chunhai jolted upright, seizing a half-finished weapon and rushing outside. The village was in disarray, the torches flickering wildly amidst a cacophony of women's screams and men's roars. Upon reaching the Atambu sheepfold, the sight before him was hair-raising. 3 sheep lay in pools of blood, their throats expertly slit, yet their bodies remained largely untouched. This was not predation. It was sheer slaughter. "It's those 2 beasts," Anaji seethed, clad only in a thin garment and standing barefoot in the snow, gripping her hunting knife tightly. Atambu crouched beside the sheepfold, his weathered face dark as a stormy sky. He pointed at the clear paw prints in the snow. "The male is responsible for the killing." The female stands guard. The elder indicated a few drops of blood on the wall. They have followed us all the way. A chill ran down Guo Chunhai's spine. Not only had the leopard tracked them back to the village, but it had deliberately targeted the Atambu family. This was blatant retribution. The hunters of the village gathered, their faces grim. For prey to retaliate against hunters was the utmost humiliation. We must slay them, Er Lengzi exclaimed, stomping his foot in anger. They are far too arrogant. Torabu examined the marks on the wall. The female leopard has an injury on her foreleg. She must have reopened the wound while climbing the wall. Zhao Weigua huddled at the back of the crowd, wrapping his wool coat tightly around himself. Should we not call the troops? Use machine guns to sweep them away? Silence. Anaji erupted suddenly. It was you who provoked them first. The firelight ignited her eyes, and her hunting knife trembled slightly in her hand. Guo Chunhai understood her ire. The Orokin people hold the spirits of the mountains in high regard, and they seldom hunt leopards, the apex predators, unless in dire necessity. Now, not only have they been harmed, but retaliation has also come knocking at their door, which is regarded as an ominous sign by the hunters. Tomorrow, he said in a low voice, everyone, bring your finest weapons. Atambu rose, unbuckling an old leather pouch from his waist. Use this. He poured out several specially crafted bullets, their tips etched with strange patterns. The armor-piercing rounds are infused with mercury. A hit is certain death. The group fell silent as they distributed the ammunition. Guo Chunhai noticed that Anaji did not take any bullets. Instead, she quietly polished her longbow. The girl's gaze was complex, a blend of anger interwoven with a sorrowful undertone. Aren't you coming? He asked softly. Anaji shook her head. I will go, but not with those. She pointed at the mercury bullets. Too cruel. In the latter half of the night, no one in the village slept. The women busied themselves reinforcing the livestock enclosures, while the men checked their weapons. Guo Chunhai sat by the fire pit in Atambu's home, watching the elder prepare a special powder using bear bile, wolf poison, and sulfur. A mixture that would drive away ferocious beasts when burned. The girl is right. The elder suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse. The leopard is the mountain god's blade. It should not be killed in such a manner. Guo Chunhai remained silent. He recalled the Forestry Bureau's records from before his rebirth, which noted that by the mid-1980s, the far eastern leopard in the Greater Khingan Range was nearly extinct. Yet now, he was complicit in this slaughter. But some things must be done, Atambu said, packing the powder into a horn flask. In war, if you do not shoot, you will die. As dawn broke, the hunting team had assembled. In addition to the familiar faces from the previous day, 5 young hunters had joined, all fully armed. Even Zhao Weigua gritted his teeth and came along, though his British shotgun seemed absurd in this context. Anaji was the last to appear. The girl donned a complete traditional hunting outfit of deer leather, cinched with a wide belt, and wore a headpiece adorned with leopard teeth. Most striking was the new quiver on her back, containing 10 specially crafted arrows with black shafts and white feathers. Upon seeing her attire, Atambu's eyes widened slightly. Ritual hunting garb? Anaji nodded but remained silent. Guo Chunhai understood that this was the most solemn attire of the Orokin hunters, worn only when hunting the fiercest of beasts. Let us go, the girl stated calmly. While the blood is still fresh. As the hunting team departed the village, the sun had just crested the mountain. The bloodstains on the snow formed a crimson line, leading toward the dense forest in the distance. Guo Chunhai glanced back at the old gold ditch, and for some reason, he felt that this might be the last time he would see the village in its entirety. Chapter 79. The leopard trap. The morning mist flowed gently through the woods, like a thin veil draping the pine forests surrounding the old gold ditch. Guo Chunhai crouched on a horizontal branch of an ancient red pine, his fingers delicately brushing aside the pine needles before him. From this vantage point, he could see the clearing 30 steps away, where Atambu's dead sheep was firmly tethered to a stake, as if frozen in time. The places where blood should have flowed had now congealed into dark red clots, glaringly bright in the morning light, as if narrating its tragic fate. Could it succeed? The voice of Er Lengzi was subdued, as if he feared being overheard. He crouched against the trunk of an adjacent tree, his body pressed tightly against its bark, gripping a length of hemp rope in his hand. The other end of the rope was connected to a mechanism attached to the leg of a dead sheep. A gentle tug from him would cause the carcass to convulse suddenly, mimicking the frantic struggles of a dying creature. Guo Chunhai did not respond to Er Lengzi's inquiry. Instead, he silently gestured for silence, urging his companion to remain still. His gaze shifted to the ground below, where Unaji was intently applying a blend of ancient Orokin spices to the tree trunk. This concoction, a mixture of camphor and resin, emitted a unique aroma said to mask human scent, rendering them undetectable by the forest's other inhabitants. Unaji's movements were delicate as she carefully smeared the mixture, striving to avoid the slightest sound. Her deer-hide boots barely whispered against the snow, as if she were an integral part of the woodland. On the opposite side of the clearing, a Tanbu concealed himself behind a massive rock. Clutching an old Mosin-Nagant rifle, the barrel peered out from the crevice, aimed at the dead sheep in the center of the glade. The elder insisted on using standard armor-piercing rounds rather than mercury bullets, reasoning that a less forceful shot would suffice for the legs. The entire ambush was arranged in a fan shape, with 5 rifles positioned to cover various angles of the clearing. Zhao Weiguo was stationed on the high ground at the rear, tasked with observation through a telescope. Although the young aristocrat's shooting skills were questionable, the 62-style telescope was indeed a rare piece of equipment. Remember, Guo Chunhai had reiterated before their departure, only target the hind legs, ensuring it could not escape. As the sun ascended higher, the mist in the forest began to dissipate. A jay alighted beside the dead sheep, pecking curiously before fluttering away in alarm. Time passed, each moment stretching as the clearing remained silent save for the occasional whisper of the mountain breeze. Er Lengzi grew increasingly restless, fidgeting slightly in the tree. A glance from Guo Chunhai quelled his impatience. Unaji, having climbed a nearby birch tree, rested her longbow upon a branch, with arrows in her quiver glistening coldly. At noon, Zhao Weiguo's copper whistle emitted 3 sharp notes, signaling the sighting of a target. Guo Chunhai's body tensed immediately. The distant thicket stirred slightly, yet the form remained obscured. He slowly raised his right hand, signaling for silence. After a seemingly interminable 5 minutes, a gap appeared in the grass at the edge of the clearing, revealing a golden paw stealthily emerging, stained with dried blood at the claws. It was the mother leopard. Guo Chunhai held his breath. The leopard did not reveal itself immediately, but lay in wait among the foliage for a full 10 minutes, its amber eyes scanning every corner of the clearing with vigilant caution. Such meticulousness was unsettling. Ordinary beasts would lack such patience. At last, the mother leopard stepped cautiously from the underbrush. Her right front leg was slightly lame, evidently still healing from a previous injury. This formidable beast measures approximately 1 meter and 80 centimeters in length, slightly smaller than a male leopard, yet its muscular contours are more fluid. Moving like a golden shadow with scarcely a sound, the female leopard circles the carcass of a dead sheep, her nostrils flaring as she inhales the scent. Suddenly, she raises her head towards the direction where Guo Chunhai is concealed, emitting a low, rumbling growl from her throat. Guo Chunhai's heart races. Has he been discovered? At that critical moment, a wild boar unexpectedly bursts forth from the thicket across the way. The female leopard's attention is instantly diverted. She crouches slightly, her tail flicking like a whip. Her gaze is fixed intently on the hare, as if she could see through it. The leopard's muscles are taut, poised to spring into action at any moment. Her breathing quickens, and a deep growl emanates from her throat, seemingly warning the wild boar not to flee too hastily. The boar senses the threat posed by the female leopard, its body trembling, unsure of which direction to escape. Guo Chunhai quietly exhales, signaling to Er Lengzi with a hand gesture to pull the string. Suddenly, the dead sheep convulses violently. This unexpected commotion causes the female leopard to recoil, her hackles raised. Yet, she does not flee. Instead, curiosity compels her closer, her forepaws tentatively prodding the carcass. Shall we shoot? Torabu's voice comes from the right, almost inaudible. A Tambu shakes his head slightly, his face etched with hesitation. Guo Chunhai understands the elder's concerns. If they strike one, the other will undoubtedly retaliate fiercely. However, the opportunity is fleeting. Taking a deep breath, Guo Chunhai slowly raises his right hand and then swiftly brings it down to fire. Bang! A Tambu's Mosin-Nagant fires first, the bullet striking the female leopard's right hind leg joint with precision. The leopard emits a piercing howl, just as Guo Chunhai and Anaji's arrows simultaneously hit her left hind leg. The leopard's body loses balance and crashes heavily to the ground. She struggles to rise, but her injured leg cannot support her weight. Guo Chunhai and Anaji rush forward, their bows tightly gripped, their eyes fixed on the wounded female leopard. Anger and fear flicker in her eyes as she extends her sharp claws, attempting to lunge at Guo Chunhai and Anaji. However, her injuries render her movements slow and feeble. Guo Chunhai and Anaji carefully circle around the female leopard, seeking the opportune moment to strike. They are aware that, although injured, this leopard retains formidable aggression, demanding their utmost caution. Ow! The female leopard rolls in agony, her hind legs unable to support her weight, yet she continues to claw at the ground with her forepaws, striving to crawl toward the woods. Er Lengzi jumps down from the tree, poised to take a shot, but Guo Chunhai sternly halts him. Don't kill it. Anaji has already descended the trunk, her longbow trained on the struggling leopard. The girl's face is pale, yet her hands remain steady as a rock. She is calling for her companions. Indeed, with each struggle, the female leopard emits a peculiar whimper, as if summoning something. Guo Chunhai signals for everyone to retreat to their concealed positions, leaving the injured leopard to wail mournfully in the clearing. Will the male leopard come? Zhao Wei was slid down from the high ground, his voice trembling. Indeed, a Tambu replied solemnly, the leopard is more loyal than humans. The group concealed themselves once more, their rifles aimed at the surrounding woods. The mother leopard's mournful cries grew weaker, yet did not cease. Blood gradually stained the snow beneath her, forming a glaring crimson patch. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Guo Chunhai glanced at his watch. 40 minutes had elapsed, and the male leopard still had not appeared. Doubts began to seep into his mind. Was this plan truly wise? Perhaps the leopard was more cunning than they had anticipated? At that moment, He Zhenju suddenly perked up her ears, though she did not bark. Following the hound's gaze, Guo Chunhai spotted a shadow slowly moving in the pine forest to the north of the clearing. The male leopard had arrived. This colossal beast was significantly larger than the female, its shoulder muscles bulging like small hills. Rather than charging directly into the clearing, it cautiously circled the perimeter, pausing intermittently to sniff the air. Most unsettling was its gaze. There was no fear within it, only a chilling intent to kill. Wait until it approaches the mother. Guo Chunhai communicated silently to those around him. The male leopard finally reached the mother, lowering its head to lick her wounds. This gesture was surprisingly tender, a stark contrast to its fierce exterior. The mother leopard responded weakly, her voice barely audible. Now was the moment. Guo Chunhai sharply whistled, signaling the opening fire. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of 5 or 6 shots rang out in succession, but the male leopard reacted with astonishing swiftness. It nearly glided along the ground, the bullets merely grazing its hindquarters. More terrifyingly, the beast did not flee. It charged straight toward the direction of the gunfire. Scatter! Guo Chunhai bellowed, simultaneously pulling the trigger. His bullet struck the male leopard's foreshoulder, but failed to impede its relentless advance. The male's target was clear, the birch tree where Anaji was concealed. The girl reacted swiftly, releasing an arrow before leaping down from the tree, but the leopard was faster, poised to pounce upon her. Bang! A deafening shot rang out. The male leopard quivered midair, crashing heavily into the snow. A Tambu's old Mozenagan had finally made its mark, the bullet piercing cleanly through the joint of its right hind leg. Follow up. Don't kill it. Guo Chunhai shouted as he dashed toward Anaji. The girl had been knocked down by the impact of the leopard's landing, yet appeared unharmed. The male leopard struggled to rise, but both hind legs were injured, forcing it to drag its body forward with its front paws. Its amber eyes burned with pure hatred, fixed intensely on Guo Chunhai. Enough! Anaji suddenly spoke, her voice trembling. No more harm. Guo Chunhai turned to her, noticing tears glimmering in her eyes. It was then he realized the mother leopard had ceased to breathe. The snow beneath her stained a dark crimson. A Tambu approached, his weathered face etched with complexity. The girl is right, granted a swift end. Guo Chunhai fell silent for a moment, slowly raising his rifle, aiming for the male leopard's heart. At the very moment he was about to pull the trigger, the panther emitted a piercing howl that resonated throughout the forest, startling countless birds into flight. The gun fired. The panther's head drooped heavily, yet its amber eyes remained open, as if still gazing at some distant point. The forest fell into a profound silence. Even the wind ceased its whispering. Guo Chunhai suddenly felt an unsettling notion that they had committed a grave mistake. Chapter 80. The cabin and the bare snowflakes struck his face like tiny needles, prompting Guo Chunhai to squint and raise his hand to shield himself from the biting wind and snow. The trees on the northern slope of Lao Jingo grew denser, with the snow accumulating past his calves, each step demanding considerable effort. Hey, Brother Hai, let us take a break. Er Lengzi called out from behind, panting heavily. His dogskin hat adorned with a layer of frost, resembling a snowman. In this cursed weather, even the bears wanted to venture out of their dens. Guo Chunhai glanced back at the group. Una Ji brought up the rear, her eyelashes adorned with ice crystals, her rosy cheeks snugly wrapped in a scarf, revealing only her bright eyes. The longbow on her back was wrapped in oiled cloth, with the quiver exposed to prevent the arrows from getting damp. Let us push on for another 2 miles. Guo Chunhai pointed towards the faint outline of a ridge ahead. Beyond that slope lies an old cabin where we can warm ourselves by the fire. At the mention of the cabin, a Tambu raised his head, the wrinkles on his weathered face deepening. Are you referring to the one-eyed cabin? Guo Chunhai nodded, in his memories from a past life. This forsaken cabin had been built by an old hunter in the 1950s, After the hunter's demise, it had fallen into disrepair. However, it should still be usable in 1984. That place has an ominous reputation, Toribu mumbled, rubbing his hands together. My grandfather said it was once haunted by a bear. Perfect, Er Lengzi grinned, clapping his hands together. That saves us the trouble of scouring the mountain. The group continued their arduous trek through the storm. Suddenly, Una Ji quickened her pace to catch up with Guo Chunhai. Whispering, the direction of the cabin is wrong. Excuse me? The bear's den should be searched to the east. The girl pointed toward the valley on their right. It receives more sunlight, and there are more tree hollows there. Guo Chunhai smiled gently. First, let us go to the cabin to warm our feet. And we can search the valley in the afternoon. Una Ji fell silent, but her eyes betrayed her doubts. Guo Chunhai understood her thoughts. The hunters of the Oricon never rested midway, especially in such weather, as resuming after a halt would be even more challenging. Yet he had other considerations. Half an hour later, the dilapidated cabin came into view. It was a typical northeastern earth-sheltered dwelling, half buried in the ground, with its pine exterior darkened over time, and scant thatch remaining on the roof, yet it could still provide shelter from the wind. I'll take the lead. Guo Chunhai removed his firearm and motioned for the others to stand back. Black Pearl followed closely at his side, her nose twitching, though she did not sound any alarm. The door of the cabin hung askew, held by a single hinge. Guo Chunhai gently pushed the door open with the barrel of his gun. A musty odor mingled with a peculiar scent assaulted his senses. Inside was shrouded in darkness, with only a few shafts of light seeping through the cracks in the walls. Just as he was about to take a step, the Black Pearl suddenly leaped back with a startled cry, its fur bristling in alarm. Simultaneously, Guo Chunhai's keen nose detected an unusual scent, a metallic tang that was far too fresh to belong to a dilapidated cabin. Retreat, he yelled, leaping backward with urgency. It was too late. From the depths of the cabin's darkness, two yellow-green lamps flickered to life, followed by an earth-shattering roar that caused the entire structure to tremble. Boom. The outer wall erupted in a shower of splinters, and from the debris emerged a colossal shadow. It was an immense black bear, its shoulders towering like a small mountain, with drool hanging from its formidable fangs, and its small eyes ablaze with fury. Damn, there really is a bear, the fool exclaimed, raising his weapon. The bear smashed through the doorframe with a single swipe and charged straight at Guo Chunhai. He rolled to the side just in time to evade a paw that could have crushed his skull, simultaneously raising his gun and pulling the trigger. Bang! The bullet struck the bear's shoulder, but merely provoked it like poking a hornet's nest. The bear reared up in rage, its claws glinting menacingly in the sunlight. Guo Chunhai could distinctly smell the stench of rotting flesh, resin, and a certain acrid odor emanating from it. Scatter! Came a tambour's roar from the side. The old hunter's Mosin Nagant erupted with fire, the bullet striking true in the bear's chest. The bear staggered, but only grew more enraged, turning to charge towards the source of the shot. Just then, Anaji's arrow sliced through the air, embedding itself deeply into the bear's right eye. The bear let out a horrific howl, thrashing its head violently, blood and eye matter splattering everywhere. Aim for the heart, Guo Chunhai shouted while reloading. Right at the white fur on its chest. The gunfire from the fool's weapon echoed continuously, but the bear had completely lost its mind, shattering a nearby birch tree as if it were a mere twig, sending wood chips flying like shrapnel. Toribu was caught off guard and received several deep gashes across his face. In the chaos, the bear suddenly charged towards Anaji. The girl was poised to shoot again, just moments away from being tackled. Bang, bang, bang. The three shots rang out almost simultaneously. Guo Chunhai, a tambu, and the fool fired together, their bullets striking the bear's chest in a triangular formation. The massive creature finally staggered a few steps before collapsing into the snow with a thunderous crash. Its heavy breaths mingled with blood foaming at its mouth, its claws still mindlessly clawing at the ground. Guo Chunhai did not rush forward recklessly. Instead, he fired one last shot, the bullet penetrating the ear canal and conclusively ending this harrowing encounter. The snowy landscape fell silent, save for the heavy breathing of the group. The fool slumped against a tree, his face pale. I almost wet my pants. Anaji approached to inspect the bear's corpse, suddenly exclaiming, "Look!" Guo Chunhai leaned closer. Taken aback, the bear's abdomen bore a distinct ring of marks, as if it had been restrained for an extended period. Strangely, one of its left front claws was missing, the break astonishingly clean, as if severed by a sharp instrument. Did it escape from a circus? The fool mused whimsically. A tambu shook his head and used his hunting knife to part the fur around the bear's neck. "Look at this," he said, revealing an iron ring embedded in the flesh, still connected to a short length of chain. Guo Chunhai immediately understood that this bear had once been imprisoned. escaping into the mountains and somehow finding its way to this wooden cabin. No wonder it chose the cabin, Anaji remarked softly. It's accustomed to human habitation. The group stood in silence amidst the snow, suddenly feeling a complex wave of emotions towards the fallen beast. It should not have been here, nor should it have met such a demise. Let us process the game. A tambu finally broke the silence. The hide can fetch a good price. Guo Chunhai nodded and drew his hunting knife to begin skinning the bear. His movements were deft, yet his mind wandered far away. In his memories from before his rebirth, he recalled that during the 1980s, many people privately raised black bears for their bile. This bear was likely one of those that had escaped. Anaji squatted nearby to assist. Her technique even more proficient than Guo Chunhai's, for the girl from the Orakin had been taught this skill from a young age. Suddenly, she lowered her voice. Hi Go, did you know all along? Know what? He replied. There's a bear in the cabin. Anaji's eyes locked onto his. The direction you brought us is wrong. Guo Chunhai's actions faltered. The girl's intuition was eerily accurate. He vaguely remembered that there was an injured bear that had escaped in this area. But he anticipated finding it in the cabin. Just a guess, he answered ambiguously. Bears can be quite peculiar in their habits. Anaji refrained from pressing further, though the skepticism in her gaze lingered. Guo Chunhai suddenly realized that the secret of his rebirth might not remain concealed from those keen eyes for long. By the time they finished skinning, it was noon. The group gathered in the clearing outside the cabin to start a fire and cook the meat. Although the cabin had collapsed halfway, it still provided some shelter from the wind. Er Lengzi had found a rusty iron pot from somewhere and was busy boiling snow for water. Why is this bear meat so tough? Tualuo complained as he chewed on a piece of grilled meat. Farm-raised bears are like that, a tambu explained while puffing on a cigarette. They don't run in the mountains. Their meat lacks firmness. Anaji sipped hot water and suddenly stood to walk toward the dilapidated cabin. Guo Chunhai followed her and saw the girl rummaging through the debris in the corner of the cabin. What are you looking for? He inquired. This. Anaji held up a rusty iron collar still attached to a fragment of chain. It used to wear this. Guo Chunhai took the collar, noticing several faintly inscribed words on the inner side. Haifeng Mountain Breeding Farm. Memories from his previous life surged back with clarity. Indeed, in the winter of 1983, several bears had escaped from a breeding farm, and the Forestry Bureau had issued a notice. Poor creature, Anaji murmured. It just wanted to find a place to sleep. Guo Chunhai silently tossed the collar into the fire. The iron chain gradually glowed red in the flames, reminiscent of those extinguished yellow-green eyes. Are we still searching the valley this afternoon? Er Lengzi asked, gnawing on a bare paw. Yes, Guo Chunhai set aside his reflections. In this weather, it's perfect for locating bear dens. As the group prepared their gear to depart, Anaji unexpectedly lagged behind. Guo Chunhai turned to see her softly whispering something at the ruins of the wooden cabin, clutching a small handful of tobacco. A ritual of the Orakin people to appease the mountain spirits. Once the ceremony was completed, the young girl hurriedly rejoined the group. Her gaze had returned to a state of tranquility, yet Guo Chunhai understood that this hunt would leave an indelible mark upon her heart. The wind and snow gradually subsided, revealing a valley in the distance that seemed to open its embrace. Suddenly, the black pearl let out a couple of excited barks, perking its ears towards a certain direction. Following its lead, Guo Chunhai spotted several robust red pines conspicuously standing on a sun-kissed slope. Over there, he indicated, bears favor such trees. Anaki had already drawn her longbow, an arrow poised on the string. Shall we proceed? Indeed, Guo Chunhai tightened his gun strap. We must clear at least one more cache before nightfall. The group ventured into the valley, leaving a trail of deep footprints in the snow. The ruins of the wooden cabin gradually faded from sight, with only a wisp of blue smoke stubbornly rising in the wind and snow, akin to the final sigh of a reluctant soul. Chapter 81. The weasels prey. The mountain breeze swept through the red pine forest, producing a sound reminiscent of crashing waves. Guo Chunhai raised his hand to signal the group to halt, and the black pearl immediately settled at his feet, its ears alertly swiveling. 20 paces ahead, a rare hunting scene unfolded in a clearing among the trees. 3 yellow-throated weasels had encircled a young stag. These golden creatures, measuring merely 2 feet in length, were astonishingly ferocious. They swirled around the stag like a whirlwind of yellow, swift and agile. The stag, eyes wide with terror, attempted to fend off the weasel's assaults with its antlers. However, the weasels were far too nimble, effortlessly dodging the antlers while relentlessly launching their fierce attacks. Their teeth were as sharp as blades, and their claws equally keen. Each strike added fresh wounds to the stag's body, blood flowing profusely. The stag let out a pained cry, its strength gradually waning. Nevertheless, it refused to abandon its struggle, kicking out with all its might in an effort to dislodge the weasels. Undeterred, the weasels clung tenaciously to the stag's hind legs, unwilling to relent. In this fierce battle, the weasels acted like a cadre of trained warriors, their fighting spirit burning like an unquenchable flame. Each weasel displayed an indomitable will, fearlessly charging at the stag, their eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. The ferocity of their attacks was astounding. Their sharp teeth and claws served as lethal weapons, easily tearing through the stag's hide. Their strikes were swift and precise, offering the stag no respite. The weasels exhibited an extraordinary synergy, seemingly able to comprehend one another's intentions. One weasel feigned an attack to draw the stag's attention, while another seized the opportunity to strike from the side, catching the stag off guard. Their movements flowed seamlessly, devoid of hesitation, each action perfectly executed. Under the relentless assault of the weasels, the stag found itself gradually cornered. Its kicks became feeble, and its breaths grew increasingly labored. The yellow-throated martens grew ever more courageous, their spirits soaring as if determined to vanquish the elk completely. Unaki gestured for silence and whispered, "Yellow-throated martens hunting elk is a rare spectacle." Guo Chunhai nodded slightly. In his previous life, he had only witnessed such scenes in wildlife documentaries, and now, observing it firsthand, an indescribable excitement welled up within him. He fixated on the scene ahead, where a yellow-throated marten, lithe and swift, darted through the trees like a bolt of lightning. Its gaze was sharp, locked onto a nearby elk that seemed to sense impending peril and began to panic and flee. However, the marten showed no fear and pursued relentlessly. Its speed was astonishing, swiftly closing the distance to the elk. Guo Chunhai clenched his fists, feeling as though he were part of this life-and-death chase. He understood that should the marten succeed in capturing the elk, it would be a rare visual feast. At last, the marten seized an opportune moment, leaping suddenly to pounce upon the elk. The elk attempted to resist, but soon succumbed to the ferocity of the marten's attack, losing its ability to fight back. Guo Chunhai marveled at the marten's exceptional hunting prowess. Memories of the thrilling images he had seen in documentaries resurfaced, yet now, experiencing it in person was profoundly overwhelming. This scene of yellow-throated martens hunting elk would forever be etched in Guo Chunhai's memory. Typically, yellow-throated martens prey on smaller animals, but when hunger strikes, they band together to hunt larger game. Their strategy is straightforward. One draws attention while the others strike at vital points. These three martens had been famished for several days, wandering the forest in search of their next quarry. At last, they discovered a massive elk, presenting a significant challenge. One marten stealthily approached the elk, emitting a sharp cry that caught its attention. The elk, in a state of panic, attempted to flee, but the other two martens swiftly flanked it from both sides. The elk's cries grew weaker, its hind tendons severed, collapsing in the snow. The three martens, emboldened, pounced, with one leaping onto the elk's back, its sharp teeth precisely targeting the vertebrae. The elk struggled, but it was already beyond salvation. Its blood stained the snow, becoming a feast for the martens. The martens reveled in their sumptuous meal, their hunger momentarily sated. Yet, in this ruthless forest, they remained vigilant, for the specter of hunger could return at any moment. "Do you need help?" Zhao Weiguo whispered, his double-barreled shotgun already loaded. Atambu shook his head. "Let them finish." This was the hunter's code. One does not interrupt the feast of other predators. However, Guo Chunhai noticed the old hunter's eyes fixated on the leading marten, whose fur shimmered with a rare golden-red sheen in the sunlight. The elk finally ceased its struggle. The three martens eagerly tore into the soft belly, feasting with great enthusiasm, entirely oblivious to the presence of another group of hunters lurking in the woods. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A feathered arrow sliced through the air with precision, striking the neck of the leading yellow-throated marten. Almost simultaneously, two flying daggers emerged from the nearby thicket, pinning two more yellow-throated martens to the snowy ground. "Damn!" exclaimed Er Lengzi. Guo Chunhai immediately raised his hand, signaling for concealment. The group swiftly took cover behind the trees, observing as five unfamiliar hunters emerged from the woods. The leader, a burly man with a face full of flesh, had a row of dagger sheaths strapped to his waist. "Luck is on our side," he said, drawing a dagger and lifting the twitching yellow-throated marten. "This hide could fetch 2 bottles of fine wine." His companions chuckled as they began to skin the animal, entirely dismissive of the elk nearby. Guo Chunhai squinted, noticing that their attire did not resemble that of local hunters. They appeared to be poachers targeting precious furs. Unaji's hand was already resting on her bowstring, her eyes ablaze with fury. Atambu gently placed a hand on her shoulder, shaking his head subtly. The burly man suddenly looked up, suspicion flickering in his eyes as he gazed toward Guo Chunhai and the other's hiding place. Who was there? Guo Chunhai realized evasion was futile and stepped out, declaring, "From Lao Jin go." The 5 poachers instantly tensed, their hands instinctively reaching for their weapons. The burly man squinted, scrutinizing Guo Chunhai's group, particularly their 5 rifles. His expression shifted. "So, you are comrades from the state-run forest farm." He forced a smile, adding, "We are merely passing through." Passing through and opportunistically hunting martens? Una Ji retorted coldly, "The yellow-throated marten is a protected species." The burly man's smile faltered. A tall, thin man behind him murmured something, and the atmosphere grew dangerously tense. A tambu calmly positioned himself in front of Una Ji, while the muzzle of Lao Mo Zinag's gun drooped slightly. It was ready to be raised at any moment. "Which brigade do you belong to?" he inquired. The atmosphere was charged with hostility. Guo Chunhai counted 5 of them, with 2 shotguns and 3 knives. On their side, 7 men, armed with 5 rifles and Una Ji's bow and arrows, clearly holding the advantage if conflict ensued. The burly man seemed to grasp this reality as he suddenly burst into laughter. Misunderstanding. We are from the Hongqi forest farm. Out here hunting for some game to improve our meals." He kicked the carcass of the elk. "You can take this deer. Consider it a gesture of friendship." Guo Chunhai glanced at the young doe, its throat still oozing blood. He found it absurd that the prey obtained at the cost of 3 yellow-throated martens had now become a bargaining chip for humans. "We don't want the deer," he said firmly. "Leave the marten pelts, and you can leave." The tall, thin man immediately erupted. "On what grounds?" "We hunted it." Una Ji had already drawn her bowstring taut, the dark shaft of her arrow aimed directly at the thin man's chest. "The yellow-throated marten is expressly protected by the province. You are committing a crime." The burly man's expression shifted between uncertainty and anger as he suddenly drew a Type 54 pistol from his waist. Guo Chunhai's heart raced. In these times, those armed were not ordinary individuals. "Little comrade, don't speak too boldly." The burly man waved the pistol. "We are from the Forestry Bureau, executing a special mission. You from Lao Jin go should mind your own business." Guo Chunhai fixated on the Type 54 pistol, suddenly noticing that the serial number on the grip had been deliberately ground away. His professional instincts from his previous life alerted him to the illicit origins of the firearm. He extended his hand, recalling that the Forestry Bureau issued gun licenses. The burly-faced man froze momentarily before breaking into a sinister grin. "Kid, are you looking for death?" Bang! Old Mozenagant in a tambo's hands fired a shot into the sky, causing the accumulated snow on the pine branches to cascade down. Meanwhile, Torabu and Er Lengzi had already encircled the poachers from both sides, their firearms steadily aimed at the intruders. "Lower your weapon." Guo Chunhai's voice was as cold as ice. "Repeat that." The sable first stays. Sweat beaded on the burly man's forehead, clearly taken aback by the unexpected resolve of these rural hunters. After a tense few seconds, he slowly bent down and placed his handgun on the ground. "Fine, you're tough." He gritted his teeth. "We'll see about this." The 5 poachers slinked away, not daring to take even a deer. Anaji hurried over to collect the 3 yellow-throated sables, their small bodies still warm, their golden red fur glistening like satin in the sunlight. "What a pity," the girl murmured. "They should have been the spirits of the forest." A tambu inspected the handgun left behind by the burly man, his expression growing graver. "The rifling is nearly worn away, a black market piece." Guo Chunhai nodded in agreement. In the early 1980s, many illicit firearms had indeed circulated among the populace, often discarded by militia groups. "Do you think they will come back for revenge?" Zhao Weiguo asked, concern etched on his face. "If they dare to come, we'll break their legs." Er Lengzi replied nonchalantly, still holding the yellow-throated sable that had been pierced by a throwing knife. "Brother Hai, how should we process this pelt?" Guo Chunhai glanced at Anaji, who gently shook her head. He understood her unspoken words. The Orican people believed that animals dying unjustly carried resentment and that their pelts were inauspicious. "Let us bury them," he said, along with the deer. Silently, they dug a grave and laid the 3 yellow-throated sables and the doe to rest together. Anaji took a small pinch of tobacco from her pocket and sprinkled it on the grave, softly reciting a eulogy in Orican. As they departed, Guo Chunhai noticed the tambo's unusually dark expression. The elder walked at the rear, glancing back intermittently, as if wary of something. "What's wrong?" Guo Chunhai slowed his pace to walk alongside him. "Those people are not ordinary poachers," a tambu whispered. "The leader has calluses on his hands. He is someone who has long wielded a gun." A chill ran down Guo Chunhai's spine. In the early 1980s, there were indeed some outlaws with dubious backgrounds active in the northeastern forests. "Let us head back to the village," he said in a low voice. "Bring more people out tomorrow." The group continued towards the designated bear hunting site. But the atmosphere had shifted. Anaji walked at the forefront, her posture more upright and vigilant than usual. Er Lengzi and Toribu ceased their playful banter, their weapons always at the ready. As they rounded a ridge, He Jinju suddenly halted, growling at the thicket ahead. Guo Chunhai immediately raised his hand to signal a stop. What is going on? Zhao Weigua asked nervously. Anaki had already knocked an arrow. Her eyes narrowed into a slit. Something is watching us. Guo Chunhai followed her gaze and, in the distance among the shadows of the trees, something seemed to flash by. The speed was too swift, unlike that of a bear or deer. Is it that group of people? Er Lengzi asked in a hushed tone. Guo Chunhai shook his head. The shadow was much smaller than a human, moving with greater agility. Suddenly, he had a thought that sent a chill down his spine. Could it be a surviving yellow-throated marten? Before he could ponder further, a tambu suddenly shouted, "Get down!" Whoosh! A crossbow bolt whizzed past Guo Chunhai's ear, embedding itself deep into the tree trunk behind him. Chapter 82. Renowned far and wide in the morning mist of Old Jean Gully. A faint scent of pine resin wafted through the air as Guo Chunhai crouched by the threshing ground, sharpening his hunting knife. The steel blade emitted a rhythmic shushu sound against the whetstone, glinting coldly in the morning light. The past fortnight's bear hunting escapades had stained the knife with blood, necessitating meticulous care. Hi Go. Er Lengzi rushed over, his dogskin hat still adorned with morning dew. People have come to the village. The Meng family and Zhou family have both arrived, bringing horse carts. Guo Chunhai raised his eyebrows and sheathed his hunting knife. Ever since they had cleared the bear dens around Old Jean Gully, inquiries from the nearby villages had been persistent. It seemed today marked their formal visit. A crowd had gathered at the village entrance. 2 horse carts stood there, the horses exhaling white mist. The Meng family was represented by the village head, Old Meng, and his son, while the Zhou family was led by blacksmith Zhou, accompanied by 2 young men. Upon seeing Guo Chunhai approach, Old Meng immediately came forward, his rough hand grasping Guo's arm. "Comrade Guo, at last, we meet the true Buddha." Old Meng's booming voice echoed, causing snowflakes to tumble from the treetops. "I heard your Old Jean Gully cleared 8 bear dens in half a month. Impressive." Blacksmith Zhou edged closer, his dark face adorned with a broad smile. "We had bears loitering around our back mountain lately, and would like to ask for your guidance." Anaki had somehow positioned herself behind Guo Chunhai. Today dressed formally in her Orican hunting attire, with a red cord knife and bullet pouch hanging at her waist, exuding an air of elegance. She gently tapped Guo Chunhai's lower back and whispered, "Father says, guests are to be welcomed." Guo Chunhai understood and gestured to the 2 village heads, "Let us talk inside. It's cold out here." Soon, a Tambu's family's living room was filled with people. Anaki busily served tea to the guests, using the Orican tradition of pine needle tea. Its fragrance delightful. Old Meng cradled the tea bowl and smacked his lips. "Excellent tea, far superior to what we have in our village." After the pleasantries, Blacksmith Zhou stated the purpose of their visit. "With spring approaching, our 2 villages wish to emulate your efforts and clear the surrounding bear dens. However, this task is perilous, and we would like to request your assistance. The compensation is negotiable." Old Meng quickly added, "Bear bile and bear paws will belong to you. We only seek safety." Guo Chunhai turned to a tambu. The old hunter puffed on his dry tobacco, his eyes inscrutable behind the smoke. After a moment, the elder slowly spoke. "Hunting bears is no trivial matter. Does your village have firearms?" "Yes, indeed." The blacksmith hurriedly exclaimed. 3 5 or 6 half, 2 old shotguns, and about 10 of my crafted rifles. What about the hunting dogs?" The old Meng rubbed his hands and replied, "Just 2 watchdogs. They might not be fit for hunting." Unaji softly remarked to Guo Chunhai, "It's perilous to go without hunting dogs." Er Lengzi interjected, "Why don't we take Black Pearl and the others along?" Guo Chunhai pondered for a moment. "Let's do this. We will first go to one village and teach you how to locate the dens and how to encircle the game. Once you are proficient, we will replicate the process in another village." The 2 village heads exchanged glances, and Old Meng quickly suggested, "Let us go to our Meng family village first. It's closer, just over the Wild Boar Ridge." Thus, the plan was set. After bidding farewell to the guests, a tambu summoned Guo Chunhai into the inner room. The elder retrieved a yellowed animal skin map from a birchbark box, upon which the nearby mountains and rivers were sketched in charcoal. "Meng family villages here," the elder pointed with his rough finger. "There is a large ice cave in the back mountain, where bears frequently gather." Most critically, he lowered his voice. "There is a restricted area nearby. Once a Japanese military warehouse, which later collapsed. Who knows what remnants might still linger within." Guo Chunhai felt a chill run down his spine. He had indeed heard tales before his rebirth that the depths of the Khingan Mountains still harbored remnants of Japanese military installations, with occasional reports of hunters encountering leftover munitions. I understand. I will be cautious, he replied. Atambu nodded and retrieved a small cloth bundle from under the Kong. Take this. Guo Chunhai opened it to find several specially crafted bullets, their tips engraved with peculiar patterns. These are explosive bullets, the elder explained, meant for close-range shots to the bear's head. Remember, shooting other parts may not kill the bear outright, and its final retaliation can be deadly. The following morning, the hunting team set out, fully equipped. In addition to the usual members, they brought 3 hunting dogs, Black Pearl, Arrow Feather, and the elderly man's one-eyed yellow dog. Scarface. Zhao Weigui stubbornly tagged along, proclaiming himself the special envoy of the Forestry Bureau. Meng family village was slightly larger than Laojin Go, with over 30 households. The village was built against the mountains, with the back mountain being the perilous area mentioned by old Meng. Upon hearing that the bear hunting team had arrived, the entire village came out to witness the excitement. Children chased after the hunting dogs while women gossiped and commented. Old Meng invited everyone into his home, where a table laden with food and wine awaited. The centerpiece was a pot of stewed wild boar meat, its layer of fat as thick as a coin. Let us eat first. A full stomach is essential for work, old Meng warmly encouraged. After a few rounds of drinks, Guo Chunhai began to explain the key points of bear hunting. Unaji demonstrated how to identify various bear dens, tree hollows, stone crevices, and burrows, each possessing distinct characteristics. Er Lengzi showcased the rapid loading technique for the 5-6 prompting bursts of awe from the young people of Meng family village. Just then, an old man with a face full of wrinkles suddenly burst in. Old Meng. There has been another incident in the back mountain. Wang Laolu's calf has been dragged away. The room fell silent. Old Meng's expression darkened. When did this happen? Just now. The snow is covered with bear tracks. Heading towards the large ice cave, Guo Chunhai immediately stood up. Take us to see. The scene was in disarray. The cattle pen was breached, revealing a gaping hole, with scattered bloodstains and tufts of fur dotting the snowy ground. The footprints were distinctly visible, wide at the front and narrow at the back, each toe clearly defined, measuring nearly the size of a large bowl. The bowl was substantial, its weight no less than 500 pounds. Atambu examined the direction of the footprints, his face growing grave. They lead straight to the great ice cave, back to the den. Shall we pursue? Er Lengzi eagerly suggested. Guo Chunhai glanced at the sky, which had already passed noon. Let's scout the area today and take action first thing tomorrow morning. The group followed the tracks, and after crossing a ridge, they were met with a sudden vista. A circular ice cave, approximately 50 meters in diameter, nestled in the hollow of the mountain, resembling a vast mirror. At the edge of the cave, a dark opening loomed ominously. That's it. Old Meng's son pointed to the entrance. Last year, a bear was spotted lurking there. Guo Chunhai raised his binoculars for a closer inspection. The ice at the entrance bore fresh breakage marks, and the nearby snow was littered with fur and fragments of flesh. More unsettling was the half-exposed, rusted iron pipe protruding from a nearby snowbank, reminiscent of some man-made structure's remnants. We cannot approach recklessly. He lowered the binoculars. The terrain is perilous. If the bear charges, we will have no place to hide. Anaji gestured toward the ridge on the left of the ice cave. We can circumvent from that side and set up a vantage point. However, Atambu shook his head. The acoustics of the cave are pronounced. A gunshot would startle the bear into a frenzy. We must devise a method to lure it out. After lengthy deliberation, they ultimately decided to employ a fire attack, igniting bundles of mugwort mixed with chili powder above the cave entrance to drive the bear out with thick smoke. Concurrently, they would position sharpshooters at 3 elevated points to ensure a lethal strike. By the time they returned to Minjiatan, dusk had settled. The villagers, upon hearing of the bear hunt plan for the next day, were abuzz with excitement. The women busily prepared provisions while the men inspected their weapons. Even the blacksmith, Zhou, toiled through the night to forge several new rifles, their tips glinting with the sheen of high-quality steel. Guo Chunhai sat on the edge of old Meng's Kong, tending to his rifle. Anaji quietly entered, presenting him with a small pouch made of roe deer skin. Grandfather asked me to give this to you. Inside was a dark stone, its surface riddled with tiny, honeycombed holes. This is a thunderstone, the girl explained. Carry it with you to ward off surprise bear attacks. Guo Chunhai recognized it as a talisman of the Orcan people, said to possess the power of celestial fire, capable of intimidating wild beasts. He solemnly hung the stone around his neck, concealing it beneath his collar. Are you afraid? He suddenly inquired. Anaji, busy arranging her quiver, looked up. The firelight danced in her eyes, resembling 2 clear springs. Yes, but grandfather has said that a hunter may feel fear, but must never flee. As night deepened, the village gradually fell into silence. Guo Chunhai lay on the Kong, listening to the howling mountain winds outside. Tomorrow would be a fierce battle. That bear was not an easy adversary. What weighed more heavily on his mind were the suspicious remnants near the ice cave. In a distant memory from the spring of 1984, an explosion had indeed occurred on the back mountain of Menjiatan, but the specific details had grown hazy. He could only hope that their bear hunting endeavor would not provoke something best left undisturbed. Chapter 83. The bear cubs assault. The morning mist flowed beneath the eaves of Menjiatan like melted ghee. Guo Chunhai crouched beside the grinding stone at the threshing ground, splashing a handful of stream water onto the blade. The steel met the bluestone with a crisp chack, and the rust-colored water flowed from the stone trough into the muddy earth, staining it a rich ochre. Brother Hai, Er Lengzi rushed over, his dogskin hat askew, revealing a half-frozen, crimson ear. There's someone at the entrance of the village. Those two fools from Zhang are coming with a sled, saying they want to join us in the mountains. With a flick of his wrist, Guo Chunhai tested the blade against his thumb, drawing a bead of blood. He sucked at the wound. The salty, metallic taste blossomed on his tongue. Did you bring any gear? Just 2 shabby spears, and not even a decent hunting dog. Er Lengzi replied, grimacing as he pulled a roasted potato from his pocket, breaking it in half and offering one piece. Old Meng's wife just baked this. It's still hot. The potato skin was crisp and charred, releasing steam from its freshly exposed interior. Guo Chunhai bit into it, the heat numbing his tongue. Yet he savored the long-lost aroma of home. Old Meng's wife must have smeared bear fat on the potatoes. This was a method from the old forest. A crowd had gathered at the village entrance. Zhajiatan's young men, Zhou Daong and Zhou Erqiang, were showing off their newly crafted spears to Tuolabu. The spearheads gleamed brightly, but the shafts were made of unseasoned birch wood, a material that would be brittle as a biscuit in winter, breaking at the slightest touch. Comrade Guo, Zhou Daong exclaimed upon spotting Guo Chunhai, puffing out his chest. The lad, robust and stocky, bore several fresh scars on his cheeks, a clear sign of last winter's encounter with a wild boar. I heard you're going to clear out the bear dens. Let us brothers see the world. Zhou Erqiang chimed in. We've been having bear troubles on our back mountain. Once we learn, we can tackle it back home. Guo Chunhai did not rush to respond, his gaze sweeping over their pristine white cotton shoes, devoid of creases. In the mountains, seasoned hunters believed it was ill-omened to wear new shoes. One wouldn't walk 10 miles without blistering their feet. Unnoticed, Anaji had appeared behind him. Today, the young woman donned an indigo hunting outfit, a colorful woven pouch at her waist containing bear fat and salt. She leaned closer to Guo Chunhai, her breath forming a white cloud that tickled his ear. Take them along the southern route. The rocky terrain is less treacherous. Ultimately, the group split into 2 paths. Guo Chunhai led Anaji, Er Lengzi, and 3 young men from Menjiatan along the northern route, while Tuolabu took Itanbu, Zhao Weigua, and the 2 young men from Zhajiatan along the southern route. During the division, Guo Chunhai specifically handed over the pouch containing tranquilizer darts to Tuolabu. If you encounter a bear cub, don't be rash. Use the medicine. By the time the sun crested the eastern mountains, the northern team had already eliminated a solitary bear from its den. It was a male bear, one ear partially missing, its yellowed fangs resembling the nails of an old smoker. Anaji's arrow struck first, piercing its lung, and Guo Chunhai delivered the finishing shot, cleanly shattering its skull. Skin it while it's still warm, Anaji instructed, kneeling beside the bear's carcass. Her hunting knife glided from the jaw to the abdomen with the finesse of someone unwrapping an old cotton coat. The youth of Menjiatan watched with wide eyes as the girl deftly lifted the entire bear's skin as though it were a blanket, without inflicting any harm to the muscles beneath. At noon, the group gathered around a fallen log to partake in their provisions. Anaji skewered bear liver on pine branches and roasted it over the fire, the fat sizzling and dripping into the flames, producing a hissing sound. Er Lengzi pulled a small ceramic jar from his pocket, exclaiming, "Try the pickled scallions my mother made. They pair perfectly with bear liver." The scallions were a vibrant yellow, crisp and spicy to the bite. As Guo Chunhai savored the flavors, 3 gunshots echoed from a distance. Tuolabu and his companions signal. Something's wrong. Er Lengzi sprang to his feet, crumbs of corn cake cascading down. By the time they reached the southern line, the scent of blood pervaded the air. A mother bear lay before them, her carcass sprawled out with a gaping belly, steaming entrails piled onto the snow. Zhao Weigua sat slumped nearby, having torn his coat into strips to bind his wounds. 3 deep claw marks marred his arm, exposing bone. The 2 brothers from Zhajiatan fared even worse. Zhou Erqiang clutched his leg, wailing as blood oozed through his fingers. Zhou Daong bore bruises on his face, his nose crooked, half his visage smeared with blood. What happened? Guo Chunhai demanded sharply. A tambu, his expression grim, tended to the injured, fashioning a tourniquet from deer sinew around Zhou Dayong's thigh. Ask these two fools. It turned out that after Toribu shot the mother bear, a cub had unexpectedly emerged from the den, weighing no less than 80 or 90 pounds. The Zhou brothers, blinded by greed, insisted on capturing it alive to sell to a zoo. The result was catastrophic. The cub went berserk, snapping Zhou Erqiang's tibia with a single swipe and delivering a vicious blow to Zhou Dayong's face. Where's the cub? Anaji inquired urgently. Toribu pointed towards the southeast thicket. It fled. I grazed its hind leg with a shot. It can't run far. Bloodstains sporadically marked the snowy ground, resembling scattered red beans. Guo Chunhai knelt to examine the blood, still warm to the touch. When he looked up, he met Anaji's gaze. Her pupils had narrowed into two black stars. The Orcan people referred to this as hunter's eyes, a sign of genuine fury. Pursue it, Guo Chunhai commanded succinctly. This vengeful creature must not be spared. However, Zhou Dayong struggled to rise. No, that could fetch 300 yuan at the Harbin Zoo. Do you value money over your life? Anaji erupted suddenly, her hunting knife embedding itself into a log between Zhou Dayong's legs, the handle vibrating ominously. Do you think that's a house cat? It's a bear that has seen its mother slaughtered. The group split into two parties to chase after the cub. The blood trail led them to a grove of red pines, where the moss on the trunks had been largely scraped away, revealing fresh wood beneath. Suddenly, Haizenzu lowered her body, a deep, thunderous growl rumbling from her throat. 20 paces away, within a tree hollow, the cub curled up, licking its wounds. Upon hearing the commotion, it abruptly lifted its head, its dark eyes devoid of fear, filled instead with pure hatred. Guo Chunhai felt a chill. He recognized that gaze too well, similar to the northeast tigers he had seen before its demise under the poacher's gun. Let me, Anaji said, removing her longbow and knocking an arrow. Wait. Zhao Wei was suddenly halted her. Can it really be sold for 300? Guo Chunhai yanked the young man aside. Are you mad? Haven't you seen what happened to the Zhou brothers? I have a solution. Zhao Weigua exclaimed as he retrieved a metal box from his pocket, containing the tranquilizer dart provided by the Harbin Zoo, intended for tigers. The arrow was released, narrowly missing Zhao Weigua's ear and embedding itself above a tree hollow. Startled, the bear cub darted out, charging straight for the nearest young man, who was knocked to the ground, his firearm flung far away. Hold it down, Zhao Weigua shouted, brandishing the tranquilizer dart as he rushed forward, only to be struck on the shoulder by the cub's paw, tearing 3 gashes in his wool coat. Without hesitation, Guo Chunhai fired, the bullet striking the cub's front leg joint with precision. The creature howled in agony, but continued to lunge forward on 3 legs. Unaji's second arrow followed swiftly, piercing its other front leg. Finish it, a tambu suddenly interjected. That cub's eyes are unsettling. Indeed, they were. Unlike typical wild animals that flee or cower when wounded, this cub's gaze resembled that of a small demon, its fangs gnashing, seemingly eager to tear flesh from a human. Zhao Wei was still clutched the tranquilizer dart. Let me try again. Get back. Guo Chunhai barked, his voice echoing like thunder through the woods. His gaze radiated determination as he firmly positioned his rifle against his shoulder, the dark muzzle aimed at the bear cub not far ahead. Just as he pulled the trigger, the cub seemed to sense the impending threat of death, suddenly rising on its hind legs, its massive form appearing particularly menacing under the moonlight. The bullet shot forth like a bolt of lightning, yet at the critical moment, it grazed the cub's scalp. Guo Chunhai was taken aback. He had not anticipated the cub's agility in evading the bullet. With no time to ponder, he swiftly adjusted his stance for another shot. However, the cub had already discerned Guo Chunhai's intention, letting out a furious roar and lunging towards him with its gaping maw. Unaji's third arrow soared through the air, striking its throat. The cub staggered a few steps before crashing to the ground, its front paws mindlessly clawing at the snow until Guo Chunhai delivered a finishing shot to its heart, ceasing its movement entirely. On the way back to the village, Zhao Weigua muttered incessantly about the 300 yuan lost. Unaji suddenly halted, unfastening a colorful net pouch from her waist and tossing it to him. Take this. What is it? He asked. If you truly desire money, join us for the ice cave expedition tomorrow, the girl retorted with a cold smile. There's a much larger one there, enough for you to buy 3 radios. As night deepened, the lights of Mengjia village glimmered like scattered golden beans. Guo Chunhai squatted beside the grinding stone at the village entrance, cleaning his gun by moonlight. Unaji approached, offering him a steaming bowl of meat soup. A tambu asked me to inquire, she said, sitting beside him. Are we still going to the ice cave tomorrow? The soup floated with wild onions and mountain mushrooms. And as Guo Chunhai took a sip, the freshness tightened his tongue. Yes, the bear there is 10 times more dangerous than this cub. Una Ji fell silent for a moment before pulling out a small woven loop made of leather cord from her pocket. This is for you. Be careful tomorrow. It was an amulet of the Orichan people, crafted from the bark of a lightning-struck tree and bear fur, said to ward off evil. Guo Chunhai solemnly adorned his wrist, inhaling a faint scent reminiscent of pine resin and the fragrance of a young maiden's hair. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the village. As the two approached, they beheld Zhou the blacksmith rushing into the courtyard, carrying the unconscious Zhou Daong, followed closely by the wailing Zhou family. They had encountered a bear on their way back to the village, and Zhou Daong had sustained grave injuries, teetering on the brink of death. The creature they faced was significantly larger than the one they had slain today. Guo Chunhai and Anaji exchanged glances, both recalling the icy cavern. Tomorrow, they would likely confront a true demon. Chapter 84. Shadows of the Ice Cavern in the tranquil dawn before daybreak. Minjiatin was so quiet that one could hear the frost flowers crystallizing. Guo Chunhai poured a bit of gun oil into the barrel, using a cleaning rod wrapped in burlap to meticulously wipe it down. The grooves of the barrel glimmered with a ghostly blue light under the oil lamp, resembling a stream frozen in time. Anaji handed him a birch bark lunchbox, inside which lay 5 specially crafted bullets, their tips incised with a cross pattern, designed to blossom upon impact. Today, the young woman had donned a new ensemble, a deerskin coat over a canvas hunting outfit, her waist cinched tightly with a belt, accentuating her slender figure. Most striking was the red cloth band tied around her forehead, a traditional adornment for the Alanshan hunters on their expeditions. Where's a tambu? Guo Chunhai inquired as he pressed the bullets into the magazine. Administering medicine to the hunting dogs, Anaji replied, sharpening an arrow shaft with her hunting knife. Only Black Pearl and Scarface can endure the scent of the ice cavern. The others cannot bear it. In the courtyard, a tambu was forcefully administering pills to the 2 hunting dogs. Black Pearl obediently swallowed his dose, while Scarface shook his head violently, expelling the pill. The elder cursed in Alanshan dialect, pinching the dog's nose to compel him to ingest the medicine. What kind of precious medicine is this? Er Lengzi leaned in, holding a steaming enamel mug. Wind poison antidote, a tambu said, patting Scarface's head. Toxic miasma accumulates beneath the ice cavern. Dogs possess keener noses than humans and can go mad if they inhale too much. Zhao Weiguo approached, clad in a military overcoat and carrying a bulging canvas bag. I brought a flashlight, bandages, and 2 cans of meat. Guo Chunhai glanced at his shiny leather shoes and sighed. Go borrow a pair of leather boots from Old Meng. Otherwise, you'll be blistered before we've walked 2 miles. As the first light of dawn broke, the group set off. Besides the 6 from Old Jinko, Minjiatin also sent 3 young men to learn the craft. They trudged northward through the snow, the crunch of their boots startling a few Siberian jays. The ice cavern lay nestled between 2 mountain ridges. From a distance, it resembled a massive sheet of frosted glass embedded in the brownish-gray mountainside. As they drew nearer, Guo Chunhai could discern its full form, a frozen surface approximately 50 meters in diameter, marred by a web of cracks, with icicles hanging from the exposed rocks, glinting coldly in the sunlight. That's the spot. One of the youths from Minjiatin pointed to the eastern side of the cavern. Last winter, someone saw a bear cub enter there. A tambu crouched to examine the traces on the ice surface. The old hunter's fingers brushed over several shallow scratches. Fresh, still active within the last 3 days. The group dispersed to search for signs of the bear. Anaki, accompanied by the Black Pearl, traversed the edge of the ice cave, her deerskin boots making scarcely a sound upon the snow. Guo Chunhai observed her occasionally lean down to sniff the icy surface, employing a time-honored technique passed down through generations of Orichan hunters, capable of discerning the species and direction of beasts by scent. Have you made a discovery? Guo Chunhai inquired as he approached her. Anaki shook her head, her nose reddened by the cold. The echoes in the ice cave are overwhelming. The scents are all muddled. She replied. Suddenly, she pointed to a shadow beneath the ice. Look there. Guo Chunhai bent down, and beneath the ice, he discerned a faint black hole, approximately 3 feet in diameter, with jagged ice edges that seemed to have been worn away by some creature repeatedly entering and exiting. The den's entrance, Guo Chunhai squinted. This bear has become cunning, utilizing the ice as a shield. After deliberation, they decided to split into 2 teams. Guo Chunhai, Anaki, and a tambu would circle to the upper ice cave with the hunting dogs, while Er Lengzi, Zhao Weiguo, and the people from Minjiatin would remain below, preparing to smoke out the bear with bundles of firewood tied with ropes. As they climbed the eastern rock face of the ice cave, Anaki suddenly grasped Guo Chunhai's arm. Wait, she said. She unfastened a leather strap from her waist, tying one end around herself and offering the other to Guo Chunhai. The stones at the edge of the ice cave are crumbling and prone to collapse. Indeed, after climbing for only 10 meters, the rock beneath the Tambu's feet suddenly shattered. The elder stumbled and began to slide down, but fortunately, the black pearl clung tightly to his garment. Guo Chunhai and Anaki worked together to pull him back up, all three drenched in cold sweat. This bear truly knows how to choose its lair, a Tambu gasped. Ordinary hunters would never reach it. Upon reaching the summit, the sun had already passed its zenith. From their elevated vantage point, the ice cave resembled a colossal funnel, with the central ice layer appearing a translucent blue, faintly revealing the dark river flowing beneath. The den's entrance lay just 10 meters below them on the rock face, ominously dark like an open maw. Let us commence. Guo Chunhai gestured to those below. Er Lengzi immediately ignited the bundle of wood. The damp wood mixed with chili powder emitted billowing clouds of thick smoke. The people from Minjiatan desperately fanned the smoke into the cave with their clothing, choking on it as they coughed violently. 10 minutes passed with no response from the cave. Add more fuel, Zhao Weiguo exclaimed, retrieving a firecracker from his canvas bag. The thunder of Harbin. No, Guo Chunhai began to protest. But the firecracker had already been hurled into the hole. Bang! After a muffled explosion, the entire ice cave trembled. The icicles on the rock face snapped, crashing down like a multitude of swords onto the ice surface. More alarmingly, the central ice layer developed spiderweb-like fissures. Fall back, Anaki suddenly shouted. Almost simultaneously, a dark figure burst forth from the den. It was not the anticipated black bear, but a remarkably large brown bear. Its shoulders rose like a small mountain, its fur bristling, froth at its jaws, and its right eye reduced to a dark hollow. Indeed, it was the one-eyed bear that had injured 3 lumberjacks the previous year. It's the one. A Tambu's old Mosenagant fired first, the bullet striking the bear's shoulder and erupting in a spray of blood. The brown bear, furiously enraged, reared up to stand, towering over 2 meters high. Guo Chunhai clearly discerned the old scar on the bear's abdomen, a remnant of last year's encounter with a lumberjack's chainsaw. This beast bore a grudge, returning specifically to exact revenge. Bang! Bang! Guo Chunhai and Anaji fired simultaneously. The bullets struck the brown bear's chest. Yet it felt as though they had hit a rubber tire, merely causing it to stagger momentarily. The creature, now utterly enraged, smashed a nearby rock with its paw, sending debris flying like shrapnel. Is it impervious? The fool below exclaimed. Its hide is too thick. A Tambu shouted while reloading, aim for its eyes and mouth. Suddenly, the brown bear pivoted and charged towards the rock face, beginning to climb. Its claws dug into the crevices, advancing like a heavy tank. Guo Chunhai watched helplessly as the rock crumbled beneath the bear's grip, debris cascading down. Scatter! He yelled, yanking Anaji aside. The bear's front paw was already on the platform, its gaping maw exhaling hot breath that rushed toward their faces. Black Pearl barked fiercely as it lunged forward, only to be swatted away by the bear's paw, rolling away with a pained whimper. Scarface fared worse, being directly struck against the rock wall, sliding down in a limp heap. In a moment of dire peril, Anaji loosed her arrow, striking the bear's remaining eye. The creature emitted a bone-chilling howl, thrashing its head in agony. Seizing the opportunity, Guo Chunhai fired 3 shots directly into the bear's open maw. At last, the bear collapsed, yet its final struggle sent tremors throughout the platform, causing it to crumble. Guo Chunhai felt the ground give way beneath him, plummeting alongside the falling rocks. In that critical moment, the leather strap around his waist tightened sharply as Anaji clutched the other end of the tree trunk. Suspended in midair, he gazed down at the jagged ice below. The bear's carcass landed a mere 10 meters away on the ice, creating a large human-shaped crater. The cavern echoed with cries, but all he could hear was the thunderous beating of his heart and Anaji's labored breaths above. The girl's face appeared at the edge of the cliff, flushed and trembling from exertion. Her lips moved, but the wind drowned out her words. Guo Chunhai noticed the leather strap had dug deeply into her flesh, blood trickling down her pant leg, leaving a vivid red trail in the snow. Hold on. A Tambu's voice called from afar. Guo Chunhai understood that Anaji could not endure much longer. Taking a deep breath, he swung towards the rock wall, his boot tip barely grazing a protrusion. Using that momentum, he began to climb inch by inch until he grasped Anaji's outstretched hand. Both collapsed onto the snow, gasping for breath. Anaji's palm was raw and bloodied from the strap, yet her eyes sparkled with intensity, a smile even gracing her lips. Grandpa said the leather from the Orokin can lift a bear. Guo Chunhai opened his mouth to respond, but was interrupted by gasps from below. The cracks in the ice cavern were rapidly widening. The bear's corpse was slowly sinking. The ice layer was about to give in. Quick! Get up here! the fool shouted as they scrambled to pull each other to safety. Just as they reached the ridge, a thundering crash echoed behind them. The entire ice cavern collapsed, sending a plume of icy mist into the air. In the blink of an eye, the bear's body was swallowed by the dark river, leaving behind a gaping black hole, akin to the Earth's open mouth. As the sun descended in the west, the group embarked on their journey homeward. The Black Pearl limped along, while Scarface was cradled in a tamboo's coat. Zhao Weigua had given his overcoat to the injured youth from Minjiatan, leaving himself shivering in the cold. Yet he boasted, 300 pounds? I reckon that bear weighs at least 500. Unaji walked beside Guo Chunhai, her hand bandaged with bear oil. The young girl suddenly inquired softly, why do you think the bear insists on returning here? Guo Chunhai gazed into the distance, where the ice cave was gradually swallowed by twilight. Memories from his past life resurfaced. It had once been a storage facility for the Japanese army, which later collapsed into an ice cavern. Perhaps the brown bear had been confined within its depths during its youth. Or maybe it simply cherished the sense of security that the ice layer provided. Who knows, he finally replied. The thoughts of beasts are sometimes more perplexing than those of humans. Unaji nodded thoughtfully and pulled something from her bosom, offering him a severed claw of a brown bear, its edges jagged as if forcibly torn away. Keep it, she said, it wards off evil. Guo Chunhai tucked the bear claw into his pocket, feeling its icy touch. Suddenly recalling something, he asked, what was the Orokin proverb you mentioned while tying the leather cord? Unaji blinked, a mischievous smile curving her lips. I'll tell you next time. As night deepened, the lights of Leo Jingu flickered ahead. The hunters' figures stretched long across the snowy expanse, resembling markers leading out of the mountains. Behind them, the dark mouth of the ice cave was gradually cloaked by fresh snow, as if nothing had ever transpired. Chapter 85. The cold night on the sickbed. The night wind in Leo Jingu whipped up snowflakes that struck the birch bark outside the cactus with a sharp crackle. Unaji knelt quietly by the fire pit, her gaze intently fixed on the copper kettle. Cautiously, she reached out, adding a handful of dried mugwort to the pot. As the herb was introduced, its bitter aroma spread like a gentle spring, gradually permeating the confined space. This scent mingled with the fragrances of pine resin and leather, creating a unique atmosphere. Unaji furrowed her brow slightly, her eyes watering from the strong odor. Yet, she did not waver, resolutely kneeling as if guarding something of great importance. In this small space, time seemed to stand still. Her silhouette, illuminated by the firelight, appeared especially tranquil. Her movements were gentle and practiced, as if she were performing a sacred ritual. The bitter scent of the herbs seemed to carry her hopes and prayers, gradually merging with the surrounding air. Guo Chunhai lay atop the reindeer skin mattress, his face flushed as if he had consumed strong liquor. His military green cotton jacket was already soaked with sweat, clinging to him and outlining the taut lines of his muscles. Most alarming were his eyes, burning with fever yet shining with an unsettling brightness, fixated on the smoke hole at the top of the cactus, as if something unseen was there. What is the temperature? A tambu lifted the leather curtain and entered, bringing in a chill. Unaji held the thermometer up to the oil lamp. The mercury column hovered at 39.8 degrees. She bit her lower lip. It's risen again. The old hunter crouched down, his rough palm pressed against Guo Chunhai's forehead, only to retract instantly from the searing heat. Goodness, it's hot enough to fry pancakes. Er Lengzi burst in, nearly tripping over the threshold while holding a basin of icy water. The hospital called from the logging camp. The ambulance is stuck in a snowdrift 30 miles away. It won't arrive until tomorrow noon at the earliest. Anaki's complexion paled in an instant. She sprang to her feet, her body trembling with agitation. Her wide eyes, filled with despair and helplessness, fixed on Er Lengzi. Tomorrow? Her voice quivered with a hint of tears. He couldn't wait until tomorrow. Anxiety and fear enveloped Anaki as she understood how precious time was for the patient. Every minute of delay could mean the difference between life and death. She could not bear to envision her beloved suffering in pain while she remained powerless to help. The agonized visage of the patient haunted her thoughts. He was the most important person in her life. She could not let him down, could not allow him to lose hope while waiting. Anaki clenched her fists, resolutely deciding to take action. The brown medicinal liquid splashed beside the fire pit, immediately hissing into white smoke. A determined glint flickered in the girl's eyes as she gritted her teeth, seemingly battling her inner fears and hesitations. Amidst the swirling smoke, Anaki's figure stood out with remarkable clarity. Her brow furrowed slightly, revealing her resolute demeanor. She understood that this was a challenge she must confront. Retreat was no longer an option. As the white smoke dissipated, Anaki inhaled deeply and gradually relaxed her fists. Her hands trembled slightly, as if releasing the tension within her. Yet, her steps were extraordinarily firm as she moved purposefully toward her goal. In this moment of silence, Anaki held on to a singular belief. Regardless of the difficulties and dangers that lay ahead, she would face them bravely and triumph. She turned and rummaged through the birchbark box, retrieving the last few fever-reducing pills, gently prying open Guo Chunhai's jaw to place them inside. His throat convulsed a few times before he erupted into a violent cough, the pills mixed with blood splattering onto the reindeer fur. No, stop. A tambu firmly restrained Anaki's hand as she reached for more medication. If you keep this up, something bad will happen. Outside, a cacophony of footsteps echoed as the old and young of the village gathered outside the cactus pillar. Some brought pickled vegetables, claiming they could reduce fever. Others offered homemade mountain grape wine, asserting it would invigorate the blood. Most absurdly, the little grandson of the elder from Half-Ear brought a lively snowshoe hare, insisting that pressing it against one's chest would draw out the heat. Anaki barred the door to keep everyone out, leaving only Er Lengzi to assist with the ice towels. Her fingers trembled slightly, not from the cold, but from the alarming heat radiating from Guo Chunhai, as if he could ignite the surrounding air. His forehead burned, sweat continuously seeping out and soaking the pillowcase. Filled with concern, Anaki clutched the ice towel tightly, striving to cool Guo Chunhai's fever. However, despite her efforts, there seemed to be no sign of his temperature decreasing. Helplessness and fear reflected in her eyes, as if she were confronting an insurmountable battle. Er Lengzi watched silently from the side, his expression grave. He was acutely aware of the severity of Guo Chunhai's condition, yet felt utterly at a loss as to how to assist. He could only obey Anaji's directives, incessantly changing the ice towels in the hope of bringing some semblance of coolness to Guo Chunhai. As moments dragged on, Guo Chunhai's breath became increasingly labored, and his lips began to crack. Anaji's heart raced with anxiety. She was uncertain of what more could be done. All she could do was silently pray, wishing for Guo Chunhai to endure this trial. Perhaps we should consider other options, a tambu suddenly suggested, the wrinkles on his aged face deepening. I will summon Elder Saren. An immediate hush fell over the room. The towel in Er Lengzi's hands slipped into the basin, splashing water everywhere. That old shaman. I thought she had long since. Silence. The elder's rare outburst startled them. Go fetch my bear fur cloak. A glimmer of resolve shone in Anaji's eyes as she walked towards the hunting knife, as if it signified her farewell to the past. Gently, she lifted the knife, its blade gleaming ominously in the sunlight. Though her hand trembled slightly, her determination remained unwavering. She brought the knife close to her hair and without hesitation, severed a lock. It fell gracefully to the ground, a symbol of her relinquishment of the past. Next, she took a pair of scissors and meticulously snipped a piece from Guo Chunhai's garment. This fragment held the weight of their shared memories, now destined to forge a connection between them. Anaji bound the hair and the fabric together with a red thread, which danced through her fingers, reflecting the tumult of emotions within her. Each delicate movement was filled with profound affection. As she completed this simple yet profoundly significant ritual, tears shimmered in her eyes. This lock of hair and the piece of fabric would embody her longing and care for Guo Chunhai, regardless of the distance or the passage of time. It was customary among the Orican people to provide the shaman with a patient's personal belongings alongside the hair of a loved one, to aid in uncovering the cause of the ailment. A tambu wrapped himself in the bear fur cloak, turning back momentarily before leaving. Girl, you know the customs. If Elder Saren is willing to come, I understand, Anaji interjected, her voice as resolute as ice. I will pay any price. The elder sighed, his silhouette fading into the wind and snow. Anaji knelt back by the fire pit, adding a handful of snow into the copper kettle. Steam rose, condensing into tiny droplets on her eyelashes, resembling tears as they cascaded down. Suddenly, Guo Chunhai convulsed violently, the muscles in his arms taut like drawn bowstrings. Er Lengzi, frightened, attempted to restrain him, but was met with a sharp elbow to the nose, blood streaming forth. Hold him down. Anaji lunged forward, her entire weight pressing down on Guo Chunhai. The heat radiating from his body pierced through their clothing, causing her chest to ache. In her dazed state, she recalled the painful sensation of the life-saving leather strap digging into her flesh by the ice cave, feeling eerily similar to this moment. Brother Hai, wake up. She slapped Guo Chunhai's cheek, his skin burning hot to the touch. Look at me. Guo Chunhai's pupils, once unfocused, suddenly locked onto Anaji's face. His lips trembled, struggling to form indistinct syllables. Anaki leaned in to listen, capturing only a few fractured words. The iron door in the ice cave. Do not enter. Er Lengzi, pinching his nose, came closer and asked, what did he say? Nonsense. Anaki replied, pressing her lips together, but her heart surged with tumultuous waves. How could Guo Chunhai know there was an iron door beneath the ice cave? That was a remnant of the Japanese military's warehouse, a mere rumor even to a tambu. Suddenly, the tinkling of bells broke the silence, crisp like a mountain stream. The leather curtain was lifted, and a cold wind swept in with snowflakes, followed by the hunched figure of Granny Saren. The old shaman was as thin as a withered tree. Her white hair braided into countless fine strands adorned with animal bones and copper bells. Most striking were her eyes, clouded yet astonishingly bright, resembling two lanterns in the snow. "Step aside," she rasped, her voice rough like bark scraping against wood. Unaki immediately moved aside. Granny Saren crouched beside Guo Chunhai, her gnarled fingers peeling back his eyelids and prying open his mouth to inspect his tongue. Finally, she undid the man's collar, revealing the thunderstone hanging around his neck. "Humph." The old shaman scoffed. "This stone can stop bullets, but it cannot ward off malevolent spirits." From her animal hide bag, she produced a birch bark bowl, pouring in clear water and adding a handful of dark powder. The water instantly began to boil, emitting a pungent white smoke. "The things in the ice cave have latched onto him," Granny Saren declared, handing the bowl to Unaki. "Force him to drink this. The cleaner he expels, the better." Unaki propped up Guo Chunhai's head and stubbornly administered the potion. The man immediately began to thrash violently, emitting a series of choking sounds as if something were crawling out of him. "Hold him down. Don't let him bite his tongue," the old shaman barked. The effects of the medicine took hold swiftly. Guo Chunhai arched his body violently and expelled a torrent of black water, reeking like decayed fish entrails. Unaki suppressed her nausea as she watched. Within the black water lay small metallic fragments glinting coldly. Granny Saren poked at the shards with a twig, her expression growing increasingly grim. "Indeed, it is from that place." Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from outside, and Zhao Weiguo burst in, panting heavily. "A vehicle. The forest station sent a tractor. It can take Hai Gu to the hospital." Unaki glanced at Granny Saren, who nodded in response. "Go. Western medicine addresses the symptoms, while shamanism treats the root. Both are necessary." With a flurry of hands, they lifted Guo Chunhai onto a door panel. Unaki wrapped him in 3 layers of bear skin, while she herself wore only a thin garment as she prepared to accompany him. A tambu stopped her, stuffing a pouch into her arms. "Medicine for the road. Administer it every 4 hours." The tractor roared to life, startling the night birds in the forest. Unaki sat in the trailer, resting Guo Chunhai's head on her lap. His body temperature seemed to have dropped, yet his breath remained rapid, as if ensnared in an unending nightmare. "You will be all right," the girl whispered, her fingers brushing over his furrowed brow. "Once you recover, I shall tell you that Evenki proverb." The tracks left by the treads on the snow glimmered in the moonlight, resembling a signpost leading to an unknown world. Unaji gazed at the distant silhouette of the dark mountains, suddenly recalling the words of Granny Saren as she departed. "That ice cavern has claimed lives for more than just a day or two. Your man's survival is a favor granted by the mountain deity." The tractor's headlights pierced through the night, illuminating the fleeting boundary marker. The Linchong hospital was still 20 miles away. Unaji clutched the man in her arms tightly, as if transferring her vitality to him. Guo Chunhai's lips moved once more, and this time she discerned that he was calling her name. "I am here," she responded, leaning closer, her hair cascading onto his face. "I have always been here." Chapter 86. A vigil by the sickbed. The scent of disinfectant mingled with the mustiness of the old bedding, lingering within the cramped hospital room. When Guo Chunhai opened his eyes, he beheld the soft, feathery snowflakes drifting outside, and thick ice flowers had formed on the glass. His gaze gradually focused, first settling upon the glucose bottle hanging from the iron frame, with the transparent liquid descending drop by drop. "Awake?" A voice emerged from his right. Guo Chunhai turned his stiff neck to see Unaji curled up on a wooden chair, wrapped in an old military coat. Beneath her youthful eyes lay deep, dark circles, yet her lips curved into a bright smile. He began, startled by the rasp of his own voice. Unaji promptly brought over an enamel mug, supporting his neck as she offered him water. The warm liquid gliding down his throat evoked memories of spring's thawing streams. He noticed the redness and swelling of her finger joints, with dried blood at the base of her thumb, a remnant of the injury sustained by the leather strap at the ice cavernous precipice. "How long has it been?" he inquired softly. 3.5 days. Unaji replied, placing the mug back on the bedside table, where a half-eaten cornmeal bun lay, hardened like stone. "The doctor said your wound is infected due to excessive fatigue." She paused, her voice lowering, "and there is slight poisoning." Guo Chunhai attempted to lift his arm, only to find that even this simple motion caused his muscles to tremble. His body felt utterly drained, and even breathing required conscious effort. Do not move. Ji pressed down on his hand, which sought to lift the covers. You've just broken your fever. You're still weak. Just then, the door to the ward swung open, and a nurse in a white coat entered with a tray. She glanced at the awakened Guo Chunhai before turning to Ji, saying, "Girl, go to the canteen and fetch some hot porridge. He can eat now." Ji hesitated for a moment, then retrieved a cloth pouch from her military coat pocket and placed it beside Guo Chunhai's pillow. "These are ginseng slices from a tambu. Dissolve one in your porridge." With that, she hurriedly took the food container and left. As the nurse changed the foredrip, she remarked, "This girl hasn't slept in 3 days. She has been helping you with everything, even changing your clothes and assisting with catheterization." Catheterization? Guo Chunhai's ears burned with embarrassment. Indeed, the nurse deftly inserted the needle. "You were quite delirious, kicking and thrashing about. For male nurses couldn't hold you down. That girl whispered something in your ear, and you immediately quieted down." After finishing the medication, the nurse added meaningfully before departing, "She hasn't even crossed the threshold of marriage yet, has she? Such a daughter-in-law is indeed a rarity." Even with a lantern in hand, outside the window, the snow fell ever more densely. Guo Chunhai gazed at the water stains on the ceiling, his thoughts drifting back to the scene of the brown bear in the icy cavern, the collapsed ice layer, and the final memory of Erneng gripping the leather strap with all her might. The last fragments of recollection were those metallic shards, glinting coldly as they emerged from his throat. The door creaked open with a plaintive groan. Erneng returned, cradling a steaming bowl of porridge, snowflakes still clinging to her hair. She placed the food container on the bedside and rubbed her frostbitten fingers. "The chef in the cafeteria specially added minced meat," she announced. Guo Chunhai attempted to sit up, but his waist felt as limp as overcooked noodles. Observing his struggle, Erneng promptly sat at the edge of the bed, wrapping one arm around his back as if lifting a child, effortlessly elevating him. The strength of the young girl was astonishing. Guo Chunhai could feel the taut muscles in her forearm. The porridge was made from golden millet, with bits of meat and glistening oil floating atop. Erneng scooped a spoonful and blew gently on it, her eyelashes fluttering with the breath. Guo Chunhai suddenly noticed her eyebrows were quite distinctive. They were not the trendy fine arched brows, but rather natural sword-like brows, slightly raised at the ends, exuding a sense of vigor. "What are you staring at?" Erneng noticed his gaze, her ears tinged with a faint blush. "You are beautiful," Guo Chunhai blurted out. The spoon clinked against the container. Erneng's neck flushed red, yet she feigned composure and scooped another spoonful. "Have you lost your mind? Stop speaking nonsense." As the bowl neared its bottom, Guo Chunhai finally felt a semblance of strength returning. He tentatively wiggled his toes, relieved to find that at least the sensation in his lower limbs was normal. Just as he contemplated lifting the covers to inspect his legs, a sudden cramp gripped his abdomen, a protest from 3 days of unrelieved bowels. "What's wrong?" Erneng perceptively detected his discomfort. Guo Chunhai felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, wishing he could sink into the floor. "A bedpan," he muttered. Without hesitation, the girl retrieved a white porcelain bedpan from beneath the bed, her movements so practiced they tugged at his heart. She drew the curtain around the sickbed and turned, ready to assist him with his belt. "I can manage." Guo Chunhai quickly pressed her hand down. Erneng sighed and thrust the bedpan into his hands. "Then you do it. I'll fetch some hot water." With that, she stepped out from behind the curtain. Guo Chunhai's trembling fingers struggled to untie the knots of his hospital gown. After a considerable effort to relieve himself, he was drenched in sweat, as if he had just fought a bear. When Erneng returned with the warm water, he was awkwardly trying to slip the bedpan back under the bed. "Give it to me," she said, accepting the bedpan with a demeanor as composed as if serving a simple meal. "The doctor said you cannot get out of bed for at least a week. Don't overexert yourself." As the warm water touched his skin, Guo Chunhai kept his eyes shut, unable to face her. Erneng's towel brushed over the scar on his ribcage, a remnant from his days in the army before his rebirth. Suddenly, her fingers paused. "How come I never noticed this scar before?" "I fell when I was a child," Guo Chunhai replied evasively. Erneng did not press further, but when she reached his calf, she halted again. "And this one? It looks like a bullet mark." Guo Chunhai's heart skipped a beat. This was a stray bullet sustained during a border patrol in a past life, unexpectedly carried over to this body. Just as I pondered how to fabricate an excuse, the hospital door was suddenly thrust open, and the boisterous voice of Er Lengzi echoed throughout the room. "Brother Hai, you've finally awakened." The curtain was hastily drawn aside, revealing Er Lengzi, Zhao Weigua, and a tambu standing at the foot of the bed, each holding a mesh bag filled with canned fruits and milk powder. Guo Chunhai had never before felt such gratitude for the presence of this clumsy fool. "What brings you here?" he quickly asked, tugging at the blanket. "To take you back." Er Lengzi placed the mesh bag on the nightstand. Everyone in the village is waiting. Old Meng even said he wants to hold a feast. A tambu interrupted him with a cough, pulling out a small birch bark pouch from his pocket. This is the medicine from Granny Saren. Take it 3 times a day. Anaji took the pouch, seizing the opportunity to shove the bedpan further under the bed. Zhao Weigua leaned closer, conspiratorially lowering his voice. Brother Hai, do you know what you spat out in the ice cave? Weigua, a tambu sharply admonished. The young master shrank back, but couldn't resist muttering. The test results indicate it was a lead-mercury alloy, resembling fragments of old batteries. Guo Chunhai's heart jolted. Indeed, remnants of the Japanese army lay beneath the ice cave. Records from before his rebirth noted that in 1985, a hunter had discovered a Japanese chemical warehouse in this region, filled with corroded batteries and instruments. Anaji suddenly stood up. The patient requires rest. Her tone was calm, yet her gaze was as frigid as ice. Let us discuss this tomorrow. The others, sensing her intent, took their leave. Before departing, Er Lengzi secretly slipped Guo Chunhai a small paper pouch, winking and miming an act of restoring vitality. Upon opening it, he found several slices of dried deer antler, with a faintly sweet, gamey aroma. As night fell, only the rhythmic sound of the drip remained in the room. Anaji spread out a military coat on a chair, preparing to continue her vigil. Guo Chunhai patted the empty side of the bed. Come, sleep here. The girl widened her eyes, resembling a rabbit invited into a wolf's den. It's not like we haven't slept together before, Guo Chunhai chuckled. Back in Laojin Go. That was entirely different, Anaji protested softly. Yet blushing, she lay down beside him. The bed was narrow, forcing her to lie on her side, her back pressed tightly against the wall, fearful of touching him. Guo Chunhai struggled to turn towards her. Moonlight streamed through the curtain's gap, casting fragmented light upon the girl's face. He suddenly noticed a very tiny mole at the corner of her right eye, usually concealed by her lashes. That day, he asked softly, "What did you say to me by the cliff?" Anaji's lashes fluttered, an ancient Olenchant saying. Her voice was as delicate as falling snow. It means if you die, I shall never live alone. Guo Chunhai's heart felt as though it had been struck heavily. He extended his still feeble hand, awkwardly covering Anaji's. Her hand was cool, with lingering marks of restraint on her palm. Wait for me to recover, he said hoarsely. Let's go to the county and register our marriage. Anaji said nothing, merely tightening her grip on his fingers. Her eyes shimmered astonishingly under the moonlight, as if cradling the gentleness of an entire starry sky. Outside the window, the spring snow of 1984 fell quietly, blanketing the mountains and forests of the old Jingua, as well as the secrets hidden within the icy caverns. Chapter 87. The Unraveling of the Heart. Not the morning sunlight filtered through the gauzy curtains of the hospital room, casting a soft glow upon the concrete floor, creating a myriad of delicate light spots, resembling a golden carpet laid upon the ground. Guo Chunhai reclined against the headboard, his eyes gently closed, savoring this moment of tranquility. He attempted to move his fingers and discovered that his strength had somewhat returned since yesterday. At least he could now lift the enamel mug by himself. The hot water brought by Anaji steamed in the mug, rising in wisps and harmonizing beautifully with the snowy landscape outside, reminiscent of an elegant ink wash painting. At that moment, the door to the hospital room creaked open, and Anaji entered, cradling a bundle in her arms, with a few untouched snowflakes clinging to her hair, glistening like pearls. Today, Anaji wore a deep indigo cotton jacket, embellished at the collar with traditional Awaken cloud patterns, exquisite and graceful, further accentuating her porcelain skin. How are you feeling today? Anaji inquired as she approached the bedside with genuine concern. Guo Chunhai shook his wrist playfully, responding nonchalantly. I could take down a roe deer now. Anaji smiled tightly, playfully scolding him. You're boasting. She then placed the bundle at the foot of the bed and continued. I brought you a change of clothes. The doctor said you could be discharged in 2 days after further observation. Curious, Guo Chunhai unwrapped the bundle, revealing a brand new cotton shirt, its collar and cuffs meticulously hemmed by Anaji, with fine, even stitches. Recognizing her craftsmanship at a glance, warmth surged within him. He gently caressed the fabric, his thoughts drifting far away. As if traversing through time, he suddenly recalled his former self before his rebirth. Back then, he stood in the archives of the Forestry Bureau, sifting through those yellowed, old photographs. Each image bore the marks of time, chronicling the historical changes of the Bureau. He scrutinized these photographs, attempting to uncover traces of the past. Yet, at that time, who could have imagined that he would find himself in such circumstances today? What's wrong? Anaji's voice pulled him back from his reverie. She had keenly sensed his unease and took a seat gently at the edge of the bed, softly asking, Does your wound hurt? Guo Chunhai shook his head, his gaze drifting through the window to the distant Greater Khingan Range. The snow-kissed peaks of the range stood out sharply, resembling a breathtaking ink-wash painting. Anaji, he finally spoke, his voice low. Do you know why I am so familiar with the icy caverns? Anaji's fingers instinctively twisted the hem of her clothing, betraying her nervousness. After a brief hesitation, she replied, have you been there before? Guo Chunhai inhaled deeply and slowly replied, no. His voice paused momentarily before he added, but I have seen similar Japanese warehouses. In my dreams. The beginning felt somewhat clumsy, yet he understood he must continue. In the past few months, the memories of his previous life that he had deliberately concealed, the uncanny familiarity with the mountains and forests, and the foreknowledge of the future weighed heavily upon his heart, like a series of burdensome mountains. Now, the time had come to lay everything bare. After my parents' demise, during my wandering in Sanjiaten, his voice became somewhat subdued, as if he were reminiscing about those painful times. He intentionally avoided the surreal concept of reincarnation, opting instead for a narrative style more aligned with the understanding of this era. Once, when I was feverishly delirious, I dreamt an extraordinarily long dream. In that dream, I found myself transported to the 1990s, where I became a forest ranger. His gaze appeared somewhat distant, as if he were still immersed in that dream. Una sat quietly beside the bed, her eyes fixated on him without a hint of mockery, allowing his account to unfold uninterrupted. Outside the window, a broadcast played on the fields of hope, the cheerful melody creating a striking contrast with the somber atmosphere in the hospital room. Guo Chunhai took a deep breath and continued. In that dream, I beheld the Japanese army's warehouse beneath the ice cave. In 1985, a hunter stumbled upon it. The warehouse was filled with rusted batteries and various peculiar instruments. Several individuals who had come into contact with these items fell ill with strange ailments. His voice trembled slightly, haunted by the recollection of those bizarre diseases. After a brief pause, he added, that was why I insisted on killing that bear cub that day, fearing it would carry those toxins and bring disaster to more people. Una remained silent for a long while after hearing his words. Her expression was complex, as if she were pondering something profound. Just as Guo Chunhai believed she would turn away, the young girl suddenly reached out to caress his cheek. So you are aware that leopards can be dangerous, that you know where to find bear dens, and that you possess hunting skills that even a tambu is unaware of. Don't you think I'm mad? Guo Chunhai took her hand in his. The Or can believe that when one has a high fever, they can see another self. Una's thumb gently stroked the calluses on his palm. A tambu said that when you first came to Laojingo, he noticed the old soul in your eyes. Guo Chunhai felt a tightness in his throat. He recalled that upon his rebirth, a tambu had indeed spoken similar words in Orokin, at the time believing it to be a mere ordinary greeting. Who else knows? Una inquired. No one, Guo Chunhai replied, shaking his head. Even the simpleton thinks I am just lucky. Suddenly, the girl leaned in, lightly brushing her lips against his. As swift as a dragonfly skimming the water, now I understand. The kiss was so unexpected that Guo Chunhai stood frozen in place. Una, blushing, rose to her feet, pretending to rearrange the medicine bottles on the bedside table. I cannot read. Biting her lower lip, she added, but I recognize your name. A tambu said this is the guidance of the mountain god. Just then, the broadcast outside abruptly switched to my motherland, the resounding chorus drowning out the silence in the hospital room. Guo Chunhai closed his eyes, a tumult of indescribable emotions surging within his chest. Unbeknownst to him, the signs had long been inscribed within the very mountains and forests that surrounded him, a testament to the path of his rebirth. Are you afraid? He asked softly. Unaji shook her head, her eyes shimmering like stars. The Or can say that those chosen by the mountain spirit will dream of the future. She grasped his hand, adding, I simply didn't expect you to have endured so much. This was indeed true. Guo Chunhai recalled his former life as an orphan, wandering, wounded. The solitude and struggles he faced as a member of the forest protection team suddenly taking on new significance in the clarity of the young girl's gaze. Back in Sanjiaten, he croaked, I stole potatoes from the production team and nearly had my legs broken by the militia. Una-ji listened intently, their fingers intertwined. When Guo Chunhai recounted spending the spring festival alone at the forest station in his past life, she interjected, that one tea happened again. Her voice, though soft, was as resolute as iron. From now on, we will celebrate every spring festival together in Laojingu. I will make you dumplings filled with pickled cabbage. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, shadows lengthened within the hospital room. When Guo Chunhai's throat grew parched, Una-ji offered him water. When he spoke of his parents' graves being neglected, she silently pressed his hand to her cheek. There were no exclamations of surprise, no accusations, only gentle acceptance. So, upon finishing his final secret, Guo Chunhai exhaled deeply. Now you know all of me. Ji gently shook her head, yet a smile blossomed on her lips, akin to spring flowers unfurling. Softly, she replied, not at all. Then, with a hint of mischief in her tone, she continued, I know plenty of your little secrets. For instance, I know you write with your left hand. Even if your handwriting is a bit crooked, it has character. I also know that when you eat wild onions, you can't help but sneeze, and it's quite adorable. And when you dream, you even speak in Mongolian, though I can't quite decipher your mumblings. As she recounted these snippets of Guo Chunhai's life, her smile grew increasingly radiant with each revelation. Just then, the door to the ward swung open abruptly, and a booming voice reverberated like thunder within the room. Hi Gu, look what I've brought you. Accompanied by this exuberant call, a tall, boisterous young man burst in like a whirlwind, carrying a tin lunchbox whose lid was tightly shut. Yet, a tantalizing aroma wafted from the seams, swiftly filling the entire room. Braised dragon from Minjiatan, he declared proudly, shaking the lunchbox in his hand. It's specially made to help you regain your strength. His gaze swept across the room, finally landing on the clasped hands of Guo Chunhai and Ji. In an instant, realization dawned upon him, and his mouth fell agape. Oh dear, am I interrupting something? Ji's face flushed crimson. As if shocked by an electric current, she quickly withdrew her hand, standing awkwardly as she hurried to the young man, reaching out to accept the lunchbox. However, Guo Chunhai appeared unfazed by the awkward scene. A smile lingered at the corners of his mouth as he addressed Er Lengzi, stating, Your timing is impeccable. Once I am discharged, we must meticulously plan our spring hunting expedition. Upon hearing this, Er Lengzi's eyes instantly brightened, and he eagerly rubbed his hands together, impatiently inquiring, Do we have a new target? Indeed, Guo Chunhai replied, casting a glance out the window towards the Khingan Mountains. The hazel grove on the southeast slope is due for a clearing. Ji momentarily paused, their eyes locking in a silent understanding, and they shared a knowing smile. Certain sentiments need not be verbalized. What truly matters is the future, the chapters of life they are destined to write together, so distinct from their past experiences. The fading rays of the setting sun streamed through the window, casting elongated shadows of the trio upon the wall. The radio played the day's news. From this year onward, our province will enhance efforts to protect wildlife. Chapter 88. The lurking wolf. The morning mist of old Jingo had yet to dissipate when Guo Chunhai mounted Black Whirlwind and departed the village. This awanky horse was entirely ebony, save for a tuft of white fur on its forehead, galloping like a streak of black lightning. Pouches for game dangled on either side of the saddle, containing several freshly hunted sand grouse, their gray-brown feathers still glistening with morning dew. Ji rode alongside on a chestnut horse, dressed in a crisp ensemble of a deerskin vest over canvas hunting attire, her belt cinched tightly at her waist, accentuating her slender figure. She playfully twirled a slingshot in her hands, a smooth pebble nestled within its pouch. To the left, she suddenly whispered, raising her hand to take a shot. With a sharp crack, a flying dragon tumbled from the hazel thicket 30 paces away. This game, known scientifically as the flower-tailed hazel hen, was renowned for its tender meat and was a favorite among the Awanki people. Black Pearl, like an arrow released from its bow, surged forth with lightning speed. It swiftly caught up to the struggling flying dragon, clasping it tightly in its jaws. Then, like a proud hunter, Black Pearl returned to Ji's side, presenting the creature as a cherished offering. Impressive technique, Guo Chunhai exclaimed, a smile breaking across his face. He promptly drew a sharp hunting knife from his waist, expertly performing the task of bleeding the flying dragon with a clean, swift motion, leaving no room for hesitation. Observing Guo Chunhai's deftness, Ji felt a flicker of admiration in her eyes. She gently tucked the slingshot back into her belt and replied, I learned this slingshot technique from my grandfather. He said the noise of a gun is too loud. For small game, this method is far more effective. At that moment, Er Lengzi galloped up on a mottled horse from behind, a bulging sack strapped to its back, seemingly filled with various items. Excitedly, he shouted to Guo Chunhai, Brother Hai, there's a herd of roe deer by the creek ahead. Should we go and hunt a few? Guo Chunhai glanced at the position of the sun and shook his head, saying, Let us not be greedy. Today we are merely out to stretch our legs, and perhaps gather a bit of game for the village's dinner. However, despite his verbal reassurances, when the Black Pearl suddenly emitted a low growl towards the southeast, his body involuntarily reacted. His hand reflexively moved to the half-dozen rifle slung at his waist. Simultaneously, the fur along the Black Pearl's back bristled, and its ears pressed back, forming a shape reminiscent of an aircraft wing. This was a typical signal indicating the presence of large prey, signifying that danger might be lurking nearby. Guo Chunhai, Anaji and Er Lengzi instantly understood the gravity of the situation, tightening the reins to halt their horses, wary of the slightest oversight. Anaji, as light as a specter, slid silently from her mount, crouching down to meticulously examine the ground as if searching for some crucial clue. After a moment, she whispered, "Wolf tracks, no more than 2 hours old." At her words, Guo Chunhai immediately crouched beside her, his gaze fixed on the paw prints in the snow. The tracks were distinctly visible, with 5 clear toes, approximately 6 centimeters in diameter, clearly left by an adult male wolf. What heightened their vigilance was the fact that these prints were not from a solitary wolf, but rather a chaotic overlap of at least 5 or 6 wolves' tracks. How peculiar! Er Lengzi scratched his head, a puzzled expression adorning his face. Shouldn't the wolf pack be retreating deeper into the mountains at this time of year? What brings them here? His reasoning held merit. Typically, in spring, wolf packs would steer clear of human settlements, seeking food and shelter in the mountains. Guo Chunhai pondered internally, recognizing the abnormality of the situation. From his memories prior to his rebirth, he recalled that in the spring of 1984, the population of wolves in the Khingan Mountains was sparse, and they generally avoided closer proximity to human habitation. Following the direction of the tracks, he noticed they extended towards the birch forest northeast of Laojinggo, a mere 3 miles from the village. Back to the village, Guo Chunhai decisively commanded, mounting his horse, feeling an urgent need to inform Atanbu. His voice bore a hint of urgency, for he understood that the appearance of wolves could pose a latent threat to the villagers. Just as the trio turned their horses around, a distant rumble of an engine suddenly pierced the air. They looked up to see a military green jeep lurching towards them, its wheels carving deep ruts in the snow. A familiar head poked out of the window. Zhao Weiguo's fur hat was unmistakably conspicuous. "Hey, Brother Hai, wait for me." Zhao Weiguo leaned halfway out of the window, flailing his arms like a courting grouse. The jeep screeched to a halt before the horses, splattering snow and mud. As Zhao Weiguo leaped from the vehicle, he nearly stumbled. But Er Lengzi caught him. "What's the rush? Are the wolves chasing you?" "Worse than wolves," Zhao Weiguo gasped, pulling a crumpled telegram from his coat. "There's been an incident at Hongqi Forestry Farm. Last night, a wolf pack attacked the workers' dormitory, injuring 2 lumberjacks severely. My father sent me to ask if your special hunting team will take on this task." Guo Chunhai unfolded the telegram, which bore hasty scribbles. On the night of March 15th, a pack of wolves attacked the camp, injuring 2. It is suspected that the same wolf pack is responsible for consecutive attacks. Requesting assistance. The telegram was signed by Wang Jijun, the director of Hongqi Forest Farm. Una Ji leaned in to glimpse the telegram, the scent of resin mingling with that of saddle leather, causing Guo Chunhai to momentarily lose his sense of reality. The young woman's brow gradually furrowed. Such ferocity from the wolves is unusual for this season. "Shall we go?" Zhao Weiguo asked eagerly. "My father said that for a special task, a reward of 20 yuan is given for each wolf killed, and the pelts belong to us." The simpleton whistled. "We're going to strike it rich." Guo Chunhai hesitated in his response. He gazed toward the distant birch forest, then down at the telegram in his hand. Suddenly realizing something, "Weiguo, Hongqi Forest Farm lies deep within the birch forest." Weiguo's expression turned grave. He understood that the birch forest was fraught with peril and mystery. Its terrain was intricate, the climate harsh, and it likely concealed various unknown dangers. A flicker of resolve shone in Guo Chunhai's eyes as he resolved to venture personally to Hongqi Forest Farm to uncover its secrets. Weiguo looked at him with concern but recognized that Guo Chunhai's determination was unyielding, rendering any attempts at persuasion futile. Guo Chunhai turned and strode toward the birch forest, his steps resolute and vigorous. His figure gradually vanished within the dense woodland, as if merging with the enigmatic land itself. Just northeast of Laojinggo, adjacent to the Soviet border marker. "How far is that?" "Driving takes about 2 hours." Zhao Weiguo scratched his head. "What's wrong?" Guo Chunhai exchanged a glance with Una Ji. The young woman instantly understood. The wolf tracks in the snow lead toward Hongqi Forest Farm. "Are you suggesting?" The simpleton's eyes widened. "The wolf pack that attacked the forest farm was right under our noses?" Guo Chunhai nodded, his heart racing. Fragments of memories from his past life suddenly crystallized. In the spring of 1984, a wolf attack had indeed occurred at Hongqi Forest Farm. But the records only mentioned 3 wolves. Judging by the tracks in the snow, this pack was far more substantial. "Proceed," he declared, stowing the telegram. "However, there is a condition. The farm must provide a detailed topographical map and logging records from the past 3 months." Without hesitation, Zhao Weiguo produced a walkie-talkie, a rare item specially approved by the Forestry Bureau, with only a few in the entire Khingan Mountains. He chattered quickly with his father, then turned to give an okay sign. "My father said it's all set." He even authorized 500 rounds of ammunition. On the return journey to the village, the jeep crawled slowly behind the horse convoy. Unaji rode closer to Guo Chunhai, her voice barely above a whisper. Why do you think the wolves suddenly descended from the mountains? Either they are starving, or their territory has been encroached upon. Guo Chunhai squinted. I worry it is the latter. Upon hearing the news, Atambu's face darkened like the sky before a blizzard. The elder retrieved a birch bark box from deep within the cupboard, neatly containing over 20 specially crafted bullets, their tips intentionally serrated to blossom upon impact. Take Scarface with you. The elderly man gently patted the one-eyed hound lying at his feet, its keen nose capable of discerning the presence of wolves. Upon hearing of the impending wolf hunt, the villagers eagerly brought forth provisions and medicinal supplies. The old man, known as Half-Ear, contributed his treasured wolf venom ointment, said to render beasts immobile upon contact with an arrow tip. Meanwhile, the young Alanchan wives worked tirelessly through the night to craft a batch of leather neck guards to protect the hounds from being throttled by wolves. At dawn the following day, the hunting party was prepared to set forth. In addition to the usual crew, 3 more hounds and Zhao Weiguo's jeep, laden with supplies, accompanied them. Atambu insisted on joining. His traditional hunting knife, a family heirloom with a hilt adorned with wolf fangs, secured at his waist. Do not be reckless this time, warned Anaji, tightening Guo Chunhai's collar before their departure, her fingers inadvertently brushing against the lingering mark of a recent injury on his neck. You have only just recovered. Guo Chunhai grasped her hand, noticing several small wounds on her palm, the result of crafting poisoned arrows the night before. He opened his mouth to speak, but was interrupted by Er Lengzi's boisterous voice. Hi Go. The Hongqi logging camp has sent another telegram, reporting new developments. The telegram was hastily scrawled, indicating, the wolf pack is behaving unusually, unafraid of gunfire. Repeat, unafraid of gunfire. This morning, a suspected wolf den was discovered, containing cubs. Please expedite your arrival. Upon reading this, Anaji's expression shifted dramatically. This is bad. A mother wolf with cubs is the most dangerous. Guo Chunhai felt a chill run down his spine. His prior knowledge from another life reminded him that wolves become fiercely protective of their young, yet they typically avoid humans. Such aggressive behavior must be rooted in more complex circumstances. Let us depart, he commanded, mounting his horse while the black whirlwind seemed to sense his urgency, anxiously pawing the ground. As the hunting party left Laojing Gully, the village shaman stood before the towering cactus, shaking her copper bell and singing an ancient farewell song. The melody floated through the morning mist, resembling a mysterious prophecy. The mountain deity blesses the brave hunter, yet remember, the fiercest wolf often dons the guise of a sheep. Chapter 89. Luring the wolf from its den, the iron gate of the Hongqi logging camp was splattered with mud, resembling dried bloodstains in the setting sun. Guo Chunhai reigned in the black whirlwind, squinting at the lumberyard nestled among the mountains. 4 rows of worker shacks were arranged in its in shape, with a central clearing piled high with logs, the air thick with the mingling scents of pine resin and diesel. Hi Go, Er Lengzi exclaimed, pointing at the claw marks on the exterior wall of a shed. Look at this. The scratches were half a finger deep, extending from a height greater than a man to the ground, with freshly disturbed wood shavings scattered about. Anaji crouched down, extracting several grayish-white hairs from a crevice. These are from a wolf, but the claws are larger than those of an ordinary wolf. Wang Jijun, the camp manager, jogged out to greet them. A robust man in his 40s, his work uniform stained with grease and a bandage wrapped around his left arm, he exclaimed, Weavy, we've finally been waiting for you. Those beasts returned last night and nearly burrowed through the meat cellar in the cafeteria. The shed was crowded with lumberjacks, still shaken from the ordeal. 2 injured individuals lay upon the beds in the inner room. One had a blood-soaked bandage wrapped around his leg, while the other bore 3 deep claw marks on his face, exposing bone. Unaji withdrew the medicinal powder bestowed by Atambu from a pouch at his waist and gently sprinkled it upon the wounds. When did the wolf pack begin their attacks? Guo Chunhai inquired, flipping open his notebook. At the end of last month, Wang Jijun replied, retrieving a pack of Daqian men, his fingers trembling slightly. Initially, they only scavenged through the garbage, but then they began to kill free-range chickens and ducks. Until the night before last, he gestured towards the injured. Old Lu and his companions were on guard when they were surrounded by 5 wolves. Zhao Weiguo leaned in to interject. Wasn't it said that a wolf den was discovered? In the back mountain, Wang Jijun exhaled a smoke ring. The lumberjack found it while pursuing the wolves. There were pups inside. Yet, curiously, he lowered his voice. Those beasts could easily flee into the deep mountains, yet they linger around the timber yard as if searching for something. Atambu suddenly spoke up. Has anyone interfered with the wolf pups? The expression on the foreman's face instantly shifted to one of discomfort. He averted his gaze from the old hunter and mumbled, "The workers are simply desperate." Just then, a commotion arose outside. An old hunter clad in a sheepskin coat barged in, followed by a girl with braided hair, none other than Zhou Dashan from Zhang and his daughter, Zhou Area. "Comrade Guo," Zhou Dashan exclaimed, grasping Guo Chunhai's hand. "We finally found you. This is my fault. I couldn't keep those rascals in line." It turned out that 10 days prior, several youngsters from Zhang had dug up a wolf den in the back mountain, intending to sell the pups to a city zoo. However, they were pursued by the mother wolf and, in the ensuing chaos, 2 of the pups were killed. Since then, the wolf pack had retaliated ferociously, first attacking the sheep pen at Zhang and then targeting the Hongqi timber yard. "Where are the remaining pups now?" Guo Chunhai asked in a grave tone. Zhou Dashan lowered his head in shame. "There are still 3 confined in my cellar." Er Lengzi exploded in anger. "Are you trying to get yourselves killed? A mother wolf that has lost her pups will chase you to the ends of the earth." Una Ji discreetly tugged at Guo Chunhai's sleeve and spoke rapidly in Orican. Guo Chunhai nodded and turned to Wang Jijun. "Bring the wolf pups tonight. We will set a trap." As night fell, the timber yard extinguished most of its lights. Guo Chunhai led the group to set traps in the clearing behind the cafeteria, where 3 wolf pups were confined in a steel cage, surrounded by meat laced with tranquilizers. 5 rifles were strategically positioned on elevated points, while Una Ji concealed herself with her poisoned arrows in the nearest treehouse. "Will it work?" Zhao Weiguo whispered beside Guo Chunhai, his voice trembling. The young gentleman had specifically donned a pair of high-top hiking boots today, but had forgotten to wear gloves, causing his fingers to turn pale from the cold. Guo Chunhai did not respond. His gaze swept across the timber yard illuminated by moonlight. A tambu stood guard with hunting dogs at the northwest corner. Er Lengzi and Zhou Dashan lay in ambush atop the eastern shed. Wang Jijun and several bold lumberjacks concealed themselves in the cafeteria. The entire arrangement seemed like an impenetrable web, yet a hint of unease lingered in his heart. "Listen," Una Ji suddenly signaled from the treehouse. From afar, a long howl of a wolf echoed, followed by a second and a third, the sounds drawing ever closer, causing the snow in the forest to rustle. Heichin and Scarface immediately tensed their bodies, emitting low growls from their throats. "They are coming." Guo Chunhai gently pulled the gun's bolt. At least 6 of them. When the first wolf emerged under the moonlight, everyone gasped in disbelief. This creature was significantly larger than the usual northeast wolves, with a shoulder height nearing 1 meter. Its grayish-white fur nearly blending into the snow. It cautiously circled the trap, its nose twitching incessantly. "It's a wolf." A tambo's voice crackled through the intercom. "Don't rush. Wait for the entire pack to reveal themselves." One by one, the second and third wolves appeared, all robust adult males. Sensing danger, they maintained a safe distance from the cage. Just as Guo Chunhai was about to give the order to fire, a smaller figure suddenly darted from the thicket. It was a female wolf. "It's her," Zhou Dashan exclaimed over the intercom. "This creature has chased us for 3 miles." The female wolf, disregarding the ambush, charged straight toward the iron cage. The pups, catching the scent of their mother, emitted sharp whimpers. The sound was like poking a hornet's nest, and the remaining wolves simultaneously launched their attack. "Fire!" Guo Chunhai shouted loudly. Bang! 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 The sound of gunfire shattered the night air. The lead wolf collapsed in response, while another male wolf was struck down by a Tanbu's old Mosin-nagant. Yet, the remaining wolves did not flee. Instead, they crazily lunged toward the cage. Unedged poisoned arrow soared through the air, hitting the female wolf in the hind leg. It let out a mournful howl, but continued to dig at the cage with its front paws. Just as Guo Chunhai prepared to fire again, 3 more wolves suddenly burst forth from the thicket. These beasts had left a backup. "Watch the flanks," he shouted into the intercom. The newly arrived wolves charged toward the ambush point. One gray wolf leapt onto the work shed, nearly sinking its teeth into the neck of the dazed young man. He rolled away just in time, firing back a shot that grazed the wolf's ear and shattered the roof tiles. Most perilous of all, Zhao Weiguo found himself cornered by a wolf, his shotgun jammed. In a critical moment, Zhou Area leapt out from nowhere, striking the wolf with a shovel. The creature yelped in pain and turned, only to be shot down by Guo Chunhai. Amidst the chaos, the female wolf finally tore open the iron cage and snatched one of its pups, attempting to flee. Unedged second arrow struck its foreleg accurately, causing it to stumble, but still clutching the pup protectively. The gunfire gradually subsided. Under the moonlight, the snow lay in disarray, with 4 adult wolves sprawled in pools of blood, while the remaining 2, injured, escaped into the forest. Despite being struck by 2 arrows, The female wolf remained fiercely fixated on the approaching humans, its yellow-green eyes ablaze with hatred. Leave one alive. Guo Chunhai stopped Wang Jijun from firing again. Let it take its pup back. The rest of the wolves will not return. A Tambu examined the wolf carcasses and suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, Heisey, take a look at this." A rusted iron ring was embedded deep into the neck of the lead wolf. Guo Chunhai lifted the blade to inspect it closely, revealing the faint inscription Experiment 34, No. 7. The number 34 indicated that it had been domesticated. The old hunter's expression darkened. It was no wonder he was unafraid of gunfire. Unaji squatted beside the mother wolf, tending to its wounds. Though the creature was weakened, it still bared its teeth and emitted a low, threatening growl. The girl remained unfazed, her movements tender as if she were caring for her own hunting dog. What about the pups? Er Lengzi pointed to the remaining 2 young wolves in the cage. Guo Chunhai turned to Zhou Dashan, return them to their original den. The mother will come back for them once she's healed. But what about this female? Wang Jijun rubbed his hands together. We could sell it to the zoo. Live animals are worth more than dead ones. No, Guo Chunhai and Una Ji replied in unison. They ultimately decided to return the mother wolf and her cubs to the forest. After bandaging the wounds, Una Ji fashioned a simple sled from branches and leather straps, preparing to venture into the mountains at dawn. On the way back to the work shed, Zhou Area discreetly slipped a pair of knitted gloves to Er Lengzi. My mother made these. Don't reject them. After the girl spoke, her face flushed as she ran away, her braids swaying in the moonlight. Zhao Weiguo rubbed the tear in his pants caused by the wolf, feeling envious. Why am I the only one without such treatment? Because you are wearing an officer's uniform, Er Lengzi grinned, carefully tucking the gloves into his pocket. The girl knows that this material won't keep you warm. In the distance, a faint wolf howl echoed, reminiscent of a fleeing pack calling for its companions. Guo Chunhai gazed into the dark forest, suddenly recalling a document he had seen before his rebirth. In the mid-1980s, there had indeed been incidents of domesticated wolves injuring people in the Khingan Mountains. Though the reasons remained a mystery, Una Ji had appeared by his side without him noticing, her fingers gently entwined with his pinky. What are you thinking about? I was contemplating, Guo Chunhai replied, holding her icy hand, some hatred that cannot be resolved merely by releasing them into the wild. In the moonlight, the mother wolf was bound to the sled, her eyes fixated on the direction of the forest. That gaze reminded Guo Chunhai of the one-eyed brown bear from the icy cave, similarly harmed by humans, returning to the wilderness with a deep-seated grudge. Chapter 90. The Terror of the Pig Tide, Part 1. The early morning in Laojing-go was shrouded in thick fog as Guo Chunhai crouched by the stream, sharpening his knife. The friction between the bluestone and steel blade produced a scratching sound that startled a few drinking jays. He squinted towards the southeastern mountains, where the mist appeared an unnatural grayish-yellow. Something's amiss, he murmured, unconsciously rubbing the still visible bruise around his neck. His professional sensitivity from his previous life made him particularly alert to such anomalous phenomena, which resembled dust stirred up by a large-scale migration of animals. Unaji approached, stepping delicately on the dew-laden ground, her deerskin boots leaving faint imprints on the moist moss. Her stride was light, yet resolute, as if she were one with nature. Today, the girl had donned her spring hunting attire, the indigo cotton jacket imparting a sense of freshness and vigor. Although the jacket had faded with wear, it remained tidy, as if it carried countless stories. Its hue mirrored the profound sky, exuding an air of tranquility and mystery. At the collar of the coat, delicate silk threads are intricately embroidered with exquisite patterns, perhaps ancient totems or the dream she harbors within her heart. These designs shimmer faintly in the sunlight, as if whispering the innermost thoughts of Unaji. The cuffs and hem of the coat bear slight signs of wear, testament to its journey. It has witnessed Unaji's adventures in the forest and her intimate communion with nature. Each mark is a testament to her growth and her profound emotional connection to this land. Today it is said to snow, remarked Ai. She handed a bowl of congee to Guo Chunhai and squatted beside the stream to observe the water. The black pearl has been restless since last night. Guo Chunhai noticed that the stream was cloudier than usual, with fragments of dead branches and leaves floating on the surface. Oddly, at this hour, there should be roe deer coming to drink, yet not a single fresh hoofprint graced the banks. Er Lengzi, he called out to the village entrance. Go fetch Atanbu and bring his 1,000-mile. Er Lengzi, who was showing off his newly acquired wolf tooth necklace to Zhao Weiguo, dashed off upon hearing this. Zhao Weiguo approached, noting that the hem of his overcoat was drenched with dew. Hi Gu, my father just called and said something about the Hongqi forest farm. Before he could finish, the ground suddenly trembled subtly. Una Ji sprang to her feet, her empty bowl clattering against the stones. The three of them instinctively gazed towards the gray-yellow fog wall in the southeast, where dark shadows were stirring. "Mount up," Guo Chunhai commanded sharply, seizing the half-length rifle propped against the tree. When Ah Tanbu arrived with his old-fashioned telescope, the entire old Jingguo was set into commotion. The elder's expression changed dramatically upon a mere glance. His wrinkled face turned ashen. A herd of wild boars. Over 100 of them. The telescope passed among the crowd, and each person who peered through it gasped in astonishment. In the mist, the dark mass of wild boars surged over the ridge like a tidal wave, trampling bushes and snapping small trees in their wake. The leading beast towered over ordinary horses, its tusks glinting ominously in the morning light. "It is the Boar King." Atanbu's voice trembled. "I saw it once 30 years ago. It devastated half the village." The village bell tolled loudly, resonating through the air. Women hurriedly grasped their children, scrambling to hide among the cacti. The cries of the children intertwined with the frantic shouts of the women, creating utter chaos. The bell's toll echoed through the village, resembling an alarm that filled the hearts of the people with dread and unease. Women clutched their children's hands tightly, fearing they might get lost or harmed. Their eyes reflected desperation and helplessness as they stumbled towards the cacti, urgency propelling their steps. The children, frightened by the sudden turn of events, cried out loudly, their wails piercing through the tumultuous environment. As the women comforted the children, they quickened their pace, striving to find a safe haven. The area around the cacti swelled with people, all desperately pushing in, hoping to find a sliver of refuge. Some women, overwhelmed with anxiety, stumbled and fell to the ground. Yet they quickly rose, resolutely pressing forward with their children in tow. The entire village descended into chaos, with a singular thought in the hearts of the people: to flee from danger. The clang of the copper bell reverberated incessantly, seemingly urging them to hasten their pace. Meanwhile, the men sprang into action, seizing various weapons such as shotguns, machetes, and clubs, gathering at the thrashing ground. Although the elder, Half-Ear, limped along, his movements were surprisingly nimble as he distributed his specially crafted poisoned arrows from house to house, arrows of remarkable potency that he had meticulously prepared. Zhou Dashan hurriedly arrived with Zhou Erya from Zhijiatan to offer support, their horses laden with 2 bundles of spears, undoubtedly bolstering the morale of the group. "We cannot confront them head-on," Guo Chunhai decisively stated, quickly unfurling a map upon the grinding stone, then pointing at it. "The herd has moved northwest. They will inevitably pass through the Wild Boar Ridge Pass. We shall set an ambush there to catch them off guard." Upon hearing this, Anaji promptly took up a charcoal pencil, sketching an arc on the map while explaining, "The narrowest part of the pass is less than 10 meters wide, flanked by steep cliffs. If we can block both ends, we can trap the herd within." Zhao Weiguo wiped the sweat from his brow, anxiously inquiring, "How many people are needed to guard the pass?" Guo Chunhai scrutinized the map, pondering for a moment before responding, 5 skilled marksmen at the northern entrance, 3 at the southern. This way, we can establish crossfire and ensure absolute certainty. As he spoke, he marked the corresponding positions on the map. However, the most critical issue remained: how to lure the herd into the ambush. A heavy silence enveloped the group, as this was an exceedingly perilous task, with the potential for fatal consequences at the slightest misstep. Even the finest horsemanship would struggle to evade the relentless charge of a frenzied wild boar. Just as uncertainty gripped everyone, Anaji suddenly stepped forward, resolutely declaring, "I will go. Black Whirlwind is the fastest horse in the village, and I am well acquainted with the local terrain. I will surely succeed in luring them into the trap." "No," Guo Chunhai interrupted firmly, "I will go. Er Lengzi and Weiguo will each lead a team at the 2 ends, while Anaji commands from the high ground." Atambu unfastened a pouch from his waist, stating, "Use this. Wolf poison mixed with bear oil, applied to the arrowheads, will seal their fate upon contact." The plan was swiftly finalized. 5 of the fastest horses were selected. With powder bags strapped to either side of the saddles, the hunters outfitted 5 or 6 rifles with enhanced springs to ensure seamless firing. Anaji tirelessly crafted 20 poisoned arrows overnight, the tips imbued with a substance potent enough to fell a 300-pound wild boar. By midday, the scouts returned with graver news. The herd's numbers far exceeded estimates, with at least 150 boars. Even more alarming, after ravaging 2 granaries in Haixizi Valley, they had become increasingly ferocious, undeterred even by gunfire from the border patrol. "We must act swiftly." Guo Chunhai checked the flowering rounds in his magazine. "Once they wreak havoc upon the Hongqi Forest Farm, next will be Laojin Valley." As the sun dipped towards the west, the hunting party set forth, with Guo Chunhai leading on Black Whirlwind, 2 red flags hanging from his saddle to lure the boars. The chestnut horse of Anaji followed closely behind, while the young maiden carried a long bow slung across her back, the shafts of black arrows within the quiver producing a subtle clinking sound with the horse's movements. The wild boar ridge lay stretched between two rocky mountains, resembling a sinuous dragon, obstructing the path of those who dared to advance. It served as the essential route to the Hongqi forest farm, characterized by its treacherous terrain and jagged stones. By the time the group finally arrived, the sun had begun its slow descent, and the afterglow of dusk enveloped the cliffs like a golden veil, casting a haunting crimson hue across the landscape. This sanguine tint seemed to be nature's own warning, evoking a sense of reverence within the hearts of the onlookers. In this blood-red twilight, the wild boar ridge appeared increasingly enigmatic and solemn. Its towering cliffs loomed into the clouds, forming an impregnable barrier that safeguarded the tranquility of this land. The crowd gazed at this magnificent scene, a surge of inexplicable emotion swelling within them. A gentle breeze brushed past, bringing a hint of coolness while stirring the edges of their garments. They stood silently before the wild boar ridge, absorbing the formidable beauty and power of nature. In that moment, time seemed to stand still, with only the shifting blood-red light offering a narrative of an ancient tale. Guo Chunhai dismounted, grasping a handful of soil, rubbing it between his fingers to test its dampness and looseness, suitable for crafting snares. Er Lengzi, lead the group to dig traps at the northern entrance. Zhou, prepare for a fire attack. Anaji, take 3 skilled marksmen to the eastern cliffside. The group promptly sprang into action, each engrossed in their tasks. Anaji deftly fashioned several torches from dry branches and pine resin, carefully sprinkling a pungent powder atop them. Upon closer inspection, Guo Chunhai immediately recognized it as a specially concocted beast-repelling powder from the Awenki hunters, primarily composed of wolf poison and sulfur. Remember, he said, gripping Anaji's hand tightly. His expression serious. Do not reveal our position until the wild boar king appears. That creature is far more cunning than any human. The maiden nodded obediently, her fingers lightly brushing against his palm, responding almost imperceptibly. You must be careful too. Don't overexert yourself. As night gradually descended, the surroundings grew increasingly dim. Nevertheless, the group remained vigilant, diligently completing their final preparations. At last, the traps were set, and 5 Type 56 semi-automatic rifles were positioned at 3 vantage points. Their dark muzzles aimed toward the direction where the wild boar king might emerge. Anaji, armed with her poisoned arrow, lay in wait silently within the narrow crevice of the pass, her body melding seamlessly with the rock, as if she were a part of the very forest. Her gaze was sharp as that of an eagle, keenly observing the movements at the pass through the crevice. Her breath became almost imperceptible, as if she had merged with the essence of the woods. Moments ticked by, yet Anaji maintained her heightened vigilance. She understood that even the slightest lapse could result in failure, or worse, endanger her very life. At last, she heard the faint sound of footsteps approaching. Her heartbeat quickened in an instant, yet her body remained utterly still. She awaited the opportune moment, gripping the poisoned arrow tightly, ready to release it at a moment's notice. Zhao Weiguo lay prone on the highest rock, intently observing the distant movements through his 62-style telescope. As time passed, the surroundings remained enveloped in tranquility, only interrupted by the occasional whisper of the wind and the rustling of leaves. Suddenly, Zhao Weiguo's voice shattered the silence. They are coming. His tone, though low, was charged with tension and excitement. Instantly, the nerves of the crowd tightened, their gazes converging towards the southeastern direction. 3 miles away, Zhao Weiguo reported promptly. Guo Chunhai squinted into the distance, where the tree limbs swayed violently, as if a legion of soldiers were about to charge forth. Under the moonlight, the undulating canopy formed a distinct wave, rapidly advancing towards Wild Boar Ridge. Prepare, he commanded softly, mounting his horse as 2 red flags fluttered in the night breeze. Chapter 91. The Terror of the Boar Tide, Part 2. Heiyun, the black whirlwind beneath Guo Chunhai, stirred restlessly, as if sensing the imminent danger. Its nostrils exhaled white breaths, appearing particularly conspicuous in the moonlight, resembling wisps of smoke drifting through the air. Observing this, Guo Chunhai quickly leaned down to gently pat the horse's neck, striving to soothe it. His fingers could distinctly feel the tension in Heiyun's muscles, despite having endured numerous hunts. The sheer scale of the approaching wild boar herd unsettled its instincts. Steady, Guo Chunhai murmured, attempting to calm Heiyun, while his eyes remained fixed on the southeastern woods. The tremors of the ground grew increasingly pronounced, as if a formidable force was drawing near. The distant sound of snapping branches pierced the stillness of the night, echoing like a colossal bulldozer ruthlessly traversing the forest. At last, the first wild boar came into Guo Chunhai's line of sight. It was a medium-sized boar, weighing no less than 300 pounds, with tree bark fragments clinging to its tusks, clearly the vanguard of the herd. The boar paused cautiously at the edge of the tree line, its nose twitching vigorously, as if sniffing the air for any signs of danger. Its small eyes glinted red in the moonlight, exuding a ferocity and cunning. Guo Chunhai felt a tightening in his chest. He immediately held his breath, afraid to make even the slightest sound that might alert the boar. He stealthily tugged on Heiyun's reins, signaling it to remain quiet. The horse seemed to comprehend its master's intent, slowly retreating a few steps and carefully concealing itself in the shadow of the rock. The wisdom of the Orokin hunters had been passed down through generations. They understood the habits of wild boars well. Although their vision was relatively poor, their sense of smell and hearing were exceptionally acute. Thus, even the faintest odor or noise could alert the boars, potentially jeopardizing the hunt. The vanguard boar lingered in place for several minutes, seemingly assessing its surroundings to ensure no threats were present. Suddenly, a low, guttural sound reverberated through the tranquil mountain forest, a sound that seemed particularly jarring in the silence. In an instant, as if receiving some invisible signal, the entire herd of wild boars surged forth from the tree line like a torrent breaching its dam. Guo Chunhai's eyes widened in astonishment. He had never witnessed such a multitude of wild boars racing together. The scene was nothing short of breathtaking, the ground trembling beneath the stampede of the boars, while the air resonated with their thunderous charge. Even the loose stones on the rocky cliffs rattled down, as if the very world were shaking in response to the emergence of this wild horde. "Heavens!" murmured the fool perched on the cliff, his fingers instinctively brushing the trigger, as though he were poised to shoot. However, Guo Chunhai quickly raised a stern hand, signaling for everyone to remain silent, forbidding any sound. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, meticulously scanning the frenzied boar herd for the legendary beast known as the king of wild boars. According to a Tambu's description, this formidable creature stood over 5 feet at the shoulder, its tusks as sharp as scythes, and its thick hide could deflect ordinary bullets. As the herd approached its midpoint, the protagonist finally made a dramatic entrance. The colossal beast loomed like a moving hill, gradually coming into view. Its massive body was adorned with bristles that stood erect, as if showcasing its majesty to the world. As it charged forward, its corpulent flesh undulated like waves, leaving spectators in awe. Yet, the most terrifying aspect of this beast was its formidable tusks, curving like scythes and exceeding 30 centimeters in length, stained with dark red blood, as if it had just emerged from a fierce battle. Guo Chunhai estimated the creature's weight to be at least 800 pounds, 3 times the size of an ordinary wild boar. Faced with such a fearsome beast, Guo Chunhai did not hesitate to issue the command, "Fire." No sooner had he spoken than he urged his steed, the black whirlwind, to gallop forth like an arrow released from a bow. Simultaneously, Anaji swiftly ignited torches, hurling them towards the southern end of the narrow pass. These torches, soaked in medicinal powder, erupted into a pungent yellow smoke upon ignition. Startled, the boar herd descended into chaos, scattering in panic, their previously orderly formation collapsing in an instant. The wild boars rushed towards the northern exit as if it were their only means of escape. Meanwhile, Guo Chunhai wielded 2 red flags, darting alongside the herd like a shepherd herding sheep, skillfully guiding their trajectory. His movements were agile and deft, with each flourish of the red flags. The boars veered in the desired direction. At that moment, the previously stampeding king of wild boars seemed to sense something amiss and abruptly halted. Its immense body slid forward a short distance due to inertia before coming to a steady stop. Its colossal head slowly turned, finally locking its gaze onto Guo Chunhai. In its beady crimson eyes glimmered an eerie intelligence, as if it could fathom the thoughts and strategies of humankind. It fixated intently on Guo Chunhai, emitting a low, thunderous roar that reverberated through the air, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread. Suddenly, the wild boar king pivoted, charging towards Guo Chunhai like an out-of-control tank. "Fire!" The frantic cry of Anaji echoed from the cliff, laden with terror and chaos. In an instant, 5 rifles erupted in unison, unleashing a torrential downpour of bullets upon the swineherd. However, the wild boar king's speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, it was mere steps away from Guo Chunhai. With remarkable reflexes, Guo Chunhai swiftly raised his rifle, targeting the joint of the beast's foreleg, and without hesitation, pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat. 3 crisp shots rang out, striking the wild boar king's leg joints with precision. Yet, to Guo Chunhai's astonishment, the creature's hide was exceedingly thick. The bullets merely grazed its flesh, causing only a few splatters of blood, failing to inflict any significant damage. What in the world is this? A pig or an armored vehicle? he muttered in frustration, fumbling to reload his magazine. Despite sustaining wounds that left it bloodied and battered, the wild boar king's ferocity intensified, its fearsome visage now even more grotesque, as it emitted low, guttural growls, a clear provocation and warning to humankind. Rather than retreating, the shots ignited its rage. Its eyes turned crimson, and it let out an earth-shattering roar that echoed through the valley, instilling fear in all who heard it. With this defiant cry, the wild boar king surged forward with even greater speed, resembling a frenzied behemoth, claws bared as it lunged at Guo Chunhai. Suddenly, it reared up on its hind legs, towering over a human's height, its powerful forelimbs thrashing in the air, sharp tusks glinting ominously in the sunlight, as if to rend Guo Chunhai to pieces. Then, like a runaway tank, it barreled towards Guo Chunhai with an unstoppable force. In the face of such a formidable foe, Guo Chunhai's steed, Black Whirlwind, displayed remarkable agility. In this critical moment, Black Whirlwind deftly sidestepped the wild boar king's frontal assault. However, despite its swift reaction, the tusks still carved a deep gash into its abdomen, blood instantly staining the horse's belly. "Brother Hai, lure it into the pit," shouted Zhou Dashan from atop the cliff. Anxiety etched on his face. Guo Chunhai gritted his teeth, suppressing his fear, and forcefully turned his steed towards the designated trap area to the north. Knowing that their only chance of survival lay in ensnaring the wild boar king, the beast relentlessly pursued him, its hooves stirring up clouds of dust, leaving devastation in its wake. As the pit drew ever closer, so too did Guo Chunhai's hope. However, just 20 meters away from the pitfall, the cunning beast suddenly seemed to sense something amiss, abruptly coming to a halt before swiftly altering its course to evade the trap. "Oh no, it has seen through us," Erneng exclaimed in alarm as the poisoned arrow in her hand shot forth like a meteor, piercing directly into the wild boar king's right eye with unparalleled precision. The beast let out a heart-wrenching howl that reverberated through the valley, sending chills down one's spine. It thrashed its head violently in an attempt to dislodge the arrow, but it was all too late. Seizing the opportunity, Erneng loosed another arrow, this time striking the vulnerable spot behind its left ear. The wild boar king was driven into a frenzy, charging headlong into the rock face where Erneng had taken refuge. The impact was deafening, causing the entire wall to tremble and debris to rain down like a torrential downpour. Erneng narrowly leaped onto a nearby pine tree, its branches creaking ominously under her weight. Observing this, Guo Chunhai immediately spurred his horse forward, spreading his arms beneath the tree. "Jump," he urged. Without hesitation, the young woman leapt, landing perfectly in his embrace. They tumbled heavily onto the horse's back, causing the Black Whirlwind to stumble briefly, yet it regained its footing. The wild boar king, pivoting once more, charged again. Guo Chunhai wrapped one arm around Erneng while his other hand quickly pulled out a firearm, unleashing a series of shots that struck the beast's face, only serving to enrage it further. The creature rampaged like an uncontrollable bulldozer, toppling trees and sending rocks tumbling. The hunting party's formation was scattered, with the clumsy one nearly being hurled off the cliff, while Zhao Weiguo, terrified, ducked for cover. "Scatter! Scatter!" Guo Chunhai shouted, directing everyone to retreat. As the wild boar king perceived the humans withdrawing, it emitted a triumphant howl, leading the remaining swine out of the encirclement and galloping northwest into the distance. When the smoke cleared, more than 20 wild boar carcasses lay strewn across the pass, yet the most significant trophy had escaped. Erneng slid off the horse, her legs buckling beneath her. Guo Chunhai steadied her, noticing that her hunting attire was drenched in sweat, her expression one of unyielding frustration. "It was smarter than we anticipated," she gasped. "It almost thinks like a human." Guo Chunhai gazed toward the direction in which the wild boar king had vanished, under the moonlight. A broad trail of blood meandered into the distance. He crouched down, dipping his fingers into the dark red blood on the ground, noting its unusual viscosity. Erneng's poisoned arrow had taken effect, yet it was insufficient to bring down the massive creature. "Should we pursue?" The clumsy one limped over, a gash on his forehead from the falling debris. Just as Guo Chunhai was about to respond, the distant roar of engines echoed. Zhao Weiguo arrived with reinforcements from the Forestry Bureau, 2 liberation trucks brimming with militia, and astonishingly, a 53-style heavy machine gun mounted atop one of the vehicles. "Hi Gu," Zhao Weiguo called out from the window. "My father has dispatched a platoon. The county has even promised a helicopter by tomorrow." Guo Chunhai shook his head. "We can't wait until tomorrow. That beast has been struck by the poisoned arrow. It won't run far." He turned to the weary hunters, volunteers only. "Those who wish to pursue, come with me." To his astonishment, everyone stepped forward. Even the injured fool straightened his back. Anaji had already bandaged the wounds of the black whirlwind and was replenishing her quiver with poisoned arrows. In the moonlight, the girl's gaze was as resolute as iron. "So it is settled," she declared. Guo Chunhai examined the remaining ammunition, opting for a light pursuit with only the essentials. At some point, a tambu approached, holding an old leather pouch. "Take this. It is what remained from slaying the Bear King, a lethal gift for blood." Inside the pouch were 3 specially crafted arrows, their tips emanating an eerie blue glow. Guo Chunhai recognized it as the secret poison of the Orokin hunters, to be used only in dire circumstances. He solemnly accepted the pouch and entrusted it to Anaji for safekeeping. "Remember," the old hunter intoned, "that beast is no ordinary creature. It harbors the malice of humanity within its eyes." Chapter 92. The Fright of the Boar Tide, Part 2. The bloodstains glimmered in the moonlight like a dark red brook, guiding the hunting party onward. Guo Chunhai led the way, the black whirlwind's horseshoes wrapped in burlap, making almost no sound on the snow. Anaji's chestnut mare followed closely, the girl's longbow always drawn with an arrow, vigilantly scanning the dark shadows of the trees on either side. "Stop!" Guo Chunhai suddenly raised his hand, and everyone immediately reined in their horses. He dismounted and crouched to inspect the traces in the snow. The blood here had intensified, mingled with a yellow-green pus. The footprints of the wild boar king had become chaotic, indicating its faltering steps. "The poison is taking effect," Anaji murmured, her fingers lightly brushing over an arrow embedded in a tree, one of her earlier poison shots, still stained with flesh and blood. The fool leaned closer and whispered, "How far is it?" Guo Chunhai gazed towards a patch of oak trees in the northwest. "No more than 500 meters. It will need a water source. And ahead lies the moon pool." The group unloaded excess gear from their saddles, taking only weapons and a small amount of ammunition. Zhao Weiguo insisted on joining them, but Guo Chunhai sternly forbade him. "You will stay here with the militia, establishing a second line of defense. If it retreats, open fire with the machine guns." The moon pool, a natural pond nestled in the mountains, resembled a crescent moon, hence its name. As the hunting party stealthily approached the pond's edge, the sight before them made them all hold their breath. The wild boar king lay by the water's edge, its massive body resembling a black hill. It convulsed in agony at times, and at others, dug its tusks into the ground, emitting a low groan. "It is detoxifying," Anaji whispered. "Wounded wild boars seek out water to consume specific herbs." Guo Chunhai carefully surveyed the terrain. The pond was flanked by mountains on 3 sides, with the only exit being the path they had taken. The wild boar king had chosen its resting spot cleverly, backed against a giant rock, surrounded by deep waters on either side, and a broad view ahead, exposing any approaching intruder. "Divide into 3 groups," he signaled for tactical arrangements. "The fool will take 3 men to circle around the left cliff. Zhou Dashan will block the retreat with 2 others. I will draw its attention with Anaji from the front." The group dispersed silently. Guo Chunhai and Anaji crawled forward, inching closer under the cover of the bushes. 50 meters away from the king of wild boars, Guo Chunhai suddenly pressed down on Anaji's shoulder. The beast's ears twitched, and its nostrils began to flare violently. "It has caught our scent," Guo Chunhai communicated silently. Almost simultaneously, the king of wild boars abruptly lifted its head, its crimson eyes fixed intently on their hiding spot. This creature, despite its injuries, stood tall, its tusks glinting ominously in the moonlight. "Now!" Guo Chunhai bellowed, unleashing a torrent of fire from his firearm. The gunfire shattered the night's tranquility. The king of wild boars let out a furious roar, not retreating, but charging towards the source of the gunfire. Anaji released her poisoned arrow, striking its other uninjured eye. Now completely blinded, the beast, relying on its memory and sense of smell, continued to charge toward the thicket where the 2 were concealed. Guo Chunhai pulled Anaji aside, rolling to evade. The small tree that had concealed them was shattered under the beast's powerful strike. The others opened fire from the flanks, but the bullets merely bounced off the king's tough hide, leaving only small splatters of blood. "Aim for the joints," Guo Chunhai shouted, reloading his weapon. Anaji had already climbed a nearby oak, firing a specially crafted poisoned arrow from Altenbu. The arrow embedded itself deeply into the beast's hind leg joint, eliciting a heart-wrenching howl and noticeably slowing its movements. Seizing the opportunity, Guo Chunhai unleashed a series of shots at the same spot on its foreleg. The king of wild boars finally faltered, collapsing to its knees. Yet, it continued to lash out wildly, its tusks cleaving through saplings as if they were mere matchsticks. Guo Chunhai signaled for everyone to cease fire, gradually tightening their encirclement. "The final blow," he declared, taking the last poisoned arrow from Anaji. Affixing it to a long wooden pole, creating a makeshift spear. The king of wild boars seemed to sense the approach of death, suddenly growing quiet, its head turning towards Guo Chunhai. Even with its sight gone, the creature maintained an eerie dignity. Taking a deep breath, Guo Chunhai gripped the spear tightly, inching closer. 3 steps, 2 steps, 1 step. Just as he prepared to deliver the fatal thrust, the king of wild boars erupted with a final surge of strength, lunging forward. Guo Chunhai felt the tusks slice through his thigh, blood instantly soaking his trousers. Yet, he did not retreat. Instead, he took advantage of the proximity to drive the poisoned arrow deep into the beast's throat. The colossal creature emitted a deafening wail, struggling to rise. Anaji leapt down from the tree, swinging her hunting knife at its hind leg tendons. The others, including Er Lengzi and Zhou Dashan, rushed forward, raining down strikes with spears and axes. The king of wild boars' struggles weakened, and it finally crashed to the ground, splashing water around it. The beast that had terrorized the mountains and forests had ceased to breathe, yet its crimson eyes remained wide open, as if expressing a lingering defiance. Guo Chunhai slumped by the water's edge, the wound on his thigh burning with pain. Anaji knelt beside him, deftly cutting away his pant leg with her knife and expertly cleaning and bandaging the wound. Her fingers trembled, yet her movements remained precise. "It is over," she whispered, her voice tinged with exhaustion and relief. In the distance, cheers erupted. Zhao Weigua had arrived with the militia. The young gentleman gazed in astonishment at the carcass of the wild boar king, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. "My goodness, how many pots of pork stew could this creature yield?" he exclaimed. Meanwhile, the simpleton had already begun measuring the length of the tusks, while Zhou Dashan busied himself searching for something around the boar king's neck. As he uncovered a rusted iron ring, a profound silence enveloped the group. The inscription "Experiment No. 3" was unmistakably visible under the moonlight. "Just like those wolves," murmured Anaji. Guo Chunhai stared at the iron ring, and fragments of memories from his past life suddenly coalesced. In the early 1980s, there had indeed been rumors of certain research institutions conducting animal domestication experiments in the Khingan Mountains, which had later led to the escape of ferocious beasts due to inadequate control. "Bring it back to the village," he concluded. "We shall report it to the Forestry Bureau tomorrow." As they made their way back to Old Jinko, the hunting team resembled a triumphant army. The wild boar king's body was secured to a makeshift sled, drawn by 4 horses. Anaji and Guo Chunhai shared a ride on the black whirlwind, her arms wrapped around his waist, resting her head on his back for a brief respite. The village was already teeming with a welcoming crowd. At the forefront stood a Tambu, his weathered face radiating satisfaction. As the colossal beast came into view, a roar of jubilation erupted from the entire village. Blessings from the mountain god. Elder Banner shook a copper bell and sang an ancient prayer. However, Guo Chunhai found little joy in the celebration. His gaze remained fixated on the rusted iron ring around the boar king's neck, a heavy weight settling in his heart. The creature's extraordinary size, exceptional intelligence, and the almost human-like hatred reflected in its eyes seemed anything but a natural occurrence. Anaji appeared to sense his unease and gently grasped his hand. "Tomorrow, the truth will be revealed," she reassured him. That night, a grand celebration feast was held in Old Jinko. The meat of the wild boar king was distributed among the entire village, while a Tambu claimed the tusks, intending to fashion them into protective amulets. Guo Chunhai, nursing a leg injury, was confined to rest on the heated bed. Anaji brought him a steaming bowl of pig offal soup, infused with calming herbs. "Drink it while it's hot," she urged, blowing away the steam. "My grandfather says this soup can dispel fright." As Guo Chunhai accepted the bowl, his fingers inadvertently brushed against Anaji's hand. Their eyes met, and within that shared gaze, an unspoken understanding blossomed. The hunt had concluded, yet a greater enigma was just beginning. Chapter 93, The Badger Den Encounter, Part 1. The morning mist in Old Jinko flowed like melted milk, gently cascading beneath the eaves of the wooden cabin. Guo Chunhai squatted on the threshold, sharpening his hunting knife, the steel blade emitting a sharp sound as it scraped against the bluish stone, startling a few foraging sparrows. Squinting towards the mountains in the southeast, he noticed the accumulated snow beginning to melt, revealing the mottled black earth beneath. "Brother Hai," the simpleton rushed over, his dogskin hat still adorned with the frost from the previous night. "The buns are all fed. When shall we set off?" Guo Chunhai tested the blade, satisfied as it gleamed coldly in the morning light. "We shall depart once Anaji is ready with the medicine pouch." Just then, the girl emerged from a Tambu's cactus, a brand new pouch hanging at her waist, intricately embroidered with the traditional cloud patterns of the Orichan people. She donned a casual outfit today, a deer leather short jacket paired with canvas trousers, her hair intricately woven into a thick braid atop her head, accentuating the elegance of her long neck. Una handed Guo Chunhai a small cloth bag, saying, "This newly mixed hemostatic powder works faster than the last." The powder within the bag exuded a faint, bitter fragrance. Guo Chunhai recognized it as a blend of sanchi and some highland herbs. He carefully tucked it into his inner pocket, his fingers inadvertently brushing against a hard object, the protective talisman made from a wild boar tusk, which a tambu claimed could ward off evil spirits. "Shall it just be the three of us?" Er Lengzi brought over 2 awanki horses, already equipped with tools for badger hunting, a shovel, some ropes, and a few homemade smoke bombs. "Yes," Guo Chunhai replied as he inspected the horse gear. "Too many people can spoil the hunt. A steamed bun can outmatch 3 hunting dogs." The black and yellow hunting dog, Mantu, seemed to comprehend the praise and wagged its tail proudly. This dog was a descendant of the elderly man S. Arrow Fur, known for its small stature, yet exceptional skill in burrowing and extracting badgers, ranking among the best in the village. The trio rode out from the village, advancing north along the stream formed by the melting snow. Though the chill of February still lingered in the Khingan Mountains, the sunlit slopes had begun to sprout the earliest green shoots. Una pointed towards a distant birch forest. "I saw a badger den there last autumn. The entrance had fresh soil." Guo Chunhai nodded, the memories from his previous life confirming that early spring was indeed the prime season for badger hunting, as the sluggish creatures emerging from hibernation had lustrous, oily fur, yielding the finest quality badger oil. "I heard the cooperative's badger oil has risen to 8 yuan per jean." Er Lengzi calculated with his fingers. "If we could extract a nest, it would be enough to buy half a slab of pork." Una smiled slightly. "My grandfather says we must adhere to the rules when hunting badgers. We cannot exhaust their numbers and must leave some for breeding." As they traversed the birch grove, they found themselves before a sunlit earth slope, riddled with holes of various sizes. Mantu immediately perked up, sniffing eagerly along the ground, finally halting before a hole with a diameter of approximately 30 centimeters, vigorously digging with its front paws. This one, Guo Chunhai dismounted to inspect the entrance, noting fresh paw prints and droppings, confirming the presence of a badger. The three divided their tasks. Guo Chunhai would set a noose at the entrance. Una prepared the smoke bombs. Er Lengzi ventured to the rear slope with a shovel to seek potential escape routes. This was a time-honored awakens method for badger hunting. Smoke the main den, block the escape paths, and ultimately gather the catch. "Wait," Una suddenly halted Guo Chunhai, who was about to ignite the smoke bomb. "Look at this." She pointed to a peculiar scratch on the cave wall, resembling a mark made by a sharp instrument. Guo Chunhai crouched down, measuring the depth and direction of the mark with his fingers, his brow furrowing. It was clearly not made by a badger's claws. "Has someone been here?" Er Lengzi inquired as he leaned closer. Guo Chunhai shook his head, pulled out a small notebook, tore off a piece of paper, and placed it at the cave's entrance. A gentle breeze stirred, causing the paper to float into the cave, indicating it was a connected den with another exit. "Let's revise our plan," he said, stowing the smoke bombs. "Er Lengzi, you guard the southeast. Una and I will search for the rear entrance." 2 individuals, guiding a dog, traversed the hillside in search of clues, soon discovering another entrance merely 50 paces away. This opening was slightly smaller than the previous one, with the surrounding soil appearing freshly disturbed, as if recently excavated. Strangely, several metal fragments lay scattered around the entrance, glimmering coldly in the sunlight. One of them, picked up by Una Ji, was held to her nose as she mused. "A shovel head?" Guo Chunhai took the fragment from her, a chill running down his spine. This was no ordinary agricultural implement. Its edges were too clean, resembling components of some specialized excavation tool. A sudden flash of memory from a past life emerged. Records from the spring of 1984 indicated the presence of tomb raiders in the Khingan Mountains. "Let us keep this quiet," he whispered. "Summon Er Lengzi. We must explore this cave." Once the trio regrouped, Guo Chunhai succinctly relayed their discovery. Upon hearing the possibility of others having gotten there first, Er Lengzi stomped his feet in frustration, exclaiming, "Who dares to snatch our badger?" "It may not be for the badger," Guo Chunhai responded, prodding the metal scraps with a twig. "Observe the fracture. It resembles parts of a hydraulic breaker." Una Ji's expression shifted dramatically. "Are you suggesting it's grave robbers?" The Orokin people, guardians of the mountains for generations, despised 2 types of individuals: poachers and tomb raiders. The former disrupt ecological balance, while the latter desecrate their ancestors' peace. Er Lengzi had already seized a shovel, urging, "What are we waiting for? Let us investigate." "Hold on," Guo Chunhai interjected. "Let the dog go in first to scout the path." The hound was sent into the entrance, and soon a muffled bark echoed back. Guo Chunhai strained to listen. deciphering that the sound originated approximately 20 meters ahead. He retrieved his rope, securing one end to a tree outside and the other around his waist. I will enter first. You two remain at the entrance. He ignited the prepared torch, instructing, pull the rope if anything seems amiss. The cave walls were damp and frigid, the torchlight flickering unsteadily in the confined space. Guo Chunhai crawled forward, his knees and elbows quickly becoming sore from the sharp stones. After about 15 meters, the cavern unexpectedly widened enough for him to crouch. The sight before him took his breath away. This was no mere badger hole, but an artificial tunnel. The walls bore distinct tool marks, and more metal fragments littered the ground. Most disconcertingly, faint clinking sounds emanated from deep within the tunnel, suggesting that someone was indeed digging. As Guo Chunhai contemplated retreating, the dog suddenly dashed out of the darkness, clutching something in its mouth. By the light of the torch, he discerned it was a half of a detonator. This escalated the situation. Ordinary grave robbers would not possess such explosive materials. He swiftly tugged the rope thrice, their prearranged signal for danger. Before long, Erneng and Er Lengzi crawled in after him. Upon seeing the detonator remnants, the girl's eyes widened in shock. Should we go back to the village for help? There's no time. Guo Chunhai extinguished the torch. Judging by the sounds, there are no more than 3 individuals. Before he could finish, a muffled thud resonated from deep within the tunnel, shaking the entire cave. Loose stones began to rain down, and the 3 quickly shielded their heads. As the vibrations ceased, distant shouts of excitement echoed. It's opened! It's opened! Follow me! Guo Chunhai gestured for silence, admonishing, do not alert them. The 3 of them stealthily advanced toward the sound. Ahead, the tunnel took a turn, revealing a faint glow at its end. Guo Chunhai signaled for Er Lengzi and Erneng to conceal themselves at the corner, while he cautiously approached the wall of the tunnel. Beyond the bend, the space opened up into a naturally formed cavern, approximately the size of half a basketball court. 3 men, illuminated by headlamps, busily surrounded a stone platform cluttered with an assortment of tools, geological hammers, compasses, and a small generator connected to a power drill. Most striking was a pile of yellow blocks in the corner, unmistakably industrial explosives. Damn it, we've finally found it, exclaimed a man in blue work attire, enthusiastically slapping the stone platform. Old Lu was right. There truly is a Japanese military depot down here. Guo Chunhai's heart raced. Fragments of memories from his past life surged forth. In 1985, hunters had indeed discovered remnants of Japanese military facilities in this vicinity, filled with rusted weapons and experimental equipment. Lower your voice, reprimanded another man, wearing glasses. Do you want to attract the entire mountain? The third, a burly balding man, was attempting to pry open the iron cover at the center of the stone platform, exclaiming, stop talking and get to work. There must be valuable items beneath this lid that the little devils couldn't take when they retreated. Guo Chunhai quietly retraced his steps to the corner, briefly explaining the situation to Erneng and Er Lengzi. Er Lengzi, upon hearing this, grew agitated. Damn, these bastards are digging for treasure on our territory? Let's take them down. Stay calm. Erneng restrained him. They are armed and outnumber us. Guo Chunhai contemplated their strategy swiftly. These 3 were evidently not ordinary tomb raiders. Their equipment was too specialized. Moreover, judging by their accents, the man with the glasses seemed to be a technician from the city. Er Lengzi, return the way you came, ride to Hongqi Forest Farm, and fetch Zhao Weiguo. Have him bring the militia here, Guo Chunhai instructed in a hushed tone. Erneng and I will keep watch. Just as Er Lengzi was about to object, a thunderous explosion erupted from within the cave, followed by choking dust that poured into the tunnel. The 3 were left coughing, as they heard the men inside exuberantly shout. It's opened! It's opened! Guo Chunhai made a swift decision. There's no time. Erneng and I will go in first. You hurry and seek help. With that, he grabbed a shovel and dashed inside, Erneng closely behind, his hunting knife already in hand. The 3 men in the cavern were gathered around a newly blasted opening, oblivious to the 2 intruders sneaking up behind them. Freeze! Guo Chunhai shouted, pointing his shovel at the group. We are from the Forestry Bureau. The 3 men startled, but upon realizing there were only 2 of them, they quickly regained their composure. The balding man even grinned. Comrade, you've misunderstood. We are from the Provincial Geological Team, conducting an exploration. Nonsense. Erneng interjected sharply. A geological team using explosives? And specifically targeting uninhabited areas? The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses and, in a sudden motion, drew a handgun from his waistband. Since you figured it out, don't blame us, he declared. Just as the gun was lifted, Erneng's hunting knife flew from her hand, piercing his wrist with precision. The man let out a pained scream as the firearm clattered to the ground. Seeing this, The man in work attire seized a pickaxe while the bald man brandished a crowbar, both charging forward with malicious intent. Guo Chunhai swiftly dodged the pickaxe, countering with a shovel that struck the workman's knee, causing him to collapse in agony. The crowbar barely missed Unaji's hair as she adeptly rolled aside, retrieving the handgun and aiming it at him. Move again, and I will shoot. The situation momentarily froze. Seizing the opportunity, Guo Chunhai bound the workman with rope while Unaji kept the bald man at bay with her weapon. The bespectacled man pressed his hand to his wounded wrist, leaning against the stone platform, his face pale. Do you have any idea what lies below? It is of immeasurable value. Silence. Guo Chunhai barked. Stay put until the militia arrives. Just then, an unusual hissing sound emanated from the blasted opening, as if something were crawling. Everyone froze, turning to gaze at the darkened entrance. Chapter 94. The Badger Cave Adventure, Part 2. The air within the cave thickened ominously. The hissing grew louder, accompanied by the sound of something hard scraping against the rocks. Unaji directed her flashlight towards the entrance, revealing a shadowy figure writhing its way out. What on earth is that? The bald man stammered, his voice trembling as his crowbar clattered to the ground. Guo Chunhai instinctively pulled Unaji behind him, brandishing the shovel in readiness. As the light illuminated the creature, it emerged fully from the cave, a turtle the size of a basin. Its shell was an uncommon shade of dark blue-black, adorned with spiderweb-like golden patterns that shimmered with a metallic sheen under the light. A golden money turtle? The bespectacled man stuttered, momentarily forgetting his pain. This can't be real. The colossal turtle lumbered towards them, its pea-sized eyes glowing an eerie red in the light. With each step it took, the golden patterns on its shell flickered, as if alive. Guo Chunhai noticed a rusted metal ring around the turtle's neck, faint Japanese inscriptions barely visible upon it. It's an experimental subject, he muttered, fragments of memories from his previous life flooding back. Indeed, prior to their surrender, the Japanese had conducted biological experiments in the Khingan Mountains, injecting certain animals with special serums. Unaji suddenly tugged at his sleeve. Brother Hai, look at its back. Guo Chunhai focused intently, and to his astonishment, he saw a metal box affixed to the center of the turtle's shell, roughly the size of a cigarette case. Its surface rusted, yet structurally intact. The giant turtle exhibited no fear of humans, making its way directly to the center of the stone platform, stretching its neck while emitting a hissing sound. There must be something valuable in that box. The workman groaned, struggling to rise. The treasures the little devils have hidden. Stay down. Guo Chunhai pressed his foot on the rope binding him, the shovel poised threateningly at his neck. Try moving again, and see what happens. Unaji cautiously approached the giant turtle, her flashlight meticulously inspecting the metal box. A small latch on the side of the box had become rusted shut. She attempted to pry it open with a hunting knife, but the box remained immovable. Let us take it back to Grandpa for a look, suggested Guo Chunhai. This turtle might be. Before he could finish, a bald, muscular man suddenly erupted into violence. He seized a crowbar from the ground and struck fiercely at Unaji's back. Quick as a flash, Guo Chunhai leaped forward to block the blow with a shovel, resulting in a sharp clang as the wooden handle splintered. Unaji rolled to the ground, aiming her gun at the bald man. You're asking for death. The bald man sneered, raising the crowbar. Little lady, do you even know how to use that? The safety is still on. Bang. The gunshot echoed deafeningly in the enclosed cave. Blood erupted from the bald man's right leg as he incredulously gazed down, before collapsing to the ground like a felled tree. Unaji held her gun steady, her gaze icy. A girl from the Orican tribe can shoot since she was 5. Do you have a problem with that? The bespectacled man and the worker were utterly paralyzed with fear, lying on the ground without a hint of movement. Guo Chunhai was equally astonished by Unaji's precise shot, which had struck the muscular group of the thigh, incapacitating him without being fatal. Such marksmanship could only have been honed under the tutelage of an experienced hunter. The giant turtle, startled by the gunfire, withdrew into its shell for a few moments, only to slowly emerge again. It seemed completely indifferent to the human conflict, leisurely making its way towards the tunnel. Just as Guo Chunhai was about to intervene, a cacophony of footsteps and shouts echoed from afar. Hi Guo, Unaji. It was the boisterous voice of Er Lengzi. We're here. A dozen militia members rushed into the cave, led by Zhao Weiguo. Today, the young master was fully armed, sporting a submachine gun across his chest and a Type 54 pistol at his waist, resembling a soldier from a movie. Upon seeing the 3 captives and Unaji's gun, his eyes widened in astonishment. Did we come too late? You arrived just in time to clean up the mess. Guo Chunhai sighed in relief, pointing toward the blasted hole. There might be remnants of Japanese military facilities down there that require professional handling. Zhao Weiguo immediately dispatched 2 militia members back to the forest station to report, while the others secured the scene. Upon hearing the term military facilities, the bespectacled man suddenly became animated. Comrades, there are important cultural relics down there. We are. Shut up. Er Lengzi kicked him in the rear. Is there any justification for tomb raiding? Anaji, however, remained focused on the giant turtle. It moved slowly, yet with purpose, heading straight into the depths of the tunnel. Guo Chunhai followed, discovering that it had halted before a rock wall, beginning to dig with its front claws. Strange. Anaji crouched down, directing her flashlight towards the wall. Is it empty behind here? Guo Chunhai tapped the wall, eliciting a dull echo. He instructed a militia member to bring a pickaxe, carefully chiseling away the surface rock to reveal a rusted iron door. This was indeed a hidden entrance. The giant turtle, upon seeing the iron door exposed, let out a satisfied hiss and sluggishly returned to the center of the stone platform, lying still once more. Has this turtle turned sentient? Er Lengzi gaped in disbelief. Zhao Weiguo edged closer, rubbing his hands in excitement. Should we open it up and take a look? Perhaps there truly are treasures. Guo Chunhai remarked, but it is not advisable. He resolutely refused, insisting that the specialized authorities should handle the situation. The remnants left by the Japanese army may be toxic or contain explosives. Just as he spoke, the sound of an approaching car engine echoed outside the cave. Moments later, several individuals clad in protective suits entered, and the leader removed his helmet, revealing a stern, square face. I am Zhang Jianjun from the Provincial Cultural Relics Bureau. We are now in charge here. Guo Chunhai provided a brief report, particularly highlighting the giant turtle and the metallic box on its back. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jianjun's expression grew exceedingly grave. You have acted wisely. This indeed is a remnant facility of the Japanese 731 unit. That turtle is likely a subject of their experiments. Anaki gasped in shock. The elderly Orican often recounted the atrocities of the Japanese army in northeast China, describing them as a demonic force that conducted experiments on living beings. What about the box? She inquired. Zhang Jianjun shook his head. It must be taken back to the laboratory for examination. You have accomplished a significant feat. The province will commend your efforts. Before he could finish his statement, the giant turtle emitted a piercing squeak, akin to the sound of rusty hinges grinding together. It thrashed its limbs violently, attempting to dislodge the metallic box from its back. Guo Chunhai reacted swiftly, pressing down on the turtle's shell, while Anaki seized the opportunity to pry open the box's latch with her hunting knife. There is a piece of paper. She carefully extracted a yellowed slip from within the box. It bears writing. Zhang Jianjun attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Guo Chunhai took the slip and, illuminated by the flashlight, discerned a hasty scrawl in a mix of Japanese and Chinese. Experimental subject number 7, neurotoxin tolerance, enhanced 300, danger level A. Storage location 37 kilometers southeast of Laojinggu. Warning, do not open. Anaki's complexion turned pale. Brother Hai, what does this mean? Before Guo Chunhai could respond, a thunderous rumble resonated from the depths of the cave, followed by the militia's exclamations of panic. There's a leak. The lower area is flooded. Zhang Jianjun immediately directed the personnel to evacuate. In the ensuing chaos, the giant turtle suddenly quickened its pace, darting into the depths of the tunnel and vanishing into the darkness in the blink of an eye. Guo Chunhai attempted to pursue, but Zhang Jianjun held him back firmly. Forget about it. This place could collapse at any moment. The group hastily exited the cave. Just as they reached a safe distance, a series of collapse sounds echoed behind them, as a substantial portion of the hillside caved in. Once the dust settled, the thieves' tunnel and hidden entrance were completely sealed. What a pity, Zhao Weiguo sighed as he surveyed the ruins. There might really have been treasures. Life is more important, Guo Chunhai replied, patting him on the shoulder. He turned to Zhang Jianjun. That metallic box. It will be reported to the state, Zhang Jianjun stated solemnly. What you have discovered may pertain to significant historical issues. He then retrieved an envelope from his briefcase. This is a reward from the Forestry Bureau, as Deputy Director Zhao specifically instructed me to bring it. Inside the envelope were 5 job application forms, stamped with the bright red seal of the Forestry Bureau. Guo Chunhai glanced over them. The positions listed included technician at Hongqi Forest Farm, truck driver, security officer, nursery administrator, and mechanical repairman. Wow, Er Lengzi exclaimed, snatching the forms eagerly. Truck driver. This is a golden opportunity. Anaki fixed her gaze on Guo Chunhai. Are you going? Guo Chunhai did not respond immediately. He looked toward the undulating mountains in the distance, where lay the hunting grounds he had come to know in his second life, with streams and reindeer trails. Yet the spring breeze of 1984 had already reached the Khingan Mountains. The tide of the times was unstoppable. I will return to the village, he finally said, and discuss it with my grandfather. On the way back to Laojinggo, the hunting team was unusually quiet. Er Lengzi held the recruitment form, his mouth nearly stretching from ear to ear. Zhao Weigua incessantly extolled the virtues of the forest farm. Only Anaki rode at the back, her gaze drifting toward the distant birch forest. As they passed through a grove of large trees, Guo Chunhai suddenly reined in his horse. In a clearing, a giant tortoise lay quietly, its golden patterns on the shell shimmering in the sunset. It stretched its neck to glance at the group, then leisurely crawled into the underbrush, disappearing from sight. How could it be? Er Lengzi exclaimed in astonishment. Anaki spoke softly. The messenger of the mountain spirit has delivered the news. The task is now complete. That evening, a grand celebration was held in Laojinggo. After listening to the entire account, Atambu stroked his beard in contemplation, remaining silent for a long while. Finally, the elder simply remarked, "What is meant to come will come. What is meant to leave must leave." After the banquet, Guo Chunhai walked alone to the stream. The moonlight spilled like water, illuminating the gently flowing creek. Familiar footsteps approached from behind. Anaki sat beside him, holding 2 cups of mare's milk. Here, she offered 1 cup. Grandfather added soothing herbs. Taking the cup, their fingers brushed lightly against the cold copper rim. The girl's eyes sparkled in the moonlight like 2 clear springs, reflecting his intricate emotions. "Do you wish to go to the forest farm?" she asked directly. Guo Chunhai gazed at the moon's reflection in the water. "In my rebirth, I always thought that if given another chance, I would live differently. But now that I have truly returned, I realize that some things are even more precious than I remembered." Anaki appeared to understand only partially, yet she gently leaned her shoulder against his. "Grandfather says the Orokin people are like reindeer, ascending the mountains in winter and descending in summer, following the water and grass." Pausing, she added, "Now the water and grass have gone to the forest farm." Guo Chunhai felt a surge of realization. Yes, the spring of 1984 had arrived, and the work at the Forestry Bureau promised urban residency, stable wages, and medical security, irresistible temptations for those from the mountains. "I will choose the technician position," he finally declared, "to stay closer to the forest." Anaki chuckled softly. "I knew it. Er Lengzi will be overjoyed. He dreams of the great liberation." "And you?" Guo Chunhai turned to look at her. "What are your plans?" The girl gazed toward the distant mountains bathed in moonlight, her voice as gentle as the breeze. "I will go with you." The stream gurgled, carrying the coolness of the melting snow into the distance. 2 night herons startled from the reeds, their wings beating and shattering the tranquility of the night. Guo Chunhai suddenly realized that the greatest gift bestowed upon him by his rebirth might very well be the warmth of the Awenki girl beside him, along with the faint aroma of pine that enveloped her. 3 days later, a jeep from the Forestry Bureau arrived to pick them up. Guo Chunhai stood at the station with a modest bundle of belongings, while Er Lengzi eagerly climbed aboard, boasting to the driver about his driving prowess. Zhao Weigua busily distributed 34 great production cigarettes to the villagers, embodying the spirit of a true official. Atambu draped a brand new roe deer skin vest over Guo Chunhai's shoulders, saying, "Children of the mountains carry the essence of the forest wherever they go." Chapter 95. A new chapter in the forest farm as dawn broke and the first rays of sunlight pierced through the dense, primordial forests of the Khingan Mountains. It seemed as though a golden brush was gently painting dappled shadows upon the corrugated rooftops of the Hongqi Forest Farm. This enchanting sight resembled a masterpiece of nature, leaving one utterly captivated. Guo Chunhai slowly pushed open the creaking wooden door, and a rush of crisp air, imbued with the scent of pine and coal smoke, surged toward him like a torrent. He inhaled deeply, savoring the cold yet refreshing atmosphere that invigorated his spirit. Standing at the threshold of the staff dormitory, Guo Chunhai gazed at the scene before him. He watched as the vapor of his breath crystallized into tiny ice crystals in the biting cold of -20 degrees, only to dissipate like mist in the morning fog. This wondrous phenomenon left him in awe of nature's marvels. The staff dormitory of the Hongqi Forest Farm exemplified the architectural style of northeast China's forestry regions, with its red brick walls bearing faded slogans from the agricultural movement, testaments to an era long past. Thick frost clung to the base of the walls, resembling a silvery garment that bestowed a touch of winter's chill upon the entire structure. Beneath the eaves hung strings of dried chili peppers and sun-dried wild mushrooms, swaying gently in the morning breeze and producing a subtle rustling sound. These provisions were not merely staples for the forest workers. They symbolized their love and dependence upon this land. On the clothesline, several labor-worn work uniforms, now faded to a ghostly hue, hung with frayed cuffs and collars, bearing traces of pine resin upon their fronts. These garments bore witness to the diligent labor of the workers and revealed their unpretentious approach to life. Guo Chunhai tightened the deer vest around him, a thoughtful gift from a tambu upon his departure from Laojinko. The vest, crafted from the soft and warm pelt of a deer, provided him with a sense of comfort and care amidst the winter's chill. Sewn from the hide of a deer hunted last winter, the vest was lined with deer skin tanned by Onnegi's own hands, soft and insulating. He ran his fingers over a scratch on the vest, a remnant from last month's wild boar hunt, which had nearly pierced his chest with its tusks. Gently stroking the vest, he could almost feel Onnegi's dedication in the tanning process. Her craftsmanship was exquisite, with every stitch infused with her emotions. This vest was not merely an article of clothing. It was a profound connection between them. Clad in the vest, he reveled in the warmth it provided. On this frigid winter day, the vest enveloped him like the embrace of Onneji, instilling a profound sense of security within him. He understood that, regardless of the challenges he might face, Onneji would steadfastly support him. Stepping out of the tent and into the biting wind, he felt an invigorating surge of strength. This vest would accompany him throughout the winter, bearing witness to the love story between him and Onneji. Technician Guo. The resonant voice of old Wang from the cafeteria echoed from across the courtyard. The elderly cook, over 50, stood at the entrance of the dining hall, rhythmically clanging a large iron ladle against an enamel basin. Freshly made tofu pudding. I'll pour you an extra scoop of wild chive blossoms. Guo Chunhai smiled and turned back to fetch an enamel jar. Pushing open the creaking wooden door, the dormitory was still imbued with the lingering scent of the firewood from the previous night. Er Lengzi's bed was already vacant, the quilt haphazardly rolled into a heap, and a tattered automobile driving manual lay discarded on the pillow. On the adjacent wall hung a few yellowed and curled posters of beautiful women, torn from a calendar. In contrast, Guo Chunhai's bed was meticulously arranged. Atop the wooden box at the head of his bed rested several forestry technical manuals and an ashtray fashioned from a bullet casing. He retrieved an enamel jar emblazoned with the words model worker, marred by a noticeable dent from a playful tussle with Er Lengzi the previous month. Exiting the dormitory, Guo Chunhai noticed the garage door on the eastern side of the courtyard had come alive with activity. 5 Liberation CA-10B trucks were lined up, their hoods adorned with a thick layer of frost. Er Lengzi, clad in a brand new blue work uniform, the bold red character's safety production prominently displayed on his chest, crouched beside one of the trucks inspecting the tires. Ever since he became a driver, Er Lengzi had transformed remarkably, his formerly disheveled hair now slicked back daily, resembling a courting capercaillie. A leather holster hung at his waist, containing the tools provided by the forestry station, clinking as he walked with an air of undeniable swagger. Hey, brother Hai. Spotting Guo Chunhai approaching, Er Lengzi grinned widely, revealing his 2 prominent canine teeth. He brandished a set of car keys from his pocket, a wild boar tusk gleaming on the keyring in the morning light. Today I'll be running the Laojingo route. Would you like me to bring you some mountain goods? I'll check on that mountain ginseng you mentioned last time. Just as Guo Chunhai was about to respond, a sudden commotion erupted from the western side of the courtyard. Tuolab was leading several new recruits in practicing self-defense techniques in the open space. This Awanki man had rolled up his sleeves to the elbows, revealing arms adorned with hunting tattoos. Painstakingly inked with a deerbone needle and soot when he was just 16, each line representing a fierce beast he had hunted. Lock the wrist tight. Tuolab executed a flawless shoulder throw, bringing a raw recruit crashing to the ground with precision, reminiscent of his days toppling wild boars in the forest. When the assailant charges, don't panic, focus on their lower body. The young trainees winced and grimaced as they fell, but dared not complain. Tuolab's reputation in the security department was built on a foundation of genuine skill and folklore. It was said that on his very first day, he bent a rebar with his bare hands, leaving a few seasoned veterans in awe, promptly addressing him as Big Brother. The rhythmic clinking of metal echoed from the repair workshop. Guo Chunhai followed the sound and pushed open the slightly ajar iron door. A heavy scent of diesel and rust enveloped him. Gu Peiqian was crouched beneath a Dongfanghong tractor, his hands smeared with grease as he tightened screws in silence, the only sound being the metallic clatter reverberating through the workshop. Old Gu, someone shouted from the entrance. The drive shaft on vehicle number 3 is jammed again. Could you take a look? Gu Peiqian grunted in acknowledgement, emerging from beneath the vehicle and wiping his soiled hands on his trousers. This taciturn man from the Orokin ethnic group spoke little, yet his craftsmanship was exceptional. The antiquated machinery at the logging site often seemed to be resurrected under his skilled hands. It was joked that Gu Peiqian's ability to repair vehicles surpassed even the shamanistic prowess of Orokin shamans. Technician Xiaoguo. The loudspeaker suddenly blared, the harsh crackle startling the sparrows perched under the eaves. Report to the director's office immediately. Guo Chunhai strode toward the office building. Upon entering the director's office, he found Deputy Director Zhao sipping tea from a porcelain cup emblazoned with the word award, the steam fogging his gold-rimmed glasses. A newly hung map titled Planning for the Logging Area of Hongqi Forest Farm adorned the wall, the marks from red and blue pencils still fresh. Xiaoguo, Deputy Director Zhao said, tapping the map with his fountain pen. Could you assess whether this area of larch in the number 3 gully is suitable for high-quality utility poles? Guo Chunhai leaned closer to the map, immediately recognizing the location as the site previously plagued by tomb raiders. Just as he was about to gesture, the office door creaked open. Anaki stood at the entrance, clutching a damp willow basket. Her pant cuffs splattered with mud and pine needles clinging to the ends of her braids. She was not dressed in the Forest Farm's uniform, but rather in a deep blue hunting outfit, her waist cinched by a belt that accentuated her slender figure, and her deerskin boots marked with fresh earth. Samples from the nursery, she announced, setting the basket down and splashing a few drops of mud. The humus layer on the eastern slope is 2 fingers thicker than on the western side. Deputy Director Zhao adjusted his glasses, which had slipped to the tip of his nose. Comrade Xiao Wu, one should announce their presence upon entering. Should I greet a mountain sparrow upon entering its nest? Anaki winked, pulling out an oil paper package from the bottom of her basket. Grandfather sent these pine nut pancakes, best enjoyed warm. The aroma of the pancakes instantly filled the office. As Chunhai accepted them, he felt the calluses on her fingertips. This girl had been working at the nursery for half a month, her hands roughened, yet her eyes sparkled like mountain spring water. The technical department was tranquil enough in the afternoon to hear the sound of the pine trees swaying. Guo Chunhai was engrossed in filling out the wood inspection record book when a sudden roar of an engine broke the silence. He looked up to see a liberation truck, driven recklessly by Er Lengzi, careening into the yard, with a brown bear sprawled in the truck bed. Brother Hai, quick look. Er Lengzi nearly stumbled over the bear's paw as he leaped from the truck, his excitement infectious as he waved his arms. I encountered this beast at Er Lengzi. It was rummaging through old Zhang's beehives. The logging workers gathered around in a rush. The bear weighed nearly 400 pounds, with a chunk missing from its left ear. A seasoned expert at foraging, Guo Chunhai crouched down to examine the bear closely and discovered that the wound on its abdomen was not caused by a vehicle collision, but rather inflicted by lead shot from a shotgun. The injury had turned black and festered. It was injured, which is why it dared to venture down the mountain. Guo Chunhai pried open the bear's mouth to inspect its teeth, concluding, at least 15 years old, a male bear guarding its den. Unaware of when she had squeezed to the front, Anaji's deerskin boots lightly brushed against the bear's paw. It is protecting its food. This season, there are bear dens. Er Lengzi suddenly sprang up, excitement flushing his face. I knew it. There are always signs of black bears in the Linden Tree Gorge at Kedaliang. Guo Chunhai felt a stir in his heart. The term bear den is a hunter's jargon, referring to the tree hollows or rock caves where brown bears hibernate. Old hunters abide by a code not to disturb the dens, as it is believed to offend the mountain gods. However, the bear before them, the wound has festered. It won't last more than 3 days. He patted the truck's tailgate. Let us skin it and take the gallbladder. Wait. Anaji suddenly grasped his wrist. Grandfather said that an injured bear will return to its lair to await death. It is guarding its den. Their eyes met, and Guo Chunhai immediately understood her implication. This could be a mother bear with cubs. Without a moment's hesitation, he grabbed the 56 caliber rifle from the corner. Er Lengzi drive. Tualabu. Go find Zhao Weigua and ask him to procure 10 tranquilizer rounds from the armory. As the liberation truck roared back to life, the loudspeaker at the logging site was playing on the Fields of Hope. Zhao Weigua rushed out, tossing 2 military overcoats into the truck bed. 3 miles north of Kedaliang. Their SR lookout cabin. The key is on the doorframe. Inside the cab, Er Lengzi swung the steering wheel like a taut bowstring. Hi Go. What do we do if it's indeed a mother bear with cubs? In the rearview mirror, Anaji was sharpening an arrow shaft with a hunting knife. Upon hearing this, she lifted her head. The Orican people have a custom not to kill mother beasts that are nursing, as they are the roots of sustenance. Guo Chunhai stroked the rifle barrel in silence. The truck jolted along the logging road, its headlights startling a few night owls. The distant mountain contours gradually blurred, resembling an ink painting marred by water. Guo Chunhai gazed out at the fleeting shadows of trees, his thoughts drifting back to the memories of his previous life, the life-and-death struggle with the Bear King, which would be their greatest trial. Chapter 96. Bear dens. The engine of the liberation truck roared piercingly through the serene mountain forest. Er Lengzi held a cigarette between his lips. one hand casually resting on the steering wheel, while the other rhythmically tapped against the door, as if keeping time for the bumpy journey. The cab was filled with a pungent odor, a unique blend of cheap tobacco and engine oil. The gauges on the dashboard trembled with the vehicle's jolts, as if narrating the hardships of this route. "This road is even worse than the deer path at Laojin Go," Er Lengzi complained, simultaneously spitting out the cigarette butt and hurling a mouthful of saliva out the window. He turned to glance at Guo Chunhai in the passenger seat, who was intently focused on a yellowed map spread across his lap. Guo Chunhai's fingers traced along the contour lines of Kedaliang, finally resting on a spot marked with a red circle. He lifted his head and said to Er Lengzi, "At the fork ahead, turn right. And after 2 more miles, we will reach Linden Valley." Just then, Una Ji, sitting in the back seat, suddenly straightened up, her nose twitching slightly, as if she had caught a whiff of something unusual. Tension crept into her voice as she said, "There's a scent of blood." Upon hearing this, Er Lengzi immediately pressed the brakes, and the truck came to a sudden halt at the fork in the road. He swiftly jumped out of the vehicle and crouched down on the muddy ground to investigate. Before long, he uncovered some clues. "Look, these are fresh bear paw prints, along with traces of blood." Dipping his finger into the soil, he rubbed it thoughtfully and then said with certainty, "The blood is still wet. It must be no more than 2 hours old." Torab jumped down from the back of the truck with agility, gripping a loaded 5.6mm rifle tightly in his hands, resembling a cheetah poised for the hunt. His broad shoulders and robust arms revealed the strength and determination of an Orkin man. Narrowing his eyes, he gazed into the depths of the dense forest, as if he could see the secrets hidden behind the layers of leaves. A gentle breeze swept through the linden trees, carrying with it a faint buzzing sound that resonated clearly in the tranquil woods. Guo Chunhai and Una Ji exchanged a glance, and almost simultaneously exclaimed, "Beehives." Their voices, though low, were filled with alertness. The 3 of them instinctively spread out in a fan shape, cautiously approaching the source of the sound. Er Lengzi remained in the truck, the engine still running, ready to assist them at a moment's notice. Guo Chunhai led the way, his steps light and steady, each footfall carefully placed on the thickest patches of fallen leaves to avoid unnecessary noise. His gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, scanning the surroundings for any signs of movement. Una Ji followed closely behind, positioned to Guo Chunhai's left rear. Her hunting bow was drawn taut, the string stretched with an arrowhead coated in a special anesthetic from a tambu, exuding a subtle herbal fragrance. Torab took up the rear, his back pressed against a tree trunk, vigilantly observing the environment, leaving no rustle or breeze unnoticed. As they navigated through a dense thicket, the sight before them caused all 3 to halt in unison. Scattered across a clearing were 5 or 6 beehives, their sturdy wooden panels shattered as if ravaged by a violent storm. Honey mixed with beeswax flowed onto the ground, forming a sticky puddle that exuded an enticing sweetness. Imprinted in the honey were several distinct bear paw prints, seemingly narrating a fierce struggle that had recently occurred here. What was even more chilling was the presence of a blackened hollow at the base of an ancient linden tree, thick enough for 3 people to embrace. Hanging at the entrance were a few strands of brown fur, as if marking the trace of some mysterious creature. "Bear den," Guo Chunhai's voice dropped to a whisper, as if fearing to awaken whatever resided within, and it was alive. No sooner had he spoken than a low, mournful whimper emanated from the hollow, resembling a sound of pain. Una Ji's pupils dilated sharply, and she cried out, "Cubs!" Upon witnessing the scene, Torabu swiftly gestured for the 3 to disperse, indicating they should encircle the tree hollow from different angles. Their movements were light and silent, as if they had melded into the surrounding environment. Guo Chunhai cautiously approached the side of the tree hollow, preparing to lean in and inspect the situation within, when suddenly a faint tremor rippled through the ground. Soon after, the sound of snapping branches echoed from the distance, accompanied by heavy panting, akin to a colossal beast drawing near. "The mother bear is back," Erneng exclaimed, swiftly rolling behind a tree like an agile rabbit. At that moment, a massive brown bear burst forth from the forest, resembling a moving hill. The bear stood at a height of 1.5 meters at the shoulder, its body cloaked in a thick coat of brown fur, with a wound on its left flank continuously oozing blood. It reared up, emitting a deafening roar, its yellowed fangs glinting ominously in the sunlight. "Do not shoot," Guo Chunhai shouted urgently. "Use tranquilizer darts." Erneng's dart was the first to fly, striking the mother bear squarely on the right shoulder. The bear, in pain, swatted a nearby sapling aside and lunged toward Erneng. Seizing the opportunity, Torabu fired a second dart, hitting the bear's back. The tranquilizer began to take effect, slowing the bear's movements, yet it remained fiercely aggressive. It turned and charged at Torabu, its massive paws sweeping through the air, narrowly grazing his scalp and knocking off his hat. Guo Chunhai took advantage of the distraction, launching a third tranquilizer dart that struck the bear's neck. The mother bear stumbled a few steps before crashing to the ground with a reluctant whimper. The cubs in the hollow seemed to sense their mother's peril, emitting sharp cries. Just as Erneng was about to approach, Guo Chunhai pulled her back. Wait for the tranquilizer to fully take effect. 20 minutes later, having confirmed that the mother bear was completely unconscious, the three dared to draw near. Inside the hollow were two fluffy cubs huddled together, seemingly just a little over a month old. Indeed, she has cubs. Toribu wiped the sweat from his brow. Fortunately, we didn't heed those lumberjacks. In the distance, the sound of an engine approached. Er Lengzi was struggling to maneuver the truck through the woods. Before the vehicle had even come to a complete stop, he jumped out, shouting, "So how did it go?" Guo Chunhai pointed to the unconscious mother bear in the tree hollow, stating, 3 in total. Wow. Er Lengzi circled the mother bear, whistling. This big one could make quite a few pots of bear stew. Erneng shot him a disapproving glare. The Orichan do not kill mothers with cubs. I know. Er Lengzi chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. I was just expressing my excitement. The four worked together to hoist the mother bear onto the truck. Erneng wrapped the cubs in her coat and placed them in the cabin. As Er Lengzi started the vehicle, the cubs whined restlessly, prompting Erneng to gently stroke one cub's head and hum an Orichan lullaby. On the return journey, Guo Chunhai gazed out at the fleeting shadows of the trees, suddenly speaking. We need to find a place to shelter them. Behind the logging camp, there lies an empty iron cage. Er Lengzi remarked, last year, we confined that injurious lynx. Tua Lub nodded in agreement, saying, let's tend to it for now. When the cubs grow larger, we shall sell them to the zoo in the provincial capital. Erneng remained silent, clutching the little bear cub in her arms a bit tighter. Guo Chunhai, observing her expression through the rearview mirror, understood what this girl from the Orichan tribe was contemplating. In the eyes of her kin, the creatures of the forest are the offspring of the mountain deities. As the truck entered the logging camp, dusk had settled in. Upon hearing that they had returned with a live bear, the workers flocked to witness the spectacle. Zhao Wei was squeezed to the front, notebook in hand, exclaiming, Guo, this is big news. No one here has ever captured a bear alive. Guo Chunhai directed the crowd to lift the mother bear into the cage. Erneng carefully placed the two cubs beside their mother. As the effects of the tranquilizer began to wane, the mother bear emitted a deep, mournful whimper, instinctively sheltering her young beneath her. We need to feed her something, Erneng said. I'll fetch some cornmeal from the cafeteria. Zhao Weiguo volunteered. I'll go find the veterinarian to check her wounds. Gradually, the crowd dispersed, leaving only Guo Chunhai and Erneng standing before the cage. The setting sun elongated their shadows. Erneng suddenly spoke. They should be in the mountains. After a brief silence, Guo Chunhai replied, once her wounds heal and the cubs are older, we will send them to the zoo, and then, from afar, we can harvest her gallbladder before releasing her back into the wild. Erneng turned to him, her eyes sparkling in the twilight. Is that true? When have I ever deceived you? Guo Chunhai smiled. But we must wait until spring. If we release them now, they won't survive the winter. A smile finally graced Erneng's face as she reached up to tidy her hair, which had been tousled by the cubs, the tips still clinging to a few strands of brown fur. In the distance, smoke curled from the cafeteria's chimney. The melody of singing for the motherland emanated from the loudspeaker, as workers ambled towards the cafeteria. On this ordinary evening, the arrival of 3 bears rendered the Hongqi logging camp somewhat extraordinary. Guo Chunhai gazed at the mother bear and her cubs, who were now reliant on one another. And memories from a past life surged forth, of how this mother bear and her offspring had perished at the hands of hunters. Yet now, they had been granted a second chance at life. This realization filled him with a warm surge of hope. Chapter 97. Hunting badgers in the snow at 5:30 in the morning, a serene silence enveloped the logging camp, untouched by the blaring of the loudspeaker. Yet, amidst this tranquility, Guo Chunhai stood at the dormitory door, fully dressed, as if he had been waiting for quite some time. He rubbed his frostbitten hands together, watching as his breath crystallized into delicate ice shards in the frigid air, drifting down like ethereal snowflakes. These crystalline formations glimmered faintly in the dim morning light, evoking a dreamlike ambience. Today marked a special occasion for Guo Chunhai. It was his first day off since beginning his employment at the logging camp. He couldn't help but gaze out the window, where the snow glimmered in the morning light, radiating a soft blue hue, resembling a fairy tale world draped in silver. Suddenly, a voice shattered the tranquility of the dawn. Guo Chunhai turned to see Er Lengzi, bundled in a military coat and wearing cotton slippers, hastily emerging from the neighboring dormitory. In his hand, He carried a steaming enamel mug, the warmth emanating from it offering a touch of solace against the cold morning air. Old Wang from the cafeteria just made some millet porridge. Drink it while it's hot, Er Lengzi said, handing the mug to Guo Chunhai. Gratefully accepting the vessel, Guo Chunhai felt the comforting warmth seep through the thick enamel into his palm, gradually reviving his previously numb fingers. He took a hearty sip, the thick millet porridge sliding down his throat, enveloping him in a wave of warmth. The aroma of the porridge spread in his mouth, infused with the fresh scent of new rice, leaving an enduring aftertaste. Guo Chunhai smacked his lips in satisfaction, smiling at Er Lengzi in appreciation. Meanwhile, Er Lengzi busied himself tying his leg straps, his dogskin hat askew, revealing a few unruly strands of hair, lending him a comical air. Yet Guo Chunhai recognized this as Er Lengzi's charm. Though somewhat careless in appearance, he was undeniably sincere and warm-hearted. Where are the steamed buns? Guo Chunhai inquired casually as he returned the empty mug. Er Lengzi beamed, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth, and skillfully retrieved a semi-automatic rifle from behind the door. I've already fed them. They're waiting by the truck, he replied confidently, patting the bulging cloth bag at his waist. I brought 10 steamed buns, specially made by Old Wang, mixed with minced deer meat. The two men trudged through the thick snow, the crunching sound accompanying their steps as they made their way to the garage. The forest remained enveloped in slumber, serene and quiet, save for the tendrils of smoke curling from the cafeteria's chimney, adding a touch of warmth to the chilly morning. Upon nearing the garage, Guo Chunhai suddenly detected a faint rustling sound, immediately alerting his senses. Out from beneath the liberated truck emerged a yellow and black hound. Known as Mantu, its fur dusted with snowflakes, resembling a creature draped in a white cloak. Upon seeing its owner, Mantu wagged its tail excitedly, the swift motion reminiscent of a spinning windmill, dazzling to behold. Guo Chunhai's face broke into a smile as he approached briskly, crouching down to stroke the hound's fluffy head. This hunting dog had been a gift from Aunt Anaji, inheriting its mother's esteemed hunting lineage, particularly adept at burrowing to catch badgers, serving as Guo Chunhai's invaluable companion. A copper bell hung around Mantu's neck, ringing cheerfully with its movements, creating a melodious sound that resonated pleasantly in the stillness of the morning. Today, Guo Chunhai had risen early, preparing to journey to Sandow Ridge. He stood up, vigorously brushing off the snow from his clothes, as if to shake off the chill of winter entirely. He then began to meticulously inspect the 5.6 half rifle in his hands, a prized possession that he could not do without on his hunting excursions. Guo Chunhai diligently polished the gun's body, feeling the chilling cold of the metal components in the frigid air. He carefully wiped every nook and cranny, ensuring the firearm was in optimal condition. After all, the target this time was not as simple as the badger den discovered last time. The badgers within were quite cunning, and capturing them would require considerable effort. He silently resolved to procure a fine pelt for Anaji, his fiancée, who had long desired a beautiful garment fashioned from badger fur. Beside him, Er Lengzi grinned widely, revealing his 2 prominent canine teeth. Don't worry, Brother Guo. This time, I come prepared with a shovel and smoke bombs. We'll surely capture the entire badger family, he confidently declared. Once all preparations were complete, the 2 men climbed into the truck. As the engine roared to life, the exhaust expelled a plume of white mist, as if defiantly challenging the chill of the winter day. Er Lengzi skillfully shifted gears, and the truck gradually rolled out of the logging camp's gates, heading towards Sandow Ridge. Guo Chunhai, seated in the passenger seat, gazed through the frost-laden window at the undulating mountains in the distance. Bathed in the morning sun, Sandow Ridge appeared in delicate shades of pink, resembling a slumbering giant peacefully sprawled across the vast expanse of land. I heard the price of badger oil at the supply and marketing cooperative has risen again, Er Lengzi remarked, one hand gripping the steering wheel while the other retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, offering it to Guo Chunhai. 8 yuan 50 per pound. Guo Chunhai rolled down the window, and a piercing gust of wind surged in like a crashing wave, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Anaji mentioned wanting a badger fur hand warmer for winter patrols at the nursery, Guo Chunhai said, turning to Er Lengzi with a hint of affectionate amusement on his face. Er Lengzi chuckled and teased, if I were you, I'd get things done quickly. Didn't old Zhao promise you a family unit? You two could move in together. How cozy that would be. Guo Chunhai chose not to respond to Er Lengzi's banter, his gaze drifting to the white birch forest rushing past the window. The towering birch trees, with their pristine white bark, shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight, creating a landscape that resembled a world draped in silver. In his previous life, Guo Chunhai always felt he owed Anaji a proper wedding. This time, he was determined to give her the perfect ceremony, to compensate for the regrets of his past. The truck jostled along the snow-covered logging road, its wheels occasionally slipping and producing a creaking sound. After an hour and a half, Er Lengzi finally parked the vehicle beside a grove of pine trees. "This will do," Guo Chunhai said, quickly leaping from the truck. His boots crunched in the snow, producing a sound akin to a unique winter symphony. "The badger den we found last time is on the southeast slope, where the sun shines most. Badgers love to dig there." Guo Chunhai pointed towards the hillside, addressing Er Lengzi. Before he could finish speaking, Mantu had already dashed out like an arrow released from a bow, leaving a trail of plum blossom-shaped footprints in the snow. Er Lengzi cautiously retrieved a few tools from the truck bed, including 2 short-handled shovels, a bundle of hemp rope, several homemade smoke bombs, and 2 collapsible wire cages. These implements were specifically prepared for the purpose of capturing badgers. The 2 men closely followed Mantu as they made their way toward the hillside. The snow had risen to their calves, and each step required considerable effort to extricate their legs from the white drifts. Nevertheless, despite the arduous trek, they persevered onward. The forest was unusually quiet, save for the crunching sound of their footsteps on the snow. This silence was occasionally disrupted by the sudden flurry of a jay, which flitted past the treetops as if protesting their intrusion. At that moment, Guo Chunhai suddenly crouched down, his gaze fixated on a series of footprints in the snow. "Wait," he whispered, pointing at the trail with his finger. "This is fresh. It must be no more than 2 hours old." Er Lengzi hurried over, scrutinizing the footprints closely. They were 5-toed, each the size of a coin, arranged in a straight line. "Goodness, this badger is quite sizable," Er Lengzi exclaimed. Manta seemed to sense something as well, excitedly barking softly and eagerly charging ahead along the trail. Before long, they arrived at a sunlit earthen slope, dotted with holes of various sizes. The largest opening was as wide as a sea bowl, and the edges of the snow surrounding it were smooth and shiny, clearly indicating frequent visits from animals. "This is it," Guo Chunhai remarked, gently running his fingers along the claw marks at the edge of the hole, as if to connect with the traces left by the elusive creature. His voice was low and resolute, revealing a familiarity and confidence in this place. He pointed to another, slightly smaller hole about 10 steps away, continuing, "The main den is here. The secondary den should be over there." His gaze was piercing, as if he could see through the layout of the burrow. Standing nearby, Er Lengzi rubbed his hands together, excitement bubbling forth as he pulled out a tin can from his bag. He looked at Guo Chunhai and inquired, "Should we smoke it out first or dig?" Without hesitation, Guo Chunhai replied, "Both at once." He swiftly tied the hemp rope around Mantu's neck and instructed Er Lengzi, "You take Mantu and guard the secondary den while I smoke out the main den." Er Lengzi nodded, crouching low with the hunting dog as they cautiously approached the secondary den. His movements were light and agile, striving to make no sound, lest they startle the animals within. Meanwhile, Guo Chunhai knelt before the main den, entirely focused on clearing the snow from the entrance. His actions were gentle and meticulous, careful not to disturb the structure of the burrow. Once the snow had been cleared away, Guo Chunhai retrieved an oiled paper package from his coat. The package appeared somewhat worn, yet he clutched it tightly in his hand. He carefully unwrapped the oiled paper, revealing a mixture of pine needles, sulfur, and powdered dried chili peppers within. The powders were a special concoction of the half-year elder, designed to produce a pungent smoke when ignited. Guo Chunhai struck a match, and immediately a sharp, acrid scent enveloped him. Without hesitation, he thrust the burning pouch into the cave's entrance and blocked most of the gap with snow, leaving only a small opening for the smoke to enter the cavern. Before long, tendrils of blue smoke wafted from the side tunnel, indicating that Guo Chunhai's plan was unfolding successfully as the smoke began to permeate the passageway. "Something is stirring," Er Lengzi suddenly whispered, his voice tinged with anxiety. Guo Chunhai, alerted by the sound, swiftly grabbed a nearby shovel and hurried towards the source of the noise. Upon reaching the side tunnel, he beheld Mantu, bared teeth and a deep growl emanating from its throat. The creature was furiously digging in the snow, seemingly unearthing something. As Guo Chunhai focused intently, a gray-brown figure suddenly burst forth from the cave. It was a plump badger, roughly the size of a local dog. Its fur thick and shaggy. The badger darted away like an arrow loosed from a bow. Seeing this, Mantu sprang forward, attempting to intercept it. However, the badger was remarkably agile, effortlessly evading Mantu's grasp and continuing its frantic escape. In the blink of an eye, the badger reached the nearby thicket. It pushed off with its powerful hind legs, launching itself toward the brush like a cannonball. Just as it was about to slip into the foliage, Guo Chunhai reacted with lightning speed, sweeping his shovel horizontally to block the badger's path. "By heavens!" Er Lengzi exclaimed, raising his shovel to strike down. Yet the cunning badger executed a sharp turn at the last moment, deftly avoiding Er Lengzi's blow. Seizing the opportunity, it raked its sharp claws across Er Lengzi's hand, leaving 3 deep, bloody gashes. The pain caused Er Lengzi to nearly lose his grip on the shovel. At that critical moment, Guo Chunhai seized the chance. Lunging forward and pinning the badger's back with the shovel, his aim as precise as a lightning bolt. The badger emitted a furious growl, thrashing violently in an attempt to escape the shovel's grasp. Its strength was formidable, and Guo Chunhai sensed he might soon lose control. In that tense instant, Manta demonstrated its bravery once more. It lunged forward, jaws wide open, sinking its teeth into the badger's nape. The badger, pained, lost its will to resist and was firmly held in place by Mantu in the snow. Well done, Er Lengzi. Ignoring the blood trickling from his hand, hastily opened the wire cage. Guo Chunhai pressed down on the badger's front paws with the shovel, while his other hand grasped its short, thick tail, deftly tossing it into the cage. The badger thrashed violently inside the cage, its sharp claws scraping against the wire with a screeching sound. At least 15 pounds. Er Lengzi mused, weighing the cage in his hands. This height is enough for 2 hand tubes. Just then, Manta bolted toward the main cave, barking incessantly. Guo Chunhai's eyes sparkled with excitement. 34, there's still one. Emerging from the burrow was a slightly smaller badger, yet its movements were remarkably agile. It darted across the snow like a streak of gray lightning, while Mantu attempted to pounce, but missed repeatedly, becoming increasingly frantic. Er Lengzi seized a shovel to corner the creature, but inadvertently slipped on the icy surface, tumbling over. Guo Chunhai, remaining composed, readied his rope, but refrained from firing. Aware that a bullet hole would ruin the badger's pelt, he untied the hemp rope from his legs, fashioned a slipknot, and, seizing the opportune moment, threw it, successfully ensnaring the badger's hind leg. Caught it! Er Lengzi exclaimed, scrambling to his feet, disregarding the snow on his clothes, and rushed to help restrain the struggling badger. As the two were engaged in securing the second badger in a cage, a shadow suddenly darted from the main burrow. This badger was larger, its gray fur tinged with white, clearly an experienced veteran. Rather than fleeing immediately, it bared its sharp teeth and emitted a threatening hiss. Be careful, Guo Chunhai cautioned. Pulling Manta back, this old fellow will fight fiercely. The old badger, sensing its intimidation tactics had worked, turned to escape. Just then, an arrow whizzed through the air, striking the snow precisely in front of its forepaw. Startled, the old badger retreated, and from the thicket emerged a figure. It was Anaji. What brings you here? Guo Chunhai exclaimed, both shocked and delighted. Clad in her indigo hunting attire, snowflakes clung to her deerskin boots, her cheeks flushed from the biting wind. Grandfather said the weather would change today, so I came to see, she replied, gesturing towards the old badger on the ground. This one is old enough. Shall we let it go? Guo Chunhai nodded in agreement. According to the customs of the Awanki hunters, overly aged prey is to be released, a sign of respect towards the mountain spirits. Anaji stepped forward, retrieved the arrow, and gently stomped her foot. The old badger hesitated for a moment, then turned and vanished into the underbrush. These two will suffice, Guo Chunhai said, lifting the cage where the 2 badgers were still restlessly moving. Their pelts can be made into hand tubes, and the fat can be saved for treating burns. Er Lengzi leaned in, proudly displaying his bloodied hand. Look, I got scratched. This beast has sharp claws. Anaji pulled a small wooden box from her waist pouch, containing a deep green ointment. Grandfather prepared this. It stops bleeding quickly, she said, applying the soothing salve to Er Lengzi's injury, the ointment emitting a faint scent of pine. The trio gathered their tools and prepared to return. Manta trotted ahead, occasionally glancing back, seemingly still preoccupied with the old badger that had escaped. The wind in the forest began to pick up, causing the snow atop the treetops to cascade down, heralding a change in weather. It truly looks like a storm is coming, Guo Chunhai remarked, eyeing the darkening sky. We should hurry back. Suddenly, Er Lengzi pointed into the distance. Look over there. Following his gesture, about 200 meters away on the snowy slope, 7 or 8 badgers were lined up, leisurely making their way towards the mountain's summit. Leading the procession was none other than the old badger, periodically stopping to glance back, as if checking that its companions were keeping pace. The badgers are relocating, Anaji whispered. They sense a heavy snowfall is imminent. 3 individuals stood silently, observing the peculiar procession vanish beyond the distant tree line. Guo Chunhai suddenly felt the cage in his hands grow heavy. These spirited little lives possessed their own survival wisdom. As they journeyed back, snow began to fall sporadically. By the time they reached their parked vehicle, the snowflakes had swelled to the size of goose feathers. When Er Lengzi started the engine, it coughed a few times before finally roaring to life. They needed to hurry back. Guo Chunhai wiped the fog from the windshield. Noting that the snowfall appeared poised to intensify, the truck slowly ascended the logging road, its headlights illuminating only a few meters through the swirling snow. Guo Chunhai set the cage containing the badgers at his feet. The two badgers had settled down, their dark, glossy eyes glimmering in the dim light of the cab. Erneng gazed out at the increasingly dense snowfall and remarked, "That old badger has a slight limp in its left hind leg." "Yes, I noticed," Guo Chunhai nodded. "It might have been injured in a trap last year. It's remarkable that it has survived until now." Erneng's voice was soft, nearly drowned out by the engine's roar. Guo Chunhai understood her sentiment. In the harsh laws of nature, every surviving elder was deserving of respect. He quietly grasped Erneng's hand, noting the chill of her fingertips. Suddenly, Er Lengzi slammed on the brakes, and all three were propelled forward by inertia. "What's wrong?" Guo Chunhai instinctively reached for his gun. "There's something ahead." Er Lengzi squinted, peering through the flurries of snow, barely making out a dark figure squatting in the middle of the road. Manta began barking frantically from the back of the truck. Guo Chunhai rolled down the window, the cold wind mingling with snowflakes inundating the cabin. Upon seeing the shadow, he froze. It was the very old badger that had escaped. It sat motionless in the center of the road, gazing into the headlights. "How strange," Er Lengzi muttered, just as he was about to honk the horn. Erneng suddenly pressed down on his hand. "Wait." She opened the car door and stepped out into the snow. The old badger did not flee as she approached. Instead, it tilted its head to regard her before turning and walking towards the roadside, pausing occasionally as if beckoning them to follow. "Let us see where it leads." Guo Chunhai seized his gun and jumped out of the vehicle, with Er Lengzi hastily following. The trio trailed the old badger for about 50 meters until they arrived at a snow-covered gully. The badger halted at the edge, pawing at the snow and emitting urgent gurgling sounds. Guo Chunhai cleared away the snow and gasped. A jeep lay overturned in the gully, its body blanketed in a thick layer of snow, suggesting it had been there for some time. "It's a vehicle from the forestry station," Er Lengzi exclaimed. "The license plate belongs to the bureau." They hurriedly pried open the door, revealing two individuals curled up inside, unconscious for quite some time. Guo Chunhai recognized one as Technician Zhang from the Forestry Bureau. The other, clad in a military coat, was unfamiliar. "They're still alive." Erneng checked their pulses, but very faint. The old badger had vanished without a trace, leaving only a series of tiny footprints in the snow, leading into the distant woods. Guo Chunhai gazed at the footprints, a surge of indescribable emotion swelling within him. "Quick, get them into the truck." He regained his senses and, together with the simpleton, hurriedly lifted the injured person out of the vehicle, exclaiming that they must quickly transport him to the hospital. The snow continued to fall heavily, blanketing the world in a pristine white. The liberation truck turned around and sped towards the logging site. Its headlights pierced through the snowy veil, akin to a sword cleaving through the white void. Within the cage, the two badgers curled up quietly, seemingly aware of the urgency of the situation. Guo Chunhai gazed into the rearview mirror at the receding ravine, contemplating that the rewards of this hunt extended far beyond merely two badger pelts. Chapter 98. The startling boar at the logging site at precisely 6 in the morning. The loudspeaker at the logging site resonated with the melody of the East is red. Guo Chunhai fastened the last button of his work uniform and donned the red armband emblazoned with the words timber inspection on his left arm. The calendar hanging by his bedside indicated that today was March 14th, 1984, a Tuesday, in the lunar calendar. "Guo technician," came a knock at the door of his dormitory. "The site manager has asked me to take you to logging site 26. Upon opening the door, he found a young worker in his 20s standing there, wearing a faded cotton hat, his nose reddened from the cold. Guo Chunhai recognized him as Xiao Lu, the site's correspondent, and grabbed his tool bag before stepping outside. The bag contained calipers, chalk, and inspection logs, all freshly issued by the logistics department the previous night. The yard was already bustling with activity. A dozen liberation trucks lined up, awaiting the loading of timber, the roar of engines rising and falling in a symphony of labor. The simpleton leaned against the fender of the foremost truck, munching on a steamed bun. Upon seeing Guo Chunhai, he made a gesture with his eyebrows, signaling a clandestine invitation to share a drink at the canteen that evening. Logging site 26 is located at Kadeagu, Xiao Lu explained as they walked. It is the most distant operational area of our logging site, but the quality of the timber is exceptional. He lowered his voice. Director Wang specifically arranged this. He mentioned you saved his nephew. Suddenly, Guo Chunhai recalled the young man in the military coat he had rescued in the snow a couple of days prior, who was indeed a relative of Director Wang. He merely nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further comment. His past experiences had taught him that the intricate relationships within the logging site were best left unexplored. The mountain road leading to the logging site was packed tightly, with snow piles rising to half the height of a person on either side. After approximately 40 minutes of walking, the view opened up to reveal a hillside neatly lined with hundreds of logs, standing like soldiers at attention. A few workers donned in fur hats were adjusting the log stacks with pry bars, their breath forming mist in the morning light. "What technician has arrived?" A middle-aged man in his 40s approached briskly, his work clothes stained with resin. "I am Lao Ma, the director of Logging Site 26. We have been eagerly awaiting your arrival." As they shook hands, Guo Chunhai noticed that Lao Ma was missing a little finger on his right hand, a common injury among seasoned lumberjacks. Adjacent to the logging site was a makeshift shelter constructed from logs, housing an iron stove, with safety operation protocols and timber grading standards hanging on the walls. "Please, take a moment to rest," Lao Ma offered, pouring a jug of hot tea. "I shall go fetch the inspection team for an introduction." Seizing this opportunity, Guo Chunhai surveyed the shelter. In the corner, several burlap sacks lay piled, revealing golden yellow pine nuts. A few expired issues of the Heilongjiang Daily were tacked to the wall, with numbers hastily scribbled in pencil at the headlines. The most striking feature was the glistening curved saw hanging behind the door, its teeth gleaming coldly. "This is our inspection team: Old Huang, Xiao Li, and Xiao Zhang." Lao Ma brought in 3 workers, saying, "From now on, you will follow your commands." Old Huang, a lean man in his 50s, possessed remarkably bright eyes. Xiao Li wore a pair of broken glasses, patched with tape. Xiao Zhang, the youngest, appeared to be under 20 and still bore the innocence of youth. The 3 stood awkwardly, awaiting instructions from Guo Chunhai. "Just follow the rules," Guo Chunhai said, pulling out a caliper. "Today, we will first examine the second-grade timber." The group proceeded to the lumber yard. In the biting cold of -20 degrees, a thin frost coated the surface of the logs. Old Huang skillfully struck the wood with the back of his axe, discerning the sound to determine if there were any cavities within. Xiao Li was tasked with measuring the diameter, while Xiao Zhang followed Guo Chunhai, learning to identify growth rings and knots. "This one qualifies as first-grade timber," Guo Chunhai remarked. Marking a straight red pine with a white circle, the growth rings are even, with no resin pockets. The work proved less strenuous than anticipated. Within 2 hours, they had inspected 3 stacks of timber. As Guo Chunhai crouched before a larch to inspect for insect holes, a commotion erupted from the east side of the lumber yard. "Wild boar! It's charging!" someone shouted. The workers scattered like ants from a disturbed nest, rushing towards the shed. Lao Ma came running, breathless. "Technician Guo, quick, hide. There's a wild boar weighing over 300 pounds, with tusks as long as chopsticks." Unperturbed, Guo Chunhai placed the caliper down. Reaching into his tool bag for an oiled paper package containing the jerky prepared for him by Wanaji, which he typically enjoyed as a snack, he tore off a small piece and tossed it to the guard dog, which sniffed and immediately wagged its tail in excitement. "Lead the way," Guo Chunhai said, patting the dog on the head, then turning to Lao Ma. "Do you have a gun?" Lao Ma's eyes widened in disbelief. "You intend to shoot the wild boar? That creature is quite fierce. Last month, it broke Old Li's leg in her daegu." Guo Chunhai had already moved towards the shed. Retrieving the curved saw that hung on the wall, he tested the saw blade's elasticity and nodded in satisfaction. "This will suffice." "This is unthinkable," Lao Ma exclaimed, wringing his hands. "Should I send someone to the headquarters to call the security department?" Guo Chunhai remained silent, pulling a length of hemp rope from his pocket and swiftly tying a noose around the saw handle. At that moment, a loud crash echoed from a distance, followed by the startled cries of workers. The wild boar had begun to ravage the timber stacks. "Are you really going to?" Lao Ma's words trailed off as Guo Chunhai strode purposefully towards the source of the noise. The guard dog seemed to understand, sprinting ahead to lead the way. After turning around several stacks of timber, Guo Chunhai raised an eyebrow at the sight before him. A massive boar was violently crashing into the timber piles. It stood 80 centimeters tall at the shoulder, its bristly black-brown mane standing erect, and its 2 curved tusks glinted in the sunlight. Most striking was a notch in its left ear, as if a fierce beast had torn away a piece of it. "A solitary boar," Guo Chunhai murmured to himself. Experience has taught him that adult boars expelled from their groups are the most dangerous. Upon noticing the intruder, the wild boar instantaneously halted its destruction of the wooden pile and turned its attention towards Guo Chunhai. It pawed the ground with its front hooves, exhaling mist from its nostrils, while its small eyes glimmered with a ferocious light. The guard dog, terrified, retreated with a whimper to hide behind the wooden pile. Guo Chunhai, unfazed, calmly retrieved a piece of dried meat from his pocket and tossed it onto the snow-covered ground, 5 meters away from the wild boar. The boar, cautious, sniffed the air and suddenly charged forward. Just as it lowered its head to investigate the meat, Guo Chunhai swiftly launched a bow saw rope, deftly ensnaring the boar's right front leg. With a forceful tug, he caused the boar to lose its balance and crash into the snow with a thud. It thrashed violently, the saw blade leaving several gashes on its leg, only serving to incite its fury further. The wild boar roared as it lunged at Guo Chunhai, its tusks aimed directly at his abdomen. In a critical moment, Guo Chunhai sidestepped and seized a pry bar embedded in the snow, striking the boar fiercely on its snout, the most sensitive area of its body. The boar, in pain, spun around twice before charging again. This time, Guo Chunhai did not evade. Instead, he surged towards the boar, leaping at the last moment and driving his right knee heavily into its neck. Man and beast tumbled through the snow, sending flurries of white powder into the air. The workers, sheltered behind the wooden pile, watched in astonishment. Old Ma slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Quick, fetch an axe." The boar's tusks tore through Guo Chunhai's cotton pants, leaving a bloody mark on his leg. Seizing the opportunity, Guo Chunhai grasped the boar's right ear and pressed its head into the snow with all his weight. The boar struggled desperately, its hind hooves digging a deep pit in the snow. Just as they were locked in this stalemate, the guard dog suddenly dashed out, biting the boar's tail. Distracted by the pain, the boar lost focus, and Guo Chunhai seized the moment to draw his hunting knife, cleanly plunging it into the boar's neck. Hot blood gushed forth, creating grotesque patterns in the snow. The boar thrashed for several more minutes before finally collapsing, exhaling its last breath of mist. Guo Chunhai, panting, rose to his feet. Realizing that his cotton jacket was soaked with sweat, he wiped the blood from his hunting knife and instructed Old Ma, who had rushed over. "Call for people to clean up. Let's give everyone an extra meal at noon." Only then did the workers muster the courage to approach. Old Huang crouched down to inspect the boar, exclaiming in wonder, "What a beast! These tusks could serve as a scraper." Little Li adjusted his glasses, staring at the broken leg. "Guo, were you a hunter before?" Little Zhang, utterly astonished, was left speechless. Guo Chunhai offered little explanation, merely reminding them to extract the boar's gallbladder intact, as Ji had mentioned it would be used for medicinal purposes. He bent down to retrieve the bow saw lodged in the snow, the blade still stained with the boar's blood. On the way back to the workers' cabin, the guard dog affectionately rubbed against Guo Chunhai's pant leg. Old Ma handed over a warm towel, hesitating to speak. Guo Chunhai understood his unspoken question and simply smiled. "I often dealt with wild boars back in Laojin Go." As he spoke, a jeep from the facility roared into view. Zhao Weiguo jumped out, brandishing a Type 54 pistol. "Guo, I heard you faced a wild boar alone. Are you all right?" Guo Chunhai shook his head and pointed to the boar being loaded onto a cart. "Perfect timing. Take the boar's gallbladder to Ji." Zhao Weiguo leaned closer to examine the wild boar's wound, gasping in astonishment. "Goodness, a swift death indeed." He lowered his voice. "My father mentioned that the leaders from the Forestry Bureau are coming tonight, specifically requesting to see you." Guo Chunhai furrowed his brow. Memories from his previous life reminded him that a monitoring team from the Forestry Bureau had indeed visited in the spring of 1984, but it had not heralded good tidings. He brushed the snowflakes off his clothes, saying, "Let's focus on work. The inspection records are still incomplete." By noon, the enticing aroma of stewed meat wafted through the air. Workers gathered around a large iron pot, their bowls filled with glistening chunks of wild boar meat. Guo Chunhai sat alone on a wooden stack, nibbling on a steamed bun. With the inspection record book spread across his lap, the distant mountains undulated like frozen waves. A fleeting memory from his past life surfaced, when he had just become a technician and encountered a wild boar in the same place. Unlike that time, he had fired a shot, only to be criticized by the inspection team for wasting ammunition. "Technician Guo." Old Ma approached him, holding a bowl containing specially reserved pig liver and heart meat. "Eat it while it's hot." Guo Chunhai accepted the bowl, the steaming aroma enveloping him. He picked up a piece of liver and suddenly recalled what Anaji had said, that wild boar liver pairs exquisitely with mountain leeks. For reasons unknown, he found himself thinking of that girl from the Awenki tribe. The afternoon inspection proceeded remarkably smoothly. The workers regarded Guo Chunhai with newfound respect, even the wheeliest of them. Old Huang acted with decorum. As the sun began to set, a jeep from the field office arrived to take Guo Chunhai back to meet the leaders. "There might be a drinking session tonight," Zhao Weiguo whispered. "My father mentioned that the director brought Mount I." Guo Chunhai nodded, gathering his tools. Before boarding the vehicle, he glanced back at the workers still engrossed in their tasks, smoke curling upwards, while the wild boar's hide hung outside the shed, gleaming in the sunset. As the jeep pulled away from the field, the guard dog chased after it for quite a distance. Guo Chunhai looked into the rearview mirror at the increasingly distant No. 26 field, fully aware that today's encounter had solidified his standing in the forest station. Yet, he understood that greater challenges lay ahead. Chapter 99. Valley of the Wolves. At 4 in the morning, the forest station remained shrouded in darkness. Save for the dim light emanating from the metal shed beside the garage, Er Lengzi squatted beside the liberation truck, a flashlight clenched in his mouth. As he poured antifreeze diesel into the fuel tank, the breath he exhaled swirled in the beam of the flashlight, crystallizing into tiny ice shards on his brows. Add 2 more barrels, Guo Chunhai said, approaching with a military water bottle filled with steaming ginger syrup. Today, we're heading to the Valley of the Wolves. It'll take at least 6 hours round trip. Er Lengzi took the bottle and gulped, wincing at the heat. Don't worry, Guo. I brought a spare fuel drum. He patted the canvas-covered oil drum in the truck bed, enough for a round trip with some leftover. The garage door swung open, and Tualuo and Guo Peiqian entered, one after the other. Tualuo carried 2 Type 56 rifles, their barrels wrapped in twine to reduce glare. Guo Peiqian held a canvas bag filled with modified traps and steel snares. Has Anaji not come? Er Lengzi craned his neck to look behind them. Guo Chunhai tightened his leg straps and remarked, this time it's exceedingly perilous. He accepted the rifle handed to him by Tualuo, skillfully inspecting the chamber. She remains at the nursery, observing the movements near Leopard Cliff. Japakian silently placed a canvas bag into the truck bed and retrieved an oiled paper package from his pocket. Medicine, he stated. Upon opening it, Guo Chunhai discovered hemostatic powder and detoxification pills, wrapped in birch bark, exuding a faint herbal aroma. He carefully tucked it into his inner pocket, alongside a wild boar gallbladder and a pinch of salt, traditional gear for the Orokin hunters. As the truck exited the logging yard, the eastern sky was just beginning to blush with the dawn. Er Lengzi gripped the steering wheel, humming a tuneless revolutionary song. Guo Chunhai sat in the passenger seat, a hand-drawn map spread across his lap, with several mountain routes marked in red and blue pencil. We'll take the old Jingo Fork, he pointed to a dashed line on the map, and circumvent the patrols via the leeward slope. Tualuo leaned forward from the back seat. I've heard that the forest police are cracking down on poachers lately? Yes, near Leopard Cliff. Guo Chunhai folded the map. So we'll hunt wolves first. A silence enveloped the truck's cabin. In Orokin folklore, wolves are messengers of the mountain deity. Seasoned hunters seldom pursue them unless absolutely necessary. However, this situation was unique, as the Forestry Bureau's mission concerned the welfare of the entire logging area, and they had made a promise. When the sun rose, the truck halted at an abandoned logging camp, beyond which dense forest rendered further passage impossible. The 4 men disembarked to organize their gear, their breath forming clouds in the morning light. Japakian unloaded several wooden crates from the truck bed, containing ammunition, compressed biscuits, and several bottles of high-proof liquor, which served both for disinfection and warmth in extreme conditions. 30 rounds for each. Guo Chunhai distributed the ammunition, 10 regular rounds, and 20 hollow points. He gave a pointed glance to Er Lengzi. Conserve your shots. Er Lengzi grinned as he accepted the bullets, diligently loading them into his magazine. Don't worry, Guo. My aim is spot on now. After checking his firearm, Tualuo took out a tin box from his backpack, filled with a dark paste. Wolf fat. For applying on your boots to prevent slipping. Each man smeared a layer of wolf fat onto the soles of their boots, and a pungent odor permeated the air. Guo Chunhai crouched down to tighten Er Lengzi's shoelaces. The terrain in the Wolf Valley is intricate. Stay close and don't fall behind. Traversing through a large forest, the snow beneath their feet gradually thickened. Tualuo led the way, akin to an experienced moose, each step precisely placed on the shallower patches of snow. Japakian brought up the rear, occasionally glancing back to ensure no beasts were following them. By midday, they ascended a ridge. Guo Chunhai raised his binoculars. Nestled between 2 mountains lay the fabled Wolf Valley. Mist swirled within the valley, revealing glimpses of exposed black rocks, resembling the fangs of a colossal beast. Let us eat, Guo Chunhai suggested, finding a wind-sheltered rock, where the 4 men gathered in a circle. Er Lengzi procured several frozen buns from his coat, skewering them on branches to roast. Japakian produced a piece of dried venison, slicing it thinly with his hunting knife to share among them. Look over there. Torub suddenly lowered his voice, pointing towards a grove of birch trees at the valley's bottom. Through the binoculars, 7 or 8 gray shadows flitted among the trees, their movements as fluid as flowing mercury. Guo Chunhai counted, noting at least 9 wolves, one of which was significantly larger, with a shoulder height of about 80 centimeters, presumably the alpha. That's too many, he remarked, lowering the binoculars. We should move to another location. Er Lengzi, feeling anxious, protested, we've been searching for ages. A pack of more than 5 poses a danger, Torab explained. They can split up and encircle us. The 4 continued along the ridge. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Jepakian suddenly crouched down, pointing at a series of tracks in the snow. Lone wolf, he said. Guo Chunhai examined the prints closely. They were much larger than a dog's, with a wide stride, indicating they belonged to an adult male wolf. More crucially, the edges of the prints were remarkably clear, untouched by the wind, suggesting they were made no more than an hour ago. Let's follow it. Guo Chunhai signaled for a dispersed formation. Er Lengzi, take the left path with me. Torab and Jepakian will go right, maintaining a distance of 20 meters. Tracking proved more challenging than anticipated. The wolf seemed to sense danger, carefully navigating over rocks and fallen trees to minimize its tracks in the snow. Several times, Guo Chunhai nearly lost the trail, relying on Jepakian's keen sense of smell to relocate it. As the sun dipped in the west, they arrived at a rocky outcrop. Massive granite boulders scattered across the slope created a natural labyrinth. Guo Chunhai gestured for everyone to halt, retrieving a small iron box from his pocket, containing a wolf lure made from a mixture of estrus female wolf urine and musk, gifted by the old man. Wait here, he instructed, handing the box to Jepakian. I'll scout the terrain ahead. Just as Guo Chunhai climbed atop a boulder, he heard Er Lengzi's stifled gasp. He immediately crouched down, spotting a gray wolf lounging on a flat stone about 30 meters away, basking in the sun, completely unaware of the impending danger. The wolf was even larger than Guo Chunhai had anticipated, its fur glimmering silver in the sunlight, with a notch missing from its left ear, a likely souvenir from a struggle for dominance. To his delight, 2 smaller wolves were sprawled behind the rock, presumably its subordinates. 3 against 4, the odds seemed favorable. Guo Chunhai stealthily descended the boulder, signaling to the others to convey the situation. Torab nodded. Removing his rifle from his back, Jepakian began setting traps, placing wire snares along likely escape routes. Er Lengzi, Guo Chunhai whispered, you take the smaller one on the left, aim for its chest. Er Lengzi licked his lips, nervously rubbing the trigger with his finger. I'm a bit anxious. Guo Chunhai patted his shoulder reassuringly. Just think of it as target practice. Remember, switch positions immediately after you fire. The 4 dispersed into their positions. Guo Chunhai found a vantage point on a rock. His rifle's muzzle slowly aimed at the largest male wolf. Taking a deep breath, he felt his heartbeat steady, his index finger gently resting on the trigger. Bang! The gunshot echoed sharply in the quiet valley. Almost simultaneously, the rifles of Torab and Er Lengzi fired as well. Guo Chunhai distinctly observed his bullet strike the shoulder of the male wolf, causing a spray of crimson droplets. The beast let out a mournful howl, struggling to rise, but faltered and collapsed due to its injured foreleg. The other 2 wolves reacted with remarkable speed, darting like arrows towards the cover of the stone pile. One of them, having barely covered a distance of several meters, was suddenly ensnared by a steel wire on its hind leg, emitting a chilling scream. The other wolf charged towards Er Lengzi. Er Lengzi, Guo Chunhai shouted. In a flurry of confusion, Er Lengzi fumbled to pull the gun's bolt, only to face a jam. The wolf was a mere 10 meters away, its fangs glimmering ominously in the setting sun. In that critical moment, Jepakian's arrow soared through the air, striking the wolf's right eye. The creature, in agony, turned and collided with Torabu's second shot, the bullet piercing its neck, killing it instantly. Meanwhile, Guo Chunhai was taken aback as the injured male wolf lunged towards him, dragging its wounded leg. With no time to reload, he swung his rifle like a club, delivering a powerful blow to the wolf's head. The wooden stock splintered, leaving the wolf dazed. Seizing the opportunity, Guo Chunhai drew his hunting knife and lunged forward, plunging the blade accurately into the wolf's heart. The battle concluded swiftly. All 3 wolves lay dead, yet the 4 men remained vigilant, aware that the gunfire might attract more wolves. Jepakian quickly examined the prey, declaring, the gallbladder is intact. He pointed to the largest wolf, saying, this one's left forepaw bears an old injury. It has previously raided traps. Torabu busily collected the wolf's blood, using his military canteen, exclaiming, wolf's blood is a great tonic. We'll brew it into wine upon our return. Er Lengzi slumped onto a rock, trembling. My goodness, I nearly met my end. Guo Chunhai approached, assisting him in inspecting the jammed rifle. The firing pin is a bit rusty. Let Jepakian fix it when we return. He handed Er Lengzi the canteen. Take a swig to steady your nerves. The sun had already dipped behind the mountains, casting the valley into rapid darkness. The 4 hastily processed their catch, binding the wolf carcasses onto a makeshift stretcher crafted from branches. Guo Chunhai meticulously checked each wolf's gallbladder, only feeling reassured once he confirmed their condition was unblemished. The return journey proved significantly more arduous than the outward trek. The stretcher felt heavy, compounded by the encroaching darkness, necessitating a reduction in their pace. Halfway back, Japakian suddenly halted, his nose twitching. Something is following us. Chapter 100. The elusive leopard. The four men immediately laid down the stretcher, forming a defensive circle back to back. In the darkness, flickering green lights manifested, the wolves. Drawn by the scent of blood, they approached yet remained wary of the hunter's firearms, unwilling to draw too near. Conserve your ammunition. Guo Chunhai whispered, ignite the torches. Torbu retrieved some torches from his backpack, while Japakian poured out some wolf oil for kindling. Soon, four torches blazed brightly, illuminating a radius of several meters. The wolf pack retreated, yet those eerie green eyes lingered in the shadows. We'll take turns keeping watch. Guo Chunhai assigned duties, pair up. We'll switch every 2 hours. That night felt exceptionally lengthy. The light from the torches attracted numerous moths and revealed the distant silhouettes of at least 7 or 8 wolves, prowling at the periphery of the firelight, resembling a pack of famished specters. Er Lengzi clutched his rifle, his eyes wide with fear, terrified that if he blinked, the wolves would pounce. As dawn broke, the wolf pack finally dispersed. The four men, dragging their weary bodies, continued their journey, not returning to the parked vehicle until noon. Dullard nearly threw himself against the truck, kissing the wheel with a sigh of relief. We finally made it. While loading the truck, Guo Chunhai noticed that Japakian's left hand was bleeding, a result of a steel wire injury sustained while setting traps the previous night. He took out the medicinal powder prepared by Anaji and gently sprinkled it on the wound, saying, bear with it. Japakian remained unfazed, simply nodding. This stoic Orokin man never paid heed to such minor injuries, just as he never boasted about his hunting prowess. As the truck navigated the mountain roads, Guo Chunhai glanced back towards the direction of Wolf Valley. The task of the 3 wolves was accomplished. Yet a more daunting challenge awaited them. The far eastern leopard on Leopard Cliff was the true target of this hunt. On the cement ground of the Forestry Bureau's courtyard, the bodies of 3 gray wolves lay in a straight line, glistening silver-gray under the midday sun. Director Liu circled the wolf carcasses 3 times. His small eyes magnified behind his gold-rimmed glasses, fingers incessantly adjusting the frames in fear of missing any detail. Excellent, excellent, he suddenly exclaimed, slapping his thigh, causing the keys at his waist to clatter. Comrade Xiao Guo truly lives up to his reputation. He crouched down, carefully parting the fur of the largest wolf. The wolf heart should be intact. This skill surpasses even our Forestry Bureau's professional masters. Guo Chunhai stood to the side, his work uniform still stained with wolf blood. He glanced at his watch. It was 2:20 in the afternoon, and only 3 hours had passed since their return from Wolf Valley. Dullard leaned against the Liberation truck, dozing off, his head nodding. Toribu and Japakian squatted in the shade, munching on cold steamed buns with their military canteen. About the leopard, Director Liu leaned in closer. Exhaling a cloud of thick smoke, Deputy Minister Qian will arrive the day after tomorrow. We'll enter the mountains tomorrow, Guo Chunhai replied succinctly, Leopard Cliff. Director Liu rubbed his hands together and retrieved an envelope from his briefcase. This is the specially allocated budget for purchasing equipment. He lowered his voice again. I heard there are poachers in that area. Should we send a couple of forest police along? Guo Chunhai shook his head. Too many people might backfire. He took the envelope, surprised by its thickness. We will be cautious. After leaving the Forestry Bureau courtyard, the 4 men first visited a bathhouse for a hot shower. Dullard nearly slipped under the shower, nodding off. Toribu meticulously cleaned the parts of his gun, even scrubbing the rifling of the barrel with a cleaning rod. Japakian remained as taciturn as ever, only frowning slightly when applying Anaji's medicinal powder to his wound. In the evening, Guo Chunhai ventured alone to the nursery. Anaji was watering the newly planted Chinese red pines. Upon seeing him, she set down her iron water bucket and wiped her hands on her apron. Did you hunt the wolves? Yes, Guo Chunhai replied, pulling a glass bottle from his pocket, which contained 3 dark green gallbladders. We will head to Leopard Cliff tomorrow. Anaji took the bottle and examined it against the setting sun. The 3rd one is bruised. It was injured by a steel wire. She set down the bottle and unfastened a small leather pouch from her waist. This is for you, she said. The pouch contained several bone needles, a bundle of animal sinew, and a small porcelain vial with a label written in Orokin script. The leopard will bite the arrow shaft, Anaki explained. The needle is coated with a sedative that will induce sleep. Just as Guo Chunhai was about to express his gratitude, footsteps suddenly echoed from outside the nursery. Zhao Weiguo burst in, waving a document triumphantly. Brother Guo, it's been approved. The special pass to Leopard Cliff. The document bore the vivid red seal of the Forestry Bureau, accompanied by a hand-drawn map. Anaki took a glance at it, her brow furrowing slightly. This isn't the main route to Leopard Cliff. Of course not, Zhao Weiguo replied, winking with pride. This is a shortcut my father learned from an old hunter, allowing us to avoid the patrols. He lowered his voice. I heard there's a group of outsiders hunting leopards, setting traps. Guo Chunhai and Anaki exchanged glances. He carefully folded the map. We set out at dawn. Wait, Anaki suddenly stopped him, retrieving a birch bark scroll from a corner of the nursery. Take this. Unrolling the bark revealed a more detailed hand-drawn map, with charcoal markings indicating every crevice and water source at Leopard Cliff. Most striking were several red dots, accompanied by warning symbols in Awakens script. Drawn by my grandfather in his youth, Anaki pointed at the red dots. These spots have hidden caves where leopards love to hide. Upon returning to the dormitory, Guo Chunhai found the simpleton already snoring thunderously, clutching a polished rifle. He refrained from turning on the light, opting instead to inspect his gear by the moonlight. 30 rounds of ammunition, 2 days' worth of provisions, a hunting knife, rope, and the bone needles Anaki had given him. Finally, he dragged out an iron box from beneath the bed, containing half a bottle of white powdered rock salt, a secret weapon against leopards. Just as dawn broke, the liberation truck rolled out of the forestry station's gates. This time, a wooden crate accompanied them, filled with live rabbits that Japakian had prepared overnight as bait. The simpleton, still with swollen eyes, drove fast and steadily, occasionally humming a tuneless rendition of galloping horses defend the frontier. Take the left fork ahead, Guo Chunhai instructed. Comparing the two maps, we'll follow the old riverbed. The truck bumped along the dried riverbed, the wheels crunching over pebbles. After approximately 2 hours, a steep cliff emerged at the river's end, its face riddled with honeycomb-like caves, resembling a face full of scars from a distance. Leopard Cliff, Toribu inhaled deeply. It's been nearly a decade since I last visited. The 4 men unloaded their gear, and Japakian retrieved the rabbits from the crate, tying them to a stone sheltered from the wind with hemp rope. The rabbits kicked nervously, their red eyes darting with vigilance. Just as the simpleton leaned in to assist, Japakian shook his head and pulled out a small vial, applying a transparent liquid behind the ears of the rabbit. Pheromone, Toribu explained, noticing the simpleton's puzzled expression. It mimics the scent of a female leopard in heat. Once the bait was set, the 4 dispersed to lie in wait. Guo Chunhai chose a vantage point within a rock crevice that afforded a sweeping view of the cliff face. He placed a slice of ginseng into his mouth for rejuvenation, then lay motionless behind the rock, even his breathing reduced to the faintest whisper. Time passed slowly, the sun gradually sinking in the west, casting elongated shadows upon the cliff. In the distance, a few crows cawed, followed by the sound of flapping wings. Guo Chunhai squinted and spotted a raven perched on the opposite rock platform, its head cocked as it surveyed a rabbit below. Suddenly, the raven took flight without warning. Guo Chunhai's body tensed, his fingers stealthily resting on the trigger. In the shadows of the cliff, something seemed to stir. He held his breath, his gaze fixated on that direction. A faint sound of gravel rolling emerged from the right. Guo Chunhai slowly turned his head, and there, 20 meters away in the rock crevice, a golden head emerged. The leopard was smaller than he had envisioned, yet its muscular lines flowed like liquid mercury, its coat shimmering with exquisite patterns in the evening light. It cautiously scanned its surroundings, its nostrils flaring as it detected the scent of pheromones. The leopard silently leaped onto the rock platform, each step deftly avoiding loose stones. Guo Chunhai calculated that the distance was too great. His precision of 5 or 6 was insufficient. He needed to wait for it to draw closer. At that moment, a soft click resonated from the direction where Er Lengzi was hiding. His rifle stock had inadvertently struck the rock. The leopard instantly became alert, flattening its ears against its head and lowering its body into a predatory stance. Guo Chunhai felt a surge of alarm. In a flash, the leopard sprang toward the nearest rock crevice. Torub made a swift decision and fired a shot. The bullet struck the rock where the leopard had just stood, sending sparks flying. Pursue. Guo Chunhai leapt from his cover, but it was too late. The leopard vanished into the intricate labyrinth of crevices, leaving behind only a series of shallow paw prints. The 4 of them regrouped at the entrance of the crevice where the leopard had disappeared. Gupakian crouched down, his fingers lightly brushing the ground. Fresh, less than 5 minutes old, he observed. Er Lengzi, frustrated, thumped his head, lamenting, "It's all my fault." "Not entirely," Guo Chunhai replied, inspecting the crevice. "This creature is exceedingly vigilant." He pointed deeper into the gap, saying, "Look, there are drag marks. It could be its den." Torub leaned in to sniff. "There's the scent of carrion. It must have hunted not long ago." As darkness enveloped the land, the 4 decided to set up camp at the cliff's base. Gupakian constructed a rudimentary stove from stones, and prepared a pot of porridge mixed with dried meat and wild vegetables. Er Lengzi lacked appetite, staring blankly at the shadowy cliff face. Tomorrow, we shall try a different approach, Guo Chunhai mused, adding a stick to the fire. With salt. Torab looked up, intrigued. The old method? Indeed, Guo Chunhai replied, retrieving a bottle of rock salt from his backpack. After licking the salt, the leopard will become thirsty and inevitably seek water. Guo nodded, taking out several homemade traps to modify. He dulled the spikes of the traps and wrapped them in burlap, stating, only to catch its legs, without harming the bones. As night deepened, the fire gradually waned. Guo Chunhai stood watch for the first shift, leaning against the rock while gazing at the starry sky. In the distance, the haunting howls of wolves reverberated, followed by the low, throaty purr of a large feline. Guo Chunhai tightened his grip on the rifle, fully aware that the morrow would present a formidable challenge. In the shadows of Leopard Cliff, a pair of golden eyes flickered in and out of sight, seemingly mocking the futility of the hunters. Chapter 101. The successful cheetah before dawn. Leopard Cliff appeared shrouded in a veil of slate-gray mist, the fog enveloping the precipice and rendering it somewhat obscure. Guo Chunhai quietly crouched beside a crevice, his fingers gently sifting through the white powder on the ground. This powder was not merely dust, it was rock salt that he had scattered overnight. After a night of exposure to the morning dew, the rock salt glimmered faintly, as if awaiting something. At that moment, a soft rustling sound emerged from behind him. Guo Chunhai's ears twitched. He recognized it as Jepakian's arrival. Sure enough, Jepakian approached silently, akin to a nimble bobcat. He carried a tin bucket, the water within sloshing gently with his movements, producing a crisp sound. Water. Jepakian's voice was brief and low as he placed the tin bucket at the end of the salt trail, then stood upright, gazing at Guo Chunhai. The water in the bucket was crystal clear, with a few pine needles floating atop, collected from the stream below the cliff. Guo Chunhai nodded in understanding. There seemed to exist an unspoken camaraderie between them. After exchanging a glance, they both instinctively retreated to a natural cover some 20 meters away. This concealment was a stone hollow, perfectly accommodating 4 individuals. Torabu was already inside, intently adjusting the sights of a rifle, his concentration so profound that it seemed as if the world had narrowed down to just him and that weapon. Meanwhile, Er Lengzi leaned against one corner of the cover, eyes tightly shut, seemingly dozing off, a comical drool mark at the corner of his mouth. Wake up, Guo Chunhai gently prodded Er Lengzi with the butt of his rifle, whispering. The sun is up. Er Lengzi jolted awake as if electrified, his eyes momentarily dazed, as though still ensnared in a dream. Gradually, his gaze fell upon Guo Chunhai, and after a considerable pause, he shook off the remnants of slumber, hastily wiping away the drool with the back of his hand, a sheepish smile emerging on his face. In that very instant, the first ray of sunlight crested over the eastern ridge like a sharp sword, piercing through the thick clouds and directly illuminating Leopard Cliff. This golden beam, akin to the dawn's first light, instantaneously illuminated the entire cliff, casting it in a brilliant golden hue. The slate-gray mist that had enveloped the precipice gradually dissipated under the sun's radiance, revealing the cliff's true visage. The 4 men collectively held their breath, their gazes fixed intently on the tin bucket at the end of the salt trail. According to the seasoned hunters, leopards typically arrived at this spot in the early morning to replenish their salt intake before proceeding to the water source. This moment marked the optimal opportunity for hunting leopards. Time slipped away in the tense atmosphere, second by second. Occasionally, loose stones tumbled down the cliffside, producing a crisp sound that heightened everyone's anxiety. Er Lengzi fidgeted restlessly, twisting his neck, the fabric of his cotton coat rustling softly against his skin. Observing this, Talub shot him a fierce glare, pressing a finger to his lips to signal silence. Suddenly, Gupakian's ears twitched slightly, as if they had picked up a faint sound. Noticing this, Guo Chunhai quickly followed his gaze, spotting a fleeting flash of golden color at the entrance of the highest cave. A wave of tension surged within him as he cautiously lifted his binoculars, directing the lens toward the cave, and slowly adjusted the focus. At last, he discerned that it was a robust Far Eastern leopard. It stood at the cave's mouth, vigilantly surveying its surroundings, its nostrils flaring as it detected the scent of salt. Stay still, Guo Chunhai whispered, his voice low and breathy, addressing Gupakian. It's testing the waters for any danger. The leopard, like a flowing beam of sunlight, moved with grace and agility, silently leaping down from the upper rock platform to the lower one. However, it did not head straight for the salt trail, instead opting to circle around, pausing intermittently to listen for any sounds in the vicinity. When it was approximately 10 meters away from the salt trail, the leopard abruptly halted, crouching low with its ears pinned back. This typical posture of a feline before an attack indicated that it was poised to pounce. Guo Chunhai's heartbeat quickened. He took a deep breath, slowly resting the barrel of his rifle against the rock, aligning the sights steadily on the leopard's chest. His finger tightened around the trigger, beads of sweat beginning to form on his forehead and temples, glistening faintly in the morning light. At that moment, time seemed to freeze, enveloping the entire valley in a profound silence. Only the sound of Guo Chunhai's breath and heartbeat pierced through the stillness, resonating with startling clarity. Suddenly, a sharp gunshot echoed through the valley, shattering the tranquility. The leopard sprang into the air but did not fall. Instead, it bolted away, limping on its injured hind leg. Guo Chunhai cursed inwardly. His shot had merely grazed it. After it, Talub leapt forward, with Er Lengzi and Guo Chunhai hot on his heels. Despite its injury, the leopard moved with astonishing speed among the rocks. The four men fanned out in a semicircle, the sound of gunfire reverberating. Bullets struck the stones, igniting showers of sparks. Block the left, Guo Chunhai shouted to Er Lengzi while climbing onto a protruding rock to gain a vantage point. The leopard found itself cornered before a narrow crevice, trapped with no way to retreat or advance. It turned, baring its sharp, white fangs, a low growl emanating from its throat. Blood dripped from its hind leg wound, leaving dark red stains on the rocks. Surrounded, Talub raised his rifle, his sights firmly fixed on the leopard's head. At this critical juncture, the leopard suddenly leaped, soaring over the heads of the three men. In a moment of panic, Er Lengzi fired a shot, the bullet grazing the leopard's belly and taking away a tuft of its fur. "Damn it!" Guo Chunhai exclaimed as he jumped down from the rocks and sprinted after it. The leopard, limping on its injured leg, fled towards the cliff's summit, closely pursued by the four men. Japakian abruptly altered his direction, taking a shortcut to climb a steep slope in an attempt to intercept from above. His movements were as agile as a mountain goat, and he quickly vanished behind the rock face. As they reached the halfway point up the mountain, a gunshot suddenly echoed ahead. Guo Chunhai's heart sank, prompting him to quicken his pace. Turning around a protruding rock, he was met with a breath-stealing sight. Japakian stood at the edge of the cliff, the barrel of his gun still smoking. The far eastern leopard lay in a pool of blood, its golden fur glistening in the sunlight. It had been shot twice, once in the hind leg and once in the heart, and was now lifeless. "Good shooting," Torabu panted as he caught up, patting Japakian on the shoulder. Er Lengzi was the last to arrive, plopping down onto the ground, his face pale. Goodness, this thing was much tougher than a wild boar. Guo Chunhai crouched down to examine the leopard's wounds. The bullet had passed through the heart, yet the gallbladder remained intact, precisely what they needed. He pulled out his hunting knife and skillfully sliced open the leopard's abdomen, retrieving the still warm gallbladder and carefully placing it into a glass vial he carried. "The hide is also intact," Torabu remarked, stroking the leopard's magnificent fur. "It could make a splendid coat." Japakian had already taken out a rope and began binding the leopard's limbs. Together, the four men lifted the leopard onto a makeshift stretcher, securing it with branches and hemp rope. Weighing a hefty 150 pounds, it was quite a struggle to carry. On their way back, Er Lengzi suddenly inquired, "Brother Hai, do you think Deputy Minister Qian will be thrilled to see this?" Guo Chunhai wiped the sweat from his brow. "Let us not forget why we are here." He glanced at the leopard on the stretcher. The Forestry Bureau's hospitality task is vital for the welfare of the entire forest farm. As the sun reached its zenith, they finally returned to the spot where they had parked. Leaning against the liberation truck was a familiar figure, Wanaji. Beside her, a medical kit lay at her feet. Upon seeing the leopard on the stretcher, her eyes flickered momentarily before returning to calm. "Grandfather sent me with medicine," she said, pointing to Er Lengzi's bloodstained pants. "You are injured." Er Lengzi chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. "It's just a scrape." Wanaji said nothing more, kneeling down to clean his wound. Her movements were swift and efficient, and she quickly finished bandaging it. As she stood, her gaze swept over the leopard's golden eyes, and she softly uttered a phrase in the Orcan language. "What does that mean?" Er Lengzi asked curiously. Guo Chunhai answered on her behalf. "The mountain god blesses." While loading the vehicle, Guo Chunhai took care to cover the leopard with canvas to shield it from direct sunlight. Wanaji stood nearby, suddenly retrieving a small cloth bag from her bosom. "Here, incense." Guo Chunhai accepted the bag, which contained dried duxiang and mugwort, exuding a faint medicinal aroma. On Route 34, the young man explained that the leopard, with its fierce temperament, easily attracted wild beasts. As the truck roared to life, the smoke from the forest kitchen became distinctly visible. Guo Chunhai gazed into the rearview mirror at the receding leopard cliff, his heart a tumult of emotions. Memories from his prior life informed him that this leopard was destined to perish in a poacher's steel trap. At least now, it would meet its end more mercifully. Shall we head directly to the bureau? The young man at the wheel inquired. Yes, Guo Chunhai nodded. Director Lu is waiting. The cabin was permeated with a mingling scent of blood and medicinal herbs. Tulaub leaned against the truck's side, eyes closed in repose, while Gu Peiqian meticulously polished the barrel of a rifle, occasionally glancing at the covered leopard. As the truck passed through a grove of white birch trees, a few crows took flight, their dark silhouettes stark against the azure sky. Guo Chunhai suddenly recalled a song sung by Wanaji, a tale of hunters and their prey. Hey, Brother Hai, the young man broke the silence. Do you think we've accomplished something significant? Guo Chunhai did not respond immediately. He watched the trees whizzing by outside and softly remarked, We have merely completed our task. Chapter 102. Awards and transfers. On the green brick ground of the Forestry Bureau courtyard, the corpse of the Far Eastern leopard shimmered like gold under the noon sun. Director Lu circled the leopard 3 times, his bulging eyes behind gold-rimmed glasses scanning every detail, his fingers incessantly adjusting the glasses, fearful of missing something important. Excellent, excellent, he suddenly exclaimed, slapping his thigh, causing his keychain to jingle. Comrade Guo truly lives up to his reputation. He crouched down, cautiously parting the leopard's fur at its abdomen. The gallbladder is intact. Your skill surpasses even the masters from the provincial capital. Guo Chunhai stood nearby, his work clothes still stained with leopard blood. He glanced at his watch. It was 1:40 p.m., merely 3 hours since they returned from Leopard Cliff. The young man leaned against the liberation truck, boasting to a few onlooking female workers. Tulaub and Gu Peiqian squatted in the shade, gnawing on cold steamed buns from their military canteen. Come on, don't just stand there. Director Lu enthusiastically draped an arm around Guo Chunhai's shoulder. The canteen has prepared a celebratory feast. In the small cafeteria of the Forestry Bureau, the round table was laden with hearty dishes: braised carp, chicken stewed with mushrooms, and pork with vermicelli, topped with a gleaming copper hot pot, its broth bubbling with milky white bubbles. Deputy Director Zhao personally opened a bottle of Maotai, the aroma of the liquor instantly filling the room. I propose. Director Lu raised his glass, a toast to our 4 heroes of the Forestry Bureau. After 3 rounds of toasts, Director Lu's face had turned as red as ripe hawthorn. He placed a piece of fish belly into Guo Chunhai's bowl. Little Guo, I've been contemplating. It's time for you to change positions. Lowering his voice, he continued. How about becoming the deputy director of the technical department? Your salary will increase by 3 levels. The dining table fell silent in an instant. The young man's chopsticks hovered midair, while Tulaub and Gu Peiqian lifted their heads. Guo Chunhai slowly set down his glass and shook his head. Thank you for your kind offer, Director, but I believe I am better suited for the front lines. Director Lu was evidently taken aback by the refusal, his gold-rimmed glasses sliding down to the tip of his nose. Deputy Director Zhao quickly intervened, saying, Old Lu, Xiao Guo is a straightforward person. In my opinion, it would be better to offer something tangible. He winked at Guo Chunhai, encouraging him to voice his demands. Guo Chunhai had been eagerly awaiting this invitation. He began counting on his fingers. First, we must retain the right to hunt in the mountains at any time. Second, the vehicle of Er Lengzi should be prioritized for our use. Third, he paused momentarily. Unaki should be reassigned from the nursery to a more leisurely position. Director Lu erupted in laughter, slapping the table as he exclaimed, Is that all? Too easy. He turned to his secretary and instructed. Note this down. Special hunting permit for Guo Chunhai's group. Priority vehicle allocation for the driver team. As for that Awenki girl, he scratched his head. How about sending her to the archives? She'll be sheltered from the wind and rain. Guo Chunhai raised his glass and drank it down in one go. This was better than he had anticipated. The archives not only promised a relaxed atmosphere, but also access to internal forestry maps, which would greatly assist his future hunting endeavors. Furthermore, Director Lu suddenly declared with a serious tone, whenever there are reception tasks at the Bureau, or if the higher-ups require any rare specimens, you shall be entrusted with that. He added meaningfully, there will be additional compensation each time. By the time the banquet concluded, it was already 4 in the afternoon. As Guo Chunhai stepped out of the dining hall, he was immediately surrounded by a throng of Forestry Bureau employees. One wished to buy leopard bones for wine. Another sought leopard oil for rheumatism, and a female worker, blushing, inquired if she could acquire some leopard whiskers, reputed to soothe children's night cries. Line up, line up. Er Lengzi, having produced a small notebook from somewhere, pretended to take notes. Leopard bones are 5 yuan per tael, leopard oil is 3 yuan. After delegating the distribution rights to Tulabu, Guo Chunhai exhaled in relief. He stumbled towards the backyard, seemingly eager to escape the cacophony surrounding him. Upon reaching the faucet in the backyard, Guo Chunhai turned on the tap, and the icy cold water cascaded down like a waterfall. Without hesitation, he leaned closer to the stream, relishing its biting chill. The water splashed against his cheeks, as if striving to wash away his fatigue and intoxication. He closed his eyes tightly, fully embracing this fleeting moment of refreshment. As time passed, the effects of the alcohol gradually faded, and Guo Chunhai's mind began to clear. He lifted his head, gazing into the mirror at his reflection, droplets of water sliding down his cheeks, seemingly taking with them the troubles that weighed on his heart. He took a deep breath, feeling the invigorating air fill his lungs, gradually calming his spirit. At this moment, he realized the necessity to reevaluate his life and seek a true direction. The familiar sound of footsteps approached from behind. He did not need to turn around to know it was Anaki. The archives, she leaned against the sink, handing him a clean towel. Did you arrange that? Guo Chunhai wiped his face and nodded. It's easier than the nursery. He glanced at Anaki's thick fingers, calloused palms. You can also read maps. That will be beneficial for hunting. Anaji gently uttered a sound, reaching into her pocket to retrieve a small cloth bag. Here you go, leopard tooth, she said, opening the bag to reveal 4 sharp canine teeth. They ward off evil. Guo Chunhai carefully accepted the precious gift. In the traditional Awenki culture, the teeth of a mighty beast are regarded as the most treasured of offerings. Just as he was about to speak, Er Lengzi rushed over excitedly. Brother Hai, we've finished. Look at this. He held up 3 fingers and lowered his voice. Director Liu has even arranged for the finance department to grant us a special bonus. On the return journey to the forestry station, the liberation truck moved with an unusually buoyant spirit. Er Lengzi grasped the steering wheel, humming the tune of returning from target practice, while Tuolabu and Gupa sat in the truck bed, counting today's bounty. In addition to the Bureau's bonus, selling leopard bones and oil had netted them over 300, enough to cover half a year's worth of tobacco and liquor. Let us stop by the supply and marketing cooperative, Guo Chunhai suggested, patting Er Lengzi's shoulder. Let us pick up some fabric to make Anaji a new outfit. Er Lengzi winked knowingly. How about a pair of leather shoes too? I've heard the cowhide soles from Shanghai are quite fashionable. By the time they arrived at the cooperative, dusk had settled. The glass counter displayed a variety of goods, thermoses adorned with peony designs, parts for Forever brand bicycles, and even a few semiconductor radios. Anaji showed little interest in the fabrics, but paused thoughtfully in front of a row of hunting knives. Buy it if you like it. Guo Chunhai encouraged the sales clerk, pointing to one with a deer antler handle. Anaji gently shook her head, instead directing her finger toward a seemingly unremarkable short knife tucked in a corner. This one, she whispered, the steel is quite good. She briskly approached, examining the knife closely before delicately running her finger along the blade's edge to assess its sharpness. After thorough inspection, a satisfied smile graced Anaji's face as she nodded, stating, yes, this knife is indeed excellent, sharp enough to skin 10 leopards without issue. On their way back, Guo Chunhai deliberately took a longer route, arriving at the 26th lumber yard just as the workers were finishing their day and preparing to head home. Upon spotting Guo Chunhai's truck slowly approaching, they curiously gathered around. Among the crowd, Old Ma squeezed to the front. Seeing the leopard skin in the truck bed, he gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, goodness! Did you really catch it? Indeed, Er Lengzi exclaimed, jumping down from the truck and animatedly recounting their thrilling adventure of capturing the leopard. His vivid storytelling captivated the workers, especially when he described the perilous moments, punctuating his words with gestures that drew gasps of amazement from the audience. Seizing the moment while everyone was engrossed, Tuolabu discreetly pulled out a few packs of Qianmin cigarettes from his pocket, handing them to Old Ma with a whisper. These are special Forestry Bureau cigarettes. They're hard to come by. Share them with the brothers. Old Ma accepted the cigarettes with delight, his face beaming with joy. He turned to the workers and called out, make sure to come early tomorrow. Save the best batch of red pine for technician Gui's inspection. On his way back to the dormitory, Guo Chunhai felt lighthearted and buoyant, his steps brisk. As he hummed a little tune, he reflected on the day's achievements. Suddenly, he noticed a figure standing not far ahead. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the party secretary of the Hongqi Forest Farm. This usually stern middle-aged man greeted Guo Chunhai today with an unexpected smile, saying, Young Guo, I hear you have made a significant contribution? His tone was laden with implication. Guo Chunhai quickly responded with a smile, Secretary, you flatter me. We were merely fortunate. He understood that the secretary was subtly reminding them to remain modest. After all, in China in 1984, while private hunting was not illegal, it was not something to be overly celebrated. Guo Chunhai nodded, acknowledging his understanding of the situation. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the secretary, he continued on his way to the dormitory. Upon returning, he found his roommates already asleep, and the dormitory was enveloped in tranquility. Guo Chunhai gently opened the door, careful not to disturb anyone. He approached his bed, sat on the edge, and retrieved his prize Type 56 rifle from beneath it. Under the moonlight, the barrel gleamed with a cold, blue sheen, remarkably striking. Guo Chunhai meticulously wiped the firearm, savoring its texture and weight. This rifle was his treasure. After each use, he ensured to maintain it with great care. In the distance, a few barks of dogs shattered the night's serenity, followed by the shouts of the night shift workers exchanging duties. Guo Chunhai raised his gaze to the star-studded night sky. The stars twinkled faintly, as if whispering the mysteries of the universe. He quietly savored the beauty of the night, allowing his emotions to settle. He returned the rifle to its resting place and laid down on his bed, closing his eyes and preparing to drift into slumber. Chapter 103. Daily life at the forest farm. At 6 in the morning, the mist around the 26th forest farm had yet to dissipate. As Guo Chunhai stepped into the workshop, he found Old Ma adding firewood to the iron stove. Upon seeing him, Old Ma quickly set down the fire tongs, his face breaking into a smile as bright as a chrysanthemum. "Technician Guo," he exclaimed, wiping the long bench with his sleeve. "Come sit. The water will be boiling soon." He turned and retrieved a tin can from a wooden box. "This is specially reserved jasmine tea, meant to treat distinguished guests." Guo Chunhai accepted the teacup, inhaling the rich aroma of aged tea wafting through the steam. A glance around the workshop revealed a new certificate on the wall, proclaiming them as the safety production model, prominently stamped with the Forestry Bureau's red seal. "It just arrived yesterday," Old Ma explained, his tone laced with flattery. "The management said our lumber inspection pass rate is the highest in the entire forest farm." Just then, workers began to trickle in for breakfast. Upon seeing Guo Chunhai, the previously boisterous workshop quieted somewhat. Old Huang approached with a bowl of porridge, his calloused hands offering a big production cigarette. "Technician Guo, I heard you had a drink with Director Liu." Guo Chunhai accepted the cigarette, tucking it behind his ear, neither confirming nor denying the claim. This demeanor only served to heighten the workers' respect for him, and a few robust lumberjacks even volunteered to refill his tea. "Why are you all just standing there?" Old Ma tapped the porridge bucket, urging the workers to finish their meal and get to work. Today, it was imperative to complete the inspection of that batch of utility poles. As the workers hurriedly spilled out, a youthful laborer approached Guo Chunhai timidly and asked, "Uncle Guo, are we going hunting today?" He swallowed hard, adding, "My father said your marksmanship is incredible. You can take down wild boars with a single shot." Old Ma pretended to scold, "You little rascal, thinking about meat before finishing your work." Guo Chunhai intervened, placing a reassuring hand on the boy's shoulder. "I'll take a stroll in the woods at noon," he declared, scanning the eager faces of the workers. "If luck is on our side, we might have a feast tonight." These words ignited a fervor akin to water splashing into hot oil, causing the workers in the shed to erupt with excitement. Old Huang rubbed his hands together in anticipation. "I'll gather pine branches. Smoked meat is the best." Little Li adjusted his glasses, stammering, "I can make beggar's chicken." Even the usually taciturn chef, Old Zhang, poked his head out. "Just tell me what spices you need. I've got wild pepper." The inspection proceeded with unusual smoothness. The workers, seemingly invigorated, presented only the finest logs to Guo Chunhai. Old Huang and a few seasoned workers voluntarily took on the role of assistants, measuring and recording with an efficiency that exceeded their usual pace by more than double. At noon, Guo Chunhai ventured into the secondary forest bordering the lumberyard. This woodland, predominantly composed of white birch and mountain poplar, was thick with underbrush, making it an ideal habitat for flying dragons and wild rabbits. He crouched down, meticulously examining the soft ground melted by the snow, where several small claw prints were clearly visible, the tracks of hazel grouse. Following the prints for about 20 minutes, a sudden rustling in the bushes caught his attention. Guo Chunhai immediately crouched low and carefully parted the branches, revealing 5 or 6 gray-brown hazel grouse pecking at tender shoots, their neck feathers glistening like rainbows in the sunlight. Bang! The gunshot startled the mountain sparrows in the woods. 2 hazel grouse fell to the ground, while the others scattered in a panic. Guo Chunhai refrained from pursuing them and instead took out the hemp rope he always carried, securing his catch to his waist. An old hunter from the Erneng tribe had taught him to leave some for breeding when hunting birds, never take more than half. Continuing deeper into the forest, the terrain gradually rose. In a sheltered hollow, Guo Chunhai discovered fresh, moist rabbit droppings, indicating the presence of a rabbit burrow nearby. He found a rock to conceal himself behind and pulled out a metal whistle from his pocket, gently blowing into it. The sound mimicked an injured rabbit's cry. In less than 5 minutes, a gray rabbit poked its head out from the underbrush, its long ears swiveling alertly. Guo Chunhai slowly raised his gun, steadying the sights on the rabbit's chest. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, a sudden crack of a breaking branch echoed from afar. The gray rabbit vanished in an instant. Furrowing his brow, Guo Chunhai turned towards the source of the sound. Spotting a brownish-yellow figure nimbly navigating through the trees on a hillside 30 meters away, it was a roe deer. Moreover, it appeared to have a slight limp, likely a remnant of an old winter injury. The caliber of the quarry had suddenly escalated. Guo Chunhai stealthily followed, each step carefully placed on the thickest patches of fallen leaves. The roe deer seemed to sense danger, halting and raising its head, its moist nose twitching incessantly. Bang! A bullet struck the deer's front leg. It stumbled but did not fall, instead dragging its injured leg as it fled into the depths of the dense forest. Guo Chunhai silently cursed, realizing that he had misfired. He hastily pursued, the bloodstained stark against the damp moss. After pursuing for approximately 200 meters, the deer suddenly vanished from sight. Guo Chunhai crouched down and noticed that the blood trail extended to a thicket of thorny vines. Just as he hesitated whether to venture in, a sudden crack of a breaking branch echoed behind him. Guo Chunhai swiftly turned, directing his gun forward. A familiar figure emerged from behind a tree. It was Erneng, dressed in the blue work attire of the data room. Her hair was still braided in the traditional Orichan style, the end adorned with a small brass bell. "How did you come here?" Guo Chunhai lowered his gun. Erneng waved a folder in her hand. "The timber inventory report requested by the office." She pointed toward the thicket. "That beast has gone in, with an old injury on its right front leg." It was only then that Guo Chunhai noticed 2 plump snow hares lying in the grass at her feet, lifeless, their necks broken in the traditional Orichan manner. "Did you catch them?" "Yes." Erneng crouched down, untying a thin rope from her waist. "Give me 2 minutes." She fashioned the rope into a slipknot, securing it to the trunks on either side of the thorny thicket, then stepped back to Guo Chunhai's side, producing a birch bark whistle from her pocket. The sound it emitted was low and hoarse, resembling the call of a raptor. The thicket quivered violently. Startled by the noise, the injured deer bolted out, only to be ensnared by the rope around its front leg, tumbling to the ground with a thud. Guo Chunhai leaped forward, his hunting knife plunging precisely into its heart, ending its suffering. "Impressive," Guo Chunhai remarked sincerely. This coordinated technique was one they frequently employed in the old Jin Go, and he was pleasantly surprised that Erneng still remembered it. Erneng had already begun to process the game. With deft skill, she opened the deer's abdomen. Categorizing the entrails, the heart was set aside for the hunter's nourishment, the intestines for the dogs, and the partially digested contents from the stomach were carefully poured into the grass, adhering to the Orichan tradition of eating from the mountains. "How is the data room?" Guo Chunhai assisted her in tying the deer to a branch. Erneng wiped the blood from her hands, more leisurely than the nursery. She pulled out a folded piece of paper from her work uniform pocket. "Take a look at this." Unfolding it revealed a yellowed map of the forest area, marked in red with several obscure hunting spots. Guo Chunhai's eyes brightened. This was clearly internal documentation from the Forestry Bureau, detailing various wildlife habitats and migration routes. "Excellent find," he said, carefully refolding the map. "I will borrow it tomorrow to make a copy." When the two returned to the yard with their catch, the workers were just finishing their afternoon break. The sight of so much game stirred excitement among them. Old Zhang rushed over with a cleaver, immediately beginning to butcher the deer meat. Xiao Li, accompanied by several young workers, went to gather pine branches, while Lao Huang mysteriously retrieved a bottle of bulk liquor from the bottom of the toolbox, claiming it was reserved for an evening celebration. "Technician Guo," a young worker eagerly approached. "The office just called. Your fiancé has been transferred to the data room and asked for a filing cabinet to be sent over." Guo Chunhai cast a glance at Erneng, who felt her ears slightly flush, yet her expression remained composed. The workers, however, erupted with enthusiasm. Some offered to assist in crafting furniture, while others clamored to present wedding gifts, and even old Ma rubbed his hands together, eager to serve as the witness. "Let us get to work." Guo Chunhai raised his voice, though a smile betrayed him at the corners of his mouth. "This batch of utility poles must be inspected today." The workers dispersed with renewed vigor. Erneng picked up 2 snow hares and made her way to the kitchen, turning back to utter a phrase in the Orichan language. Guo Chunhai understood it to mean, "See you tonight." The afternoon inspection proceeded remarkably well. The workers seemed infused with boundless energy, their shouts as they moved timber resonating louder than usual. Old Huang even led a few veteran workers to voluntarily extend their hours, completing part of the next day's tasks ahead of schedule. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a makeshift grill was set up in the open space. Large pieces of roe deer meat were skewered on red willow branches, sizzling with juiciness. Hazel grouse were wrapped in clay, prepared as beggar's chicken, and a large pot of potatoes simmered with snow hare, releasing an enticing aroma. The white liquor contributed by Old Huang was poured into enameled mugs, each person taking turns for a sip. A toast to Technician Guo. Old Ma raised his mug, exclaiming, "Without you, how could we enjoy such a hearty feast?" The workers echoed their agreement, their rugged faces reflecting sincerity. Guo Chunhai took the mug and savored a sip. The fiery liquid slid down his throat, igniting a warmth within. Memories from his past life suddenly flashed before him. He had never experienced such heartfelt admiration from his comrades. As the evening wore on and spirits lifted, someone initiated a rendition of the Lumberjack's song. The robust voices echoed through the twilight, startling the owls in the woods. Guo Chunhai clapped gently in time with the rhythm, his gaze sweeping over each unpretentious face. Ordinary individuals who toiled under the planned economy, now reveling in joy over a banquet of wild delicacies. Anaji, at some point, seated herself beside him, cradling a bowl of steaming hare soup. Beneath the moonlight, her profile softened, the copper bells at the ends of her braid chiming gently with the melody. "The resource room is quite nice," she remarked suddenly. "It offers a view of the entire terrain map of the Khingan Mountains." Guo Chunhai nodded in understanding, aware of her implication with those maps. Their hunting endeavors would be greatly enhanced. In the distance, Er Lengzi was regaling the workers with tales of his encounters with a cheetah, his exaggerated gestures prompting hearty laughter. As night deepened, the charcoal embers began to fade. Workers gradually returned to their quarters, a few inebriated ones being assisted by their companions, mumbling praises for Technician Guo. Guo Chunhai and Anaji were the last to leave, their shadows elongated by the moonlight. "Will you return to Old Jingo this weekend?" Anaji inquired unexpectedly. "Yes," Guo Chunhai replied, kicking a small stone from the path. "Grandfather said he would teach us new methods for trapping minks." They walked in silence for a while, each lost in their own thoughts. The night breeze rustled through the treetops, carrying the distant sound of a babbling brook. On this spring night of 1984, everything felt so vivid and beautiful, not laden with the heaviness of past memories, nor ephemeral like a dream. Guo Chunhai took a deep breath of the air imbued with the scent of pine resin and suddenly felt that perhaps this lifetime would indeed be different. Chapter 104. Connections. The morning mist enveloped the number 26 lumber yard, where Guo Chunhai squatted in the open space outside the work shed, sharpening his knife. The sound of the stone grinding against the blade startled a few sparrows foraging nearby. He squinted towards the distant mountains, where the snow had nearly melted away, revealing patches of mottled black earth. "Technician Guo," a young worker called out breathlessly as he ran over. "Old Ma wants you to hurry," he said, to inspect that batch of unplanned timber. Guo Chunhai tested the blade, pleased to see its cold gleam in the morning light. Unplanned timber was an unspoken rule within the lumber yard. Each year, the logging volume would slightly exceed the national quota, with the surplus becoming the little treasury for certain individuals. On the empty lot at the east end of the yard, several hefty red pine logs were neatly stacked. Old Ma was conversing with a middle-aged man clad in an overcoat. When he spotted Guo Chunhai approaching, he waved him over. Come, let me introduce you. This is Director Su from the County Supply and Marketing Cooperative." Director Su, appearing to be in his early 40s, sported a slicked-back hairstyle and wore a coat with a shiny Mao Zedong badge pinned to the collar. He glanced at Guo Chunhai with indifference, then pulled out a pack of Tianmin cigarettes. "Comrade, this batch of timber is urgent. Feel free to take a look." Guo Chunhai declined the cigarette and knelt to inspect the wood. The red pines had diameters exceeding 60 centimeters, with fine, even growth rings, clearly high-quality pole timber. Yet they were deliberately classified as inferior goods. "Director Su," Guo Chunhai brushed off the wood shavings from his hands. "This batch of timber needs to be remeasured according to regulations." The smile on Director Su's face stiffened. "Young man, don't be too rigid in your approach." He leaned in closer, lowering his voice. "I'm a comrade of Deputy Director Wang. This batch of timber was already agreed upon." Old Ma fidgeted anxiously, casting furtive glances at Guo Chunhai. Just then, the sound of an engine echoed at the yard's entrance as a liberation truck crookedly rolled in. Before the vehicle had fully stopped, Er Lengzi jumped out, shouting, "Brother Hai, look what we've caught." In the truck bed lay two plump roe deer, their fur glistening with a reddish-brown sheen in the morning light. The workers quickly gathered around, chattering excitedly. Er Lengzi, brimming with pride, leapt onto the truck bed, ready to boast, but suddenly noticed Director Su, and his expression darkened. "Oh, Director Su is here to pick up some bargains again?" Er Lengzi remarked sarcastically. Did you bring some cigarettes to trade for timber this time? Director Su's face turned a deep shade of crimson. You little brat, how dare you speak like that? He turned to Old Ma. Is this the discipline of your lumber yard? Old Ma stammered, unable to respond. Guo Chunhai patted Er Lengzi on the shoulder. Go and take care of the deer first. We'll add a dish for everyone tonight. The workers cheered and rushed to help unload the truck, turning the scene into a flurry of activity. Seizing the moment, Director Su pulled Old Ma aside and discreetly slipped an envelope from his briefcase into his hand. Old Ma recoiled as if he had touched a burning ember, dropping the envelope onto the ground, revealing a cascade of colorful banknotes within. Director Su and Guo Chunhai bent down to retrieve the envelope, brushing off the dirt atop it. As for the timber matter, let us adhere to the rules, Su declared, snatching the envelope with a cold smirk. Very well, we shall see. He turned and strode towards the jeep parked at the edge of the yard, his wool coat flapping in the wind. The jeep sped away, kicking up a cloud of dust. Old Ma squatted on the ground, a frown etched on his face. It's over, I've offended someone. What is there to fear? The simpleton remarked nonchalantly, munching on a frozen pear. He's just a supply and marketing cooperative director. Can he be more powerful than Director Liu? Guo Chunhai remained silent, quietly noting the jeep's license plate number. Memories from his previous life warned him that such connections often ran deep, with unknown powerful figures lurking in the background. At lunchtime, the aroma of stewed roe deer permeated the yard. Workers gathered around logs, savoring their meals from aluminum lunchboxes. Old Huang approached with a conspiratorial air. Technician Guo, I hear you've offended the Suyama? The Suyama? Guo Chunhai raised an eyebrow. That's his nickname, Old Huang spat. He exploits his sister's husband's position as the deputy director of commerce in the county. Lowering his voice, he continued, just last month, at the 17th yard, he hospitalized Old Li over a piece of timber. As he spoke, the sound of an engine rumbled at the yard's entrance. This time, it was a covered liberation truck, emblazoned with the words, Qingshan County Timber Company. A young man in his 20s leaped from the driver's seat, clad in stylish bell-bottoms and adorned with a glaring gold chain. Who is in charge here? The young man shouted arrogantly. I'm here to load timber. Old Ma jogged to meet him. Comrade, do you have a transfer order? The young man pulled out a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket. Approved by Deputy Director Wang. Hurry up. He noticed the workers feasting on meat and sneered. Oh, living quite well, aren't we? Guo Chunhai stepped forward to take the transfer order, which indeed bore Deputy Director Wang's personal seal. Yet the specifications and quantities for the timber were conspicuously blank. Such white slips were not uncommon in the forest farm, but to be so brazen was a first. May I ask your surname, comrade? Guo Chunhai inquired, maintaining his composure. Zhao Weiguo, my cousin. The young man boasted, puffing out his chest. Do you know who Zhao Weiguo is? The son of Deputy Director Zhao from the Forestry Bureau. The simpleton in the workers' shed almost choked on his meat, coughing as he rushed out. Nonsense. Zhao Weiguo only has one cousin. Where's this cousin of yours come from? The young man's expression shifted, but he quickly regained his composure. Who do you think you are? Hurry up and load the timber, or you'll be the ones to bear the losses if business is delayed. Guo Chunhai scrutinized the young man for several seconds before breaking into a smile. Since this is from Deputy Director Zhao's family, we must proceed according to the rules. He turned to Old Ma and instructed, go call the office to verify. The young man instantly panicked. Hey, wait. He firmly grasped Lao Ma, his demeanor softening as he said, brothers, let us make things easier. It's just a trivial matter. As he spoke, he fished out 2 packs of Daqianmin cigarettes from his pocket. 2 packs of cigarettes in exchange for a truckload of timber? Er Lengzi scoffed. Do you think this is merely picking up firewood? The young man's face shifted between shades of green and white, and suddenly he pointed at Lao Huang, who was eating, exclaiming, what are you staring at, old man? With that, he kicked over Lao Huang's lunchbox, scattering hot venison across the ground. Lao Huang hurriedly bent down to pick it up, but the young man, still unsatisfied, kicked him again, calling him a worthless wretch. Everything transpired in a flash. By the time Guo Chunhai reacted, Lao Huang was already on the ground. The workers quickly surrounded them, yet none dared intervene in these times. It was the common folk who always bore the brunt when conflicts arose among those with connections. Pick it up, Guo Chunhai's voice, though soft, commanded an immediate hush over the chaotic scene. The young man hesitated. What? I said, pick up the meat. Guo Chunhai enunciated clearly and apologized to Lao Huang. The young man, as if he had heard a jest, exaggeratedly cupped his ear. Who do you think you are? Do you know who I am? Without further ado, Guo Chunhai seized the young man's gold chain, pulling him off balance with a slight exertion. I'll count to 3. 1. The young man struggled to retaliate, but was swiftly subdued against the cold hood of the vehicle, his face pressed against the icy engine. The gold chain glimmered under the sun. 2. I'll pick it up. I'll pick it up. Finally, the young man caved, trembling as he squatted down to retrieve the dirted pieces of meat, placing them back into the lunchbox. Lao Huang stood by helplessly, tears shimmering in his murky old eyes. Yes, I'm sorry, the young man murmured, handing the lunchbox back to Lao Huang in a voice barely above a whisper. Only then did Guo Chunhai release his grip, pulling out a blank transfer slip from his pocket and tearing it in half before the young man's eyes. Get lost. If I see you impersonating a Zhao family member again, I'll send you to the police station. The young man climbed back onto the truck, the engine roaring to life, yet he dared not utter another word. The truck departed, and cheers erupted from the workers in the shed. Technician Guo, a young worker exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. You were incredible. Lao Huang held the lunchbox, his lips quivering, unable to articulate his gratitude. Guo Chunhai patted his shoulder, saying, Go warm it up in the kitchen and eat. He turned to Lao Ma. This matter isn't over. I need to speak with Deputy Field Director Wang. I'll go explain. Lao Ma straightened his posture, declaring, if it comes to it, I'll quit this position. The workers chimed in with their support, some even suggesting they write a collective letter to the management. Guo Chunhai waved his hand. Let us focus on work for now. I'll handle this. The afternoon inspection proceeded as usual, but the workers' gazes were markedly different, filled with genuine respect and trust. Guo Chunhai knew that his actions today had earned him the collective acknowledgement of this group. As the sun began to set, the sound of an engine echoed once more at the entrance of the yard. This time, it was a familiar Jeep bearing the Forestry Bureau's license plate. The car door swung open, and Zhao Weiguo leapt out, closely followed by a middle-aged man clad in a Zhongshan suit. Brother Hai, Zhao Weiguo called out from a distance. My father has come to see you. Guo Chunhai squinted his eyes. The middle-aged man was none other than Deputy Director Zhao, clutching a file bag in his hand. The workers immediately tensed up, and old Ma was so frightened that his calves felt like they were cramping. The Deputy Director's personal visit surely boded ill. As Deputy Director Zhao approached, to everyone's surprise, his first words were, Xiaoguo, I've heard that someone has been impersonating my relatives. It turned out that the so-called cousin had gone straight to the Forestry Bureau to lodge a complaint after leaving, which Zhao Weiguo fortuitously overheard. Upon hearing his son's account, Deputy Director Zhao wasted no time and brought the concerned party for a confrontation. I've already informed Vice Director Wang about this, Deputy Director Zhao reassured, patting Guo Chunhai on the shoulder. We will deal with such pests, one by one. The workers stood in stunned silence. Summoning his courage, Old Huang inquired, Sir, what about Director Su? Deputy Director Zhao scoffed. Old Su from the County Commercial Bureau? His brother-in-law is barely holding on. He then turned to Guo Chunhai, softening his tone. Xiaoguo, this batch of unplanned timber has other arrangements in the Bureau. Please re-inspect it as special grade. As the Jeep departed, the entire logging yard erupted in jubilation. The workers gathered around Guo Chunhai, expressing their gratitude in a cacophony of voices. Old Huang even wiped away tears, exclaiming that he had never felt so vindicated in his life. As the sun set, the logging yard gradually quieted. Guo Chunhai sat at the entrance of the work shed, gazing at the undulating mountains in the distance. Er Lengzi approached, offering a big production cigarette, saying, Brother Hai, this matter isn't over yet. Guo Chunhai exhaled a ring of smoke, replying, Vice Director Wang can approve white tickets, which implies there are still people behind him. Er Lengzi scratched his head, asking, What should we do? Wait. Guo Chunhai extinguished the cigarette. The fox's tail will eventually reveal itself. As night fell, torches were lit in the logging yard. The workers spontaneously gathered, and someone began to play the accordion, their rugged voices echoing through the night sky. Guo Chunhai sat at the edge of the crowd, observing the genuine smiles on their faces. For the first time since his rebirth, he felt a profound sense that some matters were worth his endeavor to change. Chapter 105. Seeking vengeance in the early morning. Mist flowed through the forest as Guo Chunhai treaded on dew-kissed grass, his deer-hide boots leaving faint imprints on the moist moss. The rifle slung over his shoulder gently swayed with his steps, the dew on the barrel glistening in the morning light. Brother Hai, over here. Er Lengzi's voice came from ahead, hushed, fresh roe deer droppings. Guo Chunhai crouched down, his fingers pinching a small clump of droppings still warm to the touch. The adequate humidity indicated that the prey was nearby. He gestured for a flanking maneuver, and Er Lengzi and Tuobi immediately understood, dispersing silently like experienced hunting dogs. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound echoed through the woods. Guo Chunhai instinctively held his breath and slowly parted the shrubs. 30 meters away, 3 roe deer were grazing on tender shoots. The largest among them was a male roe deer, its antlers just beginning to sprout new buds, while the other two were females, slightly smaller in stature. Guo Chunhai gradually raised his rifle, the sights steadily aimed at the chest of the male deer. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, a sudden series of urgent whistles echoed from afar. The startled deer leaped up and vanished into the depths of the dense forest. Guo Chunhai furrowed his brow, directing his gaze towards the source of the sound, which came from the direction of the worksite. The whistle, 3 long and 2 short notes, was the agreed-upon emergency signal among the workers. Something had gone awry. Er Lengzi darted out from behind a tree, his face pale. The 3 men abandoned their hunt and sprinted back. As they traversed a grove of large trees, a small figure rushed toward them. It was a young worker, drenched in sweat. His pant legs caked with mud. "Guo, Uncle Guo," the young worker gasped. That golden chain has returned. He brought many people and is attacking old Huang." Guo Chunhai's pupils constricted sharply, and without a moment's hesitation, he quickened his pace. Memories from his previous life flashed through his mind like lightning. In that timeline, old Huang had fallen victim to a powerful connection, sustaining severe injuries that led to his job loss and eventual demise in poverty. Only about 100 meters from the worksite, they could hear a cacophony of curses and screams emanating from within. Guo Chunhai signaled for Er Lengzi and Torabu to circle around to the back entrance while he boldly strode through the front door. The scene before him ignited a furious response within his veins. Old Huang was curled up beside a stack of timber, bloodied and battered. 5 or 6 ruffians surrounded him, kicking and beating him. One of them, adorned with a conspicuous golden chain, was none other than the infamous cousin Zhao Weiguo from the last encounter. The workers were held back by a few thugs, seething with anger yet too afraid to voice their outrage. "Stop it!" Guo Chunhai's commanding shout reverberated like thunder above the worksite. The man with the golden chain turned around, momentarily taken aback, before breaking into a malicious grin. "Ah, the main character has arrived." He stepped on old Huang's back, taunting, "Old man, your protector is here." Guo Chunhai's gaze swept across the scene, assessing the 10 or so individuals present, some wielding iron rods and others brandishing chain locks, clearly well prepared. At the entrance of the shed, old Ma was being restrained by 2 thugs, half of his face swollen. Xiao Zhang hid behind a timber pile, clutching a crowbar tightly. "I will count to 3. Guo Chunhai's voice was as cold as ice. "Release old Huang and get out of the worksite." The man with the golden chain exaggeratedly pretended to clean out his ears. "You scared me." He exchanged glances with his accomplices. "Boys, teach this kid a lesson." 5 thugs brandishing weapons closed in. Guo Chunhai remained unfazed, removing his rifle and leaning it against the timber pile. He deemed it unnecessary to use it against these men. He flexed his wrist, the muscles honed from his rebirth clearly defined beneath his work attire. The first assailant, a youth with bleached hair, charged at him, swinging an iron rod aimed directly at Guo Chunhai's face. Guo Chunhai sidestepped effortlessly, delivering a precise strike to the opponent's wrist, causing the youth to scream as the iron rod clattered to the ground. Simultaneously, the second and third attackers lunged at him. Guo Chunhai lowered himself into a sweeping kick, toppling the one on the left, while his right elbow thrust backward, striking the other in the abdomen. Both assailants crumpled to the ground almost in unison, one clutching his leg in agony, the other curled up, retching. "Grab your weapons." As the situation turned dire, the man with the gold chain swiftly drew a spring knife from his waistband, shouting for his companions to charge. The remaining ruffians surged forward. Guo Chunhai seized an iron rod from the ground, wielding it with ferocity. The clashing of metal and the cries of agony reverberated, and in a fleeting moment, 3 more fell to the ground. Yet, the sheer number of adversaries proved overwhelming. A chain unexpectedly lashed against Guo Chunhai's back, igniting a searing pain. "Brother Hai," the voice of Er Lengzi suddenly called from the direction of the shed. He and Tuoyuo had somehow maneuvered behind the thugs, each brandishing a stout oak club. The tide of battle shifted dramatically. Tuoyuo charged like a descending black bear, each swing accompanied by a fierce rush of air, although Er Lengzi's movements were clumsy. His immense strength sent one thug sprawling 2 meters away with a single blow. Realizing the precariousness of his position, the man with the gold chain attempted to flee. Guo Chunhai sprang forward, sweeping the iron rod horizontally and striking the back of his knee. The man crumpled to the ground, and Guo Chunhai seized him by the collar. "Who sent you?" Guo Chunhai's voice was low, yet it sent tremors through the man. "And no one," he stammered. "I just couldn't stand it." Guo Chunhai tightened his grip. "This is your last chance." "It was Director Su." "Director Su." The man howled like a slaughtered pig. "He said to teach you a lesson." The workers gasped in astonishment. Old Ma broke free from his restraints and hobbled over. "Technician Guo, this must be reported to the department." "Not just yet." Guo Chunhai released the man and turned to the remaining thugs. Carry your injured out and inform Director Su. He paused. This matter is far from over. The ruffians, as if granted a stay of execution, scrambled to drag their wounded comrades away. The man with the gold chain was the last to leave, casting a venomous glare over his shoulder, but under Guo Chunhai's penetrating gaze, he wilted like a deflated balloon. The workers then gathered around, chattering animatedly about the harrowing events. Xiao Zhang brought a basin of warm water, and Anaji appeared, applying herbs to old Huang's wounds. The bones are fine, it's merely flesh wounds. Anaji assessed old Huang before checking Guo Chunhai's back injury. You'll need a couple of stitches. Guo Chunhai waved his hand dismissively. Tend to old Huang first. He surveyed the crowd. As for today's events, everyone, we saw nothing. Old Ma suddenly exclaimed, his voice booming. Right, brothers? The workers echoed in agreement. Some even beginning to clean up the blood on the ground. Guo Chunhai understood their apprehensions. Ordinary workers dread trouble, and their willingness to speak out was commendable. Technician Guo. Old Huang struggled to sit up, tears glistening in his murky eyes. I've caused you trouble. Guo Chunhai patted his shoulder. Take care of your injuries. He turned to Er Lengzi. Go to the infirmary for some anti-inflammatory medicine. Wait a moment, Anaji interjected suddenly. Someone's coming. Everyone turned in the direction of the voice. A jeep had halted at the entrance, and a middle-aged man clad in a Zhongshan suit was striding towards them. It was Deputy Director Zhao. 2 uniformed police officers followed in his wake. The workers instantly panicked, with a few contemplating hiding away. Deputy Director Zhao surveyed the surroundings, his gaze settling upon Guo Chunhai's blood-stained work attire. Young Guo, are you injured? He inquired. Just superficial wounds, Guo Chunhai replied succinctly. Zhao nodded, turning to the police officer behind him. Director Li, it must be this group, correct? The older officer retrieved a small notebook. According to reports from the public, a gang led by Jin Daong has repeatedly extorted and assaulted the workers at the forest farm. He glanced at the bloodstains on the ground. Did they come again today? A profound silence enveloped the workers in the shed. It dawned on Guo Chunhai that Deputy Director Zhao had arrived with the police to address the situation. He recounted the events briefly, omitting the details of his confrontation with multiple assailants, stating only that the workers had united in self-defense. What about Director Su? Old Ma asked, summoning his courage. Deputy Director Zhao scoffed. They have already been apprehended. He patted Guo Chunhai on the shoulder. Young Guo, we owe you a debt of gratitude. Those ruffians have had their sights set on the number 26 forest farm for quite some time, simply because it is far from the administrative office. It turned out that Director Su had long colluded with Jin and his gang, specifically targeting remote forest farms, leaving the workers angry but voiceless. This time, however, they had struck a solid blow and caught them all in one fell swoop. After completing their notes, the police departed, leaving the forest farm in a state of tranquility. The workers looked at Guo Chunhai with newfound respect. There was no one else in the entire forest farm who could command such support from the deputy director. As evening descended, Guo Chunhai sat alone at the entrance of the shed, cleaning his firearm. Unaji approached, carrying a bowl of steaming roe deer soup, and sat beside him. Here, she offered, handing him the bowl, which contained a few slices of wild ginseng. It's for replenishing your energy and blood. Guo Chunhai accepted the bowl, the steam obscuring his vision. In the distance, the setting sun painted the mountains in hues of crimson, while returning crows traced dark arcs across the sky. Tomorrow, I will visit the county, he suddenly remarked. Unaji did not inquire further, but simply nodded softly. She understood that Guo Chunhai would not let this matter rest. There were certainly others behind Director Su. As night fell, the forest farm lit torches. The workers spontaneously gathered together, with someone playing the accordion, their rough voices resonating in the night sky. Guo Chunhai sat at the edge of the crowd, observing their simple, joyful faces, and found himself smiling as well. Chapter 106. Hunting deer and building houses in the early morning. Dew coalesced into droplets upon the pine needles as Guo Chunhai navigated the slick moss through the birch forest. The weight of his rifle swayed gently with each step, the moisture on the barrel glinting in the morning light. Since the altercation at the forest farm, he had noticed a distinct change in the way the workers regarded him. It was a trust rooted deep within, transcending the superficial respect afforded to the title of technician. Brother Hai, the voice of Er Lengzi called from ahead, subdued yet urgent. Look at these hoof prints. Guo Chunhai crouched down, his fingers brushing over the fresh hoof prints in the snow, roughly the size of a bowl. Their edges sharply defined, clear evidence of an adult elk's passage. His heart raced further upon noticing the scattered droppings still emanating wisps of warmth, indicating that the herd had passed only recently. 3 at least. Torub emerged from behind the tree, his nostrils flaring as he caught the scent on the wind. The trio followed the hoofprints, each step meticulously placed upon the thickest layers of fallen leaves. Though Er Lengzi was somewhat clumsy, he had honed his stealth skills over the past 6 months in the forest, no longer snapping twigs with every movement as he had upon his arrival. Upon passing through a thicket, they found themselves in a sheltered valley, where the sunlit slope revealed patches of tender green grass as the snow had melted away. 30 meters ahead, 5 majestic Sika deer grazed leisurely on the fresh shoots. Leading the group was a large stag, its antlers branching out like 2 small trees, accompanied by 3 does and a yearling. Goodness, Er Lengzi licked his lips. If we could take them all down, it would last us for half a month. Guo Chunhai shook his head, raising 3 fingers. There was an unspoken rule among the Orican hunters. When encountering a herd of deer, one should take no more than 1/3. He slowly raised his rifle, aiming steadily at the healthiest doe. While spring does may not be as plump as those in autumn, their meat is tender and ideal for making venison pies. Bang! The gunshot echoed through the valley. The targeted doe collapsed, and the remaining deer scattered in a sudden frenzy. Guo Chunhai did not pursue. Instead, he swiftly cycled the bolt and shot the yearling, whose meat was the most succulent at just over a year old. We let a stag escape, Er Lengzi exclaimed, stamping his feet in frustration. Torub had already drawn his hunting knife. That's enough, he said, gesturing toward the fallen deer. Any more would be wasteful. As the 3 prepared to collect their prey, a sudden clatter of hooves echoed from afar. To their astonishment, the stag returned. Standing on a ridge 100 meters away, its head held high as it emitted a series of calls. It was beckoning its companions, completely exposed within shooting range. Goodness! It's practically offering itself. Er Lengzi exclaimed in excitement, raising his rifle once more. Guo Chunhai pressed down on the barrel. Let it go, he replied, gazing at the lithe figure on the ridge. Spring has arrived. We must allow for breeding. Torub nodded in agreement and began to process the fallen deer. His movements were swift and efficient. First, he bled them. Then he gutted them, categorizing the entrails to set aside the heart and liver wrapped in birch bark for consumption, while the intestines were designated for the dogs, and the stomach contents were carefully returned to the earth. This was a time-honored principle among the Orican hunters. Take from the forest and return to the forest. On the way back to the camp, Er Lengzi carried the yearling, humming a tuneless melody. Guo Chunhai and Torub fashioned a makeshift sled from sturdy branches to drag the doe. Blood from the deer dripped onto the melting snow, attracting several crows that circled overhead. Hey, Brother Hai, Er Lengzi suddenly recalled. The stag's antlers were impressive. If we could have taken it down, it would fetch a pretty penny, wouldn't it? At least 200, Torub replied without looking up. The supply and marketing cooperative would buy it as medicinal material. Guo Chunhai remained silent. At the entrance of the camp, Old Ma was supervising several workers repairing damaged timber stacks. Upon seeing the trio return laden with their bounty, the workers quickly gathered around, exclaiming their admiration in a chorus of voices. Goodness, this doe must weigh at least 300 pounds. The meat of a young deer is tender, especially when stewed with potatoes. Technician Guo, will you indulge in some meat tonight? Guo Chunhai handed the doe over to Old Ma. Leave both ends for the processing yard. He gestured towards the fawn. Just save me a hind leg. The rest can be shared among everyone. The workers erupted in cheers. Old Huang, the veteran worker who had been injured last time, squeezed to the front. Holding a porcelain jar, Technician Guo, I've saved some of our homemade sorghum liquor for you. Guo Chunhai accepted the jar and patted Old Huang on the shoulder. The elder's injury had nearly healed, though there remained some bruising around his left eye. This man, who had worked at the Forestry Bureau for 30 years, now proclaimed to everyone that Technician Guo was his savior. Er Lengzi, Guo Chunhai called, drive me to Lao Jin Go. Sure thing. Er Lengzi secured the deer meat and tossed it into the truck bed, and he remembered to bring some fresh wild vegetables for I, as Wanaji had mentioned last week. As the liberation truck pulled away from the processing yard, the sun had begun its descent. Er Lengzi, gripping the steering wheel, chattered incessantly about the latest happenings. Director Su had been dismissed and was under investigation, while the gang associated with Jean Lienzi had received labor education sentences, along with several forestry officials who were in collusion with Director Su. This time, Zhao Weiwei's father is quite the figure. Er Lengzi exclaimed excitedly. I heard he is being promoted to the formal director. Guo Chunhai gazed out at the swiftly passing birch forest, remaining silent. In his memories from a past life, Deputy Director Zhao indeed ascended to a formal position in 1984, but later fell from grace in 1986 during a strict crackdown for sheltering timber thieves. Perhaps in this life, he could find a way to assist him. Upon reaching Lao Jin Go, the setting sun bathed the wooden sign at the entrance in golden hues. Smoke wafted from the cactus of the Atambu family, and Wenaji was outside by the stove brewing milk tea. Upon seeing the truck arrive, she set down her wooden spoon and approached. "Is I at home?" Guo Chunhai jumped from the vehicle, pulling the deer meat from the truck bed. Wenaji nodded, taking the meat and weighing it in her hands. "A young deer? 1.5 years old?" "Yes, very tender," Guo Chunhai replied. Retrieving a cloth bag from the cab containing brick tea and brown sugar from the supply and marketing cooperative. Inside the cactus, a tambu sat by the fire pit, tanning a raw deer hide. Noticing the two enter, he set down the deer bone scraper, and his cloudy old eyes brightened upon seeing the deer meat. "The first one of spring?" "The second one," Guo Chunhai replied, sitting cross-legged and accepting the milk tea that Wenaji offered. "The first one was reserved for the workers at the processing yard." A tambu stroked his grizzled beard in satisfaction. "That's as it should be." He gestured for Wenaji to hang the deer meat from a beam. "Tomorrow, have Ban Er and the others come over for a feast." The pine branches in the fire pit crackled, casting flickering shadows across the faces of the three. Guo Chunhai took a sip of the milk tea, contemplating his words. About Wenaji and me I know what you are going to say," a tambu interjected, unfastening a leather pouch from his waist and pouring out a few polished animal bone chess pieces. "A house, right?" Guo Chunhai nodded. In accordance with the traditions of the Awenki people, prior to marriage, the groom must prepare a new cactus. However, having spent the past 6 months working in the logging industry, he has grown accustomed to the solidity and warmth of brick houses. He hesitated momentarily, contemplating. "Perhaps I should build a Han-style house." The air around the fire pit grew tense in an instant. Wenaji paused her meat cutting, lifting her gaze to her father. Atten's wrinkled face appeared particularly grave in the flickering firelight, his thick-fingered hands unconsciously caressing a piece of bone chess. After a prolonged silence, the elder exhaled deeply. "Have you made up your mind?" "Yes." Guo Chunhai met Atten's gaze unwaveringly. "The brick house is sturdy and warm in winter." He glanced at Wenaji. "And when we have children, it will be convenient for their schooling." The mere mention of children caused Wenaji's ears to flush red as she lowered her head to continue cutting the meat, though her movements became noticeably lighter. Atten silently added a pine branch to the fire. Suddenly, the elder chuckled amidst the dancing flames. "Well then, my boy." He gestured towards the truck parked outside. "With that iron contraption, hauling bricks and tiles will be easy." Guo Chunhai was taken aback by the elder's swift approval, momentarily at a loss for words. However, Wenaji appeared to have anticipated this, retrieving a dried deer leg from the beams above. "Grandfather has always said, Han-style houses are good, but they lack a son-in-law who can hunt." Laughter erupted among the three. The flames in the fire pit soared high, casting a warm glow on the beast skin surrounding the cactus. Outside, Er Lengzi and the village children were circling the truck, their laughter spilling through the animal skin curtain, mingling with the crackling of the fire, creating a cozy and reassuring atmosphere. Atten fetched a birch bark roll from a wooden box behind him, unfolding it to reveal a hand-drawn map. "That piece of land at the east end of the village, it faces the sun and is close to the water." He pointed to a marked spot on the map. "Work can commence as soon as the thaw begins in spring." Guo Chunhai leaned in for a closer look and noticed that the elder had meticulously noted the orientation of the house and the positions of doors and windows, clearly having planned this for quite some time. His heart warmed, and just as he was about to speak, Er Lengzi's voice rang out from outside. "Hi go, come quickly." The three hurriedly dashed out from the cactus, following the direction indicated by Er Lengzi. They beheld a line of over a dozen sika deer slowly making their way up the hillside at the village entrance. Leading them was the magnificent stag they had seen during the day, standing proudly at the forefront, its antlers resembling burning torches in the setting sun. "It's him," Er Lengzi exclaimed, his mouth agape, "the one from earlier." Atten squinted at the sight for a while before suddenly patting Guo Chunhai on the shoulder, a good omen. The elder said, with profound significance, "The deer know the way. They will return at this time next year." As night fell, the stars over Laojin Valley shone particularly brightly. Guo Chunhai stood on the foundation of what would soon become a new home, gazing at the undulating silhouettes of the distant mountains. Wenaji approached quietly, offering him a steaming bowl of deer meat soup. "Grandfather is pleased," she whispered. "I secretly checked the timber 3 times this afternoon." Guo Chunhai accepted the bowl, the steam blurring his vision. "We will start construction in spring." He grasped Wenaji's hand and said, "In due time, I will prepare a warm kong for you." Chapter 107. Building a nest for love. The early morning in old Jingu was shrouded in a delicate mist as Guo Chunhai treaded upon the dewy grass, making his way towards the vacant land at the eastern edge of the village. A light rain had fallen the previous night, and the earth exuded a damp aroma. He crouched down, scooping a handful of soil, feeling its moderate adhesion, a perfect material for laying a foundation. Is it this early? The voice of a tambu called from behind. The elder was clad in a faded blue cloth jacket, an axe tucked into his waistband, and his grizzled beard still glistening with morning dew. Guo Chunhai rose, gesturing towards a few wooden stakes planted in the center of the clearing. This is the line I drew last night. Please have a look and see if it suits. A tambu squinted, tracing the markings along the stakes with his eyes. The outline depicted a structure of 3 rooms, oriented north to south, with a space left in front for planting some mountain berries and chokecherries, adhering to the traditions of the Awaken people. The eastern room will serve as the bridal chamber? The elder pointed with his foot at the easternmost marker. Guo Chunhai nodded. We will build a kong. It will be warm in winter. He produced a crumpled blueprint from his pocket. Old Zhou from the technical department helped me draft this. He claims it is the latest design for a Manchu kong that conserves firewood. A tambu took the blueprint, his rough fingers carefully gliding over the lines. Though he could not comprehend the Chinese annotations, the elder possessed an innate sharpness characteristic of a hunter. The flue is cleverly designed, he exclaimed suddenly, raising his gaze. Is the timber ready? Er Lengzi is bringing 2 loads of red pine from the forestry station today. Guo Chunhai indicated towards the dirt road at the village entrance. The bricks and tiles will arrive next week. Zhao Weiguo is helping to coordinate with the county brick factory. The elder, satisfied, stroked his beard and suddenly turned to shout towards the village. In a short while, 5 or 6 Awaken men emerged from their respective shelters. Some carrying axes, others ropes, and one, the son-in-law of the half-eared elder, bore a full set of carpentry tools. He was the finest carpenter in the village. We begin the framework today. A tambu proclaimed in Awaken, and the men immediately sprang into action. Guo Chunhai wished to assist, but was halted by the elder. Those of you who work should go to your jobs. He pointed towards the rising sun. Leave the house to us. Wanaji approached, holding a birch bark bowl filled with steaming meat porridge, dressed in the blue work outfit issued by the forestry station. Her hair remained styled in the traditional Awaken long braid, the tip adorned with a small brass bell that jingled as she walked. Please eat. She offered the bowl to Guo Chunhai, then turned to her father, saying, Father, I have taken down the venison hanging from the beam. I will stew it for lunch. A tambu nodded, already directing the others in digging the foundation. Guo Chunhai finished the porridge in a few quick bites and returned the bowl to Wanaji. I will come back early from work. No need. Wanaji shook her head. Father said that building a house is a man's task. She paused, a slight smile curling her lips. The inventory in the materials room is being counted today. I too shall return late. As Er Lengzi's liberated truck roared into the scene, the sun had already ascended the mountain crest. Guo Chunhai leapt onto the vehicle and discovered, nestled among the red pine timber, that Torabu and Japakian were seated, both equipped with tools, evidently having taken leave to lend a hand. This is specially approved by Deputy Director Zhao, Er Lengzi proclaimed, proudly waving a note. It's for mutual assistance among employees. It doesn't count as absence. As the truck traversed the vacant area of the township, Guo Chunhai noticed that a tambu and his crew had already excavated a foundation trench up to his knees. The elderly man wielding the shovel appeared a decade younger than his actual age. Along the way, Er Lengzi chattered incessantly about the news from the logging site, revealing that Director Su's case had implicated more individuals, stirring even the county's attention. The management was preparing to promote a batch of young cadre, and Guo Chunhai's name was on the list. Most importantly, the Forestry Bureau had just issued a document allowing employees to construct homes on their allotted land, with a maximum area of 60 square meters. 60 square meters? Torabu frowned. That's insufficient. Fool. Er Lengzi smacked the steering wheel. The document states not exceeding 60. It doesn't say it must be less. I've seen Hai Ji's house. It's at least 80 square meters. Guo Chunhai refrained from responding. Memories from his previous life reminded him that 1984 was indeed the most lenient year for housing policies within the forestry system, tightening considerably by 1985. This urgency was the very reason for his haste to commence construction. The logging site today was unusually tranquil. Old Ma had taken the workers to the mountains to transport timber, leaving only Xiao Zhang to guard the site. Upon seeing the truck arrive, Xiao Zhang sprinted over. Technician Guo, the office called. They said your fiancé. He caught sight of the timber on the truck and abruptly changed his tune. Comrade Anaji has been temporarily reassigned to the bureau. She won't return until this afternoon. Guo Chunhai nodded, his heart tinged with confusion, as Anaji had clearly stated in the morning her intention to inventory in the document room. He instructed Er Lengzi to unload the timber and return to Lao Jingo while he proceeded to the shed to retrieve his inspection tools. Inside the shed, Old Huang was adding firewood to the stove when he noticed Guo Chunhai's entrance and, with an air of mystery, approached him. Technician Guo. I hear you are building a house. Without waiting for a reply, the elder dragged a cloth bundle from beneath the bed. This is my family's heirloom plastering trowel. It's exceptionally useful. Guo Chunhai accepted the heavy iron trowel, its handle polished smooth from years of use. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, a sudden honk from outside broke the moment. A green jeep halted at the entrance of the logging site. The door swung open, and Anaji jumped out. Today, she was not clad in work attire but had donned traditional Orkin garments, a deep blue long robe cinched at the waist with a colorful ribbon, adorned with fresh Dazixiang flowers in her hair. This is... Guo Chunhai was momentarily taken aback. A delicate blush graced Anaji's cheeks, an unusual sight for someone typically composed and steady. With a hint of shyness, she remarked, "My grandfather sent me to fetch you. The deputy director has approved this." She pointed to a nearby jeep, stating it is for the beam-raising ceremony. Upon hearing the term beam-raising, Guo Chunhai was instantly enlightened. In the traditional customs of the Orkin people, the most significant aspect of house construction is the beam-raising ceremony. This event is profoundly solemn, requiring the invitation of the entire township to partake in a feast, accompanied by a series of auspicious rituals. He hastily set down the tool in his hand, quickly tidied up, and then followed Anaji as they briskly walked towards the jeep. As he approached, he was taken aback to find that Zhao Weiguo was behind the wheel. Today, this young man had donned an entirely new outfit, his hair slicked back, exuding an air of vitality. "Hi Go," my dad said. "Today you can take a break." Zhao Weiguo exclaimed excitedly to Guo Chunhai, while also giving a mysterious wink, "And there are some delightful treasures in the trunk." The jeep sped along, swiftly arriving at Laojinggo. Before they even reached the village entrance, Guo Chunhai could see a large crowd gathered in the open space. At the center of the throng stood 6 robust red pine pillars, and a tambu was leading several seasoned hunters, busily tying a vibrant red cloth around the central pillar. As the jeep approached, the crowd parted as if under a spell, creating a pathway. Noticing this, a tambu waved eagerly at Guo Chunhai, calling out, "Just in time. We've been waiting for you." Guo Chunhai was ushered to the forefront. The central beam, adorned not only with the red cloth, but also with bows, hunting knives, and a string of copper bells, reflected the tradition of the Orkin people, symbolizing a bountiful hunt for the new homeowner. "Come, this first chop is yours." A tambu handed him an axe. Guo Chunhai took the axe, inhaling deeply. The ends of the main beam were already set. It merely required final securing. He swung the axe, striking precisely at the mortise joint, sending wood shavings flying. "Excellent." The crowd cheered in unison. As the axe fell, the women began to sing the ancient house-building song, while the men collectively lifted the main beam onto the roof. Anaji approached with a bowl of mare's milk wine, which Guo Chunhai received, first offering a toast to heaven and earth, then to a tambu, and finally taking a sip himself, pouring the remainder around the foundation. This was a fusion of Orkin and Han customs. Zhao Weiguo emerged from the trunk with 2 boxes of Beidatsong liquor and several packs of Dakiaman cigarettes, prompting a chorus of cheers from the crowd. A tambu beamed, repeatedly proclaiming, "Our Han in-laws are generous." As the sun set, the framework of the new house was already erected. Though the walls had yet to be built and the roof laid, the layout of the 3 rooms was distinctly visible. 3 large pots were set up in the open space, simmering venison, wild boar, and carp brought from the forest farm. After several rounds of drinks, the elder, half-deaf, shook a copper bell and sang a blessing song, while the young people danced around the bonfire in the traditional bear dance. Guo Chunhai and Anaji were pushed to the center of the fire. According to custom, the newlyweds were to perform the first dance during the house construction. Anaji's long braid danced in the firelight, and the copper bells jingled with each step. Although Guo Chunhai's movements were clumsy, he managed to keep rhythm with the beat, drawing rounds of applause. "Good lad." A tambu clapped his thigh. "Dancing is just like hunting. It requires steadiness, precision, and decisiveness." As night deepened and the banquet gradually dispersed, Guo Chunhai helped to clear the dishes before walking alone to the foundation of the new house. Under the moonlight, the 6 pillars stood tall like loyal sentinels, and the red cloth on the main beam fluttered gently in the night breeze. Anaji quietly approached, offering him a bowl of hangover soup. "Grandfather says it will be completed in half a month." Guo Chunhai took the bowl, the steam blurring his vision. Memories from his past life surged like a tidal wave. In that era, he and Una Ji resided in a drafty cactus house until the 1990s, nearly losing their child to the cold upon birth. "Why are you crying?" Una Ji asked in astonishment, raising her hand to wipe away his tears. Guo Chunhai shook his head, grasping her hand tightly. Out of joy, he gazed at the framework of their new home illuminated by moonlight. "Once the walls are built, I will prepare a large kong for you. We shall never fear the cold again in winter. In the distance, a nightingale sang, its notes long and clear. The dogs in the village barked a few times before falling silent again. Beside the foundation of the new house, a wild mountain ash tree unfurled its tender buds in the moonlight, as if also anticipating the new life that awaited. Chapter 108. The journey to find ginseng at 15 minutes past 3 in the morning. The night sky over Laojinggo was still studded with stars. Guo Chunhai propped himself up from the calm, gazing at the sleeping Una Ji beside him in the moonlight. The girl's long eyelashes cast delicate shadows on her cheeks, her breathing steady and prolonged. He carefully moved her arm, which lay across his waist, her wrist still adorned with the copper bracelet he gifted her last year, now polished to a sheen. Outside, the spring chill was more biting than he had anticipated. Guo Chunhai donned the fur vest gifted by a tambu last winter, the leather faintly scented with pine smoke. He gingerly lit the kerosene lamp. The flame flickered within the glass shade, casting shadows of their rifles on the wall that danced in length and breadth. Scenes from 3 days prior flooded back to him. He had returned early from the logging site and happened to overhear a conversation between a tambu and Una Ji in the cactus house. "We are still 80 short for the bricks and tiles," the old man's hoarse voice carried through the animal skin curtain. "Perhaps we should sell that mink fur from the beam." "Grandfather, that is meant for me." Una Ji's eager protests were cut off by a coughing fit. Cough, cough. The Han house is more important. Guo Xiaozai is working as a technician in the forest. He can't continue living in the cactus house. Guo Chunhai tightened his grip on the edge of the calm. He understood that a tambu had invested all his savings into the new house. But he hadn't expected even the dowry prepared for his daughter would need to be sold. 80 yuan was equivalent to 2 months' salary for him. Yet to the old hunter, it represented a fur that could be exchanged for window glass, a means to ensure his daughter could live with dignity in a Han house. Under the kerosene lamp, he left a note. "Take a trip to Sandaogo, return before dark." The pen paused briefly on the paper before he added a simple drawing of ginseng, knowing Una Ji would understand. Over the past 6 months, she had learned to recognize many simple characters. As he packed his gear, Guo Chunhai moved with exceptional care. He wrapped the deer bone arrow in soft cloth, wound red string around the bamboo tube, and selected the shiniest copper coin, a Qianlong Tongbao. Most importantly, he took the 3-foot 2-inch violent horsewood stick, specially cut for him by half-year elder last autumn, its top wrapped in brass, heavy in his hand. The creaking of the wooden door startled the old dog, Hazy. In the yard, just as the dog was about to bark, it caught the familiar scent and lay back down, its tail brushing against the haystack. Guo Chunhai crouched to stroke the soft fur behind its ears, pulling a piece of jerky from his pocket as a reward. Hazy had been rescued by him and Una Ji from the jaws of a wolf and had now become their most loyal sentinel. The dirt road in the village shimmered with a bluish-white hue under the moonlight. Guo Chunhai adjusted the burden on his shoulder, which contained the sweet cakes baked by Una Ji the previous night and a half-piece of salted meat. He glanced back at the newly built brick wall of his house, now reaching waist height, with windproof tarpaulin nailed over the window frames. Once he sold the ginseng, his first task would be to install glass windows. As he traversed the hazel forest at the western edge of the village, the mountain path grew steeper. The April landscape of the Khingan Mountains had only recently thawed. Patches of lingering snow in the shaded areas crunched underfoot. Guo Chunhai paused intermittently, checking the compass by the moonlight, confirming that Sandaogo lay to the northwest, requiring him to cross 2 mountain ridges. When the first rays of dawn painted the eastern peaks crimson, he was climbing a bare rock. From this vantage point, he could survey the entire Laojingdian, where a few early risers in the village had already begun to send up wisps of smoke from their chimneys. Guo Chunhai took out his water bottle and quenched his thirst with cool water, his Adam's apple bobbing. The bottle was a military green aluminum canister, engraved with the words "Defend the Homeland," a gift from his uncle, a veteran. "Today, I must succeed," he muttered to himself as he stowed away the water bottle. The market in Qinglangtu had just opened, and good ginseng could fetch the highest price of the year. Last year, the supply and marketing cooperative had offered 68 yuan for 4th-grade leaves, if he could find 5th-grade leaves. By the time the sun had fully risen, Guo Chunhai stood atop the first mountain ridge. The large forest before him glowed a golden red in the morning light, accompanied by the rhythmic tapping of a woodpecker in the distance. He found a flat stone to sit on and took out the sweet cake, wrapped in oil paper with edges slightly charred. Biting into it filled his mouth with a delightful sweetness. Una Ji always complained about the poor meals at the logging camp and ensured he had enough provisions each week. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Guo Chunhai retrieved his ginseng stick and began to probe. This was a fundamental skill for a forager. With his left hand, he tapped the ground with the stick, while his right hand cleared away the underbrush, changing direction every 3 steps, moving forward in a zigzag pattern. The sound of the copper tip scraping against the earth startled a few Siberian jays, whose flapping wings echoed through the forest. 3 leaves, 5 leaves. Guo Chunhai recited the mantra for finding ginseng. Ginseng thrives in sloped areas where oak, linden, and red pine intermingle, sheltered from the wind and basking in sunlight. Ideally near a water source. He had deliberately chosen this old forest, last autumn, while collecting pine cones. He had spotted several lampstands here, 3-year-old ginseng seedlings, indicating the possible presence of mature ginseng nearby. The midday sun made everything feel hazy. Guo Chunhai removed his vest and tied it around his waist, beads of sweat trickling from his chin onto the rich, loamy soil. He had already probed nearly 2 acres, and apart from a few tangshan and astragalus plants, not a shadow of ginseng had appeared. Hearing the distant sound of a stream, he decided to wash his face and take a break. On a large stone by the stream, a sunbathing toad leaped into the water with a splash upon seeing him approach. Guo Chunhai cupped his hands to splash cold, refreshing water onto his face. Just as he was about to fill his water bottle, he caught a glimpse of an unusual red hue in the grass on the opposite bank. It was ginseng seeds. His heart raced against his ribs. Those clusters of red, resembling garnets, hung from stalks about a foot high, glistening vibrantly under the sunlight. Guo Chunhai held his breath, fearful of startling the ginseng sprouts. He slowly retreated a few steps, pulled out a red string from his pocket, and then cautiously waded through the knee-deep stream. The resistance of the water made each step arduous. Guo Chunhai fixated intently on the cluster of ginseng seeds, fearful that a moment's distraction would cause him to lose sight of them. The pebbles at the stream's bottom were covered in moss, slick and oily to the touch. Twice, he nearly lost his footing, relying solely on his staff to prevent his gear from becoming drenched. Upon nearing the ginseng plant, Guo Chunhai realized the situation was more complex than anticipated. Surrounding the seeds were 7 or 8 similar wild grasses, their stems and leaves nearly indistinguishable. This was a self-defense mechanism of the wild ginseng, expertly designed to confuse those who sought to harvest it. He knelt on one knee, his nose almost brushing against the grass blades, and finally discerned a subtle difference on the leaf of the rightmost plant. The genuine ginseng leaf bore a more densely serrated edge, and the veins on its underside formed a net-like pattern. At last, I found you, Guo Chunhai whispered, his trembling fingers tying a red string around the ginseng stem. According to tradition, the knot must be a slip knot, ensuring it neither constricted the stem nor loosened unintentionally. The red string was dyed with madder root, reputed to pacify the spirit of the ginseng. Once the string was secured, Guo Chunhai retrieved a deer bone pick and began the delicate process of lifting the ginseng. This task demanded immense patience. He first cleared away the fallen leaves and weeds, then meticulously peeled back the layers of humus to reveal the ginseng's roots. With the pick, he skillfully teased away the soil, cautious not to snap any of the delicate root hairs. A single broken hair could reduce the ginseng's value by 30%. As the sun dipped in the west, Guo Chunhai's back was drenched in sweat. He carefully used the pick to dislodge the final layer of surface soil, and at last, the main body of the ginseng was fully exposed. The main root was as thick as a thumb, branching into 2 supporting roots. Resembling a person standing with hands on hips, the fibrous roots were robust and intricate, the longest measuring nearly half a foot. The rings on the ginseng's crown were distinctly countable, 6 in total. 6-leaf ginseng. Guo Chunhai's throat went dry. By age, this specimen had matured for at least 35 years. Though it hadn't reached the coveted 7 ounces for ginseng or 8 ounces for treasure, it was nonetheless a remarkable find. Old Lu from the cooperative had mentioned that last year, a 6-leaf ginseng sold for 240 yuan, enough to purchase 10 square meters of glass. Just as he prepared to extract birch bark for wrapping, a faint rustling sound suddenly emanated from behind the ginseng plant. Guo Chunhai froze, slowly raising his gaze to find a dull gray viper poised in the leaf litter just 2 feet away, its triangular head raised, flicking its bright red tongue. This was a highly venomous ground ball, and a single bite could lead to full-body swelling within half an hour. Guo Chunhai remained motionless in his kneeling position, his right hand cautiously reaching for the knife at his waist. The viper's vertical pupils were fixed on the intruder, its neck swollen and flattened in a display of intimidation. Time seemed to stand still. A bead of sweat trickled down Guo Chunhai's brow, hanging precariously from his lashes. At that moment, a sudden crack of a breaking branch echoed in the distance, startling the viper into a sudden retreat. Seizing the opportunity, Guo Chunhai struck with his knife, accurately piercing the ground 3 inches behind the serpent's head, the blade embedding itself half an inch into the earth. The snake writhed violently, coiling around the knife handle, its scales scraping against the metal with an unpleasant sound. Guo Chunhai waited until it exhausted itself before withdrawing the knife and tossing the lifeless snake aside. By the rules of the mountains, such a protective serpent could not be killed, but in that moment, he could not afford to be overly concerned. As the sun fully sank behind the mountains, Guo Chunhai finally extracted the ginseng in its entirety. He wrapped the ginseng body in moss, then encased it in pre-steamed birch bark, securing it all with the red string. Before departing, he did not forget to bury a copper coin in the ginseng pit, a tradition passed down from his ancestors, symbolizing reciprocity. The journey back proved to be more arduous than the initial trek. The forest was enveloped in darkness, rendering his hands invisible, and Guo Chunhai could only navigate by the sporadic starlight filtering through the treetops. The ginseng in his backpack felt as though it weighed 1,000 pounds, forcing him to tread cautiously with each step. To make matters worse, the distant howls of wolves echoed ominously, rising and falling like a sinister signal. A long howl suddenly pierced the silence from the left, so close it sent chills down his spine. Guo Chunhai immediately crouched down, his right hand instinctively reaching for his weapon. In the darkness, he glimpsed flickers of green light. At least 5 or 6 wolves had encircled him in a fan-shaped formation. The lead wolf was particularly massive, with a chunk missing from its left ear. Indeed, it was part of the pack from last year's Wolf Valley incident. Guo Chunhai slowly retreated to the side of a red pine, pressing his back against the trunk. The wolves drew nearer, and he could smell their foul odor. The alpha wolf bared its teeth, emitting a low growl while its front paws scratched at the ground. In a moment of desperation, Guo Chunhai remembered the ginseng in his possession. The old man had once mentioned that the scent of a century-old ginseng could repel wild beasts. He quickly unfastened his backpack and tore a piece from the birch bark. The rich medicinal fragrance immediately filled the air, causing the lead wolf to hesitate and take a half-step back. Seizing this opportunity, Guo Chunhai ignited the torch he carried. The sudden blaze startled the wolves, causing them to retreat to a distance of about 10 feet, yet they still lingered. He had no choice but to hold the torch in one hand and his gun in the other, backing away toward the direction of Lao Jingo. With every 100 steps, he let out a roar, both to bolster his courage and to call for help. When the lights of the village finally came into view, Guo Chunhai's legs trembled uncontrollably. The frantic barking of his dog alerted a Tanbu, who emerged with a hunting fork in hand. Upon seeing the situation, he immediately sounded the alarm with a cow horn. Only then did the wolves reluctantly depart, vanishing into the vastness of the night. Inside the sanctuary, the flame of the oil lamp danced joyfully. As a Tanbu received the ginseng, his rough fingers trembled slightly. He scrutinized it closely under the light. The ginseng head was plump like a horse's tooth, the main body was spirit-like in form, and the fibrous roots were intact, with a glistening sap seeping from the cut end. 6th-grade leaf, a Tanbu murmured in the Er language, enough to exchange for 10 glass windows, with some left over. Suddenly, he looked up, his gaze piercing for Anaji. Guo Chunhai shook his head, his voice still tight with tension. For you. For the house. Before he could finish, the animal hide curtain was suddenly thrown aside. Anaji burst in, carrying a steaming bowl of meat porridge, her braid half undone, and her face smudged with soot. Upon seeing the ginseng on the table, she paused momentarily, then slammed the bowl down forcefully in front of Guo Chunhai. I knew it. Leaving a note and heading into the mountains. Her voice trembled with emotion. What if you encountered a bear? A Tanbu coughed, nudging the ginseng toward his daughter. Look, 6th-grade leaf. Spirit body. Anaji picked up the ginseng, her fingertips brushing against the delicate roots. Under the light, her eyelashes were damp, as if she had just been crying. The supply and marketing cooperative will at least offer 240, she murmured, her tone softening. Not for sale, Guo Chunhai and a Tanbu replied in unison. The three exchanged knowing smiles. The elderly man carefully removed a birch bark box from the beam and gently placed the ginseng inside, saying, Save it for your wedding to brew wine. He turned to Guo Chunhai, abruptly adopting a stern demeanor. Tomorrow, I shall go to the county to buy glass. If you dare to venture into the mountains alone again. Before he could finish, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Er Lengzi burst in, breathless and sweating. Brother Hai? The headquarters sent an urgent message. There's been illegal logging discovered at Kadaegu. They want you to take a look. Just as Guo Chunhai was about to rise, Wanaji pressed him down, insisting, Finish your porridge before you go. She then turned to Er Lengzi. Would you like a bowl as well? Er Lengzi scratched his head, his eyes fixated on the birch bark box on the table. I heard they found a 6-leaf ginseng. May I have a glance? A Tanbu smiled and opened the box. Under the warm glow of the oil lamp, the ginseng cast a grand shadow on the tent, resembling a little figure standing proudly with hands on hips. gazing at this cozy home. Chapter 109. The taboo of re-entering the mountains on April 5, 1984, just after the Qingming festival. The snow in the Khingan Mountains had yet to fully melt. Early in the morning, Guo Chunhai busied himself with an old chainsaw in the workshop of the forest farm. The scent of diesel mingling with rust assailing his nostrils. Clad in a deep blue work uniform, the sleeves shone with wear, and his hands bore the scars from branches while ginseng gathering 2 days prior. Brother Chunhai, Er Lengzi's boisterous voice erupted from the workshop entrance. This young man in his early 20s sported a wild haircut, his work uniform collar wide open, revealing a yellowed undershirt. Wanaji's father is droning on about mountain rules again, saying we are not allowed to enter the mountains anymore. Guo Chunhai set down his wrench and wiped his hands on a grease-stained towel. Outside the workshop, early shift workers were heading in pairs toward the lumber yard, and the distant sound of a tractor echoed. He squinted, recalling the 6-leaf ginseng unearthed 3 days earlier in Laojin-go, which had fetched over 800 yuan, equivalent to 3 months' wages. Let's go take a look, Guo Chunhai declared, rummaging through his toolbox to find half a pack of Daqian men, which he had purchased with his ginseng earnings to honor his father-in-law. The family quarters of the forest farm were composed of red brick bungalows, with a tambu's home at the easternmost end, adorned with dried roe deer skins and strings of red chili peppers hanging at the entrance. Before even stepping inside, the raspy voice of the elder could be heard. The ginseng spirit is wise. It grants gifts to a hunter only once a year. The greedy shall face retribution. Guo Chunhai gingerly lifted the embroidered cotton door curtain depicting reindeer, as if crossing into a realm of mystery. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of steaming milk tea and fragrant bread laid upon the Kong table. Wanaji sat quietly, her head bowed as she focused on tearing the bread, her glossy braid cascading like a waterfall over her chest, swaying gently with her movements. Wanaji's brother, Tuoyuo, sat cross-legged at the edge of the Kong, his muscular arms bulging with veins, exuding strength. At that moment, he was grumbling in defiance. Father, that is all old news. Guo Chunhai quickly approached the Kong, respectfully offering a cigarette to the elder. The elderly man received the cigarette, but refrained from igniting it immediately. Instead, he held it delicately between his fingers, his deeply set eyes, sharp as a hawk's, fixed intently on Guo Chunhai. This venerable figure was named a Tambu, once the most distinguished hunter of the Awanki people. However, he now limped slightly on his left leg, a lingering consequence from a misstep 7 years prior while pursuing an injured wild boar, resulting in a fall from a cliff. Chunhai, the old man remarked in his halting Mandarin, Yuan people may not believe in such matters, but I am well aware of the events in the mountains. He continued, 5 years ago, that gang in Laojin Gully unearthed 3 significant ginseng plants. But what happened next? As he gestured dramatically, mimicking an avalanche, they were all buried beneath. Anaji suddenly lifted her head, her eyes sparkling like obsidian, radiating brilliance. With a clear and resolute voice, she asserted, Father, Chunhai is different from others. He understands the rules well. The last time, Er Lengzi couldn't tie the red string, and it was Chunhai who taught him. Her fingers absent-mindedly caressed the copper whistle hanging around her neck, a gift from Guo Chunhai, crafted with the money he earned from his first ginseng harvest. The whistle emitted a subtle sound as it brushed against her fingertips, as though recounting the tale of their bond. Jepai squatted silently by the door, sharpening his hunting knife. This taciturn Iwanki man, a tractor driver at the timber yard, appeared somewhat indistinct under the dim light. He murmured, Tomorrow is Saturday. I filled the tractor with fuel. His voice was low and gravelly, akin to the sound of a blade grinding against a whetstone, carrying a veiled implication. Guo Chunhai retrieved a box of matches and lit the cigarette for his father-in-law. The flame flickered between his calloused fingers, casting a faint glow upon his face, revealing a hint of weariness. He recalled a snowy night from his previous life, when Anaji had fallen from a cliff while foraging for herbs on his behalf. At that moment, he had vowed to ensure she would have a good life. The monthly wage at the timber yard was a mere 260 yuan, while a 5th-grade ginseng could fetch 500. This stark disparity ignited a surge of determination within Guo Chunhai. He inhaled deeply and softly proclaimed, Let us go and take a look. If we find nothing, we shall return immediately. A Tambu exhaled a plume of smoke, deepening the creases in his face. Take the gun. Recently, the wolf pack has been moving south. In the afternoon, as work commenced, the horn at the timber yard blared, playing on the fields of hope. Guo Chunhai and his colleagues loaded logs onto a liberation truck, destined for a lumber processing plant beyond the mountains. Driver old Lu, smoking a cigarette while inspecting the truck, suddenly lowered his voice. I heard you were going back into the mountains? The new officer from the security department, Li, is keeping a close watch. Guo Chunhai's heart raced. The timber yard strictly prohibited employees from foraging ginseng, and they had previously fabricated a story about gathering pine nuts to evade scrutiny. He handed over a pack of newly purchased big production. Uncle Lu, will you be driving tomorrow? My daughter is studying in the county. I need to send her living expenses. Old Lu winked meaningfully, but Master Wang's truck will be heading up the mountain to collect branches, using the north gate. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Guo Chunhai found Anaji behind the boiler room. The young woman donned a dark green cotton shirt and was pouring hot water into a military canteen when she noticed his arrival. From her pocket, she retrieved a red cloth pouch, a talisman for protection, one for you and one for me. Guo Chunhai grasped her hand, feeling the calluses formed from years of drawing a bow. In the distance, the laughter of workers returning home echoed, while wisps of smoke rose from rooftops, mingling with the aroma of braised pickled cabbage. Amidst this ordinary atmosphere, he suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of surrealism, gathering ginseng and altering fate. Could all of this merely be a dream? My brother has prepared some venison jerky, Una Ji whispered, tiptoeing close to his ear, her warm breath brushing against his neck. Gupa Qian mentioned there's a new place north of Laojin Go. As night fell, Guo Chunhai quietly inspected his equipment. 5 semi-automatic rifles were hidden in a wooden box beneath the Kong, their surfaces gleaming. He retrieved his own, marked with 7 fine scratches, each one representing a great beast he had hunted since his rebirth. In the corner lay tools for ginseng gathering, deerbone picks, red strings, copper coins, and the very stick he had forged himself. Outside, 3 calls of a cuckoo echoed, a signal known only to Er Lengzi. Guo Chunhai gently opened the window, where Er Lengzi's face glowed with excitement under the moonlight. It's done. I sneaked half a bag of flour from the cafeteria and managed to get 2 bottles of 60-degree ergua. Guo Chunhai nodded, suddenly catching sight of Una Ji's silhouette at the window. She was braiding her hair, her movements light and dance-like. A surge of warmth filled his chest as he tightly grasped the red cloth talisman in his pocket. The mountain breeze swept over the tin roof of the forest station, emitting a low, mournful sound, reminiscent of an ancient warning. Chapter 110. The Wrath of the Mountain God Before Dawn Broke. The duty room at the north gate of the forest station glowed with a dim yellow light. Guo Chunhai crouched in the underbrush, inhaling the scent of morning dew mixed with diesel, while he listened to Master Wang chatting with the security personnel. This batch of branches is for the paper mill. We must hurry. Er Lengzi nervously bit into a piece of rye bread, crumbs falling onto his dark blue work uniform. He had specifically asked the workshop director for leave the day before, claiming that his uncle was getting married. Guo Chunhai felt the slip of leave in his inner pocket, embossed with the large red seal of the machinery repair shop, which he had traded with clerk Zhang for some scrap parts. Let's go, Gu Paqian whispered. 5 figures crept onto the back of the truck, diving into the fluffy pile of branches. Guo Chunhai felt Una Ji pressed against him, her scent a mixture of pine and badger oil. As the truck roared to life, Er Lengzi could not suppress a sneeze, prompting Toro Bu to quickly cover his mouth. After driving 2 miles, they jumped off at a fork in the road. Gu Paqian pulled out the hidden gear from the pile of branches, rifles, backpacks, and his ancestral Awenki hunting knife. Guo Chunhai helped Una Ji tighten her leg straps. She had changed into a pair of high-top rubber boots, purchased with ginseng money during their last trip to the county town. Head north. Gu Paqian pointed towards the fog-laden mountains. The new place is called Gue Jianqiu. I saw wild boars rooting for ginseng there last year. This normally reticent tractor driver seemed transformed upon entering the mountains, his eyes shining with an alarming intensity. Through the morning mist, the group treaded upon the half-melted snow, delving deeper into the mountains. Guo Chunhai took the lead, the weight of the semi-automatic rifle resting heavily on his shoulder. The work at the forest farm had rendered his palms calloused, yet the muscle memory of gripping a firearm remained intact. Before his rebirth, he had fought in the Vietnam War, honing his marksmanship on the battlefield. Suddenly, Unaki crouched, her fingers brushing against a cluster of low shrubs. 2 drops of dark red liquid glistened on the leaves, fresh, possibly the blood of a deer. Her eyes sparkled, the tips of her braids adorned with morning dew, shimmering like crystals in the sunlight. Torobo eagerly parted the bushes, exclaiming, "What if there's an injured sick deer?" "No, wait," Guo Chunhai interjected, using a stick to sift through the dry leaves, revealing half of a furry hoofprint. A roe deer, its front hoof is injured. He frowned. At this time of year, roe deer should not appear on sunny slopes. In the distance, the harsh cawing of crows broke the silence, and Er Lengzi spat onto the ground, muttering, "What bad luck." By midday, they arrived at the area known as Ghost's Grief. This was a shaded slope where the snow had yet to melt, a few ancient linden trees standing starkly, their bark marred by the mud left by wild boars scratching themselves. Japakian took out a brass flask and took a swig, only to grimace. The taste is off. Guo Chunhai caught a whiff of a foul stench mingled with the scent of decaying leaves, reminiscent of a carcass. Anaki cautiously began to search with her stick, suddenly gasping as a skeletal frame of a roe deer was unveiled beneath the dry leaves, its flesh gnawed away cleanly, yet its hide lay intact on the ground, as if meticulously stripped by some creature. A mountain cat? Er Lengzi's voice trembled. Wolves? Toribu tightened his grip on his rifle. Only wolves would skin so methodically. Guo Chunhai crouched to inspect, a chill running down his spine as he noted several shallow pits beside the skeleton, clearly excavated ginseng holes. Yet there were no signs of red strings tied around them. He recalled the tale of the mountain monkey stealing ginseng that a Tanbu had recounted, a malevolent being known for destroying precious ginseng. Anaki suddenly pointed westward. Look over there, on the trunk of an old red pine. 3 claw marks were deeply etched into the bark, fresh resin oozing from the wounds. Japakian's face turned pale as he quickly muttered something in Orican. Keep searching, Guo Chunhai urged, forcing himself to remain composed. Pair up and don't wander off. As the sun began its descent, they still had found nothing. Er Lengzi plopped down on a fallen log, pulling out his aluminum lunchbox. I'm starving, let us eat first. The corn cake he had brought was frozen hard, cracking loudly when bitten into. Anaki retrieved some elk jerky from her backpack, slicing it thinly with a small knife to share with the others. Guo Chunhai noticed her copper bracelet was missing, the dowry left by her mother, which had been with her just the day before. I bought tiger bone wine for Amika, she explained softly, but I didn't have enough money. Sunlight filtered through the branches, casting dappled shadows on her face, her eyelashes creating delicate patterns on her cheeks. Toribu suddenly hurled his lunchbox to the ground. What a waste of a trip. We might as well have gone to Old Jin's ditch. If we head to Old Jin's ditch now, we won't make it before dark, Japakian said calmly, pointing to the circling crows overhead. A storm is brewing. Indeed. Distant thunder rumbled ominously. Guo Chunhai pulled out his pocket watch, a keepsake from his first ginseng trade, the glass face marred by a bullet mark. Reading 3:20 in the afternoon. His meteorological knowledge from before his rebirth informed him that April thunderstorms arrive swiftly and depart just as quickly. As they searched for another hour, the atmosphere became increasingly ominous, with thunder rumbling ever closer and the light in the forest taking on a strange quality. Guo Chunhai and Anaji were traversing a marshy area overgrown with ferns when they suddenly heard Er Lengzi scream, "Ginseng! 4-leaf!" They rushed over to find Er Lengzi kneeling beside a cluster of prickly ash, his finger trembling as it pointed at a plant with fir palm-like leaves swaying gently in the breeze, a greenish flower spike rising from its center. It was indeed ginseng, albeit considerably smaller than the last specimen they had encountered. Don't move. Japakian barked. Look to the side. Guo Chunhai parted the underbrush, and his blood ran cold at the sight of a dull gray viper coiled beside the ginseng, its triangular head slightly raised, its tongue flicking in and out. This snake's venom was potent enough to kill an adult within half an hour. Anaji quietly unslung her bow and knocked an arrow, employing her signature silent shot, which utilized specially crafted cork tips for near-silent release. Guo Chunhai restrained her, retrieving a small cloth pouch of realgar powder, a secret remedy for repelling snakes taught by an old hunter. The wind suddenly picked up, and thunder cracked overhead. As the first raindrop fell, Guo Chunhai scattered the realgar powder into a semicircle. The snake's head jerked back, but it did not retreat. Toribu, growing impatient, raised his rifle butt, exclaiming, "Just smash it." Absolutely not. Both Japakian and Anaji protested in unison. The Evenki people believed that killing a snake would invite misfortune. As the rain intensified, Guo Chunhai's work clothes quickly soaked through, clinging to his body, cold and heavy. He recalled the faulty welding machine in the repair shop, which sparked dangerously every time it rained. Now, they felt as though they stood upon an electrified device, on the brink of a shock. I have a plan, Anaji suddenly declared, removing her red hair ribbon and softly humming an ancient Evenki lullaby. Her voice intertwined with the sound of the rain, curiously easing the tension in the air. She slowly crouched down, placing the red ribbon outside the circle of realgar powder. Miraculously, the snake turned its head toward the ribbon and began to slither over to entwine itself within it. Anaji continued to hum, carefully backing away, seizing the moment. Guo Chunhai stepped forward, using a stick to secure the soil around the ginseng plant. Amidst the rain, the 5 of them busied themselves around the 4-leaf ginseng. Japakian constructed a makeshift shelter from birch bark. Toribu kept watch. Er Lengzi held a cloth bag filled with soil. while Guo Chunhai and Anaji delicately peeled away the roots with deerbone pickers. When the last root was finally unearthed, darkness had enveloped the surroundings. The ginseng glimmered faintly yellow under the flashlight, its main body as thick as a thumb, and its roots intact like an old man's beard. Guo Chunhai carefully wrapped it in moss and placed it in a birch bark tube. "It's too small," Er Lengzi complained, drenched as if he had fallen into a river, muttering about the previous 6-leaf specimen. Suddenly, thunder crashed, so close it felt like it was right beside them. A bolt of lightning illuminated Japakian's pale face. "The mountain spirit is angry. We must return." The journey back proved 10 times more arduous than their arrival. The torrential rain had washed away the mountain path, forcing them to detour across a rocky slope. Anaji's rubber shoes slipped several times, and Guo Chunhai tightly grasped her wrist. Er Lengzi suddenly pointed into the distance, exclaiming, "A fire!" A faint, tangerine glow flickered through the curtain of rain, akin to a wandering lantern. Japakian abruptly seized Toribu, who was eager to advance, exclaiming, "Do not proceed." A wolf's howl pierced the rainy night, alarmingly close. Guo Chunhai swiftly raised his firearm. The beam of the flashlight revealing a dozen pairs of luminous green eyes. The wolf pack approached in a fan-like formation, with the nearest barely 20 meters away. Back to back, Guo Chunhai bellowed. The 5 men instantly formed a circular defense, rifles pointed outward. Anaji had already drawn her bowstring taut. The arrowhead aimed at the leading gray wolf. The pack lingered in the rain, neither attacking nor retreating. Guo Chunhai suddenly realized they had been driven here by that peculiar light. He recalled a Tambu's words about how the mountain deity, in anger, would send firefoxes to drive away beasts as punishment for the avaricious. "Slowly retreat," he whispered. "Do not fire unless." A young male wolf suddenly lunged, prompting Guo Chunhai to pull the trigger, the gunshot echoing through the valley. The pack stirred, yet did not scatter. Toribu fired again, hitting a wolf's hind leg, its anguished howl chilling the air. "Run!" Japakian shouted. Seizing the opportunity, the 5 dashed toward a rocky outcrop where a shallow cave awaited. Guo Chunhai urged Anaji inside first, taking up the rear. In the chaos, Er Lengzi tripped over a tree root, his rifle skidding far away. A female wolf pounced on Er Lengzi, but Anaji's arrow swiftly pierced the wolf's eye. Guo Chunhai followed with another shot, sending the female wolf tumbling down the slope with a mournful cry. The pack temporarily withdrew, yet lingered nearby. "We are low on ammunition," Guo Chunhai assessed. 13 rounds remain. Toribu gasped. "It's all your fault for insisting on gathering that wretched ginseng." Raindrops pelted the rock face like countless tiny hammers. Suddenly, Anaji pulled out a red cloth talisman from her pocket, using her hunting knife to hang it at the cave's entrance. Strangely enough, the wolf pack indeed began to retreat, ultimately vanishing into the curtain of rain. Japakian let out a sigh of relief. "What did you place in the talisman?" "A wolf's tooth given by Amaha," Anaji replied softly. "He said it wards off evil." Guo Chunhai retrieved his pocket watch. The glass face was cracked, yet the hands still moved, indicating 9:40. They were trapped in the mountains, the wolf pack possibly lying in wait in the shadows. Meanwhile, the birch bark tube containing the 4th-grade ginseng lay quietly in his backpack, akin to a glowing ember. Chapter 111. The emergence of the venomous fangs. As dawn broke, Guo Chunhai awoke to the biting cold. The fire in the cave had long since extinguished, leaving only a wisp of blue smoke rising. He gently moved his stiff neck, hearing the joints crack. They had taken turns keeping watch through the night, and Anaji now rested against his shoulder, her eyelashes still damp from the night's moisture. Outside the cave, a rustling sound emerged, prompting Guo Chunhai to quietly grasp his rifle, its barrel icy to the touch. Through a crevice in the rocks, he spotted a gray wolf sniffing about 50 meters away, one of the very pack they had repelled the previous night. "Wake up," Guo Chunhai whispered, gently squeezing Anaji's palm. She immediately opened her eyes, her hunter's instinct sharpening her senses, her fingers already reaching for the bow and arrows at her side. The others gradually stirred awake. Jipa squinted as he observed the wolf. It was undoubtedly a scout, indicating that the pack was still nearby. Toribu, with a click, pulled back the bolt of his gun, declaring, "One shot should suffice." "No." Guo Chunhai restrained the barrel. "The gunfire will attract the entire pack." He retrieved a metal whistle from his pocket, a tool used by the forest dispatcher, and blew it forcefully. The sharp sound startled the wolf, which leaped back and vanished into the thicket. Er Lengzi rubbed his reddened eyes and asked eagerly, "The ginseng is still intact, right?" He couldn't wait to rummage through Guo Chunhai's backpack, and upon confirming that the prized 4th-grade leaf was unharmed, he let out a long sigh of relief. The mountain forest shrouded in morning mist was eerily quiet, devoid of even the chirping of birds. Guo Chunhai glanced at his pocket watch. The cracked glass face resembled a spider's web, reading 540. The Roman numerals on the dial had faded somewhat. It was a keepsake from his time in the army before his rebirth. Let us proceed east, Jipa suggested, chewing on a piece of venison jerky as hard as stone. There is an abandoned hunter's cabin over there. The five of them quietly packed their gear, moving like phantoms as they stealthily departed from the cave. Anaji brought up the rear, her steps light and cautious, as if afraid to awaken the slumbering forest. The soles of her rubber shoes barely made a sound on the damp leaves, a skill honed from her childhood days hunting with a tanbu, her movements gentle and agile, akin to a fawn in the woods. Guo Chunhai walked in the middle of the group, his gaze occasionally drifting toward Anaji. He noticed her right hand resting firmly on the hunting knife at her waist, her fingers gripping the hilt tightly, knuckles whitening from the pressure. As the sun gradually ascended, golden rays filtered through the white birch trunks, casting dappled shadows on the ground. This birch grove appeared particularly expansive, sunlight illuminating each leaf and infusing the entire forest with vitality. Suddenly, Toribu pointed to the ground, exclaiming loudly, "Look!" The group's attention was immediately captured as they beheld several fresh paw prints in the soil, significantly larger than those of a wolf. Anaji swiftly crouched down, examining the prints closely. She measured their size with her fingers before standing up with a grave expression, stating, "Lynx, left last night. It was pursuing something." A wave of unease surged within Guo Chunhai. Lynxes typically do not venture into areas frequented by wolf packs unless compelled by special circumstances. He raised his gaze towards Jipa, who also wore a furrowed brow, clearly sharing the same apprehension. Unusual occurrences in the forest often herald impending danger. After a moment of contemplation, Guo Chunhai resolved, "Let us continue searching for ginseng, but remain vigilant. Regardless of our findings, we must withdraw before noon." Upon hearing this, Er Lengzi's excitement surged. His eyes widened like someone who had stumbled upon treasure, and he exclaimed, "I'll check over there." He gestured toward the sunlit slope to the east, thickly adorned with lush wisteria bushes. However, just as Er Lengzi was about to set off, Toribu suddenly reached out and grabbed him. With a grave expression, Toribu said to Er Lengzi, "Hold on. I believe we should head north, for I spotted wild boars rooting for ginseng there last year." Er Lengzi, somewhat skeptical of Toribu's assertion, retorted, "How can you be certain that the wild boars will be there again this year? I think it is more prudent to venture east." The two were steadfast in their opinions, each unwilling to concede, leading to a stalemate. Just then, Unaji, who had been silent until now, suddenly let out a soft gasp. Everyone's attention was drawn to her as she gently parted a cluster of ferns, revealing several shallow pits beneath. These pits were evidently excavated by someone, and judging by the marks, they had been dug not long ago. However, curiously, there were no traces of red ribbons around these pits. "Ginseng thieves," Er Lengzi exclaimed, his teeth clenched in anger. In contrast to Er Lengzi's agitation, Japakian crouched down to examine the pits closely. After a moment, he raised his head and addressed the group. "This is not right. These pits were not dug by humans, but by badgers." He pointed to some claw marks at the edge of the pits, explaining, "You see, these claw marks are clearly left by badgers, and they do indeed have a penchant for ginseng roots." At this juncture, Japakian's voice dropped, his brow furrowing as if he were pondering something perplexing. He continued, "Ordinarily, badgers do not dig ginseng pits so meticulously." His words cast a hush over the group, prompting everyone to contemplate the implications. A sudden tightness gripped Guo Chunhai's heart as he recalled that a tambu had previously mentioned that some animals are attracted to the scent of ginseng, leading them to dig. However, the systematic nature of these excavations was indeed unusual. Just then, Unaji seemed to sense something. She sprang up from the ground, her nose twitching as if she were sniffing a particular scent in the air. "There's a smell," she murmured. At that moment, a shout from the distance pierced the air. Er Lengzi exclaimed, "Ginseng! Four-leaf!" This exclamation struck like thunder, startling everyone. The group hurried toward Er Lengzi's direction to uncover the truth. Upon arrival, they found Er Lengzi kneeling beside a cluster of prickly ash, his trembling finger pointing at a plant on the ground. It was a most extraordinary specimen, boasting four palmate leaves that swayed gently in the morning breeze, as if showcasing its existence. Rising prominently from the center of the leaves was a greenish-blue flower spike, the unmistakable hallmark of ginseng. "Indeed, it is ginseng, and of even finer quality than the one we found yesterday," someone exclaimed with excitement. Yet, just as the group reveled in the joy of discovering ginseng, Japakian suddenly barked. "Don't move." His voice boomed like thunder, startling everyone. "Look beside you." Gupa Qian pointed to a spot beside the ginseng, and the crowd followed his gesture, collectively gasping in astonishment. There, Coiled beside the ginseng plant lay a grayish viper, its triangular head slightly raised, its forked tongue hissing ominously as if warning them to keep their distance. Locally known as the earthball, this snake is highly venomous. A bite from it causes the wound to swell rapidly, potentially inflating to the size of a bun. Faced with such peril, the onlookers found themselves at a loss. In that moment, however, Unaji quietly unstrapped her bow from her back, withdrew an arrow from her quiver, and knocked it on the bowstring. This was her specialty, a silent arrow, equipped with a specially crafted cork tip that barely made a sound. Guo Chunhai restrained her, pulling a small cloth pouch of realgar powder from his pocket, a secret remedy for repelling snakes taught by an old hunter. Silence, he whispered, carefully sprinkling the yellow powder into a semicircle. The pungent aroma quickly spread, causing the snake's head to jerk back, yet it remained rooted to the spot. Tualuobu, growing impatient, raised his rifle butt and exclaimed, "Just smash it." No. Both Gupa Qian and Una Ji shouted in unison. The Orichan people believe that killing a snake invites misfortune, especially one guarding ginseng. Guo Chunhai continued to scatter the realgar powder, gradually forming a protective barrier. The snake writhed uneasily but steadfastly refused to abandon the ginseng. Er Lengzi, anxious, rubbed his hands together. How long will this take? Suddenly, Una Ji untied her red headband and began to softly hum an ancient Orichan lullaby. Her voice, gentle as a mountain stream, miraculously eased the tension in the air. She slowly crouched down, placing the red ribbon outside the circle of realgar powder. A miracle unfolded as the snake turned towards the red ribbon, gradually slithering over to entwine itself around it. Quick! Una Ji maintained her song, raising her volume slightly. Guo Chunhai stepped forward, using a stick to secure the soil around the ginseng plant. Gupa Qian swiftly constructed a sunshade from birch bark, while Tua Luo Bu stood guard, and Er Lengzi held a cloth bag filled with mountain soil. Harvesting ginseng is a meticulous task. Guo Chunhai first used a deer bone tool to gently clear away the layer of decaying leaves, revealing the ginseng's main root. Una Ji tied a red ribbon around the ginseng stem with a copper coin, adhering to the old tradition to prevent the ginseng from running away. Her fingers moved with the grace of a skilled embroiderer, the knot firm yet gentle on the stem. By heavens, this must be at least 30 years old. Guo Chunhai murmured. The main root, as thick as a thumb, had a yellowish-white skin, with fine roots resembling an old man's beard. He meticulously peeled away the surrounding soil, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Suddenly, the viper reared its head, breaking free from the restraints of the red ribbon. Tua Luobu reacted swiftly, bringing down his rifle but missed. The venomous snake lunged at Guo Chunhai, who was still digging. Watch out! Una Ji's stick sliced through the air, striking the snake precisely at its vital spot. Almost simultaneously, Gupa Qian's hunting knife pinned the snake's tail. The venomous creature writhed violently, its fangs dripping with clear venom. Guo Chunhai's heart raced, yet his hands remained steady. He continued to use the deer bone tool to detach the last few fine roots, finally extracting the entire ginseng intact. Anaji promptly presented the prepared moss and birch bark, and together they carefully enveloped the ginseng. Beautiful! Exclaimed the simpleton, his eyes sparkling. This one is much larger than yesterday. Torabu used a branch to flick away a struggling venomous snake, casting it into the nearby thicket. Cursed creature, he muttered. However, Japakian's expression grew grave. Encountering 2 ginseng plants and having a snake guarding them, he began, leaving the thought unfinished. Guo Chunhai understood his implication. An excessively smooth journey in the mountains often heralded trouble. Chapter 112. Life and death on the cliff. The midday sun beat down, rendering the forest stifling like a steam pot. The 5 of them consumed a meager portion of dry rations, the simpleton chewing on a hard corn cake, mumbling, "Let us keep searching, perhaps there are even larger ones." Just as a flicker of dissent arose in Guo Chunhai's mind, Anaji suddenly sensed something, swiftly placing her hand upon his arm. Surprised, he followed her gaze to the distant hillside, where several gray figures were moving slowly. As they drew closer, the silhouettes became clearer. It was a pack of wolves, at least 7 or 8 of them, fanning out in a semicircle, stealthily encroaching upon their position. "Pack your things." Guo Chunhai's voice was low, yet the urgency was palpable. They had been targeted. Torabu, upon hearing this, nonchalantly patted his hunting rifle and grinned. "Perfect. We can take a few wolf pelts home and sell them for a pretty penny." Yet, Japakian's face turned ashen at that moment. Trembling, he pointed towards the distant ridge, fear lacing his voice. "No, look there. That flock of crows is circling. It seems they are driving us away." Upon hearing this, Guo Chunhai's heart sank. He focused intently, and, indeed, As Japakian had said, the crows circled the ridge, seemingly directing their movements. In an instant, Guo Chunhai comprehended the wolves' unusual behavior. This was evidently not an ordinary hunt, but rather a coordinated, premeditated maneuver aimed at herding them into a specific direction. A memory flashed through his mind of what a Tanbu had once said about the mountain god's trap: when hunters grow too greedy and insatiable, the mountain god would command the beasts to drive them into a dire predicament. Backtrack, Guo Chunhai decisively commanded, his mind made up without hesitation. They would descend along the creek, quickly. Though the other four were momentarily taken aback by the sudden turn of events, they quickly sprang into action, hurriedly packing their belongings and following Guo Chunhai as they hastened along the creek's path. Guo Chunhai meticulously gathered the newly harvested ginseng and placed it alongside yesterday's, wrapping them with oil paper as if they were precious treasures. He gently stowed the oil paper package into his inner pocket, fearful of any damage. Anaji led the group, her steps light yet firm, as though the mountain forest were her home. Her sense of direction was impeccable, even without a defined path. She could accurately navigate the most expedient route down the mountain. However, they had scarcely ventured 200 meters when the nearby thicket suddenly began to tremble violently. Guo Chunhai's nerves instantly tightened, and he swiftly raised his rifle, aiming at the underbrush. At that moment, a massive male wolf emerged like a specter in the middle of the path. Its fur bore a deep gray hue, blending seamlessly with the surroundings. Save for its haunting yellow-green eyes that gleamed ominously in the sunlight, fixated directly upon them. Guo Chunhai felt his heart race, and without hesitation, he squeezed the trigger. But just as he was about to fire, a low growl resonated from behind. He whirled around to see more wolves surging from all directions, encircling them completely. Back to back, Guo Chunhai shouted, his voice echoing through the forest. The five of them immediately reacted, huddling closely together to form a tight circle, rifles pointed outward, vigilantly watching the encroaching pack. Anaji had drawn her bowstring taut, the arrow poised at the male wolf blocking their path, her fingers trembling slightly, betraying her inner tension. The wolves bared their menacing white teeth in the sunlight, with one positioned less than 10 meters away, its fearsome visage sending shivers down their spines. Guo Chunhai counted nervously. There were at least 11 wolves, and their ravenous gazes indicated they had not feasted in quite some time. The leading male wolf stood out, sporting a conspicuous old injury on its foreleg, causing a slight limp in its gait. Yet, this did not diminish its ferocity. Its eyes radiated a desperate hunger for prey. Conserve your ammunition, Guo Chunhai whispered. Aim before you shoot. Every second of the standoff felt like an eternity. Guo Chunhai could hear the thudding of his own temples, sweat trickling down his brow into his eyes, stinging painfully. Suddenly, the gun of the clumsy one misfired, the bullet striking a pine tree and sending splinters flying. The gunfire acted as a catalyst. The male wolf lunged forward, and Guo Chunhai pulled the trigger, the bullet finding its mark through the wolf's eye. Almost simultaneously, Anaji's arrow struck another wolf in the throat. Gupakian and Tulyuab also opened fire, smoke billowing around them. The wolf pack momentarily retreated, but did not stray far. Guo Chunhai quickly assessed their ammunition, 9 rounds remaining. They found themselves trapped in this clearing, the wolves evidently waiting for their next opportunity to attack. Over there, Anaji suddenly pointed towards the west. Through the gaps in the trees, they could see a steep cliff. Let's move to the cliff edge, at least we won't be surrounded. The 5 of them cautiously advanced towards the cliff, the wolves trailing behind, keeping a safe distance. Guo Chunhai noted the absence of the limping male wolf, which heightened his unease. Experienced alpha wolves often deliver a lethal strike when prey lowers its guard. The cliff was steeper than anticipated, nearly vertical, rising about 15 to 16 meters high. The base was littered with rubble and broken timber, remnants of last year's mountain floods. With their backs against the cliff, they only needed to defend against the front and sides, significantly alleviating their pressure. The bullets were dwindling. Guo Chunhai allocated tasks. Unaji and Gupakian were to guard the left flank, while Torobu and I were to defend the right. Er Lengzi was responsible for reloading. The wolf pack began to stir once more, this time altering their strategy, with 3 wolves lunging simultaneously from different directions. Guo Chunhai aimed at the stoutest among them and fired. The recoil jolted his shoulder. Torobu also struck one, but the third wolf was already upon them. Unaji's hunting knife flashed through the air, slicing a gash across the wolf's face. The injured beast howled in retreat, yet more wolves pressed forward. Guo Chunhai fired 2 more shots, the ammunition dwindling. No way out, Er Lengzi suddenly shouted. Guo Chunhai turned to see, his heart sinking. They were cornered at the edge of a cliff. A single step back would send them plummeting. The wolf pack seemed to recognize their predicament, their assault growing more frenzied. Torobu shot the leading wolf in the foreleg, but it still staggered forward. Guo Chunhai swung the rifle but down hard onto the wolf's head, the sickening crunch of its skull reverberating. In that critical moment, Er Lengzi suddenly lost his footing and fell backward. In a panic, he grasped at a clump of bushes, which could not bear his weight. Guo Chunhai and Erneng lunged to catch him, but only managed to tear away a fragment of his clothing. Er Lengzi's scream was abruptly silenced by the thud of his fall. Guo Chunhai crouched at the cliff's edge, witnessing Er Lengzi lie motionless on the pile of rubble below. "I'll go down." Guo Chunhai swiftly unfastened his leg straps and tied them to Gu Peiqian's rope. Torobu stopped him. "What about the wolves?" Erneng had already knocked an arrow. "We will cover you." Guo Chunhai secured one end of the rope to an ancient pine at the cliff's edge, testing its strength. The wolf pack seemed momentarily stunned by Er Lengzi's fall, halting their advance. He gripped the rope tightly, his feet pressed against the cliff, and began to descend slowly. The cliff was more challenging to navigate than anticipated. The severely weathered rock surface was riddled with sharp edges, quickly lacerating Guo Chunhai's palms. Midway down, he heard gunfire and wolf howls from above. The pack had resumed their assault. Finally reaching solid ground, Guo Chunhai rushed to Er Lengzi. The young man still breathed, but his right leg was grotesquely twisted at an unnatural angle, clearly broken. Worse still, a jagged rock had pierced his thigh, blood soaking through his work trousers. "Wake up." Guo Chunhai gently patted Er Lengzi's face. The latter groaned, opening his eyes, his complexion as pale as paper. "Brother Chunhai," Er Lengzi gasped weakly, "there's ginseng." Guo Chunhai followed the trembling finger of Er Lengzi to a hollow at the cliff's base, where several ginseng plants swayed gently in the breeze. The most conspicuous one bore 6 leaves. Er Lengzi's blood seeped into the gravel, darkening the ground beneath him. Guo Chunhai swiftly tore the hem of his shirt, tightly binding it above the artery in Er Lengzi's thigh. The wound was deep, with stones embedded in the flesh, necessitating urgent care. "Hold on." Guo Chunhai retrieved his military canteen from his waist and administered a couple of swigs of strong liquor to Er Lengzi. The spicy liquid caused the young man to cough violently, yet his complexion finally regained some color. Moments later, gunshots echoed above, followed by Erneng's shout. "Chunhai, how are you? My leg is broken." Guo Chunhai suddenly shouted, his voice reverberating through the valley. "There's a rope coming down." As he called out, he seized the opportunity to survey the gully adorned with ginseng. This recess at the base of the cliff, perpetually shrouded in darkness, appeared damp and chilling. Yet, within this harsh environment, 3 ginseng plants thrived, one boasting 6 leaves while the other 2 possessed 4. Their lush green foliage and robust stems suggested they were at least 50 or 60 years old. This cliff ginseng was far more precious than ordinary mountain ginseng, its medicinal properties significantly more potent. However, harvesting them posed a daunting challenge. The hollow was approximately 3 meters above the ground, and the rock face was perilously slippery, leaving little to grip onto. Guo Chunhai squinted, meticulously examining the cliffside, and finally discovered a few protrusions in the crevices that appeared to be naturally formed footholds due to weathering. At that moment, a rope gently descended from the summit, clearly lowered by Erneng. Upon noticing this, Guo Chunhai hastily secured Er Lengzi and signaled upward. The rope began to ascend slowly, and Er Lengzi's pained groans gradually faded into the distance. Once assured of Er Lengzi's safety, Guo Chunhai turned his attention back to the precious cliff ginseng. Before his rebirth, he had heard seasoned ginseng farmers speak of the unique growing conditions of cliff ginseng, where the roots typically spread laterally, clinging tightly to the crevices, necessitating specialized techniques for extraction. He retrieved the deerbone pick and ginseng digging tool he always carried, testing the stability of the rock face. As he placed his foot on the first foothold, a weathered rock suddenly crumbled, nearly causing him to fall. After adjusting his stance, he moved slowly along the cliff like a lizard. When he was just a meter away from the recess, a sudden scream from Torobu pierced the air. "Wolf?" Guo Chunhai swiftly turned, a chill coursing down his spine as the blood in his veins seemed to freeze. His eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of a limping male wolf, which had somehow navigated around the cliff and was limping towards him. Even worse, 3 massive adult wolves followed closely behind, their forms barely visible in the darkness, their yellow-green eyes glinting ominously in the shadows. Guo Chunhai's heart raced, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He was unarmed, wielding only a ginseng hunting knife, which felt utterly inadequate against such a ferocious pack. He quickly braced his feet against the rock wall, gripping a protrusion tightly with his left hand, while his right hand swiftly drew the hunting knife. Positioning it defensively before him, the male wolf halted about 5 meters away, lowering its head to sniff the blood left by Er Lengzi, emitting a low growl from its throat as if to intimidate Guo Chunhai. At that moment, Guo Chunhai suddenly heard a shout from above. Chunhai. He quickly looked up to see Anaji descending rapidly along a rope, her bow and arrows slung across her back, and a hunting knife clenched between her teeth. Get back! Guo Chunhai shouted anxiously, but it was already too late. The male wolf had evidently noticed Anaji's arrival. It threw its head back and let out a long, chilling howl that echoed through the silent valley, sending shivers down one's spine. This was the signal to attack, and 4 wolves lunged simultaneously toward the rock face. Anaji released the rope 2 meters above the ground, landing gracefully on a protruding rock. With lightning speed, she drew her bow and shot an arrow straight into the eye of the foremost wolf. The injured wolf howled in agony and rolled aside. But the others had already reached Guo Chunhai's position below. He felt the rock face tremble as Toribu and Gu Peiqian fired their weapons in cover. One wolf was struck in the back by a bullet but did not succumb. Instead, it became more frenzied. It leaped up, its sharp teeth nearly grazing Guo Chunhai's boot. In a critical moment, Anaji's second arrow flew through the air, striking the wolf's throat. Seizing the opportunity, Guo Chunhai climbed a bit higher, finally reaching the edge of a crevice. His fingers brushed against the ginseng leaves, cool and moist. Below, Anaji fought fiercely but retreated, having already dispatched the third wolf. However, the limping male wolf was exceptionally cunning, always lurking in the blind spots of the shots. It suddenly changed its target, lunging toward Guo Chunhai, who held a knife in his right hand while gripping the rock crevice tightly with his left. At the moment the wolf leaped, he swung his knife fiercely, the sharp blade slicing through the wolf's belly. Warm blood splattered onto his face, yet the wolf's momentum did not falter, crashing into him against the wall. Guo Chunhai's back slammed heavily against the rock, and his vision blurred. He nearly lost his grip. The wolf fell to the ground, its entrails spilling out, yet it still struggled to rise. Anaji's third arrow ended its suffering. Hurry and collect the ginseng. Anaji called from below, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. There may be more wolves. Breathless, Guo Chunhai turned toward the 6-leaf ginseng. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this ginseng was even better than he had imagined. The main root was as thick as a baby's wrist, with distinct pearl nodules on the top, indicating its age. He gently pushed aside the surrounding moss with his digging stick, revealing the root of the ginseng. The difficulty of harvesting cliff ginseng far surpassed that of ground ginseng. Guo Chunhai had to operate with one hand, his body pressed against the rock face to maintain balance. Carefully, he separated each fibrous root with a deer-bone tool, some ginseng hairs as fine as a strand of hair deeply embedded in the crevice, requiring immense patience. Sweat trickled into his eyes. Guo Chunhai blinked and continued to focus on his task. Anaji stood guard below, periodically alerting him to the wolves' movements. Distant howls echoed. It seemed that a larger pack was approaching. Faster. Anaji's voice was taut. At least 7 or 8 more. Guo Chunhai quickened his pace. But haste was the enemy of ginseng harvesting. Suddenly, a main root snapped, causing him to wince in pain. This 6-leaf ginseng was worth at least 2,000 yuan, equivalent to more than half a year's salary for a forestry worker. Finally, most of the root system was successfully extracted. Guo Chunhai tied the ginseng with a red string and carefully placed it into a cloth bag close to his body. Moreover, he decided to abandon the 2 remaining 4th-grade ginseng plants, realizing that time was of the essence, and that one should not be overly greedy. All right, he called out to Anaji, cautiously beginning his descent. At that moment, the bushes in the distance began to shake violently, and a pack of 5 or 6 wolves charged forth. Anaji shot 2 arrows, but the wolves scattered. Guo Chunhai was still more than 2 meters from the ground, and in a moment of desperation, he jumped down, twisting his right ankle painfully upon landing. The rope, he shouted, grabbing Anaji's hand as they sprinted towards the dangling rope. The wolves were relentless in their pursuit, the nearest one nearly able to bite Anaji's leg straps. Torub and Gu Peiqian fired their guns from the cliff top, finally managing to drive the wolves back. Guo Chunhai helped Anaji ascend the rope first, while he held the rear. As the last wolf lunged at him, he swiftly drew his hunting knife, the blade slicing through the wolf's snout, sending a spray of blood into the air. Seizing the opportunity, Guo Chunhai grasped the rope, fashioning a makeshift safety harness from his leg straps and belt, and began to climb. His injured ankle hindered him, relying solely on the strength of his arms. Halfway up, he heard the sound of the wolves tearing into the carcasses of their fallen comrades below. At last, he reached the cliff top and collapsed onto the ground. Gasping for breath, Er Lengzi lay beside him, while Gu Peiqian fashioned a rudimentary splint for him using a branch. Torub stood guard with his gun, a dark expression on his face. We've run out of bullets. Anaji knelt beside Guo Chunhai, inspecting his ankle. Can you walk? I can. Guo Chunhai gritted his teeth as he stood up, pulling out the 6th-grade ginseng from his pocket. It glimmered ivory under the sunlight, its roots intact, imbued with the fresh scent of soil. Er Lengzi weakly extended his hand. That's worth a fortune. Don't speak. Guo Chunhai carefully stowed the ginseng. We must hurry down the mountain. Your leg needs medical attention. Guo Peiqian surveyed their surroundings. The wolves won't pursue us for now. They are occupied with their meal. He pointed to the west. We can descend from there to avoid the wolves' territory. Thus began their arduous journey down the mountain. Torub and Guo Peiqian took turns carrying Er Lengzi, while Guo Chunhai limped along, using a makeshift stick for support, and Anaji led the way, his bowstring taut and ready. The light in the forest gradually dimmed, and distant thunder rumbled ominously. Guo Chunhai glanced at his pocket watch. It was 4:20 in the afternoon, and they needed to reach the foot of the mountain before nightfall. As they passed through a grove of white birch trees, Anaji suddenly halted. Someone's coming. 3 men in labor uniforms emerged from behind the trees, the leader being Officer Li from the Forest Security Department, brandishing a double-barreled shotgun. A wave of dread washed over Guo Chunhai. This was a serious predicament. Guo Chunhai, Officer Li barked. You have entered the mountain to collect ginseng without permission, violating forest regulations. His gaze swept over the injured Er Lengzi and the bulging packs of the group. Hand over your findings. Torub abruptly raised his empty gun. You bastard. Guo Peiqian restrained him, stepping forward. Officer Li, our comrade is injured. We need to get him to the hospital. Officer Li remained unmoved. Ginseng is state property. It must be surrendered. The 2 security personnel behind him had already readied their weapons. Guo Chunhai drew a deep breath, poised to speak when Anaji abruptly approached Officer Li. Uncle Li, how is your daughter Xiaofang's cough? Officer Li was taken aback. It's still the same. Anaji retrieved a small cloth pouch from her bosom. This is a wild ginseng root, specifically for treating lung ailments. Amaha said that stewing fresh ginseng with snow pears. Just 3 doses will yield results. Her voice was gentle. Please take this and use it. If it's insufficient, come find me again. Officer Li's hands trembled slightly. His daughter had been coughing for 6 months, and the county hospital had been unable to help. After a brief hesitation, he accepted the pouch, his voice softening. You should hurry down the mountain. There have been wolf packs recently. Thank you, Uncle Li, Anaji replied with a sweet smile, turning to support Guo Chunhai. Let us go. The 5 departed silently, and only after walking 100 meters did Torub break the silence. You just gave it to him like that? Anaji blinked innocently. What I gave was just the broken main root. It was never complete. She patted the cloth bag at her side. The whole one is right here. Guo Chunhai couldn't help but chuckle. His Anaji had never been an ordinary girl. Raindrops began to fall, pattering through the forest. Er Lengzi moaned on Jepaikian's back, yet a smile adorned his face. They embarked on their journey home, bearing the invaluable wild ginseng and their myriad of injuries. The distant mountains loomed in the rain, shrouded like a slumbering giant. Guo Chunhai understood that this adventure was merely the beginning, with countless secrets in the mountains awaiting discovery. Yet at this moment, he yearned only to return to the forest station, savor a steaming bowl of sauerkraut soup, and then sleep for 3 days and nights. Anaji's hand was firmly clasped in his, warm and strong, a symbol of the future they were about to face together. Chapter 113. Turbulence at the forest station. Rainwater trickled down Guo Chunhai's collar, soaking his work clothes, which clung heavily to his body. He leaned on a hoe, each step sending a sharp pain through his right ankle. Anaji walked ahead, her dark green shirt, drenched, transformed into a deep black, accentuating her slender yet strong figure. Pause for a moment. Jepaikian gasped, adjusting Er Lengzi on his back. The robust Orican man had veins bulging on his forehead, sweat mingling with rainwater cascading down. Er Lengzi's makeshift splint on his right leg had loosened, and the blood-soaked pant leg was further diluted by the rain, leaving a faint red trail on the gravel path. Torub took Er Lengzi, hoisting him onto his shoulder like a sack. You foolish glutton, this is what you get for your greed. Though he chided, his large hand securely supported Er Lengzi's injured leg. Ahead is the tractor road, Anaji said, wiping the rain from her face and pointing to a muddy path in the distance. Follow this road for half an hour, and we will reach the clinic at the forest station. Guo Chunhai checked his pocket watch. The needle, cracked within its glass, pointed to 5:40. At this hour, the forest station should have finished work, and the roads would likely be deserted. Just as he sighed in relief, 3 figures suddenly emerged from the birch forest ahead. Halt! The leader was none other than Officer Li from the forest station's security department, clad in a raincoat and brandishing a double-barreled shotgun. 2 young clerks behind them also held rifles, semi-automatic type 50 SIXS issued by the logging camp. their gun muzzles pointed directly at them. Guo Chunhai felt a tightening in his chest, instinctively reaching for his waist where his Type 56 was long out of ammunition. All that remained was a hunting knife. Anaji stealthily shifted half a step, positioning herself between him and the dazed Er Lengzi. "Uncle Li," Anaji's voice was as sweet as honey. "Are you still patrolling the mountains in such heavy rain?" Li, a man in his 40s with a long, thin face marred by a scar, rumored to be a remnant from a confrontation with wood thieves in his youth, spat contemptuously. "Stop trying to be chummy. Entering the mountains to gather ginseng without permission violates Article 37 of the logging camp regulations." He gestured towards their bulging backpacks with the rifle, commanding, "Hand over your goods." Rainwater dripped from the brim of Li's hat, pooling into a small stream along his rifle barrel. Guo Chunhai noticed his index finger firmly resting on the trigger. At this distance, the double-barreled shotgun could turn a person into a sieve. Tulabu handed Er Lengzi over to Japakian and stepped forward aggressively. "You son of a..." Guo Chunhai seized him, just as the clerk behind Li cocked the rifle, the sharp click resonating with alarming clarity amidst the downpour. "Uncle Li." Guo Chunhai straightened his back, though sweat poured from the pain in his ankle. "Our comrade has a broken leg and needs urgent medical attention. We can discuss the ginseng later." Li scoffed. "Discuss later? By then, you'll have sold the ginseng." He swung the rifle towards the dazed Er Lengzi, barking, "Stop playing dead. Get down." Er Lengzi weakly lifted his head, his face as pale as parchment. "Uncle Li, I really can't go on." Before he could finish, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, splattering onto Li's rain boots. The situation momentarily froze, the rain intensifying, accompanied by distant thunder. Guo Chunhai contemplated his options. Brute force was futile, their ammunition depleted, and Er Lengzi urgently required medical care. Capitulating was equally impossible. For that 6th grade Yai ginseng was worth over 2,000 yuan, enough to purchase a second-hand tractor. "Uncle Li," Anaji suddenly interjected, her voice gentle, "how is Sister Xiaofeng's cough?" Li's expression faltered. His daughter had been coughing for half a year, and the licorice tablets prescribed by the county hospital only seemed to exacerbate her condition. This was common knowledge among the logging camp workers. Anaji carefully produced an oil paper package from her bosom, revealing several broken ginseng roots, still oozing fresh sap. "These are Yai ginseng roots, renowned for treating lung ailments." Amika said that stewing fresh ginseng roots with snow pears yields results in just 3 doses. Li's throat bobbed. He was well aware of the preciousness of Yai ginseng. Last year, the county's herbal medicine company had offered 3 times the price for it compared to ordinary mountain ginseng. "Please take it for now." Anaji wrapped the ginseng roots carefully and handed them over. "If it's not enough, come find me again." In the curtain of rain, Li's hand trembled slightly. He glanced at the clerk behind him, then lowered his voice. "The bureau has been cracking down lately." Though his words suggested caution, he accepted the oil paper package, swiftly tucking it into his raincoat pocket. "Best head down the mountain quickly," he said, suddenly much more amiable. "There have been reports of wolf packs." With that, he stepped aside to clear the way. The 5 of them passed silently. After walking about 100 meters, Tulabu finally broke the silence. "Just like that. We gave it to him." Anaki mischievously winked. "What I provided was merely the severed main root. It was never whole." She patted the cloth bag nestled in her arms. "The complete one is right here." Guo Chunhai couldn't help but chuckle. His Anaki had never been a simple girl. Er Lengzi weakly smiled on Gu Peiqian's back, only to be seized by a fit of coughing as the movement aggravated his injury. As they turned over a ridge, the cluster of buildings at the logging site came into view. The red brick houses stood in neat rows, chimneys puffing wisps of smoke, exuding a comforting warmth amidst the rain. Guo Chunhai exhaled deeply, realizing that his hands had been trembling, not solely from the cold, but also as a reaction to the waning adrenaline. "Let us proceed directly to the health station," he instructed. "To all you owe, go fetch some money from my father, Anaki. Return home to heat some water." "Gu Peiqian, I shall return the tractor," Gu Peiqian interjected. "For tomorrow we must haul branches." The health station was a white bungalow, with a Yongjiu bicycle parked out front, a Red Cross first aid kit hanging from the handlebars. Upon entering, Guo Chunhai found Dr. Liu tending to a lumberjack's hand injury. "Oh, what happened here?" Dr. Liu adjusted his glasses, rising immediately upon seeing Er Lengzi's dire state. "Lay him on the examination table." Er Lengzi was carefully placed on the treatment bed, while Gu Peiqian assisted in removing his blood-soaked trousers. The moment the wound was exposed, Dr. Liu gasped. The thigh had been pierced by a rock, the broken bone protruding through flesh, showing signs of infection. "He needs to be sent to the county hospital, doctor." Liu quickly disinfected and bandaged the wound. "I cannot manage this here." A heaviness settled in Guo Chunhai's heart. The county hospital lay over 60 miles away. and the roads would be treacherous in the rain. We shall use the logging site's jeep, he decided. Dr. Liu sensed his concern and promptly picked up the phone. I will speak with Director Wang. Half an hour later, Er Lengzi was lifted into the old Beijing jeep. Guo Chunhai handed the driver, old Zhang, 2 packs of Daqianmen. Uncle Zhang, please drive carefully. Rest assured, old Zhang replied, tucking a cigarette into his pocket as he started the engine. Your father just gave me 50 yuan for the deposit, which should suffice. After sending off the jeep, Guo Chunhai finally breathed a sigh of relief. The rain had lessened, and twilight was settling in. The loudspeaker at the logging site was playing the springs of the frontier, clear and pure. He limped home, passing the canteen where the aroma of stewed sauerkraut wafted through the air, causing his stomach to grumble. Anaki's home was aglow with light, the window panes misted with moisture. Guo Chunhai knocked and entered, and a wave of warmth enveloped him. The kong was pleasantly heated, and the table was laden with steaming sauerkraut, white meat, and corn cakes. Anaki had changed into a pink sweater, stirring a pot of ginger soup at the stove. Where is Amaha? Guo Chunhai asked, peeling off his soaked work clothes to dry by the firewall. She went to Lao Jin Go, Anaki replied, handing him a bowl of ginger soup. She said some folks from the south came to collect pelts. Her eyes sparkled. The ginseng is well hidden, at the bottom of my dowry box. A warmth filled Guo Chunhai's heart. The dowry box of an Orokin girl is sacred. Even the security department would not dare to rummage through it. He cradled the bowl to warm his hands, the spiciness of the ginger soup invigorating his senses, dispelling some of the chill. Show me your foot. Anaki knelt down gently to remove his rubber shoes, revealing ankles swollen like buns, tinged with a purplish hue. She fetched badger oil and, with her warm palms, pressed against the injury, slowly kneading it. Guo Chunhai grimaced in pain but did not retract his foot. Anaki's technique was learned from a tanbu, applying just the right amount of pressure. The badger oil seeped into his skin, the initial sharp pain giving way to a soothing coolness. Don't go to work tomorrow, Anaki said, wrapping a bandage around his injury. I will speak to the workshop director. Guo Chunhai shook his head. No, that gearbox for the timber machine needs fixing, and I'm the only one who understands it. Just then, heavy footsteps echoed from outside. Torabu burst in, laden with moisture, holding a glass bottle. Father sent tiger bone liquor, he exclaimed, flashing a grin that revealed 2 gold teeth. Lost to a wild boar during last year's hunt and replaced with money from selling hides. The 3 gathered around the kong table for dinner. The pickled cabbage was perfectly stewed, and the slices of pork were as thin as paper, melting in the mouth. Torabu devoured 5 corn cakes before speaking. Father said not to rush selling that cliff ginseng. Wait for the southern merchants. Anaki served Guo Chunhai a piece of meat. From Li's office. It's fine, Torabu shrugged. His daughter is still sick and will have to come begging us. He made a gesture as if counting money. However, Guo Chunhai frowned. Li was no easy opponent. Although he had managed to placate him today, there was no telling what might arise later, especially concerning that 6th grade leaf, which, according to the forest's regulations, should indeed be turned in. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside, followed by several barks. Anaki lifted a corner of the curtain. It's the security department, checking houses. Guo Chunhai's heart tightened. Torabu had already crept toward the door, where a mountain axe hung. At that moment, a long wolf howl echoed from afar, followed by a second and a third. Wolves. Anaki's expression shifted. They're near the forest. Guo Chunhai, disregarding his injury, seized a pole and rushed outside. The rain had ceased, and the moon revealed itself from behind the clouds. Outside the northern fence of the forest, dozens of green, glimmering eyes flickered in the darkness. The security personnel were shining flashlights in that direction, where shadowy gray figures could be discerned. Li's voice resonated from afar. Everyone return home and lock your doors. The headquarters is organizing a patrol. Another wolf howl erupted, this time closer. Guo Chunhai's body bristled with sweat. He recognized that sound. It was not an ordinary howl, but one imbued with a sense of vengeance. The limping male wolf may have perished, but its pack remembered the scent of its foe. Anaki tightened her grip on his arm. Are they coming for us? Guo Chunhai did not respond. Under the moonlight, the most conspicuous figure among the wolves was a smaller female, who did not join in the howling but stood silently at the forefront. Her yellow-green eyes fixated on their direction. It was the very wolf Anaki had shot in the eye that day. Chapter 114. The trail of wolves and blood shadows. The loudspeaker crackled to life. The voice of Director Wang laced with electrical static. Attention, all employees. The wolf pack approached the living area, prompting the security department to organize a patrol team, with each household contributing a man, armed and assembled at the designated meeting point. Guo Chunhai seized his Type 56 rifle and retrieved a magazine filled with bullets, his private stash of ammunition. Torabu had already rushed out wielding a mountain axe. But Unaji stopped Guo Chunhai. Your foot. I'm fine, he replied through clenched teeth, flexing his ankle. The badger oil had taken effect, alleviating much of the pain. He grabbed the ammunition belt hanging on the wall, the brass casings glinting coldly under the kerosene lamp. In the open space before the assembly point, over 20 individuals had gathered. Some held vintage hunting rifles, others brandished shovels, and Master Zhao from the machinery workshop even carried a gas welding torch. Clerk Li was distributing bullets when he momentarily paused upon seeing Guo Chunhai. Your gun. Guo handed his Type 56 to Unaji, aware that women were not permitted on patrol. Yet her marksmanship surpassed that of most men. Just as Clerk Li was about to object, Director Wang emerged from the office. This man, in his 50s, donned an old military coat and carried a Type 54 pistol. Form 3 groups, each guarding a different direction. Old Li will take the north, I'll handle the west. And the east. He scanned the crowd, his gaze settling on Guo Chunhai. Little Guo will be in charge. A surge of warmth filled Guo Chunhai's heart. Director Wang was a close comrade of his father and had always looked out for him. He quickly assembled 7 or 8 individuals, including Japakian and 2 young men from the machinery workshop. The eastern flank was the weakest point of the forest farm, surrounded only by a barbed wire fence encircling the lumber storage area. Under the moonlight, the logs were stacked like small hills, their shadows capable of concealing a pack of wolves. Guo Chunhai dispersed the personnel, positioning himself atop the highest pile of logs for the best vantage point. Brother Chunhai, Japakian quietly climbed up beside him, offering a flask. To ward off the cold, Guo Chunhai took a sip. The strong liquor burned his throat. In the distance, sporadic dog barks echoed, but the howling of wolves had ceased, the silence becoming increasingly unsettling. Do you think they will really come in? Japakian whispered, his eyes gleaming oddly in the darkness, reminiscent of a nocturnal creature. Guo Chunhai shook his head. Wolves typically do not attack human settlements unless. He left the thought unfinished. But both understood it was only under the pretext of revenge. The moonlight was obscured by clouds, plunging the lumber yard into darkness. Guo Chunhai heard faint rustling beneath the log pile, akin to claws scraping against wood. He quietly cocked his rifle, the sound barely audible. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out from the west, followed by a second shot. Guo Chunhai sprang to his feet, witnessing the western sky shattered by beams of flashlight. The barking of dogs intensified, mingled with human shouts. Stay here, he instructed Japakian before sliding down the log pile and sprinting westward. His ankle still throbbed, yet adrenaline dulled the pain. The western edge bordered the family quarters, where several vegetable gardens connected to a grove of white birch trees. Upon arrival, Guo Chunhai saw Director Wang illuminating a dark mass on the ground with his flashlight, a dead wolf, its head punctured by a bullet. 2 got in. Director Wang wiped his forehead. We killed one, but the other escaped. Under the beam of the flashlight, the wolf's fur glimmered with a grayish-blue hue, reminiscent of the creature they had encountered on the mountain days prior. Guo Chunhai crouched down to examine it, realizing it was a young male wolf. Not particularly large, but with sharp teeth. Oddly enough, its abdomen was distended, as if it had just feasted. This season shouldn't see it so plump, Wang Changzhong remarked, kicking the wolf's carcass. Suddenly, Guo Chunhai understood. He sprang to his feet. It's a diversion. To the east. He dashed back, the words of Wang Changzhong fading behind him. The timber yard to the east was eerily silent, and Gu Peiqian and the others were nowhere to be found. Guo Chunhai's heart raced as his fingers curled around the trigger, cautiously approaching the pile of logs. Gu Peiqian, he whispered. The response was a muffled groan. Following the sound, he spotted Gu Peiqian leaning against a stack of logs, clutching his shoulder, blood seeping through his fingers. The wolf, Gu Peiqian, struggled to indicate deeper within the log pile. Ran that way. Just as Guo Chunhai was about to pursue, a piercing scream from Una Ji echoed in the distance. The sound originated from the direction of the family quarters, causing his blood to run cold. Without a second thought, he sprinted back. A crowd had gathered in front of Una Ji's home. Guo Chunhai pushed through to find her standing unscathed at the entrance, bow in hand, with fresh bloodstains on the ground. A wolf tried to break in, she said, her voice trembling. I hit its front leg, and it ran off. A sigh of relief escaped Guo Chunhai as he realized his back was drenched in sweat. Scanning his surroundings, he suddenly recalled, where's Torabu? He went after the wolf. A neighbor replied, with an axe towards the northern woods. Guo Chunhai cursed under his breath. Torabu was notoriously reckless, but venturing alone into the woods at night was exceedingly perilous. He checked his magazine. There were 7 bullets remaining, sufficient for the task. I'll go with you, Una Ji said, already shouldering her quiver. Just as they were about to leave, Officer Li arrived with others. Upon hearing the situation, His expression shifted between concern and frustration. Wang Changzhang said no one is to act alone. That's my brother. Unaji's voice rose, a rare display of urgency. After a moment of hesitation, Officer Li declared, I'll accompany you. He removed the double-barreled shotgun from his shoulder, checking the ammunition. The rest will continue patrolling. The trio followed the blood trail northward. The moonlight flickered, casting shadows on the slippery forest path. Guo Chunhai's ankle began to throb again, but he dismissed the pain. Though Toribu was reckless, he would never chase into the woods without reason, unless the blood trail abruptly ended beneath an ancient oak tree. Officer Li shone his flashlight on the ground. Strange. The footprints stop here. Unaji suddenly looked up. Listen. In the distance, the rhythmic sound of an axe striking wood could be faintly heard. 3 quick strikes followed by 2 slow. It was Toribu's customary signal. Guo Chunhai immediately whistled twice in response, the sound echoing through the woods. They followed the sound, discovering Toribu in a clearing among the trees. The towering figure was striking the tree trunk with the back of his axe. Upon noticing their arrival, he gestured for silence and then pointed towards the clearing opposite them. As the beam of the flashlight illuminated the area, Guo Chunhai inhaled sharply. There lay the one-eyed she-wolf, lifeless, with a hunting knife embedded in her neck. However, even more chilling was the sight of several bloodied rags scattered around her, along with a half-eaten ginseng root. As Guo approached for a closer examination, his heart lurched. This was no ordinary ginseng. It was a half-devoured cliff ginseng, a rare treasure of the 6th grade, now reduced to a mere stub of root and a few tattered leaves. I chased it here, Torib gasped. I saw this creature gnawing on something. He pointed to the she-wolf's distended abdomen. It must have hidden the ginseng for its pups, who are now starving. Suddenly, Li Gan turned the flashlight deeper into the woods. There's movement over there. Guo Chunhai quickly raised his gun, but the light only revealed a few swaying bushes. However, Anaji's face turned pale. It's the wolf cubs. Indeed, from the underbrush emerged 2 tiny wolf heads, their yellow-green eyes glistening in the darkness. They appeared no more than 3 months old, emaciated to the bone, gazing timidly at their deceased mother. No wonder, Guo Chunhai realized. The she-wolf had risked venturing into the forest to find food for her young. She likely caught the scent of the ginseng and had followed them back. Li Gan raised his double-barreled shotgun. We must eradicate the threat. No, Anaji intervened. The she-wolf is dead, and the cubs are so small. Li Gan scoffed. Should we wait for them to grow up and seek revenge? As he prepared to pull the trigger, Guo Chunhai suddenly stepped in front of the gun's muzzle. The ginseng is already ruined. There is no need to commit further bloodshed. His voice was soft yet resolute. The Or can believe that killing a nursing mother will invoke the wrath of the mountain god. Li Gan's hand trembled slightly, whether from anger or cold. He could not tell. Ultimately, he lowered the gun. As you wish. But this matter is not over. Hiding ginseng is against the regulations. And Director Wang will hear of this. The ginseng is gone, Guo Chunhai interjected, eaten by the wolves. If you don't believe me, you can cut open the wolf's belly to see for yourself. A silence fell over them. The night breeze rustled through the treetops, producing a soft whisper. The 2 wolf cubs seemed to sense the danger had passed and cautiously approached their mother's lifeless body, emitting the characteristic whines of younglings. Anaji suddenly unfastened a small cloth pouch he carried and tossed several pieces of venison jerky towards them. The cubs retreated warily, but soon the enticing scent drew them in, and they gingerly picked up the morsels to eat. Let us go, Guo Chunhai urged, tugging at Anaji's sleeve. The 4 of them silently departed the clearing, none daring to mention the ginseng again. On their return to the forest station, Li Gan suddenly spoke up. If my daughter's ginseng were still viable, I shall bring some more tomorrow, Anaji replied softly. Moonlight filtered through the clouds, illuminating the path through the woods. Guo Chunhai hobbled along, a medley of emotions swirling within him. The cliff ginseng, valued at 2,000 yuan, was lost, yet strangely, he did not feel particularly sorrowful. Perhaps Atambu was right. The mountain god indeed watched over all. As they neared home, Anaji quietly grasped his hand. Does it still hurt? Guo Chunhai shook his head. The eastern sky was beginning to lighten, and the whistle of the morning shift at the logging camp was about to sound. A new day was set to unfold. His ankle would heal, wages would rise, and ginseng would surely return. He tightened his grip on Anaji's hand, savoring the warmth of her palm and the calluses that spoke of her labor. This was the most authentic experience, more precious than any treasure. Chapter 115. Undercurrents. Guo Chunhai was startled awake by the sound of the door being kicked. Just as dawn was breaking, with morning mist lingering outside, the wooden door was rattled violently. Open up. Security inspection. It was the voice of Officer Li, laced with a palpable intensity. Guo Chunhai sprang up. his injured ankle causing him to stumble slightly. He quickly scanned the room. The hunting rifle was concealed beneath the bed, and it should be safe. The remaining ginseng roots were secure as well. The door was kicked again, the wooden frame shedding dust. Guo Chunhai donned his work jacket, deliberately taking his time to fasten the buttons. Coming, so early in the morning. As the door swung open, Officer Li stormed in, accompanied by 3 security personnel. 2 young officers were clad in pristine blue uniforms, with Type 54 pistols at their waists, their holster buckles carelessly undone. Officer Li had changed into a Zhongshan suit. 2 pins tucked into his left breast pocket, exuding an air of authority. Search. Officer Li commanded with a wave of his hand. Focus on the ginseng. Guo Chunhai positioned himself in front of the bed. Officer Li, do you have a search warrant? A search warrant? Officer Li scoffed, pulling a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket. Approved by Director Wang. Someone reported that you are hoarding state medicinal materials. Guo Chunhai glanced at the note, recognizing the handwriting of Director Wang, but the signature was clearly added later. A sense of dread washed over him. Just last night, Director Wang had assigned him to patrol. The 2 officers had already begun rummaging through the belongings. The blankets were thrown aside, the bedding was lifted, and even the ash in the stove was sifted through. Officer Li fixated his gaze on Guo Chunhai's face, as if searching for a crack in his facade. Uncle Li, have some water. Anaji appeared unexpectedly, holding a porcelain cup. She wore a blue and white floral shirt, her hair loosely tied, as if she had just risen from bed. Officer Li did not take the cup. Instead, he narrowed his eyes. You're just in time. Open your dowry box. Anaji's expression changed. For the Orokin people, the dowry box was sacred, not to be casually inspected, even by her husband. Yet, she bit her lip and turned toward the corner where the red-painted wooden box stood. Guo Chunhai attempted to intervene, but was met with the barrel of a gun pointed at his chest by one of the officers. He stared at the muzzle of the Type 54 pistol, suddenly recalling how it had been similar to the AKs that had once been aimed at him on the battlefield. Anaji slowly opened the box. Inside were neatly folded embroidered wedding garments, silver bracelets, and several vibrant pieces of Orokin embroidery. Officer Li rudely rummaged through the contents, scattering the carefully arranged garments. Nothing. Officer Li straightened up, his gaze menacing. Where is it hidden? Anaji bowed her head, trying to arrange the disheveled clothing, revealing a patch of fair skin at the nape of her neck, adorned with a small red birthmark. Guo Chunhai noticed her fingers trembling slightly, yet her voice remained calm. Wasn't the 34 ginseng eaten by a wolf? Uncle Li, you saw it with your own eyes. Nonsense. Li, the official, suddenly erupted in anger. Could such a large mountain ginseng be devoured entirely by a wolf? He turned to Guo Chunhai. If you don't hand it over, you'll pack your bags and leave tomorrow. The forest farm has no need for pests that steal state property. Guo Chunhai clenched his fists, the sound echoing ominously. This job had been specially approved by Director Wang, offering a salary of 260 yuan a month, a guarantee for his future with Wanaji. However, what angered him more was Li's sacrilege towards Wanaji's dowry box. Director Li, a clerk suddenly rushed in from outside. I found this at Er Lengzi's house. He held up an oiled paper package. Li snatched it away and opened it. Inside were several shriveled ginseng roots, precisely those Wanaji had given to Li's daughter 2 days prior. Guo Chunhai felt a wave of relief. It seemed Wanaji had prepared in advance, hiding some scraps at Er Lengzi's house. Is this all? Li scrutinized the contents with suspicion. It's all here, Wanaji replied softly. If you don't believe me, you can ask my father. The Orokin people do not lie. Li stared at her for a few seconds before suddenly reaching for her pants pocket. Wanaji jumped back like a startled deer, knocking over the enamel basin on the Kong. Hot water spilling everywhere. What are you doing? Guo Chunhai yanked Li away, his chest heaving violently. Yet Li laughed. Why are you so tense? He glanced meaningfully at the waistband of Wanaji's pants. Perhaps it's hidden there. Guo Chunhai's mind buzzed. In his previous life on the battlefield, he had witnessed how the Vietnamese treated female captives. His fingers had already brushed against the hunting knife at his lower back. Director Li, someone shouted from outside. Director Wang is looking for you. There are people from the bureau. Li's expression shifted, and he finally snorted coldly. This matter is not over. Before leaving, he deliberately stepped on the dowry dress on the ground, leaving a clear footprint. Once the footsteps faded, Wanaji slumped down on the edge of the Kong, pulling out a small cloth bag from her menstrual band, revealing the main root of the 6th-grade ginseng she had discreetly hidden on her person the previous night. Clever, Guo Chunhai thought, wanting to smile but unable to. He crouched down, carefully picking up the trampled dowry dress, gently brushing off the dust. Wanaji suddenly grasped his hand. Should we just hand over the ginseng? No, Guo Chunhai shook his head. Giving it up would only complicate matters. Li will insist we are hoarding more. He recalled Li's earlier gaze. For the next few days, do not act alone. Wait for me to finish work and we'll leave together. The work bell rang, and Guo Chunhai limped toward the maintenance workshop. His ankles still throbbed, but compared to the fury within him, this pain was trivial. The workshop was permeated with the scent of machine oil and metal shavings. The old logging machine lay incapacitated in the center, its gearbox partially disassembled, gears and bearings scattered across the oilcloth. This was the forest farm's most valuable equipment, and for 3 days no one had dared to repair it. Finally, Director Wang personally assigned the task to Guo Chunhai. You're here? The workshop supervisor, Old Ma, handed him a pair of greasy gloves. Director Wang stated emphatically that the repairs must be completed today as a shipment of red pine was scheduled for tomorrow. Guo Chunhai nodded, squatting down to inspect the gearbox. This was an antiquated piece of Soviet machinery from the 1950s, with severely worn parts, yet a remarkably simple and sturdy structure. Having repaired tank gearboxes during his time in the army, he found this civilian equipment quite manageable. Xiao Guo. Old Ma leaned in closer, lowering his voice. That scoundrel Li has been causing you trouble again? Guo Chunhai remained silent, concentrating on adjusting the gear clearances. The other workers in the workshop perked up. They were all friends of Guo Chunhai, with whom he often shared drinks and hunting outings. If you ask me, damn him, exclaimed the mechanic, Big Lu, slamming his wrench down with a resounding clang. Isn't he just a lousy section chief? Shut your mouth. Electrician Old Zhang shot him a glare. His brother-in-law works in personnel at the bureau. Guo Chunhai's heart stirred. No wonder Li was so arrogant. He had connections. He silently noted this information and continued to focus on his task. The gearbox spindle needed to be remachined, which required him to head over to the adjacent machining workshop. Just as he was engrossed in his work, the workshop door swung open, and Director Wang strode in with his hands clasped behind his back. This Shandong man was dressed in a faded blue Zhongshan suit, his feet clad in a pair of suede shoes, the toes dusted with wood shavings. How's it going? Director Wang squatted down to meet Guo Chunhai's gaze. The spindle is worn. It needs to be remachined. Guo Chunhai indicated the dents on the gear. The other issues are minor. It can be assembled this afternoon. Director Wang nodded, then suddenly pulled out a pack of Deshengchan cigarettes from his pocket and tucked it into Guo Chunhai's work attire. You've worked hard. His voice was low, but everyone in the workshop heard. This pack of cigarettes was significant. The forestry workers knew that Director Wang seldom offered cigarettes, let alone a pack of the good kind like Deshengchan. Guo Chunhai vaguely understood that the search warrant issued by Li that morning was likely not at Director Wang's behest. During lunch, Guo Chunhai stood in line at the cafeteria. Today's dish was beef stew with potatoes and sauerkraut noodles, the aroma wafting enticingly. As he carried his aluminum lunchbox in search of a seat, he noticed Li and several of his confidants sitting in the corner, watching him with sinister expressions. Over here, Unaji waved to him from the women's section. She had been temporarily reassigned to assist in the cafeteria, still wearing that blue and white floral shirt with flour dusting the cuffs. Just as Guo Chunhai sat down, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the cafeteria. A young man clad in a military green jacket stood there, scanning the room. He appeared to be in his early 20s. Sporting a trendy side part, and a Japanese-made Pentax camera hung around his neck, clearly not one of the forestry workers. Guo Chunhai, is Master Guo here? The young man called out, his voice rising, distinctly marked by the tone of a cadre's offspring. The cafeteria fell silent. Guo Chunhai frowned. He did not recognize this individual. Yet, Li suddenly stood up, his face beaming with a smile. Comrade Zhao, what brings you here? The young man disregarded Li. His gaze fixed on Guo Chunhai as he strode over. Master Guo, I finally found you. He appeared as excited as a fan meeting a celebrity. Guo Chunhai was utterly perplexed. The young man casually seated himself, producing a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes. I am Zhao Weidong from the Forestry Bureau's Publicity Department. Last month, the 400-pound wild boar you hunted at Leituting, the photo published in the Forestry Report, that was taken by me. Guo Chunhai recalled the incident. At the time, he had presumed Zhao to be an ordinary journalist, not realizing he was the offspring of an official. Zhao's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Master Guo, I specifically took leave to seek your guidance in hunting. He lowered his voice conspiratorially. My father's 50th birthday is next month, and I wish to present him with a fine sick deer. Just as Guo Chunhai was about to politely decline, he noticed that Li, the official, had turned pale. A thought flashed through his mind. Could this Zhao Weidong be the son of your father is? He ventured cautiously. Zhao Yongguei, the deputy director of the Forestry Bureau, in charge of personnel, Zhao Weidong replied nonchalantly, raising his voice a notch. A collective gasp echoed through the cafeteria. Guo Chunhai observed Li's face turn ashen. Zhao Yongguei was indeed the direct superior of his powerful brother-in-law. Anaji discreetly squeezed Guo Chunhai's hand beneath the table. They exchanged a knowing glance, their understanding unspoken. Guo Chunhai gradually broke into a smile and accepted the Zhonghua cigarette. To hunt deer, one must venture into the deep woods. Chapter 116. A distinguished guest. The afternoon heat in the machine repair workshop was stifling, akin to a steamer. Guo Chunhai, bare-chested, glistened with sweat that glimmered under the sun on his bronze back. The gearbox was nearly assembled, with only a few screws remaining. Master Guo. Zhao Weidong had somehow slipped into the workshop, his camera clicking incessantly. Your muscle definition is extraordinary. May I take a close-up shot? Guo Chunhai found himself both amused and exasperated. This bureaucratic offspring had clung to him like a shadow all afternoon, even waiting outside while he went to the restroom. Yet, thanks to Zhao Weidong, Li had not dared to show his face all day. Do not take any photos, Guo Chunhai said as he donned his sweat-soaked shirt. Is your father truly allowing you to take leave? Of course. Zhao Weidong leaned closer, a scent of Shanghai soap wafting from him. My father said he trusts you to impart your skills. He lowered his voice mysteriously. I hear you can set traps? The kind with foot snares? Guo Chunhai tightened the last screw, contemplating his options. Zhao Yongwei was a leader within the bureau. If he could forge a connection here, Li would no longer pose a threat. However, the risk was substantial. Children of officials were often cosset, and should anything go awry in the mountains. Are you truly eager to learn? Guo Chunhai locked eyes with Zhao Weidong. There are no hotels in the mountains. At night, you will sleep in snow caves, and your only sustenance will be hard biscuits and frozen meat. Zhao Weidong thumped his chest confidently. I am unafraid. I grew up in a military compound. As he spoke, he mimicked a stabbing motion, but nearly tripped over his own feet. Guo Chunhai couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The rookie soldiers he had trained in his previous life often displayed similar bravado, boasting bravely, but wetting their trousers when faced with the battlefield. Yet, the fervor in Zhao Weidong's eyes seemed genuine, unlike those whose intentions were merely to indulge in a fleeting adventure. Very well, Guo Chunhai nodded. But we must wait a few days until my foot injury heals. Zhao Weidong let out a cheer, then lowered his voice as if recalling something. By the way, has that Li official been causing you trouble? He blinked. I saw him at noon. That fellow looked at you as if he held a grudge. Guo Chunhai hesitated for a moment, then decided to speak candidly. He wants me to gather ginseng. Is that all? Zhao Weidong scoffed. These local tyrants at the forest farm. He suddenly fell silent, realizing his words might offend Guo Chunhai. I didn't mean you. It's all right. Guo Chunhai waved his hand. The ginseng is gathered on our days off. It doesn't interfere with work. But Li insists it's state property. Zhao Weidong's eyes gleamed. Did he threaten to have you fired? Guo Chunhai nodded in tacit agreement. Instantly, Zhao Weidong was filled with righteous indignation. Damn it. I'll take care of this. He turned to leave, but Guo Chunhai grabbed him. Hold on, Guo Chunhai whispered. Your concern is appreciated. Li has been in charge of the forest farm for many years and has backing. Backing? Zhao Weidong scoffed. Isn't that just that rotund Zhang from Human Resources? My father promoted him. He patted Guo Chunhai on the shoulder. Don't worry, Master Guo, I'll handle this. But, he mischievously winked. You must promise to teach me how to hunt deer. Guo Chunhai nodded in agreement. Zhao Weidong strode out with fervor, his demeanor exuding the distinctive bravado of a cadre's offspring. When the closing bell rang, the gearbox had been repaired. Guo Chunhai wiped his brow, preparing to tidy his tools. When the workshop doors swung open once more, this time, it was Anaji, her complexion flushed and breathless, as if she had sprinted over. Brother Chunhai, she whispered. Zhao Weidong has gone to confront Li in the security office, causing quite a commotion. A jolt ran through Guo Chunhai's heart as he quickly donned his work uniform and rushed outside. The security office was on the first floor of the office building, and from a distance, he could hear Zhao Weidong's booming voice. Abuse of power. Using authority for personal gain. I will report this to the Commission for Discipline Inspection. A crowd of workers had gathered in the corridor, eager to witness the spectacle. Guo Chunhai pushed his way to the front, peering through the window to see Zhao Weidong pounding the table, while he stood opposite him, his face shifting from pale to flushed. Comrade Zhao, you've misunderstood, Li said, forcing a smile as sweat dripped from his forehead. Misunderstood? Zhao Weidong seized a bag of ginseng from the table. Isn't this evidence? Searching through staff dormitories, rifling through female colleagues' personal belongings. Are you running a security office or a den of bandits? Li was thoroughly berated but dared not retort. Guo Chunhai noticed that the drawer of Li's desk was slightly ajar, revealing a corner of a brown envelope that looked familiar, as if it were the one Director Wang had given him that morning. Suddenly, Anaji tugged at Guo Chunhai's sleeve, pointing towards the end of the corridor where Director Wang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, expressionless. watching the unfolding drama with no intent to intervene. Zhao Weidong grew more animated in his accusations, and finally, he picked up the phone. I'm calling my father right now. Let him see what kind of people he has promoted. Li was utterly panicked, desperately pressing down on the phone. Comrade Zhao. As he glanced out the window, Guo Chunhai caught sight of Zhao Weidong, a flicker of resentment flashing in his eyes, quickly transforming into a plea. Master Guo, please persuade Comrade Zhao, he implored. All attention shifted to Guo Chunhai, and in that moment, he grasped the ulterior motive of Director Wang. The wily fox had anticipated that Zhao Weidong would create this commotion. Taking a deep breath, he pushed the door open and entered. Comrade Zhao, Guo Chunhai said calmly, Secretary Li is merely acting in accordance with regulations. Regulations, my foot. Zhao Weidong retorted vehemently. My father has stated that employees engaging in side jobs during their rest days have the Bureau's support. He turned to Secretary Li, just wait. I'll have my father dispatch an investigation team immediately. Secretary Li's legs buckled, nearly collapsing to the ground. Guo Chunhai tactfully intervened. Let's consider this a small gesture of respect towards Secretary Li. This clever remark provided Zhao Weidong with an exit while simultaneously substantiating the fact of Secretary Li's extortion. Zhao Weidong, visibly more enraged, exclaimed, Did you hear that? Master Guo is being so magnanimous, and you still bully him. He seized the phone and began dialing. Secretary Li, utterly undone, pleaded, Comrade Zhao. I was wrong. I will make amends. The ginseng, I will return it right now. He fumbled through the drawer, retrieving a manila envelope and thrusting it toward Guo Chunhai. It's all a misunderstanding. Upon receiving the envelope, Guo Chunhai noted its weight was significantly more than the previous package. Opening it, he discovered not only ginseng but also a stack of cash, at least 200 yuan. Seeing this, Zhao Weidong let out a cold laugh. Now you know fear? It's too late. Yet his tone had softened. Guo Chunhai seized the opportunity. Comrade Zhao, how about having Secretary Li write a self-criticism? And we can let this matter rest? Your father is a busy man. This is a trivial issue. After a moment of hesitation, Zhao Weidong finally set the phone down. All right, I'll give Master Guo some face. He pointed a finger at Secretary Li. I want to see that self-criticism by tomorrow. With a copy sent to the Bureau's Discipline Committee, the storm had temporarily subsided. As they exited the office building, the sun had already dipped below the horizon. Eager to treat Guo Chunhai to dinner, Zhao Weidong, upon being politely declined, bore no ill will. And they arranged to meet on the weekend for a hunting lesson before riding off on his bicycle. Is that it? Wanaki whispered, clutching the envelope tightly, her knuckles turning white. Guo Chunhai shook his head. Secretary Li will not let this go easily. He glanced back at the office building, where Secretary Li was watching them with a scowl, his gaze akin to a poisoned blade. Dinner was held at Wanaki's home, where a tambu returned with only a wild rabbit, which was stewed into a hearty pot. The elder, having heard of the day's events, downed 2 bowls of liquor and suddenly proclaimed, what the mountain god provides, no one can take away. Torbu, chewing on rabbit meat, mumbled, is that kid reliable? Let us not be played for fools. Before Guo Chunhai could respond, the sound of a car engine echoed from outside. A green Beijing Jeep came to a halt, and a middle-aged man clad in a Zhongshan suit emerged, his square face and broad forehead bearing a striking resemblance to Zhao Weidong. Director Zhao? Guo Chunhai's chopsticks fell from his grasp. Zhao Yongui strode in confidently, followed closely by a dejected Zhao Weidong. The deputy director surveyed the room, his gaze ultimately settling on Comrade Guo Chunhai. I am here to apologize. A profound silence enveloped the room, as if time itself had come to a standstill. A tambu slowly lowered the wine bowl in his hands, its gentle collision with the table producing a faint, muffled sound. His eyes appeared vacant and bewildered, as though he had lost all vitality. The sound of Torub's chewing abruptly ceased. His mouth hung slightly ajar, remnants of uneaten food lingering within. The atmosphere shifted as Guo Chunhai rose, his throat parched. Director Zhao, your words are too severe. Not at all. Zhao Yonggui's voice boomed. My son has acted inappropriately, disturbing your work and life. He glared at Zhao Weidong. Apologize at once. Zhao Weidong bowed his head. I am sorry, Master Guo. I was too impulsive. Guo Chunhai hastily waved his hand. Comrade Zhao has been an immense help to us. Zhao Yonggui shook his head, retrieving a document bag from his briefcase. We are already aware of Li Ditsai's situation. This time, even his brother-in-law cannot save him. He handed over the document bag. This is the transfer order. Starting tomorrow, Li Ditsai will be reassigned to the Daxigu Forest Farm as a regular forest ranger. Guo Chunhai accepted the document, his hands trembling slightly. Daxigu was notorious for its harsh conditions, with winter temperatures plummeting below -40 degrees. For Li, this was akin to exile. Furthermore, Zhao Yonggui suddenly chuckled. I hear you are quite the adept hunter? Weidong has always dreamed of becoming one. Do take him under your wing. The tone he adopted was not that of a leader, but rather that of a father deeply concerned for his son. Anaji cleverly set another pair of chopsticks on the table. Director Zhao, have you not yet dined? It's just a simple meal. Zhao Yongui made himself comfortable, partaking in the food and sharing a couple of drinks with the tambu. After several rounds of drinking, he inquired, I hear you have harvested a yai ginseng? Guo Chunhai's heart raced. Yet Zhao Yongui waved his hand dismissively. Do not be anxious. I merely wish to ask if you might part with some. The old secretary in the bureau has poor lung health, and the doctor mentioned that he is in need of a specific type of ginseng. Anaji and Guo Chunhai exchanged glances, and after a moment of silence, Anaji rose and went to the inner room, returning with a red cloth bundle. Unwrapping it, 6 pieces of yai ginseng glimmered under the kerosene lamp, radiating an ivory sheen. This is all that remains, she whispered. The wolves consumed the majority. Zhao Yongui scrutinized the ginseng closely, then unexpectedly pulled an envelope from his inner pocket. Here is 300 yuan, courtesy of the bureau. 300 yuan in 1984 was no trifling sum, equivalent to 3 months' wages for an ordinary worker. However, Guo Chunhai understood that this piece of ginseng was worth at least 2,000 on the black market. Just as he was about to decline, Zhao Yongui added, by the way, Wang Taizhan has recommended you for the position of deputy director of the machinery repair workshop. I believe it is a good fit. The room fell silent once more. Guo Chunhai's mind buzzed. Wang Taizhan was the workshop director. The deputy director's monthly salary was 320 yuan, along with the eligibility for housing. We shall not accept any money for the ginseng, Anaji suddenly interjected. Consider it a tribute to the old secretary. Zhao Yongui regarded her thoughtfully, nodding slowly. A good girl. He returned the envelope to his pocket, stating, the matter of the deputy director will be officially announced next Monday. After the jeep departed, a wave of jubilation erupted within the house. Toribu lifted Guo Chunhai in a celebratory spin, while the dim-witted one leaned on his cane, eager to join the merriment. However, a tambu silently puffed on his pipe, his gaze profound. What is it, Anaji? The elder inquired softly. He exhaled a circle of smoke, remarking, the mountain spirits grant much, yet demand much in return. He gestured towards the window. Listen. The crowd fell silent. From the distant mountains and forests, the haunting howl of wolves echoed, long and sorrowful. It was the lament of a young wolf mourning its mother, a silent warning from nature to the avaricious humans. Guo Chunhai approached the window, gazing at the distant peaks bathed in moonlight. For the first time since his rebirth, he felt an inexplicable dread. This contest with the wilderness was perhaps only just commencing. At 5 in the morning, the gate of the forest farm remained shrouded in mist. Guo Chunhai inspected the magazine of his firearm, the brass bullets glimmering in the dawnlight. Anaji crouched beside him, organizing her quiver. The embroidery on her deerskin pouch dampened by the morning dew. That kid isn't going to flake out on us, is he? Toribu muttered, impatiently kicking at the stones with his boot. Jipa remained silent, quietly checking the ropes and traps. The dim-witted one, despite his leg injury, had hobbled over with his cane, declaring his intention to serve as their tactical advisor. He is here, Guo Chunhai announced, lifting his gaze. Through the mist, a vividly dressed figure approached on a bicycle. Zhao Weidong, clad in a brand-new camouflage outfit, donned shiny Japanese hiking boots, a Pentax camera slung around his neck, and a glimmering thermos swinging from his handlebars. Master Guo. Zhao Weidong skidded to a halt, nearly tumbling into a ditch. I'm not late, am I? Sweat beaded on his forehead, his excitement akin to that of a schoolboy on a spring outing. Toribu scoffed, dressed like that, you'd be better off feeding the wolves. Zhao Weidong's face flushed, and he hurriedly retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his backpack. Here, brothers, smoke up. Guo Chunhai accepted a cigarette and distributed it among the others. He assessed Zhao Weidong's equipment, all imported goods. Those boots alone were worth at least $100, equivalent to half a month's wages for an ordinary worker. In stark contrast, Anaji's roe deer leather boots were worn and faded, and his own military canteen was marred by rust. Let us go, Guo Chunhai said, slinging his rifle over his shoulder. Today we're heading to hike Saizi Valley. With a bit of luck, we might encounter a herd of deer. The group made their way north along the dirt road. Initially, Zhao Weidong was buoyant, frequently stopping to take photographs and jot down notes in a small notebook. However, within half an hour, he began to gasp for breath, his camouflage shirt soaked through with sweat. Let us take a break, he panted, collapsing onto a fallen log and gulping from his thermos. Toribu sneered. With that stamina, you think you can hunt? Guo Chunhai offered his canteen. Drink this. Inside was Anaji's hawthorn infusion, sweet and tart, quenching his thirst. Zhao Weidong took a sip his eyes brightening. This is much better than the milk powder. He curiously eyed Anaji's bow and arrows. Can this really be used for hunting? Without a word, Anaji suddenly drew his bow and knocked an arrow. With a swift whoosh, a jay perched 50 meters away fell to the ground, the arrow piercing through its body and embedding in the trunk of a birch tree. Holy cow! Zhao Weidong sprang up, nearly dropping the camera. A master archer. Guo Peiqian walked over to retrieve the jay and the arrow, casually plucking a feather to place atop Zhao Weidong's hat. May the mountain spirits bless us. After approximately 2 hours of hiking, the sun had risen to the treetops. Guo Chunhai suddenly crouched down, pointing at several hoofprints in the mud. Sick a deer, 3 of them, passed by half an hour ago. Zhao Weidong leaned closer, looking bewildered. Where? All I see is mud. Guo Chunhai patiently explained. Observe this heart-shaped hoofprint, deep in the front, shallow in the back, indicating it was running. He brushed aside a blade of grass, revealing a black droppings pellet. Fresh, still warm. Zhao Weidong, as if discovering a new continent, exclaimed, so professional. This could be turned into a book. Torub impatiently urged, are we going to hunt or not? Just as Guo Chunhai was about to speak, Guo Peiqian suddenly whispered. Something's off. He pointed to an old oak tree not far away, where fresh claw marks marred the trunk, and beneath it lay a pile of wolf droppings. A marker of the wolf pack's territory. Guo Chunhai frowned. Strange, wolves shouldn't be here on the south slope at this time of year. Anaji crouched down to inspect the ground, her braids falling over her chest. Not just wolves. She pointed at a series of delicate paw prints. Lynxes have passed through as well. Zhao Weidong leaned in excitedly. Lynx? Are they like big cats? Can they be hunted? They're tough to take down, Guo Chunhai replied. Standing up. Let's move on. The deer herd should be near the water source. At noon, they arrived at the Haixaizi Valley, an open expanse with a stream running through the center, flanked by lush green reeds. Guo Chunhai signaled for everyone to conceal themselves while he observed the opposite bank with binoculars. There it is, he whispered, 2 o'clock, at the edge of the birch grove. Zhao Weidong fumbled to adjust his camera's telephoto lens. Where? I see it. His voice, tinged with excitement, changed in pitch. It's magnificent. Before them stood a mature stag, towering over 2 meters, its chestnut-hued coat glistening like satin in the sunlight. Its antlers, having recently shed their velvet, branched into 6 points, exuding majesty. The stag surveyed its surroundings cautiously, occasionally bending down to nibble on tender grass. It's a fine specimen, Guo Peiqian remarked softly. At least 8 years old. Torub had already readied his rifle in silence. Let me take the shot. I'll drop it with 1 bullet. Guo Chunhai restrained his rifle barrel. It's too far. Over 300 meters. Your precision isn't sufficient. He turned to Zhao Weidong. Do you want to give it a try? Zhao Weidong turned pale. I've never shot at a living target. Then just watch, Guo Chunhai replied, lowering his own rifle. Anaji, you circle to the east and create a disturbance. Guo Peiqian, guard the west to prevent it from fleeing uphill. Torub, you have good aim. Be ready to take a follow-up shot. The group dispersed silently. Zhao Weidong lay nervously beside Guo Chunhai, scarcely daring to breathe. Guo Chunhai gradually regulated his breathing, adjusting the scope to 300 meters, aiming for the stag's chest. The moment the gunshot resounded, the stag leaped. Guo Chunhai's shot went wide, merely grazing the rear leg of the deer. The injured deer did not flee in panic. Instead, it turned towards the source of the gunfire, a testament to its experience as an old prey. In a moment of urgency, Guo Chunhai swiftly reloaded his firearm. But the stag had already leapt across the stream, charging directly at them. A stag of such considerable size, when in full charge, was akin to a small automobile, capable of inflicting fatal injuries with its antlers. Zhao Weidong was paralyzed with fear, his camera tumbling to the ground. Just as the situation became critical, Unaji's arrow soared through the air, striking the deer in its eye. The stag, in agony, veered its head, its speed slightly diminishing. Seizing the opportunity, Guo Chunhai fired a second shot, hitting the neck with precision. The stag collapsed with a thunderous crash, mere 20 meters away from them. Zhao Weidong sat down, his face ashen. What a thrill! Torabu rushed over to inspect the prey, whistling in admiration. My goodness, at least 300 pounds. He patted Zhao Weidong on the shoulder. Teasing, did you wet your pants, kid? However, Guo Chunhai refrained from joining in the celebration. He crouched by the stream, fixating on several sets of tracks imprinted in the sandy ground. There were those of wolves, lynxes, and even bears. At this time of year, bears should have just emerged from hibernation and shouldn't be so active. What's wrong? Unaji approached, the tip of her braid brushing against his shoulder. Guo Chunhai shook his head. Let us process the deer and return early. Processing the deer was a skilled endeavor. Guo Chunhai instructed Zhao Weidong on how to bleed it. Skin it, and carefully avoid rupturing the gallbladder. The heart and liver were carefully packed in plastic bags, as they were the finest parts. The antlers were sawed off and saved for Zhao Weidong as a memento, while the hide was rolled up and secured to his backpack. My father will surely be ecstatic, Zhao Weidong exclaimed, holding the antlers for a selfie, completely forgetting the earlier fright. On their return journey, Guo Chunhai deliberately altered their route to avoid the wolf markings discovered that morning. However, halfway through, Gu Pa suddenly halted, pointing at a fallen tree ahead. Someone has been here. Clear shoe prints were left on the log, bearing the pattern of rubber-soled liberation shoes. Guo Chunhai crouched down to investigate, discovering several cigarette butts, all from the Great Production Forestry Company. Is it from the security department? Una Ji inquired softly. Guo Chunhai shook his head. Li Gan is already reassigned. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his expression changed. The new deputy chief of the security department. I heard he used to be stationed in Daxigu. Torabu cursed under his breath. Li Jitsai's lackey? Just then, a sound of snapping branches echoed from a distance. Guo Chunhai immediately signaled for everyone to conceal themselves. Zhao Weidong stood frozen in confusion until Una Ji yanked him behind a tree. Crack! Another sound, this time closer. Guo Chunhai quietly pulled back the gun's bolt, peering through the thicket. 20 meters away, in a clearing, stood a man clad in work attire, bent down examining the ground. The man had a handgun holstered at his waist, and judging by his figure, he was not from the forestry camp. Strangely, he held an object that glinted in the sunlight. Was it a telescope or a compass? He is not from the security department, Guo Chunhai whispered. He looks like he's from a geological team. Suddenly, the man lifted his head, staring directly towards their hiding spot. Guo Chunhai's heart raced, instinctively tightening his grip on the gun. But in the next moment, something even more chilling occurred. The man's lips slowly curled into a sinister smile before he turned and vanished into the woods. Damn it, did we just see a ghost? Torab was utterly perplexed. Jeepa's face turned pale. What is he looking at? Guo Chunhai followed the gaze of the man, and his blood froze upon seeing a half-eaten rabbit carcass hanging from the branches above them, its skin meticulously stripped away, fluttering like a flag at the treetop. This was a typical marking of a wolf pack, signifying this is our territory. Yet, more ominously, beside the rabbit's remains was a red string, identical to those tied around ginseng by foragers. Chapter 118. The mark of death and eerie silence enveloped the forest. Even Zhao Weidong sensed the abnormality. Gripping his camera tightly and remaining silent, Guo Chunhai fixated on the red string, feeling a chill run down his spine for the first time since his rebirth. This was not a warning from the mountain deity, but a human-made signal. Let us go, he commanded tersely, take another route. The five retreated stealthily, with Torab carrying the deer meat at the rear, glancing back occasionally. Guo Chunhai deliberately avoided the animal trails, opting for the more arduous thickets. Zhao Weidong's camouflage outfit snagged on thorns, producing a ripping sound, and he bore several scratches on his face, yet this time he refrained from crying out in pain. After approximately half an hour, a dry riverbed appeared ahead. Guo Chunhai gestured for everyone to halt, scouting the area before waving the team to proceed. The riverbed was strewn with rounded stones, making the footing uneven. Zhao Weidong stumbled and fell, his camera colliding with the rocks, the lens cap rolling far away. My camera, he lamented as he picked it up to inspect it. Torab, impatient, pulled him along. What matters more, your life or your gadgets? Just then, Jeepa suddenly hissed, get down. Instantly, everyone dropped to the ground. Guo Chunhai followed Jeepa's gaze to the bushes across the riverbed, which were swaying unnaturally despite the stillness. Something was moving within. Una Ji quietly knocked an arrow, and Guo Chunhai slowly raised his rifle. The moment the bushes parted, his finger was already on the trigger. But emerging was a half-grown wild boar, tusks not fully developed, snuffling in the mud for something. Zhao Weidong exhaled in relief, about to rise. But Guo Chunhai pressed him down. Something's off, he whispered. Wild boars do not roam alone. No sooner had he spoken than the bushes began to rustle again. This time, what emerged left them all momentarily breathless. A female wolf, its gray-black fur marked by a scar over its right eye, the very one Una Ji had wounded that day. It surveyed its surroundings warily, its nose twitching incessantly. Guo Chunhai held his breath. They were downwind, and the wolf should not catch their scent. Yet, the female wolf seemed to sense something and began to approach the riverbed. A bead of sweat trickled down Zhao Weidong's forehead, landing on a stone with a soft plop. The female wolf abruptly lifted its head, its yellow-green eyes fixating on their hiding spot. Just then, a gunshot rang out from a distance. Startled, the female wolf turned and fled, followed by the wild boar, both disappearing into the woods. Who fired the shot? Torub whispered. Guo Chunhai shook his head. The gunfire came from the northeast, not from their group. He signaled for silence and carefully crawled to a higher vantage point on the riverbed to observe. On the distant ridge, 3 silhouettes were faintly discernible, one of whom was brandishing a long rifle. Poachers? Speculated Erneng, who had followed closely behind. Guo Chunhai squinted. They don't resemble those individuals. Their attire is uniform and their movements disciplined. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him. The figures were members of the newly formed forest protection team, led by a trusted aide of Officer Li. We must hurry, he urged, sliding down the riverbank. If we are caught by the forest rangers while armed, it would spell greater trouble. The 5 hastened their pace, and at last, emerged from the perilous area as the sun began its descent in the west. Zhao Weidong collapsed onto a tree stump, his camouflage attire rendered unrecognizable, and his expensive hiking boots marred with scratches. Let us take a break, Guo Chunhai suggested, checking his ammunition. We still have 3 hours of travel ahead. Japakian gathered some branches to kindle a small fire, while Erneng sliced several pieces of deer meat to roast. The savory aroma quickly wafted through the air, and Zhao Weidong devoured 2 hefty chunks, exclaiming that they were even more delectable than the braised pork served at state-run restaurants. Master Guo, he wiped his mouth. Did that wolf just now recognize you? Torub grunted. The scar over its eye is a mark from Erneng. Zhao Weidong looked on with newfound respect, eager to jot down notes. However, Guo Chunhai stood up. We must depart. We need to reach Eagle Beak Rock before darkness falls. The subsequent journey was relatively tranquil. Zhao Weidong gradually mastered the art of traversing the mountainous terrain, no longer prone to frequent tumbles. As they passed through a grove of white birch, Erneng suddenly gasped, ginseng. The group gathered around to discover a rare 3-pronged ginseng concealed amidst the underbrush. Zhao Weidong, thrilled, reached to pluck it, but Guo Chunhai intervened. It's too small. We should wait another 5 years to harvest it. He deftly tied a red string around it, murmuring incantations as he paid homage to the mountain spirits. Curious, Zhao Weidong inquired. Do the Orkin truly believe in this? Erneng replied earnestly. It is not a matter of belief. It is the custom of the mountains. Violating it brings misfortune. She pointed to a series of paw prints beside the ginseng. Look, those are the tracks of a sable. It too is guarding this precious herb. As the sun neared the horizon, they arrived at Eagle Beak Rock, a prominent boulder with a shallow cave beneath, ample enough for the 5 to spend the night. Guo Chunhai assigned tasks. Torub and Japakian were to gather firewood, while Erneng prepared the remaining deer meat. He and Zhao Weidong would stand guard. Master Guo. Zhao Weidong fiddled with his camera. May I capture a photograph of you all fully armed? Just stand atop the rock with the sunset as your backdrop. Guo Chunhai, unable to decline, acquiesced. The 4 lined up, their weapons glinting in the golden light of the setting sun, exuding an imposing aura. Zhao Weidong set the camera for automatic capture and jogged to join the group. Click! That moment became forever immortalized. As night enveloped the forest, the surroundings transformed into a realm both unfamiliar and perilous. The fire became the sole source of illumination, casting flickering shadows across their faces. Initially, Zhao Weidong was animated, sharing tales of urban life. However, as darkness deepened, he began to glance back repeatedly. What is the matter? Guo Chunhai inquired. Zhao Weidong lowered his voice. I can't shake the feeling that something is watching us. In truth, Guo Chunhai sensed it too, since encountering the she-wolf that afternoon. A lingering sensation of being observed has haunted him relentlessly. However, he must not reveal his trepidation, particularly in the presence of novices. It's quite normal, he feigned nonchalance. There are many nocturnal creatures, such as bobcats and foxes. Before he could finish his sentence, a long and mournful howl echoed from a distance, followed by a second and a third. It was not a solitary wolf, but a pack. Every member of the group tensed. Torub prepared his weapon in silence, while Erneng nocked an arrow. The howls grew increasingly closer, the nearest resonating as if merely 100 meters away. To the rocks, Guo Chunhai commanded decisively. The 5 swiftly ascended the Eagle's Beak Rock, a natural fortress with steep cliffs on 3 sides, accessible only by a narrow path. Guo Chunhai and Torub guarded the entrance, while Erneng and Gu Paiqian took positions on either side to provide support, shielding Zhao Weidong in the center. At least 10 of them. Zhao Weidong's voice trembled, his camera shaking in his grip. Under the moonlight, pairs of luminous green eyes flickered at the forest's edge. The wolf pack maintained a safe distance, neither attacking nor retreating, as if awaiting a signal. They are waiting for the alpha to give the command, Guo Chunhai noted while checking his ammunition. 18 rounds left. We must conserve them. Suddenly, the pack fell silent. A larger wolf emerged slowly from the woods, its right ear missing a chunk. Indeed, It was the she-wolf. It crouched in the clearing and raised its head to emit a long howl. Damn it, that vengeful creature. Torub cursed. Yet Guo Chunhai furrowed his brow. While it is not uncommon for wolves to seek revenge, such a coordinated assault on humans was peculiar. Had someone trained them intentionally? The she-wolf's howl altered in pitch, and the pack began to fan out. Guo Chunhai's heart raced. They were encircling them. Acting swiftly, he fired a shot into the air. The echo of the gunshot reverberated through the valley, causing a stir among the wolves, but they did not scatter. Something is amiss, Guo Chunhai murmured. They are not afraid of gunfire. Erneng suddenly pointed towards the rear of the pack. Look, a figure stood at the forest's edge. The same geologist they had seen earlier by the riverbed. In the moonlight, he held something that glinted. With his movements, the wolves adjusted their formation. Damn, Torub exclaimed. He's commanding the pack. A chill ran down Guo Chunhai's spine. Though wolf tamers exist in the northeast, they are often the stuff of legends. What unfolded before them felt like a nightmare. The man suddenly whistled, and the she-wolf sprang into action, leading 3 wolves toward the narrow path. Guo Chunhai and Torub fired simultaneously. The lead wolf fell, yet the remaining wolves closed the distance to within 10 meters. Erneng's arrow flew true, striking one wolf in the throat. Guo Chunhai wielded his axe to fend off another. However, the she-wolf adeptly evaded all attacks, lunging directly at Guo Chunhai. At that critical moment, Zhao Weidong, fueled by an unknown courage, seized a stone and hurled it at the she-wolf with great force. The stone struck the wolf's nose, causing it to recoil in pain. Seizing the opportunity, Guo Chunhai brought his rifle down upon the wolf's head, sending the she-wolf tumbling down the slope with a mournful howl. The pack momentarily retreated, yet the figure still lingered at the edge of the woods. Guo Chunhai aimed and fired a shot. But the figure flickered and vanished into the darkness. Was he human or ghost? Zhao Weidong collapsed onto the ground, his pants soaked in fear. The comical appearance of this fellow later invited mockery from others. Yet in the face of imminent danger, laughter was nowhere to be found. Chapter 119. The mystery of the red string. Guo Chunhai remained silent, his gaze fixed on the slope. Though the she-wolf was wounded, it was not dead. To make matters worse, illuminated by the moonlight, he discerned more green eyes emerging from the woods. The wolf pack was reinforcing its numbers. We are low on ammunition, he stated gravely. Prepare for a breakout. Torub checked his supplies. I have 5 rounds left. I have 3, replied Japakian. Erneng counted her arrows. 7. The situation was dire. Guo Chunhai swiftly devised a plan. He and Torub would take the lead, while Erneng and Japakian would protect the flanks, with Zhao Weidong positioned in the center. Their objective was the rocky forest to the southeast, where the wolf pack would struggle to maneuver amidst the boulders. Follow my command. Guo Chunhai inhaled deeply. 3, 2, 1. Charge. The 5 of them surged down the rocks like arrows released from a bow, moving with a speed that seemed to merge with the wind. This sudden action caught the wolf pack off guard, causing their previously tight formation to be breached. Guo Chunhai led the charge, moving through the wolves with the grace of a specter. As he ran, he swiftly raised his firearm, aiming at 2 wolves blocking their path. His movements were fluid and decisive, pulling the trigger without hesitation. A sharp crack echoed through the air as the 2 wolves fell, kicking up a cloud of dust. Torub was equally formidable, his shooting skills unparalleled. Each shot landed precisely on the vital points of the wolves. With each gunshot, more wolves collapsed into pools of blood. However, the pack quickly regained its composure, and 3 wolves, like phantoms, flanked the group, launching themselves toward Zhao Weidong in the center. These wolves were evidently well trained. Their coordination seamless and swift. In this critical moment, Erneng acted with remarkable speed, drawing her bow and shooting 2 arrows in rapid succession. Her archery was divine. One arrow struck a wolf in the eye, while the other pierced its abdomen. The wounded wolf howled in agony, collapsing and convulsing on the ground. Simultaneously, Japakian swung his axe, which gleamed in the air, delivering a powerful blow to another wolf. The axe collided with the wolf, producing a dull thud, and the creature was sent flying backward, landing heavily and retreating with a pained whimper. Yet, despite Japakian's success in repelling one wolf, the tide of battle had not fundamentally shifted. In the instant he was distracted, another wolf seized the opportunity, darting towards Zhao Weidong with lightning speed. Caught off guard, Zhao Weidong was pinned beneath the ferocious beast. Zhao Weidong emitted a piercing scream of terror, his body losing balance before he was promptly knocked to the ground. The menacing wolf, with its gaping maw and razor-sharp fangs, exuded a nauseating stench. Its intent was unmistakable as it lunged directly for Zhao Weidong's throat, seemingly ready to deliver a fatal blow in an instant. At that critical moment, a sharp gunshot suddenly pierced the stillness of the forest, reverberating like thunder. The bullet shot through the air like lightning, striking the wolf's head with unerring precision. The creature's skull exploded, blood splattering across Zhao Weidong's face, leaving him in a state of sheer shock and trembling uncontrollably. In a daze, Zhao Weidong lifted his gaze, and through his blurred vision, he spotted Guo Chunhai's gun still emitting wisps of smoke. Guo's expression was stern, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, his grip on the firearm unwavering. "Get up!" Guo Chunhai bellowed, his voice akin to a thunderclap, jolting Zhao Weidong back to reality. He dashed forward, yanking Zhao Weidong up from the ground while urgently shouting, "Don't stop! Run!" Awakening from his stupor, Zhao Weidong stumbled to his feet, his steps unsteady as he joined the others in a frantic sprint toward the stone forest. The five of them dared not linger, their hearts pounding like drums, breaths coming in rapid gasps, as if a horde of ravenous wolves were in relentless pursuit. Just as they were nearing their destination, two wolves suddenly emerged from the shadows, blocking their path. As Guo Chunhai and Luobu simultaneously raised their weapons, ready to engage in a life-or-death struggle with the pack, a despairing sound echoed, a distinct click that resonated harshly in the quiet woods. The two exchanged bewildered glances, their faces etched with disbelief, as if time had frozen in that very moment. Eyes wide, they stared at their guns, hearts filled with dread and helplessness. "How could this happen?" Guo Chunhai murmured, a hint of despair lacing his voice. Luobu's complexion turned ashen, his hands trembling uncontrollably. "It's over, we're out of bullets," he said, his tone tinged with a whimper. Confronted by the encroaching wolves, they found themselves utterly powerless, forced to watch as the ferocious beasts drew ever nearer. The wolves' eyes glimmered with a greenish glow in the darkness, revealing their hunger and savagery. Yet, at that critical juncture, a thunderous roar erupted from the woods. "Beasts!" The fierce shout reverberated through the forest, causing it to tremble slightly. Guo Chunhai and Luobu were startled by the sudden sound, their gazes instinctively turning toward its source. A figure darted from the trees like a specter, moving with lightning speed, reaching the wolf pack in the blink of an eye. Then, two gunshots rang out, piercing the night, and two wolves collapsed, blood splattering onto the grass. The onlookers stared in astonishment toward the direction of the sound, and in the moonlight, they beheld a tall figure emerging from the trees like a wraith. In his hands, a double-barreled shotgun still emitted wisps of smoke, clearly just fired. To their astonishment, they recognized the figure as a Tanbu. Behind the elderly man followed 5 or 6 Awenki hunters, each brandishing rifles and bows with an intimidating presence. The wolf pack, evidently startled by this sudden turn of events, quickly turned tail and vanished into the vast darkness of the night. Zhao Weidong sank to the ground, as if all his strength had been abruptly siphoned away. He burst into tears, his sobs echoing through the silent forest, evoking a profound sense of compassion in those who heard him. A Tanbu swiftly approached the group, his expression grave. He first glanced at the shaken Guo Chunhai and the others, then directed his gaze towards the direction in which the wolves had disappeared. After a moment of silence, he spoke slowly. "This is no ordinary wolf pack." As he spoke, he pointed to the necks of the 2 dead wolves on the ground. The group leaned in closer and noticed a slender red string tied there, identical to the one they had previously discovered in the trees. A sudden jolt of unease coursed through Guo Chunhai, a foreboding sensation washing over him. "Someone has tamed them." A Tanbu intoned solemnly, "to seek ginseng." The night deepened. The 5 survivors followed the hunters back, with Zhao Weidong limping in the middle, occasionally sobbing. Guo Chunhai trailed behind, casting glances back at the darkened forest. This hunt was far from over. The wolves tied with red strings, the enigmatic figure, and the deliberately marked ginseng seemed to conceal a greater conspiracy beneath the surface. Inside a Tanbu's birchbark dwelling, the air was thick with the scents of pine resin and animal hides. Guo Chunhai squatted by the fire pit, his fingers tracing the red string he had taken from the dead wolf's neck. This string was considerably finer than the one tied to the ginseng. Yet the method of knotting was strikingly similar, 3 loops followed by a special fastening. "This is the technique of the red string shaman," a Tanbu remarked as he filled a copper pipe with dry tobacco, the flame dancing upon his weathered face. "I witnessed it once in my childhood, across the Kurban River." Wrapped in a reindeer skin blanket, Zhao Weidong had treated his abrasions with badger oil. The life and death experience of the previous night had stripped away the frivolity from the eyes of this official's son, replaced instead by a sense of reverence. "A shaman? The kind that performs rituals?" "Not quite," Anaji added, tossing a piece of pine wood into the fire, causing the flames to leap higher. "The red string shaman is the oldest beast tamer among the Awenki, capable of controlling wild animals with red string and unique vocalizations." She glanced at her father. Amica, has this art been lost? Atambu exhaled a ring of smoke. The last red string shaman passed away in 1962, leaving no apprentices. He took the red string and examined it closely in the firelight, but only they can tie this particular knot. Guo Chunhai recalled the mysterious figure, whose face was obscured under the moonlight, yet the manner in which they commanded the wolves was indeed peculiar. He turned to Zhao Weidong. Have the photos you took been developed? Zhao Weidong hurriedly retrieved his camera and removed the film. I need to get back to the county to develop it. In my panic, I might not have captured it clearly. Just then, Torabu and Gupakian pushed through the door, a wave of cold air rushing in with them. Torab held a capercaillie triumphantly in his hands, exclaiming, I just caught this bird using a snare. There hasn't been a trace of wolves within a 5-mile radius. Those beasts can really run. In stark contrast to Torab's light-hearted tone was the grave expression on Gupakian's face. Slowly, he extended his hand, revealing several cigarette butts lying in his palm. These butts were from a brand known for mass production, but unlike the common versions available on the market, their filters had been dyed red. Upon seeing this, Guo Chunhai's heart sank. He immediately realized that these belonged to the same individual they had encountered the previous day. Atambu took the cigarette butts, brought them closer to his nose, and furrowed his brow even tighter. With a worried expression, he remarked, These cigarettes have been laced with something resembling a mixture of rhodiola and wolf's tongue. Zhao Weidong, filled with curiosity, interjected, What is that? Anaji softly explained, It's a stimulant that hunters sometimes use to stay alert. However, excessive use can induce hallucinations. Her gaze shifted to her father, and she inquired, Do the red rope shamans use this as well? Atambu nodded silently, responding, To create special sounds, one indeed needs to be in an excited state. Suddenly, he spoke a string of words in the Orcan language, causing Gupakian's expression to change dramatically. What's wrong? Guo Chunhai asked. Gupakian swallowed hard. Atambu said that the red rope shamans tame wolves to find ginseng. Wolves can detect the scent of ginseng buried 3 meters underground, being 10 times more sensitive than dogs. The room fell silent, save for the crackling of the firewood in the hearth. Guo Chunhai recalled the peculiar phenomenon of ginseng that had been deliberately marked, overlapping with the territories of wolf packs. This was no coincidence. It was a systematic plunder. We must report to the forestry station, Zhao Weidong said, pulling out a notepad. My father can dispatch the forest protection team. That's not an option, Atambu interjected decisively. There are moles within the forest protection team. Guo Chunhai thought of the newly appointed deputy section chief and the forest protection team they encountered the previous day. The situation was far more complicated than he had imagined. He stood up, asserting, We must take the initiative. Are you crazy? Torab exclaimed, his eyes wide. We almost got caught last night. Guo Chunhai retrieved a rifle from the wall, checking the mechanism. The wolf pack disperses during the day. This is the perfect opportunity. He turned to Zhao Weidong. You head back to the forestry station to report, and also develop the photos. To his surprise, Zhao Weidong straightened his back, declaring, I'm not leaving. His voice trembled slightly, yet remained resolute. If it weren't for you all last night, I would have fed the wolves. Besides, there could be vital clues in the camera. Guo Chunhai scrutinized this cadre's son anew. Zhao Weidong's facial abrasions had scabbed over, and his expensive hiking boots were caked in mud, yet his gaze bore that familiar, keen sharpness characteristic of a hunter. Very well, Guo Chunhai finally nodded. But you must follow orders. Atambu retrieved several leather pouches from a wooden box and distributed them among the group. Where this, the wolves will not dare approach. Guo Chunhai took one and saw it contained a mixture of dried wolf feces and some kind of herb, emitting a pungent odor. This is the ancient wisdom of the Awenki hunters, confusing the wolves with the scent of their natural enemies. I will go with you, said Atambu, removing an old Mosinagant rifle from the wall. I understand the affairs of the red cord shaman better than you. The team regrouped. Guo Chunhai distributed ammunition among the members, retaining only 10 rounds for himself to conserve. Anaji donned a new pair of boots made from roe deer skin and filled her quiver with 20 arrows, 3 of which had tips glowing with blue light, infused with aconite poison. Only use them in dire circumstances, she whispered to Guo Chunhai. Amica says that poisoned arrows will bring misfortune when hunting wolves. Zhao Weidong leaned in, asking what can I do? He held a Sony Walkman, an imported luxury item from Japan. Perhaps this can record that peculiar sound? Guo Chunhai's eyes lit up. The young man was quick-witted. Excellent idea. You will be responsible for the recording. But if danger arises, retreat immediately, understood? Zhao Weidong nodded earnestly, carefully tucking the Walkman into his inner pocket. At noon, the 7-member team set off. Atambu led the way, his steps steady, defying his 60-plus years. Guo Chunhai and Anaji walked in the middle. With Zhao Weidong protected at the center, while Tuolab and Guo Chunhai brought up the rear. On the path back to Eagle Beak Rock, Guo Chunhai noticed more unusual scratch marks on the tree trunks, arranged in a peculiar pattern, and beneath the rocks lay gnawed animal bones, all tied with red cords. This was no ordinary wolf pack marking. It resembled a kind of map. Look here, a tambu squatted before an overturned patch of earth. A ginseng pit. But the ginseng has been taken. Guo Chunhai examined it closely. The pit was expertly dug. Clear traces of deer bone markers were evident. Yet there were no signs of red cords indicating that the ginseng gatherers were not the red cord shamans. Two groups, Anaji whispered. One for ginseng gathering, and the other for taming wolves. Suddenly, Guo Chunhai pointed into the distance. There's smoke. The group stealthily approached. In a sheltered hollow, several stones formed a makeshift hearth. The ash is still warm. Guo Chunhai discovered more red-filtered cigarette butts nearby, along with several empty cans of military compressed biscuits, unavailable in the market. Soldiers? Tuolab whispered. Guo Chunhai shook his head. Veterans. Look at this. He picked up a torn half-sheet of paper, which bore the insignia of a military unit and the words discharge certificate. At that moment, Zhao Weidong pressed the recording button. A peculiar whistling sound faintly echoed from a distance, fluctuating in pitch, unlike any human tone. The indicator light on the Walkman dimly illuminated, signaling it was recording. That's the call of the wolf pack. Atamba's face turned pale. Let us go. The group quickly retreated, but it was too late. The surrounding bushes rustled ominously, and at least 5 or 6 wolves closed in from various directions. These wolves, adorned with red cords around their necks, moved with an unusual organization, encircling them in a fan-like formation. Climb the trees, Guo Chunhai commanded decisively. The group scrambled up the nearest sturdy pine trees. The wolves prowled beneath, occasionally emitting low growls. As Zhao Weidong climbed, his Walkman slipped from his grasp, captured by a wolf that swiftly crushed it with a few bites. My Sony, Zhao Weidong cried out in distress. Guo Chunhai, however, fixed his gaze upon a solitary figure standing on the distant ridge. It was the same member of the geological team from yesterday. This time, the proximity allowed for a clearer view. He appeared to be a man in his 40s, clad in faded military attire, clutching a brass whistle in his hand. Do not move, a tambu whispered. He is probing us. The man emitted a series of intricate whistle tones, and the wolf pack immediately ceased their growling, settling into silence. Such behavior was undoubtedly a result of training. Ordinary wolves would never obey so readily. The man in military garb approached slowly, halting 20 meters away. It was then that Guo Chunhai discerned his features, a square face, a scar above his left brow, and eyes sharp as a hawk's. Most striking was the red cord around his neck, adorned with several wolf teeth. An old fellow from the Oracan, the man spoke, his voice hoarse. Do you know who I am? A tambu straightened his back against the branch. The skills of the red cord shaman are not employed in such a manner. The man in uniform scoffed. Such old practices deserve to be discarded. He blew a short, sharp note, and the wolf pack bared their teeth and growled. Now, tell me where you have found the ginseng. Guo Chunhai quietly unfastened his gun belt. The man evidently regarded them as ginseng gatherers. Just as they were locked in confrontation, the distant sound of an engine pierced the air. It was the tractor from the forest farm. The expression on the man's face shifted, and he blew a long whistle. The wolf pack promptly retreated with him, vanishing into the dense thicket. Gupa had the urge to pursue, but was halted by a tambu. Do not fall for the trick of drawing the tiger away from its mountain lair. The sound of the tractor grew ever closer. It was the timber truck from the forest farm. Driver Lao Lu, spotting them descending from the trees, was taken aback and stopped abruptly. Little Guo, what are you doing here? Patrolling the mountains, Guo Chunhai replied casually, glancing at the logs in the truck bed. Uncle Lu, have you seen any strangers lately? Lao Lu pondered for a moment. 2 geologists came the day before yesterday, asking for directions with a map. He lowered his voice. But they didn't seem like honest folk. One of them, a soldier, had scars all over his hands. Guo Chunhai's heart stirred. Which direction did they head? Towards Gijianshu. Lao Lu pointed northwest, claiming to be searching for minerals, yet they didn't even have a compass. After bidding farewell to Lao Lu, the team resolved to proceed to Gijianshu. Along the way, Zhao Weidong busied himself with the damaged cassette player, managing to piece together fragments of the eerie whistle sounds. Can it be amplified? Guo Chunhai inquired. Zhao Weidong shook his head. The magnetic head is damaged. However, he frowned. I feel as though I have heard this sound before. As dusk fell, they arrived at Gijianshu. This was a region of steep limestone terrain, the rock faces riddled with natural caverns. A tambu suddenly halted, pointing toward a crevice in the rock. There is something there. Guo Chunhai approached cautiously, a wave of bloodiness hitting him. Within the crevice lay the curled form of a half-grown wolf cub, already lifeless. A red cord tied around its neck. The fatal wound was on its abdomen, the cut so neat it resembled a knife's edge. "Cull the weak cubs," Atambu spoke gravely. The red cord shaman would never act in such a manner. Suddenly, Anaji covered her mouth. Beside the wolf cub's corpse lay an object, a half-eaten ginseng root. With bite marks still evident on the roots, Guo Chunhai crouched down, using a deer bone pick to pry open the wolf's jaws, revealing remnants of ginseng. A terrifying conjecture surfaced in his mind. The individual was not training wolves to hunt ginseng. Rather, they were training ginseng to command wolves. "Let us go," he stood up. His voice taut, to the nearest ginseng field. As the crowd turned, a sudden sound of tumbling stones echoed from above. Looking up, they saw a man in military attire standing atop the cliff, coldly surveying them. The setting sun elongated his shadow, resembling a beast poised to pounce. "It's too late." He spoke softly yet distinctly. "The mountain deity is angered." With his words, a chorus of wolf howls erupted from all directions. It was not merely a pack of 3 or 5, but dozens. Even more ominous was the presence of that eerie whistle, signaling the presence of more than one trained wolf. Atambu's vintage rifle was already loaded. "Retreat to the valley. There are many stones there, and the wolf pack cannot spread out." Guo Chunhai covered the retreat of the others, his heart pounding like a drum. The situation was far more dire than he had imagined. This was not the act of an individual, but of an organized group, a gang that utilized wolf training to plunder mountain ginseng. The howls drew nearer, with the closest wolf merely 100 meters away. Anaji had drawn her bowstring taut, the arrowhead aimed at the figure atop the cliff. Guo Chunhai understood that the true hunt was only just beginning. His heartbeat intensified, as if it were about to burst from his chest. He gripped his hunting knife tightly, feeling the cold metallic sensation. It was the only barrier between him and his foe. Anaji's gaze was resolute and sharp. Her body trembled slightly, yet she maintained a steady stance. Her bowstring was taut, the arrowhead glimmering with a lethal shine, poised to unleash a deadly shot at any moment. Guo Chunhai inhaled deeply, striving to calm his racing emotions. He recognized that in this life-and-death confrontation, even the slightest hint of fear could become a fatal vulnerability. He had to remain composed and perform at his utmost capacity. As the howls drew closer, the silhouette atop the cliff became increasingly distinct. Chapter 120. Blood Battle in the Valley. The valley, known for its jagged limestone formations, was painted crimson by the setting sun. Guo Chunhai leaned against a towering boulder, the smoking barrel of his rifle still emitting wisps of smoke. 20 meters away, a gray wolf lay in a pool of blood, the red cord around its neck glaringly conspicuous. 12 rounds left. Guo Chunhai swiftly checked his ammunition and called out to Anaji beside him. "Conserve your shots." Anaji nodded, 3 poisoned arrows already embedded in the ground before her. Today, she wore a dark green hunting outfit, her braid elegantly coiled atop her head, exposing her sharply defined jawline. The bowstring pressed against the curve of her cheek, taut like a lightning bolt poised to strike. Atambu and Gupa were stationed in the rock crevices on the left flank. The seasoned hunters Mozenagant ensuring that with every roar, a wolf would fall. Tualuo and Zhao Weidong held the right flank, the cadre's offspring no longer displaying their earlier panic. Now clumsily yet earnestly loading bullets for Tualuo. The wolves' assault was more coordinated than the previous night. They divided into 3 groups, launching successive attacks. One group feigned assault to draw fire, another encircled from the flanks, while the third lingered at the periphery, acting as a reserve. This was undoubtedly not the instinct of beasts, but the result of rigorous training. "Master Guo," Zhao Weidong suddenly shouted, on the cliff top. Guo Chunhai looked up, his pupils constricting as he realized that the soldier in uniform had somehow maneuvered to their rear on the cliff face, crouching down to set something up. In the glow of the setting sun, a red cord hung down, adorned with several small bell-like trinkets. "It's the wolf attracting incense." Atambu warned sharply, "Cover your mouth and nose." Guo Chunhai quickly tore off a sleeve, dampening it with water from his canteen to share among the group. He too covered his mouth and nose. But it was too late. A sickly sweet fragrance wafted in the breeze, and upon inhaling it, his temples throbbed violently, distorting the world around him. The wolf pack, however, seemed invigorated, their attacks becoming increasingly frenzied. A massive male wolf broke through the line of fire, lunging directly at Anaji. Guo Chunhai attempted to fire his weapon, only to find his fingers unresponsive, the wolves morphing into 3 or 4 indistinct shadows. Whoosh! Anaji's poisoned arrow flew through the air, striking true in the wolf's eye. The male wolf howled in agony as it tumbled to the ground, yet more wolves breached their defenses. Guo Chunhai bit down on his tongue, the pain serving to keep him alert, and squeezed the trigger at the nearest shadow. After the gunfire, a female wolf collapsed in response. However, the sheer number of wolves was overwhelming, and ammunition was depleting rapidly. Japakian's axe was already stained with blood, and Tualubo's gun barrel glowed red-hot. The situation remained dire. To the rocks. A Tambu shouted as he retreated, an old-fashioned rifle firing flames. The group fought and retreated, scrambling atop a steep boulder. This terrain was defensible, yet completely surrounded. Guo Chunhai counted their ammunition. He had 5 rounds left, Tualubo 3, and a Tambu 4. Anaji had only 7 arrows remaining, 2 of which were poisoned. Conserve your shots, Guo Chunhai rasped. Wait until they charge before firing. The wolves prowled beneath the rocks, occasionally growling lowly. The soldier in uniform stood a distance away on a rock, watching coldly. Guo Chunhai noticed a new red cord around his neck, strung with a fresh wolf's tooth. Was it from the wolf cub he had just killed? He is establishing dominance, a Tambu panted, killing one to intimidate the others into obedience. Zhao Weidong's face turned pale. A madman. The sun dipped completely behind the mountains, and the first star twinkled in the sky. The wolf pack temporarily ceased their assault, yet the encirclement remained unyielding. Guo Chunhai understood they were waiting for darkness. Master Guo, Zhao Weidong suddenly exclaimed, I remember that whistle sound. His excitement was palpable as he gestured. Last year, the Bureau apprehended a group of poachers. They used a similar sound to drive the minks. Guo Chunhai's heart raced. Where did those people come from? Daxigu. They said they learned it from a veteran. Zhao Weidong's eyes widened. Could it be this guy? A Tambu and Guo Chunhai exchanged a glance. Daxigu was precisely where Officer Li had been reassigned. Such a coincidence. Anaji suddenly pointed upstream in the river valley. Look. Under the moonlight, 2 new figures were approaching along the stream, holding whistles in hand. The wolves parted to grant them passage, clearly recognizing them as their own. 3 wolf tamers. Japakian tightened his grip on the axe. This is troublesome. Guo Chunhai's mind raced. A direct confrontation was out of the question. They had to devise a strategy to disrupt the command system of the wolf pack. He glanced at Zhao Weidong. You just mentioned that the whistle was meant to disperse the minks? Zhao Weidong nodded. I recorded it as evidence. I have heard it once. Can you replicate it? Guo Chunhai pressed on. Even a brief segment would suffice. After a moment of hesitation, Zhao Weidong straightened his back. I'll give it a try. He took a deep breath and emitted a series of peculiar sounds. The effect was immediate. The wolf pack began to stir, with several even retreating. In the distance, the man in military attire abruptly turned his head, his gaze filled with uncertainty. It works, Torabu exclaimed, striking the rock in excitement. Again, Zhao Weidong blew another segment. This time more fluidly. The wolf pack was thrown into disarray. Some spun in circles while others began to turn on each other. The man in military attire hastily blew his whistle in an attempt to regain control, but it was too late. Now's our chance. Guo Chunhai raised his gun. Aim at the tamer and fire. 3 rifles discharged simultaneously, bullets sparking against the rocks surrounding the man. He adeptly rolled to evade, but his right arm was grazed. Blood staining the red cord. Move. A Tambu led the charge down the rocks. We break through upstream. The team retreated up the river valley, battling as they went. Although the wolf pack was in chaos, a few still pursued relentlessly. Anaji brought up the rear, taking down 2 wolves with poisoned arrows. Yet more wolves circled around the fallen bodies in pursuit. As they rounded a bend in the river, a cave suddenly appeared ahead. The entrance was narrow, allowing only one person to pass sideways. Get in. Guo Chunhai urged Zhao Weidong. Hurry. Everyone filed in. To their surprise, the cave was quite spacious, resembling a natural hall. Guo Chunhai was the last to enter. As he turned, he heard a loud thud. The one-eyed she-wolf lunged at the entrance, its fangs mere inches from his face. Damn! Torabu smashed it with the butt of his rifle, causing the she-wolf to retreat with a pained howl. Jepai and Anaji swiftly moved stones to block the entrance, leaving only a few gaps to observe outside. The wolf pack gathered at the cave's mouth, occasionally emitting reluctant growls, but they could not enter for the time being. We are safe for now, a Tambu said, lighting a torch, its flames dispelling the darkness within. It was then that Guo Chunhai noticed strange markings on the cave walls, resembling symbols painted with red ochre, along with several small niches carved into the rock, containing dried animal bones and ginseng. A sacrificial cave, a Tambu stated solemnly. The sacred ground of the red cord shaman. Anaji carefully touched one of the niches. Amaha. This is, don't touch. A Tambu barked, but it was too late. Anaji's finger brushed against the red cord within the niche, and suddenly, the entire cave wall emitted a soft click. The ground trembled slightly. and the symbols on the wall began to ooze a certain liquid, glistening a dark red in the torchlight. Zhao Weidong stumbled back in fright. Blood wall? Guo Chunhai crouched down, dipped his finger into the liquid, and sniffed it. It's just powdered red iron or mixed with water, a trap. He pointed to a few gaps at the cave's ceiling. Someone designed a drainage system. Atambu's expression was grave. It was not merely a mechanism. He spoke rapidly in the Orokin language, and Gu Pa, upon hearing him, immediately knelt and prostrated himself against the cave wall. What is happening? Zhao Weidong asked softly. Anaji's voice trembled as she replied. Amika said we have violated the shaman's taboo. The mountain god will unleash his wrath. As if to affirm her words, a cacophony of wolf howls erupted outside, more frenzied than before. Through the crevices of the stone, they could see the wolf pack frantically digging, as if provoked by some unseen force. The voice of the soldier echoed from a distance, dripping with triumph. You old Orokin. You know the rules. Those who trespass into the sacred land will be fed to the wolves. Guo Chunhai gripped the gun tightly, suddenly noticing that the symbols on the cave wall bore a striking resemblance to the patterns on the marked tree trunks. This is not a sacred site. It is a map, he exclaimed. This is a ginseng distribution map. Atambu leaned closer for inspection, his murky old eyes gradually brightening. Indeed, Corbin River, Ghost's Worry. An old gene ditch. All the prime ginseng fields are marked here. Following the symbols, Guo Chunhai's heart raced. The red threads were not arbitrary. They pointed to the most precious wild ginseng clusters in the Greater Khingan Range. The soldiers were not searching blindly. They were following a plan. That is why he wants to kill us, Anaji realized. Not because we entered the cave, but because he fears we might understand this map. Suddenly, the howls outside shifted in tone, interspersed with sounds of agony. Guo Chunhai peered through the stone crevice, witnessing the wolf pack staggering as if intoxicated, with several even beginning to vomit. The backlash of the wolf-attracting scent, Atambu scoffed. Controlling beasts with drugs will ultimately lead to their retaliation. The soldier's furious curses echoed, followed by gunshots as he began shooting the frenzied wolves. Seizing the opportunity, Guo Chunhai shouted, "Now break out." The group removed the stones sealing the cave, revealing a chilling sight. At least 7 or 8 wolves lay on the ground, frothing at the mouth, while the remaining ones had lost their fighting spirit. The soldier and his 2 companions were retreating. Upon seeing them emerge, they turned and fired several shots. Bullets struck the rocks, sparking a flurry of fire. Guo Chunhai retaliated, but the distance was too great, and he could only watch helplessly as the 3 vanished into the night. Shall we pursue? Tuolabu inquired eagerly. Atambu shook his head. Chasing the trained wolves at night is too perilous. He glanced at the cave wall. First, let us document the map. Illuminated by the torchlight, Anaji used Zhao Weidong's notebook to replicate the symbols. Guo Chunhai stood guard at the cave entrance, simultaneously collecting fragments of the red threads tainted with the wolf-attracting scent. These would serve as evidence against the wolf trainers. At dawn, the team set off for home. Zhao Weidong walked with the poise of a seasoned hunter, no longer prone to stumbling. Tuolabu carried the pelt of the one-eyed she-wolf, killed by a poisoned arrow, which would fetch a good price. Guo Chunhai walked at the rear, glancing back at Ghost's Worry, now bathed in morning light. This time, they had triumphed, yet the war was far from over. The marked ginseng, the drug-controlled wolf pack, and the escaped wolf trainer all foretold an impending storm. At this moment, he yearned to return to the forest station and indulge in a restful slumber. Unaji's hand quietly intertwined with his, warm and reassuring. Guo Chunhai inhaled the crisp mountain air deeply and took a step forward. Chapter 121. The initial outbreak of wild boars. The broadcast at the forest station was playing "We Workers Have Strength." Yet Guo Chunhai was furrowing his brow at the reports on his desk. Having been promoted to the deputy director of the machinery repair workshop for half a month, he had become well acquainted with various reports. However, today's was different. Nearly 50 acres of young forest in the northern slope area had been devastated, resulting in the loss of over 1,000 large trees. It must be the wild boar herd, he thought. Director Wang removed his reading glasses and rubbed his nose. Last winter was mild, and many wild boars survived the cold. As spring arrived and food became scarce, they descended the mountain to wreak havoc in the forests. Outside, the spring rain pitter-pattered, and the newly hung advanced team plaque at the entrance of the machinery repair workshop gleamed under the rain. Guo Chunhai recalled a spring in his previous life when wild boars had caused a disaster, eventually leading to the militia being organized to quell the chaos when crops were damaged and people were harmed. I'll take a team to investigate, Guo Chunhai declared as he stood up. It's a perfect opportunity to test the newly modified gun. Wang nodded in agreement. Take Zhao Weidong with you. That lad has been coming to see you frequently. Even the bureau has called me about him. He smiled knowingly. His father has been singing your praises. By the time the rain ceased, it was nearly noon. Guo Chunhai stood at the entrance of the workshop, adjusting his modified shotgun, having shortened the barrel and stock of an old double-barreled shotgun, loading it with a slug designed specifically for close combat. The workshop was permeated with the scents of lubricating oil and metal-cutting fluid, while several apprentices gathered around a newly arrived Japanese chainsaw, studying it intently. Director Guo Zhao Weidong burst in, clad in a brand-new camouflage outfit, with a Sony tape recorder hanging around his neck. I've borrowed some professional equipment. It can analyze the frequency of wild boar calls. Guo Chunhai examined the recorder. It was a professional model equipped with spectral analysis capabilities, likely from the Forestry Bureau. Ever since the battle with the ghostly apparition, Zhao's enthusiasm for hunting had only intensified, prompting him to visit the forest station frequently. Let us head to the cafeteria first, Guo Chunhai said, slipping the modified gun into a canvas case. Unaji and the others are waiting. The aroma of sauerkraut stew wafted through the cafeteria. Unaji and Tualuo sat in a corner, their table adorned with several aluminum lunchboxes. The injury of Er Lengzi had nearly healed, and he was proudly leaning on a crutch, regaling Gu Pa with tales of his past prowess in hunting boars. Is that all? Tualuo remarked, weighing the modified gun in his hands. It feels like a toy. Guo Chunhai snatched the gun back. It can take down a 300-pound wild boar within 5 meters. Do you believe it? Unaji handed him a lunchbox containing 6 pork and scallion dumplings. Hurry and eat, or it'll get cold. She had donned a deep green military-style top today, her hair styled in a thick braid, secured with a red ribbon. Ever since returning from the ghostly encounter, she had worn it, claiming it warded off evil. Zhao Weidong leaned closer to Unaji. Sister, could you show me that red knot again? I bought a book on Awanki folk customs. Tualuo burst into laughter, spewing crumbs of his dumpling. Studying to learn hunting? That's laughable. As the crowd engaged in jovial conversation, a sudden commotion erupted at the entrance of the cafeteria. Several lumberjacks assisted a bloodied individual into the room. It was Liu, a member of the North Slope logging team. His right calf a gruesome sight. Wild boar. Liu gritted his teeth, a whole nest of them. At least 7 or 8. Dr. Liu from the infirmary swiftly arrived. His expression somber after his examination. He must be taken to the county hospital. The wound is too deep and requires dozens of stitches. Guo Chunhai crouched to assess the injury. The wound bore a serrated appearance with blackened edges, a clear indication of the tusks of a mature boar, likely contaminated with dirt and prone to infection. Where did this happen? He inquired. Near the old ginseng field, north of Zone 3, Liu gasped in pain. We were logging when suddenly they charged out as if mad. Upon receiving the news, Director Wang promptly decided, let us organize a forest protection team and head into the mountains at dawn. That won't do, Guo Chunhai interjected, shaking his head. The forest team lacks experience. Wild boars are not like wolves. They have thick hides and fierce tempers. He glanced at Anaji. We should go ourselves. After a moment's contemplation, Director Wang patted Guo Chunhai on the shoulder. Be cautious. Do not be reckless. In the afternoon, the hunting team made their final preparations. Guo Chunhai modified 2 short shotguns in the mechanical workshop for Torabu and Japakian. Anaji insisted on using her bow, but she brought along 5 specially crafted armor-piercing arrows. Their tips treated through a unique quenching process. Zhao Weidong fiddled with his recording equipment, suddenly remarking, it's unusual for wild boars to attack humans unless the leader is injured or in heat, Guo Chunhai interjected. But it shouldn't be the season for that. At some point, a tambu appeared at the workshop door, an elderly man clad in a tattered military coat, holding an old-fashioned hunting rifle. There will be trouble in the mountains, he declared. The room fell silent. The prophecies of the Alanshan elder were never to be taken lightly. Guo Chunhai recalled the devastating floods from his previous life. Amika, Anaji softly queried. The elder shook his head, uttering only, the wild boars know before we do. Before dawn the next day, the hunting team set out. 6 individuals, 5 long rifles, and 3 short guns, with ample ammunition. Zhao Weidong also carried a newly purchased Pentax camera, claiming he wished to document the authentic hunting experience. The muddy logging road on the north slope bore deep tractor tire imprints, while the saplings along the sides were askew, as if trampled by a tank. Guo Chunhai crouched to inspect the ground. The hoofprints embedded in the mud were as large as bowls, unmistakably from an adult boar. There's more than one. Japakian pointed to the chaotic prints, at least 3 boars leading the way. Anaji parted the bushes by the roadside, revealing several tufts of black bristles. They've rubbed here to scratch themselves. She picked one up and sniffed it. It smells of pine resin. It's an old boar. Suddenly, Er Lengzi pointed into the distance. Look at that tree. 20 meters away stood a larch as thick as a basin, its bark stripped away in large patches, exposing the stark white wood beneath. Dark brown bloodstains adorned the trunk. The wild boar had sharpened its tusks here. "That's ominous," Toribu remarked, tracing the tooth marks on the tree. "Those tusks must be 2 inches long." A sense of unease gripped Guo Chunhai's heart. A wild boar capable of growing such lengthy tusks must have lived for at least 7 or 8 years, truly a monarch of the mountains. This seasoned beast is exceedingly cunning, with a sense of smell more acute than that of a dog, able to detect the scent of gunpowder from 100 meters away. "We must proceed with the wind at our backs," he signaled for the team to adjust their course. "Zhao Weidong, turn off your recording device. The wild boar can hear the hum of electricity." Zhao Weidong promptly complied, whispering, "Is the wild boar truly that perceptive?" "More astute than you can imagine," replied Guo Chunhai, recalling the old boar from his previous life that nearly cost him his life. Veterans of war are not as alert as they are. The group continued their advance northward. The deeper they ventured, the more severe the signs of destruction became. Vast stretches of young forest had been uprooted, the ground resembling that which had been plowed. Unaji discovered fresh dung in a mud pit, still steaming. "No more than 2 hours ago," she remarked, examining the dung and noting the presence of pine nuts and acorns that had come down from the old forest. Suddenly, a tambu raised his hand to signal silence. The elder closed his eyes to listen for a moment before pointing northeast. "There is the sound of water. The wild boar is going to drink." Indeed, within half an hour, a small stream came into view. The soil along the bank was soft and riddled with numerous hoofprints. Guo Chunhai roughly counted at least 15 boars of varying sizes that had come to drink. "Something is amiss," Japakian furrowed his brow. "Boar groups rarely exceed 10. Zhao Weidong flipped through his notebook. The Northeast Wildlife Chronicle states that temporary large groups can form in times of food scarcity. "Nonsense," Torla scoffed. "I have spent 20 years in the mountains and have never seen so many boars congregated." Guo Chunhai examined the tracks by the stream and suddenly noticed several unusual footprints smaller than the boars, shaped like a snowflake, with dragging marks. "Lynx," Unaji observed, "and it appears to be injured." A tambu crouched down, gently tracing the footprint with his finger. "This is not a lynx." A flicker of concern crossed the elder's eyes. "It is the mountain cat spirit." "The mountain cat spirit?" Zhao Weidong expressed curiosity. "Is it of the Orcan people?" "Silence." Torla barked suddenly. "Do not utter that name carelessly." Guo Chunhai understood the taboo. The Orcan believe that certain exceptionally intelligent lynxes can become possessed by mountain spirits, transforming into mountain cat spirits that can command other beasts. Yet, he considered this superstition. In his previous life, he had seen real lynxes, which were merely larger than common lynxes. The atmosphere amongst the team grew tense. Continuing to track along the stream, the signs of the wild boar became increasingly fresh. In one muddy area, the water had yet to settle, indicating the boars had just departed. "Prepare for battle," Guo Chunhai ordered quietly. "Toralu and Japakian will cover the flanks. Unaji and Er Lengzi will hold the center. And Zhao Weidong, stay close to me." Just as he finished checking his magazine, a sudden crack of a breaking branch echoed from a distance, followed by a piercing boar's roar. It was not an ordinary grunt, but a menacing battle cry. "Get down," Guo Chunhai shouted. A massive boar, resembling a black tower and weighing around 300 pounds, burst forth from the thicket, its tusks gleaming like curved blades. Behind it trailed 7 or 8 slightly smaller sows. Followed by a group of half-grown piglets, an entire wild boar family emerged. Guo Chunhai's team of 5 or 6 opened fire first, their bullets striking the lead boar's shoulder, yet it merely paused momentarily. The thunderous crack of Toribu and Gu Peiqian's short shotguns echoed simultaneously, as the slugs tore through the pig herd, leaving 2 bloody paths. Anaji's armor-piercing arrow flew through the air, piercing the eye socket of a sow with precision. Er Lengzi knelt on one leg to shoot, the recoil jarring his wound painfully, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. After a brief moment of chaos, the pig herd split into 2 flanking formations. The lead boar charged directly at Guo Chunhai, its small eyes blood red, and its tusks glistening with fragments of flesh. Guo Chunhai fired 3 shots in quick succession, 2 of which struck the boar's neck, but its speed remained unabated. In a critical moment, a Tambu's vintage hunting rifle discharged with a resounding bang. The lead bullet struck the boar squarely in the right eye, sending brain matter splattering. The enormous beast collapsed with a thunderous crash, mere meters from Guo Chunhai. "Watch your back," Anaji screamed. Guo Chunhai turned to see a slightly smaller boar charging towards Zhao Weidong. The cadre's son stood frozen in fear, dropping his recording device to the ground. With no time to reload, Guo Chunhai seized his modified shotgun and fired. The shot created a gaping wound on the boar's head, yet it did not succumb immediately. Infuriated by its injury, the boar charged at Guo Chunhai. Instinctively, he rolled aside, but the tusk still grazed his canvas trousers, leaving a trail of blood on his leg. Anaji's second armor-piercing arrow saved his life, penetrating the boar's ear and driving straight into its brain. The boar staggered a few steps before collapsing beside Guo Chunhai, its hot blood splattering him. The gunfire gradually ceased. As they surveyed the battlefield, they counted 4 downed adult wild boars, while the remainder fled into the dense forest. However, the hunting party also bore wounds. Aside from Guo Chunhai's leg injury, Er Lengzi's wound had reopened, and Zhao Weidong had sprained his wrist during his fall. "There's something amiss," Gopakian remarked as he examined the slain boars. "These pigs are too thin." Indeed, the ribs of these wild boars were starkly visible, entirely unlike the robust physique expected for this time of year. Guo Chunhai opened the stomach of a sow, only to find it contained mere tree bark and ferns, with scarcely any nuts or berries. "The old forest is in trouble," a tambu asserted. "They have been driven down the mountain." Suddenly, Anaji pointed into the distance. "There's movement over there." The group immediately readied themselves. As the underbrush rustled, out emerged not a wild boar, but a large lynx. Its right front leg stained with blood, carrying a half-grown piglet in its mouth. Upon spotting the humans, the lynx dropped its prey and bared its teeth, issuing a growl. What sent chills down Guo Chunhai's spine was the faded red cord tied around its neck. "It's the one," a tambu's voice trembled, "the mountain cat." The lynx did not flee immediately. Instead, it faced the group defiantly for several seconds before retreating slowly, still clutching the piglet. Strangely, the direction of its retreat was unmistakably towards the ominous ghost's grief. The setting sun cast a dark crimson hue over the pool of blood from the fallen boars. Guo Chunhai bandaged his leg wound, observing the largest boar. Its tusks were nearly 3 inches long. Its left ear bore a chunk missing, and it had old scars on its shoulder and neck. An experienced warrior of the wild. It is not the leader of this group. Jipa, examining the pig's trotters, assessed the extent of wear, concluding that the creature was no more than 5 or 6 years old. Zhao Weidong, limping slightly, retrieved the broken recorder, lamenting, "What a pity. I had just captured the sounds of the wild boar charge." Torabu kicked the dead pig and inquired, "What shall we do with the meat?" "Process it on the spot," replied Guo Chunhai, glancing at the darkening sky. "Take what we need, and leave the rest for the lynx." Erneng and Er Lengzi stood beside the carcass, wielding sharp skinning knives, ready to embark on the somewhat gruesome task. The pig's skin was thick and resilient, an excellent material for crafting fine leather. Simultaneously, Guo Chunhai and Jipa tended to the internal organs with utmost care, carefully placing the heart, liver, and kidneys into plastic bags, while the intestines were buried underground to deter wild beasts. Zhao Weidong stood nearby, fighting off a wave of nausea as he closely observed Guo Chunhai and Jipa's meticulous work. His complexion was slightly green, yet he remained steadfast. A tambu departed alone to track the lynx's footprints. After a while, he returned with a grave expression, bearing troubling news. The lynx had ventured toward Gijianshu, taking a piglet with it. Guo Chunhai felt a pang of anxiety. It was not unusual for a lynx to hunt wild boars, but the act of specifically carrying away a live piglet was decidedly peculiar. Moreover, the red string tied to the piglet was alarming. "We shall investigate Gijianshu tomorrow," Guo Chunhai decisively declared. "Tonight, we will stay overnight in the lookout tower." The timber forest had a fire lookout tower on the north slope, a 2-story wooden structure. By the time the group arrived, dusk was settling in. Inside the tower were piles of firewood and emergency rations. With a duty roster from the previous fire season hanging on the wall, its writing faded and unclear. Erneng quickly built a fire and began preparing dinner, slicing half a pork chop to roast over the flames, filling the air with an enticing aroma. Fat dripped onto the fire, sizzling and releasing a scent that banished their fatigue. Zhao Weidong cautiously retrieved a can of luncheon meat from his backpack, treating it as a rare treasure. Meanwhile, Torabu rummaged through his worn backpack to produce a bottle of 60-degree liquor, which appeared to have aged considerably. To the mountain god, a tambu raised his cup, calling out boisterously. He then poured the first cup onto the ground as a tribute to the deity. As the liquor flowed, the conversation began to flourish, naturally shifting to the peculiar lynx. Er Lengzi, emboldened by the drink, curiously asked, "Uncle Atambu, do you truly believe that the lynx god can command the wild boars?" Atambu smiled slightly, leisurely adding another log to the fire before responding. "It is not command, but rather exchange." "Exchange?" Zhao Weidong inquired, immediately pulling out a small notebook to jot down the insight. Observing this, Atambu uttered a term in Orokin, which Erneng translated as symbiosis. The lynx god aids the wild boar herd in evading certain dangers, while the wild boars permit it to prey upon the elderly, weak, and infirm. Upon hearing this, Guo Chunhai suddenly recalled a phenomenon he had witnessed on the border of Yunnan before his rebirth. Tigers would drive herds of deer into a specific area, selectively preying on only a few, while the remaining deer, aware of the tiger's presence, would evade hunters, establishing a delicate balance. However, at that moment, Japakian, who had remained silent, interjected, "But that lynx has a red string around its neck." His statement trailed off, as if he hesitated, leaving his words unspoken. Silence enveloped the room. The crackling of the fire cast flickering shadows on the faces of those present, their expressions fluctuating with uncertainty. Guo Chunhai retrieved the red string he had carried with him, obtained from the tamer, which bore a striking resemblance to that around the lynx's neck. "Someone is controlling it," he asserted, "just as they control those wolves." Torab took a swig of his drink, dismissing the notion, whatever god it may be, a bullet would take care of it. Yet, Atambu shook his head, cautioning, "Killing the mountain cat spirit will bring calamity." As the night deepened, the group took turns keeping watch. Guo Chunhai stood the final shift, and as dawn approached, he noticed movement along the distant tree line. Several wild boars stealthily advancing northward, their paths unnaturally synchronized, as if guided by an unseen force. As the morning light broke, the hunting party set out once more, this time traveling light, armed only with essential weapons and provisions. The direction towards Ghostly Sight was shrouded in mist, resembling a crouching behemoth from afar. Along the way, Guo Chunhai observed that the tracks of the wild boar became increasingly concentrated, ultimately converging into a distinct boar trail leading directly to the Ghostly Sight Canyon. Strangely, new red string markings appeared on the trees lining the path, differing slightly from those previously encountered, winding around in a more intricate pattern. "It's a summoning signal," Atambu noted as he examined the red string. "Someone is gathering the wild boar." Suddenly, Zhao Weidong pointed to the ground, exclaiming, "Look at this." Deep furrows were imprinted in the soil, flanked by wild boar hoofprints, suggesting that the herd had been transporting something heavy. Following the trail for a few steps, Guo Chunhai discovered a half-eaten ginseng root hidden behind a thicket. Who were they delivering the ginseng to? Wanaji pondered. The answer soon unveiled itself. As they approached the canyon's entrance, a foul stench permeated the air, turning around a rock wall. The sight before them froze everyone in place. At least 30 wild boars of varying sizes were gathered in a clearing, all lying quietly, as if awaiting something. At the center of the clearing, on a raised platform, the lynx with the red string was tearing into the carcass of a piglet. What was even more chilling was the silhouette standing beside the platform. It was the military-clad man they had been pursuing. "Get down," Guo Chunhai whispered urgently. The group concealed themselves behind the rock wall. The military man appeared oblivious to their presence, focused intently on applying something onto a red string. After finishing its meal, the lynx licked its paws and then rubbed against the military man's leg like a domestic cat. "Insane," Torab murmured. "Can one truly tame a lynx?" Guo Chunhai widened his eyes, fixated on the military man, missing no detail. He noted that the man's right arm was heavily bandaged, evidently still healing from a gunshot wound sustained previously. Beside the man in military attire lay a bulging canvas bag, from which the roots of ginseng could be faintly discerned. "Ah, so it is," Guo Chunhai mused inwardly, realizing he intended to use ginseng as bait. Wild boars are particularly fond of ginseng, and the lynx would drive the herd, assisting him in locating more of the precious roots. Observing this, Zhao Weidong could not help but whisper, "What should we do now?" Guo Chunhai quickly gestured for silence, signaling Zhao Weidong to remain quiet, and then lowered his voice. "Let us wait and see what he intends to do." At that moment, the man in military garb completed the application of the red string and suddenly emitted a sharp whistle. This whistle served as a signal, prompting the previously quiet lynx perched atop the platform to perk up its ears and leap down like an arrow, beginning to circle rapidly around the herd of pigs. Startled, the wild boars stirred restlessly. Several larger boars appeared agitated, digging at the ground with their hooves, yet they did not flee. However, with the shift in the whistle's tone, the lynx suddenly pounced with lightning speed towards a half-grown piglet. The piglet squealed in terror and fled in a frantic dash. In an instant, the entire herd erupted like a lit powder keg, stampeding in panic alongside the piglet into the depths of the canyon. "He is hurting the pigs," exclaimed Anaji in astonishment. "But to where does he intend to drive them?" The onlookers' eyes remained glued to the wild boars and the man in uniform, who swiftly stowed away the red string and unhesitatingly followed the fleeing herd, vanishing into the depths of the canyon in the blink of an eye. Guo Chunhai and his companions cautiously trailed behind, daring not to make a sound, fearful of drawing attention from those ahead. They maintained a safe distance from their target, enabling them to observe the unfolding events without being detected. As they progressed further, the canyon narrowed, with towering rock walls looming above, threatening to engulf them. The ground was littered with wild boar tracks and fresh droppings, indicating that this was a frequented area for the beasts. After rounding a bend, the path suddenly widened into a bowl-shaped hollow. This hollow was flanked by cliffs on 3 sides, with only one exit, which was vigilantly guarded by the man in uniform and the lynx. The herd found themselves trapped within the hollow, exhibiting signs of distress as they circled restlessly, searching for an escape route. Yet, the steep cliffs surrounding them left no avenue for flight. At that moment, the man in military attire extracted several ginseng roots from his canvas bag and unhesitatingly tossed them into the midst of the boars. This action immediately incited chaos among the wild boars, who fought fiercely over the precious ginseng, even resorting to biting one another. The hollow was soon filled with the anguished cries and roars of the wild boars, echoing throughout the valley in a chilling cacophony. While the lynx sat quietly to the side, observing the fray with an indifferent gaze, seemingly unmoved by the tumult. As Guo Chunhai sifted through the chaos, a sudden epiphany struck him. The man in military attire intended to incite a brutal conflict among the wild boars, allowing only the strongest to survive. Indeed, when the tumultuous battle subsided, 5 or 6 injured boars lay scattered across the ground, some barely clinging to life, while others groaned in agony. The soldier approached the remaining boars with deliberate calm, inspecting them as though he were reviewing soldiers. His gaze ultimately settled on a particularly large boar, its physique surpassing that of the one they had slain the previous day, muscles rippling with latent strength. What transpired next left onlookers in stunned silence. The soldier produced a syringe from his pocket and administered an injection to the chosen boar. Initially, the beast struggled, but soon it succumbed to tranquility, its eyes glazing over. The soldier then tied a red ribbon around the boar's neck and, with a gentle pat, coaxed it to follow him obediently. "Let us proceed," Guo Chunhai signaled. The soldier, expressionless, led the boar along the narrow path of the gorge, his steps steady and assured, as if he were intimately familiar with this unfamiliar terrain. Ahead, a lynx gracefully leaped, clearing the way for them, occasionally glancing back to remain vigilant of their surroundings. Guo Chunhai and his companions tread carefully behind, hugging the rocky walls, utilizing the stones for cover, striving to remain as silent as possible. Their hearts raced with anticipation and trepidation as they drew closer to the unknown. As the elevation increased, the vegetation thinned, and the ground became rugged. At that moment, Anaji suddenly grasped Guo Chunhai's arm and whispered, "Look down." Following her gaze, Guo Chunhai spotted several scattered ginseng plants growing between the crevices of the rocks. Each root was tied with a red string, clearly marked by someone's hand. Astonishingly, some of the ginseng had already been gnawed to the halfway point, their remaining parts wilted and lifeless. They had stumbled upon a clandestine ginseng field. The soldier appeared unfazed by this discovery. He halted, approached the crevice, and skillfully extracted a ginseng root, offering it to the boar. Upon seeing the ginseng, the boar became animated, eagerly opening its mouth to greedily consume the root. As the ginseng settled within its belly, the boar's eyes reddened, and its breathing grew labored, panting heavily. A chilling realization washed over Guo Chunhai. He understood the malevolent purpose behind the soldier's actions. The wild boar's erratic behavior and the devastation of the forest below were orchestrated by the soldier, who was artificially creating a super boar king, intending to unleash it upon the mountains to ravage the ginseng. The soldier injected the boar king with an unknown substance, igniting its body as its muscles swelled dramatically. Its already formidable tusks appeared to elongate further. It lifted its head and unleashed an earth-shattering roar, the sound reverberating like thunder, causing even the stoutest of rock walls to tremble. "Engage." Witnessing the enraged boar king, Guo Chunhai promptly issued a command. 3 rifles fired simultaneously, the barrage of bullets raining down upon the beast. Astonishingly, the projectiles struck the boar king's body as if hitting a steel plate, merely sparking a few flames without inflicting any significant damage. The soldier in military attire was struck, blood erupting from his shoulder as he staggered backward, seeking refuge behind a massive rock. In its fury, the boar king completely lost its reason, lowering its head and charging towards the source of the gunfire. Weighing over 300 pounds, its steps resonated like thunder, shaking the very ground beneath. "Scatter!" Guo Chunhai shouted urgently, "Lead it to the narrow path." The crowd swiftly dispersed in search of cover. The boar king's target was evidently the most conspicuous Torabu. resembling a frantic beast as it lunged towards him with a speed akin to that of a galloping horse. Torbu retreated hastily while firing incessantly. Yet the bullets merely tickled the boar king, proving utterly ineffective. As the beast closed in, at a critical moment, Anaji's armor-piercing arrow streaked through the air like a meteor, striking the boar king squarely in the left eye. Wounded, the boar king reared up in agony, its front hooves thrashing wildly in the air while emitting a wretched howl. Seizing the opportunity, Guo Chunhai aimed for the creature's other eye and decisively pulled the trigger. However, this shot only grazed the boar king's ear, though it inflicted some pain. It did not diminish its fighting spirit. Run! Zhang, seeing the dire situation, urgently yanked Zhao Weidong, exclaiming, "It's gone mad." The boar king, now entirely incensed, rampaged indiscriminately, shattering a rock the size of a grinding mill. The soldier took advantage of the chaos to flee deeper into the canyon, the lynx closely pursuing. "Pursue him!" Guo Chunhai commanded. Zhang and Torbu, distract the boar king. Atambu, Anaji, and Zhao Weidong followed Guo Chunhai in pursuit of the soldier. Despite his injuries, the soldier maintained his speed, nimbly navigating the rubble. The lynx occasionally turned back, baring its teeth and hissing threateningly. Upon reaching a corner, the soldier abruptly vanished. Guo Chunhai halted, scanning the surroundings with caution. There was an artificially hewn opening in the rock wall, just wide enough for a single person to pass sideways. Beware of ambush, he signaled for everyone to retreat, pressing himself against the wall to listen. The soldier's hoarse laughter echoed from within the cave. "Old man from the Orkin, you've finally arrived." Followed by a fit of coughing, "But it's too late. The boar king has awakened, and all the wild boars in the mountain will heed its command." Atambu responded in Orkin, prompting an abrupt cessation of the soldier's laughter. Moments of silence were shattered by the sudden crack of a gunshot from within the cave. Guo Chunhai rushed into the opening. Finding the soldier sprawled in a pool of blood, a black hole at his temple, he had taken his own life. The lynx had vanished, leaving only a red cord on the ground. Inside the cave lay a bountiful collection of ginseng, numbering in the hundreds. Most had dried, though a few remained fresh. In the corner rested a small ledger, detailing the locations and yields of various ginseng sources. "It's an account book." Zhao Weidong was flipping through the pages when a thunderous roar from a pig interrupted him. Immediately following was the anguished scream of Tuolabu and the furious shout of Zhang. The pig king. Guo Chunhai turned to flee, exclaiming, "Quick, back!" as they burst out of the cave. The scene before them was suffocating. The pig king rampaged through the canyon like an out-of-control tank, Tuolabu clutching his blood-soaked left arm, while Zhang's axe lodged in the pig king's back, and the foolish one desperately tried to divert the pig king's attention. "It won't die," Tuolabu shouted. "It has taken at least 10 bullets." Guo Chunhai raised his shotgun, aiming for the pig king's eye, only to see it suddenly turn towards Anaji. Anaji loosed 2 arrows, both of which bounced off the thick hide of the beast. In a moment of peril, a gray shadow leaped down from the cliffside. It was the lynx. It landed precisely on the pig king's head, its sharp claws plunging into the creature's other eye. The pig king thrashed its head wildly in agony, but the lynx clung on tenaciously. Seizing the opportunity, Guo Chunhai charged forward, pressing the modified shotgun against the pig king's ear and fired. With a muffled thud, the pig king finally collapsed, twitching a few times before lying still. The lynx gracefully leaped away, crouching 5 meters distant, its single eye coldly observing the onlookers. The red cord around its neck had vanished, but the wound still oozed blood. Atambu slowly approached, uttering a few words in Orkin. The lynx perked its ears, glanced back at the elder, and then turned to leap up the rocky wall, disappearing among the rubble. "Is it over?" Zhao Weidong gasped. Guo Chunhai shook his head. Looking at the account books within the cave, it has only just begun. In the distance, the forest rolled in the wind like an endless green sea. Yet within this ocean, how many beings were still bound by the red cord? Guo Chunhai could not say, but he understood that as long as the mountain stood, the hunter's mission would never conclude. In the machine repair workshop of the forest farm, the fan buzzed tirelessly, yet it did little to alleviate the stifling heat of July. Guo Chunhai, bare-chested, squatted before the vise, beads of sweat cascading down the contours of his back muscles. He was modifying a double-barrel shotgun, the shortened barrels gleaming with a freshly polished metallic sheen. "Director Guo," Zhao Weidong burst in with fervor, his white shirt drenched in perspiration. "Look what I brought." He proudly held up a black device, a laser rangefinder, borrowed from the Provincial Forestry Bureau. Guo Chunhai accepted the rare item, weighing it in his hands. He had seen similar equipment during his time in the military, but this was his first encounter with a civilian version. The side of the instrument was marked "Made in Japan," undoubtedly worth a considerable amount of foreign exchange. A fine piece, he nodded. Is the battery sufficient? Zhao Weidong patted his bulging backpack. I brought 4 sets. And this, he pulled out a tape recorder. It can record for 8 hours and has noise reduction. The workshop door swung open, and Anaji entered, carrying an aluminum lunchbox. Today, she wore a light blue Dacron shirt, her braid tied with a red string that shimmered darkly in the sunlight. Eat while it's hot. She opened the lunchbox, revealing 6 steaming chive dumplings. Amaka mentioned that large deer tracks were discovered on the northern slope. Do you wish to take a look? Guo Chunhai swallowed a dumpling, its savory juices flooding his mouth. Ever since the wild boar king incident was resolved, his standing in the forest farm had risen significantly, even garnering polite treatment from Director Wang. However, his responsibilities as the deputy director of the maintenance workshop had also increased, and he hadn't engaged in proper hunting for 2 weeks. What kind of deer? He wiped his hands. Amaka said it's the king of deer. Unaji lowered her voice. The hoof prints are as large as a bull. Zhao Weidong nearly dropped the rangefinder in his hand. The king of deer? Does such a creature truly exist? Guo Chunhai raised an eyebrow. In his previous life, he had heard of legends about giant elk in the Khingan Mountains, but had never seen one himself. A typical adult elk stands about 1.5 meters tall, while the fabled king of deer is said to exceed 1.8 meters and weigh nearly 1,000 pounds. Let us go take a look. He set down his tools and called for Tualuo and the others. 2 hours later, the hunting team gathered at the edge of the pine forest on the northern slope. In addition to familiar faces, an unexpected member had joined. The naive cousin Xiaoshun, just 18, insistent on witnessing the world. A tambu squatted by a muddy patch, pointing at the hoof prints. Look, the front hooves are deep, while the back hooves are shallow, indicating a light run. The elder measured the hoof print size with a branch, revealing a length of 12 centimeters, at least an 8-year-old buck. Guo Chunhai knelt down for a closer inspection. The hoof print was heart-shaped with clear edges, a fresh mark. More astonishingly, while the stride of an ordinary elk during a light run is about 1.5 meters, this one measured nearly 2. What a colossal creature. Tualuo whistled. Zhao Weidong hastily turned on the rangefinder, measuring various aspects of the hoof print while muttering data. Xiaoshun, curious, reached out to touch the device, but was swiftly swatted away. Don't touch that. It's worth over 3,000. There's more over here. Unaji pushed aside a cluster of ferns, revealing several black droppings, fresh, still steaming. A tambu picked one up, broke it open, and sniffed. It has consumed Schisandra and Cotinopsis. It shouldn't be eating these at this time of year. Guo Chunhai's heart stirred. Both Schisandra and Cotinopsis have calming properties, and deer typically seek such herbs only after the mating season. It was still early July, far too soon. Let us track it. He shouldered his gear, Zhao Weidong. Keep your precious device secured. The woods are dense with branches. The team advanced northward following the deer tracks. The hoof prints appeared intermittently. Yet a tambu and Unaji consistently found clues from broken tinder branches or scraped bark. Tualuo occasionally crouched to feel the ground, mumbling phrases like we passed this half an hour ago. How do you know that? Zhao Weidong inquired curiously. Tualuo proudly pointed to a patch of fallen leaves. Look at the water in this footprint. It has only recently seeped out. And observe the ants. Several ants were tentatively crawling around the edge of the hoof print. If it were an old print, the ants would have swarmed it already. Zhao Weidong hurriedly noted this in his small notebook. Guo Chunhai secretly chuckled. Such wisdom was earned through decades of experience by seasoned hunters, far too complex to explain in mere words. At noon, they discovered more hoof prints beside a stream. This time, in addition to the large tracks, there were several smaller sets indicating the presence of a herd of deer, at least 5 or 6 in number. The deer king led its harem. Torbu unexpectedly made a jest. Unaji suddenly pointed to the opposite bank, exclaiming, "Look over there." On the moist sandy ground across the stream, besides the hoof prints, there were remnants of plants that had been gnawed on. Guo Chunhai waded through the water to investigate, his heart racing as he recognized a wild ginseng plant, half-eaten, with its roots oozing sap. Good heavens! Torbu exclaimed, wide-eyed. Deer eat ginseng. A tambu examined the ginseng closely. This is no ordinary deer, he said, a glimmer of concern in his eyes. Deer that know the value of ginseng. Guo Chunhai recalled the wild boar incident. Unusual animal behavior often has human influence behind it. He surveyed the surroundings and indeed found traces of red string on a birch tree, not tied to the ginseng but carelessly draped over a branch, as if marking a location. Someone is taming these reindeer, he asserted. Zhao Weidong immediately turned on the recorder, asking, could it be remnants of that man in military attire? Unlikely, a tambu shook his head. The method of tying the string is different. They continued tracking, the signs of the deer becoming increasingly clear. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, They arrived at an open valley. The valley floor was lush with tender grass, surrounded by dense coniferous and broadleaf mixed forests, a typical habitat for elk. Is this where we lay in wait? Toribu rubbed his hands together eagerly. However, Guo Chunhai felt an unsettling silence. It was too quiet. No birds chirping, no insects buzzing, not even a whisper of wind. He gestured for the others to take cover and quietly climbed onto a rock to observe. At the far end of the valley, a massive figure appeared, partially obscured by the tree line. Guo Chunhai held his breath and slowly raised his binoculars. Through the lens, he beheld a colossal creature grazing. It stood at a height of nearly 6 feet, its chestnut-brown coat shimmering like satin in the sunlight, and its mane around the neck was as dense as that of a lion. Most astonishing were its antlers, the main branches as thick as a child's arm, branching into 14 points, stretching over 2 meters wide. My goodness, Guo Chunhai sighed softly. This was undoubtedly the legendary Deer King. He carefully descended from the rock and signaled to his teammates to relay what he had seen. Zhao Weidong's face flushed with excitement, while Xiao Shunzi was eager to rush forward for a closer look, only to be restrained by Er Lengzi. We should split into 2 groups, Guo Chunhai whispered. Toribu and Japakian will circle around the eastern slope, while Una Ji, Zhao Weidong, and I will approach from the west. Atambu will guard the valley entrance with Er Lengzi and Xiao Shunzi. The group nodded in agreement. Toribu checked his ammunition and made an okay gesture. Una Ji coded 3 arrows with a tranquilizer, a secret formula of Atambu's, derived from aconite and mandrake, capable of temporarily incapacitating large animals. The 2 teams set off separately. Guo Chunhai and his companions advanced slowly under the cover of the shrubs, stopping every few steps to observe. The Deer King continued to graze, occasionally lifting its head to survey its surroundings, its ears swiveling like radar. As they closed the distance to 200 meters, Zhao Weidong suddenly stepped on a dry twig. The sharp crack echoed painfully through the silent valley. The stag abruptly lifted its head, its magnificent antlers glimmering in the sunlight like a regal crown. Guo Chunhai held his breath, his finger poised on the trigger. The distance of 5 or 6 paces was insufficient, requiring him to move closer. The stag did not flee immediately. Instead, it cautiously sniffed the air. Suddenly, it emitted a low growl, reminiscent not of an ordinary deer's bleat, but rather akin to the roar of a lion or tiger. The entire valley quaked in response. It is warning its companions, Guo Chunhai whispered. No sooner had he spoken than a gunshot rang out from the eastern slope. Toribu, unable to contain himself, had fired. The bullet struck the rocks before the stag, sending sparks flying. In an instant, the stag surged forward with astonishing speed. Rather than heading for the valley's mouth, it charged directly toward Guo Chunhai and his companion's hiding place. Zhao Weidong, terrified, fell to the ground, the recorder flying far away. Stay still, Guo Chunhai commanded, restraining Anaji. In the face of the charging behemoth, fleeing was the most foolish choice. At that critical moment, Anaji suddenly raised her bow, but instead of aiming at the stag, she shot an arrow upward at an angle. The arrow whistled past the stag's head, embedding itself in a large tree behind it. This unexpected action momentarily startled the stag, diminishing its momentum. Seizing the opportunity, Guo Chunhai fired 3 shots at the ground before the stag. The splattered dirt and debris formed a barrier, prompting the stag to finally veer northward toward the slope. Pursue, Guo Chunhai urged, pulling up Zhao Weidong. Do not let it enter the thicket. The trio sprinted after it. Yet the stag's speed was truly astonishing. Just as it was about to ascend the slope, a sharp whistle pierced the air. Er Lengzi had blown the deer call. The stag hesitated once more, glancing back. In that fleeting moment of pause, Atambu's vintage shotgun fired. The bullet grazed the stag's hind leg, leaving a streak of blood. The wounded stag let out an enraged roar, accelerating up the slope. Toribu and Gu Peiqian attempted to intercept from the side, only to be confronted by a slightly smaller doe charging straight toward them. Another one, Gu Peiqian shouted, narrowly avoiding the doe's collision. Amidst the chaos, the stag had already reached the ridge, silhouetted against the setting sun, appearing as a majestic deity of the mountains. It cast one last glance at its pursuers before vanishing into the dense northern woods. The hunting party regrouped, panting heavily. Toribu kicked a stone in frustration. Damn it. So close. Not just close, Atambu shook his head. It wasn't even running at full strength. Guo Chunhai picked up Zhao Weidong's broken recorder, the tape having ejected. He carefully stowed it away, deep in thought. That doe was deliberately covering for it. Clever to a fault, Er Lengzi grumbled, rubbing his shoulder, which had been grazed by the doe. Anaji examined the blood left by the stag. Amaha, is this deer normal? The elder paused in silence. 30 years ago, I encountered such a deer. He gazed toward the direction the stag had disappeared. Hunters call it the steed of the mountain spirit, never lingering in one place for more than 2 days. As dusk fell, the hunting party decided to camp in the valley. As they set up the tent, Zhao Weidong approached with an air of mystery. "I have an idea," he said, producing the broken tape. "I previously recorded the call of the Stag King. Although it's incomplete, if we can analyze the frequency, we might be able to replicate a more realistic deer call." Guo Chunhai's eyes lit up. Despite his lack of practical experience, the boy certainly had a sharp mind. "What equipment do we need?" "The county broadcasting station's spectrogram." Zhao Weidong scratched his head. "I'll need to get a note from my father." As night deepened, the campfire gradually dwindled. Guo Chunhai kept watch, gazing into the starry sky. Lost in thought. Since his rebirth, he had encountered the Wolf King, the Pig King, and now the Stag King. What other unknown monarchs lay hidden in these mountains? Halfway through the night watch, Anaji quietly emerged from the tent, offering him a cup of hot tea. "I can't sleep," she said, sitting beside him, a faint scent of camphor wafting from her hair. "Amika says the appearance of the Stag King is ominous." "Why?" "An old Orican saying goes, when the Stag King appears, the mountains will change." Anaji gazed into the shadows of the mountains. Before the Great Famine in 62, others had seen it too. Guo Chunhai felt a tightening in his chest. In his memories from before his rebirth, he recalled the massive forest fire that had indeed occurred in the Khingan Mountains in 1984. Just then, a distant stag call resonated. Long and ethereal, piercing the silence of the night with unusual clarity. It was not an ordinary deer call. It carried a certain rhythm, almost akin to song. Anaji suddenly grasped Guo Chunhai's arm. "It's singing." Chapter 124. The stag song trap. Morning mist enveloped the valley as Guo Chunhai crouched at the spot where the Stag King had lingered the previous night, meticulously examining the ground. Dew soaked his pant legs, the chill seeping through the fabric to his skin. In addition to the enormous hoof prints, there were several unusual marks resembling lines drawn by a stick, forming some kind of pattern. "These are ancient Orican symbols," a tambu remarked, sketching the lines with a branch. "Careful. It signifies danger and trap." Zhao Weidong leaned in to take a photo. "How could a deer draw this?" "The deer did not create this." Guo Chunhai pointed to several indistinct footprints at the edge of the pattern. "Someone has been here." The footprints were shallow, as if deliberately made with caution. They were smaller than those of an adult man, likely belonging to a woman or a youth. Anaji discovered a few strands of white fiber in the nearby bushes, resembling threads pulled from clothing. "What should we do now?" Torab munched on his compressed biscuits. "Shall we continue the pursuit?" Guo Chunhai looked towards a tambu. The elder closed his eyes and inhaled the air. "Head north, to Baisherlatzi. The Stag King will linger there for a day." The team began to pack up the campsite and set off. Zhao Weidong fidgeted with his recording equipment along the way, attempting to repair the stag song he had captured the previous night. Er Lengzi and Shunzi were responsible for carrying the gear, and the two young men seemed noticeably more subdued after yesterday's ordeal. The mountain path grew steeper, the vegetation gradually transitioning from broadleaf forests to coniferous ones. The air was filled with the refreshing scent of pine resin and fir. Anaji led the way, periodically stopping to examine the moss-covered ground, knowing that certain varieties would leave lasting marks when trampled. At noon, they arrived at the Whitestone Cliff, a vast expanse of exposed white limestone terrain, with the rock walls adorned with honeycomb-like caverns. Legend has it that the ancestors of the Orican held sacrificial rites here, and ancient red rock paintings can still be seen upon the cliffs. "Look there," Xiao Shunzi suddenly exclaimed, pointing towards the heights of the rock face. A white figure flitted across the ridge. Guo Chunhai raised his binoculars, but instead of a deer, he beheld a person clad in white. The figure moved with incredible speed and vanished into the cave in the blink of an eye. "Someone is following us." Guo Chunhai lowered his binoculars, dressed in white, and of short stature. A tambu's expression turned grave, a white-robed shaman. "What?" Talyuab expressed disbelief. "Isn't that just feudal superstition?" Unaji softly elucidated, "Not a true shaman, but an imitator." Amika mentioned that some ginseng collectors disguised themselves as shamans, exploiting the villagers' reverence to monopolize the ginseng fields. Guo Chunhai recalled the mysterious red strings and symbols. If someone were indeed masquerading as a shaman to tame beasts in search of ginseng, their level of danger could rival that of the previously encountered man in military attire. "Split up," he resolved. "Talyuab and Gopa, you check the eastern cave. Unaji, Zhao Weidong, and I will head west. A tambu, you keep watch at the entrance with Er Lengzi and Xiao Shunzi." The western cave was a complex labyrinth. Guo Chunhai led the way, his companions poised to fire at a moment's notice. Unaji had her bowstring taut, while Zhao Weidong held a recorder, hoping to capture any anomalous sounds. Deep within the third cave, they stumbled upon fresh human footprints and several burnt torches. The rock face bore strange symbols drawn in charcoal, alongside a few red strings strung with tiny bones resembling those of rodents or birds. A sacrificial site? Zhao Weidong whispered. Guo Chunhai shook his head, merely a facade. He pointed at the disordered footprints on the ground. The same person has walked back and forth multiple times, deliberately creating an illusion of numerous activities. In a corner, Unaji discovered a concealed small hole, within which lay an iron box. Upon opening it, they found a half-dried ginseng root and several slips of paper. The notes were densely inscribed with dates, locations, and weights. The most recent reading: Whitestone Cliff, July 5th, 2 pieces, extra large. He is tracking the movements of the Deer King, Zhao Weidong exclaimed in astonishment. Guo Chunhai meticulously examined the half-ginseng root. Noting the clean cutting marks, it had been artificially severed. Suddenly, he comprehended. He is using the ginseng as bait to train the Deer King to locate more ginseng. A sharp whistle suddenly pierced the air from outside the cave, followed by Er Lengzi's shouts and a cacophony of gunfire. The three of them rushed out of the cave, witnessing a Tanbu firing at the rock face above, while Er Lengzi and Xiao Shunzi sought refuge behind a massive boulder. The Deer King. Er Lengzi pointed towards the summit of the cliff. A magnificent stag stood proudly atop the white ridge, the morning light gilding its form. More astonishingly, beside it stood the white-clad figure, slender and wearing a white hood that revealed only its eyes. The figure wielded a long staff, its tip adorned with a red string. He swung the stick, and the Stag King immediately raised its head, emitting a long cry reminiscent of the peculiar deer song from the previous night. "Don't shoot!" A Tanbu suddenly shouted. That is, before he could finish, the man in white fiercely aimed the long rod at the hunting team. The Stag King lowered its head and charged forward, its massive antlers crashing down like a battering ram. Amidst the splintering stones, Guo Chunhai yanked Zhao Weidong down, and the Stag King leapt over them, landing 10 meters behind. "Scatter!" Guo Chunhai shouted. "Don't let it build up speed." The Stag King veered its direction, this time targeting Anaji. Anaji released 3 arrows. 2 were deflected by the antlers, while the third lodged deeply into the Stag King's shoulder. The great beast, feeling pain, slightly diminished its charge, but still sent Anaji flying 2 to 3 meters away. Anaji! Guo Chunhai's heart ached as he fired 2 shots to drive back the Stag King and rushed to the girl's side. Anaji's face was pale, yet she remained conscious, only suffering a large abrasion on her right arm. The man in white whistled, and the Stag King immediately ceased its attack, retreating to the rocky ridge. At that moment, from the east came the furious roar and gunfire of Torabu and Japakian, who were hurrying back. Seeing this, the man in white suddenly tossed several grass balls from the cliff. Upon hitting the ground, the balls exploded, releasing a cloud of yellow powder. A Tanbu shouted, "Hold your breath. It's the enchanting grass." Guo Chunhai hurriedly covered his mouth and nose with his sleeve, but still inhaled a small amount. Instantly, the world spun around him, and he saw double. He staggered against the rock wall, noticing the man in white skillfully climbing to a higher position, with the Stag King closely following. "Chase!" Guo Chunhai struggled to rise, but found his legs weak. Not far away, Zhao Weidong was already lying on the ground, retching, while Torabu and Japakian swayed unsteadily. Only a Tanbu seemed unaffected. The figures of the man in white and the Stag King gradually vanished at the cliff summit. In the final moments, the man in white glanced back, and a gust of mountain wind blew aside a corner of his hood, allowing Guo Chunhai to catch a fleeting glimpse of a youthful face, seemingly that of a girl. As the effects of the drug wore off, the sun hung low in the sky. The hunting team assessed their losses. Anaji had a right arm abrasion, Er Lengzi had twisted his ankle, Zhao Weidong was drained from vomiting, while others bore minor injuries. Although Anaji's abrasion was not serious, her brow was tightly furrowed, clearly in considerable pain. Er Lengzi sat on the ground, gently massaging his injured ankle, muttering about his misfortune. Zhao Weidong, pale and weak, leaned against a tree as if he might collapse at any moment. Guo Chunhai, observing his team's injuries, felt a surge of guilt. "She didn't mean to kill us." A Tanbu examined the remnants of the grass balls. The dosage was very light. "She merely wanted to drive us away." Guo Chunhai rubbed his temples. "Who is she?" "The white deer," the elder revealed. "A girl from the Orican legend who can communicate with deer. I thought it was merely a tale. I didn't expect someone to have inherited this skill." Anaji, having bandaged her wound, suddenly remarked, "She is not a bad person." "What makes you say that?" Guo Chunhai inquired. "The Stag King held back during the attack." Anaji pointed to her wound. "If it had truly charged, I would have had broken ribs." Zhao Weidong weakly raised his hand, expressing, "I believe I captured her." He retrieved his camera, explaining, I inadvertently pressed the shutter while falling. The development of the film would have to wait until they returned to the county. Yet this offered a glimmer of hope to everyone. Guo Chunhai resolved to temporarily retreat. The effects of the sedative lingered, and they needed to reassess the threat level posed by the white deer. Chapter 125. The Enigma of Deer Antlers. On their return journey, Atambu walked at the rear, frequently glancing back at Lengzi. Guo Chunhai understood the elder's thoughts. The tamed werewolf, the wild boar king, and now the deer king, within this forest. The dynamics between man and beast were being altered by some unseen force. That evening, they set up camp by the creek. Wenaji's injury was not severe. Yet Guo Chunhai insisted she rest while he took on the responsibility of cooking. The simple fare of roasted flatbread and jerky soup was elevated by the fragrant addition of freshly foraged wild leeks. Zhao Weidong regained some vigor and began tinkering with his recording equipment. Master Guo, I believe that deer's song is peculiar. It does not resemble the ordinary calls of deer. Guo Chunhai took the headphones and listened attentively. The sound on the tape, processed for noise reduction, indeed lacked the natural cadence of deer calls, instead exhibiting a rhythmic tonal variation, almost akin to language. There are legends among the orichin of deer speakers, Atambu interjected, adding a log to the fire. Individuals capable of conversing with deer. The white deer family has traditionally favored daughters. So, she is protecting the deer king? Er Lengzi inquired. Atambu shook his head. It is more than that. The deer king is also safeguarding her. As night deepened, the camp gradually fell silent. Guo Chunhai kept the final watch, lost in contemplation beneath the starry sky. Since his rebirth, he thought he understood this forest, yet now he realized it was far more enigmatic than he had ever imagined. As the fire dwindled, a white shadow suddenly flitted across the distant tree line. Guo Chunhai became immediately alert, but refrained from waking the others. If it were indeed the white deer, she clearly did not seek a confrontation. The white figure halted 50 meters from the camp, faintly illuminated by moonlight, revealing a slender silhouette. She stood silently for a moment before emitting a soft deer song. To his astonishment, a response echoed from the dense thicket, not from one, but at least 3 or 4 deer calls, followed by the sound of hooves receding, ultimately fading into the vast expanse of the forest. Guo Chunhai exhaled deeply, suddenly comprehending that this was not a mere relationship between hunter and prey, but rather a contest of guardianship and contention over the forest. Those of them armed with guns might indeed be the disruptors of balance. As dawn broke, Guo Chunhai made a decision. He awakened the others and calmly declared, "We are going back. Are we not pursuing them?" Torbu asked incredulously. "No more pursuit," Guo Chunhai replied, turning to Atambu. "The deer king should not be prey." The elder nodded with satisfaction, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes relaxing. Wenaji quietly grasped Guo Chunhai's hand, her palm warm and firm. Zhao Weidong hesitated, ultimately only sighing as he carefully stored away the tape containing the deer's song. Perhaps in his heart, some mysteries were more worthy of pursuit than trophies. The team gathered their belongings and set forth on their journey homeward. As Guo Chunhai passed through a grove of white birch trees, he noticed a newly tied red string around a tree trunk, distinct from previous markers, representing the traditional safety knot of the orichin people. Upon untying the red string, Wenaji discovered a small fabric pouch concealed beneath it. Upon opening, he found several precious slices of deer antler, already dried. "This is her apology gift," he mused. "The customs of the white deer family," smiled Atambu. Guo Chunhai carefully stowed away the deer antler. Although this hunting expedition did not yield the anticipated results, it bestowed upon him something far more valuable, a renewed understanding of the mountains, of life, and of ancient traditions. In the distance, a white-tailed eagle circled the azure sky, vigilantly guarding the land on which it depended for survival. Guo Chunhai contemplated that perhaps everyone should possess such an inviolable sanctuary within their hearts. The air in the forest clinic was thick with the acrid scent of alcohol. Guo Chunhai sat on a long wooden bench, observing Wenaji as she changed the bandages for Ma Guoqiang. The ranger's dark countenance bore no trace of color, his right leg encased in plaster, suspended as if he were a marionette gone awry. "Be gentle." "Ouch," winced Ma Guoqiang, gritting his teeth as his fingers clutched the bed sheet, turning pale. Wenaji continued her work with deft hands, efficiently unwrapping the gauze. The wound, situated on his calf, extended nearly the length of a palm, the flesh grotesquely inverted like a gaping mouth. 3 days prior, when they discovered Ma Guoqiang in her daegu, the wound had been oozing blood, revealing the stark whiteness of his leg bone. "Be grateful," Guo Chunhai offered a porcelain cup filled with Wenaji's concocted deer antler soup. "Without this remedy, your leg would have festered." Ma Guoqiang accepted the cup and gulped down a couple of mouthfuls, the brown medicinal broth trickling down the corners of his mouth, leaving traces upon his stubble. Those half slices of deer antler had saved his life, halting the bleeding at a rate that even Dr. Lu from the clinic deemed miraculous. Brother Guo, Ma Guoqiang wiped his mouth. The deer antler, it's gone. Guo Chunhai interrupted, casting a sidelong glance out the window. Director Zhang took it all yesterday. The light in Ma Guoqiang's eyes dimmed. Zhang Detsai, the director of the county herbal medicine company, was notorious for his opportunistic tendencies. This time, having heard of the miraculous effects of the deer antler, he barged into the clinic with a red-headed document, seizing the remaining 3 slices under the pretense of national procurement. At that moment, Dr. Lu entered, carrying a sterilization tray. The seasoned military doctor, in his 50s, glanced at the wound, marveling. The healing speed is 3 times that of an ordinary person. This deer antler is remarkable. Wenaji secured the final segment of bandage and softly inquired, "What will Director Zhang do with it?" "What else could he do?" Dr. Lu scoffed. "He'll send it to the province to seek accolades. I heard he's involved in some new drug development." He gestured, as if counting money. Guo Chunhai and Wenaji exchanged a knowing glance. That day, they had secretly stowed away 2 slices of deer antler, tucked within the layers of Wenaji's belt. It was not a matter of mistrust towards the state, but rather a lack of faith in individuals like Zhang Detsai. By the way, Dr. Lu suddenly lowered his voice. Old Zhou from the meteorological station mentioned that this year's drought could break records. Be cautious of fire when you head up the mountain. Just then, the sound of a jeep engine echoed from outside. Moments later, Zhao Weidong burst in, his white shirt drenched with sweat, exclaiming, "Master Guo, the tape analysis has come through." He waved several sheets of paper in his hand, covered in waveforms and handwritten notes. Guo Chunhai glanced at them. The densely packed frequency markings were dizzying. "Slow down," he urged, passing over his water bottle. Zhao Weidong took a few gulps and, breathless, exclaimed, "The deer song is not just random sounds. I compared it with the ethnic archives from the Forestry Bureau, and it shares an 87 similarity with the ancient melodies of the Oricon." He pointed at a segment of the waveform, especially this descending tone. "It is nearly identical to the Xuanshan melody sung by Uncle Atambu." Una Ji's eyes lit up. "The white deer can sing the ancient Oricon melodies?" "Not just that." Zhao Weidong turned to the next page. "Spectral analysis reveals that this frequency can travel vast distances." And he suddenly noticed Ma Guoqiang. "This comrade is one of our own." Guo Chunhai patted Ma Guoqiang on the shoulder and continued. Zhao Weidong lowered his voice. "This frequency has a unique effect on deer. A professor from the Provincial Animal Institute mentioned it might stimulate the pineal gland to secrete certain hormones, which is why that deer king is so intelligent and robust." Ma Guoqiang was taken aback. "What are you talking about? What deer king?" Guo Chunhai briefly explained the plight of Baishir Latsi, omitting the part about hoarding deer antlers. The more Ma Guoqiang listened, the wider his eyes grew, until he suddenly slapped the bedboard. "I knew it. I saw a white shadow last month while patrolling the mountains. I thought I was seeing things." Dr. Lu interjected. "Old Ma, didn't you mention discovering some strange burn marks before your injury?" Ma Guoqiang's expression changed. Yes. On the west slope of Lahu Latsi. They were arranged in strips, as if someone had deliberately set them." Guo Chunhai felt a tightening in his chest. The unusual drought combined with human-made fire sources was a troubling sign. He recalled Atambu's words about the mountains burning up, along with the abnormal migrations of animals. "We must investigate," he declared, rising to his feet. "Ma Gu, take care of your injuries." Stepping out of the medical room, the scorching July sun beat down upon him. The forest farm's loudspeaker was playing "We Workers Have Strength," the high-pitched sound slightly distorted, piercing his eardrums. Several female workers, carrying aluminum lunchboxes, walked towards the cafeteria. Their labor uniforms stained dark blue with sweat. Zhao Weidong approached. "Master Guo, should we go to the county to ask Director Zhang for the deer antlers back? My father can help." "No rush." Guo Chunhai shook his head. "Let us first discuss it with Atambu." Atambu lived at the far eastern end of the forest farm in a traditional Oricon wooden cabin. Even before entering, the aroma of stewed meat mingled with the bitterness of some herbs wafted through the air. The elder was in the yard, drying a basket of plant roots. Upon seeing them, he greeted Una Ji in Oricon, requesting her assistance. "Amika says this is for windproofing." Una Ji picked up a grayish-brown root. "We usually dig this in August, but it has withered by July this year." Guo Chunhai felt a heaviness in his heart. Windproofing plants are drought-resistant, and withering early indicated an abnormal groundwater level. He helped the elder pack the herbs into a burlap sack and mentioned Zhang Detsai's retrieval of the deer antlers. After listening, Atambu said nothing, but went inside and retrieved a birch bark tube, pouring out the last piece of deer antler. "Keep this." "Is it you?" Guo Chunhai hesitated. The elder waved his hand and spoke a string of awanki. Wanaji translated. Amica says the medicine from the white deer can only save those who are worthy. Zhang Ditsai does not qualify. Zhao Weidong leaned closer to examine the antler. It appears darker than ordinary deer antler. Blood antler, a tambu explained in broken Mandarin. It grows from the deer king's head, taking 3 years to grow an inch. Guo Chunhai carefully stored the antler away. As the three conversed, a sudden urgent whistle echoed from afar. An emergency assembly signal from the forestry station. Something's happened. Zhao Weidong sprinted off. In the clearing of the forestry station, a crowd of over 100 people had gathered. Director Wang stood in the back of a tractor, holding a tin horn. We have an urgent notice from the county. A fire has been spotted at Hu Tiger Ridge. All male employees are to form a firefighting team and depart in half an hour. The crowd erupted in a buzz of anxious chatter. Questions about the fire's size arose, and some hurried home for tools. Guo Chunhai pushed to the front. Director Wang. Is the fire source the linear burn described by Ma Guoqiang? Director Wang's expression grew grave. Not just one spot. Fires have ignited simultaneously on the west and north slopes. The county suspect's arson. A chill ran through Guo Chunhai, connecting Ma Guoqiang's words with the unusual drought. He sensed this was no coincidence. He turned to Wanaji. Prepare a first aid kit and bring extra gauze. Then he said to Zhao Weidong, ask your father to send over 2 fire trucks. Suddenly, a tambu grabbed Guo Chunhai, speaking rapidly in awanki. Wanaji's face went pale upon hearing. Amica says this is a diversion. Someone intends to take advantage of the chaos to enter the mountains in search of the white deer. Guo Chunhai's mind raced. Zhang Ditsai? The remnants of the wolf tamer? Or others coveting the antlers? Regardless of who it may be, extinguishing the fire was paramount. You stay, he instructed a tambu, guard the path into the mountains. The elder nodded, deftly retrieving an old Mosin-Nagant rifle from the wall, moving with a swiftness that belied his 60-plus years. Half an hour later, 5 liberation trucks set off with the firefighting team. Guo Chunhai and Wanaji were in the first vehicle, alongside Tual Yabu, Japakian, and Er Lengzi. The truck bed was laden with shovels, fire extinguishers, and canvas water bags, clattering with every bump in the road. Damn it, why did it have to catch fire now? Tual Yabu grumbled as he checked the gear. My wife is stewing chicken today. Japakian silently counted the fire bombs, suddenly stating, the wind is blowing the wrong way. Guo Chunhai looked up at the sky. Indeed, the wind was coming from the northwest, blowing toward the southeast, where the forestry station and residential area lay. If the fire were not contained, Wanaji tightened her grip on the medical kit strap, her knuckles turning white. Guo Chunhai gently touched her hand, feeling its icy chill. He understood her concern. The lair of the white deer and the deer king lay in the direction of the fire. The truck came to a sudden halt, and everyone lurched forward. Ahead, they heard the driver, Old Lu, cursing, damn. Roadblock check. Guo Chunhai leaned out to see a jeep from the County Forestry Bureau, with 2 uniformed officers standing by. One was inspecting passing vehicles as if searching for something. It's Zhang Ditsai's men. Zhao Weidong crawled over from the rear compartment. Earlier in the cafeteria, it had been mentioned that he had ventured into the mountains this morning. Guo Chunhai's heart raced with alarm. What a coincidence. Just as the fire was discovered, Zhang Ditsai had entered the mountains. He leaped from the vehicle and swiftly approached the jeep. Comrade, please present your identification. A round-faced officer obstructed his path. Guo Chunhai revealed his forestry work permit, stating, we are on a mission to extinguish the fire. Time is of the essence. As the round-faced officer was about to grant passage, a tall, lean figure interjected, wait, does your team include any Alanchan individuals? Female? Guo Chunhai's heart tightened. They were searching for Anaji. Maintaining his composure, he replied, there are 2 Alanchan, both male. He gestured towards Japakian and Tualabu. The tall figure scrutinized the compartment with suspicion, poised to inquire further when a sudden, thunderous explosion echoed from the distance. A massive plume of black smoke billowed into the northwest sky, as if something had detonated. The oil depot. Someone shouted, the oil depot has exploded. In an instant, no one cared to conduct further inspections. Guo Chunhai jumped back into the vehicle, and the truck roared past the checkpoint. Anaji's face turned pale. Amica mentioned there is an old ginseng field near the oil depot. Guo Chunhai clenched his fists. Now he was certain that this fire was no accident. It was a meticulously orchestrated diversion. The target, most likely, was Bai Lu and her stag king.